I clearly have mastered the most powerful rapid cultivation technique, yet I am mocked by everyone as a hopeless goblin. Even my beautiful girlfriend publicly broke up with me, only because I haven't awakened my bloodline in 18 years. Not only have I only developed 13% of my body's potential, but I also awakened the lowest grade yellow tier talent. But only I know. I have a permanent mustard seed cultivation space. Although my talent and cultivation speed are slow, the flow of time in the cultivation space is different from the outside. Cultivating for 20 days in the time array is equivalent to 1 hour passing outside. In this era of spiritual energy revival where everyone practices martial arts, one must raise their body's potential to over 50% to enter a martial arts university for further studies. This is the prerequisite for becoming a true warrior. However, with only 100 days left until the college entrance exam, the original body would never have dared to think about it. But now that I have crossed into this useless body, I have the added benefit of the system's cultivation space. Though I can only enter the cultivation space once a day, that one time is equivalent to 20 days outside. 100 days inside equals 2,000 days outside, which is about 7 years of time. With this buffer in place, I am absolutely confident that I can cultivate my body's potential to over 50% and smoothly enter a martial arts university. At this moment, the system reminded me that since you just awakened this system, the initial time array allows you to cultivate for 20 days at a time, and this time will increase as your level rises. Hearing this, I fell into deep thought. This means that as my level increases, the time I can cultivate in the time array may extend even longer. Wouldn't that make me invincible? Thinking of this, I quickly asked, can my yellow tier low-grade talent be upgraded a bit? Of course, it can be upgraded, but not now. It will be upgraded when your body's potential reaches 100%. You will be directly upgraded to heavenly tier talent, and at that time, with the enhancement of your talent, you will be able to break through your limits and become a super warrior. Hearing this, I was instantly overjoyed and immediately left the classroom, rushing home, eager to try out the cultivation function of the system space. Wait a moment, a crisp female voice suddenly came from behind. I turned around to see the source of the voice, a youthful and beautiful girl. The memories of the original body flashed in my mind, and the girl who called out to me was my girlfriend, Shang Bingfu. Before my parents died, I lived worry-free under the protection of my 2 second-tier warrior parents and also had a girlfriend like Shang Bingfu, who had decent looks. Shang Bingfu's parents are not warriors and have low status, and her talent is not high either, just slightly better than mine, being yellow tier mid-grade. Shang Bingfu was attracted to me mainly because I had 2 second-tier warrior parents. Under the protection of these 2 second-tier warriors, with her yellow tier mid-grade talent, she could become a warrior in the future. However, the death of my parents shattered Shang Bingfu's plans, and her attitude towards me changed significantly. Let's break up. We are not suited for each other, Shang Bingfu said directly, her tone very firm. Alright, I directly agreed to the breakup and turned to leave. Seeing that I agreed to the breakup, Shang Bingfu was somewhat surprised. She thought I would humiliate her, but I unexpectedly agreed so directly. After graduating high school, just find a job and live an ordinary life at the bottom of society, Shang Bingfu said blandly. Don't harbor any resentment. Your yellow tier low-grade talent determines that you will never achieve anything significant in your life, Shang Bingfu continued, looking at me. And with my yellow tier mid-grade talent, as long as someone helps me, I can become a warrior in the future. We are destined to be on different levels, and after saying that, Shang Bingfu turned to leave. Hearing this, I also turned to leave, cursing to myself that I wouldn't stoop to her level, yet she still had to say a few words to assert her presence. Truly a foolish little antagonist. At this moment, a cold voice rang out behind me, stop. I stopped in my tracks and turned to look at the person who spoke behind me. At this moment, Shang Bingfu was standing beside him, and the person she mentioned who could help her was this boy. This person is named Lihao, a member of the 4th-tier martial arts family in Anqing, possessing top-tier yellow talent. He has already cultivated his body's potential to 52% and is also an outstanding student in Class B. Shang Bingfu is now my girlfriend. Watch your words. I don't want anyone bothering her in the future, Lihao said to me. I disdainfully replied to Lihao, someone like you? I've wanted to kick you for a long time. If you like picking up trash, just take it away. Your strength is lacking, but you sure talk a lot, Lihao said disdainfully. I could take on 10 of you. After saying that, Lihao's aura erupted and pressed down on me. With his top-tier yellow talent, he was indeed much stronger than I was. Under the pressure of Lihao's aura, I felt as if I were being confronted by a beast and involuntarily took 2 steps back. Lihao sneered, a Class C loser like you will only struggle at the bottom for life, never making it to the top. After saying that, he turned and left. After Lihao left, I snorted coldly. The original body's potential was only developed to 13%, and I really wasn't a match for Lihao. In terms of talent and background, the original body couldn't compare to him. At this moment, the only one who would suffer from confronting Lihao directly was myself. I should go back and explore the system's functions. Once I develop, I'll make you kneel and call me daddy sooner or later, I said with a smirk. Upon returning home, I closed the door and gathered all the elixirs needed for 20 days of cultivation. I silently thought in my mind, I want to enter the system space for cultivation. In an instant, my body vanished from the room, and my vision went dark. When I opened my eyes again, I found my body in a square, enclosed space. The space is several hundred meters wide and long, with a 5-meter diameter circle in the center. Inside the circle is an ancient time array. Congratulations, host, you have entered the system space. Without hesitation, I stepped into the circle of the time array, positioned myself according to the 6th edition of the National Standard Basic Technique, Extreme 108 Forms, and began to cultivate my body's potential. This technique requires performing 108 difficult poses to stimulate and refine the body's potential, and when combined with body-refining elixirs, the results are doubled. With my yellow-tier low-grade talent, it takes half a day to perform all the poses of Extreme 108 Forms, and each cultivation session consumes one body-refining elixir. Half a day later, after finishing a session, my bones cracked, and my exhausted body continuously absorbed the potency of the body-refining elixir, slightly enhancing my body's potential. After cultivating for 20 days in the time array, an hour had passed outside, and I had already reached the limit of using the time array for one day. I exited the time array. During these 20 days in the time array, I practiced Extreme 108 Forms 40 times, consuming 40 body-refining elixirs, and my body's potential increased from 13% to 15%. After leaving the system space and returning to the outside room, I checked the time. Only an hour had passed. My current cultivation time was equivalent to 20 times that of others. As the saying goes, if talent is lacking, time makes up for it. At this moment, my confidence surged as I realized I could also overtake others. Each time I entered the system space for cultivation, I needed to consume 40 body-refining elixirs. With each elixir priced at 1,000 yuan, that totals 40,000 yuan. My parents were warriors and prepared over 100 body-refining elixirs for me during their lifetime. Given my previous cultivation speed, that would be enough for several months of cultivation. Unfortunately, the original body was foolish and gave 50 body-refining elixirs to Shang Bingfu, keeping only 50 for himself, and now only 10 remain. It seems I need to buy some body-refining elixirs. I stood up and left the room. My parents died while defending against the beast riots in Ansheng. The Ansheng government compensated me with 200 units of relief funds. Along with the over 1 million savings left by my parents, I have a total of over 3 million, which is enough for me to buy body-refining elixirs for a while. In a trading hall in Ansheng, I spent 1,500,000 to buy 1,500 body-refining elixirs, then returned to continue my cultivation. This time, I didn't enter the system space for cultivation. Instead, I practiced in my room. Cultivating for one night in the room would also allow me to practice Extreme 108 Forms once. The next day, I attended school as usual, and the last class in the afternoon was taught by our homeroom teacher, Zhang Xing. As class was about to end, Zhang Xing said, "Next month, the school will begin the first baseline assessment, which consists of both a cultural assessment and a practical assessment. Everyone should make the most of their time to review. After the cultural exam, the practical assessment will begin, and the school will organize all third-year students to hunt beasts in the wild forest area outside Ansheng. Since the spiritual energy revival 500 years ago, plants and trees have grown wildly, and now the entire world is filled with dense primitive forests, which have become the lairs of beasts. With the revival of spiritual energy, the earth has fully entered the era of martial arts, where humans can absorb the spiritual energy in the air through techniques to enhance their body's potential and become warriors. In this world, where martial prowess is paramount, talent is highly valued. This era categorizes martial arts talents into yellow tier, mysterious tier, earth tier, and heavenly tier. Each tier is further divided into low grade, mid grade, and top grade, and my talent is the lowest, being yellow tier low grade. After finishing, Zhang Xing announced the end of class. He didn't have high hopes for his students in the upcoming baseline assessment in a month. Class 2 of the third year is Class C, where the highest potential development is only 38%, making them no match for the top students in Class B and Class A. After Zhang Xing left, the students gradually departed. They didn't pay much attention to what Zhang Xing just said about the baseline assessment, knowing that the students from Class C would just be cannon fodder in the practical assessment. After everyone left, only Wei Xia and I remained. Wei Xia's talent is yellow tier mid-grade, with a potential development of 38%, recognized as the top student in Class 2 of the third year. He is the most likely in the class to increase his body's potential to over 50% before the college entrance exam and qualify for a martial arts university. In the practical assessment of hunting beasts, I must achieve good results. Wei Xia clenched his fists, determined to perform well in the practical assessment. Seeing that I remained in the classroom, seemingly interested in the practical baseline assessment, Wei Xia said casually, "What? You don't plan to give up like those losers? Aren't you planning to give up either?" I replied flatly, "You want to compare with me?" Wei Xia seemed interested upon hearing this, sneering, "You know what your strength is, don't you have any self-awareness?" I couldn't be bothered to argue with him and stood up to leave the classroom. "We'll see how it goes in a month." Truly, the ignorant are fearless. Wei Xia coldly shouted, "In a month, I want to see how you end up at the bottom." Upon returning home, I immediately entered the time array of the system space, consumed a body refining elixir, and began practicing Extreme 108 forms. A month passed quickly. After finishing my cultivation, I exhaled a breath of turbid air. During this month, I entered the system space 30 times, consuming a total of 1200 body refining elixirs over 600 days. Along with the continuous cultivation every night for 30 days this month, my body's potential has increased from 15% to 75%. Opening the attribute panel, host, Fengchen, vitality, 750, speed, 25 meters per second, strength, 750 kilograms, times able to enter system space, 0. Looking at the data on the system panel, I was very satisfied. Lihao's body's potential was only 52%. If I encountered him now, I was confident I could crush him. Today was the day of the school's baseline cultural exam. After getting ready, I headed straight to school. The cultural score only accounts for 10% of the college entrance exam score, while the remaining 90% is divided into 50% for body potential development and 40% for practical scores. I generally managed to pass in the cultural subjects. After the exam, homeroom teacher Zhang Xing gathered everyone for a class meeting to explain the details of the upcoming practical assessment. Once everyone was present in the classroom, Zhang Xing spoke. The practical assessment will take place in 7 days. Anqing No. 9 High School has designated a primitive forest area outside the city for this assessment. The designated area contains many fierce beasts that have not yet evolved into demon beasts. Your task is to kill as many beasts as possible to earn points. Everyone nodded perfunctorily. With their Class C strength, they could only kill beasts below the 4th tier. Any beasts above that tier would force them to flee. The non-evolved fierce beasts are classified from 1 to 10 tiers. A 10th tier beast is equivalent to a warrior who has developed their body's potential to 100% and may evolve into a demon beast at any time. Beasts above the 4th tier require humans with a body potential development of over 40% to handle. They are the targets for the top students in Class B and Class A of Anqing No. 9 High School, not something Class C students can contend with. Killing a first-tier beast earns 10 points, a second-tier beast earns 20 points, and so on, up to 100 points for killing a 10th-tier beast. Zhang Xing explained that everyone should do their best to achieve good results. The students below responded weakly. Going to the practical exam felt like watching others perform. No one liked to be a backdrop for someone else. Zhang Xing sighed and continued, "There's one more thing. We need to select a representative from our class to be the team leader. Who do you think is suitable?" At this moment, the students below instantly began discussing. To be the leader, one must have high potential and exceptional skills to be suitable, and the only one in the class who fits this is likely Wei Xia. A month later, Wei Xia's potential had increased from 38% to 43%, making him the recognized strongest in the class. Only Wei Xia is likely suitable, someone in the class suggested, and the speaker was Wei Xia's brother. No one is more suitable than Wei Xia, some girls in the class who had crushes on him echoed. Wei Xia smiled, pleased with everyone's reaction, and then looked at Zhang Xing, waiting for him to make a decision. Zhang Xing nodded. Currently, it seems Wei Xia is indeed the most suitable person to be the leader of the class. However, just as Zhang Xing was about to announce Wei Xia as the leader, a discordant voice rang out, "I disagree." I stood up and spoke calmly. From the memories of the original body, I understood that in today's society, the stronger your talent, the more resources you can obtain for training. In this era of human and beast warfare, the government places great importance on geniuses. As soon as I spoke, the noise in the classroom instantly stopped, and everyone's gaze turned to me. How dare I publicly oppose Wei Xia becoming the leader? What was going on? What do you mean? Wei Xia stood up and said coldly. Zhang Xing looked at me, confused as well. Did I have a better candidate? Everyone was waiting for my response. I glanced at Wei Xia and said flatly, to be the leader, one must first have high potential, and secondly, their combat ability must surpass others. In my opinion, Wei Xia does not qualify in either of these aspects. As soon as I said this, the entire classroom was stunned. What did that mean? Wasn't that a bit too arrogant? It's important to note that Wei Xia's potential has now reached 43%, making him a standout among all Class C students. Wei Xia clenched his fists, his face showing anger, and coldly said, "Step out and let everyone see who is unqualified." After saying this, Wei Xia directly left his seat and walked towards me. All the students in the class stepped aside, clearing the center of the classroom. Seeing this, Zhang Xing had no intention of stopping it. In this martial-centric era, fighting was allowed. Since I said Wei Xia was unqualified, he would have to prove it with strength. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the two of us, wondering where I got the courage to challenge the strongest in the class. Wei Xia shouted loudly, unleashing 43% of his body's potential, and launched a punch aimed directly at my face. With a potential development of 43%, Wei Xia's physical strength was nearly 430 kilograms, allowing him to deliver a punch with a force of 800 pounds. Before the punch even arrived, the terrifying wind from it whooshed through the air, making those around me feel anxious. They knew that under this punch, they would definitely suffer greatly. However, I simply sidestepped and reached out my palm to effortlessly catch Wei Xia's powerful punch. Wei Xia's fist was clenched in my grip, and he became furious, pushing against the ground with force to try to break free from my grasp. But no matter how Wei Xia struggled, his fist was trapped as if caught in a vice, unable to escape. He became anxious, sweating profusely, with veins bulging on his neck, his face turning red. The students in the class were stunned, not expecting my strength to be so great that I could hold Wei Xia's fist and render him unable to resist. What they didn't know was that with my body's potential developed to 75%, my single-arm strength was 1,500 pounds, making Wei Xia no match for me. I looked at Wei Xia, who was desperately struggling, and snorted, "You are unqualified, plain and simple." As soon as I finished speaking, I suddenly rotated the hand gripping Wei Xia's fist, causing his body to spin 360 degrees in the air before crashing heavily onto the desk in front. With a loud crash, the two desks in front were smashed to pieces by Wei Xia's impact. Wei Xia lay on the ground, clutching his head in despair, completely devoid of his earlier arrogance. I looked around and said, "I will be the leader of the class. Is there anyone who opposes this?" I merely threw a punch casually, yet it left all my classmates in shock. Even the homeroom teacher had to intervene to stop me, simply because the strongest genius in the class was no match for my punch. Just moments ago, he was mocking me as the class's deadweight, and I never expected karma to come so swiftly. At this moment, everyone in the class was left speechless, unable to believe that I had been so low-key. In the end, amidst everyone's astonishment, I undoubtedly became the leader of this practical assessment. Then Zhang Xing called me to his office and reminded me to quickly learn a martial skill to prepare for the powerful demon beasts in the assessment. In this world, techniques, martial skills, and cultivation are interrelated. A powerful warrior must integrate all three to unleash their strongest combat power. After school, I eagerly arrived at the trading hall in Anqing, where various items needed by warriors were sold, and it also handled the purchase of demon beast materials and crystals. At this moment, a staff member at the counter respectfully asked, "Sir, what do you need?" Seeing this, I explained my situation and asked him to recommend suitable martial skills for me. The staff member politely replied that for those who have not developed their body's potential to 100%, they generally practice basic martial skills. "What does basic martial skills mean?" I asked suspiciously, looking at the staff member. The staff member nodded and continued, "Basic martial skills include basic movement techniques, basic sword techniques, and basic blade techniques. Those who have not yet become warriors cannot absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. They can only practice the most fundamental martial techniques to enhance their combat power." "What is the price of a basic martial skill manual?" I asked hesitantly. I knew that things related to warriors, especially techniques and martial skills, are extremely expensive, and I wasn't sure if my savings would be enough. "All basic martial skill manuals are uniformly priced by the government at 500,000 each, the staff member said. Each manual includes complete annotations by martial arts masters, making it easy to learn. Upon hearing this, I gasped. It was indeed more expensive than I had imagined. Thinking I needed to save some for body-refining elixirs for cultivation, I hesitated but decided to spend 1 million to buy one copy each of basic movement techniques and basic blade techniques. The movement techniques are for evasion and survival, while the blade techniques focus on offense and killing. As long as I master these two basic martial skills, it will be enough to handle the practical assessment in 7 days. After I paid with my card, the staff member handed me the 2 manuals and explained, "The cultivation of basic martial skills is divided into 4 levels. Beginner, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. Typically, it takes an average person about a month to reach the beginner level by dedicating 3 hours a day. It takes 2 months to go from beginner to minor achievement, at least 3 months from minor to major achievement, and at least 4 months from major achievement to perfection. All of this is detailed in the manuals. You can study them on your own. He then looked at me and continued, Sir, since you purchased the Basic Blade Techniques manual, do you have a suitable battle blade? Our trading hall has many battle blades for sale. You might want to take a look. Our battle blades are not ordinary knives. They are made from a high-hardness alloy specifically designed for warriors to use against demon beasts. I became instantly interested after hearing this. Having a good blade would give me a better chance in the assessment, so I cautiously asked, What types of battle blades do you have? Our battle blades are divided into 5 grades, A, B, C, D, and E, the staff member replied. The highest grade, A-grade blades, can handle 9th-tier demon beasts, while the lowest, E-grade blades, can deal with 1st to 2nd-tier demon beasts. All our blades are alloy battle blades. Given your current cultivation level, I recommend you buy an E-grade blade. What is the price range for E-grade blades? I asked hesitantly, unsure if my savings would be enough. From 1 million to 10 million, the staff member replied. I was shocked again upon hearing this. I only had just over $1 million left, and buying a blade would leave me with very little. Sir, our blades are all alloy battle blades capable of dealing with demon beasts. Ordinary knives cannot break through the defenses of demon beasts. Seeing that I was silent, the staff member continued to explain, even our lowest E-grade alloy battle blade can handle 1st-tier demon beasts. Non-evolved fierce beasts, which are 10th-tier beasts, can also be easily dealt with by our blades. Upon hearing this, I immediately began to think. The practical assessment would involve dealing with non-evolved fierce beasts, so the cheapest E-grade alloy battle blade would be completely sufficient. As for the fierce beasts that have already evolved into demon beasts, they are no longer something I can handle. Having a good blade would be useless against them. Thus, I ultimately purchased an E-grade alloy battle blade and hurried home to begin my cultivation, as I had not only 2 martial skills to practice but also needed to further enhance my body's potential. Soon, 7 days passed, and today was the day of the school's practical assessment, so I stopped my cultivation and exited the system space. During these 7 days, I cultivated day and night in the system space, equivalent to struggling for 140 days outside. My efforts were not in vain. I successfully perfected both basic martial skills and increased my body's potential from 75% to 81%. My physical strength has now reached an astonishing 1,600 pounds. With the perfected basic blade techniques and the E-grade alloy battle blade, combined with the perfected basic movement techniques, I am confident I can kill 9th-tier fierce beasts and even have the strength to confront 10th-tier beasts. Thinking this, I arrived at the assembly point at school with the E-grade alloy battle blade on my back. This practical assessment is organized by the school and the government, with many military warriors responsible for safety. Oncheng No. 9 High School has 30 classes in the 3rd year, including 20 Class C, 7 Class B, and 3 Class A. As the team leader of my class, I stood at the front of Class 2 of the 3rd year, holding the class sign, while homeroom teacher Zhang Xing stood beside me, waiting for the school's unified command to depart. The homeroom teacher of Class 1, Liang Gui, saw that I was the leader of Class 2 and couldn't help but ask, Old Zhang, why isn't Wei Xia the strongest in your class? Why isn't he the leader? Feng Chen is much stronger than Wei Xia, Zhang Xing replied. Liang Gui was taken aback by this and then said, I wonder how he compares to our class's leader, Dong Chen. Your class's Dong Chen is not even worth considering, Zhang Xing said with a smile. Liang Gui's expression darkened slightly as he said, You have quite the audacity. How about a match? Let's bet on whose score will be higher in this assessment. Liang Gui was confident in his student Dong Chen, who had developed his body's potential to 60%, making him one of the top students among the 20 Class C students and even average among Class B. Furthermore, Dong Chen has been interested in sword techniques since childhood and has now mastered the basic sword technique manual to a minor achievement. Liang Gui looked at Zhang Xing and challenged, Do you dare to bet? Why would I be afraid? Zhang Xing calmly replied, But just comparing scores is boring. We need to add some stakes. Let's bet 1,000 body refining elixirs. If I win, you give 1,000 elixirs to our class's Feng Chen. If I lose, I'll give 1,000 elixirs to your class's Dong Chen. What do you say? Liang Gui nodded suspiciously, feeling like he had fallen into a trap, but he quickly reassured himself thinking of Dong Chen's strong abilities. Meanwhile, the students in Class 2 of the 3rd year heard that Dong Chen was going to compete against me in scores and couldn't help but start chuckling, recalling how I had utterly defeated Wei Xia just 7 days ago. They all believed that the homeroom teacher of Class 1 was about to suffer a great loss. Seeing the high spirits of Class 2, the homeroom teacher of Class 1 coldly told Dong Chen, In this assessment, you must kill more beasts and crush the leader of Class 2 thoroughly. Dong Chen nodded and said, Don't worry, teacher. This kid is no match for me. I will definitely crush him with my score. He then looked at me and said, I don't know why your teacher has so much confidence in you, but all your delusions will be crushed in the face of absolute strength. Indeed, all delusions will be crushed in the face of absolute strength, I replied calmly. Dong Qin was very displeased with my indifferent response. No one in Class C had dared to speak to him like that before, so he coldly looked at me and said, the more proud you are now, the more humble you'll be when the assessment scores come out. Shut up, you'll find out who will be humble then, I replied expressionlessly and chose not to engage with him further. Once assembled, all the examinees were taken to the assessment area outside Ancheng. This is a primitive forest. Upon arriving at the forest's edge, many teachers and military personnel from the school were already waiting. Everyone got out of the vehicles and assembled, preparing to enter the forest. The principal of Ancheng No. 9 High School stood in front of everyone and said, the demon beasts in this primitive forest area have been cleared out, leaving only fierce beasts that have not yet evolved into demon beasts. Your task is to kill as many fierce beasts as possible to earn points. Killing a first-tier fierce beast earns 10 points, a second-tier beast earns 20 points, and so on, up to 100 points for killing a 10th-tier beast. Zhang Xing explained that everyone should give their all to achieve good results. No malicious attacks are allowed. Violators will be expelled and disqualified from the college entrance exam, and serious cases will be handed over to the martial arts court. These are the rules. Everyone should give their all. The practical assessment will last for 1 day and 1 night. I wish everyone good luck in the assessment. It starts now. After the principal finished speaking, he looked at the teacher holding the boundary line at the edge of the forest. The teacher nodded and dismantled the defenses at the forest entrance. All the examinees from the 30 classes in the 3rd year surged in like wild horses, rushing into the forest for the assessment, with over 1,000 examinees quickly dispersing. I ran through the forest, occasionally hearing the roars of fierce beasts. Suddenly, I felt someone approaching from behind, so I turned to look. To my surprise, it was 2 familiar faces, Shang Bingfu and Lihao. At this moment, Lihao held Shang Bingfu's hand and looked at me with a smirk. I didn't expect you to become the leader of Class C. Interesting. Too bad the leader of Class C is still just garbage in my eyes. In this past month, I made rapid progress, and my body's potential has reached 65%. My family hired a firearms master to guide me in marksmanship, and now my basic firearm techniques have reached minor achievement. I have the strength to protect myself even against 7th-tier fierce beasts in the assessment, Lihao said with a sense of superiority. Bingfu was very glad she chose me over you, Lihao said, looking at Shang Bingfu. With my help this past month, she has awakened her talent, which is completely different from when she was with you. Shang Bingfu said softly, let's go, Hao Gu. I have nothing to do with him anymore. We are destined to be from 2 different worlds, so there's no need to talk to him and lower my status. Lihao nodded and was about to leave, but I heard myself reply calmly, are you done? If it weren't for the assessment rules against attacking others, I'd really like to teach you how to behave. I'm getting a bit impatient with this clown who keeps trying to assert his presence. Teach me how to be a person. Lihao suddenly shouted angrily. How dare the trash from Class C say such things? Just wait until the assessment is over. I'll be waiting for you after the assessment, even without your prompting. I'll show you that your self-righteous superiority is worthless in front of me, I replied. Very good. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant then. After a cold snort, Lihao pulled Shang Bingfu away, not intending to waste any more time here with me. I also couldn't be bothered to deal with him and quickly headed deeper into the forest to hunt more powerful beasts. While all the senior high school candidates entered the forest for the assessment, on the other side, in a large tent outside the forest where the exam was monitored, several school leaders and military bigwigs were focused on a huge screen that recorded the status of all candidates. The principal of Ancheng No. 9 High School, Zhua Hejuan, glanced at the over 1,000 images on the screen and casually asked, Old Yang, are there any good seedlings this year? Yang Shon, the dean of Ancheng No. 9 High School, replied, there are a few good seedlings in Class A. Their cultivation has already broken through to level 1, stage 5, and they have also perfected several basic martial arts techniques. There is one person who has just broken through to the warrior level but is a super warrior who developed their body's limits to 110% before breaking through. They have a chance to enter one of the top 10 schools in the country. A super warrior who breaks through only after developing their body's limits to 110%, not bad at all, Principal Zhua Hejuan praised. To become a warrior, humans must develop their body's limits to 100%, but reaching 100% is not the end. Some extraordinary geniuses among humans can continue developing even after reaching 100% of their body's limits, although it's extremely difficult. These geniuses are 1 in a million and are called super warriors. Once they appear, they become highly sought after by martial arts schools. Once the body's limits have been developed to 100%, it becomes incredibly difficult to push that further by even 1%, requiring several times the effort in medicinal pills. The best time for a warrior to lay the foundation for cultivation is before the age of 25. Many people choose to break through to the warrior level after developing their body's limits to 100%, missing the most suitable age for further enhancement of their limits. This is why it is extremely difficult for super warriors to emerge. Only those powerful factions are willing to invest the time and resources to cultivate a super warrior. Principal Zhua Hejuan continued to ask, "What is the overall strength of Class A?" Yang Xiong replied, "In Class A, the lowest level of body limit development has reached 90%. Half of the top students in Class A have already broken through to the warrior level, and the strongest among them are nearing level 1, stage 5. Not bad, stronger than the previous batch," Zhua Hejuan nodded. The students of Class A are the face of the school, and the outside world is paying attention to the college entrance examination situation at No. 9 High School. Most people are only concerned about the situation in Class A. Zhua Hejuan continued to ask, "What about the overall strength of Class B?" All 7 students in Class B have developed their body's limits beyond 50%, so they can definitely get into martial arts universities. Some top students have reached 90%, which is also much stronger than previous years, Yang Xiong replied. Zhua Hejuan nodded. As for the students of Class C, he couldn't be bothered to ask. Basically, every year only a dozen or so top students can raise their body's limits above 50% to barely get into an ordinary martial arts university. He commented, "In this practical assessment, we'll see which lucky ones can make it into the top 100 of the grade." This time, the Anqing government has offered 300 spots to enter the level 3 Blessed Land, which will be contested by 20 high schools in Anqing. In our school, the top 100 students from this practical assessment can compete for those 300 spots. The Anqing government is quite generous in nurturing the younger generation, Yang Xiong sighed. The so-called Blessed Land is a place rich in spiritual energy from heaven and earth, filled with numerous heavenly materials and treasures, along with some legacies left by ancient and otherworldly powerhouses, offering countless opportunities. Even if one cannot obtain any legacies, entering the Blessed Land for training can greatly enhance one's strength. Anqing has about 30,000 college entrance examination candidates each year, and only 1% of those can secure one of the 300 spots. The top 100 students from this practical assessment at Anqing No. 9 High School can compete with students from the other 19 high schools for those spots. While Zhua Hejuan and Yang Xiong were conversing, the practical assessment in the forest was in full swing. I dashed through the forest, wielding an E-class alloy battle knife, heading deeper into the woods. At that moment, a roar of a beast echoed, and I immediately halted, readying myself for battle. Suddenly, a 2-meter-long white tiger sprang from the thicket, quickly opening its massive mouth to pounce on me. A foul stench from the tiger's mouth hit me. I let out a cold snort, tightened my grip on the E-class alloy battle knife, and executed the perfected initial steps, my feet firmly planted on the ground. With a loud boom, I used the recoil to propel my body forward like an arrow, immediately raising my battle knife high, unleashing 81% of my body's limits. Unleashing a maximum speed of 27 meters per second, I channeled 1,600 pounds of force into the battle knife and struck down at the charging white tiger. With a whoosh, blood splattered instantly as the terrifying strike cleaved the white tiger in half from head to tail, its innards spilling onto the ground. After landing, I quickly retrieved the white tiger's eyes as proof for scoring. This white tiger was a level 7 beast, and I felt a surge of delight. Killing a level 7 beast grants 70 points. If I focus on hunting high-level beasts, I can accumulate points much faster than others. After securing the white tiger's eyes, I continued deeper into the forest, as higher-level beasts were naturally more abundant the further in I went. As I pressed on, outside the forest in the monitoring tent, Principals Zhua Hejuan and Dean Yang Xiong were reviewing the footage of my recent battle with the tiger. "This little guy is interesting. He has actually perfected 2 basic martial techniques," Zhua Hejuan laughed. "His body's limits have reached 81%. I wonder which top student from Class B this is." Most students in Class B have talents at the yellow level, upper grade, or even peak grade. To have a yellow level talent and develop their body limits above 80% by age 18, while perfecting 2 basic martial arts techniques, is quite impressive. I don't know which student from Class B it is, but we'll find out after the assessment is over, Yang Xiong replied. I just saw him use the 2 martial techniques, initial steps and initial sword technique. Combined, he can kill a level 7 beast in one strike, and his actions are decisive and ruthless, with no hesitation. I really appreciate that character. Meanwhile, in the forest, I continued moving deeper, having already killed 5 more high-level beasts along the way, 1 level 8 and 4 level 7 beasts. With my current strength and 2 perfected basic martial techniques, I can easily kill beasts below level 9 in an instant. At this moment, someone suddenly dashed out from the forest, seemingly a few candidates from Class B. "What's going on?" I asked. "Run, classmates. There's a level 9 perfected beast, the diamond ape, behind us. It's not something we can handle," replied the fleeing candidates from Class B. Though they are in Class B, their body limits are only a bit over 70%, so they are no match for the perfected level 9 diamond ape. They can only run for their lives when encountering it. A perfected level 9 diamond ape? Huh? Interesting. I tightened my grip on the battle knife, revealing an excited expression. The 5 beasts I just hunted were all killed in a single strike, not allowing me to showcase my true abilities. This perfected level 9 diamond ape is just what I need to fight with all my might. The few who had fled from the front were confused to see me advancing instead of retreating. Could he be a big shot from Class A, daring to take on a level 9 diamond ape? Seeing me wielding my knife and charging forward, a few students from Class B followed me to see if I could handle the diamond ape. It had been chasing them for a while, and if someone could kill it, it would give them a sense of relief. Upon reaching the front, I saw a muscular, 3-meter-tall golden giant ape battling a young girl. The girl was Lihao, a top student from Class B, who had developed her body limits to 91% and mastered a minor level initial steps and a major level initial sword technique. She was currently entangled with the diamond ape using those 2 basic martial techniques, but the situation was not looking good as Lihao was clearly at a disadvantage. This diamond ape had already reached the perfected level 9 and could break through to a level 10 beast at any moment. Moreover, its rough skin and immense strength made it formidable. Linyao's major level initial sword technique was only able to inflict shallow wounds on the diamond ape, which were unlikely to be fatal. If it weren't for the diamond ape's massive and clumsy body, Lihao could have dodged its attacks using her minor level initial steps. Otherwise, she would likely have been injured by now. "It's Lihao!" The few students from Class B rushing up behind me exclaimed upon seeing her battling the diamond ape. Linyao's reputation in Class B was well known. She was beautiful, talented, had a strong background, and was powerful, making her a goddess-like figure in Class B. Seeing me approaching with my knife, Lihao asked, "Are you from Class A?" "No," I replied. "If you're not, then hurry and leave. The diamond ape is not something you can handle," Lihao warned, knowing that students outside of Class A would find it very difficult to deal with the beast. In the moment Lihao was distracted answering me, the diamond ape seized the opportunity and blocked her escape route. It raised its massive paw, the size of a fan, and swiped down towards Lihao. If she were struck, she would either die or be gravely injured. Oh no! Lihao was alarmed, realizing that her moment of distraction had allowed the diamond ape to exploit her vulnerability. At this point, it was too late for her to dodge. The diamond ape had completely sealed off her escape route. The students from Class B behind her also grew worried upon seeing this. However, the diamond ape had been waiting for this opening for a long time and would not let Lihao off easily. Despair filled Linyao's eyes as she slowly closed them. She crossed her hands, gripping her sword in front of her, preparing to take the strike head-on. At that critical moment, my maximum speed exploded, and I shot forward like a cannonball. The girl held her sword in front of her, closing her eyes in despair, quietly waiting for death to arrive. But after waiting for a long time, she did not feel the diamond ape's claws come crashing down. When she opened her eyes again, she saw a boy had charged in front of her. I instantly accelerated, darting forward like a sword, and struck down on the diamond ape's paw with a single blow. At the moment the alloy battle knife made contact with the diamond ape, its arm was instantly severed from its body, and the terrifying force even sent it staggering back several meters. Lihao looked on in disbelief at everything before her. The scene of that strike was deeply imprinted in her mind. The students from Class B behind her gasped in shock at such terrifying swordsmanship. Meanwhile, the diamond ape let out a furious roar, staring at me with murderous intent. I looked up at the diamond ape, my eyes shining coldly. Then, I gripped my knife and charged forward, executing the perfected initial sword technique. In an instant, my strength and speed reached their limits, allowing me to dodge beneath the diamond ape and deliver a horizontal slash straight to its chest. Seeing this, the diamond ape quickly dodged backward, avoiding my horizontal slash, and then swiped its paw directly at my face. At that moment, I unleashed my perfected initial steps, deftly moving to the left to evade the attack. The diamond ape's paw struck a large tree behind me, easily snapping it in half like a tree trunk the size of an adult's waist. Following that, I exploded with a speed of 27 meters per second, darting back behind the diamond ape, then leaping up to slash down at its neck. Blood splattered instantly as the diamond ape's head was severed, and its massive body crashed to the ground with a thud. I then sheathed my knife and approached the diamond ape's severed head, extracting its eyes as proof of having killed a level 9 beast, securing 90 points. Lihao and a few other students from Class B looked at me in shock, thinking, this is just too strong. Lihao came to my side, biting her lip. That was really close just now. If it weren't for you, I might have been seriously injured. Let me treat you to dinner after this assessment." The students from Class B behind us stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them, wondering, what just happened? The goddess Lin Yao is inviting a boy to dinner. If this gets out, I wonder how many boys will be furious. Let's finish the assessment first. We can talk about dinner later. Time is limited. We need to focus on hunting beasts. After saying that, I raised my knife and charged deeper into the forest, starting a large-scale hunt for beasts. With my 2 perfected basic martial arts techniques, I specifically targeted level 8 and level 9 beasts. My score increased rapidly, quickly surpassing that of most students in Class A. I successfully made it into the top 100 of my grade. As the practical assessment came to an end, all the candidates from Anqing No. 9 High School exited the primitive forest. Seeing all the exhausted candidates, the principal began to announce, "The assessment is over. Welcome back, everyone. Please go back and rest. You can check your scores at school this afternoon." Zhang Xing looked at me and asked, "How do you feel? Will your score crush Dong Chen from Class A?" "Don't worry, teacher. There's absolutely no problem," I said with a mysterious smile. After getting home, I took a nice long nap. When I woke up, it was already 3 p.m. I hurried into the system space to practice. I hadn't used the opportunity from today yet. After spending 20 days in the system space, I raised my body limits to 83% before exiting. It's time to go check my scores at school. Thinking of the bet between Zhang Xing and Liang Gui, a smile crept onto my lips. The refining pills were running low, and I was confident that my practical assessment score would easily crush Dong Chen's. By the time I arrived at school, most people had already gathered. At this moment, the principal announced from the podium, "This year, the Anqing government has allocated 300 spots to enter the Level 3 Blessed Land as rewards for this year's candidates. These spots will be contested by 20 high schools in Anqing. The top 100 students from our school in this practical assessment can participate in the competition." Upon hearing this, the playground erupted, especially among the students in Class A, who were the most capable of competing for the spots in the Level 3 Blessed Land. Soon, the large screen above the podium began displaying the assessment scores one after another. Over 1,000 senior high school candidates focused intently on the screen, more interested in their assessment scores than the competition for spots in the Blessed Land. Standing in front, I stared at the podium's large screen, eager to find out my own score. Class A's head teacher, Liang Gui, wore a confident expression. "Teacher Zhang, I wonder if you have your 1,000 refining pills ready. It seems you might be in for a big loss this time." Teacher Liang is so confident. It's not that I'm so confident, but I have faith in our Class A's Dong Chen, who has killed at least 30 level 6 beasts in the assessment. His estimated score is 2,000 points. Zhang Xing was somewhat shocked to hear this. That score would undoubtedly crush all the students from Class C in previous years. Dong Chen glanced dismissively at Zhang Xing. Betting on Feng Chen is just asking for trouble. I looked at Zhang Xing and smiled mysteriously. "Don't worry, teacher. My score will definitely exceed 2,000 points, easily crushing him." "Crushing me? With such a cocky tone? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue?" Dong Chen from Class A retorted. "There's no point in talking now. We'll see who gets crushed once the scores are out." "Scores are out," one student shouted. Instantly, everyone turned their gaze to the big screen on the podium, where the scores of over 1,000 candidates appeared, along with their rankings. First place, Feng Wu, 5,910 points. 89th place, Feng Chen, 3,590 points. Seeing my ranking and score, I nodded. It was about what I had estimated. Dong Chen's face displayed disbelief as the podium's big screen clearly showed. 409th place, Dong Chen, 2,100 points. This is impossible. Zhang Xing was also shocked to see my score on the screen. Liang Gui stared at the scores displayed on the big screen, unable to speak for a moment. When did Class B produce such a monster? Their strength was so well hidden. All the students in Class A were also stunned by my score. They had thought they could take this opportunity to see a good laugh at Class B's expense, but instead, they were the ones being laughed at. I looked at Dong Chen. "Now do you know who got crushed?" Dong Chen was so shocked he couldn't speak, and after a long pause, he finally said, "I don't believe you could score that many points, you must have cheated." As soon as Dong Chen said this, all the surrounding students turned to look at me. I had been unremarkable in Class C, and suddenly scoring so highly in the assessment made it hard for anyone not to suspect me. The entire examination process was monitored by the school and military, and there are video recordings as evidence. The scores I achieved are all legitimate. It's Dong Chen who is accusing me of cheating without any evidence. If you can't provide a reasonable explanation today, I'll show you what it means to suffer the consequences of your words. I'd like to see how you plan to make me suffer. Dong Chen stepped forward without backing down. I don't have direct evidence to prove that you cheated during the exam, but it's simple to verify whether you did. Let's have a match. If you can show strength surpassing mine, it will prove whether you cheated. Otherwise, you must have cheated in the examination. Do you dare? Dong Chen challenged me. He absolutely does not believe that I can score 3,590 points in the assessment based on my own abilities. He had some understanding of me before. A month ago, I was only at 13% of my physical limit. In a month, how could I possibly improve my strength to the level of the top students in Class A? There must be some trick to it. As long as I dare to agree to challenge him, he will definitely expose my true self. Everyone around is also looking at me in unison, as they want to see what level my strength has actually reached. I stepped out and responded, "What is there to be afraid of?" Dong Chen's face twisted. "I will make you reveal your true form right now." And then the momentum burst forth, opening 60% of the human body's limits. With 1,200 pounds of physical strength erupting, he threw a punch aimed at my head, intending to crush me and expose my hypocrisy to everyone. I let out a cold snort. After today's training, my body's limits had reached 83%. Combined with my perfected initial steps, Dong Chen's attack moved like slow motion in front of me. I held nothing back as my full aura erupted. With 83% of my body's limits activated and my perfected initial steps in play, I easily dodged Dong Chen's attack. Then, I raised my leg and swept it horizontally. My right leg struck like a steel whip, delivering over 1,600 pounds of force directly onto Dong Chen. With a loud crash, Dong Chen felt as though he had been hit by a car, being violently sent flying. He crashed hard onto the ground and rolled twice before coming to a stop. This is the perfected initial steps and over 80% of my body's limits. Class A's head teacher, Liang Gui, witnessed my strength in shock. He was completely stunned by my strength. I suddenly leaped forward, stomping down hard on Dong Chen's chest. The terrifying force caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Now you see my strength. Do I really need to cheat during the assessment with this level of power? Dong Chen felt the pressure on his chest and, unable to respond to my words in anger, his vision blurred and he fainted. All the students in Class A were dumbfounded. They had never expected me to hide my strength so well. Then, Liang Gui handed me 1,000 refining pills, saying, "Very good. Your future is limitless." Thank you, Teacher Liang. I accepted the 1,000 refining pills without hesitation. I had less than 300 on me, and now was the time I needed them most. Zhang Xing smiled, pleased to see Liang Gui's excitement. Work hard this month. You've made it into the top 100 in this practical assessment, qualifying you to compete for spots in the Blessed Land. If you can enter, it will definitely skyrocket your progress. Thank you, teacher. I will give it my all. The Blessed Land is rich in spiritual energy and filled with countless heavenly materials and treasures, as well as the legacies of ancient and otherworldly powerhouses. I must go there at least once. So, after leaving school, I headed straight home. My top priority now was to raise my body limits to 100%. I could choose to break through and become a warrior. If I'm interested, I could also continue to cultivate and push my body's limits beyond 100% to become a super warrior. Although I lack a family background and countless resources for support, I have the system. I possess 20 times more time than the average person, so I can try to pursue this path. But right now, I need to prepare the medicinal pills required for training. Then, I'll rely on the system space to become a super warrior. In a month, the competition for the Blessed Land spots will begin, and I will be more confident in competing for them. With the additional 1,000 refining pills I just received, I now have a total of 1,300 pills, which is enough for a month of training. However, just as I exited the school gate, someone blocked my path. It was none other than Lihao, Shang Bingfu's boyfriend. I had encountered Lihao in the forest during the practical assessment, and he had told me to wait for him after the assessment. Since everyone was transported back by the school's vehicles after the assessment, Lihao had no opportunity to intercept me. Now, Lihao was waiting at the school gate to block me. He was here to teach me a lesson about knowing my place, reminding me that there are consequences for overstepping boundaries. What, still trying to escape? Shang Bingfu stood beside Lihao, her expression haughty like a white swan, seemingly too disdainful to even glance at me. Many students around were preparing to leave school and head home. Seeing Lihao block me, they looked on with great interest at the unfolding scene. Escape? Why would I run away? You're in such a rush to leave school. This morning, the school bus allowed you to escape a disaster. Let's see how you plan to escape now. Weren't you very arrogant in the forest yesterday, boasting about teaching me how to be a person? Now, I want to see how you plan to teach me. Lihao stood in front of me, unleashing 65% of his limits, a faint aura surrounding him, subtly pressuring me. I didn't have time to deal with you this morning, and you've been bouncing around all morning. You're so eager to find trouble. Let me help you with that. I let out a cold snort, directly unleashing 83% of my body limits, my aura pressing down towards Lihao. Lihao was taken aback by my aura. Over 80% of your body limits? Impossible. How could your limits be so high? Shang Bingfu also displayed disbelief on her face. She knew my body's limits best. A month ago, it was only 13%. With my yellow grade low talent, how could I possibly raise it to over 80% in just 1 month? The people around us, seeing my aura overpower Lihao, began to show expressions of mockery. Nothing is impossible. I'll show you the difference right now, I replied calmly before charging forward. I executed the perfected initial steps, moving like a ghost, so fast that Lihao couldn't react in time, and then I punched him squarely in the face. The punch sent Lihao flying, causing him to spit blood and several of his teeth mixed with blood onto the ground. Following that, I delivered a powerful kick to Lihao's stomach, slamming him against the school gate before he fell heavily to the ground. With these two moves, Lihao had completely lost the ability to fight back. Lihao lay on the ground, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, intense pain radiating from his abdomen. Listening to the surrounding chatter, he looked at me with a gaze full of resentment. He couldn't accept the fact that he had been defeated by me, especially in such an overwhelming manner. Being suppressed by me in front of Shang Bingfu felt worse than death. Consider yourself lucky this time. If you dare provoke me again, I will cripple you. I snorted coldly and turned to leave. Shang Bingfu looked at me, feeling a sudden sense of loss in her heart. I then approached Lihao, helping him up. Don't be discouraged, Hao Gu. No matter how high your body limits are, you're still alone with no background. You might end up getting killed by a beast in the wild someday. On the other hand, you have the protection of the Li family, a level 4 martial arts clan. Your future is not something he can compare to. Lihao nodded, then shouted angrily at me. Don't get too proud. Even though you defeated me, you're still like an ant in front of my Li family. The path of martial arts is fraught with difficulties. Without family protection, you'll struggle to achieve anything significant in your lifetime. Only a weakling relies on family protection. True warriors grow stronger through countless life and death struggles. Your Li family is merely a level 4 martial arts clan with one level 4 warrior stationed there. In less than 3 years, I will have the strength to flatten your Li family. Someone like you, who can only bring up their family name after being defeated, doesn't deserve to practice martial arts at all. Who are you calling a weakling? Lihao shouted, his eyes filled with rage. You think you can flatten my Li family in 3 years? What a bold claim. I'm reporting this to my family. I want to see how you plan to accomplish that in 3 years. Lihao deliberately twisted my words, firmly insisting that I had claimed I would flatten the Li family in 3 years, intensifying the conflict between me and the Li family. Lihao knew very well that as a level 4 martial arts clan, the Li family had a vast structure and many descendants. They would never take action against me simply because of his grudge. But if I were to claim that I would flatten the Li family within 3 years, that would be different. This is no longer just a conflict between the younger generation, it's a matter of the Li family's reputation. I understood Lihao's intentions. This small-time character couldn't defeat me, so he was trying to escalate the conflict, hoping the Li family would take action against me. It was truly pathetic. However, I wasn't afraid. The path of martial arts is inherently filled with danger and challenges. With my system cultivation space, I wasn't worried about this small Li family in my new life. At that moment, a beautiful girl was walking toward us from a distance. The Li family is just a level 4 martial arts clan. With Feng Chen's strength, it's not impossible to achieve that in 3 years. The crowd at the school gate couldn't help but brighten at the sight of the beautiful girl. The beautiful girl was none other than Lin Yao, who I had saved during the practical assessment. Lin Yao ignored the crowd and walked straight up to me. Do you have time for dinner together this weekend? Seeing Lin Yao arrive and speak for him, Feng Feng smiled and said, Do you believe me? Everyone around looked at Lin Yao, who was the goddess of Class B and came from the prestigious Lin family, known for its 5th level martial arts. Her words carried great weight. If she said Feng Feng was capable, then he must have extraordinary qualities. This time, in the preliminary assessment, he ranked 89th in the grade, and at just 18 years old, he has perfected the basic footwork and basic sword techniques, his strength comparable to the top students in Class A. You can't, who can? Lin Yao smiled at Feng Feng and said, Feng Feng, do you have time this weekend to have dinner together? There will be another update shortly. The bottom assessment ranked 89th in the grade, and at 18 years old, he had perfected the martial skills of basic steps and basic sword techniques. His strength comparable to the top students in Class A of Feng Feng was surprisingly strong. Moreover, the goddess of Class B, Lin Yao, had actually invited him to dinner this weekend. This was something that countless boys from the 9th middle school dreamed of. Sure, Feng Feng directly agreed to have dinner with Lin Yao this weekend. Lihao looked at Feng Feng, his eyes burning with jealousy. Even Lin Yao, the goddess of Class B, had invited Feng Feng to eat. It was known that Lin Yao usually maintained a cold demeanor in Class B, even ignoring advances from students in Class A. Now she was taking the initiative to invite Feng Feng. Compared to Lin Yao, the girl beside him, Shang Bingfu, seemed much less impressive. He had spent a considerable amount to win over Shang Bingfu, while Feng Feng could effortlessly gain the favor of the goddess of Class B, making it completely incomparable. Shang Bingfu looked at Lin Yao, who was inviting Feng Feng to dinner, and suddenly felt a bit inferior in front of such a dazzling talent. And background, she seemed so ordinary. If Feng Feng left her, he could meet someone 10 or 100 times better, while if she left Feng Feng, she could only sacrifice her looks and follow Lihao, an ordinary playboy. She felt quite uncomfortable inside. Alright. See you this weekend, Lin Yao replied with a smile. Feng Feng nodded, said goodbye to Lin Yao, and left the school directly. Today was Monday, and there were still 6 days until the weekend. He could go back and train for 6 days, developing his physical limits to over 90%. The news of today would likely reach the upper echelons of the Li family, which could be detrimental to him. Although he was not afraid of trouble, with his current strength, he was still far from being able to deal with the massive Li family. Watching Feng Feng's departing figure, Lihao clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. He would make Feng Feng pay a bloody price for today's humiliation sooner or later. After returning home from school, Feng Feng immediately entered the system space, consumed a body refining pill, and began practicing the extreme 108 forms. An hour later, he emerged from the system space, having consumed 40 body refining pills, and his physical limit increased by 2%, reaching 85%. He did not waste the rest of the night and continued to train. 6 days passed in a flash. During these 6 days, Feng Feng entered the system space 6 times, and after practicing in his room for 6 nights, he consumed a total of 300 body refining pills. Feng Feng's physical limit increased from 85% 6 days ago to 96%. Opening the attribute panel, host, Feng Feng vitality, 960 speed, 32m/s strength, 960 kg available. Entries to system space, 0 times now. Feng Feng's physical quality was impressive. With a speed of 32 meters per second and a strength of 960 kilograms, it meant that Feng Feng could unleash a force of 1 ton with a single punch. 1 ton of power was terrifying to imagine. Developing the physical limit to 100% would grant him a ton of strength, at which point he could choose to break through and become a martial artist. After breaking through to become a martial artist, his strength and speed would double, and his physical body would greatly enhance, allowing him to battle and fight against beasts. He would be respected by the world. It is worth noting that the current global population exceeds 20 billion, but those with martial artist talent do not exceed 1/10, around 2 billion. This means that out of the 2 billion people in the world, only 2 billion can become martial artists. One can imagine the rarity of martial artists. Although Feng Feng's martial artist talent was pitifully low-grade, he still possessed the talent to become a martial artist. With the system, Feng Feng was confident that even relying on his low-grade talent, he could become a powerful martial artist. Moreover, Feng Feng remembered that the system had said that when his physical limit reached 100%, it would enhance his talent once, helping him break through to become a super martial artist. At that time, with talent and the system working together, it would be perfect. Today is the weekend, no classes at school, and it's the day Feng Feng and Lin Yao agreed to have dinner. After tidying up, Feng Feng left the house. Arriving at the place agreed upon with Lin Yao, it was still early, and Lin Yao had not yet arrived, so Feng Feng waited. Since it was not yet the agreed time, he had left early. He didn't like making others wait for him when dining with someone else. At that moment, a tall young man approached, looking at Feng Feng with a cold glint in his eyes, and said, "You're Feng Feng, right? I'm Yuan Wu from Class B. I heard Lin Yao is going to invite you to dinner. Lin Yao is someone I have my eye on, so you'd better stay away from her, or I'll ruin you." Feng Feng looked at Yuan Wu ahead of him. Yuan Wu, the top person in Class B, had developed 95% of his physical limits, and had mastered basic boxing and footwork techniques to a high level. "If you dare to have dinner with her today, I won't let you off," Yuan Wu threatened. After saying that, without waiting for Feng Feng to respond, Yuan Wu turned and left. Since the time agreed upon with Lin Yao was approaching, he had to leave quickly, otherwise, if Lin Yao found out he had threatened Feng Feng, causing Feng Feng to refuse to dine with her, she would probably dislike him even more. Watching Yuan Wu's departing figure, Feng Feng revealed a disdainful smile. Yuan Wu really overestimated himself with that threat. Not to mention Yuan Wu, even the Li family, which was countless times stronger than Yuan Wu, he looked down upon. With Feng Feng's current Speed. It wouldn't be long before he broke through to become a super warrior. He wouldn't take a Yuan Wu whose physical limits were less than 95% seriously. Ignoring Yuan Wu's words, when Lin Yao arrived, Feng Feng acted as if nothing had happened, chatting and laughing with Lin Yao over dinner. After finishing dinner together, Feng Feng returned home and continued his training. Now, he had not only the Li family as an enemy but also Yuan Wu, but Feng Feng didn't care, he would face whatever came his way. Moreover, Feng Feng's remaining savings were already low. Training as a warrior required money. He needed to find a way to earn some money. To break through to super warrior status, he would need a massive amount of pills, and being broke wouldn't work. After 2 more days of training, Feng Feng's physical limits reached 100%, and he let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, he had raised his physical limits to 100% and could now attempt to become a warrior. Just then, a notification sounded in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for raising physical limits to 100%. System upgrade. Ding, system upgrade, rewarding the host with 1 opportunity to enhance talent. Ding, system upgrade, the time the host can spend training in the system space has increased from 20 days to 1 month. Hearing the prompts in his mind, Feng Feng was taken aback. His physical limits had reached 100% and the system had upgraded. He was rewarded with an opportunity to enhance his talent, and the time he could spend training in the system space had increased from the previous 20 days to 1 month. System, use the opportunity to enhance talent, Feng Feng said. Ding, using 1 opportunity to enhance talent, the host's talent has been upgraded from yellow grade low to heaven grade supreme. Suddenly, Feng Feng felt a clarity in his mind, as if in an instant, his brain cells had developed to 100%. The techniques he previously couldn't understand, he could now comprehend in an instant. Heaven grade supreme talent. Warrior talents are divided into yellow grade, Xin grade, earth grade, and heaven grade. Each grade is further divided into low, middle, high, and supreme. He never expected that his talent would jump from yellow grade low to heaven grade supreme. The heaven grade supreme talent had only appeared once in the entire history of Earth. That person had now become the strongest on Earth, known as the martial god. Now, he too possessed heaven grade supreme talent. To know, among the 3 Class A students of the 9th high school, the most talented one is merely at the Xin level. In the entire N city, among 20 high schools, the most talented student is also only at the peak of the Xin level, with not a single one at the Earth level. As for Feng Feng, he now possesses the peak talent of the Tian level, and with the system allowing him to cultivate for 30 days at a time, Feng Feng feels like he's about to soar. Feng Feng has decided to strive for the title of Super Warrior. Previously, he lacked confidence in becoming a super warrior, but now with ample talent and time, he is fully confident in his pursuit. Moreover, he aims to become the strongest super warrior. Currently, he has over 900 body refinement pills and enters the system space. With the peak Tian level talent in operation, he begins to cultivate the extreme 108 forms. What used to take half a day to practice once can now be practiced once an hour under the peak Tian level talent, allowing for 24 practices in a day. Now, entering the system space allows for 30 days of cultivation, totaling 720 practices, which is nearly 20 times faster than before. Previously, he could practice the extreme 108 forms once in half a day, and entering the system space allowed for only 20 days of cultivation, totaling 40 times. Now, entering allows for 720 times, which is terrifying, but the consumption of body refinement pills is also extremely alarming. Practicing the extreme 108 forms once requires 1 body refinement pill, and after 30 days of cultivation in the system space, he has consumed a total of 720 pills. He now has only 200 body refinement pills left. However, the speed of progress is also astonishing. During this time in the system space, Feng Feng's physical limit has already increased to 103%. It is known that after the physical limit reaches 100%, advancing by even 1% becomes incredibly difficult, yet he has managed to increase it by 3% in 1 entry into the system space. This does not mean that in 20 days, he can raise his physical limit to 150% and become the strongest super warrior. 150% is the limit for super warriors, known as the strongest super warriors. Generally, a super warrior achieving a physical limit of 120% is already impressive, and those who can elevate it to over 130% are extremely rare. As for those who can exceed 140%, throughout Earth's history, there have been no more than 1,000. Each of these 1,000 individuals has surpassed the 9th level of martial artists, being incredibly powerful and prominent figures. with his peak Tian level talent and the 30 times cultivation speed. In the system space, Feng is confident he can elevate his physical limit to 150%, becoming the first in Earth's history to achieve the strongest super warrior at that level. What Feng currently lacks are cultivation resources and pills. His savings are already insufficient, especially given that he consumes 720 body refinement pills each time he enters the system space. At 1,000 yuan per body refinement pill, he needs 720,000 yuan a day, so Feng must find a way to make money. For ordinary people, making money might be difficult, but for martial artists, there is a shortcut: hunting monsters in the wild. The materials and flesh of monsters are treasures, and hunting them is the fastest way for martial artists to earn money. Feng glanced at his attribute list: host, Feng, cultivation, quasi-warrior 103%, spirit 103, vitality 1030, speed 34 meters per second, strength 1.03 t, body strength, level 1 segment 1, number of times entering system space 0. Upon seeing this attribute panel, 3 new items appeared: spirit, realm, and body strength. The body strength item shows level 1 segment 1, meaning Feng's current body strength is already comparable to that of a level 1 segment 1 warrior. Although he has not yet broken through to a warrior, his physical limit has exceeded 100%, so his body strength is rated as that of a level 1 segment 1 warrior. After all, ordinary people, when they cultivate their physical limits to 100%, will choose to break through to become martial artists. Therefore, the system evaluates based on the standards of an ordinary martial artist. Ignoring all this, it was 6 in the afternoon when Feng finished school and began to enter the system space to cultivate, with a whole night left before school the next morning. Feng planned to use this night to hunt demon beasts in the primitive forest outside in city. With Feng's current physical limit of 103%, along with 2 perfected basic martial arts techniques and an E-grade alloy battle knife, he was not afraid of encountering beasts below the level of demon beasts. The realms of martial artists and demon beasts are divided from low to high, ranging from level 1 to 9, each with 9 segments. Level 1, segment 1 is the lowest, while level 9, segment 9 is the highest. Feng carried a huge backpack and took the alloy battle knife, heading directly to the primitive forest outside in city. The primitive forest outside in city is only a dozen kilometers away, and at Feng's current speed of 34 meters per second, he could reach it in less than half an hour. Moreover, the outskirts of the primitive forest only had some beasts that had not evolved into demon beasts. Even the 10-tier beasts were not a concern for Feng. The materials from a 10-tier beast were worth between 10,000 to 50,000. To meet the daily cultivation cost of 720,000, Feng needed to hunt around 30 10-tier beasts. His target was these 10-tier beasts that had not evolved into demon beasts. Upon reaching his destination, Feng gripped the E-grade alloy battle knife, fully alert, and moved through the primitive forest. Occasionally, some level 1 demon beasts would appear on the outskirts of the forest. But with his physical limit raised to 103% and a certain level of perception, Feng would avoid the powerful demon beasts from a distance. As he moved through the forest, it wasn't long before Feng spotted his target. 10-tier beast, double-tailed golden-striped snake. Feng focused his gaze on the giant snake coiled around a large tree ahead. The double-tailed golden-striped snake, upon reaching the 10-tier beast level, could grow to 7 or 8 meters long and be as thick as an adult's thigh, possessing deadly poison. Its venom, skin, and gallbladder could sell for 40 to 50,000, making it one of the more valuable 10-tier beasts. It's you! Feng's eyes sparkled, his aura erupting as he executed his perfected footwork, moving like a phantom and instantly arriving in front of the double-tailed golden-striped snake. With a ton of explosive power, the blade flashed, and the E-grade battle knife suddenly slashed horizontally. Thud! The double-tailed golden-striped snake had not reacted before Feng beheaded it with a single strike. Dealing with the double-tailed golden-striped snake required a quick resolution. The best method was to behead it, ensuring the integrity of the entire skin while effectively killing it to prevent being bitten and poisoned. He extracted the snake's venom sac and gallbladder, skinned it, and placed it in his backpack. Feng continued to search for prey in the forest. 3 hours passed. Feng had hunted a total of 60 10-tier beasts in the forest, and his backpack was filled to the brim with beast materials. During this time, he encountered a level 1 demon beast once, but he avoided it from a distance, not engaging. Hunting 60 10-tier beasts in 3 hours was something only a monster like Feng could achieve. It was comparable to the achievements of a level 1 martial artist. Other high school students would likely find it difficult to accomplish. After all, not everyone could raise their physical limits to 103% like Feng Feng, nor master 2 perfected basic martial arts techniques. Carrying a large bag of beast materials, Feng Feng went directly to the trading hall in city. I want to sell beast materials. Feng Feng placed the large backpack of beast materials on the counter. Alright, sir, please wait a moment while I count these materials for you, the staff said respectfully. Feng Feng nodded, watching as the staff began to count the beast materials. The more they counted, the more surprised the staff became. When the counting was finished, there were a total of 60 materials from 10th tier ferocious beasts, and there was also the extremely precious double-tailed golden striped snake, another 10th tier ferocious beast. Looking at Feng Feng, who was not very old and still wearing a high school uniform, it was astonishing that he could hunt so many 10th tier ferocious beasts alone. It seemed he was yet another genius warrior. Sir, your materials from these ferocious beasts are well preserved. I can offer you the highest price, a total of 1.8 million. How does that sound? The staff member quoted. 1.8 million, equivalent to 30,000 for a 10-tier fierce beast. This price is still reasonable. Feng Feng nodded and said, then. It's 1.8 million. After the transaction was completed, Feng Feng spent 720,000 to buy 720 body refinement pills, leaving 1.08 million in his card. Warriors need money for their cultivation at all times, and there will likely be even more places to spend in the future. So he has to find a way to save some money. It was already past 11 at night when Feng Feng returned home and fell into a deep sleep. After battling with the demon beasts for 3 hours, he was extremely exhausted. At the same time, in the Li family, a 4th tier martial arts family in city, the head of the Li family and many high-ranking members sat coldly in a hall. Lihao, along with his older brother Lihao and several other young members of the Li family, gathered together. A high-ranking member of the Li family said coldly that Feng Feng dares to say in public that he can flatten our Li family in 3 years. He is simply too arrogant. Our Li family is at least a 4th-tier martial arts family, well known in city. If we don't respond to such provocation from a high school student, outsiders might think our Li family is easy to bully. Although it's a conflict among the younger generation and we high-ranking members shouldn't interfere, our Li family has many talented young people. Lihao may not be his opponent, but there are many younger members of the Li family whose physical limits exceed 80%. We must teach him a good lesson this time so he knows the strength of our Li family. The high-ranking member of the Li family snorted. The others nodded in agreement. Lihao, your physical limit reached 100% a month ago. How long until you can break through to a first-tier warrior? The high-ranking member of the Li family asked Li. Who? I can break through in the next couple of days, Lihao replied. Good, I want you to break through to a warrior in these 2 days. And then challenge Feng Feng openly in front of everyone in city, breaking his hands and feet so that everyone knows the strength of our Li family, the high-ranking member of the Li family said. Yes, Lihao nodded. The high-ranking member of the Li family said coldly, as long as you don't kill him, it's fine to cripple his cultivation, don't hold back. Yes, a bloodthirsty light appeared in Lihao's eyes. Lihao is his younger brother, and a few days ago, Lihao was taught a lesson by Feng Feng, so he wanted to deal with Feng Feng to avenge Lihao. Now that he has received the order from the high-ranking members of the Li family, he feels more confident. Crippling a high school student with only 80% physical limit is easy for him. A month ago, Lihao had already cultivated his physical limit to 100%, and he could break through to a first-tier warrior in the next couple of days. Defeating a quasi-warrior would be a piece of cake. According to the information obtained by the Li family, Feng Feng's physical limit is around 80%. He is no match for Lihao, which is why the high-ranking members of the Li family sent Lihao to fight. They not only want Lihao to win but also to win in an absolutely crushing manner, so that the people of city know the strength of the Li family. In Feng Feng's room, he was still unaware of all this. The next day, he attended class as usual, then returned to the system space to cultivate, and later went to the forest outside city to hunt fierce beasts. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Feng Feng developed his physical limit to 112%, and his savings reached 4.5 million. Everything was progressing steadily. On this day, Feng Feng finished school as usual but was stopped by someone. It was Yuan Wu, who had threatened him a few days ago when he was about to have dinner with Lin Yao. That day, Yuan Wu said that if Feng Feng dared to have dinner with Lin Yao, he would cripple him. But Feng Feng ignored him and still had dinner with Lin Yao, and the whole process was filled with laughter. Now Yuan Wu stopped him, probably looking for trouble. Stop, Yuan Wu said coldly. What, do you want to run away? He had warned Feng Feng before that Lihao was the woman he had his eyes on and told Feng Feng not to have dinner with her, but Feng Feng not only ignored him, still chatting and laughing with Lihao. This completely disregarded him. If Feng Feng had strong abilities and a powerful background, he could let it go. But Feng Feng, with no identity or background, and only able to develop about 80% of his physical limits, actually dared to be so arrogant he was simply asking for death. Yuan Wu was waiting directly at the school gate, blocking Feng Feng. He wanted Feng Feng to know that being arrogant would come at a price. Many students were preparing to leave school and go home. When they saw Yuan Wu blocking Feng Feng, they all stopped and watched the two. Run? Why should I run? Feng Feng said lightly. Not running, but in such a hurry to leave school, Yuan Wu snorted coldly. That day I told you to stay away from Lihao and not to eat with her, yet you dared to eat with her. It seems you don't take me seriously. I can eat with whoever I want. Who do you think you are to interfere with me? Feng Feng mocked. Do you think you're worth my attention? Very well, very well. Yuan Wu gritted his teeth, coldly spitting out those 4 words. It had been a long time since anyone from Class C dared to speak to him like that. Yuan Wu unleashed 95% of his limits, a faint aura swirling around him, subtly pressuring Feng Feng. He was Yuan Wu, the top of Class B, with both basic footwork and basic boxing techniques mastered. Backed by the powerful Yuan family, a 5th-level martial arts family. Let alone Feng Feng, even in the entire 9th high school. There were very few who dared to offend the Yuan family. Now he was going to make a move to cripple Feng Feng, letting everyone know the power of the top student in Class B. Seeing Yuan Wu unleash his power, the surrounding students felt a sense of pity for Feng Feng. Why provoke someone like Yuan Wu? Yuan Wu had the backing of a 5th-level martial arts family, and even many in Class A who were stronger than Yuan Wu dared not provoke him. Feng Feng's earlier actions in the eyes of the surrounding students were simply asking for death. To provoke Yuan Wu, if he couldn't win, he would be taught a lesson by Yuan Wu and suffer for nothing. If he could win, he would offend the 5th-level martial arts family behind Yuan Wu and face severe retaliation, making it not worth the trouble. Others fear you and your background, but I don't. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish, Feng Feng snorted coldly. He directly unleashed 112% of his physical limits, suddenly advancing, executing the perfected basic footwork, his body moving like a ghost, too fast for Yuan Wu to react. Boom! Feng Feng delivered a flying kick directly to Yuan Wu's face, sending him flying back, spitting blood, half of his face completely destroyed. Dozens of teeth mixed with blood were spat onto the ground. Hitting someone in the face hurts their pride, and this kick completely ruined Yuan Wu's face. Yuan Wu fell to the ground, dizzy and bloodied, losing his combat ability. Just now, Feng Feng had unleashed such extreme speed that Yuan Wu couldn't react at all. He never expected Feng Feng to strike directly, and so ruthlessly. In the past, when he encountered opponents, a few threats would make them fear the pressure of the Yuan family and obediently comply. He never thought that Feng Feng not only didn't fear the Yuan family but also took the initiative to attack him. What terrifying strength, what ruthless methods. What kind of person has Yuan Wu offended? A student whispered. Who knows? Yuan Wu relies on the support of the 5th-level martial arts family. Usually everyone lets him have his way. This time, he has provoked a tough character, another student replied. Yuan Wu lay on the ground, blood continuously oozing from the corner of his mouth, listening to the gossip around him, his gaze towards Feng Feng filled with resentment. This is what you brought upon yourself. If you dare to provoke me again, I will show no mercy, Feng Feng snorted, turning to leave. Yuan Wu snarled, don't get too proud. My grandfather is the head of the Yuan family. If this matter reaches his ears, he will make sure you have a terrible end. I'm waiting, Feng Feng replied. For this kind of dandy, Feng Feng has never been afraid. After all, he has already offended one member of the Li family, so offending the Yuan family as well is no big deal. With his current talent and the support of the system space, it won't be long before he breaks through to a martial artist or even a higher level. When encountering such a dandy, he should be suppressed without holding back. Just then, a series of claps sounded. 2 men and a woman stepped forward. It was Lihao, and Shang Bingfu, with Lihu being the one clapping. Lihu spoke, not bad. Strength, able to defeat Yuan Wu, but unfortunately, it's still not enough in front of me. Lihu showed disdain as he looked at Feng Feng. Kid, a few days ago you had guts, injuring my brother Lihao and claiming you would flatten my Li family in 3 years, right? Good. Now the higher-ups of the Li family have sent me to challenge you. 10 days later, at the Anqing Martial Arts Hall, do you dare to fight? Li Hu's gaze was fixed on Feng Feng. Since he was so bold to claim he would flatten the Li family in 3 years, he wouldn't dare to accept a challenge from the Li family, would he? Li Hu was about the same age as Feng Feng, studying at Anqing No. 10 High School, and was also a senior this year. He was now openly issuing a challenge to Feng Feng. The surrounding students looked at Feng Feng, wondering if he would dare to accept the challenge. Li, who invited Feng Feng to the Anqing Martial Arts Hall, which was officially organized, and challenges between formal martial artists would be held there, with referees ensuring fairness. Li Hu's challenge was straightforward, clearly indicating that he wanted to defeat Feng Feng in front of the people of Anqing, making it known what happens to those who offend the Li family. Feng Feng looked at Li Hu, who clearly knew he had the strength to defeat Yuan Wu, yet still dared to challenge him, which was likely not simple. The Li family could send him out, and with this formal challenge, they must have complete confidence. However, no matter how confident the Li family was, they could not have guessed that Feng's system had already upgraded, allowing him to cultivate for a month in the system space, and his talent had also upgraded to top tier. Li, who invited him to a decisive battle at the Anqing Martial Arts Hall in 10 days, in that time, he could definitely raise his physical limit to 142%, and with 2 perfected basic martial skills, he could absolutely suppress him. What is there to be afraid of? Feng Feng replied, in 10 days, I will defeat you. Defeat me? What a arrogant tone, Li Hu snorted coldly. I forgot to tell you, I have now broken through to a first-level martial artist. In 10 days, watch how I cripple you. A first-level martial artist. The surrounding students showed shock in their eyes. No wonder the Li family dared to send Li Hu to challenge Feng Feng. It turned out Li Hu had already broken through to a first-level martial artist. A first-level martial artist is on a completely different level from a quasi-martial artist. Feng Feng could defeat Yuan Wu, who had developed his physical limit to 95%, but in front of a first-level martial artist, it was completely insufficient. The people around couldn't help but feel that Feng Feng's recent decision was rash. Facing a martial artist, it seemed that in 10 days, Feng Feng would only be subjected to a beating. After all, Feng Feng was a lone wolf. How could he compete with a 4th-level martial arts family? But who would have thought that at this moment, Feng Feng would say, but it's just a first-level martial artist. Since you are so confident, why don't we add a little wager? A wager? What wager? Li Hu was taken aback. This Feng Feng, knowing he had broken through to a martial artist, not only showed no fear but also dared to be so arrogant. Did he have some confidence, or was he just bluffing? In the challenge 10 days from now, whoever loses will have to sever an arm. Do you dare? Feng Feng said directly. Since the Li family wanted to play, he would play a big game with them. Li Hu was just a first-level martial artist, while Feng Feng was now pushing towards becoming a super martial artist, with a 110% physical limit, which was equivalent to a first-level martial artist. A 120% physical limit was equivalent to a first-level second-stage martial artist. A 130% physical limit was equivalent to a first-level third-stage martial artist. 140% of the human limit, equivalent to a first-level fourth-stage martial artist. In 10 days, he can develop the human limit to 142%, comparable to a first-level fourth-stage martial artist, easily defeating Li Hu. The surrounding students, upon learning that Feng Feng knew Li Hu was a martial artist, not only felt no fear but also proposed a new rule: the loser must sever one arm. Did they really not fear Li Hu? Everyone looked at Li Hu, wondering if he would agree. Li Hu's eyes showed a hint of doubt. He couldn't understand whether Feng Feng was truly bluffing or if he really had the strength to defeat him. Now, with the new rule established, the loser must sever one arm. Seeing everyone looking at him, Li Hu hesitated to make a decision, thinking they believed he was afraid, and began to point fingers. A dignified martial artist, actually afraid of a quasi-martial artist. What is there to be afraid of? Li Hu was stirred by the fierce spirit within him and said, as you say, in 10 days, we will challenge each other. Whoever loses will sever one arm. After saying this, Li Hu left with Lihao and Shang Bingfu, not forgetting to threaten, kid, offending the Li family is the biggest mistake of your life. My biggest mistake, Feng Feng snorted coldly, non-committal, and replied, I think it's the Li family offending me that is the biggest mistake of your life. Feng Feng ignored him. After returning home, he entered the system space to cultivate. A minute later, Feng Feng came out. He opened The attribute panel: host, Feng cultivation, quasi-martial artist 115% spirit, 250 vitality, 2500 speed, 50 m/s strength, 2.5 t. Body strength, first level first stage number of times to enter system space 0 times now. Feng's body strength, power, speed, spirit, and vitality were all comparable to a first level first stage martial artist. When the human limit is developed to 100%, the body can possess 1 ton of strength. Breaking through to a first level first stage martial artist increases strength by 1 ton, allowing for a total of 2 tons of strength. For martial artists, each breakthrough stage increases strength by 1 ton. If Feng develops the human limit to 150%, he can possess 6 tons of strength, equivalent to the power of a first level 5th stage martial artist. Leaving home, Feng went directly to the wild, primitive forest to hunt demon beasts. At 11 o'clock at night, he returned home with an additional 1 million in savings. The next day, he went to school as usual. 3 days later, Feng's human limit cultivation reached 124%, with body strength, power, speed, spirit, and vitality all comparable to a first-level second-stage martial artist. Today, Feng prepared to hunt real demon beasts. With his strength now comparable to a first-level second-stage martial artist, combined with his perfected basic footwork and basic sword techniques, he could easily slay first-level first-stage demon beasts. Even when encountering first-level third-stage demon beasts, he would have the strength to protect himself. First-level first-stage demon beasts are worth much more than 10th-tier ferocious beasts. A first-level first-stage demon beast is priced around 100,000 to 200,000. That night, Feng continued hunting first-level first-stage demon beasts in the primitive forest. There were many first-level first-stage demon beasts in the forest, most of which evolved from low-intelligence 10th-tier ferocious beasts and could only remain at the first-level first stage for their entire lives. Feng hunted until late at night, killing a total of 50 first-level first-stage demon beasts and 10 first-level second-stage demon beasts. Upon returning to the trading hall in city, the staff were directly stunned. Feng had been coming to sell demon beast materials every day during this time, and they were already familiar with him. A few days ago, he could only hunt 10th-tier ferocious beasts, and now he could hunt first-level first-stage demon beasts. What a terrifying growth rate! 50 first-level first-stage demon beasts and 10 first-level second-stage demon beasts. As usual, the highest price for purchase is 10 million. What do you think? The staff member said. Deal. Feng nodded. Materials from a first-level, first-stage demon beast are about 150,000. Materials from a first-level, second-stage demon beast are about 250,000. This price is reasonable. After settling the bill, Feng felt a bit dazed. With his previous savings, he is now also a person with a fortune of 10 million. Today ends at the 4th watch, and tomorrow continues. Returning home, Feng had a good sleep, and every day felt particularly fulfilling. At the current pace, it wouldn't be long before he amassed a fortune of over 100 million. 2 days later, Feng emerged from the system space after training, his physical limits raised to 130%, with body strength, power, spirit, vitality, and speed comparable to a first-level third-stage warrior. Today, Feng's target was a first-level second-stage monster, priced between 200,000 and 300,000, with the trading hall generally purchasing at a uniform price of 250,000. By hunting 60, he could earn 15 million. 5 hours later, Feng returned from the forest outside city, placing a whole bag of monster materials on a counter in the trading hall. 50 first-level second-stage monsters, 10 first-level third-stage monsters, Feng said calmly. Your strength has improved again. The staff quickly counted the materials. Feng was undoubtedly the fastest-growing warrior they had ever seen, with an unlimited future ahead. The staff said, as usual, we'll buy at the highest price, 16 million. Deal. Feng nodded. Today, his target was first-level second-stage monsters, but if he encountered first-level third-stage monsters, he would also slay them. Just like that, Feng's savings increased at a rate of 15 million a day. 10 days later, Feng emerged from the training space. Taking a deep breath, his physical limits had been developed to 142%, comparable to a first-level fourth-stage warrior. Today's target, first-level third-stage monsters. Night. Feng returned from the monster forest, his backpack now containing materials from 50 first-level third-stage monsters and 10 first-level fourth-stage monsters. Worth 22 million. After purchasing the pills needed for training the next day, he stored 21 million. Feng's current savings had already exceeded 110 million. Tomorrow was the day of the duel with Lihao. Feng Feng thought for a moment and spent 500,000 in the trading hall to buy a book on basic fist techniques. In the battle against Lihao, weapons couldn't be used in the martial arts hall, so buying a book on basic fist techniques was a safer bet. With his talent, he could master it in no time. Back home. After midnight, the system updated. Feng Feng entered the system space, relying on his top-tier heavenly talent, and after 10 days of training, he perfected the basic fist techniques. With 20 days left, Feng Feng continued to train in Extreme 108 styles. Emerging from the system space, a minute had passed, and Feng Feng's physical limits had developed to 144%. Opening the attribute panel, host, Feng Feng cultivation, quasi-warrior 144% spirit, 540 vitality, 5400 speed, 70 m/s power, 5.4 t-body. Strength, first level 4th stage number of times can enter system space, 0 basic knife techniques, basic step techniques, basic fist techniques, all perfected. Today, he would definitely defeat Lihao and break one of his arms. After school in the afternoon. And city martial arts hall, bustling with people. The Li family had been vigorously promoting the duel between Lihao and Feng Feng over the past 10 days. The gist was that Feng Feng was overestimating himself, claiming he would flatten the Li family within 3 years, while the genius Lihao fought for the family's honor. Today, the Li family invited many martial arts families and social elites from an city to watch the battle. One was to showcase the Li family's connections, and the other was to let those who usually wanted to oppose the Li family weigh their own strength in front of them. Many teachers and students from No. 9 High School came to the in-city martial arts hall to watch the fight between Feng Feng and Lihao. After all, Feng Feng was a student of No. 9 High School. Zhang Xing, Liang Gui, Lin Yao, and other acquaintances of Feng Feng stood nervously at the side, waiting for the match to begin. In the eyes of Zhang Xing and Lin Yao, this time Feng Feng was reckless, even though he had the strength to be in the top 100 of his grade. But in front of Lihao, who had already broken through to become a martial artist, there was still a gap. Martial artists and quasi-martial artists were not on the same level. They did not think highly of Feng Feng. On the stage, Lihao and Feng Feng stood on either side. Lihao said, "Kid, everyone has to pay the price for their actions. Your ignorance has brought you to a being you cannot provoke. Opposing my Li family, today I will make you regret coming into this world." "Is that so?" Feng Feng replied non-committally, "The loser today will have to sever an arm. Are you prepared? I'm afraid you can't handle the loss." Lihao narrowed his eyes. At this point, Feng Feng still showed no sign of fear. As if victory was assured, he seemed utterly unaware of the danger. Since Feng was so confident, he would let him know what cruelty meant. "Can't handle it? I can't possibly lose," Lihao answered coldly. Today, with the judges from the Ancheng Martial Arts School and so many prominent figures from Ancheng as witnesses, the loser will have to sever an arm. Just accept your fate. In the audience, Yuan Wu looked at Feng Feng on the stage, anticipating the scene where Lihao would suppress him and sever his arm. He hated to remember how Feng Feng had defeated him at the school gate 10 days ago, tarnishing his reputation, and he wished he could tear Feng Feng to pieces. Shang Bingfu and Lihao both fixed their eyes on Feng Feng, knowing that today he would understand that choosing to oppose the Li family was a very foolish decision. Wei Xiao and Dong Chen also came to the scene today, wanting to see for themselves how Feng Feng would be defeated. Many prominent figures from Anqing sat in the audience, watching this battle with great interest, knowing there was no suspense. This young man was good, but unfortunately, he had offended the Li family and would likely meet his end. If he lost the battle and had an arm severed by Lihao, this boy would be finished. In a corner of the audience, the principal of the 9th Middle School, Zhua Hejuan, and the director of education, Yang Xiong, also arrived at the scene. Is Feng Feng the student who ranked 89th in the recent assessment, mastering the preliminary footwork and preliminary sword techniques to perfection, seemingly with great potential, and has made rapid progress in strength this month in Class C? Zhua Hejuan asked Yang Xiong. Yes, he's a good seedling. If he can defeat Lihao today, we can focus on nurturing him later and aim for a spot in the Blessed Land, Yang Xiong replied. That depends on whether he has the ability to defeat Lihao, Zhua Hejuan said. Lihao has already broken through to a first-level martial artist, defeating him is quite difficult. Let's see, Yang Xiong said thoughtfully. Perhaps he can bring us a surprise. Zhua Hejuan nodded, turning his gaze back to the competition stage. Feng Feng felt the eyes around him. No one was optimistic about him, and he found it amusing. Since no one believed in him, he would prove himself with strength. On the stage, the referee looked at the two and said, "The match begins." In an instant, Lihu's momentum erupted, the power of a first-level martial artist blossomed, the air around them surged, and the blood boiled. Before the battle even began, the pressure of his aura bore down on Feng Feng. Poof. Feng let out a cold snort, unleashing 144% of his physical limit, his blood surging like a wolf smoke, creating small whirlwinds around him. The oppressive aura from Li Hu was completely shattered by Feng's momentum, which continued to sweep towards Li Hu like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey. A super warrior, and one with an exceptionally high physical limit. The principal of the 9th middle school, Zhua Haijuan, suddenly stood up, his gaze fixed firmly on Feng. Yang Xiong, Zheng Xing, and Lin Yao all stared incredulously at Feng on the stage. Feng was actually beginning to challenge super warriors, and his achievements were already impressive. No wonder he dared to accept Li Hu's challenge. A super warrior, as long as their physical limit reaches 110%, can be comparable to an ordinary first stage warrior. This Feng is definitely a genius, Yang Xiong said. After he wins this challenge, the Li family will probably not let him off easily. We must do everything we can to protect him. Principal Zhua Ju nodded. The high-ranking members of the Li family, upon seeing the situation on stage, changed their expressions drastically. This Feng was actually challenging super warriors, and now his explosive aura had instantly overwhelmed Li Hu. Shang Bingfu, Lihao, and Yuan Wu looked on in disbelief at the scene unfolding on stage. Feng had been pretending to be weak while actually challenging super warriors. Just his aura alone had pressured Li Hu, and he might have a chance of winning. Bastard! Yuan Wu coldly shouted. On stage, Li Hu was shaken back several steps by Feng's aura, feeling a sweetness in his mouth as he stared in shock at Feng. This aura was already comparable to a first-level, 4th-stage warrior. How could Feng be so strong? Just 10 days ago, his physical limit was only about 90%, right? Even if he had cultivated his physical limit to 100% in these 10 days and challenged super warriors, it was impossible for him to possess the strength of a first-level, 4th-stage warrior. To achieve the strength of a first-level, 4th-stage warrior, one must cultivate their physical limit to over 140%. Throughout history, no more than 1,000 people have been able to do this. Those who can cultivate their physical limit to over 140% are all renowned figures on Earth. There was no way Feng could have achieved such results in just 10 days. Even with legendary heavenly talent, it would take at least a year to cultivate one's physical limit from 100% to 140%. Below heavenly talent, it is even more difficult to cultivate one's physical limit to such heights. With mysterious level talent, reaching 130 is already the limit. The Li family had investigated Feng and he only had the most inferior yellow level talent. How could he become a super warrior and cultivate his physical limit to such a high level? I understand, you must have used some means to temporarily enhance your strength. Such means often do not last long. Once the effective time of this method passes, it will be your death. Li Hu coldly declared, firmly believing that Feng had used some underhanded method. His pride would not allow him to admit that Feng was stronger than him. Pitiful. Feng scoffed, mocking Li Hu for accusing him of using underhanded methods simply because he was weaker. Such a person would find it hard to achieve great success in life. Feng executed his perfected initial footwork, moving with agility like a ghost, appearing before Li Hu. His speed was astonishing. With a burst of his perfected initial fist technique, Feng threw a punch, simple and brutal, without any flashy moves, crashing towards Li Hu. This punch was powerful and heavy, as forceful as Mount Tai, and it was Feng's full-strength punch, with a force of over 5 tons. Before the punch even reached him, the terrifying wind from it howled, instilling fear in the hearts of those present. Li Hu felt the horror of Feng's punch, and his scalp went numb in an instant. But Feng's speed was too fast, and his footwork too agile, already blocking his escape route. He could only brace himself and take it head-on. Li Hu mobilized all the muscles in his body, gathering strength in his arm, and threw a punch, ready to clash head-on with Feng. A first-level martial artist possesses 2 tons of strength. Boom! A loud sound echoed, deafening, as Li Hu was directly knocked back by Feng's terrifying punch, crashing heavily to the ground. Crack! The sound of bones breaking rang out. The arm that collided with Feng was shattered by his punch, trembling uncontrollably. The surroundings fell silent. One punch, simple and unadorned, without any hesitation, directly crushed Li Hu. In the audience, those invited by the Li family, the prominent figures of Anqing and martial arts families, showed expressions of amusement. Today, the Li family had kicked a hard board. They had gone to such great lengths, making a grand spectacle, inviting everyone over, only to end up as the laughingstock. Perfect initial footwork, perfect initial boxing technique. The high-ranking members of the Li family had dark expressions, like a volcano about to erupt. Although Li Hu has broken through to a first-level martial artist, he has spent most of his time enhancing the limits of the human body and has not dedicated time to studying martial arts techniques. He has only mastered the initial footwork and boxing technique to a great success. The high-ranking members of the Li family said, this child completely crushes Lihao with 2 perfect level initial martial techniques. The great success level of martial techniques is not on the same tier as the perfect level. The perfect level can easily crush the great success level. At this rate, Lihao is bound to lose. Today's duel will probably just be a joke. The biggest joke of the Li family. On the stage, Lihao suddenly erupted, pulling out a bag of lime powder from his clothes and throwing it into Feng Feng's eyes, then suddenly thrusting 2 fingers straight at Feng Feng's eyes. He no longer cared about the rules of the duel, he only wanted to kill Feng Feng, even if it meant using such despicable means. Stop! The referee shouted suddenly. There are clear rules in the duel prohibiting the use of hidden weapons or powders to ambush opponents, attacking their eyes. This Lihao dared to provoke the rules of the duel. But it was too late. For the referee to stop Lihao, he was too close to Feng Feng, and with his sudden outburst, no one could help Feng Feng, he could only rely on himself. Feng Feng snorted coldly. Lihao underestimated him too much, thinking he could catch him off guard like this. With his physical limits trained to 144%, Feng Feng's spirit was very sensitive. The moment Lihao threw the lime powder, Feng Feng reacted. He crossed his hands to protect his eyes. Suddenly jumping up, he delivered a flying kick that instantly struck Lihu's head. Bang! This solid kick hit Lihu's jaw, knocking out half of his teeth, blood and teeth flying everywhere, and Lihu's body was slammed against the railing, dizzy and disoriented. Even using despicable means, Lihao was still no match for Feng Feng. As the lime powder in the air dissipated, Feng Feng suddenly leaped up, stepping on Lihu's chest, and said lightly, now you know who saw death, right? With a single step, Feng Feng unleashed a force of 5 tons, shaking all of Lihu's internal organs and causing internal bleeding, leaving him severely injured. Looking down at Lihao, who was spitting blood and rolling his eyes, Feng Feng snorted coldly. The crowd around them fell silent. Lihao had used underhanded tactics in a fair duel, ambushing Feng Feng with lime powder, only to be ultimately defeated by Feng Feng, deserving of his fate. The faces of the Li family were as cold as ice. Today, they had lost all face. The higher-ups of the Li family never expected Feng Feng to possess the strength to defeat a first-level martial artist. Feng Feng looked at the members of the Li family and said, according to our previous agreement, the loser of the duel must sever one arm. Will you do it yourselves, or shall I? Upon hearing this, all the members of the Li family stood up. According to the rules, the loser indeed had to sever one arm. However, such agreements were only honored when both parties were of equal strength. In front of the Li family, the agreement was nothing but a joke. If they were to honor the agreement and sever Lihu's arm, his future would be ruined. Although Lihao was not the strongest genius of the Li family, his talent was considered above average, and with some training, he could become a powerful martial artist. It was impossible for them to agree to sever Lihu's arm. Kid, that's enough, a high-ranking member of the Li family shouted. Martial arts competitions are just that, competitions. Winning and losing are common, why must you be so aggressive? Exactly, Lihao from the crowd said. Since my brother has lost, our Li family accepts defeat. Don't push your luck. Push my luck? The Li family has quite a thick skin, Feng Feng retorted coldly. The agreement for the duel, witnessed by so many, is as solid as a mountain. You think the Li family can just break it? The onlookers turned to the higher-ups of the Li family, waiting to see how they would explain themselves. There is no question of breaking the agreement. Lihao lost, and that is the end of it, a high-ranking member of the Li family declared. Lihu's agreement with you was his own decision, our Li family did not consent. If you dare to touch Lihao, I swear by the name of the Li family that you will not leave this martial arts hall today. The prominent figures and martial arts families who had come to watch were shocked by the Li family's arrogance. Indeed, Feng was isolated, and the agreement seemed powerless in the face of such a colossal entity as the Li family. Feng Feng's eyes flickered with cold light as he looked at the members of the Li family, feeling for the first time the importance of power and influence. No matter how talented he was, before he had grown, he was still like an ant in front of certain powers. At that moment, Lihao beneath him had regained consciousness, glaring at Feng Feng with a fierce look and saying, if you dare to touch me, you will definitely not walk out of this martial arts hall today. The crowd looked at Feng Feng, unsure of what choice he would make, to let Lihao go and temporarily save himself, or to sever Lihu's arm and fight the Li family to the death. Zhang Xing, Liang Gui, Lin Yao, and others watched Feng Feng nervously from below, uncertain of his decision. Principal Zhua Haijuan of the 9th middle school watched Feng Feng on stage, waiting to see what he would decide. Zhua Haijuan had already made up his mind, as long as Feng Feng dared to choose to sever Lihu's arm and confront the Li family, he would step in to protect him. If Feng Feng chose to compromise and let Li Hu go, he would not intervene. He did not like those without blood and guts. Feng Feng looked at the members of the Li family below, each with cold expressions and a murderous intent boiling within them, as if they would rush up and tear him to pieces if he dared to touch Li Hu. Li Hu, with a mocking smile, looked at Feng Feng and said, "In front of the Li family, you are ultimately just an ant. If we want to kill you, a second-level martial artist from the Li family can do it. Let me challenge you, it is merely the Li family's benevolence. Think carefully. Your life and death are only a thought away." Upon hearing this, Feng Feng laughed. A hearty laugh. Cultivating as a martial artist means fighting against fate, going against the heavens, and experiencing countless life and death crises to achieve greatness. To be cautious at both ends, what good is it to cultivate martial arts? Feng Feng coldly laughed as he looked down at Li Hu, then said to the Li family, "Today, I will break one of his arms and see what you can do about it." After saying this, Feng Feng raised his foot and suddenly stomped down on one of Li Hu's arms, the force of 5 tons crushing his shoulder joint in an instant. Feng Feng grasped the shattered arm of Li Hu, violently tearing it off and throwing it down to the stage. A gruesome sight. Everyone around was stunned. Feng Feng really made a move. Even in the face of the Li family's threats, he remained unfazed and directly severed one of Li Hu's arms. With his arm violently torn off, Li Hu fainted from the pain. Seeking death, get him. Kill him. The Li family members below were furious, rushing onto the stage, ready to slay Feng Feng. Since Feng Feng was unafraid of them, they would make him pay for his arrogance with his life. Just then, 2 figures in black suits appeared beside Feng Feng, the director Yang Xiong and principal Zhua Hezhuan from Jiuzhong. Li family members, take one more step forward, and you will die. Zhua Hezhuan said coldly. Yang Xiong stood beside Feng Feng and said, "Don't be afraid. With me and the principal here today, no one can touch you." Feng Feng looked at the 2 who had appeared beside him, feeling somewhat moved. He knew them, the principal and director of Jiuzhong. Now, they had come out to protect him when the Li family was about to kill him. Principal Zhua, Director Yang, what do you mean by this? A high-ranking member of the Li family looked at Zhua Hezhuan and Yang Xiong as they stopped advancing. What do you mean? Zhua Hezhuan snorted coldly, "You bully our talented student from Jiuzhong, do you not regard us at all?" As the principal of Jiuzhong, Zhua Hezhuan was also a level 4 martial artist. The Li family, being a level 4 martial arts family, had no one stronger than a level 4 martial artist and, with Yang Xiong, a level 3 9 dan, they were not afraid of the Li family at all. "This child is ruthless, severing Li Hu's arm, shouldn't we take action?" a high-ranking member of the Li family retorted. "The facts are clear to everyone, you need not say more. Today, we will protect Feng Feng," Zhua Hezhuan said coldly. "Others may fear the Li family, but I do not. If you continue to pester us, I will cripple you." "Good, very good." The high-ranking member of the Li family looked extremely displeased and said, "The mountain does not move, but the water does. I hope Principal Zhua will protect him at all times. We will leave." With a cold snort, the Li family member had the already unconscious Li Hu carried away and turned to leave. He understood. With Zhua Hezhuan and Yang Xiong protecting Feng Feng today, the Li family had no chance left. "Thank you, Principal, Director Yang," Feng Feng expressed his heartfelt gratitude. After his parents' death, these 2 were the first to come out to help him, and they had come to confront the Li family. No need to be polite, the Li family is just a level 4 martial arts family. With your talent, your future achievements will be beyond this, Zhua Hezhuan smiled and said, "In 10 days, the competition for the quota will begin. Work hard and strive to win a spot for Jiuzhong." Feng Feng nodded and said, "I will do my utmost to secure a spot in 10 days. Zhua Hezhuan and Yang Xiong both nodded and said, "We believe in you. From today onwards, I'm afraid you and the Li family will be in a situation of no peace until death. In an city, with the 2 of us here, the Li family won't dare to act openly against you, but once you leave in city, you need to be extra careful," Yang Xiong reminded. Feng Feng nodded, "The Li family, I will destroy them sooner or later." After returning home from the martial arts school, Feng Feng tidied up and then headed to the primitive forest outside in city to hunt demon beasts. He was still 6% away from reaching the human limit, and then he could break through to become a martial artist. With Feng Feng's 150% human limit, he would become an unprecedented 5-star super martial artist, the number 1 in the world. Super martial artists are divided into 5 levels. Breaking through to become a martial artist at 110% of the human limit is called a 1-star super martial artist. At 120%, it's a 2-star super martial artist. At 130%, it's a 3-star super martial artist. At 140%, it's a 4-star super martial artist. At 150%, it's a 5-star super martial artist. There are over 2 billion martial artists in the world, but fewer than 1,000 can become 4-star super martial artists. As for 5-star super martial artists, so far, there has been none. Feng Feng will be the first in the world to attempt to become a 5-star super martial artist. After reaching 100% of the human limit, to break through to a martial artist, one needs to prepare martial artist pills. Feng Feng will likely need a terrifying number of martial artist pills to attempt to become a 5-star super martial artist. One martial artist pill is worth 1 million on the market. For an ordinary person attempting to become a martial artist, one pill is enough. But Feng Feng estimates he will need at least over 100. This is because previous 4-star super martial artists used over 100 pills when breaking through. For 3 days, aside from class time, Feng Feng has been hunting demon beasts in the forest outside the city, specifically targeting level 1, stage 4 demon beasts. In 3 days, Feng Feng's savings have skyrocketed to 250 million. Now that his human limit has reached 150%, it's time to buy martial artist pills and attempt to become a super martial artist. In the trading hall, Feng Feng spent 150 million to buy 150 martial artist pills. Then he returned home. Entering the system space, he began his attempt to become a super martial artist. Host Feng Feng cultivation quasi-martial artist 150% spirit 600 vitality 6000 speed 100 meters per second strength 60 body strength level 1 stage 5 number of entries into system space 0 times. Feng Feng's current physical quality is comparable to a level 1 stage 5 martial artist. It is unknown how terrifying his strength will become after the breakthrough. Without hesitation, Feng Feng swallowed a martial artist pill, and the immense medicinal power exploded within him. He performed the extreme 108 styles and began to break through. The terrifying medicinal power, under the manipulation of the technique, began to impact Feng Feng's entire meridians and acupoints. Breaking through to become a martial artist means opening up all the meridians, activating the dantian, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the body, nourishing the flesh, refining the marrow, and allowing the body to continuously evolve. The power of one martial artist pill was quickly absorbed, but Feng Feng's meridians were not even 1% opened. Feng Feng continued to consume martial artist pills, impacting his entire meridians. As the pills entered his stomach, the surging medicinal power seemed to transform into an angry dragon, constantly crashing into Feng Feng's meridians. It took a full 120 martial artist pills before Feng Feng finally opened all his meridians. With the meridians opened, he was now just one last step away from becoming a martial artist, needing to connect all his meridians to the dantian to form a system. Feng Feng swallowed the remaining 30 martial artist pills in one go, using the abundant medicinal power to fiercely impact the dantian through the already opened meridians. Boom! A loud explosion sounded, as if a small universe had exploded, and Feng Feng's dantian was opened. In an instant, all the pores of his body opened, and the meridians connected to the dantian, forming a system that operated automatically, endlessly. Feng Feng's mind became clear, as if he had been reborn, his strength, speed, hearing, vision, and perception all elevated to a brand new level. Compared to before the breakthrough, it was a world of difference. Feng Feng eagerly opened the attribute panel, wanting to see to what level his strength had risen. Host Feng Feng cultivation. Level 1 Stage 1 5-star Super Warrior Spirit 1000 Vitality 10,000 Speed 100 m/s Strength 10t Physical Strength Level 1 Stage 9 Number of times can enter system space 0 times. Looking at his physical attributes, Feng Feng was instantly filled with excitement. It was worth all the time and effort he had spent to break through to a 5-star Super Warrior. Now, with only level 1, stage 1 cultivation, his physical attributes were comparable to those of a level 1, stage 9 warrior. After breaking through, Feng Feng discovered that small points of light were floating around his body. When these small points of light floated near him, they would be absorbed into his body. As he absorbed the small points of light, Feng Feng instantly felt a refreshing sensation throughout his body. This is the spiritual energy in the air. Now that I've broken through to a martial artist, I can absorb the spiritual energy from the air, Feng Feng said with delight. However, he currently did not have the cultivation methods of a martial artist, so the efficiency of absorbing spiritual energy was relatively slow. After becoming a martial artist, he would have to rely solely on absorbing spiritual energy for cultivation. Feng Feng planned to buy a cultivation method, several martial skills, and a better weapon. With the current savings of 100 million, he wondered if it would be enough, as the cultivation methods and martial skills involved after becoming a martial artist were countless times more expensive than those for a preliminary martial artist. Now, with the Li family, it was a situation of no retreat. Feng had to find a way to enhance his strength. The Li family had been very quiet these past few days, with no movements. Given the Li family's vengeful nature, he wondered what kind of conspiracy they were brewing, and he had to be on guard. Feng exited the system space and headed to the in-city trading hall, preparing to buy some cultivation methods and martial skills. At this moment, in the headquarters of the Li family, in a bright living room, the head of the Li family, the strongest member, sat in the main seat and said to those around him, "For the next few days, let's hold back and let that kid live a little longer. Wait for Hire to return, then we'll deal with him." Lihao, the young master of the Li family and their top genius, was attending the best high school in city and city number 1 high school, and had broken through to a martial artist over a year ago. His current strength had reached a terrifying level of a first-level 5th stage martial artist, far beyond what Lihao could compare to. Feng would be no match for Lihao. That Feng is only slightly stronger than an ordinary first-level 1st stage martial artist. Lihao has now broken through to the first level 5th stage. If Feng encounters him, he will only meet his death, the senior members of the Li family echoed. With Zhua Hejuan and Yang Xiong protecting Feng, the older generation of the Li family could not easily deal with him. It was most appropriate for Lihao to take action. If Lihao killed Feng, the younger generation's conflict would not warrant Zhua Hejuan and Yang Xiong's intervention. Meanwhile, Feng had already arrived at the in-city trading hall. If he knew the thoughts of the Li family's higher-ups, he might not be able to suppress a laugh. The first-level 5th stage was completely insignificant in front of him. Feng stood at the counter and asked, "Do you have suitable cultivation methods for super martial artists?" Super martial artists? The staff looked at Feng and their gaze instantly became respectful. Super martial artists were all extraordinary geniuses, existing at a higher status than martial artists. The staff respectfully said, "Sir, the cultivation methods for martial artists are divided into 1st to 9th grades, with each grade further divided into upper, middle, and lower levels. There is no distinction between martial artists and super martial artists. The lower level of the 1st grade is the worst, and the upper level of the 9th grade is the best." Feng understood. The methods were categorized from 1 to 9, with the lower level of the 1st grade being the lowest and the upper level of the 9th grade being the highest. "What are the price ranges for the 1st to 9th grade methods?" Feng asked, unsure if his 100 million savings would be enough. "Here is the introduction and prices of the methods." The staff handed over a thick booklet. Feng took the booklet and began to browse through it. This thick booklet contained all the introductions and prices of the methods. 1st grade methods ranged from 5 million to 25 million. 2nd grade methods ranged from 25 million to 100 million. 3rd grade methods ranged from 100 million to 500 million. 4th grade methods ranged from 500 million to 2.5 billion. 5th grade methods ranged from 2.5 billion to 10 billion. 6th grade methods ranged from 10 billion to 50 billion. 7th grade methods ranged from 50 billion to 250 billion. 8th grade methods ranged from 250 billion to 1 trillion. 9th grade methods ranged from 1 trillion to 5 trillion. Upon seeing the prices of the methods, Feng was directly shocked. A 3rd grade method required over 100 million, his savings of 100 million was only enough to buy 1 3rd grade method. Feng was taken aback. He saw on the back of the booklet that it stated, cultivation methods of 2nd rank and above can be purchased in several volumes. 1st rank methods can only be cultivated to level 1, 9th stage. 2nd rank methods can be cultivated to level 2, 9th stage. 3rd rank methods can be cultivated to level 3, 9th stage. And so on. 9th rank methods can be cultivated to level 9, 9th stage. 1st rank methods have only 1 volume. 2nd rank methods have 2 volumes. 3rd rank methods have 3 volumes. 4th rank methods have 4 volumes. 9th rank methods have 9 volumes. The trading hall considered that many martial artists have limited funds and cannot purchase an entire set of methods at once. Therefore, they sell the methods of 2nd rank and above separately. However, purchasing a single volume is much more expensive than buying an entire set at once. Feng's gaze lingered on a 9th rank superior method. Thunder technique. A 9th rank superior method cultivates thunder energy, exceptionally domineering, the best in attack and kill. Total price, 50 trillion. Volume purchase, 1st volume, price 100 million. 2nd volume, price 1 billion. 3rd volume, price 5 billion. 4th volume, price 10 billion. 5th volume, price 50 billion. 6th volume, price 200 billion. 7th volume, price 800 billion. 8th volume, price 1.5 trillion. 9th Volume, price 2.5 trillion. Purchasing by volume costs an additional 66.1 billion compared to buying the entire set at once. Feng only had 100 million on him, enough to purchase the first volume of Thunder Technique, which would support him in cultivating to level 1, 9th stage. Feng decided to buy the first volume of Thunder Technique first, and he would buy the subsequent volumes when he had more money. Give me the first volume of the 9th grade technique Thunderbolt formula, Feng said to the staff. Sure, sir, the staff replied respectfully, handing a scroll of the technique to Feng. The transaction was complete. Feng returned home and began to cultivate the first volume of the Thunderbolt formula. He had just broken through in the system space, consuming only half a day, and there were still 29.5 days left in the system space, allowing Feng to continue his cultivation. The Thunderbolt formula truly deserved its status as a 9th grade technique. It was extremely difficult to comprehend. Even those with profound level talent would need several years to grasp it, while those with yellow level talent would never be able to comprehend it in their lifetime. Relying on his top-tier heavenly talent, Feng also took 3 days to comprehend it in the system space. The following 26 days were entirely devoted to cultivating the first volume of the Thunderbolt formula, absorbing spiritual energy into his body and converting it into thunder and lightning power stored in his dantian. The higher the grade of the technique being cultivated, the more spiritual energy could be stored in the dantian. If a person cultivating a first-grade technique had a dantian spiritual energy capacity of 100, then a person cultivating a second-grade technique would have a capacity of 200, a third-grade technique would have 300, and a 9th-grade technique would have 900. Cultivating a 9th-grade technique allowed for 9 times the spiritual energy storage compared to a first-grade technique. However, the difficulty of cultivation would also increase accordingly. Comprehending a 9th-grade technique was extremely challenging. Many people would spend their entire lives without being able to grasp one. Moreover, for those cultivating 9th grade techniques, improving their cultivation level was also very difficult. Those practicing ordinary techniques might improve in a month, but those practicing 9th grade techniques would need at least 3 months, and that was under the condition of having extremely high talent. For someone with low talent attempting to cultivate a 9th grade technique, the speed of improvement would be even slower. With Feng's top-tier heavenly talent, it would still take him 3 months to level up. 3 months, with the help of the system space, equated to 3 days. This meant that in 3 days, Feng could advance from level 1 segment 1 to level 1 segment 2. With 7 days left until the competition for the Blessed Land quota, Feng could raise his cultivation from level 1 segment 1 to level 1 segment 3 before entering the Blessed Land. As a 5-star super warrior with a cultivation level of 1 segment 3, his physical attributes could rival those of a level 2 segment 2 warrior, making it no problem for him to secure a Blessed Land quota. At this time, in another family in city, the Yuan family, 5 people stood before Yuan Hua, a mercenary warrior team. The team leader, named Xiang Zhang, was from the violent martial arts hall in city, which had many warrior teams specifically responsible for hunting beasts in the forest outside the city. Sometimes they would also take on some unsavory tasks. Xiang Zhang's team received a commission today to kill a high school student in the forest outside the city. The client was Yuan Wu, a 5th-level family heir. Yuan Wu looked at Xiang Zhang and said, "I have given you all the information on Feng. He was able to defeat Lihao, so his strength should be around level 1 segment 2. Through my investigation, I found that Feng goes to the primitive forest outside the city every evening to hunt beasts. It is the best opportunity to ambush him there. With your team's strength, it should be easy to take him down," Yuan Wu said. "This is a 500 million deposit, and I will give you another 500 million upon success. Tonight, I want Feng dead," Yuan Wu said coldly. "Young master Yuan, rest assured, our team will handle this matter thoroughly," Xiang Zhang replied. There were 5 people in their team. He was the strongest, with a cultivation level of 1 segment 5, while the other 4 members had cultivation levels of 2 at 1 segment 4 and 2 at 1 segment 3. 5 people going to ambush a high school student with strength comparable to level 1 segment 2 was a piece of cake. Yuan Wu nodded and instructed, "Make sure this is done cleanly. I don't want anyone coming back to me afterward." Yuan Wu was clear that Feng is the person whom Zhua Hejuan and Yang Xiong specifically want to protect. He was born into a family of 5th-level martial artists, and although he does not fear Zhua Hejuan, he is still a student at Anqing No. 9 Middle School, where Zhua Hejuan is the principal. Under the circumstances, he has no need to tear his face with Zhua Hejuan. "Young Master Yuan, rest assured, we guarantee that this matter will be Handled flawlessly, Xiang Zheng patted his chest and assured. Yuan Wu nodded, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Feng Feng, tonight is your death date. After Feng Feng emerged from the system space, he headed to the forest outside the city to hunt demon beasts, as usual. Right now, Feng Feng had not a single cent to his name. He needed to find a way to make money quickly. After reaching the level of a martial artist, the basic martial skills he had learned were no longer keeping up with the pace. He needed to earn money to buy new martial skills. Additionally, the E-grade alloy battle knife in his hand was becoming insufficient. Feng Feng was currently using the cheapest E-grade alloy battle knife, which could only deal with demon beasts below level 1, 9th stage. When facing a level 2 demon beast, this alloy battle knife couldn't break through its defenses, making it difficult to inflict damage. With Feng Feng's current strength, dealing with a level 1, 9th stage demon beast might be a bit challenging, but he could easily handle a level 1, 8th stage demon beast. The materials from a level 1, 8th stage demon beast were priced around 850,000. Feng Feng's target today was entirely level 1, 8th stage demon beasts. This time, Feng Feng brought 2 backpacks, enough to carry the materials from 100 demon beasts, preparing for a big haul. There was no choice. Feng Feng was too poor now, he had to find a way to make money. Leaving in city and entering the primeval forest, Feng Feng searched for demon beast targets as he usually did. But today, he had a strange intuition. He felt as if someone was following him from behind. Feng Feng was a 5-star super martial artist, with a spiritual perception comparable to a level 1, 9th stage martial artist, extremely sharp. Even the slightest rustle of the wind or movement in the grass could not escape his perception. Feng Feng arrived at a secluded spot in the forest and said lightly, "Everyone, you've been following me for so long, it's time to show yourselves." In an instant, whoosh, 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 5 figures emerged from the surrounding forest, the 5 members of the Xiang Zheng team. "Kid, your perception is quite sharp, you actually discovered our presence," Xiang Zheng sneered. "But it doesn't matter, today, you will remain here forever." Upon hearing this, Feng Feng's eyes flashed with cold light. These were people come to kill him. Judging by their formation, they should be a martial artist team. Could they be assassins sent by the Li family? "Are you from the Li family?" Feng Feng asked in a deep voice, as it was quite likely that the Li family had sent someone to kill him. "Guess," Xiang Zheng sneered. "Who it is doesn't matter, what matters is that your life is about to end." Feng Feng snorted coldly. "Do you think 5 of you can kill me? 1 level 1, 5th stage martial artist, 2 level 1, 4th stage martial artists, and 2 level 1, 3rd stage martial artists." They were not enough to be a threat in front of him. "Arrogant, then come and take your life," Xiang Zheng commanded. The 5 of them moved into action, surrounding Feng Feng from 4 directions, cutting off his escape route. Xiang Zheng held a spear, lunging at Feng Feng from the front. The spear shimmered with faint arcs of electricity, indicating a formidable spear technique. Feng Feng snorted coldly. Playing with lightning in front of him was courting death. Feng Feng activated his 9th grade technique, Thunderbolt Art, unleashing a surge of momentum, with arcs of electricity swirling around him, as if the thunder god had descended. A terrifying speed erupted, comparable to that of a level 1, 9th stage martial artist, so fast it was unbelievable. In an instant, Feng Feng was before Xiang Zheng. He grasped Xiang Zheng's spear with one hand while the other hand swiftly clutched Xiang Zheng's neck, the terrifying power of lightning coursing down Feng Feng's arm into Xiang Zheng's body. Zzzzz, the dreadful lightning wreaked havoc, continuously destroying Xiang Zheng, who convulsed, his hair smoking and his eyes rolling back. The lightning power cultivated from the 9th grade technique was usually stored in Feng Feng's dantian, and when unleashed in battle, it could cause immense destruction to the enemy. Feng Feng waved his hand, directly lifting the unconscious Xiang Zheng and slamming him into the ground. With this strike, Feng Feng exerted all his strength, unleashing 10 tons of force. Xiang Zheng was smashed to pieces, his bones shattered, and he died instantly. Feng Feng would not show mercy to those who sought to harm him. The 4 surrounding Feng were completely stunned by this sudden turn of events. What is going on? Their team leader, ranked 5 in the first level, was taken out by the enemy in an instant, without any chance to fight back. How are we supposed to fight like this? In an instant, the 4 of them fled in different directions, without hesitation, disappearing. In the blink of an eye, Feng Feng watched the 4 escape and could only choose one direction to pursue one of them. With physical attributes comparable to a level 9 warrior, Feng Feng quickly caught up to that person. As he reached behind the person, Feng Feng suddenly stomped the ground, launching himself like a cannonball. He slashed down with his knife, piercing through the person's back to their heart. The person fell to the ground instantly. Feng Feng coldly asked, "Who sent you?" It's The person kept spitting blood, and before he could reveal who sent them, he was already dead. Ugh! Feng Feng was somewhat speechless. Had he known, he wouldn't have needed to use the knife. 1. Slash and the person was dead, leaving him unable to find out who was behind it all. The other 3 had already fled far in the opposite directions, and it was too late for Feng Feng to pursue them. Feng Feng searched the dead warrior and found several bank cards, a manual, a martial skill, and an identity token. Looking at the information on the identity token, it belonged to someone from the Violent Martial Arts Hall. A smile appeared on Feng Feng's lips as he recognized the identity, making it much easier to find the other 3. He picked up the opponent's weapon, which turned out to be a D-grade alloy sword, 1 level higher than Feng Feng's E-grade alloy battle knife. Feng Feng's battle knife cost only 1 million, the worst among E-grade weapons. D-grade weapons range from 20 million to 100 million. For someone who was a first-level, 4-segment warrior, spending 100 million on a D-grade weapon was quite normal. The higher the weapon's grade, the greater its lethality, which was more advantageous for warriors. For a warrior team that hunted monsters in the primitive forest year-round, a good weapon was crucial. The manual and martial skill found on the opponent were a 2nd-grade lower-level manual Shinfeng Jin and a 1st-grade middle-level martial skill Qingfeng Slash. The bank cards were directly discarded. By Feng Feng, they had no passwords, and he had no use for them. Returning to the place where the battle had just occurred, Feng Feng searched the team leader Xiang Zheng again. He found another manual and a martial skill. The manual was a 2nd-grade middle-level manual Yin Yuan Gong, and the martial skill was a 3rd-grade lower-level martial skill Lemon Gun. Feng collected them. He picked up the long spear that Xiang Zhang had dropped, which seemed to be a C-grade weapon. Feng was overjoyed. C-grade weapons range from 200 million to 1 billion. Feng secured his spoils and continued hunting monsters in the forest. 5 hours later, Feng Feng's backpack already contained materials from 100 first-level 8-segment monsters. Feng returned to An City. Arriving at the sales hall, he placed 2 bags of monster materials along with the D-grade alloy sword and the C-grade alloy long spear on the counter. How much for these materials and the 2 weapons? Feng asked. The staff checked the monster materials and the 2 weapons, saying, the materials from 100 first-level 8-segment monsters are uniformly purchased at 850,000 each, totaling 85 million. The 2 weapons, with no signs of wear, we will buy at 70% of the original price. This D-grade alloy sword, originally 100 million, will be purchased for 70 million, and the C-grade alloy long spear, originally 500 million, will be purchased for 350 million. Altogether, that's 500 million and 50,000, the staff said. Deal, Feng nodded. Then he said, I want to buy a body technique martial skill. Do you have any recommendations? Feng had already obtained a 3rd-grade lower level attack martial skill Lemon Gun from Xiang Zhang, so there was no need to purchase other attack martial skills. A 3rd-grade lower level martial skill could support warriors below level 3 segments, which was sufficient for now. This book contains introductions to all martial skills. Sir, there are many body technique martial skills, the staff said. Feng took the booklet and began to look through it, focusing on body technique martial skills. The price for 1st-grade martial skills ranges from 5 million to 15 million. 2nd-grade martial skills range from 30 million to 100 million. 3rd-grade martial skills range from 200 million to 600 million. 4th-grade martial skills range from 1 billion to 5 billion. 5th-grade martial skills range from 10 billion to 50 billion. Feng Feng's gaze landed on a 4th-grade martial skill. Spirit Snake Body Technique, a 4th-grade upper-level martial skill, when cultivated deeply, allows the body to be as agile as a spirit snake, priced at 200 million. Seeing the introduction of this martial skill, Feng was taken aback. Other 4th-grade upper-level martial skills were priced above 5 billion, yet this Spirit Snake Body Technique was only 200 million. Seeing Feng Feng's gaze linger on the Spirit Snake Body Technique, the staff member spoke up. This Spirit Snake Body Technique is an extremely powerful existence among the top tier of 4th-grade techniques, comparable to 5th-grade martial skills. However, the difficulty of cultivation is immense. Out of 10 who purchase it, not a single one can successfully cultivate it. Without a talent above the Shin level, I advise you to be cautious in your purchase. In the past, many people did not believe in the difficulties and bought the Spirit Snake Body Technique, only to find themselves unable to make any progress after years of cultivation. Ultimately having to give up, wasting both time and money, the staff member reminded. Otherwise, the 4th-grade top-tier Spirit Snake Body Technique would not be sold at the price of a 3rd-grade lower-tier technique. Talent above the Shin level, huh? Feng smiled and said, just give me this 4th-grade top-tier Spirit Snake Body Technique. Also, I need a C grade long spear weapon worth around 300 million. Feng Feng's talent is of the heavenly top tier. The body technique that others cannot comprehend is nothing before him. He currently possesses a third grade lower tier martial skill and needs to buy a long spear weapon. The long spear he just sold was worth 500 million, and he sold it to the trading hall at a 30% discount. Now he needs to spend 300 million to buy a long spear again. If he had known, he wouldn't have sold it, but without selling it, he wouldn't have been able to gather 200 million to buy the spirit snake. Body technique. Forget it, he sold it, and he can earn money later to buy a better weapon. Alright, sir, the staff member nodded. A moment later, he handed the spirit snake body technique and a medium C-grade weapon, the Thunder Spear, to Feng Feng. The medium C-grade weapon is sufficient to deal with beasts below level 6, and it is enough for Feng Feng to use for now. Back home. After 12 o'clock, the system updates, allowing entry into the system space for cultivation. Feng Feng entered the system space and began to cultivate. Feng Feng discovered one thing: with his top-tier heavenly talent, his cultivation speed was much faster than that of others with heavenly talents. For ordinary heavenly talents, if they practiced a 9th level technique, even if they cultivated tirelessly for 24 hours a day, it would take 3 months to advance one rank. With his top-tier heavenly talent, he only needed to spend 15 hours a day cultivating to advance one rank within 3 months. Each entry into the system space provided 30 days of cultivation time. Spending 15 hours a day practicing the 9th grade technique Thunderbolt technique to enhance his cultivation, Feng Feng planned to spend the remaining 9 hours on the cultivation of 2 martial skills. The 2 martial skills Feng Feng currently possessed were the 3rd grade lower level attack skill Thunder Spear and the 4th grade upper level movement skill Spirit Snake Movement. When Thunder Spear is cultivated to perfection, it can unleash the killing power of a peak 3rd level warrior. Although Spirit Snake Movement is a 4th grade upper level skill, when cultivated to perfection, its power is not weaker than that of a 5th grade skill. As long as he cultivates these 2 martial skills well, combined with Feng Feng's 5-star super warrior physical attributes, it would be sufficient for him to use. It should be noted that ordinary first-level warriors only choose to cultivate first-grade martial skills, which are relatively easier to cultivate and have sufficient attack power for first-level warriors. Martial skills above the 2nd grade are difficult for first-level warriors to master because their physical attributes cannot keep up, making it hard to control. Martial skills above the 2nd grade. The higher the grade, the stronger the attack power of the martial skill, and the higher the requirements for physical attributes. First-grade martial skills are for first-level warriors. 2nd grade martial skills are for 2nd-level warriors. 3rd grade martial skills are for 3rd-level warriors. Feng Feng, who is at the 1st level and has physical attributes comparable to a 1st-level 9th rank, and possesses top-tier heavenly talent as a 5-star super warrior, is indeed a rarity and cannot be compared to others. After cultivating in the system space for 30 days, Feng Feng's cultivation improved a bit, and after entering twice more, he would be able to break through to the 1st-level 2nd rank. Moreover, during these 30 days in the system space, Feng Feng spent 9 hours a day cultivating the 2 martial skills. Among them, he spent 3 hours on Thunder Spear and 6 hours on Spirit Snake Movement. Relying on his powerful top-tier heavenly talent, he had successfully cultivated both martial skills to the entry level. Generally, warriors with yellow level talent, spending 5 hours a day on 1st grade martial skills, would take 1 or 2 years to reach the entry level. Warriors with mysterious level talent, spending 5 hours a day on 1st grade martial skills, would also take 2 to 3 months to reach the entry level. Warriors with earth level talent, spending 5 hours a day on 1st grade martial skills, would only need 10 days to reach the entry level. Warriors with heavenly talent could do it in just 1 day. Although Feng Feng had top-tier heavenly talent, he was simultaneously cultivating 2 martial skills, one of which was a 3rd grade skill and the other an extremely difficult 4th grade movement skill. This was countless times more difficult than 1st grade martial skills. It only took him a month, which is incomparable. 2 days passed. Feng Feng raised his cultivation to the 1st level 2nd rank, and the 2 martial skills Thunder Spear and Spirit Snake Movement were also cultivated to minor success. It took a month in the system space to go from starting to entry level for these 2 martial skills, and 2 months to go from entry level to minor success. Martial skill cultivation is divided into 4 levels: entry, minor success, major success, and perfection. There are 4 days left until the day of the competition for the Blessed Land quota. Before the competition, Feng Feng is confident that he can cultivate the 2 martial skills to major success. Open the attribute panel. Host, Feng Feng cultivation, level 1, stage 2, 5-star super warrior, soul, 1100 vitality, 11,000 speed, 110m/s. Strength 11T. Body strength level 2 stage 1. Number of times entering system space 0. In these 3 days, Feng has been hunting level 1 stage 9 monsters in the forest outside the city, and in this time, his savings have accumulated to 285 million. Now, holding the C-grade weapon Thunder Gun, with a cold glint in his eyes, he steps out of his home and heads towards a martial arts hall in city. Berserk Martial Arts Hall. 3 days ago, Feng was ambushed in the forest, and it was the people from the Berserk Martial Arts Hall who did it. It's time to settle this score. Although Feng's current cultivation is at level 1, stage 2, his physical attributes are already comparable to level 2, stage 1, and with the combination of 2 martial arts techniques, he is not afraid even when facing warriors below level 2, stage 5. Furious Martial Arts Hall. It is a level 3 martial arts hall in city, and the hallmaster is a level 3 martial artist. Feng arrived at the hall and directly took out the identity tokens of Xiang Zhang and the team member he had killed. Addressing a staff member, "Are these 2 members of your Furious Martial Arts Hall?" The staff member took the identity tokens, looked them over, and replied, "They are members of a team in our hall." A cold smile appeared on Feng's lips as he asked, "Are the other 3 members of that team still in the hall?" The staff member glanced around and said, "It seems not. The members of that team haven't come to the hall these past few days." "Alright, thank you." Feng put away the 2 identity tokens. Realizing that after the incident was exposed, the remaining 3 members of Xiang Zhang's team had all gone into hiding. They knew very well Feng had killed Xiang Zhang and one of their members, possessing the strength to eliminate them in an instant, so they naturally dared not show their faces again. Feng found himself in a bit of a dilemma. The clues had run dry. How was he to find these 3 people? Without direct evidence, he couldn't be sure if they were hired killers from the Li family. Without proof, he couldn't go to the Li family to cause trouble. With a helpless wave of his hand, he could only grip his spear and head to the primitive forest outside in city to hunt demon beasts. First, he needed to increase his strength. At that moment, in a hall of the Yuan family, Yuan Wu faced the remaining 3 members of Xiang Zhang's team, their expressions anxious. One of them said, "Young Master Yuan, Feng's strength does not match the information you provided. This Feng is far more than just a level 1 second stage. Our captain was killed in 2 moves before him. Now that Feng has approached the Furious Martial Arts Hall, you need to pay us a fee to let us leave in city." Yuan Wu's face darkened. He hadn't expected Feng to possess strength exceeding level 1 5th stage. "No need, you can stay in the Yuan family," Yuan Wu said. "I will arrange for others to deal with this Feng." After saying that, a figure in black appeared behind Yuan Wu, wearing a black and white mask. The moment the figure appeared, the 3 in the hall felt a chilling aura. This was the Ghost Face Man, a famous assassin in city, an extremely perverse existence. With a cultivation level of level 2 first stage, but combat power comparable to level 2 second stage. Moreover, he was exceptionally skilled in assassination, never missing a shot, and his methods were ruthless, always lethal. Yuan Wu had actually invited him. Feng was doomed this time. In 4 days, the competition for the Blessed Land quota will begin. Feng's results have placed him in the top 100 of the year, giving him a chance to compete for the Blessed Land quota. Within these 3 days, kill him for me, Yuan Wu instructed the Ghostface Man. Understood, the Ghostface Man replied coldly, a single word conveying his murderous intent. The 3 in the hall swallowed hard. Feng was finished. With the Ghostface Man's intervention, he would have no chance of escape. Meanwhile, Feng was continuously hunting demon beasts in the primitive forest. His current targets were all level 2 second stage demon beasts, each worth 2.2 million. By hunting 100, he could earn 220 million, allowing him to save over $1 billion in just a few days, at which point he could buy the 2nd volume of the Thunderbolt technique. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Feng's cultivation steadily rose to level 1 3rd stage, with physical attributes comparable to level 2 2nd stage. At the same time, his 2 martial skills, Thunder Spear and Spirit Snake Technique, had both reached great mastery. Now, as long as he didn't encounter a martial artist above level 2 6 stage, Feng could handle them. After selling the demon beasts he hunted today at the trading hall, Feng's savings successfully surpassed 1 billion, and he immediately purchased the 2nd volume of the 9th grade technique, Thunderbolt Technique. On the way home, Feng was in a good mood. In just 1 day, the competition for the Blessed Land quota would begin, and everything was just right. With his strength, securing a quota would be a breeze. The aura in the Blessed Land is rich, with many heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and it possesses the legacies of numerous ancient and otherworldly powerful beings. Entering this blessed land once will surely allow him to increase his strength once again. On the way home, the streetlights are somewhat dim. In the darkness, a figure in black lies in wait, his eyes fixed intently on the approaching Feng, waiting for him to enter his attack range. Sensing Feng's cultivation at the first level, third stage, the masked man is somewhat puzzled. How can someone at the first level, third stage, instantly kill someone at the first level, fifth stage, like Xiang Zhang? Such a strong ability to challenge beyond his level. Moreover, according to the descriptions from the 3 members of Xiang Zhang's team, Feng is surrounded by lightning during battle, which is quite terrifying, as if he is practicing a lightning attribute technique of extremely high rank. Yuan Wu speculates that Feng might be a super martial artist, because previously, even before breaking through to become a martial artist, he was able to defeat Li Jia, who was already a martial artist. This Feng is undoubtedly a peerless genius. Killing such a genius is the masked man's favorite. As Feng gradually approaches, the masked man takes out a flying knife and suddenly shoots it towards Feng, aiming directly for his eyes. Then, like a ghost, he flashes out from the darkness, his curved blade aimed directly at Feng's neck. The angle of attack is cunning, aiming to kill with a single strike. Feng instantly felt the hairs on his body stand on end, a surge of crisis rising in his heart. In an instant, Feng reacted, sweeping his spear horizontally, the weapon shooting out like a dragon, repelling the flying daggers. He then executed the spirit snake body technique to dodge, appearing 10 meters away. The masked man, having failed his sneak attack, exclaimed in surprise. What quick reflexes, what agile movements! It should be noted that his earlier ambush was executed with great precision, even a second-level warrior would have to pay a heavy price to evade it. Yet Feng managed to dodge it effortlessly, without a scratch. What the masked man did not know was that Feng had now mastered a high-level 4th-grade body technique, and his spiritual perception and reaction speed were comparable to a second-level warrior, allowing him to easily evade the masked man's attack. Another assassin. Feng felt a surge of anger. This was the second time, and it seemed never-ending. Who sent you? Feng asked coldly. The masked man replied ominously, a dying person doesn't need to know so much. Feng's strength had exceeded the masked man's expectations, but killing such a genius would bring a sense of accomplishment. The masked man brandished his long knife, its cold light flickering, executing a first-grade body technique. As he charged at Feng. This technique was called capture step, which he had practiced for many years and had now reached a high level of mastery. As he approached Feng, a terrifying aura erupted from the masked man, his blood boiling, the spiritual energy intertwining with his blood around the long knife, forming a 3-foot-long blade aura. A second-grade technique, blood blade slash. The masked man unleashed his second-grade technique without reservation, slashing at Feng with a single stroke. With this strike, the masked man had previously killed second-level warriors. Feng snorted coldly, watching the fierce attack without any intention of dodging, even though he could easily evade it with the spirit snake body technique. However, it was unnecessary. Feng's aura erupted, the 9th-grade technique Thunderbolt formula activated, and an overwhelming force of lightning surged from his dantian, enveloping him. Feng's C-grade spear continuously gathered lightning, the blue light illuminating the dim street, exceptionally dazzling. At the tip of Feng's spear, a 5-foot-long spear light appeared, constantly swallowing lightning. A 3rd-grade technique, Thunder Spear. Feng's 3rd-grade technique Thunder Spear directly clashed with the masked man's 2nd-grade technique Blood Blade Slash. The difference in grade was immediately apparent. Feng's terrifying spear instantly shattered the Blood Blade Slash, the blue lightning extinguishing the Blood Blade aura. The masked man's long knife was knocked from his hand, his body sent flying backward, crashing hard to the ground, a mouthful of blood spitting out, his body surrounded by electric arcs, convulsing from the shock, severely injured. Feng's spear was powerful enough to contend with a second-level 5th-stage warrior, naturally beyond the masked man's capability to withstand. If Feng had not held back, intending to leave the masked man alive to question him about the mastermind behind the attack, the masked man would already be dead. Now, the masked man lay on the ground, incredulously staring at Feng who held the spear. So strong. How old could Feng be? Only about 18, just a high school student, yet he could kill him in an instant. His blood blade slash was a joke in front of Feng. The technique Feng had just executed was at least a 3rd-grade level. Its power was several times greater than the blood blade slash. If Feng's cultivation level had been higher, allowing him to unleash the full power of the 3rd-grade technique, it would have been even stronger. But even without unleashing all his attack power, that one strike was enough to annihilate him. He could feel that at the last moment, Feng had held back some of his strength, otherwise, he would already be dead. Feng Feng approached the masked man, his tone cold. I'll ask you one more time, who sent you? The masked man, pale-faced but resolute, replied, give it up. Those of us in this line of work value trust and reputation the most. I won't reveal my employer. Is that so? Then you can die. The wind spear was raised, ready to stab down and blow the head off the ghost-faced man. Since he was stubborn and unyielding, then he should die. Wait, the ghost-faced man shouted urgently. Of course, credibility can be broken, but if you want me to reveal the mastermind behind this, you must first promise me that you won't kill me. Feng Feng was taken aback, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. This ghost-faced man was indeed someone who spoke from the heart. Feng Feng said, all right, I promise you, if you tell me the mastermind, I won't kill you. Good. The ghost-faced man seemed relieved, saying, the person who sent me to assassinate you this time is the young master of the 5th level martial arts family, Yuan Wu. Yuan Wu. Upon hearing this, Feng Feng's killing intent surged. It was actually him. Feng Feng had always thought that this matter would be done by the Li family. After all, the Li family was currently at odds with him, making them the prime suspects. He never expected it to be that treacherous Yuan Wu. A few days ago, the young master of the Yuan family sent 5 members of the Xiangjing team to assassinate you, but unfortunately, they failed, so he spent 2 billion to have me take action, the ghost-faced man said, somewhat aggrieved, who knew the information he provided was wrong. Your strength is not at the 1st level, 6th stage, which caused me to stumble. Upon hearing this, a flash of light flickered in Feng Feng's eyes. The members of the Xiangjing team from a few days ago were also sent by Yuan Wu. What a scheming Yuan Wu, he really wanted him dead. It seemed that after this competition for the quota in the Blessed Land ended, Feng Feng would have to settle the score with him properly. Feng Feng said, Yuan Wu paid you 2 billion to kill me? The ghost-faced man replied, it's not too much to hire a 2nd-level martial artist assassin for 2 billion. Feng Feng nodded and then said, hand over all the money and treasures you have on you. Transfer the money directly to my card, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'll kill you. You lack credibility. The ghost-faced man's expression changed dramatically. Feng Feng actually wanted to burn the bridge after crossing it. After learning the mastermind behind it, he still wanted to rob him of his wealth before letting him go. How shameless. Less nonsense. Feng Feng shouted, transfer the money to my card, and leave your weapons and techniques here. Feng Feng took out his bank card and handed it to the ghost-faced man, saying, otherwise, you won't leave here alive today. I warn you, don't try to trick me. If the amount you transfer isn't what I expect, I'll cripple you. Fine, I admit defeat. The ghost-faced man squeezed out 4 words through gritted teeth, took Feng Feng's bank card, and began to transfer money with his phone. After the transfer was complete, the ghost-faced man placed all his techniques and martial skills, as well as everything valuable, on the ground. The ghost-faced man said coldly, can I leave now? The only valuable thing left on me is this pair of gold-threaded underwear. If you want it, I can take it off for you. Feng Feng glanced at the balance on the bank card, over 5 billion. This matched the worth of a 2nd-level martial artist. After all, martial artists with money tend to buy techniques, weapons, and pills for cultivation to enhance their strength, rarely saving money without spending it. After all, cultivating martial arts requires spending. In all aspects. Get lost. Feng Feng shouted at the ghost-faced man. Hearing this, the ghost-faced man vanished without a trace. Feng Feng didn't pay him any mind. Since he promised not to kill him, he wouldn't go back on his word. He had no enmity with the ghost-faced man, he came to assassinate him because someone paid him. The real target Feng Feng wanted to deal with was the mastermind, Yuan Wu. As for the ghost-faced man, taking all his wealth was enough. You came to kill me for money, so I'll make you go bankrupt. Feng Feng looked down and began to count the spoils left by the ghost-faced man, 2 techniques, 2 martial skills, and a C-grade long knife. The martial skills included a 1st-grade movement technique capture step and a 2nd-grade knife technique blade slash. Feng Feng lost interest after a glance. 1st and 2nd-grade martial skills held no allure for him now. Feng Feng focused on the 2 techniques. One was a 2nd-grade technique pure Yuan Gong, which was ordinary and purchased from the trading hall, lacking any highlights. The 2nd technique was different, it was called Blood God Immortal Body, written on an extremely ancient sheepskin scroll with an unclear grade. It was clearly a good item, incomparable to those sold in the trading hall. He didn't know where the ghost-faced man had obtained it. Feng Feng collected all the spoils and returned home, then began to study the Blood God Immortal Body. This was an extremely powerful body refining technique, consisting of 12 levels, and it required a very high talent from the practitioner. Only those with at least low-grade earth-level talent could cultivate it. Moreover, it required the blood of demon beasts for cultivation, refining the body, absorbing the bloodline of the demon beasts, and gradually evolving to ultimately reach the realm of immortality. Once the first level was achieved, the body would be immune to attacks from martial artists below. Level 1, 9th stage. Being immune to attacks from martial artists below level 1, 9th stage, what does that mean? It means you can stand still, not using any spiritual energy for protection. And let a level 1, 9th stage martial artist attack you at will, and you wouldn't be harmed. Even a level 5 martial artist wouldn't dare to say that without using spiritual energy for protection. They could withstand attacks from a level 1, 9th stage martial artist without a scratch. Looking at the introduction of the cultivation method, Feng was boiling with excitement. This was simply an extraordinary technique. The method he was currently practicing was the Thunderbolt technique, which had a strong attack power but slightly weak defense. Feng lacked some techniques to enhance his defense, and just when he was feeling drowsy, someone brought him a pillow. This blood god immortal body primarily focused on defense. Upon reaching the first level, one could ignore the attacks of a first level 9th stage martial artist. At the second level, one could ignore the attacks of a second level 9th stage martial artist. At the third level, one could ignore the attacks of a third level 9th stage martial artist. By the 9th level, one could ignore the attacks of a 9th level 9th stage martial artist. It was simply incredible. No wonder the requirements for cultivation talent were so high, only those with at least low-grade earth-level talent could cultivate it. The more extraordinary the technique, the greater the difficulty, and, naturally, the higher the required talent. The introduction of the blood god immortal body stated that during cultivation, one must use the essence blood of demon beasts as assistance. Feng left his home and went to the trading hall, asking the staff, "Do you have any demon beast essence blood for sale?" "Yes, sir," the staff at the trading hall replied very politely. "What level of demon beast essence blood do you need?" Feng was taken aback and said, "Essence blood from a first level 9th stage demon beast will suffice." The price for a first level 9th stage demon beast essence blood ranges from 1 million to 5 million. "How many portions do you need?" the staff inquired. "So expensive." Feng was stunned. When he usually hunted a first level 9th stage demon beast in the wild, the total materials he collected would only amount to around 1 million. Yet, this portion of first level 9th stage demon beast essence blood costs between 100,000 and 500,000. "Sir, you may not know, but our demon beast essence blood is taken from high-ranking martial artists who extract it from living demon beasts after severely injuring them. This ensures the vitality of the essence blood. We do not sell the essence blood from dead demon beasts, so the price will be a bit higher," the staff explained. "I see, Feng said, realizing that only the essence blood taken from living demon beasts would be useful. The blood from dead ones would have coagulated and deteriorated, making it useless. Extracting blood from living beasts requires high-ranking martial artists, which comes at a high cost, hence the higher price. First, give me 200 portions of the best essence blood at 5 million each, Feng said. "Alright, sir," the staff nodded and said, 200 portions of top-grade demon beast essence blood at 5 million each totals 1 billion. How much can this knife offset?" Feng asked, pulling out the long knife he had taken from the ghost face man. "This long knife is a C-grade weapon, and selling it at a 30% discount in the trading hall should be worth a few hundred million. This C-grade long knife is in perfect condition. We will buy it at a 30% discount, which will offset 350 million for you," the staff replied. "Good," Feng nodded, then paid the remaining 650 million and left with 200 portions of top-grade demon beast essence blood at the 9th level. Having just robbed over 5 billion from the Ghostface Man, Feng now had a small fortune, enough to support his training of the blood god immortal body for a while. Back home, he evenly applied a portion of the demon beast essence blood all over his body. With his top-tier heavenly talent activated, he began to cultivate the blood god immortal body. As the technique operated, Feng felt the essence blood on his body start to boil like scalding hot water, burning his skin red and causing a stinging pain. The essence of the demon beast blood was gradually absorbed by his flesh, refining his body, enhancing his bloodline, and strengthening his physical defenses. With Feng's top-tier heavenly talent, he could cultivate the blood god immortal body once in a night, but each cultivation required 2 portions of demon beast essence blood. Feng estimated that to master the first level of the blood god immortal body, he would need at least 1,000 portions of demon beast essence blood. Currently, he only had 200 portions, which was far from enough. He would have to wait until he used them up before buying more. Meanwhile, at the Yuan family, Yuan Wu's face was so dark it seemed ready to drip water. He had failed again, and this time even the Ghostface Man had failed, and he had let Feng Feng know he was the mastermind behind it all. What kind of monster was Feng Feng that even the Ghostface Man was no match for him? Now that Feng Feng knew he was the mastermind, he wasn't afraid. Being from a 5th-level martial arts family, a 2nd-level martial artist couldn't stir up much trouble. What angered him was that both of his planned operations had failed, which he found hard to accept. The day Feng Feng defeated him at the school gate in front of many students and stepped on him was a humiliation he would never forget. No matter what, he had to make sure Feng Feng died. The next day, Feng Feng arrived at school. Today was the day for competing for the quota of the Blessed Land. All the top 100 students from the last assessment at the 9th middle school were gathered on the playground. Principal Zhua Hejuan and Director Yang Xiong stood before everyone and said, "There are only 300 quotas for the Blessed Land, contested by 20 high schools in Ancheng. Each high school can participate with the top 100 students from the last assessment, totaling 2,000 people. You 100 people represent our 9th middle school and yourselves. You must give it your all to fight for these quotas. Do you understand?" Zhua Hejuan shouted at the crowd. "We understand," the 100 students replied loudly from the playground. "Very good." Zhua Hejuan nodded and said, "This time, the venue for competing for the quota of the Blessed Land is in a wilderness battlefield outside in city. In the afternoon, the school will arrange transportation to take everyone there. The specific rules for the competition will be announced when we arrive. For now, everyone should go back and prepare what they need to bring. That's all. You can disperse." Yes, 100 people responded in unison and began to leave. To compete for the quota of the Blessed Land, they would have to stay in the wilderness battlefield for 7 days. The wilderness battlefield is filled with various terrifying demon beasts, and staying for 7 days requires sufficient food and water, as well as powerful weapons. Feng Feng left the school and went directly to the trading hall, spending 4 billion to buy 800 portions of top-tier demon beast blood at level 9. When he returned home, Feng Feng immediately placed all the demon beast blood he currently had into the system space. Since he would be staying for 7 days, he needed to store a sufficient amount of demon beast blood. In 7 days, he could enter the system space to cultivate 7 times, which would be enough for him to master the first level of the blood god immortal body. His cultivation could also break through to level 4. Yuan Wu had repeatedly sought to deal with him, and sooner or later, Feng Feng would kill him. What does it matter if they are a 5th-level martial arts family? Feng Feng is not afraid. If they want to kill him, even the young master of a 5th-level family must die. Afternoon. The 9th high school prepared 2 cars to take Feng Feng and the 100 students competing for the quota to the wilderness battlefield. 2 hours later, Feng Feng and the other students from 9th high school arrived at the wilderness battlefield, where many high school students had already gathered. Feng Feng carried a backpack filled with some food and water, holding a sea-level spear as he got off the car. The top 100 students in the grade were mostly from the 3A classes, and Feng Feng didn't know them at all. They were too lazy to pay attention to a C-class student like him. The top 100 students were all martial artists of level 1, 2nd stage or above, each with formidable strength. This competition for the quota would be quite interesting. However, despite their strength, they were still not enough in front of Feng Feng. 1 hour later, all 20 high schools participating in the quota competition had arrived, and everyone gathered in a playground at the entrance of the wilderness battlefield. The Anqing Education Bureau, the Anqing Military, and the Anqing government all sent representatives, showing great importance to this competition for the quota. At this moment, in the area of Anqing 10th High School, a young man walked towards Anqing 9th High School. The young man was none other than Lihao, the first genius of the Li family. Lihao studied at Anqing 10th High School and received orders from his family to kill Feng Feng in this competition for the quota. Not long ago, Feng had violently torn off Lihu's arm in front of everyone at the Anqing Martial Arts School, giving the Li family a resounding slap in the face and causing them to lose face. The Li family could not let him go so easily. Arriving in the 9th high school area, Lihao walked up to Feng Feng. "You are Feng Feng, right? Be careful in this wilderness battlefield, don't run into me," Lihao said coldly. "If you do, I will let you know the consequences of offending the Li family." The surrounding 9th high school students, seeing it was Lihao, looked at Feng Feng with a hint of schadenfreude. Lihao, the first genius of the Li family, was now a level 1, 5-stage martial artist, far beyond the likes of Lihu. With Lihao targeting him, Feng Feng was in trouble in the wilderness battlefield. Except for Feng Feng, all the students from 9th high school participating in the quota competition were from A class. The A class students were proud and looked down on Feng Feng from C class. Seeing Feng Feng being troubled by Lihao, they naturally stood by and watched the show, having no intention of helping him. You better hope you don't run into me in the competition for the quota, or I will make your end worse than Lihu's, Feng Feng replied. Lihao's eyes narrowed slightly, a flash of killing intent fleeting. And he said, I won't argue with you now, we'll meet in the wilderness battlefield. Then we'll see who can still come out to protect you. The implication was clear: if it weren't for Zhua Hejuan and Yang Xiong protecting you last time, you would have already died. This time, let's see who can come out to protect you. After saying that, Lihao turned and left, not wanting to engage in further verbal conflict with Feng Feng. No matter how harsh the words were now, there would be no opportunity to use strength to kill Feng Feng directly. Once in the wilderness battlefield, he would make Feng Feng regret what he said today. Feng Feng did not respond. Further, watching Lihao's departing figure with a cold smile in his heart, it seemed that a life and death incident was about to occur. In this wilderness battlefield, Feng Feng would naturally not show mercy to those who wanted to kill him. As for the disdain of the A class students from 9th high school, Feng Feng quietly remembered it. In the competition for the quota, he would use his results to slap them hard in the face, making them realize that the C-class student they looked down on was actually a terrifying existence they could not afford to provoke. At this moment, a big shot from the military stepped forward. This person stood tall and straight, and with his military uniform, he exuded a sense of pressure as soon as he appeared. His name was Hong Yu, a big shot from a military district near Anqing, a level 6 martial artist, with a status no lower than that of the director of the Anqing Education Bureau. Hong Yu looked at the 20 high school students who had gathered and said, the time is almost up, the competition is about to begin. This time, the rules for the competition for the quota to the Blessed Land will be set by our military, Hong Yu said coldly. The rules we set will be far bloodier than those established by the Education Bureau and the government. For those of you who wish to participate in the competition for the quota, there is a possibility of life-threatening danger. After knowing the rules, you can choose to withdraw or continue to participate in the competition for the quota. Life-threatening danger. Some timid students began to hesitate upon hearing this. If there was a risk to their lives, they would have to think carefully. Although the quota to the Blessed Land was important, it was nothing compared to their own lives. Seeing some of the timid students starting to fear and back down, Hong Yu shook his head. For those spineless cowards, giving them the quota to the Blessed Land was no better than giving it to a pig. The military aimed to cultivate warriors who were brave, willing to fight, kill, and risk their lives. Only then could they protect their homes and country, and contribute to the war between humans and demon beasts, shedding blood for their homeland. Those spineless warriors, who only dared to take advantage of their social status as warriors, would be of no use when humanity truly needed them. They were the most despised by the military. In this competition for the quota to the Blessed Land, you will enter this wilderness battlefield and live alone for 7 days. This wilderness battlefield is home to demon beasts below level 3, and there are quite a few of them. When you enter this time, no warrior will protect your safety, you will rely solely on yourselves. Your lives and deaths are not our responsibility, Hong Yu continued. The demon beasts in the wilderness battlefield have been fighting humans for years and harbor a deep hatred for them. They are extremely ferocious and cannot be compared to the gentle demon beasts in the forests outside and city. If you lack experience and courage in battling demon beasts, you are very likely to die in there. Think carefully. Upon hearing Hong Yu's words, some students began to make their choices. The competition for the quota to the Blessed Land was to be conducted without the protection of high-level warriors, entering the wilderness battlefield alone. The wilderness battlefield was a place specifically designated by the military, isolated from the outside world, used to train military warriors. The demon beasts there often fought with humans, so they particularly despised humanity. These high school students could manage training, but to face demon beasts alone in battle, very few dared to do so. They were merely a group of sheltered flowers, insignificant in the face of the brutal and bloody demon beasts. Even demon beasts of the same level would likely not be their match. After all, not everyone was like Feng Feng, who could master an offensive martial skill and a movement martial skill to perfection in just a few days and dare to enter the wilderness to hunt demon beasts alone. Feng Feng was an anomaly. He was not an ordinary person. Forcing them to enter the wilderness battlefield alone to survive against countless ferocious demon beasts for 7 days was something some of them were afraid to do. As for Feng, he excitedly gripped the spear in his hand. This wilderness battlefield was a stage tailor-made for him. For Feng, who aimed to slay 100 demon beasts outside in city in a day, surviving alone in the wilderness battlefield for 7 days was like child's play, a breeze. This competition for the quota to the Blessed Land was in the bag. Surviving in the wild battlefield for 7 days is the basic requirement. What you need to do is hunt more demon beasts in the wild battlefield to earn points, Hongyu said coldly. Only the top 300 students in the points ranking will be eligible to enter the Blessed Land. Upon hearing this, those who had been hesitating and considering withdrawing instantly chose to back out, opting not to participate in the competition for the Blessed Land quota. The ones who withdrew were all individuals with strength below level 1, stage 5. With their abilities, surviving alone in the wild battlefield for 7 days was already a struggle. Actively dealing with demon beasts to earn points was clearly unrealistic. It was safer to withdraw voluntarily. Hongyu glanced at the withdrawing participants, which numbered around 15,000. Suddenly, 3/4 of them chose to exit. Hongyu snorted. These people were the type who wanted benefits without taking risks. Now that they realized there was danger and no hope of fishing in troubled waters, they chose to withdraw, which he despised the most. Among the remaining 5,000, aside from Feng, who was at level 1, stage 3, all others were above level 1, stage 5. Hongyu curiously looked at Feng. All the level 1, stage 4 individuals had withdrawn, yet Feng, at level 1, stage 3, chose to stay. Interesting. Was he looking to fight desperately? Hongyu had always favored those who dared to fight and engage in life and death battles with demon beasts. You remaining people are all good, regardless of whether you can obtain the Blessed Land quota. This time, you should be proud, Hongyu said. Now, let's set off. Hongyu announced the start of the competition. I look forward to your return. In an instant, the remaining over 5,000 students, full of spirit and killing intent, charged into the wild battlefield. The outer perimeter of the wild battlefield had already been sealed off by the military to prevent demon beasts from escaping, and the internal space was vast. Even with 5,000 students entering simultaneously, they vanished without a trace, like stones sinking into the sea. Feng, holding a spear, delved deeper into the wild battlefield, searching for more powerful demon beast targets. With Feng's current strength, demon beasts below level 2 no longer caught his eye. His targets were demon beasts above level 2, but below level 2, stage 6. Feng discovered an issue: he could store items in the system space. The prompt indicating a one-time entry opportunity did not mean he could only enter once a day, rather, entering once allowed him to cultivate for 30 days. As long as Feng did not exhaust the 30 days of cultivation time that refreshed once a day, he could enter the system space as many times as he wanted in a day. The area of the system space was particularly large, allowing Feng to store many items such as materials obtained from hunting demon beasts, demon beast blood, weapons, and non-living objects like techniques. Now, while cultivating the blood god immortal body, he needed a large amount of demon beast blood for auxiliary cultivation. Feng planned to take advantage of the 7 days in the wild battlefield to hunt 1,000 demon beasts above level 2 and collect 1,000 portions of level 2 demon beast blood to store for the second stage of the blood god immortal body. He had already prepared enough blood for the first stage of the blood god immortal body, and currently, his system space contained 1,000 portions of level 1, stage 9 demon beast blood. Feng kept running. Suddenly, someone rushed up from behind him. It was Lihao, the number 1 genius of the Li family. He truly saw Feng as a soft target, having set his sights on him shortly after entering the wild battlefield. Feng stopped and said, "In such a hurry to seek death?" Lihao quickly approached from behind, looking coldly at Feng, and said, "At this point, you're still so arrogant. Don't you understand the situation in front of you?" "What situation?" Feng laughed, retorting mockingly. "You're just a clueless fool. I can't be bothered to waste words with you, come and take my life." Lihao shouted. He hated Feng's indifferent gaze and mocking smile the most. Clearly just a level 1, stage 3 trash, yet he was incredibly arrogant in front of Lihao, a level 1, stage 5 warrior. He couldn't vent his anger until he beat Feng to a pulp. Lihao practiced spear techniques just like Feng. He moved with a strange footwork, seemingly a level 1 body technique, and had already mastered it. Approaching Feng, Lihao's spear shot out like a dragon with an imposing aura, spiritual energy swirling around the spear, the tip spinning like a vortex. "Whirlwind spear!" Lihao shouted, unleashing a top-tier level 1 martial skill, the spear thrusting straight ahead, piercing through space, distorting the air as it aimed for Feng's throat, wanting to kill him with one strike. Hoof. Fong Fong snorted coldly, his expression still disdainful. The level 9 technique Thunderbolt formula activated, lightning swirling around Fong Fong, comparable to a level 2, stage 2 physical attribute explosion as he wielded the C-grade weapon, the Shock Knight Spear, sweeping it horizontally. In an instant, the sweeping Shock Knight Spear moved like a divine dragon's tail, carrying purple electricity, directly knocking Lihai's spear away. Lihai was struck by this spear, a huge wound opened on his chest, exposing his bones, the surrounding skin scorched by the electric current, bleeding profusely. Lihai staggered back, his expression grim. This Fong Fong was formidable. He had effortlessly shattered his level 1 martial skill, Whirlwind Spear, with a single strike. With this strength, who gave you the confidence to think you could crush me? Fong Fong looked at Lihai and said, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. This time, my Li family has miscalculated. Lihai coldly replied, but don't get too proud. My Li family has many talented individuals. If I can't kill you, there are certainly other Li family disciples who can deal with you. After saying this, Lihai suddenly turned and used his martial arts to flee into the forest. Since he couldn't win, he could only escape first and gather the strong members of the Li family to deal with Fong Fong later. Trying to run? Fong Fong scoffed coldly, where do you think you're going? Using the spirit snake technique, Fong Feng's speed increased dramatically, moving as agile as a spirit snake. With a few quick movements, he caught up to Lihai. With a sweep of his spear, the sharp tip instantly struck Lihai's legs, severing them cleanly and causing blood to spurt out. Ah! Lihai's scream echoed throughout the forest. With his legs severed, his life was effectively ruined. Fong Fong snorted coldly, approached Lihai, raised his spear again and severed both of Lihai's arms, then thrust the spear into Lihai's dantian, destroying it. With his dantian destroyed, Lihai would never be able to cultivate martial arts again. Fong Fong sneered, now you know the consequences of offending me? You devil! My Li family will not let you go, we will not let you go. Lihai's eyes turned blood red, his face twisted as he roared. With his hands and feet severed and his dantian destroyed, he would become a lifelong burden unable to care for himself. I'll be waiting, Fong Fong coldly laughed. Then turned and ran deeper into the forest. Killing Lihai would have been less painful than severing his hands and feet and destroying his dantian. This punishment was 1,000 times more torturous than death. Meanwhile, the scene of Fong Fong defeating Lihai on the battlefield was clearly seen by the officials supervising outside the battlefield. With today's advanced technology, all areas of the battlefield were under satellite surveillance by the authorities. Upon witnessing Fong Feng's performance, the military bigwig Hongyu, the director of the Education Bureau Huanganhua, and the mayor of Anqing all had their eyes light up. At the first level, 3rd stage, he can easily defeat an opponent at the first level, 5th stage, and he is using the 9th grade technique Thunderbolt formula, said Huanganhua, the deputy director of the Education Bureau. Moreover, the martial arts technique he used is the 4th grade superior spirit snake technique, which he has clearly mastered to a great extent. Hong Yu from the military also spoke up. Looking at his speed and explosive power, his physical quality is definitely not weaker than a first-level, 6th stage warrior. This kid is a super warrior, and at least a 3-star super warrior. Mayor Ling Tian of Anqing looked excited. To become a super warrior at 18 and cultivate a 9th grade technique and a 4th grade martial skill, his talent must be at least above the Earth level. Unexpectedly, Anqing had produced a genius with Earth level talent. This matter must be reported to the state for the government to focus on nurturing him. The emergence of such talent in Huaxia is a blessing for Huaxia. Those with Earth level talent will achieve at least the level of a 9th grade warrior in the future. 9th grade warriors are extremely rare throughout the entire Earth, possessing unmatched abilities and earning the respect of the world. Hongyu, this Fong Fong is my student from Anqing. Your military department should not have any designs on him, Mayor Ling Tian stated. What's wrong with your student from Anqing? Such a genius is most suitable for our military department. Hongyu's eyes sparkled with determination, planning to invite Fong Fong to join the military as soon as he emerged. Impossible. The talents from Anqing will be reported to the state for centralized training by the government. I will not hand them over to your military department. Ling Tian opposed. As the two argued in the wild battlefield, Fong Fong had already reached deep within, weaving through the trees when suddenly, a wild boar demon beast with long tusks attacked. It was a 2nd level, 3rd stage demon beast, the long-tusked wild boar. The long-toothed wild boar was covered in sharp bristles, like steel needles, both sharp and hard, making it nearly impossible for ordinary weapons to break through its defenses. Fong Fong looked at the pig demon before him, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. A 2nd level, 3rd stage demon beast, I'll use you to test my spear. Feng Fang's second level, second stage physical attributes erupted, and with a flicker, he appeared in front of the long-toothed wild boar. Unleashing the terrifying power of the third-grade martial skill, Thunder Spear. He thrust the spear forward. The sharp, piercing spear light crackled with electricity, stabbing directly into the boar's head, penetrating it completely. Withdrawing the spear, the long-toothed wild boar twitched a few times before collapsing to the ground, dead. Feng Feng smiled, took out a container from his backpack designed to store demon beast blood, and began to collect the blood of the long-toothed wild boar. This special container for collecting demon beast blood ensured that the blood would not spoil. Feng Feng had previously bought 2,000 of these containers when he purchased demon beast blood at the trading hall. All of them were stored in the system space. And now he could take one out to collect the blood of his new hunt. After collecting the demon beast blood, Feng Feng proceeded to gather materials from the long-toothed wild boar. The materials from a second-level demon beast were worth 4 to 5 times more than those from a first-level, 9th-stage demon beast, selling for over 5 million, which was no small sum. After witnessing Feng Feng hunt the long-toothed wild boar, the monitoring area outside the battlefield erupted once again with excitement among the three: Hong Yu from the military, Ling Tian from the government, and Huang Anhua from the Education Bureau. They were shocked by Feng Feng's strength. With a cultivation level of first rank, third stage, he possessed physical attributes comparable to a second rank warrior and the ability to instantly kill second rank, third stage demon beasts. Moreover, his third-grade marksmanship skills had reached great mastery. A genius. An unprecedented genius, with physical attributes that at least matched a 4-star super warrior, and a talent that was very likely to be of heavenly grade. Heavenly grade talent is extremely rare on Earth, with each individual capable of sweeping through an era. The three understood that the emergence of a genius with suspected heavenly grade talent in China had exceeded their authority to decide, and they must report it to the state immediately. Heavenly grade talent is far too important for the country, incomparable to Earth grade talent. Once a genius with heavenly grade talent is discovered domestically, the state will spare no effort in nurturing them as a future cornerstone of the nation. Governor, I have tremendous news. Mayor Ling Tian dialed the governor's phone, excitedly saying, "We have a genius in city who is suspected of having heavenly grade talent. At just 18 years old, he has successfully cultivated a 9th grade technique, and has also mastered a 4th grade high-level, extremely difficult body technique and a 3rd grade marksmanship technique to great perfection. His cultivation is at first rank, 3rd stage, with physical attributes comparable to a 2nd rank warrior, and his combat power can instantly kill 2nd rank, 3rd stage demon beasts." Mayor Ling Tian reported Feng Feng's situation to the governor. On the other end of the line, the governor's voice was filled with shock. 18 years old, first rank, 3rd stage, physical attributes comparable to a 2nd rank warrior, combat power capable of killing 2nd rank, 3rd stage demon beasts, and he has cultivated a 9th grade technique along with 2 mid-level martial skills? That's right, Ling Tian confirmed. So I suspect he possesses heavenly grade talent and immediately report it to you. Very good, wait for me. I will report this to the central government right away and have them send someone down to personally verify. If it is confirmed to be heavenly grade talent, I will commend you greatly. The governor's voice was somewhat excited. If it is confirmed that Feng Feng indeed has heavenly grade talent, not only will Ling Tian be commended, but he will also receive a significant commendation. At this moment, the protagonist Feng Feng was still unaware that he had already caught the attention of several big shots. He was still in the battlefield, continuously hunting demon beasts, collecting their materials and essence. He hunted until after midnight, when the system space updated his cultivation attempts. Feng Feng then found a bush, ensuring he could not be discovered from the outside, and entered the system space, placing all the materials and essence he had collected that day into the system space. After that, he cultivated in the system space for 29 days, exiting with 1 day remaining to ensure he could enter the system space at any time. Soon, 3 days passed. Feng Feng continued to hunt demon beasts in the battlefield while entering the system space to cultivate every day. His cultivation officially reached first rank, 4th stage, and the 2 martial skills, Thunder Gun and Spirit Snake body technique, would reach perfection in just 1 more day. Feng Feng had not spent time cultivating the blood god immortal body these past few days. He planned to first raise his cultivation to first rank, 5th stage. After the competition for the Blessed Land quota ended and he left the battlefield, he would then cultivate the blood god immortal body. At this time, outside the battlefield, after the governor reported Feng Feng's information to the central government, they sent people to confirm the news that same day. However, since Feng Feng was currently competing for the Blessed Land quota, they did not disturb him, planning to wait until the competition was over to test his talent. He has improved again. In the monitoring area, among the several big shots sent by the state, an old man with a sharp face and thunderous voice fixed his keen eyes on the screen showing Feng. This man was the founder of the 9th grade technique Thunder Technique, the Thunder King, whose cultivation had long surpassed that of a 9th level warrior. Anqing discovered a genius with suspected heavenly level talent, and the country directly arranged for him to lead a team to confirm it. Beside him, Hongyu, Ling Tian, and Huang Anhua nodded and said, in just 3 days, he has improved a rank. His cultivation speed is truly terrifying. After advancing a rank in cultivation, even a level 6 segment 2 demon beast is no match for him. A burly middle-aged man from the team led by the Thunder King spoke up. The burly middle-aged man is a level 9 warrior known as the Madman Guyong. This ability to challenge beyond ranks is quite rare even among those with heavenly level talent. He is almost catching up to the martial god of the past, the Thunder King said. The martial god, the strongest on earth, was also a genius with heavenly level excellence. It seems that our Huaxia will soon have another war god, Guyong said. Everyone nodded. With such talent and qualifications, as long as he doesn't fall, he will surely become a war god. With such a genius born in Huaxia, the country will naturally not let him fall. In the wild battlefield, Feng continuously hunted demon beasts, collecting their materials and blood, accumulating combat experience. During this time, Feng fought fiercely with demon beasts, lingering in countless dangers, and his character became even more resolute. 4 days later, Feng Fang's cultivation reached level 1. Segment 5 and his 2 martial skills, Thunder Spear and Spirit Snake Body Technique, were also perfected. When the 7 days were up, all the students began to enter the wild battlefield to combine their efforts. The military started counting the number of demon beasts they had killed, calculating points, determining the rankings of the top 300, and granting them spots to enter the Blessed Land. 7 days ago, more than 5,000 people entered the wild battlefield, but now only over 4,900 have come out. More than 100 have died. There was no way around it. The strongest students entering were only level 1 9th stage martial artists, with no one above level 2, and most of the more than 5,000 students were level 1 5th stage martial artists. In the wild battlefield, there are many level 2 demon beasts, and these students, lacking experience in life and death battles, find it very difficult to survive when encountering level 2 demon beasts. Even if they tried their best to avoid them, over 100 still died. This is the cruelty of the collision between humans and demon beasts. These students chose to participate in the competition for the quota to the Blessed Land, and they must pay the price for it. More than 100 corpses were carried out from the wild battlefield and transported back to An City to be handed over to their parents. Among them was the corpse of Lihao. 7 days ago, Lihao had his hands and feet severed by Feng, his dantian destroyed, unable to save himself, and ultimately died in the wild battlefield. Feng showed no mercy. Everyone must pay the price for their actions. Since Lihao chose to ambush him, he had to bear the cost of being counter-killed. At this moment, the points were tallied, and everyone looked forward, waiting for the official announcement of the rankings. In these 7 days, Feng had hunted over 1,000 level 2 demon beasts in the wild battlefield, so his ranking should be within the top 300. Among the 5,000 who entered, dozens had already reached level 1 9th stage, over 200 were level 1 8th stage, and more than 500 were level 1 7th stage. The rest were all level 1 6th stage and level 1 5th stage. Those ranked in the top 300 could obtain a quota to enter the Blessed Land. The director of the Education Bureau, Huang Anhua, took out the list and said, "The points tally is complete. I will only announce the names of those in the top 300. All the students breathed rapidly, unsure if their points would place them in the top 300. First place, in City Number 9 Middle School, Huang Anhua announced. After saying this, he looked towards the place where Feng was. Feng felt a surge of joy. He had actually gotten first place, but after thinking about it, he felt relieved. Although his cultivation was at level 1 3rd stage, the demon beasts he had slain in the wild battlefield were all above level 2. This time, among the students entering the wild battlefield, although there were dozens at level 1 9th stage, these students were merely higher in cultivation, their combat power was significantly weaker, and they could at most deal with level 1 8th stage demon beasts, so their accumulated points naturally couldn't compare to his. Beside Feng, 3 students from Class A of An City Number 9 Middle School showed expressions of disbelief. What's going on? Feng, a level 1 3rd stage martial artist from Class C, got first place? Is there a mistake? They couldn't comprehend it at all but dared not voice their doubts. The officials had a complete monitoring system and the entire situation of the wild battlefield was under their control. Feng didn't dare to cheat, nor could he. This was terrifying. To achieve first place with a level 1 3rd stage cultivation, how many demon beasts Would one have to hunt? No, this guy's cultivation has now reached level 1, 5th stage. Feeling Feng Feng's current cultivation. A gasp of cold air echoed around. In just 7 days, he had advanced 2 stages. What a terrifying rate of improvement. Could it be that Feng Feng had stumbled upon some incredible opportunity in the wild battlefield that not only allowed him to increase his cultivation by 2 stages, but also helped him secure first place? While all the students were discussing fervently, Huang Anhua in front called out to Feng Feng, "Feng Feng, come here, I need to talk to you." Feng Feng, hearing this, felt a bit puzzled. He needed to talk to him? Feng Feng walked over to Huang Anhua and stood in front of him. Huang Anhua handed the list to a staff member from the Education Bureau and said, "You continue announcing the names in the top 300. The person nodded, took the list, and continued the announcement. Huang Anhua then said to Feng Feng, "Come with me." Huang Anhua turned around and, with Feng Feng, got into an off-road vehicle, leaving the battlefield behind. Inside the off-road vehicle, Huang Anhua broke the silence and introduced himself. "Feng Feng, I am Huang Anhua, the director of the Anqing Education Bureau. You can call me Director Huang." "Director Huang, where are we going?" Feng Feng asked. "We're going to meet a few important figures," Huang Anhua replied. "These are individuals that many ordinary martial artists will never have the chance to meet in their lifetime. Important figures that ordinary martial artists will never meet." Feng Feng was somewhat surprised. Such important figures must be high-ranking martial artists. Why was he being taken to meet them? Did he have the qualifications? Had his talent been exposed? The only way he could be taken away was if his talent was discovered by the authorities. It was possible that he had revealed his true combat power on the battlefield. As a martial artist with only a level 1, 3rd stage cultivation and having improved 2 stages in 7 days while killing so many second-level demon beasts, any knowledgeable senior martial artist could guess the truth. "That's right," Huang Anhua answered. "Feng Feng, you've hidden it from us quite well. With such excellent cultivation talent, you didn't report it to the school. If you had reported it earlier, we could have found you sooner and focused on nurturing you." "Focus on nurturing me?" Feng Feng was taken aback. "Yes," Huang Anhua said. "Geniuses with Earth-level talent or above, as long as they join the country, will have all their future cultivation resources, techniques, martial skills, weapons, and elixirs provided for free by the state." "That's amazing," Feng Feng was shocked. For martial artists with Earth-level talent or above, joining the country meant all future cultivation resources would be provided for free. Feng Feng felt excited. Joining the country, serving the homeland, and protecting Huaxia was something he should do, and he never expected there would be such benefits. With this, wouldn't he no longer have to worry about his future cultivation expenses? 2 hours later, Huang Anhua brought Feng Feng to a villa in the center of an city. At this time, Lei Wang, the madman Guyong, and a martial artist wearing a black mask were already waiting for Feng Feng and Huang Anhua in the villa, along with the city's mayor Ling Tian and the military's Hong Yu. Upon seeing Feng Feng and Huang Anhua enter, all 5 turned their gazes towards Feng Feng, their eyes shining with excitement. "This is Lei Wang," Huang Anhua introduced. "The 9th grade technique you practice, Thunderbolt technique, was created by him." Feng Feng was taken aback. The founder of the 9th grade technique he practiced was the Lei Wang before him. "Greetings, Senior Lei Wang," Feng Feng said respectfully. Lei Wang nodded in satisfaction and said, "Let's start the talent test." "Okay." Feng Feng nodded. The purpose of everyone coming here was to test his talent. The equipment for testing talent had already been prepared by Lei Wang and the others. Standing in the center of the device, Lei Wang, Huang Anhua, Ling Tian, and the others all breathed rapidly, unsure of what terrifying level Feng Feng's talent would reach. Previously, they had only speculated that Feng Feng possessed a heavenly level talent, but without testing, everything was just a guess, and they did not dare to be certain. The device projected a beam of light onto Feng Feng, and the screen clearly displayed 4 large characters: Heavenly Level Supreme. Heavenly Level Supreme. Lei Wang suddenly stood up, his eyes wide with shock as he looked at the 4 characters on the screen. It was actually a talent level on par with the strongest warrior on Earth, the martial god. After 500 years, Earth had produced another person with heavenly level supreme talent. With the emergence of a heavenly level supreme talent, we must immediately notify the martial god. The genius with heavenly level supreme talent is not something we have the authority to decide, Lei Wang said. "Yes, we must inform the martial god at once," the madman Guyong added. The 2 looked at Feng Feng. Lei Wang continued, "Feng Feng, the headquarters originally thought you only had a suspected heavenly level talent, so they sent us to test you. We didn't expect you to have the highest level of heavenly level supreme talent. Your situation is now beyond our control, but rest assured. We will report this matter immediately, and the country will send someone to arrange your affairs. Okay. Feng Feng replied, somewhat understanding. He didn't expect that having a heavenly-level supreme talent would cause such a stir that even the creator of the 9th grade technique, Lei Wang, could not decide his fate. You may not yet realize how important heavenly-level supreme talent is for humanity today, Gu Yong said seriously. The war between humans and demon beasts has remained stable, preventing the demon beasts from advancing further, because there is a martial god among humans with heavenly-level supreme talent, whose cultivation has reached a level that makes the demon beasts tremble. Without the martial god, Earth would have long been overrun by demon beasts. Now, with another person possessing heavenly-level supreme talent, as long as you can grow and reach the next level of the martial god in the future, humanity will have the ability to completely drive the demon beasts out of Earth and seal the spatial rifts, Gu Yong continued. Thus, a heavenly-level supreme talent is crucial for all of humanity. Your growth cannot afford any negligence. I see, I understand, Feng Feng nodded solemnly. For a long time, demon beasts had been invading Earth. Through the spatial rifts, destroying humanity's homes, Feng Feng's parents had died at the hands of demon beasts. Completely driving the demon beasts out of Earth and sealing the spatial rifts had always been humanity's goal. However, due to the balance of power between demon beasts and humans, neither side could do anything to the other, resulting in a war that had lasted for hundreds of years. Now, with Feng Feng's emergence, humanity had hope. If another powerhouse comparable to the martial god appeared among humans, this balance would be broken, and humanity would be able to suppress the demon beasts, completely driving them out of Earth. And sealing the spatial rifts would no longer be a dream. As Gu Yong and Feng Feng were explaining, Lei Wang had already reported to headquarters that Feng Feng possessed a heavenly great ultimate talent. 1 hour later, a laser warplane directly descended in city, landing in the square outside the villa where Feng Feng and the others were. A young man slowly stepped down from the warplane. Feng Feng, Lei Wang, Gu Jian, Ling Tian, and others were already waiting in the square. Upon seeing the young man, Lei Wang was suddenly taken aback. It was none other than the martial god himself who had arrived. The young man stepping down from the warplane was indeed the martial god, the strongest on Earth and the faith of all martial artists worldwide. Greetings, martial god, Lei Wang, Gu Yong, and the man in the black mask hurriedly bowed. Huang Anhua, Ling Tian, and Hong Yu had never seen the martial god before, and upon hearing Lei Wang and the others address the young man as the martial god, they were instantly shocked and quickly said, "Greetings, martial god." No need for formalities, the martial god waved his hand, then approached Feng Feng with a smile and said, "You are Feng Feng, right?" Yes, Feng Feng nodded and replied, "Greetings, martial god." Feng Feng did not expect that the legendary martial god would actually be a young man. It should be noted that the rise of the martial god was over 200 years ago, which meant that the martial god was now over 200 years old, yet his appearance still resembled that of a youth. The martial god nodded and said to Lei Wang and the others, "From now on, I will be responsible for Feng Feng's training. You have no further business here." Yes, martial god, Lei Wang and the others nodded, unable to believe that the martial god would personally train Feng Feng. Regarding the matter of Feng Feng possessing a heavenly great ultimate talent, seal all information completely, the martial god said calmly. Outwardly, just declare that Feng Feng has a heavenly great ultimate talent but with a special physique, resulting in a cultivation speed and combat power that are extraordinary. Understood, Lei Wang nodded. The martial god looked at Feng Feng and said, "Feng Feng, come with me." Feng Feng followed the martial god onto the laser warplane, which took off and soared into the sky. Watching the laser warplane ascend, Lei Wang and the others all showed envious expressions. Being personally taken away by the martial god meant that Feng Feng's future prospects were limitless. In the fighter jet, Feng Feng felt a bit nervous and asked, "War god, where are we going?" The war god smiled and said, "No need to be nervous, my real name is Lihao, just call me Brother Hao. We're not going anywhere, I just wanted to invite you up here to have a few words with you." The war god continued, "A person with a heavenly grade supreme talent has already surpassed the realm of ordinary understanding and doesn't need to be taught like others. Every person with heavenly grade supreme talent should rely on their own abilities to carve out a path that belongs to them." The war god said, "Although I said I would teach you, I won't interfere with your growth, I will only provide some assistance. How far you can grow in the future depends entirely on your own efforts. This is an infinite card. With this card, you can purchase anything you need in all trading halls around the world. Cultivation techniques, martial skills, training resources, weapons, and so on, all can be purchased infinitely." The war god took out a black card. He then added, "You don't need to worry about cultivation resources, but I must remind you not to become lazy just because you have ample resources. A person with heavenly grade supreme talent, if they can grow, can stand at the pinnacle of humanity. If they cannot grow, they may end up being nothing. That's all I wanted to say. You can go back now. The war god said, I will leave my contact information. If you encounter any trouble you can't solve, you can reach out to me. As for the rest of your cultivation, you can handle it yourself. I can't be bothered to manage it. After saying this, the war god landed the laser fighter jet on a flat area outside an city, handed Feng Feng his contact information along with a black bank card, and after sending Feng Feng off the jet, he flew away. It wasn't far from an city, and Feng Feng could return in half an hour. Watching the fighter jet gradually fly away into the sky, Feng Feng felt a bit lost, not expecting the strongest person on earth, the war god, to be such an interesting individual. Looking at the contact information and the infinite bank card in his hand, he recalled the war god saying that if Feng Feng had any unsolvable problems, he could ask him for help. This meant that in the future, if Feng Feng encountered trouble, he could simply say, my brother is the strongest person on earth, the war god, you all can figure it out. As for the infinite bank card, it would allow Feng Feng to purchase all the cultivation resources, techniques, martial skills, and more that he needed in the trading hall without worrying about his savings running low. The war god's implication was that a person with heavenly grade supreme talent had already surpassed ordinary people, and they didn't need others to guide them in their cultivation. After all, possessing heavenly grade supreme talent means that practicing any technique or learning any martial skill is not a difficult task. They don't need others to point things out, just give them time, and they can handle everything themselves. A person with heavenly grade supreme talent needs to carve out a path that belongs to them to grow. The path of a strong person's growth is one that must be walked alone. The war god's arrangement perfectly aligned with Feng Feng's thoughts. All he lacked was resources. With his heavenly grade supreme talent and the system space as an external aid, as long as he was given enough cultivation resources, he could gradually grow. Meanwhile, in the distant fighter jet, the war god smiled. What an interesting little guy. I hope that when I see you next time, you will be able to stand on your own. The war god understood very well. For some geniuses, you can concentrate on systematic training. But for an extraordinary prodigy, you cannot do that. You just need to let them go and fight on their own, and they will carve out their own territory. A piece of uncut jade, if not sculpted, no matter how good it is, will be wasted. In the face of a prodigy like Feng Feng, if you forcibly protect him and make him develop according to your wishes, it would actually hinder his growth. Feng Feng returned to an city. With a grand demeanor, like a wealthy demolition resident, he entered the trading hall holding an unlimited bank card. Sir, may I ask what you need? The staff greeted him warmly. Feng Feng glanced at the staff with disdain, resembling a nouveau riche, and said, a complete set of the 9th grade technique Thunderbolt formula, please. Sir, a complete set of the 9th grade technique Thunderbolt formula is worth 50 trillion. Are you sure you want a complete set? The staff, thinking he had misheard, confirmed. He had never encountered such a large order of 50 trillion before. And his hands trembled slightly. Feng Feng impatiently looked at the staff, thinking that the staff lacked insight. Did he really look like someone who couldn't produce 50 trillion? He said, of course I want a complete set, and also the best long spear weapon from your A-grade weapons. Bring me one. Additionally, I want one technique each. From the 4th to the 9th grade for spear skills, palm techniques, fist techniques, and body techniques. Oh, and I need 1,000 portions of the essence blood of demon beasts for each level from level 3 to level 9. And make sure the essence blood is of the highest quality. Don't try to save money for me, I'm not short on cash. Finally, Feng Feng used an unlimited bank card to purchase a complete set of Thunderbolt technique in the trading hall, as well as 4 types of martial arts techniques from rank 4 to rank 9, gun techniques, fist techniques, palm techniques, and body techniques, totaling 24 martial arts techniques. Additionally, he acquired an A-grade weapon long spear and 1,000 portions of monster blood essence from rank 3 to rank 9. At this moment, in the Li family home, all the high-ranking members of the Li family were summoned back, gathered in the hall, their expressions grave. Lihai's corpse was placed in the center of the hall, his hands and feet severed, his dantian pierced, his deathly visage extremely gruesome. After investigation, Lihai was killed by Feng Feng, who severed his hands and feet and destroyed his dantian. He was left to die in the wild battlefield without timely rescue. One of the high-ranking members of the Li family spoke up. This Feng Feng has obtained first place in the competition for the Blessed Land quota. The government claims Feng Feng possesses a heavenly grade supreme talent, with an extremely fast cultivation speed and exceptional combat power, having the strength of a second-level warrior at the first level, 5th stage. What should we do? Should we continue to oppose Feng Feng? A high-ranking member of the Li family asked the others. Feng Feng's talent had exceeded their imagination. Opposing such a genius meant that if they did not eliminate him before he grew stronger, he would become a nightmare for the entire Li family once he matured. What to do? Of course, we should eliminate him before he grows stronger. Lihai's grandfather, the younger brother of the head of the Li family, said coldly. Are we just going to let him go after he killed my grandson? Moreover, even if we are willing to let him go, he may not be willing to let us go. Lihai's grandfather snorted coldly. With that kid's ruthless character, once he has the strength to deal with the Li family can just wait to be exterminated. Upon hearing this, the high-ranking members of the Li family all looked grim. Indeed, with the enmity between the Li family and Feng, once Feng grew stronger, the first thing he would likely do is annihilate the Li family. Then who will deal with him? The head of the Li family spoke up. Now that Feng has revealed his talent, he has already been placed under special protection by the government. If anything happens to him, the government will easily suspect us. Everyone exchanged glances. This was indeed a problem. Given the enmity between the Li family and Feng, if something happened to Feng, others would definitely suspect the Li family first. What are we afraid of? Let them suspect us, Lihai's grandfather snorted coldly. As long as we kill Feng, with our Li family's influence in city, the government won't take action against us for a genius who is already dead. Since you all are too afraid to act, I will take people myself. Anyone who dares to kill my grandson, even if he possesses heavenly grade supreme talent, must die, Lihai's grandfather said with a fierce expression. After saying this, Lihai's grandfather directly left the hall to prepare for the assassination of Feng, leaving the high-ranking members of the Li family in the hall. Although these high-ranking members did not support Lihai's grandfather, they did not oppose him either. If Lihai's grandfather succeeded, it would eliminate a major hidden danger for the Li family. If he failed, it would not be them who died, they could simply push Lihai's grandfather's faction out to take the blame and quell Feng's anger. At this moment, Feng had already returned home and began cultivating the first level of Blood God Invincible Body. Once he mastered the first level, he would be immune to attacks from first level, 9th stage warriors, greatly enhancing his defense. At this time, the director of the Education Bureau, Huang Anhua, called. Feng, the martial god's instructions have come down. Your development will proceed as usual. Prepare yourself, you will enter the third level blessed land in 7 days. By the way, the martial god has instructed that if you encounter any trouble in city, you can call me first. If I can't resolve it, you can contact Mayor Ling Tian or Hong Yu from the nearby military district, they will help you. Okay, thank you, Director Huang, Feng replied. After thinking for a moment, he said, Director Huang, I actually have something I need your help with. What is it? On the other end of the line, Huang Anhua's voice was somewhat excited. You should know that Feng is a prodigy with a heavenly level supreme talent, someone the martial god personally instructed to pay close attention to. Right now, Feng's strength is still weak, but if he can create a situation that troubles him, making Feng owe him a favor, it will be invaluable in the future. A future martial god, just the thought of wanting to get closer to him is enough to attract many people, not to mention making him owe a personal favor. It's not a big deal. Just recently, the descendant of the 5th level martial arts family, the Yuan family from city Yuan Wu, has arranged for assassins to kill me twice. During this time at school, I plan to kill him directly. When the Yuan family comes after me, I hope Director Huang can help me fend them off, Feng stated, asking for Director Huang's assistance. Just this small matter? No problem, Huang Anhua readily agreed, saying, but he's just a descendant of a 5th level martial arts family. If you want to kill him, go ahead. If the Yuan family dares to trouble you, I'll handle it for you. As the director of the city Education Bureau and one of the 3 giants of city with a cultivation level of a 6th level martial artist, Huang Anhua naturally does not fear a 5th level martial arts family. Thank you, Director Huang, Feng expressed his gratitude. You're welcome. On the other end of the phone, Huang Anhua's tone was very relaxed, as if it were just a trivial matter. After hanging up the phone, a cold smile appeared on Feng's lips. Yuan Wu, who had tried to kill him multiple times, had previously refrained from acting due to the Yuan family's influence. Now that Feng has the martial god backing him, he is no longer afraid of the Yuan family. At this moment in the Yuan family home in Anqing, the news of Feng winning first place in the competition for the Blessed Land quota reached Yuan Wu's ears. Moreover, the government revealed Feng's background, a top-tier talent at the Earth level, with a special physique and exceptional combat power. No wonder the assassins he had sent to deal with Feng were all killed by him in return. Yuan Wu arrived deep within the Yuan family's villa complex, in a standalone villa, searching for his grandfather. The Yuan family has many branches, and this generation happened to have his grandfather, Yuan Kuan, as the head of the family. His grandfather, Yuan Kuan, is a 5th-level martial artist. He had tried to hire people to kill Feng Feng twice, but failed both times, and the second time, Feng Feng had already discovered that he was the mastermind behind it. Now that Feng Feng's talent was exposed, Yuan Wu, born into a 5th-level martial arts family, knew very well that offending such a genius meant either making peace with him or eliminating him before he grew stronger. Making peace with Feng Feng was impossible. He had already sent people to assassinate him twice, creating a deadly feud that Feng Feng would not let go. Therefore, the only option was to eliminate him. Feng Feng now possessed the strength of a 2nd-level martial artist, and with the forces he could mobilize, he was no longer able to assassinate Feng Feng and could only let his grandfather, Yuan Kuan, take action. Upon arriving at Yuan Kuan's villa and explaining the situation, Yuan Kuan's eyes flashed with cold light as he said, "This matter is serious, we must be fully prepared. Now that Feng Feng's talent has been made public, the government will definitely pay close attention to him. If we don't handle this well, it will bring us considerable trouble," Yuan Kuan continued. "Though martial artist team from the violent martial arts hall that you hired the first time, didn't that kid kill 2 of them? There are still 3 left, along with the ghost face person that Feng Feng let go. These 4 must be dealt with tonight." Yuan Kuan looked at Yuan Wu and said, "War, you are still too young. Remember, in anything you do, you must be meticulous and ruthless. The matter of hiring someone to kill Feng Feng must be handled cleanly, leaving no traces." "Yes, grandfather," Yuan Wu replied, realizing that he was still not ruthless enough in front of his grandfather. "Since Feng Feng already has the intent to kill you, we must prepare early, the sooner the better, to avoid prolonged troubles," Yuan Kuan said. "You can go now, I will handle this matter." "Thank you, grandfather," Yuan Wu nodded. The Yuan Kuan line has been passed down for 3 generations, with Yuan Kuan having only one son, Yuan Wu's father, who in turn has only one grandson, Yuan Wu. Therefore, Yuan Kuan has spoiled Yuan Wu since childhood, leading to Yuan Wu's arrogant and vengeful character. The next day, Feng Feng arrived at school as usual. After attending morning classes, he took his A-grade weapon spear and went directly to Class B, where Yuan Wu's class was located. By this time, school had already let out for lunch, and students were gradually coming out of the classroom. Feng Feng stood calmly outside the classroom door, the tip of his spear crackling with lightning. His eyes filled with killing intent, waiting for Yuan Wu to come out. After most of the students had exited the classroom, Yuan Wu's figure finally appeared. At this moment, outside the classroom, students and teachers had gathered around. Feng Feng had recently gained considerable fame at the 9th middle school. With his Earth-level top-tier talent, special physique, and exceptional combat power, as well as winning first place in the competition for the Blessed Land quota, he stood at the door with his spear, clearly indicating that something was about to happen. The surrounding students were curious about who Feng Feng was preparing to deal with. Upon seeing Feng Feng standing at the door with his spear, staring directly at him, Yuan Wu felt a chill run down his spine as he approached the door. "Feng Feng, what do you want?" Yuan Wu suppressed the fear in his heart and asked bravely. "Nothing much, just a few things I want to ask you, and a debt I need to settle," Feng Feng replied coldly. "Come with me to the playground, it's not convenient here." Yuan Wu's heart sank, realizing that something was amiss, but then he thought that this was school, so he felt reassured. No matter how bold Feng Feng was, he wouldn't dare to act against him in school. Moreover, there are so many classmates and teachers watching, so what if I go? What can Feng Feng do to me? Following Feng Feng to the playground, many curious classmates also came to the playground, surrounding Feng Feng and Yuan Wu in the center of a circle. "If you have something to say, just ask," Yuan Wu said to Feng Feng. "Was it you who sent the members of the violent martial arts Xiang Zheng team to ambush me in the forest outside the city? And the ghost face man, did you hire him to assassinate me?" Feng Feng asked. Upon hearing this, the students around erupted in chatter. Feng Feng came to confront Yuan Wu, actually to confirm whether Yuan Wu had hired an assassin to kill him. Recently, many students knew about the incident where Feng Feng had humiliated Yuan Wu at the school gate. Who would have thought that Yuan Wu would go so far as to hire an assassin to kill Feng Feng over this matter? What a vicious heart. "I don't understand what you're talking about," Yuan Wu replied calmly, his expression unchanged. "It's best not to accuse someone without evidence, Feng Feng." Now, the remaining 3 members of the Xiang Zheng team and the Ghostface Man had already been dealt with by his grandfather, Yuan Kuan, last night. There was no evidence left, and based solely on Feng Feng's word, he couldn't prove that Yuan Wu was the mastermind behind the assassination. Yuan Wu sneered inwardly. Without evidence, Feng Feng couldn't do anything to him. Seeing Yuan Wu deny it, Feng Feng smiled and said, evidence or not, it doesn't matter. What matters is that I know it's you. After saying that, Feng Feng's body flashed, his aura erupted, and lightning surrounded him as he appeared in front of Yuan Wu, thrusting his spear, which pierced directly through Yuan Wu's thigh. I don't need to provide evidence to kill you, Feng Feng snorted coldly, then pulled out the spear. Ah! Yuan Wu screamed, blood splattering everywhere, glaring at Feng Feng and saying, without proof, you dare to touch me? You're dead, dead for sure. My grandfather won't let you go. Is that so? Then I want to see what he can do to me, Feng Feng said disdainfully. After Feng Feng finished speaking, he suddenly thrust a spear into Yuan Wu's dantian, directly piercing it and destroying Yuan Wu's entire cultivation in an instant. Ah! Yuan Wu's scream echoed throughout the playground, sending chills down people's spines. With his dantian shattered, Yuan Wu's life was essentially ruined. You crippled me! How dare you cripple me? Yuan Wu's eyes were filled with bloodshot fury. He never expected that Feng Feng would dare to cripple his dantian in front of so many people. Behind him was the Yuan family, a 5th-level martial arts clan. How could Feng Feng dare to treat him this way? Just wait. The people from the Yuan family will soon know what happened here, and they will not let you go. Yuan Wu shouted hysterically, when the experts from the Yuan family arrive, they will definitely tear you to pieces. Is that so? I'm waiting, Feng Feng said as he pulled out the spear. Yuan Wu's blood pooling on the ground. The surrounding students were all stunned. They never expected Feng to act so decisively and ruthlessly against Yuan Wu. Now, Feng Feng had gotten himself into big trouble. He had crippled Yuan Wu's dantian and completely offended the Yuan family. When the higher-ups from the Yuan family arrived, they would definitely not let Feng Feng off the hook. The students instinctively moved away from Feng Feng. The wrath of a 5th-level martial arts clan was not something they could bear. However, everyone saw Feng Feng calmly take out his phone and dial a number. Hello, Director Huang? I've already crippled the person. I estimate the Yuan family will be coming to the school soon, so please come over. On the other end of the line, Huang Angue replied, yes, I've already been notified and am on my way to your school. I've asked your principal, Zhua Haijuan, and the director of education, Yang Xiong, to go over first. We'll be there shortly. Okay, thank you, Director Huang, Feng Feng said as he hung up the phone. He then looked at Yuan Wu, who was lying on the ground and unable to get up, and said, I'm right here, waiting for your Yuan family to arrive. Let's see what you can do to me. Yuan Wu gritted his teeth, enduring the pain from his wound, and said, I hope when my grandfather arrives, you can still be so arrogant. Time passed second by second. Blood continued to drip from the tip of Feng Feng's spear, and the atmosphere was tense. At that moment, the director of education and principal Zhua Haijuan arrived at the playground. Seeing that Feng Feng was unharmed, the two let out a sigh of relief and said, don't worry, we'll control the situation first. Director Huang will be here shortly. Feng Feng was now a key focus for Director Huang, the mayor, and other important figures. Nothing could go wrong. Feng Feng nodded. With Yang Xiong and Zhua Haijuan present, he felt a bit more at ease. With these two here, even if the higher-ups from the Yuan family arrived and went crazy wanting to take extreme actions against him, they could hold them off for a while, preventing him from being killed instantly. Once Huang Angue arrived, the Yuan family would be a joke. In front of a 6th-level martial artist, a 5th-level martial arts clan was nothing. Yuan Wu lay on the ground, his wound still burning with pain. When he saw the principal and the director of education arrive, he initially thought that as school leaders, they would first arrange for medical personnel to treat his injuries and wait for the higher-ups from the Yuan family to arrive before addressing his grievances with Feng Feng. But unexpectedly, when the two arrived, they didn't even glance at him. Instead, they went to comfort Feng Feng. It seemed that these two were determined to stand on Feng Feng's side and oppose the Yuan family. Since that was the case, he couldn't blame the Yuan family for being ruthless. A 4th-level martial artist like the principal of 9th middle school was nothing in the eyes of the 5th-level martial arts clan. The surrounding students, seeing the principal and the director of education arrive, not only ignored Yuan Wu's injuries but instead went to comfort Feng Feng. Everyone understood that these two were on Feng Feng's side. It made sense. When Feng Feng was besieged by the Li family at the Anqing Martial Arts School, Zhua Haijuan and Yang Xiong had come out to protect him once, so it was not surprising that they stood with Feng Feng now. But the question is, can a 3rd-level martial arts director really be a match for a 4th-level principal from a 5th-level martial arts family like the Yuan family? To become a 5th-level martial arts family, there must be 3 martial artists above level 5. The Yuan family is considered to be above average among 5th-level families, possessing more than 5 5th-level martial artists. Naturally, they do not fear a 4th-level principal and a 3rd-level Martial arts director. Who harmed my grandson? At this moment, a powerful roar echoed from afar. Following that, a group of high-ranking members of the Yuan family rushed towards the playground, numbering around 40 to 50 people. All of them were from the Yuan family, with more than 10 4th-level martial artists and over 30 3rd-level martial artists, led by 2 5th-level martial artists. One of them was Yuan Kuan, the current head of the Yuan family and the grandfather of Yuan Wu. Seeing Yuan Wu's thigh and dantian pierced by a spear, blood flowing everywhere, Yuan Kuan's voice was extremely low as he looked at Yuan Wu and asked, "Who did this?" "Grandpa, it was him, this bastard. Kill him, tear him to pieces." Yuan Wu pointed at Feng Feng, his voice filled with resentment. Upon hearing this, Yuan Kuan and the others from the Yuan family were filled with endless killing intent as they looked at Feng Feng. "This is what you did." Yuan Kuan suppressed his endless rage and looked at Feng Feng. "That's right," Feng Feng replied, "your grandson has repeatedly sought to assassinate me. He brought this upon himself. So he has no one to blame." "Very good, very good." Yuan Kuan's terrifying aura erupted, coldly stating, "In this world, the lives of people are not the same. My grandson can seek someone to kill you, but you cannot retaliate. If you ruin my grandson's dantian, even 10 of your lives wouldn't be enough to compensate. Today, I will make you wish you were dead." At that moment, Zhua Hejuan and Yang Xiong stood in front of Feng Feng and said, "Yuan family head, Feng Feng is exceptionally talented and has already caught the attention of the big shots above. It would be best for you to step back and not bring unnecessary trouble to the Yuan family." Upon hearing this, Yuan Kuan narrowed his eyes and said, "So what if he has caught the attention of the big shots? This child is ruthless and lawless. He dares to harm my grandson in broad daylight, ruining his dantian. A person like this, even if cultivated, will be a disaster for society. Killing him today is for the good of the people." "Ruthless and lawless," Feng Feng coldly snorted. "Those two phrases would be more fitting for your grandson. A month ago, classmate Lin Yao invited me to dinner with her. Your grandson, filled with jealousy, warned me that if I dared to have dinner with Lin Yao, he would kill me. In the end, he intercepted me at the school gate and was taught a lesson by me, and then he harbored resentment, hiring assassins to kill me twice. For such a despicable person, killing him and ruining his dantian is perfectly justified," Feng Feng said openly, with reason and clarity in his actions. Faced with someone who wanted to kill him, even if he were a descendant of a 5th-level family, he would not hesitate to act. "Without evidence, you should stop slandering me, Grandpa, kill him. He is completely framing me." Yuan Wu roared with a fierce expression, as if he had been wronged. The surrounding students couldn't tell who was telling the truth, but for now, Feng Feng's words seemed more credible. Everything has its cause and effect. If Yuan Wu hadn't repeatedly sought to deal with Feng Feng wouldn't have come directly to the classroom to confront him. Everything was self-inflicted. Yuan Kuan looked at Feng Feng and said, "Kid, regardless of the truth of the previous grievances, it's all your word against his. But today, the matter of you ruining my grandson is as solid as a rock. Even if he had some minor conflicts with you before, at least you didn't do anything then. Now, you have dealt such a heavy blow to him, ruining his life. No matter what you say today, you must die." Yuan Kuan turned to Zhua Hejuan and Yang Xiong and said, "You two had better not meddle in this, otherwise I will deal with you as well." After saying that, a terrifying spiritual energy erupted from Yuan Kuan, forming a phantom of a black tiger behind him, surrounded by black mist, and a storm arose around him, causing pain to people's faces. The anger of a 5th-level martial artist unleashed an overwhelming aura, making all the students present feel an immense pressure in their hearts. However, Zhua Hejuan and Yang Xiong did not retreat at all, standing beside Feng Feng. Their auras erupted. Behind Zhua Hejuan, an ice sword floated, gathering endless spiritual energy towards the ice sword, and the temperature around them rapidly dropped. Behind Yang Xiong, a phantom of a mighty lion appeared, roaring fiercely, shaking the hearts of those present. Seeing this, the Yuan family members rushed forward, their auras exploding, with over a dozen 4th-level martial artists and more than 30 3rd-level martial artists instantly overwhelming the auras of Zhua Hejuan and Yang Xiong. "Yuan family head, I advise you not to act recklessly. The people behind Feng Feng are not something your Yuan family can provoke. Being stubborn will only bring disaster to your family," Zhua Hejuan coldly warned. "Disaster? I want to see who is behind him, who has such great power." Yuan Kuan scoffed. After saying that, Yuan Kuan suddenly charged forward, gathering spiritual energy in his hand, transforming it into a massive black energy palm print, crashing towards Feng behind Zhua Hejuan. This was a 5th-grade martial skill, the black mysterious palm. If it hit Feng, he would either die or be severely injured. The surrounding students held their breath. The Yuan family acted recklessly, disregarding Principal Zhua Hejuan and Director Yang Xiang's objections, and insisted on dealing with Feng Feng forcefully. From the principal's words, it seemed that a powerful figure was backing Feng Feng, giving him the courage to strike against Yuan Wu. It was uncertain whether this powerful figure had arrived yet. If they were any slower, Feng Feng would likely be doomed. Just as Yuan Kuen's palm strike was about to hit Feng Feng, a terrifying bullet suddenly pierced through the air from a distance, instantly striking Yuan Kuen's palm strike and completely shattering his hand. This was a military-grade C-class armor-piercing bullet, capable of exploding the heads of 6th-level demon beasts within a kilometer. This sudden turn of events left everyone around in shock. A powerful figure had arrived. And it was a military strongman. People looked towards the direction from which the armor-piercing bullet had come, and saw 3 SUVs and 4 military vehicles approaching from afar, coming to a stop directly in the playground. From the first SUV, Mayor Ling Tian slowly stepped out. From the second SUV, Education Bureau Director Huang Anhua emerged. From the third SUV, the military district head Hong Yuan. A soldier warrior holding a sniper rifle got out. It was this soldier warrior who had just shot and exploded Yuan Kuen's hand. This person seemed to be a 5th-level high-ranking warrior. Behind the 3 SUVs, 4 military vehicles and 100 armed soldier warriors rushed out, quickly surrounding everyone from the Yuan family. All of these soldiers were actually 4th-level warriors. Seeing this situation before them, all the students around were shocked. The powerful figure behind Feng Feng was terrifying indeed, capable of mobilizing military forces. Zhua Hejuan and Yang Xiong breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Director Huang's arrival. They had finally made it. Meanwhile, the members of the Yuan family all looked grim. What was going on? Even the military had been mobilized. Who exactly was backing Feng Feng? Others are unclear about the origins of these 3 individuals, but the head of the Yuan family, Yuan Kuan, knows. One is a mayor, one is a bureau chief, and one is a military district leader. Unexpectedly, behind Feng Feng, there are actually 3 6th-level martial artists backing him up. How could this be? Why would 3 6th-level martial artists stand up for Feng Feng at the same time? In fact, Feng Feng originally only called the Education Bureau Chief, Huang Anhua, for help, without summoning Hong Yu and Mayor Ling Tian. These two were notified by Huang Anhua. Currently, the only ones in city who know that Feng Feng possesses a top-tier heavenly talent are the 3 of them. The martial god has ordered that this matter must not be disclosed to the outside world. Now, Feng Feng is someone the martial god is extremely fond of, the future martial god of Huaxia. If they can help him before he grows, making him owe them a favor, it is definitely something everyone dreams of. When encountering such a good opportunity, if Huang Anhua did not inform Hong Yu and Ling Tian, they would surely complain about him later. Thus, Huang Anhua told Hong Yu and Ling Tian that Feng Feng needed help. Upon learning that Feng Feng needed assistance, the two happily rushed over, with Hong Yu even bringing 104th-level military martial artists to support. Seeing the 3 arrive, Feng Feng felt somewhat moved. He understood that the 3 wanted him to owe them a favor, but he was still very grateful. After all, he is still weak now, and the future is hard to say. The fact that the 3 have such high hopes for him has already been noted in his heart. He also remembers the favors from Zhua Hejuan and Yang Xiong, who stood firmly in front of him when the Yuan family surrounded him aggressively. In the future, when he rises to prominence, if the 5 need his help, he will definitely not refuse. Huang Anhua approached Yuan Kuan, the head of the Yuan family, and said lightly, "Aren't you curious about which big figure is behind Feng Feng, capable of such great power? Now you see it. Do you think the power is enough?" Yuan Kuan was left speechless, drenched in cold sweat. 3 6th-level martial artists, this power is definitely enough. It's more than enough, it could wipe out the Yuan family several times over. Is it you who are preparing to deal harshly with my little brother? Hong Yuan, the 5th-level martial artist, holding a sniper rifle, stepped in front of Yuan Kuan. Little brother? Feng Feng is actually this military district leader's little brother. Mayor Ling Tian also stepped forward and said, "The Yuan family truly has great power, charging into the campus with so many people to eliminate a once-in-a-century genius from an city. You completely disregard the in-city government." The Yuan family members were drenched in cold sweat, feeling a prickling sensation on their backs. Ling Tian looked at Feng Feng and said, "How do you plan to handle this?" "We will act according to your wishes." Instantly, the surrounding students erupted in excitement again. What is happening? Mayor Ling Tian, Education Bureau Chief Huang Anhua, and military bigwig Hong You seem to care about Feng Feng's thoughts and want to handle this matter according to his wishes. 3 6th-level martial artists taking orders from a 1st-level martial artist. What is going on? Kill. Feng Feng simply said one word. Since the Yuan family has murderous intent towards him, he has nothing to hold back. Understood, Ling Tian replied calmly, as if eliminating the Yuan family members before him was not a big deal. Hong Yu turned to the military martial artist beside him holding the sniper rifle and said, "You guys take action, but be careful not to harm the surrounding students." Okay. The military martial artist with the sniper rifle nodded and instructed the 100 military martial artists surrounding the Yuan family, "Go ahead, but be careful not to accidentally injure the surrounding students." Yes. The 104th level military martial artists responded loudly. Then, the sound of gunfire erupted, and the Yuan family's martial artists began to fall to the ground one after another. Some martial artists tried to escape but could not evade the bullets. A level 4 warrior can reach speeds of several hundred meters per second, but the guns used by these military warriors are not ordinary, they are energy guns specifically designed to deal with warriors. In the hands of a level 4 warrior, they can unleash tremendous power, and at such a short distance, the members of the Yuan family have no chance of escape. Yuan Kuan, the head of the Yuan family, and another level 5 warrior from the Yuan family were both shot dead by the level 5 warrior beside Hong Yu, who was holding a sniper rifle. Feng Feng approached Yuan Wu, who was lying on the ground, with a long gun in hand and said, "Your Yuan family members have come, and they have all been wiped out. The outcome seems to be quite different from what you said. I am to be torn to pieces." At this moment, Yuan Wu was already in despair, his eyes vacant. He could not believe that the self he had been proud of just a day ago would die here today. The Yuan family, which he had always taken pride in, was easily annihilated. Yuan Wu now understood that not everyone would give face to his Yuan family, and not everyone feared them. Offending someone who cannot be provoked comes with a painful price. "In your next life, don't provoke me," Feng Feng said, and with that, he thrust his gun down, piercing Yuan Wu's chest and pinning his body to the playground. The surrounding students were all terrified, unable to believe that the usually low-key Feng Feng possessed such great power and was so ruthless and decisive, showing no mercy to his enemies. This Feng Feng should definitely not be provoked in the future. The Yuan family is a perfect example. The 4th chapter ends, and everyone gives their praise. Lihao and Shang Bingfu were also among the crowd of students watching the scene. Seeing Feng Feng treat his enemies with such ruthlessness and decisiveness, Lihao felt a chill in his heart. Compared to Feng Feng's cruelty, his background was even more terrifying. With 3 6th level martial artists backing him, Feng Feng could easily walk through in city. The Li family was now in a situation of no return with Feng Feng, and once Feng Feng dealt with the Yuan family, it would likely be their turn. Li Hao couldn't help but worry. In contrast to Li Hao's concerns, Shang Bingfu felt more regret. Feng Feng, a figure who now seemed incredibly distant, had once been her boyfriend, but she hadn't cherished him and had missed her chance with him. Choosing Li Hao, who wasn't even worthy to carry Feng Feng's shoes, filled her with immense regret. If only she hadn't left Feng Feng back then, she would surely be shining brightly now and have a better future ahead. Unfortunately, everything was irretrievable. That night, all members of the Li family gathered, worried about the events of the day. The incident at the 9th high school had already spread like wildfire. Feng Feng's background was exposed, having 3 6th level martial artists as his backing, easily annihilating a third of the Yuan family's experts, who were a 5th level martial arts family. The conflict between the Li family and Feng Feng was clear to everyone in city, and all were speculating whether Feng Feng would turn his attention to the Li family after dealing with the Yuan family. "What should we do?" The head of the Li family looked around at the senior members, asking in a deep voice, "With Feng Feng's current background, it would be as easy as pie for him to deal with our Li family." The senior members exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. "If he wants to deal with us, we should strike first," Li Hai's grandfather said coldly. As a dignified 4th level martial arts family standing in city for hundreds of years, it's truly pathetic to be scared by a young brat. As martial artists, who hasn't lived a life on the edge, risking their lives? Why should we fear an 18-year-old kid? No matter how talented he is or how strong his background, he is still just a 1st level martial artist. I could easily crush him, Li Hai's grandfather continued. In this situation, it's either Feng Feng dies or we perish. We can only take the plunge. The senior members of the Li family nodded. This was the only way forward. I'll arrange for someone to act before Feng Feng enters the Blessed Land, to kill him and avoid any long-lasting troubles. Li Hai's grandfather said coldly. For safety's sake, I will send a 3rd level martial artist assassin to ensure nothing goes wrong. The senior members nodded. A 3rd level martial artist assassin was more than enough to deal with a 1st level 5th stage high school student. Meanwhile, Feng Feng returned home and began to cultivate, seizing the time to improve his skills, aiming to reach the first level 7th stage before entering the Blessed Land. At the same time, he also started practicing the Blood God Immortal Body, a defensive sacred technique that was better to cultivate as early as possible. Now, the 3rd grade martial skill Thunder Spear and the 4th grade body technique Spirit Snake technique had been perfected by Feng. He could spend the 9 hours he previously used to practice martial skills in the system space on cultivating the Blood God Immortal Body. 9 hours was just enough to practice the Blood God Immortal Body once. With 7 days left before entering the Blessed Land, Feng spent these 7 days doing nothing else but attending school during the day and returning home at night to cultivate tirelessly. In the blink of an eye, 6 days had passed. Feng emerged from the system space, letting out a breath. In 6 days, he successfully raised his cultivation to the first level 7th stage. The cultivation of the Blood God Immortal Body also made significant progress, greatly enhancing his defensive power. Open the attribute panel. Host, Feng Cultivation, Level 1, Stage 7, 5-star Super Warrior, Spirit, 1600, Level 2, Stage 6, Vitality, 16,000. Level 2, Stage 6, Speed, 160 meters per second, Level 2, Stage 6, Strength, 16T, Level 2, Stage 6, Physical Strength, Level 2, Stage 7. Number of times entering system space, 0. Feng was somewhat surprised. Because he was a 5-star Super Warrior, his cultivation at Level 1, Stage 7 allowed his physical attributes to be comparable to Level 2, Stage 7. Other physical attributes, Spirit, Vitality, Speed, and Strength only reached the level of Level 2, Stage 6, but his physical defense was comparable to Level 2, Stage 7. Could it be because he practiced the Undying Blood God Body, which allowed his physical defense to be a level higher than his other physical attributes? It was possible. The Undying Blood God Body had 12 levels, ranked above 9, primarily focusing on physical defense, which would naturally enhance his physical strength. Tomorrow was the day to enter the Blessed Land, and Feng was somewhat looking forward to it, wondering what kind of opportunities the legendary Blessed Land would provide him. Just then, Feng sensed a killing intent locking onto him from outside the door. There was an assassin. Feng was startled. An assassin had come to his doorstep. From the fluctuations of this aura, the assassin was very strong, a level 3 warrior. After his parents died, he had been living alone, and now a level 3 assassin had come directly to his home, preparing to assassinate him. Could it be someone sent by the Yuan family? A cold light flickered in Feng's eyes. On the playground that day, he had only killed 2 level 5 warriors from the Yuan family, along with over a dozen level 4 warriors and more than 30 level 3 warriors, but he hadn't completely wiped out the Yuan family. The Yuan family, as a level 5 martial arts family, had a deep foundation, with hundreds of warriors above level 3. Besides the 2 level 5 warriors killed on the spot, there were still 3 other level 5 warriors and 2/3 of the Yuan family's upper echelon who had not been killed. Could it be that these remaining high-ranking members of the Yuan family sent someone to assassinate him for revenge against their family head, Yuan Kuan? No, that didn't make sense. Feng immediately sensed something was off. If the Yuan family were to act, they wouldn't send just one level 3 warrior. Moreover, given the current situation of the Yuan family, with their family head killed and 1/3 of their experts wiped out, they were already being eyed by the other level 5 martial arts families in An City, trying to deal with them. They wouldn't have time to provoke him again. So there was only one possibility, the Li family. Besides the Yuan family, the only enemy Feng had left in An City was the Li family. Good job, Li family. I won't go after you, but you come to provoke me first. Since you want to die so badly, don't blame me, Feng snorted coldly. Feng gripped his A-grade weapon spear, vigilantly looking towards the door, ready to deal with the immediate crisis before confronting the Li family. However, resolving the current crisis might not be so simple. The assassin had already reached outside the door, and it was too late to call for help. By the time others arrived at his home, he estimated the body would already be cold. Now he could only rely on himself. A level 3 warrior, Feng's fighting spirit surged. His level 3 spear technique was already perfected, and his level 5 body technique was also perfected. His physical defense was comparable to a level 2 stage 7 warrior, and he had the support of the 9-rank technique Thunder technique. He wanted to see who was stronger between him and the level 3 warrior. Today's update is a bit late. Here's a big chapter, and there will be more tonight. Deng Chang, a 3rd-level martial artist assassin from the southeast province, had just accepted 100 billion from the Li family to deal with Feng. Deng Chang did not expect Feng's perception to be so sharp. As soon as he arrived at the door, he was discovered by Feng. Since that was the case, there was nothing left to hide, just a 1st-level, 7th-tier high school student. He quickly resolved to escape An City. Deng Chang drew a soft sword from his belt, thin as a cicada's wing and exceptionally sharp. The aura of a third-level, first-tier martial artist erupted, and a terrifying icy power was released from Deng Chang's body as he swung his sword. The cold light flickered, and with one strike, he shattered the door of Feng Feng's house into pieces. Utilizing a second-tier movement technique, Deng Chang's body transformed into an afterimage as he rushed into Feng Feng's home, aiming to kill him. In the living room, Feng Feng, who had been waiting for a long time, snorted coldly. The thunderbolt technique erupted, surrounding him with lightning as if a thunder god had descended. He swept out with his spear, the electric light flickering on the long spear, covering a 180-degree attack range around him. Deng Chang was directly forced to retreat, and the surrounding furniture was instantly shattered by the strike. What a strong attack power! This is a third-tier martial technique. Deng Chang was shocked, not expecting that Feng Feng, at such a young age, had mastered a third-tier martial technique. It took him many years to only master 2 second-tier martial techniques. Quite interesting. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of Deng Chang's mouth. How powerful his attack was, the gap in their cultivation levels was enormous, and strong attack power could not make up for that. Deng Chang turned around, his speed suddenly increasing as he dashed out the door. Trying to escape? Where do you think you're going? Feng Feng immediately burst into full speed, chasing after Deng Chang. The two of them, one fleeing and the other pursuing, quickly left the neighborhood where Feng Feng's house was located and arrived on a wide avenue. At that moment, Deng Chang suddenly stopped in front, standing under a streetlight, and coldly laughed at Feng Feng. Did you really think I was afraid of you? I was just running away? Young man, you're still too naive. Back in your house, the area was too small for me to unleash my full power, and your long spear had a wide attack range, so I was at a disadvantage. Now that we're outside, my cultivation is stronger than yours. With my movement technique and speed advantages, it's enough to kill you. Prepare to die. After saying this, Deng Chang waved his fine sword, the cold light flashing, moving as fast as lightning, like a venomous snake, charging towards Feng Feng. Feng Feng was unfazed. Being outside was just right for him to showcase his advantages. His spirit snake movement technique was comparable to a 5th-tier martial technique, and he could fully unleash it in the wide open space. As Deng Chang's attack was about to reach Feng Feng, he easily dodged. This is a perfected 4th-tier upper-level movement technique, spirit snake movement technique. Deng Chang was taken aback. The spirit snake movement technique, a well-known 4th-tier upper-level martial technique, was extremely difficult to cultivate and had power comparable to 5th-tier martial techniques. To think that this kid had cultivated it to perfection, originally relying on his 2nd-tier movement technique and his higher cultivation level, he could completely crush Feng Feng in terms of speed and movement. But who would have thought that Feng Feng had actually cultivated a technique with power comparable to a 5th-tier martial technique to perfection? With Feng Feng's 2nd-level, 6th-tier physical attributes, under the enhancement of the perfected spirit snake movement technique, his speed was now completely on par with Deng Chang's, even subtly surpassing him. This battle would likely be very difficult. In terms of attack power, Feng Feng, with the 9th-tier technique Thunderbolt technique and the 3rd-tier martial technique Thunder Spear, was already not weaker than him. Now, with his movement speed also surpassing Deng Chang's, how would this battle unfold? Feng Feng did not think too much. After dodging Deng Chang's sword, he suddenly stomped the ground and leaped up. Utilizing this spirit snake movement technique, he instantly appeared in front of Deng Chang, leaving him no chance to evade. Feng Feng thrust his long spear, the abundant thunder power surging from his dantian, wrapping around the spear tip. The 3rd-tier martial technique, Thunder Spear, was unleashed. On the sharp tip of the spear, purple lightning flickered, emitting a heart-pounding wave as it shot towards Deng Chang. In an instant, Deng Chang felt a chill surge from his tailbone to the crown of his head. A sense of impending death washed over him. If he couldn't withstand the shot, he would die. Deng Chang gritted his teeth, unleashing all his cultivation power, desperately channeling his technique, as endless icy spiritual energy surged from his dantian. Ice sword technique. Deng Chang shouted, executing a 2nd-tier martial skill at the grand completion level. Waves of icy power coiled around the fine sword in his hand, transforming into a sharp sword light to meet the terrifying spear of Feng Feng. Clang! With a loud crash, Deng Chang's fine sword was directly shattered by Feng Feng's spear, and the surrounding icy sword lights were also obliterated by the lightning. Feng Feng's spear pierced straight through Deng Chang's chest. Deng Chang's eyes were filled with disbelief as blood continuously spilled from his mouth, and he muttered incoherently, "Your spear is actually an A-grade weapon." Originally, even if he couldn't resist this shot, it shouldn't have pierced through his chest. The reason for this was entirely because the spear in Feng Feng's hand was an A-grade weapon, 2 levels higher than the C-grade fine sword he wielded. In front of the A-grade spear, the C-grade fine sword was easily shattered, leading to Deng Cheng being pierced through the chest. Now you know, but it's too late, Feng Feng said. The world of the wealthy is not something you can understand. After saying that, Feng Feng directly pulled out the spear. Deng Cheng spat out a mouthful of blood, his body collapsing weakly to the ground. He never expected that after killing countless people in his life, he would ultimately die at the hands of a wealthy high school student due to inferior weaponry. He was unwilling. It's all the Li family's fault. They only told him that Feng Feng was a first-class, fifth-tier high school student with a strong background, but they didn't mention that Feng Feng's real combat power was also formidable and that he was very wealthy. Damn it, a high school student actually has an A-class weapon to bully others. An A-class weapon, worth over 100 billion, is something only 9th-tier martial artists use, and yet a high school student has one. If Feng Feng knew what Deng Cheng was thinking before he died, he wouldn't know how to feel. This isn't Feng Feng's fault, it's all thanks to the martial god, who waved his hand and gave Feng Feng an unlimited card to spend freely. It's just that one wonders if the martial god will cry when he settles the expenses of the unlimited card at the end of the year. Feng Feng's first expenditure alone, just for a complete set of 9th-tier martial arts, cost the martial god 50 trillion, not to mention the 24 martial techniques from 4th to 9th tier, which must also be exorbitant. Moreover, as Feng Feng's cultivation improves, the resources he will need for training will likely become even more terrifying, and the places where he needs to spend money will only increase. Sometimes, Feng Feng actually feels a bit sorry for the martial god. He inadvertently spent so much of the martial god's money, but to cultivate and improve his strength, he has no choice but to spend. He can only wait until he becomes stronger to slowly repay the martial god. Standing in front of Deng Cheng, Feng Feng said coldly, "Did the Li family send you?" "Yes." Deng Cheng, with only his last breath left, unhesitatingly betrayed the Li family. At the brink of death, he had no need to protect the Li family anymore. Even if he died, he would take the Li family down with him. He not only hated Feng Feng but also the Li family. If it weren't for the Li family providing him with the wrong information, he wouldn't have come to assassinate Feng Feng unprepared, ultimately dying at Feng Feng's hands. After Deng Cheng finished speaking, he breathed his last. If the Li family knew what Deng Cheng was thinking before he died, would they cry out in injustice? It wasn't that they didn't say anything, but they also didn't know that Feng Feng's current combat power was already comparable to a third-tier martial artist and that he possessed an A-class weapon they wouldn't even dare to imagine. Knowing from Deng Cheng that the mastermind was indeed the Li family, a cold light flickered in Feng Feng's eyes. "Very well, you Li family scum, you're eager to seek death, aren't you? Good. When I come out of the Blessed Land, it will be your death day. Just one more day until I enter the Blessed Land. I will first enter to enhance my strength and then deal with the Li family. As a 4th-tier martial arts family, the strongest among them is a 4th-tier martial artist. With Feng Feng's current strength, dealing with a 1st-tier 3rd-tier martial artist is manageable, but facing a higher-level 4th-tier martial artist will be somewhat difficult. However, Feng Feng is not worried. With his current growth rate, he can improve a tier in 3 days, and soon he will have the strength to defeat a 4th-tier martial artist. For now, he will just endure for a while, enter the Blessed Land to develop, and then take revenge. In fact, Feng Feng could easily leverage his connections, call Huan Anhua or Ling Tian, and have them deal with the Li family for him. However, Feng Feng doesn't want to do that. Unless absolutely necessary, he doesn't want to trouble others or always rely on them to fight his battles. This would make him no different from those spoiled brats of martial arts families who only know how to use their family's power to oppress others when faced with problems, lacking any fighting spirit. Over time, this would dull his sharpness, bloodiness, and the courage to fight and struggle, fostering a habit of dependency on others. He believes this is also why the martial god doesn't let him follow, wanting him to venture out and develop on his own, relying on his own strength to carve out a path that belongs to him. This is the correct developmental path for an extraordinary genius. Feng Feng made a call to the renovation company. The door and furniture in his home had just been smashed, and it needed to be renovated. After that, Feng Feng went to the trading hall in Ansheng, preparing to buy a gun. This time, the gun Feng Feng wanted to buy was not a cold weapon like a spear, but a hot weapon energy gun. That day on the playground, Feng Feng saw the warriors of the army using energy guns, taking down the Yuan family members in just a few shots. Feng Feng was quite envious of that power. Especially the warrior next to Hongyu, who was holding a sniper rifle. From a distance, he was able to blow off Yuan Kuan's hand with a single shot, and in the end, he shot dead both Yuan Kuan and another 5th-level warrior from the Yuan family with 2 shots. Standing in front of the counter in the trading hall, Feng Feng said to the staff, "I want to buy a thermal weapon energy gun. Do you have any recommendations?" The staff, upon seeing Feng Feng, was as excited as if they had seen their own father. A few days ago, Feng had bought many priceless items in one go at the trading hall, and all those orders would count towards her work performance. Now, seeing Feng come to buy again, they were overjoyed. Feng was simply their big benefactor. By the way, prioritize quality, no need to consider the price, I'm not short on money. Feng waved her hand, speaking in a very generous tone, like a wealthy person. At that moment, in a certain level of blessed land in Huaxia, the martial god was discussing matters with several big shots when he suddenly sneezed. The martial god was somewhat puzzled. Could he be catching a cold? What the martial god didn't know was that in the trading hall of An City, his unlimited card was about to incur another huge expense. The culprit, Feng was now listening seriously as the staff introduced the types of thermal weapon energy guns. The staff earnestly explained, "Sir, thermal weapon energy guns are generally divided into 4 categories. The first type is a sniper rifle with a long range and high attack power. The second type is a rifle with a medium range and high lethality. The third type is a submachine gun with a medium range, high lethality, fast firing rate, and large bullet capacity. The fourth type is a pistol with a short range and medium lethality, but it is convenient to carry." Listening to the staff's introduction, Feng pondered. The first type of sniper rifle has a long range and great attack power, making it a good choice, capable of killing opponents from a distance. The second type, the rifle, has a medium range and high attack power, but is quite ordinary. Choosing a rifle is not as good as choosing a sniper rifle. The third type, the submachine gun, has a medium range, high attack power, fast firing rate, and a large magazine capacity, also a good choice. The fourth type, the pistol, has a medium range and medium attack power, and is basically not worth considering. After much thought, Feng decided to purchase the first type of sniper rifle and the third type of submachine gun. "How much for the sniper rifle and the submachine gun?" Feng asked. "Sir, energy guns are classified differently from other weapons, ranging from level 1 to 9. Due to limited scientific technology, the strongest energy guns today are only level 9, and a level 9 energy gun can deal with level 9 monsters," the staff replied. "Since energy guns are classified from 1 to 9, give me one of the best quality submachine guns and sniper rifles from level 4 to 9, Feng said boldly. The staff swallowed nervously and cautiously asked, "Sir, are you sure you want one of the best quality submachine guns and sniper rifles from level 4 to 9? He was once again intimidated by Feng's boldness. As a long-range lethal weapon, energy guns cost more than 10 times that of other cold weapons. A top quality A-grade weapon might only cost several hundred billion, but a level 9 energy gun, even the lowest quality, would cost several trillion. Moreover, the bullets for energy guns are also extremely expensive. A cheap bullet costs over $1 million, while an expensive one can cost several hundred million each. Almost every use of an energy gun is burning money, something that ordinary people cannot afford. This is also why many martial artists prefer to use cold weapons rather than energy guns." "Of course," Feng replied affirmatively. "Do I look like someone who can't afford it?" Feng secretly cursed the staff for being clueless. This was not his first time buying things, and he should know about Feng's financial power. No, the staff immediately denied it. And then recommended 2 types of the best quality energy guns to Feng. The Godslayer is the most powerful sniper rifle in terms of lethality and range, with an effective distance of 10,000 meters, capable of easily breaking through the defenses of monsters 1 level higher. In other words, a level 4 Godslayer sniper rifle can break through the defenses of a level 5 monster. However, the price of a Godslayer sniper rifle and its bullets are the most expensive among sniper rifles. But for Feng, this was not a problem. As far as he was concerned, any issue that could be solved with money was not a problem. Feng resolutely chose the Godslayer. As for the submachine gun, the staff recommended a type called Plunder. Plunder is the submachine gun with the longest range, highest attack power, fastest firing rate, and largest bullet capacity. Its effective range is 5,000 meters, and its attack power can annihilate monsters of the same level. Feng resolutely chose it. He bought 6 Plunder submachine guns and 6 Godslayer sniper rifles from levels 4 to 9. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Having bought a guns, I should buy some bullets. For the Godslayer sniper rifle, give me 1,000 bullets for each level, and for the Plunder submachine gun, let's start with 10,000 bullets for each level. I can buy more if needed." "Alright, sir," the staff nodded and then said, "Sir, because you bought many high-level energy guns, I would like to remind you that energy guns produce a strong recoil when used. Generally, a level 1 martial artist can only withstand the recoil of a level 2 energy gun at most. The recoil from a level 3 energy gun can injure a level 1 martial artist, and the recoil from energy guns above level 4 can potentially kill a level 1 martial artist on the spot. So with your current level 1 martial artist cultivation, it's best not to Use energy guns above level 3 to avoid being injured by the recoil, the staff member reminded. Okay, I understand, Fong Fong nodded, thinking it made sense. Just now, he was pondering a question. With the terrifying power of energy guns, wouldn't a level 1 martial artist wielding a level 4 energy gun be able to take out a level 4 martial artist from a distance? But now that he thought about it, that was completely unrealistic. Not to mention that a level 4 martial artist could reach speeds of hundreds of meters per second and have extremely quick reflexes. Feeling the threat the moment the gun fired and dodging the bullet in advance. Furthermore, if a level 1 martial artist used a level 4 energy gun, they would likely be killed by the recoil before they could even take down the level 4 martial artist. So relying on energy guns to challenge opponents of a higher level was entirely unrealistic. After buying the energy guns and bullets, Fong Fong returned home and directly stored all 12 energy guns and all the bullets in the system space. This was his secret weapon. Once he improved his cultivation by 2 more levels and completed the first stage of the Blood God Immortal Body, his physical defense would be comparable to that of a level 3 martial artist. At that time, he would be able to withstand the recoil of a level 4 sniper rifle, and using a level 4 sniper rifle to take out level 4 martial artists would be a piece of cake. The strongest in the Li family were level 4 martial artists. As long as Fong Fong used the sniper rifle to take out the 3 level 4 martial artists from a distance, the other members of the Li family would be easy prey for him. This sniper rifle was a grand gift Fong Fong had prepared for the Li family. Once he entered the Blessed Land and came out, he would let the Li family have a good taste of it. The 4th update ends here, more tomorrow. The next day, all students ranked in the top 300 for the quota of the Blessed Land from 20 high schools in Anqing were summoned. They were personally taken to the Blessed Land by the director of the Education Bureau, Huang Anhua. The Blessed Land that Fong Fong and others were about to enter was the Jiuxing Blessed Land, one of the top 10 third-level Blessed Lands in the Southeast Province. The location of Jiuxing Blessed Land is not in Anqing, but in Shun City, one of the top 10 cities in the Southeast Province. As one of the 30 major provinces of Huaxia, the Southeast Province has 10 cities and 9 towns, with Shun City being one of the top 3 major cities. In the province, its population 5 times that of Anqing, and its overall martial artist strength also stronger than that of Anqing. The students entering Jiuxing Blessed Land this time included not only the 300 from Anqing but also students from 8 other cities and 10 other towns, totaling nearly 10,000. Each city was allocated a different number of Blessed Land quotas based on its population base. For example, since Shun City's population is 5 times that of Anqing, it received 5 times the quota, totaling 1,500 places. In the afternoon, all the students from the 10 cities and 9 towns in the Southeast Province who were about to enter Jiuxing Blessed Land gathered at the entrance of the Blessed Land, preparing to enter. At the entrance, personnel from the military, government departments, and the education sector of the Southeast Province had all arrived. The 10,000 candidates entering Jiuxing Blessed Land were the chosen elite among millions of candidates in the entire Southeast Province, the hope for the future. The government placed great importance on this. The director of the Southeast Province Education Bureau stood before the 10,000 students and said, "You 10,000 are the elite of this year's high school seniors in the Southeast Province, the hope for the future. To cultivate you, the provincial government has spared no effort, overcoming numerous pressures to open the Blessed Land, with the aim of training you to become powerful and responsible martial artists who can protect the country and humanity in the future." The 10,000 students present were filled with passion, their voices high, silently vowing to grow up and contribute to the development of Huaxia and fight for the rise of humanity. Next, I will announce the specific matters regarding this entry into the Blessed Land, the Provincial Education Bureau director continued. This time the Blessed Land will be open for 20 days. Once the 20 days are up, you must come out, no matter what. If you do not come out, the entrance to the Blessed Land will close, and you will be trapped inside, waiting for the next time the Blessed Land opens to get out. I must remind you that humanity still cannot fully control the Blessed Land and cannot open it at any time. We do not know when the next opening will be, as opening a Blessed Land requires a tremendous cost. Therefore, those entering the Blessed Land should come out as soon as the time is up to avoid being trapped inside and missing this year's college entrance examination. Moreover, once the entrance to the Blessed Land closes, many unknown dangers will appear inside. If you are trapped, your safety cannot be guaranteed, the Provincial Education Bureau director warned gravely. He hoped everyone would come out on time and not be trapped inside the Blessed Land. Fong Fong understood the official's concerns. All the students present were elites, and if 100 or 2 were trapped inside, it would be a huge loss for the Southeast Province. The Provincial Education Bureau director looked at everyone and said, inside the blessed land, the concentration of spiritual energy is 10 times that of the outside world. Practicing for 1 day inside the blessed land is equivalent to practicing for 10 days outside. Moreover, the blessed land is filled with numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures that can rapidly enhance your cultivation, as well as legacies left by ancient martial artists and otherworldly warriors. The opportunities and fortunes are countless. What kind of opportunities you gain in the blessed land depends entirely on your own fortune. All the students were extremely excited. If they could obtain the legacy of some ancient master in the blessed land, they would definitely soar to great heights. Upon exiting, becoming dragons and phoenixes among people. Even if one cannot obtain the inheritance of a strong person having incredible luck in the blessed land and finding a few rare treasures that can enhance one's cultivation is still a great opportunity, leading to a significant increase in strength. It should be noted that treasures that can enhance cultivation are prohibited from being sold in the outside world. Even with money, one cannot buy them. Even if luck is not on one's side, and one cannot obtain the inheritance of a strong person or rare treasures, being able to cultivate for 20 days in the blessed land, where the concentration of spiritual energy is 10 times that of the outside world, can still lead to a substantial improvement in cultivation. Alright, let's set off, said the director of the Provincial Education Bureau. I wish everyone great luck and a bountiful return. Thank you, Principal, the students replied in unison, then rushed towards the blessed land. The entrance to the blessed land resembled a spatial rift, exuding a mysterious glow, with a massive teleportation array covered in intricate runes. When the students stepped onto the teleportation array, the runes would light up, transporting them into the blessed land. 10,000 students surged into the blessed land like a flood, each seeking their own opportunities. Feng also entered the blessed land with the crowd. Inside the blessed land, it formed a world of its own, located in a region where two-dimensional interfaces collided, making the space quite unstable. A level 3 blessed land only allows martial artists below level 4 to enter. If a level 4 or above martial artist enters, it would cause the space within the blessed land to collapse, posing a risk of collapse. Therefore, there would be no level 4 or above monsters or human martial artists in a level 3 blessed land, and the spiritual energy is abundant, making it much safer compared to level 2 and level 1 blessed lands, suitable for students to enter. As soon as Feng entered the blessed land, he felt a refreshing sensation all over. The tenfold concentration of spiritual energy made him almost intoxicated. He was eager to sit down and cultivate right away. However, Feng did not do so. His goal in entering the blessed land was not just simple cultivation. He wanted to try his luck, searching around to see if he could find some rare treasures that could quickly enhance his cultivation or discover the inheritance of some ancient powerhouse, which would lead to his success. Feng gripped his A-grade weapon spear tightly, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. Although the blessed land was filled with countless opportunities, it was also fraught with many unknown dangers, so he could not let his guard down. Feng quickly ran through the blessed land, separating from the main group, venturing alone in search of opportunities. This kind of search for opportunities could be troublesome in a large group. Even if something was found, it would attract envy, so it was better to go alone. Suddenly, a girl's voice called out from behind. Feng, wait a moment. Hearing this, Feng turned around and saw a girl running towards him. The girl was tall and curvy, quite stunning for her age, with beauty that could only be described as extraordinary, almost like a fairy, truly a beauty of the mortal realm. Her name was Ai Ling, and like Feng, she was from An City, a true goddess of Class A in the 9th middle school, the real school flower. During the initial assessment, Ai Ling ranked second, and her cultivation had now reached level 1, 9th stage. Now that she had called out to him, he wondered what she wanted. Is there something you need? Feng stopped and looked at Ai Ling. Can I follow you in the blessed land? Ai Ling asked softly. Feng was now considered a prominent figure in An City, with top-tier talent and support from 3 major figures in An City, and he had strong combat power that exceeded his level, making it very suitable to travel together in the blessed land. Moreover, both he and she were from An City in the same school, so it was more reassuring to find Feng. Follow me. Feng was somewhat surprised. He had only heard of Ai Ling before and had never interacted with her. He didn't expect her to suddenly propose to follow him. Ai Ling nodded, her voice a bit weak as she said, although my cultivation is at the first level, 9th stage, I've only mastered 2 first-grade martial arts to a minor success, so my combat power is relatively weak among those at the first level, 9th stage. Feng, you're strong. Can you take me with you in the blessed land? Don't worry, I won't hold you back, I run very fast. AI Ling said earnestly. Run fast. Feng became interested, not expecting the pride of number 9 high school to be such a silly and cute person. Yes, I run very fast. AI Ling said, her small hand clutching the hem of her clothes. A bit shyly, if I encounter danger, I'll run away immediately so I won't drag you down. Feng was taken aback, thought for a moment, and said, if you want to follow, then follow. I don't mind. After all, he was just wandering in the blessed land. Focusing on his own matters, AI Ling following him wouldn't affect him much. Great. AI Ling nodded excitedly. At this moment, Feng had already grasped his spear and walked forward, and AI Ling immediately followed him like a little tail. The two of them began to explore the blessed land together. In the blessed land, there were many heavenly materials and earthly treasures, but most were guarded by demon beasts. The two arrived in a valley and discovered a heavenly material and earthly treasure, the blood spirit flower. It's the blood spirit flower. AI Ling covered her small mouth, surprised. Yes. Feng nodded and said, and judging by the color of the flower, its medicinal power is already close to 2nd grade, there are likely 2nd-level demon beasts guarding it. Just as Feng finished speaking, they saw a lizard, entirely blood-red and engulfed in flames, appear beside the blood-red flower. Its eyes warily watching AI Ling and Feng. It's a 2nd-level demon beast, the crimson flame lizard. Its skin is tough, and it can spit fire to harm others. It's extremely difficult to deal with, Feng said, looking at the lizard. AI Ling nodded gravely and said, it seems this heavenly material and earthly treasure is beyond our reach. The 2nd-level demon beast has already reached the 2nd level, 3rd stage. I can't defeat it. A smile appeared at the corner of Feng's mouth as he said, just a 2nd level, 3rd stage demon beast. After saying that, Feng used his movement technique, instantly disappearing and charging into the valley. He unleashed the 9th grade technique, Thunderbolt technique, with lightning surrounding his body, leaping in front of the blood flame lizard, and thrusting his spear down from the air. Blood splattered, and before the blood flame lizard could react, Feng pierced its head with a single thrust, nailing it to the ground, and after a few convulsions, it died. AI Ling, who was behind, was completely stunned. So strong, so handsome. A 2nd level, 3rd stage demon beast was killed with a single spear thrust, the movement so fluid. It was simply incredibly cool. The image of Feng leaping and thrusting with his spear was imprinted in her mind, lingering for a long time. AI Ling ran down the mountain excitedly, and as she ran, the 2 little rabbits on her chest bounced along, full of youthful energy. Feng didn't pay attention to AI Ling. After pulling the spear out of the crimson flame lizard's head, he bent down to dig out the 2nd grade blood spirit flower from the ground. This heavenly material and earthly treasure was a good thing, capable of assisting him in absorbing the essence blood of demon beasts, speeding up the cultivation of the blood god immortal body. For example, this 2nd grade blood spirit flower in his hand could help him absorb the essence blood of 20 demon beasts. Normally, he would need 10 days to absorb the essence blood of 20 demon beasts, but with this blood spirit flower, he only needed 1 hour to complete it. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures could greatly enhance the speed of his cultivation of the blood god immortal body. Feng, your posture just now was incredibly handsome. Ailing came before Feng, excitedly saying, a 2nd level, 3rd stage demon beast, and you took it down before I even realized it. With you around, my safety is guaranteed, ha ha ha. Feng looked at Ailing, who was even more excited than he was, grinning foolishly, and shook his head with a smile, saying, there's only 1 blood spirit flower here, it's mine. You can look around this valley and see if there are any other rare treasures. If you find the next one, it's yours. Okay. Ailing nodded. The blood flame lizard was killed by Feng, and she never intended to share the blood spirit flower with him. She was already very happy that he considered her. The two searched the valley and discovered a 1st grade rare treasure, the gathering spirit grass, guarded by a 1st level, 5th stage demon beast. Feng let her take it, and after Ailing defeated the guarding demon beast, she successfully dug out the gathering spirit grass. Holding the gathering spirit grass, Ailing laughed heartily, unable to contain her joy, completely unlike the aloof goddess of the 9th grade. Feng, let's find a place to refine the rare treasures we've obtained before looking for more, Ailing excitedly suggested. The spiritual energy concentration here is high, refining here will yield better results than outside. Sure. Feng nodded, saying, no need to go elsewhere, let's do it right here in the valley. It's very secluded, hard for others to discover, and the spiritual energy here is denser than in the outer sect, making it very suitable. Okay. Ailing nodded excitedly. The two began refining the rare treasures in the valley. Feng Feng took out 20 portions of demon beast essence blood from the system space and started cultivating the blood god immortal body with the blood spirit flower. An hour later, all 20 portions of demon beast essence blood and the blood spirit flower were absorbed by Feng Feng, further advancing his cultivation of the blood god immortal body. Meanwhile, Ailing also finished absorbing the gathering spirit grass, surrounded by spiritual energy, exuding an aura of immortality. Let's continue searching for rare treasures in other places, Feng Feng said. All right. Ailing immediately responded. With a powerful expert like Feng Feng by her side, she didn't have to fear encountering second-level demon beasts. Choosing to follow Feng Feng on this trip to the Blessed Land was undoubtedly her wisest decision. He was handsome, strong, simply a male god. In the Blessed Land, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Feng Feng and Ailing searched for rare treasures everywhere, with whoever found them keeping them. In 3 days, Feng Feng found over 60 rare treasures, both first and second grade, all of which he absorbed and refined. During these 3 days, Feng Feng secretly took the opportunity to enter the system space 3 times while pretending to go to the bathroom, improving his cultivation. Feng Feng's cultivation successfully rose to first level, 8th stage, and with the rare treasures obtained over these 3 days, he completed 60% of the first level of the blood god immortal body. Opening the attribute panel, host, Feng Feng, cultivation, first level, 8th stage, 5-star super warrior. Divine Soul, 1700, second level, 7th stage, Vitality, 17,000, second level, 7th stage, Speed, 170 meters per second, second level. 7th stage, Strength, 17T, second level, 7th stage, Physical Strength, second level, 9th stage, number of times to enter. System space 0 times, the blood god immortal body advanced further, with physical defense comparable to a second level, 9th stage. Warrior. Once his cultivation rose another stage, his physical defense would be comparable to a third-level warrior, allowing him to use a fourth-level energy gun, making him capable of dealing with fourth-level demon beasts. Of course, the strongest demon beasts in this blessed land were only comparable to fourth-level demon beasts. The update ends here. Guess if Ailing is the female lead. In the past 3 days, AI Ling found dozens of rare treasures and, after absorbing them, her cultivation broke through to the first segment of the second level. This was the benefit of following Feng Feng. In these days, the treasures they found were all guarded by powerful demon beasts. Among them were quite a few second-level demon beasts. Feng Feng dealt with the stronger ones, taking the higher quality treasures, while she handled some lower-level demon beasts, taking the treasures that Feng Feng looked down upon. Although they weren't as good as Feng Feng's, they posed no danger. While Feng Feng wouldn't help her, when encountering powerful demon beasts, he would kill them to obtain the treasures, so she naturally wouldn't run into them. At that moment, 2 figures appeared ahead of Feng Feng, walking towards the two of them. They were also students from Anqing No. 9 High School. Feng Feng recognized them as Feng Wu, who had ranked first in the first assessment of their grade, and Tang Xian, a prominent figure from Class A. Feng Wu was quite famous in Anqing No. 9, truly the number 1 now at the second level, second segment, having mastered a second-grade offensive martial skill and a first-grade movement martial skill to great success, making him very strong among second-level practitioners, capable of contending with second-level, third-segment demon beasts. The other, Tang Xian, was also not weak, at the first segment of the second level, like AI Ling, having mastered a first-grade offensive martial skill and a first-grade movement martial skill to minor success. Feng Wu and Tang Xian, coming from the same class, had teamed up in the Blessed Land for safety. After all, the Blessed Land was filled with various dangers and competition. They had to compete with the other 10,000 students for opportunities and treasures. These 10,000 students came from 10 cities in the southeastern province, over 500 different high schools, so teaming up with classmates from their own school provided some safety. After 3 days of exploring the Blessed Land, Feng Wu and Tang Xian had obtained quite a few treasures and made progress in their cultivation. They discovered a primitive forest filled with treasures, but also many guarding demon beasts. Many students from other high schools had already formed teams to enter and hunt the demon beasts, seizing the treasures. Feng Wu and Tang Xian wanted to find a few acquaintances to team up and hunt the demon beasts for treasures. As they searched around, they spotted the goddess of their school, AI Ling, and the now famous Feng Feng, and approached them to invite them to team up and search for treasures in the primitive forest. Seeing them approach, Feng Feng was somewhat puzzled about why they were coming towards him. Feng Wu got straight to the point. Feng Feng, we found a primitive forest ahead, filled with countless treasures, but there are also many demon beasts. We want to invite you two to team up and hunt the demon beasts, and we can distribute the treasures based on merit. What do you think? Feng Feng was somewhat tempted. He had also heard about this primitive forest in the past few days. Many high school students entering the Blessed Land were looking for people to team up with to find treasures. Although there were many treasures in that primitive forest, there were also many unknown dangers and countless powerful demon beasts, so entering as a group was much safer than going in alone. AI Ling, you too should consider it. Many classmates have been looking for teams to go in, and the rewards have been quite good. The earlier we go, the more treasures we can find. If we wait too long, they might be snatched away, Tang Xian said. We come from the same high school, so we should unite in the Blessed Land to maximize our benefits. Tang Xian didn't look at Feng Feng. In his view, Feng Feng's cultivation was at the first segment of the 8th level, 2 segments lower than him, making him not worth inviting. Although there were recent rumors in the school that Feng Feng had exceptional talent and outstanding combat power, he didn't believe it. In Tang Xian's eyes, what he sees with his own eyes is the only truth. He believes that Feng Feng can stir up such a huge commotion in the 9th middle school entirely because he has 3 6th level warriors backing him up, allowing him to sail smoothly. He looks down on those who rely on others for support to act arrogantly. AI Ling, upon hearing this, glanced at Feng Feng, feeling somewhat tempted, but she needed to consider Feng Feng's opinion. He was the core of the group. If Feng Feng disagreed with forming a team, she wouldn't go either. Sure, Feng Feng nodded and said, then let's form a team of 4 and explore together. Great. Feng Wu smiled upon seeing Feng Feng agree and said, there's no time to waste, let's set off now. Feng Wu, before we enter, we need to clarify things. The treasures we obtain will be distributed according to merit. Whoever kills more monsters will get more treasures, Tang Xian said lightly, casting a glance at Feng Feng as he spoke. We should avoid any disputes over unequal distribution later, or someone might bring in the mayor or the education bureau director to pressure us, and it would lead to an unpleasant situation for everyone. Tang Xian's words subtly mocked Feng Feng. In his view, Feng Feng was the weakest among the 4, the only first-level warrior. He would probably only be able to deal with first-level monsters, while the other 3 were second-level warriors capable of handling stronger beasts. According to the merit-based distribution, Feng Feng would naturally receive fewer treasures than the 3 of them. He feared that if Feng ended up with less, he might feel dissatisfied and bring in the mayor or the education bureau director to pressure them for a larger share. After all, everyone knew that Feng Feng had the mayor and the education bureau director backing him. A cold glint flashed in Feng Feng's eyes as he spoke. Are you mocking me, thinking I would take advantage of everyone? Tang Xian replied indifferently, don't misunderstand me, I'm just stating the unpleasant truth up front. It's better for everyone this way. To avoid tearing our faces later. We are just ordinary students and cannot afford to offend big shots like the mayor and the education bureau director. The implication was thick with sarcasm. AI Ling, feeling a bit angry, said, Tang Xian, what do you mean by that? Are you implying that Feng Feng would take advantage of us? Let me tell you, with Feng Feng's strength, 10 of you wouldn't be his match. Put away your petty thoughts. 10 of me wouldn't be enough. I hope he's really that strong, or else he might drag us down, Tang Xian scoffed. Feng Wu, feeling a bit angry, shouted, Tang Xian, shut up. We're here to hunt monsters together, not for you to mock others and seek superiority. If you don't want to go, just leave, we won't force you. Feng Wu had a straightforward personality and disliked hearing others speak in a sarcastic tone. Since he chose to team up with the 4 of them, he naturally wanted them to unite. Tang Xian had started mocking Feng Feng even before they entered, using Feng to boost his own presence, which annoyed him greatly. I'm just speaking a few truths. If you don't like it, I won't say anything, Tang Xian said, somewhat intimidated by Feng Wu. He spoke lightly, knowing that Feng Wu was stronger than him and had great power. Although they were in a team, they still had to rely on Feng Wu, so he naturally couldn't afford to offend him. Feng Feng looked at Tang Xian and said calmly, don't worry, the distribution will be based on merit. I won't take a single point that doesn't belong to me. For such a narrow-minded person, Feng Feng couldn't be bothered to argue. Engaging in a dispute would only lower his own demeanor. He would just let his strength speak for itself once they entered the primitive forest. Now, Feng Feng can easily slay demon beasts below the 3rd level, and for him, killing 2nd level demon beasts is as easy as flipping his hand. Among the other 3 in the team, the strongest, Feng Wu, can only handle 2nd level, 3rd segment demon beasts at most. Tang Xian is still worried about taking advantage of them. In the end, who benefits from whom is still uncertain. Let's set off, Feng Wu said. The 4 then headed towards the area where the primitive forest was located. Recently, many students had formed teams to enter the primitive forest, so the 4 took a relatively secluded route to avoid others, allowing them to find more rare treasures. Not long after entering the primitive forest, they discovered several rare treasures, all of the first grade, guarded by first level demon beasts. All were swiftly dealt with by Tang Xian, who took the lead, easily handling the first level demon beasts with his cultivation at the second level, first segment. After each encounter with a first level demon beast, Tang Xian would unconsciously glance at Feng Feng, a mix of boasting, pride, and a hint of disdain in his gaze. Feng Feng seemed to be oblivious, too lazy to argue with him. When they encountered stronger demon beasts, then it would be time for him to cry. After exploring the primitive forest for another hour, the four had again harvested several first-grade rare treasures, their efficiency much higher than in other areas outside the forest. Outside the primitive forest, it would take several hours to find a single rare treasure, but here, they could find several in just 1 hour. At that moment, Ai Ling exclaimed, covering her mouth with both hands, "What is that?" A second-grade, mid-segment rare treasure, the Earth Spirit Mushroom. The three were startled and turned to follow Ai Ling's gaze, indeed spotting a second-grade mid-segment rare treasure, the Earth Spirit Mushroom, under a large tree ahead. A second-grade, mid-segment rare treasure was worth far more than the total of the 7 or 8 first-grade rare treasures they had previously obtained. The four began to breathe rapidly, eager to get their hands on the Earth Spirit Mushroom. Suddenly, a hissing sound echoed from behind the tree guarding the Earth Spirit Mushroom, a second-level, 5th-segment demon beast, the black-striped python, revealed a fierce glint in its eyes, staring directly at the four. As soon as they dared to take a step forward, the black-striped python would not hesitate to take their lives. "Not good, it's a second-level, 5th-segment demon beast, the black-striped python, we are probably no match for it," Feng Wu said, with a serious expression. Currently, he was the highest in cultivation among the four, at the second level, second segment, and with the support of a second-grade attack martial skill and a first-grade movement martial skill, he could handle second-level, third segment demon beasts. But he was far from being a match for the black-striped python before them. "What should we do? If we can't handle the black-striped python, are we just going to watch the Earth Spirit Mushroom go to waste?" Tang Xian said, somewhat unwilling. Ai Ling looked at Feng Feng. After 3 days with him, she was already clear about his combat power. Feng Feng could easily deal with all demon beasts below the third level, and this black-striped python was no match for him. Feng Feng might be able to get the Earth Spirit Mushroom. At this moment, Feng Feng looked at Tang Xian and said lightly, "Weren't you very brave just now? You rushed in first. When you saw the demon beast, why aren't you going now?" "You." Tang Xian's face turned ugly as he retorted, "This is a second-level, 5th-segment demon beast, do you want me to die? Even if I don't dare to confront this black-striped python, I'm still better than some people who only know how to talk big," Tang Xian said. "At least I was just hunting demon beasts, unlike someone who just stood by and watched. If you have the strength, go deal with this black-striped python. If you don't dare, then stop talking nonsense here." "Fine, I'll deal with it, you just watch me," Feng Feng said calmly, and then he walked alone towards the black-striped python. Ai Ling's eyes lit up with excitement. She knew Feng Feng was about to make a move, and with him taking action, the black-striped python was doomed. Feng Wu, seeing Feng Feng preparing to confront the black-striped python alone, hurriedly gripped his spear and followed, saying, "Feng Feng, don't be impulsive, this black-striped python is not so easy to deal with." He was afraid that Feng Feng would be provoked by Tang Xian's words, so he rushed out alone to deal with the black-patterned python, eager to help Feng Feng. "Why do you care about him? He's an idiot who thinks he can go to his death just because I said a few words to him. There's no need to worry about him," Tang Xian snorted coldly. "Say one more word, and I'll take you down," Feng Feng snapped at Tang Xian. That gaze made Tang Xian's heart tremble suddenly. It was such a terrifying look, as if he were being targeted by a fierce beast. Feng Feng turned to Feng Wu and said, "Don't worry, I can handle this black-patterned python." Seeing that he was about to confront the black-patterned python, Feng Wu wanted to help him. Even though Feng Wu was not a match for the black-patterned python, he did not back down. He was a good teammate and worth making friends with. After saying that, Feng Feng suddenly stomped on the ground, his figure soaring up. He executed the spirit snake body technique, instantly appearing in front of the black-patterned python. The black-patterned python was taken aback, and Feng Feng thrust his spear forward, a powerful surge of lightning energy erupting from his dantian, wrapping around the spear tip. He unleashed the third-grade martial skill, Thunder Spear. The sharp spear tip emitted purple lightning, radiating a heart-pounding wave as it aimed for the python's vital point. The black-patterned python instantly felt a chill shoot up its spine, a sense of impending death washing over it. If this spear struck its vital point, it would die. the black-patterned python suddenly unleashed its power, dark demonic energy erupting from its body, an endless whirlwind of force swirling around it. The python's massive tail lashed out, the whirlwind power wrapping around its tail, instantly becoming like a black whip, shattering the air as it met Feng's terrifying spear. Boom! With a loud crash, the black-patterned python's tail was directly shattered by Feng's spear, and the surrounding whirlwind was obliterated by the lightning. Feng's spear pierced through the python's vital point. The black-patterned python's eyes were filled with disbelief. Its muscular tail had been shattered by this human with a single spear strike. How much strength did it take to achieve this? This human was comparable to a third-grade demon beast. His power was terrifying. Even after being pierced through the vital point, the black-patterned python did not die immediately. Instead, it opened its massive mouth and lunged at Feng. Feng executed the 9th-grade technique, Thunderbolt formula, with lightning swirling around him. He leaped, thrusting his spear down from the air. Blood splattered as Feng pierced the black-patterned python's open mouth with his spear, pinning it to the ground. The massive body thrashed and convulsed dozens of times before it died. Behind them, Tang Xian and Feng Wu were completely stunned. Wow, so strong. Feng Wu had been ready to help Feng, but before he could make a move, the black-patterned python was killed by Feng in 2 strikes. Is this Feng's strength? He easily killed a 2nd-grade, 5th-stage demon beast. No wonder he ranked first in the competition for the quota in the Blessed Land. His strength was indeed well-deserved. Tang Xian felt a bit embarrassed at this moment. He had been mocking Feng, thinking that Feng would take advantage of them, but now it seemed that he was the one who had taken advantage of Feng. Just thinking about what he had said earlier made Tang Xian want to find a crack in the ground to hide in. It was too ironic. Ai Ling, on the other hand, didn't think so much. She looked at Feng with admiration in her eyes. So strong, so handsome, still so cool. A 2nd-grade, 5th-stage demon beast, killed in 2 strikes. Feng did not pay attention to the 3, pulling the long spear out of the mouth of the black-patterned python. He bent down and dug out the 2nd-grade mid-level earth spirit mushroom from the ground. This earth spirit mushroom was of good age, much better than the blood spirit flower he had obtained before, capable of assisting him in absorbing 30 portions of beast essence blood. Ai Ling came to Feng's side and praised. Awesome. Feng Wu also spoke up. I didn't expect your true combat power to be so strong. With you here, we are likely to reap a bountiful harvest in this exploration of the primitive forest. Feng smiled and said, this time entering the primitive forest, I'll take you all flying. Great, great. Ai Ling exclaimed excitedly. Tang Xian stood by, silent. He felt ashamed to speak, having mocked Feng before, and now he had to rely on him. Feng did not pursue the matter, and it was already good enough that he didn't kick him out of the team. The 4 continued to explore the primitive forest, searching for rare materials and treasures. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 days, the 4 had a rich harvest, obtaining more than 600 rare materials and treasures in total. Among them, one was already close to the category of a 3rd-grade rare material, guarded by a level 2 9-stage beast, which was killed by Feng. This once again allowed Feng Wu and Tang Xian to witness Feng's terrifying strength. The 4 had now reached the depths of the primitive forest, where the highest quality rare materials and treasures were most abundant. While exploring the surroundings, they heard sounds of fighting near the edge of a cliff and walked towards it. As they approached the cliff, they caught a whiff of an extremely rich fragrance, the scent emitted by high-grade rare materials when they ripen, refreshing and invigorating. When they looked closer, at the edge of the cliff, a huge vine was hanging with dozens of purple spirit fruits. One of the purple spirit fruits had already developed 3 spirit patterns, indicating its grade had reached the level of a 3rd-grade rare material. The other 30 or so purple spirit fruits also had 2 spirit patterns, indicating their grade had reached the level of 2nd-grade high-level rare materials. The 4 were excited. There were actually dozens of high-grade rare materials at this cliff's edge. Beside the purple spirit fruits, a small team of students was battling the group of beasts guarding them. A pack of wolf demons was protecting the vine of the purple spirit fruits, with the 2 strongest wolf kings having reached level 2 7 stage. The other wolf demons included 7 or 8 at level 2, and over 10 at level 1, surrounding this martial artist team. This martial artist team consisted of students from the Shun City No. 1 High School in the 10 cities of the Southeast Province. The team had a total of 6 members, all with strength above level 2 4 stage, and the strongest leader had actually reached level 2 7 stage. The other 5 members included 2 at level 2 6 stage, 2 at level 2 5 stage, and one at level 2-4 stage. The 5 were engaged in a fierce battle with the wolf pack. The leader, named Xiaoyi, was currently fighting against the 2 level 2-7 stage wolf kings and was at a disadvantage. It wouldn't be long before he would be defeated. Xiaoyi saw Feng and the others at the edge of the cliff and said, "Classmates, can you lend a hand? If we all work together to kill the wolf pack, we can share the purple spirit fruits equally." Upon hearing this, Feng replied, "Sure." The 4 rushed down the cliff and began to fight the wolf pack, with many level 1 beasts among them. Ai Ling and Tang Xian targeted these level 1 beasts. Feng Wu held his long spear and charged towards the level 2 wolf demons. Feng walked towards the 2 wolf kings that were fighting with Xiaoyi. "You step back," Feng said to Xiao Yi. After saying that, Feng's figure flashed like a spirit snake, instantly moving in front of the male wolf king, sweeping his spear horizontally at 180 degrees, sending the wolf king flying. With Feng sharing the pressure, Xiaoyi instantly felt much more at ease. "These 2 beasts are very cunning and skilled at cooperation, so be careful," Xiaoyi said to Feng. After saying that, he charged at the mother wolf king. "No problem," Feng replied. At that moment, the male wolf king nimbly maneuvered, circling behind Feng and pouncing at him. The wolf's claws reflected a cold light, sharp as daggers, capable of easily tearing apart a human body. Feng snorted coldly, swiftly turning and drawing his spear, moving as fast as lightning, with electric sparks flickering at the tip. In an instant, he struck the male wolf king's jaw, leaving a massive wound, and the destructive power of lightning ravaged the surface of the wound, sending the male wolf king flying back, crashing into a large tree. The tree, as thick as an adult's waist, was instantly broken and fell to the ground. With 18 tons of strength, comparable to a level 7 martial artist, Feng's full force was naturally immense. Blood spilled from the corner of the male wolf king's mouth as he glared at Feng with resentment, howling to the sky before madly charging at him. Feng snorted coldly, watching the now frenzied male wolf king with no intention of dodging, even though he could easily evade with the agile snake-like movement. However, it was unnecessary. He would send this wolf demon to hell now. Feng's aura erupted, the 9th grade technique Thunderbolt technique activated, and a surge of lightning power erupted from his dantian, enveloping his entire body. Feng's A-grade spear continuously gathered lightning, the blue electric light illuminating the dark forest, exceptionally dazzling. At the tip of Feng's spear, a 5-foot-long spear light appeared, constantly swallowing and expelling lightning. With a terrifying thrust, the wolf king's body was pierced from front to back, sent flying and crashing to the ground, blood continuously gushing from its mouth, its body surrounded by electric arcs, convulsing from the shock, and it died within moments. The mother wolf king, witnessing this, let out a mournful cry, howling to the sky, no longer attacking Xiaoyi, and turned to charge at Feng. "Dare to be distracted while fighting me?" Xiaoyi shouted, his C-grade large knife surrounded by bloodlight, exuding a murderous aura. "Blood slaughter knife!" Xiaoyi shouted, his figure flickering as he executed his 2nd-grade knife technique, catching up to the mother wolf king from behind and directly cleaving down on her neck. He beheaded the mother wolf king, her head rolling to the ground, blood gushing from her neck, a gruesome sight. Feng and Xiaoyi looked around. The 5 members of their team, with the addition of Tang Xian, Feng Wu, and Ai Ling, had already dealt with the surrounding wolf pack. Among Xiaoyi's 5 team members, 2 were at level 6, 2 at level 5, and 1 at level 4, making their overall strength quite formidable. With the help of Ai Ling, Feng Wu, and Tang Xian, they could easily handle the wolf pack. Feng spoke up, "Now that the wolf pack has been dealt with, we should discuss the distribution of the purple spirit fruits." Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, their gazes fixed on the dozens of purple spirit fruits ahead, especially the one that had reached the 3rd grade. Whoever among them consumed it would likely see their cultivation directly increase by a level. Xiaoyi smiled and said, "It is indeed time to distribute the purple spirit fruits. In this battle against the wolf pack, the 4 of you have contributed a bit as well." Xiaoyi looked at Feng and the others, "So you should receive some reward." Feng felt somewhat displeased upon hearing this. What did he mean by saying they had contributed a bit in dealing with the wolf pack? If he hadn't taken down the male wolf king, would everyone have been able to handle the wolf pack so easily? Xiaoyi's words were meant to erase their contributions. "How about this?" Xiaoyi said to Feng. "I'll decide that all the materials from these wolf demons will be given to the 4 of you." Xiaoyi avoided mentioning the purple spirit fruits, making his meaning clear. He would distribute the materials from these wolf demons to them, but as for the purple spirit fruits, they could forget about it. "Are you trying to send us off like beggars?" Feng's voice was icy. Everyone knows that the most precious things here are the dozens of purple spirit fruits. As for these materials from the demon beasts, they usually can't be bothered to collect them after killing the beasts. The materials from demon beasts might sell for a few million in the outside world, but heavenly materials and earthly treasures cannot be bought even with money. They are the true priceless treasures. Xiaoyi thinks he can use these materials from demon beasts to get rid of them. It's simply a delusion. You don't agree? Xiaoyi's expression turned cold as he looked at Feng Feng. The 5 people beside him also changed their expressions dramatically, their gazes icy as they stared at Feng Wu, Tang Xian, and AI Ling of just a level 8, 2 level 1, and 1 level 2 trash. Giving you these monster materials is me showing you face, don't be ungrateful. Xiaoyi's voice was cold. If you provoke me, I won't even give you the monster materials. If you don't give it, then don't. Do you think we care about these monster materials? AI Ling shouted angrily, her 2 ample assets heaving enticingly. Seeing the lustful glint in Xiaoyi's eyes, she was furious. We can skip giving them the purple spirit fruit, but if you want to have a deeper exchange with us, if we are pleased, we might reward you with one, Xiaoyi said, staring at AI Ling's voluptuous chest, licking his lips. You! AI Ling was so angry. She stomped her feet, her silver teeth clenched tightly. Feng Wu gripped his long spear tightly and shouted, "Don't go too far." Tang Xian retreated to the back, not daring to speak. We are going too far, kid? This isn't a place for you to show off your heroics. Keep talking and I'll chop you down, one of Xiaoyi's team, a level 6 student, said. Feng Feng, hearing this, ignored the speaker and turned to Feng Wu and AI Ling, saying, "You 2 step back." Feng Wu and AI Ling understood that Feng Feng was preparing to act and began to retreat. Feng Feng turned to Xiaoyi and the others, saying, "Originally, I didn't want to kill anyone in this blessed land, but since you insist on forcing my hand, don't blame me." Kill? Kid, you are so arrogant. I want to see how you plan to kill us, Xiaoyi coldly shouted, gripping his large knife and charging at Feng Feng. Although Feng Feng was only level 8, Xiaoyi did not underestimate him. Feng Feng had just killed the Wolf King, and his strength was not far behind. As Xiaoyi charged at Feng Feng, the other 5 members of his team formed a circle, surrounding Feng Feng to prevent his escape. Since Feng Feng was so bold as to threaten them, they would let him know their strength. Xiaoyi's long knife shimmered with bloodlight as he unleashed a second-tier movement technique, attacking Feng Feng. This movement technique was called Phantom Body Technique, which he had practiced for 3 years and had now reached the great accomplishment level. Arriving in front of Feng Feng, Xiaoyi's terrifying spiritual energy erupted, his blood boiling, as the spiritual energy and blood energy intertwined on his long knife, forming a 3-foot-long blade aura. It was the second-tier martial technique he had just used to behead the Mother Wolf King, blood slaughter slash. Xiaoyi held nothing back, executing his only mastered second-tier attack martial technique at the great accomplishment level, slashing towards Feng Feng. With this strike, Xiaoyi had previously defeated a level 8 martial artist. Feng Feng's killing intent surged as he watched the fierce strike coming at him. Xiaoyi showed no mercy, aiming directly for his life. Since Xiaoyi was so ruthless, Feng Feng saw no reason to hold back either. Feng Feng's aura erupted, the 9th-tier technique Thunderbolt formula activated, and in an instant, a surge of thunderous power erupted from his dantian, the long spear continuously gathering lightning, a 5-foot-long spear light appearing, constantly pulsating with thunder. The Thunderbolt spear was unleashed, directly clashing with Xiaoyi's second-tier martial technique, Blood Slaughter Knife. Feng Feng's terrifying spear instantly shattered the Blood Slaughter Knife, the blue lightning extinguishing the blood energy blade aura. Xiaoyi's long knife was knocked from his hand, his body sent flying back, crashing hard to the ground, a mouthful of blood spitting out, his body surrounded by electric arcs. Convulsing from the shock, severely injured. Xiaoyi. Seeing Xiaoyi knocked away by a single spear strike, one of the other 5, a level 6 person, shouted. This person was named Zhou Xiang. Zhou Xiang held a long spear, instantly stabbing towards Feng Feng. Flames burned on the spear, indicating a formidable spear technique belonging to the 2nd rank. Feng Feng snorted coldly, his aura erupting, arcs of electricity swirling around him as if the god of thunder had descended. Feng Feng unleashed the 4th rank body technique, Spirit Snake Technique, and a terrifying speed erupted, so fast it was unbelievable. In an instant, Feng Feng was before Zhou Xiang. Gripping Zhou Xiang's spear with one hand, he swiftly seized Zhou Xiang's neck with the other, the terrifying power of lightning flowing from Feng Feng's arm into Zhou Xiang's body. Crackle, the dreadful lightning wreaked havoc, continuously destroying Zhou Xiang, who convulsed all over, his hair smoking, eyes rolling back. The lightning power cultivated from the 9th rank technique could cause immense destruction to enemies. Feng Feng waved his hand, directly lifting the already stunned Zhou Xiang and smashing him into the ground. With this smash, Feng Feng exerted all his strength, unleashing 18 tons of force. Zhou Xiang was crushed to pieces, his bones shattered, and he died instantly. Feng Feng would not show mercy to those who sought to harm him. The 4 people surrounding Feng Feng were dumbfounded by this sudden scene. What was happening? The second rank, 7th segment Xiaoyi and the second rank, 6th segment Zhou Xiang were taken down in an instant, without any ability to fight back. How could they continue fighting? Without hesitation, the 4 fled in different directions, abandoning the purple spirit fruit. Compared to their lives, everything else was meaningless. Feng Feng's gaze was terrifying. He showed no mercy when killing, ruthless beyond measure. If they stayed, Feng Feng would likely kill them all to eliminate any future threats. Where do you think you're going? Feng Feng snorted coldly, thrusting his spear forward. A cold light flickered, piercing through space, directly penetrating the heart of a person who had just escaped a few dozen meters ahead, killing him instantly. Feng Feng looked at the 3 others fleeing in different directions and chose one to pursue the second rank, 6th segment student who had just insulted Feng Wu. Feng Feng executed his body technique and quickly caught up to that person. As he reached behind the fleeing individual, Feng Feng suddenly stomped the ground, his body shooting out like a cannonball. A punch struck the person's back, and the terrifying force sent him flying. He crashed to the ground, skidding for over 10 meters before stopping, continuously spitting blood and convulsing before dying. You brought this upon yourself, don't blame others. Feng Feng said coldly. It was these people who broke their promise first and then wanted to kill him. He had no choice but to act. Feng Feng glanced towards the other 2 directions. They had already run far, leaving the cliff's range, and there was no need to chase them anymore. Approaching Xiaoyi, Feng said lightly, how do you feel now? Do you still want to distribute the purple spirit fruit? For updates, 2 more to come today, probably delivered before midnight, a total of 6 updates. Everyone, please give good reviews. Xiaoyi looked at Feng Feng as if he were a devil. He never expected Feng Feng's strength to be so formidable. With a single move, he was defeated. The way he had just dealt with the Wolf King was not even close to Feng Feng's full power. If he had known Feng Feng had such strength, he would never have bullied him. But now it was too late to say anything. Feng Feng had already killed 3 people and would definitely not let him go. In the next life, don't provoke me, Feng Feng said. After dealing with Xiaoyi, Feng Feng and the others picked all the wisteria fruits and began to distribute them. Feng had the greatest contribution and received 15 purple spirit fruits, including a 3rd-grade purple spirit fruit. Next were Feng Wu and Ai Ling, each receiving 10 purple spirit fruits, while Tang Xian only got 5. Tang Xian was just a bystander. When faced with the threat from Shun City No. 1 High School, he didn't even dare to speak, so getting 5 was already quite good for him. After distributing the purple spirit fruits, the 4 prepared to leave the primitive forest and find a place to refine all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures they had obtained over the past few days to enhance their cultivation. Once out of the primitive forest, the 4 went their separate ways, each looking for a place rich in spiritual energy to refine the heavenly materials and earthly treasures and improve their cultivation. Ai Ling still chose to travel with Feng Feng. The 2 found the valley where they had first obtained the blood spirit flower. The spiritual energy there was denser than outside, making it the best place for seclusion. Upon arriving at the valley, the 2 found a hidden spot and began to refine the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Meanwhile, the other 2 members of Qiao Yi's team, who had just escaped from the cliff's edge, had returned to the cliff with a group of people. The leader was Qi Yun, the top expert of Shun City No. 1 High School. Like Xiaoyi, Qi Yun was a student in Class A, but unlike Xiaoyi, who ranked only in the middle, Qi Yun was among the very best, ranked first in strength at Shun City No. 1 High School, with a cultivation level of 3rd grade first stage, having perfected 2 2nd-grade martial arts techniques. Even when facing a 3rd grade 2nd stage beast, he had the power to resist. Qi Yun stood at the edge of the cliff, looking down, and said, "Where are they?" One of the 2 who had just escaped from Feng Feng's hands answered, "They were just here, they must have run away. Xiaoyi, Zhou Xiang, Chen Shang, and Jiang Ko have all been killed by them." The speaker was named Lu Wen, his tone filled with sadness. He, along with Xiaoyi, Zhou Xiang, Chen Shang, and Jiang Ko, were all in the same class and had a good relationship, so it was unexpected that the 4 of them had died in the Blessed Land. A cold light flashed in Qi Yun's eyes as he said, "They are so bold to dare kill our classmates and steal the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. I will make them pay in blood for this." The surrounding students from Shun City No. 1 High School nodded in agreement. They had rushed over immediately after receiving Lu Wen's notification. They didn't expect to be a step too late. Xiaoyi, Zhou Xiang, Jiang Ko, and Chen Shang were all from the same high school, and now that they had been killed, as students of Shun City No. 1 High School, they naturally felt obligated to unite against outsiders. Split up and search, they just left and shouldn't have gone far, Ji Yun ordered. As the top student of Shun City No. 1 High School, he had to make Feng Feng and the others understand the consequences of killing their fellow students. Dozens of students from Shun City No. 1 High School nodded and began to search the surroundings for Feng Feng and the others' whereabouts. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Tang Xian emerged from his seclusion. In just one day, he had refined all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures and purple spirit fruits he had received. Yesterday, his cultivation had improved to the second grade second stage, which made him very excited. If it weren't for Feng Feng, he wouldn't have been able to obtain so many heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Unfortunately, such an opportunity was rare and would be hard to come by in the future. At that moment, a group of people immediately surrounded him, led by Lu Wen, one of the two who had escaped from the cliff's edge yesterday. Since yesterday, Lu Wen and the others had been searching everywhere for the whereabouts of Feng Feng and his companions, but unfortunately, they had found nothing. Unexpectedly, they ran into Tang Xian, who had just come out of seclusion. Lu Wen suddenly charged forward and kicked Tang Xian, sending him flying and crashing heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Tang Xian's cultivation was only at the second level, second stage, while Lu Wen was at the second level, fifth stage, so Tang Xian was naturally no match for him. Lu Wen stepped on Tang Xian, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Tang Xian had no doubt that if Lu Wen stepped on him a few more times, it would surely cost him his life. Tell me, where are the other three who were with you yesterday? Lu Wen demanded. If you don't speak, I'll kill you right now. Tang Xian looked at Lu Wen without any hesitation and immediately said, Don't kill me, I'll tell you where they are. It was Feng Feng who killed them, it has nothing to do with me. In an instant, Tang Xian betrayed Feng Feng. He didn't doubt Lu Wen's words. Feng Feng had killed the three from Shun City No. 1 High School, and now they were here for revenge. If he remained stubborn and didn't reveal the location of Feng Feng and the others, Lu Wen and his group would kill him. His relationship with Feng Feng was average, and there had been some estrangement before. Exposing Feng Feng's location and letting him die was better than dying himself. Very well, take us there now. If I find out you dare to deceive me, I'll kill you immediately. Lu Wen said coldly. He hadn't expected Tang Xian to be so straightforward. He hadn't even used any harsh methods, just a simple threat, and Tang Xian had already betrayed Feng Feng and the others. This was good. It saved them some effort. Once they found Feng Feng and the others, it would be their death sentence. Those who dared to kill from Shun City No. 1 High School would soon learn what cruelty meant. In Shunshur No. 1 Middle School, dozens of people, led by Qi Yun, followed Tang Xian towards the valley in search of Feng Feng. For a whole day and night, Feng Feng had used all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures he obtained to cultivate the blood god immortal body, which he had now completely absorbed. During these 3 days in the primitive forest, Feng Feng still took the opportunity to sneak into the system space to cultivate whenever he went to the bathroom, steadily improving his cultivation level. In terms of cultivation, he didn't need heavenly materials and earthly treasures. As long as he entered the system space once a day, he could steadily enhance his abilities. Feng Feng's cultivation level had successfully risen to level 1. Ninth stage, and with the heavenly materials and earthly treasures he obtained over these 3 days, he had also completed the first layer of the blood god immortal body. Opening the attribute panel, host, Feng Feng, cultivation level, level 1, 9th stage, 5-star super warrior, divine soul, 1900. Level 2, 8th stage, vitality, 19,000, level 2, 8th stage, speed, 190 meters per second, level 2, 8th stage, strength, 19T, level 2, 7th stage. Physical strength, level 3, 2nd stage, available entries to system space, 0 times, having completed the cultivation of the blood god immortal body. Feng Feng's physical defense was now comparable to that of a level 3, 2nd stage warrior. Currently, he still had 15 purple spirit fruits left to consume. Eating a purple spirit fruit could quickly enhance his cultivation. Especially the 3rd grade purple spirit fruit, which could directly elevate an ordinary level 1 warrior's cultivation by 1 stage. However, as a 5-star super warrior, the energy required for his breakthrough was enormous. And 1 3rd grade purple spirit fruit might not be enough. Therefore, Feng Feng prepared 15 and planned to swallow them immediately to elevate his cultivation to level 2, 1st stage. Feng Feng remembered that when he broke through from a quasi-warrior to a level 1 warrior, his strength had surged dramatically. He wondered if this time his strength would also increase significantly upon breaking through. Moreover, when he first cultivated his body's limit to 100%, which was the standard for an ordinary level 1 warrior, the system automatically updated, extending his training time in the system space from 20 days to a month. Feng Feng speculated whether the system would automatically update each time he advanced a level. The reason the system did not update when he advanced from a body limit of 150% to a level 1 super warrior was that it had already updated once when he reached 100%. Therefore, it would only update again when he broke through to a level 2 warrior. Feng Feng looked forward to it eagerly. Without hesitation, Feng Feng swallowed a purple spirit fruit and began his breakthrough. As the purple spirit fruit was consumed, the immense medicinal power exploded within him. And the second volume of the thunder technique began to operate. The terrifying medicinal power, under the guidance of the technique, started to impact Feng Feng's meridians throughout his body. To break through from level 1, 9th stage to level 2, 1st stage, he needed to refine the meridians he had already opened, making the originally narrow meridians wider to allow for more spiritual energy to flow. At the same time, he needed to expand the size of his dantian so that it could accommodate more spiritual energy, allowing more heavenly and earthly spiritual energy to enter his body, nourishing his flesh, cleansing his marrow, and enabling further evolution of his body. The medicinal power of one purple spirit fruit was quickly absorbed, but Feng Feng's meridians had only widened a little and still fell short of the requirements for a level 2 warrior. Feng Feng continued to consume purple spirit fruits to further widen his meridians. As the purple spirit fruits entered his stomach, the surging medicinal power seemed to transform into an enraged dragon, continuously expanding Feng Feng's meridians. After consuming a total of 14 second-grade purple spirit fruits, Feng Feng finally widened his meridians to meet the standards of a level 2 warrior. If the meridians of a level 1 warrior were like a thin drinking straw, then the meridians of a level 2 warrior were like a household water pipe, capable of channeling an enormous amount of spiritual energy. With the meridians widened, he was now just one final step away from becoming a level 2 warrior, needing only to expand the area of his dantian to accommodate more spiritual energy. Feng swallowed the remaining third-grade purple spirit fruit directly, leveraging the potent medicinal power to violently surge through the already widened meridians towards his dantian. Boom! A loud sound erupted, as if a small universe had exploded, and Feng Feng's dantian was once again opened up. In an instant, all the pores of his body opened up, connecting the meridians to the dantian, forming a system that operated automatically, endlessly. If the area of his previous dantian was like a small pond, now it resembled a large lake, capable of accommodating more spiritual energy. Feng Feng successfully broke through, becoming a level 2, segment 1 martial artist. After the breakthrough, Feng Feng felt a wave of clarity wash over him, as if he had been reborn. His strength, speed, hearing, vision, and perception had all risen to a brand new level. The difference compared to before the breakthrough was like heaven and earth. Feng Feng eagerly opened his attribute panel to see what level his strength had risen to after the breakthrough. Host: Feng Feng, Cultivation, Level 2, Segment 1, 5-star Super Martial Artist, Spirit, 2100, Level 3, Segment 1, Vitality, 21,000, Level 3, Segment 1, Speed, 210 meters per second, Level 3, Segment 1, Strength, 21T, Level 3, Segment 1, Physical Strength, Level 3, Segment 4, Number of times entering system space, 0, all attributes had increased by 2 segments, though not as noticeably as the first time. Thinking about it, Feng Feng felt relieved. Perhaps it was because he had already raised his overall attributes too high before, making it impossible for him to achieve a qualitative leap with this breakthrough. But it was enough. Looking at his body attributes, although his cultivation was only level 2, segment 1, his physical attributes were comparable to those of a level 3, segment 1 martial artist. With the enhancement from the blood god immortal body, his physical defense was already comparable to level 3, segment 4. Now, Feng Feng could use a level 4 energy gun and could deal with level 4 monsters. If he dared to fight desperately, he could also use a level 5 energy gun, but using it once would injure him from the recoil. If he couldn't kill his opponent with one shot, the one who might die could very well be him. At that moment, ding, congratulations to the host for breaking through to level 2, segment 1, system upgrade, ding, system upgrade. The time the host can spend cultivating in the system space has increased from 1 month to 40 days. Hearing the prompts in his mind, Feng Feng was delighted. Just as he had guessed, with the breakthrough in cultivation, the system had upgraded. The time he could spend cultivating in the system space had increased from 1 month to 40 days. Now, each time he entered the system space, he could cultivate for 40 days, and the speed of his future cultivation improvements would also increase. Feng Feng was in high spirits. Now that he had used up all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures on him, it was time to exit his seclusion. After absorbing all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures she had obtained, AI Ling also broke through, entering level 2, segment 2, and was very excited. She had only been in the blessed land for 6 days, and her cultivation had risen by 2 segments, something she could never have imagined in the outside world. Fortunately, she had Feng, otherwise, with her alone, she wouldn't have been able to snatch any heavenly materials and earthly treasures before being taken down by the monsters. The two emerged from their seclusion, ready to start a new round of treasure hunting plans. Suddenly, the two noticed they had been surrounded, and a group of people rushed forward. The leader was Chi Yun, the top expert from Shun City No. 1 High School, and beside him were the two who had escaped in the canyon yesterday, Lu Wen and Wang Jian. Next to Lu Wen was Tang Xian, who had led them to find Feng. Upon seeing Feng and Ai Ling, Tang Xian spoke to Lu Wen in a low voice. I brought you to him. Your classmate was killed by Feng alone. It has nothing to do with me. Can I leave now? Get lost, Lu Wen replied indifferently. There are debts to be repaid and grudges to be settled. Since Feng was the one who killed him and Tang Xian had brought them to Feng, he was naturally of no use now. If he wanted to leave, he could just go. Feng looked at the crowd appearing ahead and listened to Tang Xian's words, and he understood the situation before him. It turned out that enemies had come knocking. Moreover, it seemed that he had been betrayed. As the sixth watch ended, the most popular high martial arts novel of the same period continued to upgrade, never mistreating the protagonist, never slowing the pace. Tomorrow's excitement continues, and everyone is encouraged to give positive reviews. Ai Ling glared at Tang Xian and said, You actually sold us out. Tang Xian snorted coldly and retorted, There's no such thing as selling out. It was Feng who killed the people. Do you expect us to take the blame for him? Then why didn't you say that when we were dividing the purple spirit fruit? Now that others have come knocking, you push all the responsibility onto Feng. Ai Ling scolded. Tang Xian ran towards the valley, too lazy to argue with Ai Ling. Since Feng was currently occupied with others, it was best for him to run first. If Chi Yun and the others had the strength to kill Feng, that would be fine. If not, staying here was just waiting for death. Once Feng dealt with Chi Yun and the others, he certainly wouldn't let him go. But in that situation just now, he had no choice but to sell out Feng. If he didn't, bringing Lu Wen and the others to find Feng would mean his own death. Tang Xian ran away. Chi Yun, Lu Wen, and the others surrounded Feng and Ai Ling. Chi Yun looked at Feng, snorted coldly, and said, Your cultivation isn't high, but your combat power is terrifying. You actually managed to kill the second level 7th stage Qiao Yi, but this is where it ends. In front of me, anyone below the 3rd level is just an ant. Today, you will undoubtedly die. Chi Yun said coldly, killing someone from Shunshur No. 1 High School and robbing treasures. I will let you know what cruelty is. Wait. Feng said, All 4 of your classmates were killed by me. It has nothing to do with her. Let her go. Feng pointed at Ai Ling. It wasn't that Feng wanted to protect her deliberately, but the fact was indeed so. He had killed them all by himself, and he didn't want to implicate others. It was that simple. Worrying about others when death is imminent? You should worry about yourself first, Lu Wen shouted. Although you have the strength to kill a 2nd level 7th stage martial artist, we have 2 2nd level 9th stage martial artists and 4 2nd level 8th stage martial artists here. Xiao's cultivation has even reached the terrifying 3rd level 1st stage. With Xiao here, you will undoubtedly die. Xi Yun's face showed a proud expression. He liked Lu Wen's flattering tone, which made him feel very pleased. Xi Yun looked at Feng, hoping to see fear on his face. After all, with Feng's 2nd level 1st stage cultivation, hearing that his opponent was at the 3rd level 1st stage would probably scare him to death. To his surprise, there was not a trace of change on Feng's face. He remained calm and composed, as if a 3rd level martial artist in front of him was no different from a 2nd level martial artist easily crushable. Xi Yun was very displeased with Feng's reaction. It was a sign of disdain towards him, an insult to the top student of Shunshur No. 1 High School. A 2nd level 1st stage martial artist dared to be so arrogant, surrounded by so many of them, yet still remained composed. Xi Yun was furious. In my eyes, the strongest among you is just that, Feng said. The 3rd level 1st stage is no different from the 2nd level 7th stage Qiao Yi I killed yesterday. 3 moves are enough to suppress you. I'm in a good mood right now and don't want to hurt you. You'd better be sensible, otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences, Feng said to the crowd. Now recalling what happened yesterday, Feng felt he had been a bit too ruthless, killing 4 high school students in one go. Killing too many people in a short period and creating too many enemies wasn't good. Families like the Li family and the Yuan family would easily send assassins to kill him. If he didn't handle it well, he could easily end up in trouble. It's better to keep a low profile. 3. Moves to suppress us? You have quite the audacity. I want to see how you plan to suppress us in 3 moves, Shi-yun shouted. This kid was too arrogant. Even now, he couldn't see the situation in front of him. If he didn't teach him a lesson, he wouldn't know how high the sky was. Shi-yun charged at Feng, while the others from Shunshur No. 1 High School formed a surrounding circle, sealing off the area around Feng and AI Ling to prevent the two from escaping. Since Feng was so arrogant, claiming he could eliminate their strongest member in 3 moves, they would let him know their strength. Shi-yun held a board axe, its blade shimmering, and unleashed a second-tier body technique, charging towards Feng. In an instant, he appeared before Feng, a terrifying aura erupting from his body, the spiritual energy boiling and transforming into golden light that wrapped around his axe as he swung it at Feng. Second-tier martial technique, diamond axe. A cold light flickered in Feng's eyes. I have already warned you nicely, but since you refuse to be sensible, don't blame me. Feng's entire aura erupted, the 9th tier technique Thunderbolt formula activated, and in an instant, a surging power of thunder and lightning burst forth from his dantian, gathering on his spear, the tip radiating with lightning. 3rd tier martial technique, lightning spear unleashed. It directly met Shi-yun's axe. Feng's terrifying spear instantly shattered the axe's light, and with another thrust, he struck Chi-yun, sending him flying backward, crashing violently into a massive rock, shattering it into pieces. Chi-yun spat out a mouthful of blood, arcs of electricity swirling around him, causing his body to convulse, severely injured. So strong. The onlookers from Shun City No. 1 Middle School were astonished to see Chi-yun sent flying by a single spear. What was happening? Chi-yun, a first-tier 3rd-level student, the top of Shun City No. 1 Middle School, was knocked away in one exchange. Let's go together. A second-tier 9th-level student from Shun City No. 1 Middle School said to another second-tier 9th-level student. The other nodded, and the two stepped forward, one named Yang Lei and the other Zhang Han. Yang Lei wielded a long sword, slashing towards Feng, the sword energy boiling, a storm brewing around him. Zhang Han drew a soft sword from his belt, thin as a cicada's wing, exceptionally sharp, and a terrifying icy power was released from him as he struck out with his sword. The cold light flickered as he slashed at Feng. Feng snorted coldly, his aura erupting, arcs of electricity swirling around him, resembling a thunder god descending, and he swept out with his spear, the lightning flashing, covering a 180-degree attack range. Instantly, he shattered the attacks from Zhang Han and Yang Lei, forcing the two to retreat. At that moment, behind Feng, a second-tier 8th-level student from Shun City No. 1 Middle School took out a dart and suddenly launched a sneak attack at Feng, aiming for the back of his head. The angle of the sneak attack was tricky, aiming to kill in one blow. Feng instantly felt the hairs on his body stand on end, a sense of crisis surging in his heart, and he was greatly alarmed. Good. I just wanted to teach you a lesson, not to take your lives, but I didn't expect you to want to harm me. Since that's the case, don't blame me. Feng quickly reacted, sweeping his spear horizontally, striking back the incoming dart. The attacker, seeing the sneak attack fail, exclaimed, "What quick reflexes, what agile movement." You must know, his sneak attack was executed with precision, even a 3rd-tier 1st-level martial artist would pay a heavy price to evade it. But Feng managed to dodge it effortlessly, completely unscathed. However, Feng paid no mind to his astonishment, unleashing the 4th-tier body technique, Spirit Snake technique. A terrifying speed erupting, so fast it was unbelievable. In an instant, Feng was before the attacker. His spear pierced through a spear through the heart. The terrifying lightning ravaged the attacker's body, causing him to convulse, his hair smoking, eyes rolling back. Moments later, he was dead. Faced with someone trying to take his life, Feng would not show mercy. Feng suddenly drew his spear, a spray of blood erupted, and the man's body slowly fell to the ground. With a cold snort, Feng's eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at the people around him, like a ferocious ancient beast ready to devour. I said, I don't want to kill today. If you dare to provoke me again, you will die. Feng's voice was like that of a demon from hell, making people's hearts tremble. The people from Shun City No. 1 High School all retreated, not daring to provoke Feng again. It was no joke. Shi-yun, the top student of Shun City No. 1, had been sent flying, spitting blood from a single strike by Feng. Yang Lei and Zhang Han, both at the 2nd level, 9th stage, joined forces to unleash their strongest martial arts against Feng, but were easily forced back by a single thrust of his spear. Here, who could be Feng's opponent? Those who tried to ambush him ended up being killed by a single strike. Feng Feng had no weaknesses, completely crushing them. If they continued to be unwise and provoke him, the only outcome would be death. I admit you are strong, but don't get too proud. Qian struggled to stand up from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said, "The person you killed yesterday, Xiaoyi, is a direct descendant of the Qiao family, one of the three major 6th-level martial arts families in Shun City. You killed him, and the Qiao family will definitely not let you go. The mountain doesn't move, but the water does, we shall see," Qian ordered. Instantly, the people from Shun City No. 1 High School helped him and rushed out of the valley. Before long, they had exited the valley, disappearing from Feng Feng's sight. A 6th-level martial arts family, huh? They better not provoke me, or else. Feng Feng scoffed, he would make them the next Yuan family. Feng Feng looked at Ai Ling and said, "For the time being, I want to walk alone to the depths of the Blessed Land, to search for the relics of the strong and see if there is a chance to obtain a legacy." Feng Feng's meaning was simple. He could stay in the Blessed Land for 20 days, and 7 days had already passed, leaving only 13 days. In the remaining time, Feng Feng planned to go alone into the depths of the Blessed Land to search for the relics of the strong. The depths of the Blessed Land were filled with opportunities, but also dangers. Although Ai Ling was at the second stage, her combat power was weak, and it would be difficult for Feng Feng to focus on taking care of her in the depths. He wanted her not to follow him. "Alright, you go ahead, and good luck," Ai Ling said, understanding Feng Feng's intention. She would not follow him into the depths of the Blessed Land. With her strength, it would be seeking death. It was better for her to stay on the outskirts of the Blessed Land, looking for some low-grade heavenly materials and treasures. With her current cultivation, dealing with first-level monsters would be more than enough. In just over 10 days, she could still find many low-grade heavenly materials and treasures to further her cultivation. Feng Feng nodded, gripping his spear and turning to leave. "Safe travels," Ai Ling waved, watching Feng Feng until his figure disappeared from her sight. Ai Ling shook her head, such an outstanding boy was simply her idol. After 7 days of interaction, she had developed a bit of a crush on Feng Feng but lacked the courage to confess. She understood that with Feng Feng's talent, they would not be in the same world in the future, so it was better not to entertain such thoughts. After exiting the valley, Feng Feng walked straight towards the depths of the Blessed Land. In this Blessed Land, what tempted Feng Feng the most was not the heavenly materials and treasures, but the legacies of the strong. Heavenly materials and treasures could enhance his cultivation speed and increase the absorption rate of monster blood, but with the system he had, he would eventually achieve that, especially now that the system had upgraded, extending the time from 1 month to 40 days. Feng Feng would soon be able to elevate his cultivation. What Feng Feng truly needed was the legacy of the strong, something that could not be found in the outside world, a rare opportunity. As Feng Feng rushed through the ruins, he suddenly heard sounds of a chase and a fight ahead. Looking forward, he was surprised to find a familiar face. It was Tang Xian, the one who had betrayed him today. At that moment, Tang Xian was desperately running, with 5 students chasing after him. Seeing Feng Feng, Tang Xian seemed to have found a lifeline and hurriedly shouted, "Feng Feng, save me! They want to kill me and steal my heavenly materials and treasures." He completely forgot about betraying Feng Feng earlier that day. Feng Feng ignored him, "Saving you? I won't even kill you, and you want me to save you? I haven't settled the score for your betrayal yet." Seeing that Feng Feng was unresponsive, Tang Xian felt despair. The pursuers behind him quickly caught up. One person suddenly stepped forward, sweeping Tang Xian's legs and tripping him to the ground, then punched him in the mouth and nose, causing blood to gush out and leaving him dizzy. Tang Xian looked at Feng Feng with hope, wishing he would intervene to save him. If Feng Feng didn't help, he might be done for. The few pursuers were also students who had entered the Blessed Land this time. The leader said to Feng Feng, "This person is extremely despicable. While we were dealing with the guardian beast, he secretly dug up the heavenly materials and treasures we discovered. We hope you won't interfere in our matters." "Nonsense! They are lying. Feng Feng, don't believe them." Tang Xian retorted, "That heavenly material and treasure was discovered by me first. They are the ones trying to steal it from me." Still daring to slander others, one of the pursuers said, stepping forward and kicking Tang Xian in the stomach, causing him to curl up on the ground in agony. "This person is extremely treacherous, don't be deceived by his words. He took advantage of our fight with the beast to steal our heavenly materials and treasures, and he truly deserves to die," the leader said. "I have no interest in your matters and don't want to get involved." Do whatever you want, you don't need to tell me, Feng Feng replied. He had no interest in Tang Xian's grievances with them and didn't want to intervene. Alright, thank you, the leader said gratefully. Tang Xian, lying on the ground, showed despair in his eyes. It seemed he was going to meet his end here today. Just now, he had secretly dug up some heavenly materials and treasures while the others dealt with the beast, and now that he was being pursued, he would probably lose his life. Or at least suffer greatly. Tang Xian looked at Feng Feng with malice. If Feng Feng were willing to help him, he wouldn't be in this situation. Since you are heartless, don't blame me for being ungrateful. He has more than a dozen second-grade purple spirit fruits on him, and one has already reached the third grade. Eating it can enhance one's cultivation, Tang Xian pointed at Feng Feng and said venomously, revealing that Feng Feng had purple spirit fruits. The saying goes that a common man is innocent, but possessing treasures is a crime. Everyone knew Feng Feng had purple spirit fruits, and one had already reached the third grade. It was hard not to have designs on Feng Feng. Since you refuse to save me, then let's die together. If I die, I will drag you down with me, Tang Xian thought maliciously. Sure enough, upon learning that Feng Feng had more than a dozen second-grade purple spirit fruits and one third-grade, the pursuers' eyes began to burn with greed. More than a dozen second-grade purple spirit fruits and one third-grade would definitely allow them to elevate their cultivation by a level. Moreover, the main point was that Feng Feng's cultivation was only at the second level, first stage, while among the 5 of them, 2 were at the second level, 8th stage, and 3 at the second level, 9th stage. They could easily suppress Feng Feng and seize the purple spirit fruits. Seeing the greedy looks from the surrounding pursuers, Feng Feng then looked down at Tang Xian on the ground, and a murderous intent surged in his eyes. It seemed he really couldn't let him go. For such a petty person, killing was the most direct method. Today's update ends here. Tomorrow's excitement continues. Book Friends Group 908419644. Ignoring the greedy gazes of the other 5, Feng Feng approached Tang Xian and coldly said, if I hand you over to them, they might just teach you a lesson, but they won't kill you. But now, I've decided to eliminate you. No one can save you. Feng Feng said indifferently, his gaze like that of a bloodthirsty demon, his words carrying the weight of action. Tang Xian on the ground, panicked, suddenly coming to his senses. Indeed, although he had conflicts with those 5, having stolen their belongings, it was not a death sentence. At most, they would just beat him up and let him go. But Feng Feng was different. He had seen Feng Feng kill before, merciless and cold-blooded. Now, having framed Feng Feng multiple times, he realized that Feng Feng truly intended to kill him. He regretted betraying Feng Feng. Feng Feng, spare me, Tang Xian pleaded repeatedly. In response, Feng Feng shot him, piercing his neck and nailing him to the ground. Feng Feng withdrew his spear. Blood gushed from Tang Xian's neck, and he kept spitting blood, his life flashing before his eyes. He recalled awakening his mid-grade Xian-level talent, entering Class A of the 9th middle school in city, enjoying boundless glory, competing for a spot in the blessed land, and ranking in the top 300. In just 7 days of deepening his cultivation in the blessed land, his level had risen from the first level, 9th stage, to the second level, 2nd stage, with a promising future ahead. He never expected to die here, at the hands of Feng Feng. Now he understood that one should not be too selfish or untrustworthy. But it was too late for regrets. Tang Xian's eyes slowly closed, his life force fading. Feng Feng remained indifferent. Everyone must take responsibility for their actions, and no one can escape that. Feng Feng looked at the 5 people around him and said, I do have the purple spirit fruit, do you want to come and take it? Feng Feng's voice was icy. Although he had already refined all the purple spirit fruits, he did not reveal this. If these 5 intended to attack him for the fruit, he wouldn't mind adding 5 more lives to his tally. Classmate, you jest. How could we possibly resort to robbing others for heavenly materials and earthly treasures? That would be no different from bandits, the leader replied. This person stole our treasures, and since he is now dead, there is nothing more to pursue. Farewell. With that, he led the 4 away. From Feng Feng's ruthless and decisive actions just now, he concluded that Feng Feng was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Although his cultivation was only at the second level, 1st stage, he had easily killed Tang Xian, who was at the second level, 2nd stage, and his methods were brutal and decisive, without any hesitation. It was better for them not to stir up trouble. Watching the 5 leave, Feng Feng shook his head and continued deeper into the blessed land. These 5 had some sense, knowing he was not to be trifled with, and retreated decisively, saving him from a fight. A day later, Feng Feng arrived at the depths of the blessed land, beginning his search for the ruins of the strong. The Legacies of the powerful generally existed within ruins, which were hard to find and often accompanied by many dangers and trials. Such opportunities could not be forced. Feng was not in a hurry, searching slowly. This kind of thing could not be found by rushing, but depended on chance and fortune. A day passed. The system space updated, and Feng found a secluded spot to enter the system space. Now that the system had upgraded, entering the system space once allowed for 40 days of cultivation. This time, Feng planned to spend all his time cultivating 3 new 4th-grade martial techniques. When he obtained the unlimited card, Feng bought 24 martial techniques in the trading hall, including fist techniques, palm techniques, spear techniques, and body techniques, ranging from 4th to 9th grade. Now, his physical attributes were comparable to the 3rd level, 1st stage, and the 3rd-grade spear technique Thunder Spear was already difficult for him to support in battles. Against higher levels, he needed stronger martial techniques. Feng took out 3 4th-grade attack martial techniques: Thunder Fist, Chasing Wind Palm, and Piercing Cloud Spear, and began to cultivate these 3 4th-grade martial arts techniques are all of the upper 4th-grade rank, the highest level among the 4th-grade techniques, and their power is not weaker than that of 5th-grade techniques. For 24 hours a day, Feng tirelessly dedicates himself to practicing these 3 martial arts techniques. Each technique is practiced for 3 hours. The Thunder Fist emphasizes rapid strikes, with punches like thunder, unstoppable in momentum. The Wind Chase Palm focuses on movements like the wind, moving with the breeze, known for its speed. The Cloud Piercing Spear emphasizes a spear that strikes like a dragon, piercing through clouds and breaking the moon, advancing relentlessly. In 40 days, Feng has progressed from zero foundation to minor success in these 3 4th-grade martial arts techniques. As for the body technique, Feng's Spirit Snake Body Technique, which is also of upper 4th-grade rank, has power not weaker than 5th-grade body techniques, so it is not a concern for now. Feng emerges from the system space and continues to search for the relics of strong warriors deep within the Blessed Land. Currently, Feng's physical attributes are comparable to a level 3 stage 1, combined with the minor success level of the 3 4th-grade attack techniques and a perfected 4th-grade body technique. He can easily deal with monsters below level 3 stage 6. This is also why he dares to venture alone into the depths of the Blessed Land, where countless dangers lurk. Level 3 monsters are common here, and students below level 3 generally do not dare to come. If one accidentally encounters a level 3 monster, it would be disastrous. Feng does not need to worry about this issue, not to mention he can handle monsters below level 3 stage 6, even if he encounters monsters above level 3 stage 6. In his system space, he still has more than a dozen energy guns. With his current physical defense, he can fully use level 4 energy guns. If he encounters a monster he cannot defeat, he can directly take out a level 4 assault rifle. Monsters below level 4 would be easily turned into a sieve. Feng traverses the depths of the Blessed Land, occasionally hearing the chilling roars of level 3 monsters. However, he pays no attention to these monsters. Sensing the presence of a monster, Feng approaches to check. If there are no rare materials nearby, he will leave without provoking the monster. If there are rare materials, he will not hesitate to strike and slay the monster. Suddenly, Feng senses a commotion ahead where someone is battling a monster. Upon closer inspection, he finds a level 3 stage 3 monster, with 2 level 3 stage 2 students engaged in a fierce fight with it. One is male and the other female. Feng does not recognize them, but they seem to be students from a city in the Southeast Province. The Southeast Province has 10 cities, with Tianyang City as its economic center, a population hub, and far more prosperous than an city. This time, 3,300 students from Tianyang City entered the Blessed Land, 10 times more than in city, accounting for 1/3 of the total number. Seeing the school uniforms with the Tianyang City emblem, Feng deduces they are top students from Tianyang City. Besides Tianyang City, it is difficult for other cities in the Southeast Province to have students above level 3. The top student from Shun City No. 1 High School is only level 3 stage 1. The 2 students, at level 3 stage 2, are currently dealing with the extremely difficult level 3 stage 3 monster, the giant spirit spider. The 2 of them, the girl named Xinyu, was a top student in Class A of Tianyang No. 1 Middle School. She had mastered a second-tier martial art technique at the grand accomplishment level and a second-tier sword technique at the perfection level. The boy, named Pei, and was also a top student in Class A, having mastered 2 second-tier martial arts at the perfection level, making him slightly stronger than Xinyu. Their cultivation was a tier lower than that of the giant spirit spider, and they were currently entangled in a battle with it using their second-tier martial arts. However, their performance was not optimistic, as they were clearly at a disadvantage. The giant spirit spider had already reached the third stage of perfection and could break through to the fourth stage at any moment. Moreover, the spider's shell was hard, and it had 8 legs, making it very agile. It occasionally spat out spider silk and venom, which made Payan and Xinyu hesitant to approach. The spider silk was very sticky and strong, while the venom was highly corrosive. Once caught in the silk or hit by the venom, they would be doomed. Xinyu unleashed her sword technique, and the sword energy surged, but it could only leave shallow cuts on the giant spirit spider's hard shell, doing no real damage. This giant spirit spider's shell is too hard. Our second-tier martial arts can't harm it at all. Only third-tier martial arts can inflict damage, Xinyu said. Unfortunately, neither of them knew any third-tier martial arts. They had spent all their time improving their cultivation and rarely practiced martial techniques. It had taken them several years to master their 2 second-tier martial arts, and they hadn't even started training in third-tier techniques. Someone's coming, Payan said, noticing Fong Fong approaching from behind. Seeing Fong Fong rushing over with a gun, Xinyu asked, "Is he a third-tier warrior?" If Fong Fong was a third-tier warrior, they could team up to deal with the giant spirit spider. If not, they needed to urge him to leave quickly. With their combined strength, it would be difficult to defeat the giant spirit spider, and all 3 of them could end up dead. No, Fong Fong replied. If not, you should leave quickly. This giant spirit spider is about to break through to the 4th stage of the 3rd tier. It's not a show. You can watch. Be careful not to lose your life, Xinyu warned. This giant spirit spider was hard to deal with for warriors below the 3rd tier. She couldn't believe that Fong Fong, with a cultivation level below the 3rd tier, dared to wander deep into the danger zone without fearing for his life. However, the giant spirit spider wouldn't give Xinyu time to think. In the moment she was distracted answering Fong Fong, the giant spirit spider seized the opportunity, opened its mouth, and spat out a strand of spider silk to block Xinyu's retreat. It raised its 2 sharp front legs like spears and lunged at Xinyu. If Xinyu were hit, she would undoubtedly die. Not good, Xinyu thought in shock, realizing that her moment of distraction had given the giant spirit spider an opening. But it was too late for her to dodge. The spider silk had already sealed off her escape route. Payan, seeing this, became worried for Xinyu, but the giant spirit spider had been waiting for this opening for a long time and would not let Xinyu escape easily. They were too far apart, and with one of them dealing with the giant spirit spider, it was too late for him to rescue Xinyu. This strike would be hard for Xinyu to evade. Despair showed in Xinyu's eyes as she closed them, preparing to wait for death. At that moment, in a critical situation, Fong Fong moved. The spirit snake body technique was unleashed, blood and energy surged, and he shot out like a cannonball. The perfected thunder gun erupted, with lightning swirling around the tip of the spear, and the sound of thunder roared around him. He thrust the spear down at the 2 front legs of the giant spirit spider. A beam of spear light cut through the space, the air was torn apart, and the A-grade alloy spear, capable of breaking through the defenses of 9th tier monsters, struck fiercely against the 2 front legs of the giant spirit spider. Cracked flesh and blood flew, and the 2 front legs of the giant spirit spider were instantly severed by the sharp spear tip, the terrifying force sending the giant spirit spider's massive body reeling back several meters. Xinyu looked incredulously at Fong Fong ahead, who was holding a spear, surrounded by lightning, like a god of thunder. The scene of that shot just now was deeply etched in her mind. Powerful, shocking, a sense of survival after a disaster. Different emotions appeared in Xinyu's mind. Payan beside her also gasped, looking at Fong Fong ahead. What terrifying marksmanship, gathering the power of thunder and lightning, concentrating strength to explode at a single point, sweeping out a sharp spear light. It directly severed the giant spirit spider's claw with one shot. This marksmanship was definitely a perfected 3rd-grade martial skill, otherwise it wouldn't have such power. A perfected 3rd-grade martial skill was something that very few could master in the entire Tianyang city, and those who could master a perfected 3rd-grade martial skill before the college entrance examination were definitely prodigies with Earth-level talents, able to rapidly enhance their cultivation while also improving their martial skills. Hiss! The giant spirit spider let out a roar, its voice filled with endless rage, looking at Fong Fong ahead, its eyes boiling with killing intent. You 2 step back, Fong Fong said to Xinyu and Payan. Classmate, can you handle this giant spirit spider by yourself? Payan asked worriedly. No problem, Fong Fong replied calmly. Then be careful, Payan and Xinyu nodded and turned to retreat. Fong Fong looked up at the giant spirit spider, a cold light flashing in his eyes, gripping his spear and charging forward, unleashing the perfected lightning spear technique. His movements were agile as he dodged, appearing beneath the giant spirit spider, thrusting directly at its belly. The giant spirit spider's weakness was its belly, and it had gained a certain level of intelligence, knowing Feng Feng's intent and not wanting to clash with him head-on. The previous shot from Feng Feng had caused it significant damage, and it was well aware of Feng Feng's terror. The giant spirit spider swiftly retreated, dodging Feng Feng's thrust, then swung its claws to strike at Feng Feng's belly while simultaneously spitting out a mouthful of venom aimed at Feng Feng's face. Before the venom reached him, a nauseating stench spread around. Feng Feng executed the perfected spirit snake body technique, moving as agilely as a spirit snake to evade. The giant spirit spider's venom directly hit a large tree behind Feng Feng, corroding the tree, which was as thick as a person's waist, and causing it to crash heavily to the ground. Seeing this, Feng Feng snorted. Coldly, it was time to end this. Since the third-grade martial skill couldn't deliver a fatal blow, he would use a fourth-grade one. Feng Feng's steps shifted, arriving in front of the giant spirit spider, and suddenly leaped up. The fourth-grade superior martial skill cloud-piercing spear was unleashed. The spear light was dazzling, piercing through clouds and breaking the moon, carrying the power to break everything, directly stabbing into the giant spirit spider's head. Blood splattered as the A-grade spear pierced through the giant spirit spider's head and into its belly. The giant spirit spider's massive body crashed to the ground with a thud, convulsing continuously before dying shortly after. Behind, Xin Yu and Peiyan were shocked as they looked at Feng Feng. This was too strong. The giant spirit spider, with its incredibly hard shell, was pierced through the head with a single shot. Feng Feng not only perfected a third-grade martial skill but also cultivated a fourth-grade martial skill to a minor success. Where did this prodigy come from? Xin Yu and Peiyan approached Feng Feng and said, "Hello, I'm Xin Yu. Thank you for your help just now." Peiyan, and introduced himself. "Thank you for your help, classmate." Feng Feng looked up at Xin Yu and Peiyan and said, "You're welcome." Feng Feng. Feng Feng introduced his name to the two. "Feng Feng, you were so strong, you actually managed to kill that giant spirit spider head-on," Peiyan praised. "I didn't expect your cultivation level to be low, yet your ability to challenge above your level is so strong," Xin Yu also complimented. "If it weren't for you, I would probably have fallen into the hands of that giant spirit spider today." "It's nothing," Feng Feng replied, not taking credit for himself. Saving the two was merely a small effort for him. Seeing that Feng Feng was not arrogant about his achievements and was very polite, the two immediately felt a greater fondness for him. After thinking for a moment, Peiyan spoke up. "Feng Feng, we know the location of a relic. This time, we are wandering around the depths of the Blessed Land to find someone to team up with and explore that relic together." Peiyan and Xin Yu had discovered an ancient relic deep within the Blessed Land, but it was fraught with danger, guarded by many stone statue puppets. With just the two of them, it would be very difficult to break in. That's why they were looking for others to team up with. Previously, they had already found one person, Lu Feng, the 10th expert of Tianyang Academy, with a cultivation level of 3rd rank, 5th stage. Now they had found Feng Feng, and with Feng Feng's strength in killing the giant spirit spider, if he joined them, along with Lu Feng and the two of them, this expedition to the relic would definitely be fine. A relic. Feng Feng's eyes lit up at the mention. His purpose for coming to the depths of the Blessed Land was precisely for the relic. "Alright." Feng Feng agreed without hesitation. As for forming a team, it didn't matter much to him. As long as he knew where the relic was, it was the same whether there was a team or not. He would dare to explore it alone. "Good. There's no time to waste, let's set off right away." Seeing Feng Feng agree, Peiyan immediately said, wanting to head to the Blessed Land at once. They still had 12 days to stay in the relic, so they needed to hurry. Feng Feng nodded, and the three set off towards the relic. Along the way, they met up with Lu Feng, and the four of them headed to the relic together. Half a day later, the four arrived at the entrance of the relic. The relic was located in a vast stone formation deep within the Blessed Land, covering an area of hundreds of thousands of meters, with jagged stones resembling a maze. Up ahead is the relic, with strange rocks standing tall, and inside it is like a giant stone maze, filled with many stone statue puppets, all with strength above the 3rd rank. If you have a 2nd rank cultivation, you need to weigh your own strength before entering the relic, Lu Feng said, glancing at Feng Feng as he spoke. Lu Feng had been feeling displeased with Feng Feng for half a day, thinking that a 2nd rank, 1st stage nobody was just tagging along for the fun. Although the relic had opportunities, it wasn't something just anyone could covet. With 2nd rank strength, he would probably be killed by the stone statue puppets as soon as he entered. Lu Feng's meaning was simple, he was advising Feng Feng to retreat while he could. Although Qin Yu and Peiyan had explained to him that Feng Feng's strength was not as simple as it appeared, Lu Feng did not believe it and looked down on him. Lu Feng had a low-grade Earth-level talent, a cultivation level of 3rd rank, 5th stage, and had already mastered 2 3rd-grade martial arts to perfection. He could easily slay the 3rd rank, 3rd stage monster, the giant spirit spider. Moreover, his uncle was the director of the Tianyang Education Bureau, with a deep background, so he naturally looked down on someone like Feng Feng, a small figure from An City. Originally, Feng Feng had no enmity with him, and he shouldn't have targeted Feng Feng, but it was all because Feng Feng had heroically saved Qin Yu today, which made her fond of him even more. On the way here, Qin Yu had been trying to find topics to chat with Feng Feng, getting closer to him, which made Lu Feng very unhappy. Qin Yu was the person he had his eyes on, and he wouldn't allow anyone to interfere, not even a little. You should worry about yourself, Feng Feng said lightly, having naturally picked up on Lu Feng's meaning, which was clearly aimed at him. Lu Feng had been targeting him since the beginning of the journey, and Feng Feng had long been displeased with him. Feng Feng could see that Lu Feng was targeting him because of Qin Yu, which was truly laughable. It was Qin Yu who wanted to talk to him. What did it have to do with Lu Feng? Why was Lu Feng being so jealous? Feng Feng chose not to pay any more attention to Lu Feng. Jealousy was fine, but it was best not to pull any tricks behind his back. Otherwise, he wouldn't be merciful. Let's go in, Peiyan said. He could naturally sense the tension between Lu Feng and Feng Feng. In fact, he had noticed something was off between the two on the way here. But there was nothing to be done. Who could resist Qin Yu's charm? Even Lu Feng, a 3rd level, 5th stage expert ranked in the top 10 of Tianyang No. 1 high school, was jealous of her. Qin Yu also noticed the discord between Lu Feng and said, "Let's go in." Lu Feng nodded and said, "Qin Yu, once we enter the ruins, stick with me. If there's danger, I can help you in time." As he spoke, Lu Feng looked at Feng Feng and said, "As for someone, it's best to keep a distance from the 3 of us. Your strength is too low and could drag others down. I hope you have the self-awareness not to make things difficult for everyone." Upon hearing this, Peiyan and Qin Yu were at a loss for words. Both Feng Feng and Lu Feng were invited by them, and their strength surpassed theirs. It wouldn't be good to offend either of them. Moreover, Lu Feng's uncle was the director of the Tianyang Education Bureau. If they offended Lu Feng, it would likely complicate matters in the bureau in the future. "Just a 3rd level, 5th stage expert, don't take yourself too seriously," Feng Feng retorted sarcastically. "You talk so aggressively now, I fear you might end up begging me to save you in the ruins. That would be interesting." "Beg you to save me?" Lu Feng laughed, clearly disdainful. "With your 2nd level, 1st stage cultivation, I really don't know who gave you the courage to say such things. Let's wait and see." With that, Lu Feng stepped into the ruins first, followed closely by Qin Yu. "We should go in too," Peiyan said. Feng Feng nodded and then stepped into the ruins. 4 people entered the ruins. Immediately, it felt like stepping into a maze, with massive stones piled up to form countless pathways, making it hard to find their way. The sound of creaking stone puppets moving around them could be heard, and they could sense that many stone puppets were approaching. Without a map, the 4 could only wander aimlessly, hoping to find a direction. Lu Feng led Qin Yu ahead, deliberately leaving Feng Feng and Peiyan behind, and when they sensed the stone puppets getting closer, the 4 would cleverly avoid them. Suddenly, Lu Feng, who was at the front, stopped and said to Qin Yu, "Wait, we can't keep leading the way like this. It's unfair to them, and it allows some people to take advantage without doing anything." Lu Feng was subtly referring to Feng Feng. He had been leading the way, while Feng Feng did nothing but pick up the scraps from behind, and in the end, he would still benefit from the treasures in the ruins. Truly a clever scheme. Qin Yu understood the implication of Lu Feng's words, shaking her head in disappointment. He was indeed petty, begrudging others for contributing a little while showing no sense of responsibility. At that moment, Peiyan and Feng Feng had already come up behind Lu Feng. Lu Feng snorted coldly and said to Feng Feng, "You go ahead and lead. From the beginning until now, I've been the one leading, and you've done nothing but take advantage from behind, yet you still want to gain the inheritance from the ruins. How nice that sounds. You were the one who wanted to lead. What does that have to do with me?" Feng Feng retorted. He felt that Lu Feng was just a fool, wanting to show off in front of Qin Yu, insisting on being in front, and now he was unwilling to stay behind, fearing that Feng Feng would take advantage of him. Feng Feng was already speechless towards such a narrow-minded person. "Fine, I'll go ahead. You all follow me closely, don't get lost. I feel this ruin is very strange, not as simple as it seems on the surface," Feng Feng said to the 3. Since they entered the ruins, Feng Feng had felt it was too bizarre, completely devoid of any danger, which was somewhat illogical. He feared that a great crisis was brewing ahead. What do you mean by you go ahead? It sounds like we're deliberately making things difficult for you, Lu Feng said unhappily. It's reasonable for us to each lead a section. Weren't you just very arrogant, claiming I shouldn't ask you for help in the ruins? What happened to that bravado now? Fool, Feng cursed inwardly, too lazy to respond, and walked ahead while vigilantly scanning the surroundings, ready to deal with any sudden situations. Lu Feng snorted coldly and followed with Qingyu and Peiyan. The four had just advanced a few dozen meters when a sudden sense of crisis hit them, and the sound of countless puppets moving around them emerged. It seemed a large group of puppets was closing in, with footsteps surrounding them from all sides. Thud, thud, thud. Feng and the others seemed to be surrounded. Not good, prepare for battle, Feng said gravely, his face changing as he sensed the footsteps drawing closer. How did you lead us into being surrounded by puppets? Lu Feng blamed him, now extremely angry, as there had been no such situation when he was leading. At a critical moment, you're still blaming me. Damn it, the danger has been brewing since we entered the ruins, we just didn't notice it, Feng shouted angrily, wanting to kick him. All he did was shirk responsibility. Suddenly, from all four directions, dozens of stone puppets charged out from the wide passage formed by the massive stones, surrounding Feng and the others. The dozens of stone puppets had varying levels of strength, but all were above level 3. The strongest were comparable to level 3, 6-stage warriors, and leading them were 4 level 3, 6-stage stone puppets. Intruders, kill without mercy. A leading level 3, 6 stone puppet coldly shouted, its voice devoid of any emotion, lacking any breath of life, as it charged towards Feng with a large knife in hand. The level 3, 6 stone puppet rushed at Feng while the other puppets formed a surrounding circle, sealing off the area around Feng and his companions to prevent their escape. The puppets had a simple purpose, to guard the ruins, and those who dared to intrude would be killed without mercy. The long knife in the level 3, 6 stone puppet's hand gleamed coldly, moving as fast as lightning towards Feng. Another level 3, 6 stone puppet charged at Lu Feng, who was beside Feng. You got me killed, Lu Feng cursed at Feng, then began to use his movement technique to evade. Lu Feng's cultivation was only level 3, 5, and he was no match for the level 3, 6 stone puppet in a direct confrontation. He could only rely on his movement technique to maneuver around it. Lu Feng's movement technique was called 7 steps, a third-tier martial skill. With his low-grade earth-level talent, he had trained for 3 years and had now mastered it. Behind them, several puppets also charged at Qingyu and Peiyan. The two began to maneuver, with the puppets using their footwork. Although these puppets were above level 3 in strength, they were quite clumsy, their movements stiff, only capable of mechanical attacks without any intelligence. The two managed to ensure their safety with their footwork. In front, the level 3, 6 stone puppet arrived before Feng, its terrifying aura erupting as it swung its knife at Feng. Feng faced it calmly, activating the 9th tier technique Thunderbolt formula, and in an instant, a surge of thunderous power erupted from his dantian, continuously gathering lightning into his spear. The lightning spear was unleashed, directly clashing with the level 3, 6 stone puppet's knife. The spear struck out, instantly causing the level 3, 6 stone puppet's long knife to fly out of its hand, and the puppet's body was sent flying back, crashing heavily to the ground, surrounded by arcs of electricity, twitching uncontrollably, until it eventually fell silent. It seemed that there was some mechanism operating within the stone puppet, allowing it to maintain movement. Once destroyed, it could be killed. A level 3, 6 stone puppet, taken down with one spear. Seeing the level 3, 6 stone puppet being knocked away by Feng's spear, Lu Feng, who was struggling with the puppets, was left speechless in shock. This guy is really that strong. Lu Feng held a long sword in his hand, instantly stabbing towards the stone puppet before him. Flames of yellow burned on the sword, a formidable third-tier sword technique. The puppet, lacking intelligence, only knew mechanical attacks and did not evade, swinging its knife towards the long sword. The clash of blade and sword caused both Lu Feng and the puppet to retreat simultaneously. Lu Feng felt a numbness in his hands from the impact. He had no idea what powered the puppet, but it was indeed strong. The puppet was pushed back by the strike, seemingly injured internally, and its reaction became much slower than before as it continued to charge at Lu Feng. Gritting his teeth, Lu Feng pressed on, engaging in battle with the puppet. Having seen the level 3, 6 stone puppet being killed by Feng with one spear strike, he had thought that all stone puppets were weak. Now it seemed he had overestimated his own abilities. Feng was not someone he could imitate. Feng looked around, and more stone statue puppets were rushing in from all directions of the ruins, blocking their way. This couldn't go on, the 4 of them would be beaten to death by the stone statue puppets. Feng snorted coldly, his aura erupting, arcs of electricity swirling around him as if the thunder god had descended. He unleashed the 4th grade martial skill. Spirit snake body technique, and a terrifying speed erupted, so fast it was unbelievable. In an instant, Feng Feng arrived in front of a 3rd level, 6-segment stone statue puppet. Gripping his spear with one hand, he swept it out, and the neck of the 3rd level, 6-segment stone statue puppet was directly severed. The stone statue puppet fell heavily to the ground, motionless. Decapitate the stone statue puppets, it's easy to kill them, Feng Feng said to the other 3. Then he executed the 4th grade fist technique, Thunder Fist, and struck a 3rd level, 6-segment stone statue puppet in front of him. The terrifying power of lightning surged down Feng Feng's arm and struck the 3rd level, 6-segment stone statue puppet. Boom, the dreadful lightning wreaked havoc, continuously destroying the 3rd level, 6-segment stone statue puppet, which convulsed and fell to the ground moments later. The mechanisms inside it had been destroyed by the lightning and could no longer operate. Feng Feng had a hypothesis: if the operational mechanism inside the stone statue puppet was disrupted, it would become useless. To verify this hypothesis, Feng Feng leaped forward, grasped the arm of a stone statue puppet, and with a sudden burst of strength, he swung the entire 3rd level, 6-segment stone statue puppet down towards the ground. With this strike, Feng Feng unleashed all his power. A force of 21 tons erupted. The ground beneath the 3rd level, 6-segment stone statue puppet was smashed to pieces, and after a few convulsions, it ceased to move. Indeed, only by destroying or disrupting the mechanisms inside the stone statue puppet would it lose its function. But the number of stone statue puppets around them was increasing, seemingly endless, rushing in from all directions of the ruins. They couldn't afford to be stagnant. You all go first, I'll hold them off, Feng Feng shouted, thrusting his spear forward. A cold light flashed, and the spear pierced through space, directly impaling a stone statue puppet that had just charged in front of him, killing it. Can you handle it alone, Feng Feng? Xin Yu asked worriedly. I have to, whether I can or not, Feng Feng replied calmly as he faced the incoming puppets. After saying that, Feng Feng executed his body technique, suddenly stomping the ground, and his body shot out like a cannonball. He punched a stone statue puppet in the chest, and the terrifying force sent it flying. The stone statue puppet crashed to the ground, skidding for over 10 meters. Before coming to a stop, convulsing a few times before dying. Hurry and leave, don't waste time, Feng Feng shouted to Qinyu and Pei En. Their cultivation levels were not as high as his, and with the increasing number of stone statue puppets around them, if they delayed any longer, they might not even be able to escape. Just then, a beast charged out from the ruins ahead. It was a 3rd level, 7-segment beast. This beast was covered in scales, had 4 claws, and resembled neither a dragon nor a snake. Like an ancient dragon lizard. Not good, it's a 3rd level, 7-segment ancient beast hiding in the ruins. We're done for, Lu Feng said in despair. The 3rd level, 7-segment ancient dragon lizard had strength comparable to a 3rd level, 8-segment beast, far beyond what they could resist. What to do? He didn't want to die yet. Seeing the ancient dragon lizard, Pei En and Xinyu also fell into despair, not expecting to encounter such a powerful beast in the ruins. Now, with a beast in front and stone statue puppets behind, they had no way to escape. I'll deal with this dragon lizard first, you two find a way to exit the ruins, Feng Feng shouted, then suddenly stomped the ground, his figure soaring up. Using the spirit snake body technique, he instantly arrived in front of the dragon lizard, thrusting his spear forward, with a surge of thick lightning power from his dantian wrapping around the spear tip. He unleashed the 3rd grade martial skill, Thunder Spear. The sharp spear tip flickered with purple lightning as he aimed a strike at the dragon lizard's neck. The dragon lizard suddenly unleashed all its power. Black demonic energy erupting from its body, with endless flames swirling around it. The dragon lizard's massive tail lashed out, flames wrapping around it, instantly becoming a fiery whip that shattered the air as it met the terrifying spear of Feng Feng. Boom! With a loud bang, the dragon lizard's tail knocked back Feng Feng's spear, the flames and lightning on the tail mutually destroying each other. Feng Feng was taken aback. This dragon lizard had such great strength that it could withstand his full force attack using a 3rd-tier martial skill. The dragon lizard also looked incredulous. Its muscular tail had been pushed back by a single spear from the human before it. What kind of power could achieve that? The human before it was comparable to a 4th-tier demon beast, with terrifying strength. Without hesitation, the dragon lizard opened its massive mouth and lunged at Feng Feng. Feng Feng executed the 9th-tier technique, Thunderbolt technique, surrounded by lightning, leaping into the air as he thrust his spear down from above. Mist swirled around the spear, a terrifying penetrating power enveloping it, enhanced by the force of lightning. 4th-tier martial skill, Cloud-piercing spear unleashed. Since the 3rd-tier martial skill couldn't kill you, let's try the 4th-tier martial skill. Blood splattered as the dragon lizard's gaping mouth was pierced by Feng Feng's fourth-tier martial skill, the cloud-piercing spear, causing its massive body to retreat instantly. It shot a resentful glance at Feng Feng, then turned and fled deeper into the ruins. Feng Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The dragon lizard had been hit by his fourth-tier martial skill and surprisingly did not die, instead fleeing deeper into the ruins. These ruins were too strange. Behind him, Qin Yu and Pei An were completely stunned. So strong. Who would have thought that the ancient beast, the dragon lizard, would be driven to flee by Feng Feng? Is this the true strength of Feng Feng, easily repelling a third-tier, 7th stage demon beast? Lu Feng was equally shocked at this moment. He had previously mocked Feng Feng, thinking he would take advantage of them, but now it seemed he was the one who had underestimated Feng Feng. He had ridiculed Feng Feng for being in danger in the ruins, fearing he lacked the strength to cope, but now Feng Feng was so much stronger than him, it was he who lacked the strength to cope. You all go quickly, Feng Feng said to Pei An and Qin Yu, I'll clear the way for you. After saying that, Feng Feng's figure flashed like a spirit snake, instantly moving to block the path of several stone statue puppets behind him, sweeping his spear in a 180-degree arc, sending the puppets flying. With Feng Feng sharing the pressure, Pei An and Qin Yu felt much more at ease. These puppets may lack intelligence, but there are too many of them, and their attack power is fierce, so be careful. Qin Yu warned Feng Feng. After saying that, she charged towards the stone statue puppets, preparing to exit the ruins. You go first, Feng Feng replied calmly. At that moment, dozens of stone statue puppets surged out from deeper within the ruins, attacking Feng Feng from behind. Feng Feng snorted coldly, turning his spear and striking out with lightning speed, the spear tip flickering with electric light. In an instant, he severed the lower waists of the stone statue puppets, the destructive power of the lightning ravaging the wounds, sending the puppets flying back, crashing against the surrounding boulders, motionless. Behind him, stone statue puppets were crazily charging towards Feng Feng. As he saw more and more stone statue puppets, Feng Feng's entire aura erupted, desperately operating the 9th grade technique. Thunderbolt formula. In an instant, a surging power of thunder and lightning burst forth from his dantian, surrounding him completely. In his hand, the A-grade spear continuously gathered lightning, striking out in a wide range around him, illuminating the surrounding passage with blue lightning. At the tip of Feng Feng's spear, a 5-foot-long spear light appeared, constantly swallowing and expelling lightning. With each sweep of the spear, he could sever the bodies of 3 to 5 puppets or pierce through them from front to back, killing them. We need to go, it's better for him to die than for us to die, Lu Feng said to Qin Yu. Then, flames surrounded the long sword in his hand, radiating intense heat. Flame sword technique. Lu Feng shouted, his figure flickering as he unleashed a 3rd-grade sword technique, attacking the stone statue puppets, blocking their retreat, directly cleaving one at the neck. The stone statue puppet's head rolled to the ground, twitching a few times before dying. Pei An and Qin Yu, seeing this, immediately rushed towards the direction of the ruins, quickly disappearing into the maze-like passage. At this moment, Feng Feng was surrounded by more and more stone statue puppets. Lu Feng led the stone statue puppets forward, all of them attacking Feng Feng, while he retreated to the back. He intended to trap Feng Feng, making him hold off the stone statue puppets so that he could escape. Seeing Lu Feng leading a large group of stone statue puppets towards him, Feng Feng realized he was being completely cut off from retreat and coldly shouted, Lu Feng, what are you doing? In response, Lu Feng executed a footwork technique, leaping over the giant and weaving through the puppet crowd, retreating to the exit. What am I doing? Of course, I'm letting you die for us. If you don't die here and attract the attention of the puppets, how can we escape? Lu Feng sneered, it's better for you to die than for the 3 of us to die. Enjoy it. With that, Lu Feng directly retreated towards the exit passage and soon disappeared into the ruins. Feng Feng's face darkened. He hadn't expected to be outmaneuvered by this petty person, who wanted him to be the scapegoat so he could escape the ruins. Don't get too pleased with yourself. Once I get out of the ruins, you won't be able to live either. The surrounding stone statue puppets formed a circle, sealing off Feng Feng's escape, making it impossible for him to flee. Now that Lu Feng and the others had escaped, all the attention of the stone statue puppets was focused on Feng Feng. At that moment, a level 3, 7-segment stone statue puppet charged out from the crowd, leading the attack against Feng Feng. The level 3, 7-segment stone statue puppet wielded a large knife, instantly appearing before Feng Feng, its blade flashing as it slashed down at him. Cold light flickered in Feng Feng's eyes. First, he would deal with them. Feng Feng's entire aura erupted, and the surging power of thunder and lightning poured out from his dantian, gathering on the spear. The 3rd-grade martial technique, Thunder Spear, was unleashed, directly clashing with the knife of the level 3, 7-segment stone statue puppet. The terrifying spear instantly sent the puppet flying backward, crashing violently into a large rock, shattering it into pieces. The level 3, 7-segment stone statue puppet was surrounded by arcs of electricity, twitching uncontrollably, before soon falling silent. The level 3, 7-segment puppet still couldn't withstand a single strike from Fong Fong. The surrounding stone statue puppets continued to charge at Fong Fong, seemingly unafraid of death. Fong Fong snorted coldly, his aura erupting as he swept his spear out, the electric light flickering on the spear, covering a 180-degree attack range around him. Instantly, 4 or 5 stone statue puppets were sent flying. At this moment, stone statue puppets continued to surge from all directions around Fong Fong, suddenly numbering over 100. Fong Fong felt a chill run down his spine, a sense of crisis flooding his heart, and he was greatly alarmed. So many stone statue puppets. It seemed he had no choice but to use his trump card. If you want to bully me with numbers, then don't blame me. Fong Fong reacted swiftly, sweeping his long spear in a circle, 360 degrees, the spear striking like a dragon, repelling the advancing stone statue puppets. Then, he took out a level 4 energy gun from the system space, a submachine gun for plunder. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. He began to shoot at the surrounding puppets, the level 4 energy gun capable of easily killing level 4 demon beasts. Its power was certainly not something these level 3 stone statue puppets could withstand. The level 4 energy gun continued to sweep around, the terrifying energy bullets flying like cannonballs directly blasting the densely packed stone statue puppets away. Rows of them fell to the ground. The energy gun bullets pierced through the stone statue puppets, leaving large bowl-sized holes in their bodies. Not a single level 3 stone statue puppet could survive being shot through by the level 4 energy gun. If the stone statue puppets had thoughts, they would surely roar, "Are you kidding me? You said we would use cold weapons, we fight with knives, and you bring out a submachine gun to spray us. What does that mean?" Unfortunately, Fong Fong would not heed their roars. At this moment, Fong Feng's face was twisted with rage, holding the level 4 submachine gun, continuously shooting at the surrounding stone statue puppets, coldly shouting, "Despair, you little brats, feel the power of your grandpa's submachine gun, ha ha ha." One by one, the stone statue puppets fell, and in no time, hundreds of them were shamelessly shot dead by Fong Fong with the submachine gun. The surrounding giant rocks were filled with numerous large holes, all made by the energy gun bullets. If the predecessors who left the ruins knew that Fong Fong killed the stone statue puppets they left behind with a submachine gun, they would surely curse, "Have you no shame? The stone statue puppets were left to test you, not to let you cheat." Today's update ends here, 5-star reviews, let's go, no more to say, I love you all. Fong Fong, holding a submachine gun, continued to explore deeper into the ruins, plundering as he went. With a level 4 submachine gun in hand, no stone statue puppet could stop him. This inheritance from the ruins, he was determined to claim. As for Lu Feng, he would deal with him later, after all, the time he could stay in this blessed land was limited. Once outside, it wouldn't be too late to confront him. Dare to scheme against Fong Fong? Even if you are the nephew of the director of the Tianyang City Education Bureau, you will still die. With the submachine gun in hand, Fong Fong broke through to the depths of the ruins in just half a day, arriving at the central place of inheritance. Along the way, he encountered several waves of stone statue puppet attacks, but he easily dealt with them all. Standing at the entrance of the central inheritance site, Fong Feng's eyes revealed a look of shock. At the entrance of the inheritance site, there was an ancient stone tablet inscribed with a passage, "Young one, welcome to the inheritance site of the strongest demon king, Lihao Mo, in all the realms. I must say, you have struck gold, managing to pass the stone statue puppet test I left at the ruins periphery. But don't get too proud, the tests at the periphery were merely to warm you up. The real test is just beginning. If you want to obtain my inheritance, it won't be that easy. Inside, I have left a series of exciting and thrilling challenges, countless times more terrifying than the periphery. Whether you can pass the test depends on your luck. Good luck." Looking at this passage, Fong Fong was excited. The inheritance of the strongest demon king, Lihao Mo. Fong Fong stepped into the inheritance site, saying, "I want to see what exciting and thrilling challenges await." Entering the entrance of the inheritance site, he arrived at a corridor. At the end of the corridor was a stone chamber. Just as Fong Fong entered, the stone blocks of the chamber's wall suddenly trembled and fell away, revealing a metal door. Then, a line of words appeared on the wall, shining with dazzling light. "Young one, you must have seen this metal door by now. This is the first checkpoint test. You can only proceed to the second checkpoint after passing the first. Come on, hurry inside, there are surprises waiting for you." Looking at the prompt on the wall, Fong Fong stepped up to the metal door. I wonder what kind of test awaits inside, Fong Fong murmured to himself. Fong Fong entered. As soon as he stepped in, the metal door closed automatically, sealing him inside. Fong looked around warily, and suddenly, at the end of the corridor 100 meters ahead, 5 enormous demon beasts slowly crawled toward him. One was a silver-ringed snake covered in shimmering halos, another was a giant spider with 7 colors, a third was an ice toad glistening with cold light, a fourth was a centipede with countless legs, and the last was a scorpion with a tail reflecting firelight. These were the ancient 5 poisons. Moreover, all 5 demon beasts were at a 3rd level, 9th stage of cultivation. Fong Feng's first test was to kill these 5 ancient 5 poisons. Each of these demon beasts was enormous, measuring 2 to 3 meters in length. Fong Fong glanced indifferently at the 5 demon beasts ahead. If these ancient 5 poisons were released, even level 4 warriors would have to avoid their sharpness, as their toxicity was truly terrifying. But Fong Fong was not afraid. Fong Fong slowly raised his submachine gun. This is it. Tat 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 tat. The level 4 energy gun continuously fired, a dense barrage of bullets shooting forward as if they were free. The 5 demon beasts, at the end of the corridor about 100 meters away, had just emerged and hadn't even reacted when they were shamelessly sprayed by Fong Feng's submachine gun. The level 4 submachine gun was powerful, with an effective range of 5,000 meters, capable of killing level 4 9th stage demon beasts. These 5 poisons were merely 3rd level 9th stage demon beasts, and could not withstand the frenzied barrage of the submachine gun. In a moment, the 5 demon beasts were riddled with numerous large holes, their multicolored blood pooling on the ground as they lay helplessly, gasping for breath, filled with despair. What happened to the promised trial? What do you mean by using a submachine gun? Do you have no shame? Moments later, the 5 poisons were killed, and the metal door at the end of the passage opened. Fong Fong successfully passed the 1st level. This trial doesn't seem that difficult, Fong Fong shamelessly said, then entered the metal door, walked through the corridor, and arrived at the 2nd level. If the old demon who set the trial knew Fong Feng's thoughts, he would definitely curse. Do you have any shame? Try it without a submachine gun. If Fong Fong didn't use a submachine gun and encountered the 5 poisons in such a narrow corridor, he would undoubtedly die. Not to mention Fong Fong, even a 4th level warrior would have no way to escape and would die in such a small space when facing the 5 poisons. In the 2nd level, there was once again a stone chamber, and a new metal door appeared in front of it. As soon as Fong Fong entered the stone chamber, he saw a segment of text on the side wall glowing, revealing a line of words. Ha, lucky young one, congratulations on reaching the 2nd level. After battling fiercely in the 1st level and fighting against the 5 poisons, you must have been poisoned by now, with purple lips, foaming at the mouth, and convulsing all over, right? Ah, young one, don't worry. I have prepared a detox pill for you in the 2nd level. This pill can cure all kinds of strange poisons in the world. After taking it, not only will it detoxify you from the 5 poisons, but it will also elevate your constitution to the body immune to all poisons, allowing you to be reborn and no longer fear any toxins in the world. Seeing the words on the wall, Fong Fong was delighted. Passing the 1st level would grant him the detox pill, which could cure all kinds of strange poisons and transform his constitution to be immune to all toxins. Fong Fong looked around and finally discovered a porcelain bottle containing the detox pill in the corner. Approaching the corner, Fong Fong picked up the porcelain bottle and said cheekily, "Sorry, senior, although I am not poisoned, I still want to take your detox pill." Fong Fong took out the detox pill and swallowed it whole. As the pill entered his stomach, a cool sensation spread through him, and he felt a surge of energy rapidly entering his limbs and bones, changing his constitution. At that moment, a line of words appeared on the wall ahead. Lucky young one, you must have obtained the detox pill by now. After taking the detox pill, do you feel completely relaxed and refreshed, with a sense of happiness as if you have survived a disaster? Ha, I can almost imagine your joyful expression right now. But, young one, I must remind you that although you have successfully passed the 1st level, if you become arrogant and complacent from now on, you will be doomed. The 2nd level is equally fraught with danger. Good luck. After reading the words on the wall, Fong Fong felt that the ancient demon who left this relic was somewhat melodramatic. However, he didn't mind and approached the metal door to the 2nd level. Entering the 2nd level, there were no 5 poisons present in the corridor, but 10 stone statue puppets appeared, all of which had the strength of a level 4 segment. As Fong Fong entered, they automatically activated and charged at him. Is this it? Fong Fong felt a bit disappointed. He had expected a more challenging test. Raising his submachine gun, Fong Fong ruthlessly opened fire. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. The Terrifying firepower covered the 10 stone statue puppets. Moments later, the 10 stone statue puppets were reduced to a pile of wreckage, lying haphazardly at the end of the corridor. Feng Feng felt there was no challenge at all. He entered the third level. The familiar stone chamber appeared again, and a segment of text appeared on the side wall. Ha, lucky young one, congratulations on reaching the third level. I truly feel fortunate for you. Having successfully passed the second level, you must have been beaten to a pulp by the 10 stone statue puppets, covered in blood and injuries, right? You must hate me now, right? I arranged for you 10 such cold, emotionless stone statue puppets. Really, at this moment, I can almost feel your pain. But, don't worry. I have prepared a great recovery pill for you. This great recovery pill can not only heal your injuries within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn but also enhance your cultivation, raising your physical defense to a new level. Looking at the text, Feng Feng was delighted. After passing the second level, there was another pill, the Great Recovery Pill, which could enhance his cultivation and improve his physical defense. Feng Feng looked around and once again found the porcelain bottle containing the Great Recovery Pill in the corner. Approaching the corner, he picked up a porcelain bottle, opened it, and immediately, a fragrant aroma of the pill wafted out, intoxicating him. It felt as if just smelling it could prolong one's life. Sorry. Even though I am not injured, I still want to take your Great Recovery Pill. Feng Feng felt a bit embarrassed. As the elixir entered his abdomen, he only felt a pure energy erupting, quickly flowing into his limbs and bones, and in an instant, he felt his blood boiling. The energy of the elixir was crazily refining his body, being absorbed by him, enhancing his cultivation. The medicinal effect lasted for a full incense stick's time before being completely absorbed. After absorbing the elixir, Feng Feng felt his whole body filled with power, his vision, hearing, and reaction ability all improved significantly. Host, Feng Feng, cultivation level, second stage, 5-star. Super Warrior, Spirit, 2200, 3rd level, 2nd stage, Vitality, 22,000, 3rd level, 2nd stage, Speed, 220 meters per second, 3rd level, 2nd stage, Strength, 22t, 3rd level, 2nd stage, Body Strength, 3rd level, 6th stage, Number of times entering system space, 0, other attributes increased by 1 stage, and the body defense attribute increased by 2 stages, not bad at all. Feng Feng looked at the writing on the wall and excitedly said, Senior, I just hope you can come for more of these trials. Just then, the writing on the side wall changed again. Junior, I have to admire you for passing the first and second levels. You are indeed not an ordinary person, but that's not enough. The third level presents a challenge different from the previous two. The first level tests your physical resistance to poison, the second level tests your skills, and the third level will test your speed and perseverance. In the third level, you not only have to deal with the stone puppet but also resist the flames. Good luck, and I hope to see you in the fourth level. Looking at the prompt, Feng Feng murmured, Speed and perseverance? Without hesitation, Feng Feng approached the metallic door of the third level. He entered, and the door behind him closed. The passage of the third level, like the previous two, had one difference, in introduction. Junior, the third level has a time limit. You must kill 10 stone puppets within half a stick of incense. If you fail, a raging fire will ignite in the passage, making you very uncomfortable until you kill all 10 stone puppets. Only then will the door at the end of the passage open. Hang in there. Immediately, 10 stone puppets charged at Feng Feng. Half a stick of incense to deal with them? Feng Feng said lightly, Who do you look down on? Raising his submachine gun, Feng Feng ruthlessly opened fire. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. The terrifying firepower covered the 10 stone puppets. In less than a minute, the 10 stone puppets were smashed to pieces, lying haphazardly at the end of the corridor. Feng Feng felt there was no challenge. Half a stick of incense was about 15 minutes, and he hadn't even used 1/10 of that time before he succeeded. He regretted not having the chance to experience the flame test left by the old demon. Passing through the metallic door, Feng Feng arrived at the stone chamber of the fourth level. The familiar writing appeared again on the side wall. Junior, congratulations on reaching the fourth level. After passing the third level, you must be charred and burned all over, right? You must be in great pain. Honestly, I feel a bit sorry for you. But don't panic. I have prepared a bottle of golden body liquid for you in the fourth level. This golden body liquid is made from countless precious materials and various monster blood, so don't be polite. After drinking it, your physical body will break through to the realm of bronze skin and iron bones, and you will no longer have to fear being burned by fire. After reading the writing, Feng Feng immediately began searching in the stone chamber and soon found a bottle of golden body liquid. Holding the porcelain bottle containing the golden body liquid in his hand, Feng felt heavy-hearted. Senior, although I haven't been burned by fire, I cannot let your kindness go to waste. I will drink it. After saying that, Feng downed the golden body liquid in one go. Instantly, Feng felt a tremendous energy explode within him, raising his cultivation level once again, and his physical defense continued to improve. After a stick of incense, a faint bronze color appeared beneath Feng's skin. When he lightly tapped it with his finger, it produced a ringing sound. His body was now of bronze skin and iron bones. Feng found a stone and suddenly smashed it against his head. The stone instantly shattered into pieces, while his head remained unscathed. Impressive, truly worthy of the bronze skin and iron bones. Feng eagerly opened his attribute panel. Host, Feng, Cultivation, Level 2, Stage 3, 5-star Super Warrior, Spirit, 2300, Level 3, Stage 3, Vitality, 23,000, Level 3, Stage 3, Speed, 230 meters per second, Level 3, Stage 3, Strength, 23T, Level 3, Stage 3, Physical Strength, Level 4, Stage 2, Number of times to enter system space, 0 times, all attributes had increased by 1 stage, and his physical defense had directly risen to Level 4, Stage 2, a total increase of 5 stages. Feng was overjoyed. With Level 4, Stage 2 physical defense, he could use a Level 5 energy gun and wouldn't have to fear encountering Level 5 monsters. Moreover, Feng faintly felt that this body of copper skin and iron bones was definitely not just a simple enhancement of 5 levels of physical defense. The specific other effects would have to be explored slowly in the future. At this moment, the writing on the wall changed again. Young one, achieving copper skin and iron bones with your physical body, isn't it impressive? Surprised, aren't you? Haha, no need to thank me, this is what you deserve. However, do not become arrogant and complacent just because you passed the first 3 levels. The real tough tests are still ahead. Good luck to you. After reading the inscriptions on the stone wall, Feng entered the 4th level. The challenge of the 4th level was to deal with 15 Level 4, first stage stone statue puppets. With his submachine gun, Feng easily passed the level. He arrived at the 5th level. On the stone wall, that familiar text appeared. Again, impressive, young one, you are truly remarkable. I didn't expect that the 15 stone statue puppets in this 4th level would still be unable to stop you. Besides excellent, I can't find any other adjectives to describe you. In this stone chamber, I have left a method for cultivating the soul. Don't be polite, take it. You deserve it. With this method of cultivating the divine consciousness, your soul will reach new heights, and your future achievements will be limitless. However, lucky young one, I must remind you that even after passing the first 4 levels, you cannot let your guard down. The challenges ahead will only become more difficult. Good luck. Feng began to search in the stone chamber and soon found the method for cultivating the Soul Demon Ape visualization. He casually flipped through it and then put it away. It was a good item to hold onto for now, and he would study it slowly after the adventure was over. There was no rush. This method for cultivating the soul was unheard of in the outside world and was definitely a supreme treasure, a great opportunity for him. The 3rd update, there is still more tonight. Entering the metal door leading to the 5th level, Feng showed an excited expression. The challenge of the 5th level was to defeat 20 Level 4 stone puppets. With Feng sweeping fire from his submachine gun, he successfully passed the level. On the stone wall, familiar words and phrases reappeared. Haha, Junior, having passed the 5th level, even if you possess a body of copper skin and iron bones, you must have been left with numerous injuries by the 20 stone puppets I left behind. After all, 2 fists cannot defeat 4 hands, let alone being besieged by 20 stone puppets at the same time. I bet you've lost quite a bit of blood. Feeling weak in your limbs and dizzy? But don't worry, I have left a top-grade healing potion here. To achieve great things, one must endure hardship and toil. This mental secret technique, soul-piercing spike, which can directly attack the soul, is gifted to you. Techniques that can directly attack the soul are rare even in the myriad worlds. I hope you never give up. Okay, thank you. Feng rubbed his hands together. He stealthily found the soul-piercing spike mental technique and the top-grade healing potion mentioned by the old demon me in the secret chamber. He decided to keep the healing potion for now and also the technique, to study later. A technique that can directly attack the soul was unheard of in the outside world. He now had another powerful trump card. Continuing on to the 6th level. Entering the corridor of the 6th level, the wall. Read, Junior, being able to pass the previous 5 levels, I admit you are not an ordinary person, but my Demon King's inheritance is not something just anyone can obtain. The last 2 levels will be your strongest test. Work hard, for one must endure the bitterest of hardships to rise above others. The 6th level tests your explosive power, and like the 3rd level, there is a time limit. You must deal with 30 stone puppets within the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense. Otherwise, endless lightning will be released in the passage, shocking you until you're in agony. This level won't be easy. I can almost see you convulsing from the electric shocks. Immediately, 30 stone puppets charged at Feng. Just 30 stone puppets, it won't take half a stick of incense, Feng said calmly. After speaking, he raised his submachine gun and ruthlessly opened fire. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. The terrifying firepower covered the 30 stone puppets. In 2 minutes, the 30 stone puppets were reduced to a pulp, lying haphazardly at the end of the corridor. He had only used 1/5 of the time. Alas, he missed the chance to experience the lightning test left by the old demon me. What a pity. Passing through the metal door, Feng arrived at the stone chamber of the 6th level. On the side wall, that familiar handwriting appeared again. Junior, having passed the 6th level, you must be charred all over, with your hair standing on end and smoke rising from your body, having been struck by lightning and foaming at the mouth? Seeing you work so hard, I'm moved. This Thunder Tribulation Pearl is a gift for you. I went to great lengths to steal it, no, borrow it, and after its owner died, I kept it for you. By merging the Thunder Tribulation Pearl into your dantian, your physique will transform into the rare Thunder Extreme body. May you grow stronger and achieve greatness. Thank you. Feng's eyes were filled with emotion. Old demon me, you are truly wonderful, you are a good person. After a moment of sentimentality, Feng's gaze turned resolute as he looked towards the metal door ahead. In the final level, he must not disappoint the old demon's expectations, he had to obtain the final inheritance. Entering the corridor of the 7th level, the large door behind him closed, sealing him inside. On the wall, familiar words appeared. Junior, your luck truly makes me envious. Next, prepare to face the most terrifying test. In this final level, the number of level 4 stone puppets will increase to a terrifying 100, meaning you will face attacks from 100 level 4 stone puppets at the same time. Tremble. In an instant. At the end of the passage, a creaking sound arose as 100 level 4 stone puppets marched towards him in perfect formation. Feng suddenly saw this and took out a level 4 submachine gun, saying, sometimes I really want to keep a low profile, but my strength won't allow it. Feng laughed wickedly. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. The submachine gun swept through the passage, and in 10 minutes, all 100 level 4 stone puppets were shot through, collapsing in the passage. The last metal door then opened, revealing the final place of inheritance behind it. Feng breathed heavily and stepped forward, entering the place of inheritance. Upon entering, a huge palace came into view. Inside the palace stood a massive bronze statue, towering 100 meters high, dressed in a long robe, with a stern face and eyes that seemed to penetrate the universe's stars. It was the old demon me. Feng arrived in the great hall. The bronze statue spoke, young one, having passed the 7th level. I can imagine your mindset must be exploding right now. I can picture you being tormented by my trials, struggling to survive. Feng stared blankly at the statue that was talking nonsense with its eyes wide open. He was perfectly fine, nothing was wrong with him. It seemed the statue had no consciousness, only a remnant of its past words replaying. The statue continued, what a young man with great perseverance, risking everything to come here for my inheritance. Young one, I must admit, your belief in becoming stronger even at the cost of your life has moved me. You are qualified to be my disciple. Since that is the case, I shall pass on to you my ultimate skill, Divine Demon Transformation. In an instant, a beam of light shot from the statue's head, illuminating Feng. In his mind, a technique called Divine Demon Transformation appeared, and Feng was overjoyed. Young one, you are very fortunate. At the moment of my death, I left a portion of my life essence within the statue, which will be used to heal your injuries. Heal your injuries, my good disciple, the statue called out loudly. In an instant, a pure essence of life surged from within the statue and flowed into Feng's body. With the infusion of life essence, Feng's vitality quickly surged, bursting with vibrant life. At the same time, Feng's cultivation was rapidly increasing. Level 2, Stage 4. Level 2, Stage 5. After rising 2 stages, Feng's cultivation finally stopped growing. The corners of Feng's mouth trembled slightly, tears welling in his eyes as he looked at the bronze statue of the old demon me, feeling moved. Although he had not been injured or suffered to reach this place, he still had to say, old demon me, I love you. After the statue of the old demon me released the essence of life, the light in its eyes extinguished, losing its brilliance, having completed its mission. Inside the statue was merely a lingering obsession left by the old demon me, which dissipated after fulfilling its inheritance task. Feng surveyed his surroundings. In this palace, the spiritual energy was even more abundant than outside the blessed land. More than 5 times that of the outside world. With the remaining time, he decided not to go out, but to cultivate in this ruin until the time was up. Having just obtained the complete inheritance of the old demon me, it was time to cultivate properly. Through the 7 trials of the old demon me, he had obtained a total of 8 items: detox pill, great return pill, diamond liquid, top tier healing medicine, thunder tribulation pearl, demon 8 visualization diagram, soul piercing needle, and god demon transformation. He had already consumed the detox pill, great return pill, and diamond liquid. According to the old demon me, taking these 3 items would allow his physique to evolve into one that was immune to all poisons, while his body could achieve a copper skin and iron bones. The remaining top tier healing medicine and thunder tribulation pearl had not yet been consumed by Feng Feng. The top tier healing medicine, according to the old demon me, could heal him as long as he still had a breath left. The thunder tribulation pearl, when refined, could upgrade his physique to the thunder extreme body, enhancing his attack power. Feng Feng decided to store the top tier healing medicine for later use when injured. As for the thunder tribulation pill, Feng Feng prepared to refine it immediately to upgrade his physique to the thunder extreme body, which, combined with his 9th grade technique thunder technique, would significantly boost his combat power. Feng Feng sat cross-legged and swallowed the thunder tribulation pill, beginning the refinement process. As the pill entered his abdomen, a terrifying power of lightning surged forth, starting to transform Feng Feng's body, continuously tempering his physique. Feng Feng grimaced in pain but gritted his teeth and persevered. Lightning overflowed from Feng Feng's body, tempering his limbs and bones, expelling countless impurities. The fusion lasted for an hour. After an hour, the fusion ended. Feng Feng's body was now covered in lightning patterns filled with terrifying lightning power, and his physique officially upgraded to the thunder extreme body. Only after truly upgrading to the thunder extreme body did Feng Feng realize its terrifying potential. Once activated, the thunder extreme body could instantly increase combat power tenfold, with a dramatic rise in physical attributes and lethality. Of course, maintaining the activated state of the thunder extreme body required a large amount of spiritual energy. With Feng Feng's current cultivation level, he could maintain it for a maximum of 10 minutes, but that was sufficient. Moreover, there was a surprise. After merging with the thunder tribulation pearl, Feng Feng unexpectedly obtained an ancient divine ability, thunder summoning spell. This divine ability was recorded in the thunder tribulation pearl like an inheritance, and now appeared in his mind. Divine abilities were different from martial skills. They were more powerful than martial skills, not from the high martial era, but from the ancient era. If Feng Feng could cultivate this divine ability and combine it with the thunder extreme body, his combat power would reach new heights. Feng Feng was overjoyed. This trip to the Blessed Land was worth it, and he especially wanted to thank his master, the old demon me, for leaving him so many good things. Now there were still 3 secret manuals: the demon ape visualization diagram, which could enhance the soul, the mental secret technique soul piercing needle, which could directly attack the soul, and the old demon me's ultimate inheritance, god demon transformation. Feng Feng carefully studied the demon ape visualization diagram and found that as long as he spent time visualizing, he could enhance his soul. However, visualizing consumed a lot of mental energy, allowing only 3 hours of practice each day. Feng Feng decided to allocate 3 hours daily in the system space for visualizing the demon ape visualization diagram to enhance his soul. The soul was very important. It was said that when one's cultivation reached the 9th level and 9th stage, breaking through the limit was related to the soul, so a powerful soul was crucial. Feng Feng prepared to start cultivating his soul from now on to prepare for the future. As for the mental secret technique soul piercing needle, Feng Feng planned to spend an hour each day practicing it. This secret technique is elusive and can achieve surprising victories. However, the most powerful inheritance of the old demon, divine demon transformation, is currently beyond Feng's reach. According to the records in divine demon transformation, one can only cultivate it after the physical body breaks through the 9 limits and gives birth to the primordial spirit. Feng speculates that the 9 limits mentioned in divine demon transformation refer to the breakthrough of the 9th level martial artist, as only by breaking through this limit can one give birth to the primordial spirit. It seems that divine demon transformation can only be cultivated after breaking through the 9th level martial artist, and coincidentally, his 9th grade technique, Thunderbolt technique, can be cultivated to the 9th level martial artist, providing him with the next cultivation method. Feng decides to first cultivate the techniques he can currently practice to enhance his strength. The techniques available to Feng now include Thunderbolt Technique, Blood God Immortal Body, Demon Ape Visualization, and Soul Piercing Spike, along with 3 4th grade martial arts techniques: Thunderstorm Fist, Chasing Wind Palm, Piercing Cloud Spear, and an ancient divine ability, Thunder Summoning Spell. In the next 10 days, Feng enters the system space to cultivate 10 times, totaling 400 days, with 24 hours in a day. He spends 3 hours on Demon Ape Visualization, 1 hour on Soul Piercing Spike, 9 hours on Blood God Immortal Body, 6 hours on the 3 4th grade martial arts techniques, and 3 hours on the ancient divine ability. The remaining 2 hours are dedicated to cultivating Thunderbolt Technique to enhance his cultivation. Feng schedules his 24 hours fully. Over the 10 days, aside from the 1 hour spent entering the system each day, he spends all his time in the central hall, utilizing 5 times the spiritual energy available in the outside world to cultivate Thunderbolt Technique and enhance his cultivation. After 10 days, Feng successfully raises his cultivation to the 6th stage of the 2nd level. Due to the limited time spent in the system space on Thunderbolt Technique, only 2 hours each day, his cultivation only improved by 1 stage. However, the progress in other martial arts techniques is indeed significant. Feng's Blood God Immortal Body has successfully absorbed 400 portions of 2nd level Demon Beast blood, needing only 600 more portions to reach completion. The 3 4th grade martial arts techniques, Thunderstorm Fist, Chasing Wind Palm, and Piercing Cloud Spear, have all been cultivated to perfection. The mental technique, Soul Piercing Spike, which can directly attack the soul, has also been mastered, allowing him to perform it, though to unleash greater power, he must continue to train diligently. After visualizing Demon Ape Visualization for 400 days in the system space, Feng's soul has also seen significant improvement. Opening the attribute panel, host, Feng Cultivation, 2nd level, 6th stage, 5-star Super Martial Artist, Soul, 2700, 3rd level, 7th stage. Vitality, 26,000, 3rd level, 6th stage. Speed, 260 meters per second, 3rd level, 6th stage. Strength, 2060, 3rd level, 6th stage. Physical strength, 4th level, 6th stage. Number of times entered system space, 0. His soul is comparable to the 3rd level, 7th stage. And his physical strength is comparable to the 4th level, 6th stage. Not bad, not bad. With Demon Ape Visualization, the strength of his soul has surpassed other physical attributes. In 2 days, it will be time to leave this blessed land. It's time to go out and resolve some grudges. Lu Feng, get ready to risk your life. Updated, please leave a good review, and there will be 2 more updates tonight. Outside the ruins, Lu Feng, Peiyan, and Qin Yu returned once again, and they brought along more than a dozen experts from Class A of Tianyang No. 1 High School, all of whom were extraordinary talents at level 3 or above. Tianyang City. As a provincial city in the Southeast Province, it is a gathering place for the elite of the entire Southeast Province. In Tianyang City, there are exceptional prodigies from certain martial arts families whose cultivation has already broken through to level 4, which is terrifying. However, none of the people Lu Feng brought were level 4 prodigies. Those who broke through to level 4 before the college entrance examination had already been assigned to the 2nd level Blessed Land. The opportunities in the 2nd level Blessed Land are incomparable to those in the 3rd level Blessed Land. All the people Lu Feng brought were students from the same class at Tianyang No. 1 High School, with cultivation levels ranging from level 3, 5th stage to level 3, 7th stage. The strongest among them was Su Lei, the top student in Lu Feng's class, with a cultivation level of level 3, 7th stage. Next were 12 others. 6 at level 3, 6th stage, and 6 at level 3, 5th stage. Lu Feng, are you sure there is a great inheritance in the ruins? Su Lei asked. Lu Feng nodded and said, we entered 10 days ago, but we were ambushed by many stone statue puppets. I can assure you, there is definitely something inside. Lu Feng guaranteed that if there were nothing, the ruins would not have stone statue puppets, which are products from ancient epics. The presence of stone statue puppets in the ruins likely indicates that something extraordinary is being guarded. The group of 16 moved forward and entered the ruins. They discovered with shock that all the stone statue puppets inside had been killed, with numerous large holes punched into their bodies. They had all been slain. As they walked in, not a single surviving stone statue puppet was found. They had all been killed. Someone has been in here and killed all the stone statue puppets, Su Lei said gravely. They were killed using energy guns. Lu Feng and the others nodded and said, moreover, I didn't find a single corpse of a waste. How strange. What do you mean by the corpse of a waste? Su asked. It's referring to a waste who entered with the 3 of us before. We were surrounded by stone statue puppets in the ruins, and his strength was too weak to escape, Lu Feng explained. It was a complete reversal of black and white. If it weren't for Feng Feng holding back over 100 stone statue puppets in the end, the three of them would never have escaped. He might have been eaten by a beast that accidentally entered the ruins, Su Lei replied, losing interest upon hearing that Feng Feng was just a waste. Let's go in and take a look, perhaps the inheritance is still inside, Su Lei said. The group nodded and hurried deeper into the ruins. At this moment, in the center of the ruins, the place of inheritance, Feng Feng had just exited from the entrance of the inheritance site and his mood was exceptionally good. This trip to the ruins had brought him great gains, and his strength had increased significantly. He had no problem dealing with martial artists below level 4, and if he used the Thunder Extreme Body, he could also handle level 4 martial artists. If he added the ancient divine ability Thunder Summoning Spell and the Soul Attack secret technique Soul Piercing Spike, he would even have the strength to fight against level 5 martial artists. Just as Feng Feng stepped out of the inheritance site, he bumped into Su Lei and Lu Feng's group rushing in. Upon seeing Feng Feng, Lu Feng was also taken aback, incredulously saying, Feng Feng, you waste, you actually haven't died. Seeing Lu Feng's group, a cold light flickered in Feng Feng's eyes. It truly was a case of finding something without effort. He was just about to look for Lu Feng when Lu Feng came to him on his own. Is he the waste you mentioned who entered with you 10 days ago? Su Lei looked at Feng Feng and said to Lu Feng, only level 2, 6th stage, and he actually didn't die in the ruins. That's right. Lu Feng replied, I didn't expect this kid to have survived, and his cultivation has suddenly increased by 5 levels. Just 10 days ago, he was only at the first level of the second rank. His cultivation has skyrocketed by 5 levels. It seems he must have gained a significant inheritance in the ruins. Now that he has come out from the place of inheritance, it's likely that the inheritance is with him. Upon learning that Feng Feng's cultivation had suddenly risen by 5 levels, Su Lei concluded that Feng Feng must have obtained an inheritance. The people around them looked at Feng Feng with greedy eyes, having obtained an inheritance that caused his cultivation to soar by 5 levels. If they could obtain it, wouldn't they soar to great heights? The crowd was excited just thinking about it. Su Lei's expression was cold as he looked at Feng Feng and said, Your name is Feng Feng, right? Hand over the inheritance, and we won't make things difficult for you. Otherwise, this place will be your burial ground. Su Lei was direct in his intent to seize Feng Feng's inheritance. If Feng Feng did not hand it over, this would be where he would meet his end. The people around also looked at Feng Feng with unfriendly gazes, as if they were looking at a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. A mere second-level 6th-rank warrior had managed to obtain an inheritance by luck, but unfortunately, with his second-level 6th-rank cultivation, he was not qualified to possess such an inheritance. Feng Feng, hand over the inheritance. Although you have some strength, you are not enough to stand against Su Lei, a 3rd-level 7th-rank warrior. Lu Feng said coldly, If you remain stubborn, only death awaits you. In Lu Feng's view, today, Feng Feng was destined to lose his inheritance. Hearing this, Feng Feng smiled. It was a sarcastic smile as he looked at the crowd, his gaze gradually turning cold. He raised his A-grade weapon, a spear, pointing it forward, and said lightly, You want the inheritance, right? Come and try. Seeing Feng Feng raise his long spear, the group opposite him became cold and indifferent, their murderous intent directed at Feng Feng. Xinyu and Peiyan, upon witnessing this, stepped out from the ranks and stood beside Feng Feng. Xinyu looked at Su Lei and said, The inheritance belongs to Feng Feng, why should it be given to you? Moreover, you underestimate Feng Feng too much. Do you really think your strength can deal with him? You think too highly of yourselves. Xinyu was well aware that Feng Feng had the power to repel the ancient dragon lizard when he was at the first level of the 2nd stage. Now that his cultivation had risen to the 6th stage of the 2nd level, how could a 7th stage Su Lei possibly resist him? Attempting to seize Feng Feng's inheritance was akin to seeking death. A piece of trash at the 2nd level, 6th stage, and you say we can't handle him? Su Lei laughed, his laughter grating and disdainful. Today, I'll show you how I seize his inheritance. Peiyan looked at Su Lei and said, Su Lei, if you make a move, you will definitely regret it. Peiyan and Xinyu chose to stand with Feng Feng, opposing Su Lei and Lu Feng. Feng Feng had saved the two of them twice, once in the depths of a blessed land forest, where he killed a giant spirit spider to save them, and once in the labyrinth outside the ruins, where he single-handedly drew away the stone puppet, allowing them to escape successfully. They were not like Lu Feng, a thankless and despicable person. Now that Feng Feng was being cornered, they naturally would not stand by and watch. Seeing Peiyan and Xinyu stand up for him, Feng Feng smiled. These two were indeed worth saving. Feng Feng said calmly, Xinyu, Peian, you two step back. Even if they don't attack me today, I won't let them go. Not let us go? Ha, I want to see how you won't let us go, Su Lei shouted. This kid was too arrogant. Even now, he couldn't see the situation clearly. It seemed that he had to be beaten down first before the inheritance could be obtained. Su Lei charged at Feng Feng, while the others from Tianyang No. 1 formed a surrounding circle, sealing off the area around Feng Feng to prevent his escape. Su Lei held a long spear, its light flickering as he executed a third-grade body technique, rushing towards Feng Feng with an unusual footwork. In an instant, he was before Feng Feng, a terrifying aura erupting from his body, the temperature around them dropping, icy energy boiling as he thrust his spear at Feng Feng. Third-grade martial technique, Thunder Spear. Seeing this, Feng Feng snorted coldly, his entire aura erupting as he activated the 9th-grade technique, Thunderbolt Formula. Instantly, a surge of thunderous power erupted from his dantian, gathering on the spear tip flickering with lightning. Third-grade martial technique, Thunder Spear. Feng Feng's spear directly met Su Lei's thrust. Feng Feng's terrifying spear instantly shattered Su Lei's spearlight. And then he struck Su Lei, sending him flying backward, crashing hard to the ground and creating numerous spiderweb-like cracks in the earth. Su Lei spat out a mouthful of blood, arcs of electricity surrounding him, causing his body to convulse, severely injured. Su Lei. Seeing Su Lei sent flying by a single spear strike, the people around from Tianyang No. 1 were shocked. They were completely stunned. Su Lei, the top student of their class at the 7th stage of the 3rd level, was defeated in one exchange. Everyone attacked together. A 3rd level, 6th stage prodigy from Tianyang No. 1 called out to the other 11. The group nodded, stepping forward to surround and beat up Feng Feng. One person wielded a long halberd, slashing towards Feng Feng, the halberds energy boiling, creating waves of air around them. Another held a giant hammer, weighing 1,000 pounds, covered in spikes. A terrifying force erupting from it as it swung, a ghostly light flickering as it smashed towards Feng Feng. The others also drew their weapons, all rushing to surround and beat up Feng Feng. Feng Feng coldly snorted, his aura erupting, arcs of electricity swirling around him as if the god of thunder had descended. With a sweeping thrust of his spear, electric light flickered along its length, covering a 180-degree area around him. The terrifying lightning and spear light instantly shattered the attacks of the 11 assailants, sending them flying backward. One by one, they fell to the ground, spitting blood, looking at Feng Feng in fear. This guy was just too strong. Lu Feng, witnessing this, turned pale with fright. Feng Feng had become this powerful, even with more than 10 people attacking together, they were still no match for him. What should he do? Given what he had done to Feng Feng, there was no way Feng Feng would let him off. Feng Feng wouldn't give him time to think. He unleashed the 4th-grade martial skill, Spirit Snake Body Technique, and a terrifying speed erupted, so fast it was unbelievable. In an instant, Feng Feng appeared in front of Lu Feng. Using the 9th-grade technique, Thunderbolt Formula, Feng Feng was surrounded by lightning. With a leap, he thrust his spear down from the air. Mist swirled around the spear, and a terrifying penetrating power enveloped it, enhanced by the force of lightning. Lu Feng attempted to retreat with his own movement technique, but he couldn't escape Feng Feng's spear. Puff! Blood splattered as Feng Feng's spear pierced through Lu Feng's thigh. Ah! Lu Feng screamed in agony, stumbling backward and falling to the ground, clutching his pierced thigh and wailing. Feng Feng sneered, raising his spear and continuing to approach him. Don't come any closer. My uncle is the director of the Tianyang City Education Bureau. If you dare to kill me, he will never let you go. Lu Feng cried in fear. Is that so? Feng Feng flashed forward, appearing before Lu Feng, and thrust his spear again, piercing through Lu Feng's other thigh. I'd like to see how your uncle won't let me go, Feng Feng said indifferently, then pulled out the spear, blood splattering everywhere. Ah! Lu Feng howled loudly, the pain of having his thigh pierced by the spear was bone deep, something no one else could understand. Lu Feng glared at Feng Feng with a twisted expression, saying, You've ruined my legs, you're dead, dead. My uncle won't let you go. No, you're mistaken. It's not just about ruining your legs, Feng. Feng replied calmly. With that, he suddenly thrust his spear into Lu Feng's dantian, directly piercing it and destroying all of Lu Feng's cultivation in an instant. Ah! Lu Feng's scream echoed throughout the ruins, sending chills down people's spines. With his dantian destroyed, Lu Feng's life was effectively ruined. Feng Feng sneered, killing such a despicable person outright would be too easy. He had to torture him slowly, letting him die in agony. This was the consequence of daring to scheme against Feng Feng. You've ruined me, you've ruined my Dantian. Lu Feng's eyes were filled with bloodshot rage. He never expected Feng Feng would dare to destroy his Dantian. Behind him was the Lu family, a 6th grade martial arts family, and an uncle who was the director of the Tianyang City Education Bureau. How could Feng Feng dare to treat him this way? Just wait. Once I'm out of this place, the Lu family will never let you go. Lu Feng screamed hysterically, I will make sure the Lu family tears you to pieces. Is that so? Too bad you won't see it, Feng Feng said as he thrust his spear straight through Lu Feng. Puff, the spear pierced his heart, and the terrifying lightning ravaged Lu Feng's body. He convulsed, his hair smoking, his eyes rolling back. Moments later, he died. Lu Feng could never understand that his life would end in such a way, all because he had offended one person, Feng Feng. Today's update ends here. Tomorrow will continue with more excitement. Please leave good reviews and try to keep up with the updates. It's not easy for a struggling author to write, and I rely on everyone's support to make a living. If you don't click to urge updates or follow along, I'll have to go work on a construction site, and it's been so hot lately that the bricks are burning hot to the touch. The students around were all dumbfounded. Lu Feng had been killed. The expressions of the more than 10 people looking at Feng Feng turned incredibly fearful. Although they had previously been aggressive in trying to seize Feng Feng's inheritance, they never actually intended to kill anyone. Their words had been bold, but at most, they were just a group of high school students. They had never experienced the dark side of life. Now, seeing Feng Feng act so ruthlessly, first piercing Lu Feng's legs, then destroying his Dantian, and finally beheading Lu Feng in front of everyone, they wondered if Feng Feng would kill them too to silence them. Su Lei and the others continuously retreated, not daring to meet Feng Feng's gaze. Feng Feng turned to Su Lei and said lightly, "You were quite impressive just now. If I don't hand over the inheritance, this place will be my burial ground, right?" In a flash, Feng Feng appeared in front of Su Lei, his spear thrusting out. In an instant, Su Lei's throat was pierced, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth as he fell to the ground. He never dreamed he would die here, just because he had harbored ill intentions and tried to seize Feng Feng's inheritance, ultimately dying at Feng Feng's hands. The remaining 12 were terrified. Feng Feng had begun killing to silence witnesses. In an instant, the 12 started fleeing towards the exit from different directions. Feng Feng coldly watched the fleeing 12 and took out a submachine gun. Tat 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 tat. The merciless gunfire erupted, and the terrifying energy bullets instantly pierced the bodies of the dozen people in front, who fell into a pool of blood. In this world, if you mix with the wrong crowd, you will eventually pay the price. Since they had intended to harm him for the inheritance, there was no need to let them go. Feng Feng didn't even realize how cruel he had become. In the blink of an eye, he had killed more than 10 people. There was no right or wrong in such matters, it was a matter of perspective. If he let these 12 go now, they might not spare him once they got outside. Reality is that cruel. To live safely, one must learn to arm oneself. Feng Feng put away the submachine gun and looked back at Xinyu and Peiyan, saying, "Let's go, it's time to leave." The two nodded, somewhat shaken by Feng Feng's ruthlessness. These dozen people were their classmates, and they never expected them to die at Feng Feng's hands in an instant. Although they felt it was cruel, from Feng Feng's perspective, he had no choice. If he spared them, it would be his death once they got outside. Feng Feng said nothing more, walking ahead of the two. After exiting the ruins, he separated from them and headed alone towards the outskirts of the Blessed Land. In fact, this matter was not handled cleanly enough, as there were still 2 eyewitnesses, Xinyu and Peiyan. However, neither Xinyu nor Peiyan intended to harm him. They had just stood up for him, and Feng Feng couldn't bring himself to kill them to prevent the matter from leaking. Although Feng Feng was cruel, he still had his bottom line. He wasn't worried that the two would spread the news, but he feared that if Lu Feng's parents found out about their involvement, they might use ruthless means to capture the two and torture them, which would be hard to guarantee against. Forget it. Feng Feng stopped thinking about these matters. He had already killed, and worrying was pointless. When Lu Feng's parents came knocking, he would face them as they came. There was nothing to worry about. For now, the most important thing was to work on improving his strength. Moreover, he had the martial god backing him. There was no need to be afraid. If he couldn't handle it, he could just make a call to the martial god. Whoever came would have to kneel. The location of the ruins was deep within the Blessed Land, and it would take a day or two to reach the outskirts. By the time Feng Feng arrived at the outer entrance, the deadline for entering the Blessed Land had also arrived. It was time to leave. Overall, Feng Feng's trip into the Blessed Land had been very fruitful. Although he had been schemed against twice, it had also helped him grow, becoming more decisive and ruthless. Moreover, he obtained the inheritance of the Elder Demon, which strengthened his foundation even further. Now, he possesses the ability to be immune to all poisons, has achieved a body of bronze skin and iron bones, and his physique has upgraded to the Thunder Extreme body. With the soul cultivation method of the Elder Demon, the secret techniques for soul attacks, and the ancient divine spell to summon thunder, as long as he has time to fully comprehend these things after going out, he will definitely reach a higher level. Feng Feng arrived at the entrance of the Blessed Land, where many students had already returned, preparing to leave the Blessed Land. The time for this Blessed Land to open had reached its end, it was time to go out. If they did not leave, they would be trapped in the Blessed Land until the next opening, which could take an unknown amount of time. 1 hour later, the entrance to the Blessed Land opened, and all the students began to exit. This time, a total of 10,000 had entered the Blessed Land, but only over 9,900 came out, with dozens having died inside. Every time they enter the Blessed Land, some people are lost. This is a normal occurrence, as the Blessed Land is filled with many unknown dangers, and it is impossible to guarantee that everyone can exit safely. Outside the Blessed Land, the director of the Provincial Education Bureau looked at the more than 9,900 students who had come out and praised, "You all did well. This time entering the Blessed Land, I can clearly feel that everyone's cultivation has significantly improved, which is a great thing. You are all outstanding among your peers and will surely become powerful warriors in the future. I hope you can grow and contribute to the rise of humanity." The more than 9,900 students responded loudly, promising that when they grow up, they will not forget the country's nurturing and will contribute their strength to the prosperity of China and the rise of humanity. This time entering the Blessed Land, everyone has made significant progress, with an average increase of about 3 levels in cultivation. Outside, this would be unimaginable. 20 days here is equivalent to 1 or 2 years of training. The director of the Provincial Education Bureau looked at the excited nearly 9,900 students, nodded, and continued, "It's getting late today, so you can rest and travel in Shun City for a day. We will set off back tomorrow, you are dismissed." The Blessed Land everyone entered this time is called the 9-Star Blessed Land, located within the boundaries of Shun City. As it is already late, everyone cannot return and can only rest in Shun City for 1 night. Moreover, after 20 days of intense training in the Blessed Land, everyone also wants to relax and travel in Shun City, balancing work and rest. At this moment, someone shouted, "Wait!" A voice called out, stopping the students who were about to disperse. A few middle-aged men in black suits brought a group of people carrying 5 corpses and placed them in front of the Provincial Education Bureau director. The middle-aged men in black suits were the director of the Shun City Education Bureau and several high-ranking members of prominent families. "Deng Chang, what do you mean by this? The Provincial Education Bureau Director?" Chen Mo looked at the Shun City Education Bureau Director with confusion. Deng Chang is the director of the Shun City Education Bureau. "Director Chen, before we disperse, we must first bring a murderer to justice," Deng Chang replied. During this entry into the Blessed Land, a student from An City, Feng Feng, was audacious enough to kill 4 students from Shun City in order to seize heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Afterward, when our students confronted him, he killed another to establish his authority, Deng Cheng stated. "Such a ruthless person, if we do not capture him and tear him to pieces, my anger will not be quelled." "Is this true?" Chen Mo was taken aback, looking at the 5 corpses brought up by Deng Chang. These 5 corpses were those of Xiao Yi, Zhou Xiang, and 3 others from Shun City No. 1 High School, who were killed by Feng Feng in the Blessed Land. 4 of them had clashed with Feng Feng over the purple spirit fruit and were killed by him in retaliation, while the other was with Qi Yun, Lu Wen, and others trying to deal with Feng Feng. Unable to defeat him, they attempted to ambush him with darts from behind and were ultimately killed by Feng Feng. "Is there any evidence for this?" Chen Mo asked Deng Chang, the director of the Shun City Education Bureau. If what Deng Chang said is true, then Feng Feng indeed deserves to die 1,000 deaths. The country invests resources to cultivate students and allow them to enter the Blessed Land to enhance their overall strength and nurture strong individuals for the future of humanity, not to let them kill each other. "We have both eyewitnesses and physical evidence. The evidence is as solid as a mountain," Deng Chang replied. Then, all the students from Shun City No. 1 High School who were present that day, including Qi Yun and Lu Wen, were called up. "Explain the situation clearly to Director Chen," Deng Chang instructed Qi Yun and Lu Wen. Yes, Lu Wen nodded and said, "Director Chen, the incident began like this. On that day in the Blessed Land, my classmates Xiaoyi, Zhou Xiang, and I, along with 5 others, discovered a cliff that had a vine of purple spirit fruit, which had produced over 20 fruits, one of which had reached the level of a 3rd-grade heavenly material. This purple spirit fruit was guarded by a pack of wolf demons. We, the 5 of us, fought with all our might to slay the wolf demons, and after killing them all, we were all severely injured. At that moment, Feng and 3 students from an city suddenly charged out from the cliff, surrounding us, wanting to reap without sowing, and threatened us that if we did not hand over the purple spirit fruit, they would annihilate us. Lu Wen looked at Chen Mo with sorrow and said, "Of course, we refused. These purple spirit fruits were exchanged by our 6 people at the cost of serious injuries, so naturally, we cannot just hand them over." But who would have thought that Feng and his group were so ruthless, directly trying to kill us 6? We were already severely injured from fighting the wolf demon. How could we possibly be a match for Feng and his 3 companions? Among us 6, 4 were killed, and only I and 1 other managed to escape, Lu Wen said. How outrageous! Chen Mo, the director of the Provincial Education Bureau, exclaimed, his eyes flashing with cold light. If what Lu Wen said was true, then Feng and his group were indeed heinous and should be punished by law. Not only that, the next day we, along with students from Shun City No. 1 High School, went to confront Feng, but we were again ambushed by him using despicable means, resulting in the death of another student from Shun City No. 1 High School. He threatened that if we dared to disturb him again, he would not let us go, Lu Wen continued. Chen Mo looked at Lu Wen and asked, "Who can prove what you are saying?" This matter was serious, involving the lives of 5 students. It could not be based on one person's word alone. Several of my classmates from Shun City No. 1 High School can testify, Lu Wen replied. If Director Chen does not believe me, just capture Feng and ask him about the 5 corpses in front of us, he will understand. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes and said, "Bring Feng and his 3 companions from an city here for confrontation. If the situation is as stated, they will be severely punished." This time, the country had spent a great deal to allow these 10,000 students to enter the blessed land. Who would have thought that these little brats, upon entering, would not focus on their cultivation but instead engage in such shameless acts of killing and robbing? It was simply outrageous. It's already late, and there's more to come. Keep those 5-star reviews coming. The more you give, the more updates I'll provide. Someone was killed. In the blessed land, someone actually plotted to harm other students for the sake of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and ended up killing 5 people at once. The surrounding students erupted in chaos upon hearing Lu Wen's report, unable to believe that the students from an city could be so ruthless and despicable, taking advantage of others when they were severely injured after dealing with the demon beasts to launch a sneak attack. It was utterly shameless. Experts from several prominent families in Shun City arrived at the area where the in-city students were located, addressing Feng, Ai Ling, and Fang Wu. "You 3, will you walk out on your own, or do we need to take action?" The director of the in-city Education Bureau, Huang Anhua, glared at the people from the prominent families in Shun City, clearly believing Lu Wen's words were slandering Feng and the others. The truth of the matter had already been told to him by Ai Ling and Fang Wu. It was clear that Lu Wen and others had collaborated with Feng and the others to deal with the wolf demon, and after the battle, they didn't want to share the purple spirit fruit with Feng and the others, which led to the conflict. Moreover, it was clearly Qiao Yi and others who struck first, and after being outmatched, they were killed in return. Now they were turning black into white, slandering Feng and the others for murder and treasure theft, simply shameless. Today, I am here, and I want to see who dares to touch Feng and the others, Huang Anhua snorted coldly. As he spoke, the aura of a 6th-level martial artist erupted, instantly pushing back the members of the prominent families. "Do you want to make a move?" A senior member of the Chao family spoke up. The 5 people killed by Feng were all from the martial arts family in Shun City, and Xiao Yi was a direct descendant of one of the 3 major 6th-level martial arts families in Shun City. If it came to a fight, the Chao family would not fear Huang Anhua, a 6th-level martial artist. The other students from surrounding cities began to watch the commotion, wondering if the director of the City Education Bureau was really going to confront the prominent families to protect the murderer Feng. "Make a move? You aren't even qualified," Huang Anhua coldly replied. "My in-city students did nothing wrong, and I will naturally explain it clearly to Director Chen." After saying that, Huang Anhua turned to Feng, Ai Ling, and Fang Wu. "You 3 come with me and clarify the true situation. With me here, I want to see who dares to touch you." "Okay." The 3 of them nodded and followed Huang Anhua to the front, where they stood before the Provincial Education Bureau director. Chen Mo looked at Feng with sharp eyes and asked, "Did you kill these 5 people?" "Yes," Feng replied, without any concealment. It was indeed the truth that he had killed all 5. Upon hearing this, the students from Shun City High School sneered, and Lu Wen said to Chen Mo, "Director Chen, now there's no doubt, right? Feng has admitted it himself, he killed Xiao Yi and Zhou Xiang." The members of the prominent families in Shun City looked at Feng Feng with murderous intent. The geniuses they had painstakingly cultivated with immense resources, whom they had high hopes for, were unexpectedly killed by Feng Feng as soon as they entered the Blessed Land. Senior members of the Chow family looked at Chen Mo and said, "Director Chen, we ask you to give us an explanation regarding this matter. Our Chow family's Chow Yi, a prodigy, is the pillar of our family's future. He was handed over to you, yet was killed upon entering the Blessed Land. If the murderer is not dealt with on the spot, our Chow family will not let this go. I, the Zhou family, feel the same. Our Zhou family's Zhou Xiang, with extraordinary talent, was destined to at least become a 5th-level martial artist, yet now he has met such an untimely end. If the murderer is not brought to justice, our Zhou family will not rest." A senior member of the Zhou family also spoke up. The other senior members of several major martial arts families in Shun City also voiced their demands, stating that they would not rest until Feng Feng was killed. Chen Mo ignored the clamoring of these major families and instead looked at Feng Feng, asking, "Why did you kill them? Is it really as they say, murder for treasure?" Chen Mo was half convinced by Lu Wen's words. According to Lu Wen, Feng Feng and the others had killed for the sake of the purple spirit fruit. But that seemed a bit far-fetched. If it were for the purple spirit fruit, Feng and the others had no need to kill. They could have simply taken the fruit without resorting to murder. There is only one reason for murder. What did Lu Wen and his 6 companions do that made Feng Feng and his group unable to tolerate it, leading to Feng Feng taking action to kill? Everything has its cause and effect. The facts cannot be as Lu Wen said, that they are completely victims, and Feng Feng's group are all heinous criminals. Because they deserve to die, Feng Feng said. The situation that day was not as Lu Wen described. When the 4 of us arrived at the cliff, Lu Wen and his 6 were dealing with the wolf demon guarding the purple spirit fruit, and they were at a disadvantage. Xiao Yi suggested that we help deal with the wolf demon and promised that afterwards, we would all share the purple spirit fruit. Equally, Feng Feng explained to everyone. He's lying. Director Chen, don't believe his words, kill him immediately. He's making things up. Lu Wen interrupted. Feng Feng, sounding somewhat guilty. Chen Mo's gaze turned cold as he shouted at Lu Wen, "Who told you to interrupt him?" Seeing Chen Mo's icy stare, Lu Wen couldn't help but take a step back, immediately realizing he had lost his composure and shut his mouth. "You continue," Chen Mo said to Feng Feng. Seeing Lu Wen's earlier guilt, Chen Mo already had a sense of the situation. The truth was definitely not as simple as it appeared. Feng Feng killing Xiao Yi and the others had other reasons. Feng Feng nodded and continued. "After the 4 of us worked together with Lu Wen's 6 to kill all the wolf demons, Xiao Yi changed his tune. He directly went back on his promise to share the purple spirit fruit and surrounded us 4, insulting AI Ling. Both sides started fighting, and Xiao Yi's 6 used vicious moves, wanting to kill me, so I struck back and killed them." Upon hearing this, Chen Mo had already grasped the situation. It was likely that Xiao Yi's 6 invited Feng Feng's 4 to help deal with the demon beast, and after succeeding, they didn't want to share the purple spirit fruit and tried to oppress Feng Feng's 4. They didn't expect to hit a brick wall and die at Feng Feng's hands. For such people, there was no sympathy. Betrayal and treachery deserved death. However, Feng Feng killing 4 people in one breath was indeed a bit too ruthless for a high school student. He could have just injured the 6 and taught them a lesson without needing to kill. But at that moment, no one knew the circumstances. In a life-and-death battle, perhaps if Feng Feng hadn't killed Xiao Yi and the others, it would have been Feng Feng who died. Lu Wen, is what he said true? Chen Mo asked coldly. "You better not lie to me now. I can apply a powerful martial arts master to hypnotize you. Under hypnosis, you will honestly reveal everything. If you dare to lie to me now and it contradicts what Feng Feng said, I will definitely not let you go." Hearing this, Lu Wen broke out in a cold sweat. A powerful martial arts master could indeed hypnotize them and make them tell the truth. If he lied and falsely accused Feng Feng now, he would probably be finished. It's true. Lu Wen could only tell the truth. The surrounding students and teachers, upon hearing this, felt no sympathy for Lu Wen and his 6. Instead, they praised Feng Feng for doing the right thing and killing well. For such treacherous scoundrels, killing them was a way to rid society of harm. The high-ranking members of several martial arts families in Shun City retorted, "Even so, he shouldn't have killed. At most, he could have taught them a lesson. Killing is completely excessive. In any case, our Zhou family's genius is dead. He must pay with his life," a high-ranking member of the Zhou family coldly declared. "At such a young age, to act so ruthlessly and directly. Kill 5 lives, what will happen in the future? Director Chen, we suggest that this person be executed immediately to uphold the law," several martial arts families voiced. The surrounding teachers and students looked towards the Provincial Education Bureau director, waiting to see how he would handle the matter. Although it was the 6 from Shun City No. 1 High School who betrayed first, they had not committed a grave mistake, but Feng Feng's killing of 5 was indeed a bit too ruthless. However, it is somewhat understandable, it all depends on how Director Chen handles it. Chen Mo was somewhat troubled, wondering whether or not to punish Feng Feng. 5 lives are not a small matter. Although the reason for Feng Feng's actions could be justified, he did kill someone, and that happened during an officially organized event. He also had to face the pressure from several major martial arts families in Shun City. If he did not punish Feng Feng, it would be hard to explain. But if he did punish him, the Education Bureau in city would definitely not agree. Their students had faced unfair treatment, and it was normal to retaliate against an attack, so they would naturally not allow him to punish Feng Feng. Just as Director Chen was struggling with whether or not to punish Feng Feng, Huang Anghua stepped forward and whispered a few words in Chen Mo's ear. In an instant, Chen Mo's gaze towards Feng Feng changed, becoming one of shock and disbelief. If Huang Anghua had told him this earlier, he wouldn't have had to struggle. With such great power, why punish Feng Feng? Xiao Yi and the others were simply asking for death, daring to provoke someone so favored. They deserved to be killed. Thinking about what Huang Anghua had just said, Chen Mo felt a bit of fear. Fortunately, he hadn't decided to punish Feng Feng, otherwise, as the Provincial Education Bureau director, his career would have been over. What Huang Anghua had just told him, Feng Feng is someone favored by the martial god, you handle it as you see fit. Today's update ends here. Everyone, please give 5-star reviews. The author is someone favored by the martial god, you handle it as you see fit. This matter was not a mistake made by Feng Feng, it was entirely the fault of Xiao Yi and the 5 from the Zhou family. They brought this upon themselves, so it's not Feng Feng to blame. Chen Mo announced, Feng Feng does not need to face any punishment. Upon hearing this, the members of several prominent families looked at Chen Mo with anger. He was clearly biased in favor of Feng Feng. Huang Anghua nodded, acknowledging that Chen Mo was sensible, knowing Feng Feng's background, and directly chose not to pursue any responsibility. The students and teachers present were also shocked by such a resolution. It seemed that Feng Feng's background was not simple, 5 lives were at stake. And just like that, no accountability was sought. It was evident that Chen Mo's attitude towards Feng Feng had changed because Huang Anghua had whispered a few words in his ear. What kind of background could make even the director of the Provincial Education Bureau so wary? Preferring to offend several prominent families rather than deal with Feng Feng? Members of the prominent families questioned Director Chen, this handling is too oppressive towards our families, isn't it? The lives of our 5 outstanding youths, do they not deserve even an explanation? Just like that, you let the murderer go. Explanation? What explanation do you want? Chen Mo retorted coldly, you members of the prominent families are ungrateful, being killed is well deserved. This matter ends here, do not bring it up again, disband. You. The high-ranking members of the prominent families looked grim. It seemed Chen Mo was determined to protect this kid today. Since that was the case, they could no longer deal with him through formal channels. Not being able to deal with him through formal channels did not mean they would let him go, daring to kill the outstanding youths of their families. Feng Feng must die. We're leaving, the high-ranking members of the prominent families said. If the mountain doesn't turn, the water will flow. Director Chen, I hope you can continue to protect him. After saying this, the high-ranking members turned and left with their people. I advise you not to engage in any underhanded actions, otherwise, the ones who will get hurt will only be you. Chen Mo warned. The background of Feng Feng was related to the martial god. A matter he could not disclose, so he could only hint at it. If the prominent families were unwise enough to seek revenge on Feng Feng, they would be courting their own demise, and he would not be to blame. After everyone dispersed, Chen Mo looked at Feng Feng and said appreciatively, a good young man, to have gained the favor of that person, work hard, and you will surely stand at the peak in the future. Thank you, Director Chen, I will, Feng Feng replied gratefully. Although Chen Mo was not pursuing his responsibility because of the martial god's influence, he indeed helped him this time, sparing him a lot of trouble, and he should be thankful. No need to be polite. If you encounter any issues in the future, you can seek my help, Chen Mo said. This statement clearly indicated that he wanted to build a good relationship with Feng Feng. Indeed, someone favored by the martial god was someone he needed to befriend in advance. Alright. Feng Feng did not hold back. As the director of the Provincial Education Bureau, Chen Mo naturally had many powers. He might need help in the future, and there was no need to be modest. Moreover, in this situation, not giving Chen Mo face would be inappropriate. Although the prominent families have left today. I estimate they will not let this go easily, they will likely target you in secret. You need to be extra careful on your way back to An City this time, Chen Mo reminded. Huang Angue replied, these people will certainly not let Feng Feng return to An City so easily, but don't worry, I have already called the military district near An City, and Hong Yu is sending troops to protect us, ensuring Feng Feng returns safely to An City. With military protection, then there's no problem, Chen Mo nodded. Feng Feng also nodded, surprised that Huang Angue had considered this so thoroughly and had already contacted the military to protect him. He had been worried that the prominent martial arts families would secretly take action against him on the way back to An City, causing him considerable trouble. After all, he had offended several major martial arts families in Shun City, and the Chow family was already a 6th-level martial arts family, with several 6th-level martial artists in their ranks. The remaining families are also 5th-level martial arts families, comparable to the Yuan family. If several families were to send experts to deal with him all at once, relying solely on Huang Angue would indeed be insufficient. Now that the army is coming, there's no problem. No matter how strong the major martial arts families are, they must kneel before the army. Feng Feng and over 290 students from Anqing stayed in Shun City with Huang Angue, preparing to return to Anqing the next day. That night, the high-ranking members of several major families gathered at the Chow family to discuss how to deal with Feng Feng. They absolutely could not let Feng Feng go after he killed their family's genius. A senior member of the Zhou family said, our Zhou family is willing to send 1 5th-level martial artist and 10 4th-level martial artists to ambush that kid on his way back to Anqing tomorrow. The other major families also expressed their willingness. Our 3 families are also willing to send 1 5th-level martial artist and 10 4th-level martial artists to ambush that little beast tomorrow. Seeing the 4 major families express their intentions simultaneously, the strongest Chow family spoke up. In that case, our Chow family will send 1 6th-level martial artist, 6 5th-level martial artists, and 10 4th-level martial artists to ensure the success of this ambush. The major families nodded. 2. Ambush Feng Feng. They must have a 6th-level martial artist because Huang Angue, who is protecting Feng Feng along the way, is a 6th-level martial artist. As long as someone can restrain Huang Angue, it would be easy to kill a 2nd-level martial artist like Feng Feng. Among the major families, only the Chow family has a 6th-level martial artist, so it must be the Chow family that takes action. The 5 major families continued to discuss the specific details and ultimately decided that the Chow family would lead the ambush tomorrow, with the other 4 families assisting. In total, the 5 major families would send 1 6th-level martial artist, 10 5th-level martial artists, and 50 4th-level martial artists. Tomorrow, Feng Feng would meet his demise. That night, Feng Feng and the others enjoyed some of Shun City's specialty foods before returning to the hotel to rest, preparing to return to Anqing the next day. In the hotel room, Feng Feng entered the system space and began to cultivate. Currently, in the system space, Feng Feng primarily practiced the Thunder technique. Blood God Immortal Body, Demon Ape Visualization, Soul Piercing, and Thunder God Incantation. The Thunder technique mainly enhances his cultivation, while the Blood God Immortal Body primarily improves his physical defense. The Demon Ape Visualization focuses on his spirit, laying the foundation for reaching the limit of a 9th-level martial artist in the future. Soul Piercing and Thunder God Incantation are his trump cards. The deeper he cultivates them, the stronger their power becomes. All 5 methods must not be neglected. Every day for 24 hours, Feng Feng spends 9 hours on both the Thunder technique and Blood God Immortal Body. He spends 3 hours visualizing with the Demon Ape Visualization, as his current limit is 3 hours, exceeding that would cause a splitting headache. The remaining 3 hours are divided into 1 hour for Soul Piercing and 2 hours for Thunder God Incantation. His day is fully scheduled for 24 hours. Since Feng Feng is cultivating a 9th grade technique, the difficulty is countless times greater than other techniques. Additionally, as a 5-star super martial artist, the amount of spiritual energy required to improve his cultivation is enormous. Even with his top-tier talent and the system space as an advantage. After reaching the 2nd level, it takes 4 days to improve his cultivation, which means he needs to cultivate for 160 days in the system space, equivalent to half a year. Now it is already the 3rd day. It is estimated that after returning to Anqing tomorrow and practicing for 1 more day, he will be able to break through. The next day, early in the morning, Feng Feng and the others took a bus to Anqing, with over 290 people filling 6 large coaches. Shun City is not far from Anqing, and they could reach it in just a morning. The buses were arranged by the Anqing Education Bureau. This time, 300 students entered the blessed land, 6 of whom died there, leaving only 294 to return. The 6 large coaches formed a line, traveling back to Wancheng. Feng Feng and Huang Anhua were in the 4th bus in the middle. Huang Anhua said Hong Yu is already on his way with a high-level martial artist army. Of 200, he should be able to meet us along the way. All right. Feng Feng nodded. As long as Hong Yu brought the army, it would be fine. However, on the way, the experts from several major families were likely already lying in ambush. No need to worry, Huang Anhua said. If the people from the major families don't make a move, that's fine. If they do, I will ensure they come and go without return. Feng Feng replied, not doubting Huang Anhua's words at all. Huang Anhua was a 6th-level martial artist, and with Hong Yu, also a 6th-level martial artist, along with the 200 high-level martial artists, the people from the major families would be walking into a dead end. The 6 buses continued on their way back to Wancheng, and when they reached a remote stretch of road, suddenly, a dozen off-road vehicles rushed forward, forming a horizontal line and blocking the road, sealing it off. More than 60 people quickly got out of the off-road vehicles and stopped the 6 large coaches heading to Wancheng. These 60 or so people were the experts sent by the major families of Shun City, all dressed in black and wearing masks. Their only goal was to kill Feng Feng. Although wearing masks to hide their identities seemed somewhat unnecessary, others could easily guess it was the work of the major families. However, they still had to put on a show, as long as they only killed Feng Feng and did not harm the other students. Even if the higher-ups guessed it was the major families, without direct evidence, it would be easy for the major families to smooth things over. If they came to ambush openly without masks, with so many students witnessing it, it would be somewhat provocative to the authorities. It would lead to a lot of trouble afterward. Everyone in the cars, get out. You are surrounded. If you don't get out, you will die. The leading 6th-level martial artist from the Chow family shouted at the 6 large coaches. Of course, his goal was to find Feng Feng, not to kill everyone on the bus. If they suddenly killed 300 students, it would directly enrage the authorities. At that time, the government would likely take immediate action to wipe out the major families. After all, these students were the hope of the nation's future. The major families could deal with Feng Feng, but killing so many students for no reason was tantamount to seeking death. Inside the 6 large coaches, the students began to get out one after another. And Feng Feng and Huang Anhua stepped down from the 4th bus. Looking at the masked figures in black ahead, Huang Anhua's expression turned cold. It seemed the major families had indeed made their move. Upon seeing Feng Feng step down from the 4th bus, the people from the major families revealed their killing intent. The 6th-level martial artist from the Chow family pointed at Feng Feng and said, "You come here." Feng Feng replied, "What are you? Why should I go over just because you say so?" Instantly, the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. The anticipated atmosphere of intimidation was absent as Feng Feng shot back at them as soon as they spoke. Feng Feng could naturally tell who they were, but since Hong Yu's army had not yet arrived, he needed to stall for time until they did. Once Hong Yu's army arrived, it would be their end. "What a sharp-tongued guy. Today, let's see who can save you," the 6th-level martial artist from the Chow family said coldly. "The rest of you who don't want to die, get out of the way. Today, we only want to kill him." In an instant, more than 60 people from the major families moved closer. Huang Anhua saw this, let out a cold snort, stepped forward, and blocked Feng Feng's path. "It's been a long time since I've made a move. Today I'll let you all stretch your muscles. I'll hold him off. You all go kill that kid," said the 6th-level warrior from the Chow family. The 6th-level warrior from the Chow family gripped his long sword, its cold light flickering, and unleashed a 5th-grade body technique, charging towards Huang Anhua. This body technique was called Swift Wind Body Technique, which he had practiced for many years and had now reached the level of great success. Arriving in front of Huang Anhua, the 6th-level warrior from the Chow family unleashed a terrifying aura, the pressure spreading out, and the long sword exuded sword energy. This was a 5th-grade martial technique, the 6 Meridian Sword Slash. The 6th-level warrior from the Chow family was at the 6th level, 5th stage. And with this sword, he had previously defeated an opponent who was 1 stage higher than him. "Feng Feng, stay behind me, everyone else keep your distance," Huang Anhua instructed. As the director of the Education Bureau of Anqing and one of the 3 major powers in Anqing, Huang Anhua had reached the 6th level, 9th stage, for stages higher than this 6th-level warrior from the Chow family. As long as Feng Feng didn't stray too far from him, safety was not an issue. Huang Anhua's entire aura erupted, the 7th-grade technique Sun and Moon formula operating, and in an instant, a surge of spiritual energy poured out from his dantian, the great blade continuously gathering light, a great sun and a full moon appearing on his great blade. The 6th-grade martial technique was unleashed, directly clashing with The Chow family's 6th level warrior's 2nd grade martial technique, the 6 meridian sword slash. With the power of the sun and moon backing him, and given Huang Angua's cultivation was already higher than that of the Chow family warrior, this terrifying strike instantly shattered the Chow family's warrior's sword energy. The 6th level warrior from the Chow family was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. 6th level, 9th stage. Seeing the Chow family's 6th level warrior being sent flying by a single strike, the other members of the major families were shocked. This person's cultivation has already reached level 6, 9th stage. Elder Chow is no match for him. The 10 of us will hold him down, and the rest of you go kill that kid, said an elder from the Zhou family, who was at level 5. The level 5 warriors from several major families nodded in agreement. The Zhou elder, barehanded, charged at Huang Anghua, with red flames burning on his fists, seemingly a formidable martial technique, belonging to the 5th rank. Huang Anghua snorted coldly, his level 6, 9th stage aura erupting, surrounded by spiritual energy, as if a deity had descended. Huang Anghua's terrifying speed exploded, so fast it was unbelievable, and in an instant, he was in front of the Zhou elder. The great blade slashed down. It directly cleaved the Zhou elder, sending him flying, a massive wound appearing on his chest, deep enough to see the bones inside, and he crashed to the ground. Dead on the spot. Hold me back? You bunch of level 5 warriors think you're qualified. Huang Anghua scoffed. 10 level 5 warriors thought they could hold him back. They were underestimating him too much. He had thought that the major families would send over some level 6 warriors, but to his surprise, there was only one. Sending just one level 6 warrior. Was that looking down on him, Huang Anghua? The people from the surrounding major families were stunned by the sudden scene before them. The level 5, 9th stage elder from the Zhou family was cut down. Could they withstand Huang Anghua? First, kill that kid. The level 6 warrior from the Chow family charged forward again. I'll hold him off for you. The high-ranking members of the surrounding major families nodded and rushed towards Feng Feng. Seeking death, Huang Anghua coldly snorted, raising his great blade and slashing down. The terrifying strike sending one of the attackers flying towards Feng Feng. That person crashed to the ground, sliding for over 10 meters before stopping, continuously spitting blood and convulsing before dying. But at that moment, over a dozen level 4 experts from the major families had already arrived in front of Feng Feng, ready to strike him down. Feng's expression was calm, showing no signs of fear, as he leisurely took out a level 5 energy gun from the system space. Feng's physical defense now rivaled that of a level 4 warrior, allowing him to use a level 5 energy gun. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Feng ruthlessly began to shoot at the level 4 experts from the surrounding major families. The level 5 energy gun could easily kill level 5 monsters. Its power was not something these level 4 experts could resist. The level 5 energy gun swept around, and the terrifying energy bullets flew like cannonballs, directly blasting the surrounding level 4 experts away. One by one, they fell to the ground. The energy gun bullets pierced through the bodies of over a dozen people, leaving large holes the size of bowls in them. None survived after being shot by the level 5 energy gun. If they were in another place, perhaps they could have dodged, but at such a close distance, and while surrounding Feng Feng, when he suddenly took out the submachine gun to shoot, they were caught off guard and had no way to retreat. Seeing over a dozen people all shot down by Feng Feng and lying in a pool of blood, the remaining experts from the major families were dumbfounded, shocked. A level 5 energy gun. They had level 5 energy guns in their families too, but they wouldn't use them lightly. After all, that thing was too expensive, with each bullet costing tens of thousands, and every shot burned money. Moreover, the lethality was too great, making it easy to accidentally injure others. They never expected Feng Feng to have one, and what shocked them even more was that this energy gun was level 5. Being able to use a level 5 energy gun meant that Feng Feng's physical defense had already reached the level of a level 4 warrior. Good heavens, wasn't he only level 2? How could his physical defense be so strong? But Feng Feng wouldn't give them time to think. At that moment, Feng Feng's face twisted. In rage, holding the level 5 submachine gun, continuously shooting at the level 4 experts from the major families, exclaiming, "You trash, weren't you going to ambush me? Feel the power of your grandpa's submachine gun." The masters of several major families were taken aback and quickly retreated, saying, "Quick, retreat, retreat." However, even with their rapid withdrawal, more than 20 people were unable to escape the range of the energy guns and were knocked down to the ground. They retreated to a distance. The expressions of the people from the major families were grim. They never expected that today's ambush would lead to such a situation. But the circumstances were far worse than they had imagined. Because At that moment, in the distance, 10 military vehicles came driving down the road and directly stopped behind the off-road vehicles blocking the way. From the first military vehicle, Hong Yu, the head of the Anqing military district, got out, followed by 10 fifth-level squad leaders. From the 9 military vehicles behind, 200 armed soldiers rushed out, quickly surrounding the remaining members of the major families. All 200 soldiers were 4th-level warriors. Seeing the situation before them, the students of Anqing were all excited. They knew that the big shots behind Feng Feng had mobilized the army. Looking at the army warriors surrounding them, the masters of the major families were dumbfounded. It seemed that they were finished today. Today's update ends here, and tomorrow's excitement continues, with 3 to 4 updates a day. It might be late, but it won't be less. Hong Yu approached Feng Feng and Huang Anhua, asking, "Is everything alright?" "All good," Huang Anhua replied. "The ones with problems are them. Feng Feng has given me quite a surprise." Surprise! Hong Yu looked at Feng Feng in confusion, and upon seeing the energy gun in Feng Feng's hand and the bodies of several masters from prominent families on the ground, he instantly understood Huang Anhua's words. A level 5 energy gun. Feng Feng could actually use a level 5 energy gun, which meant his physical defense had reached level 4. My goodness! With a cultivation level of 2, his physical defense was comparable to level 4. That was terrifying. Is this what exceptional talent looks like? Feng Feng stepped forward, looking at the remaining masters from the prominent families, saying, "Are you surprised? Is it unexpected, everyone?" You. The level 6 warrior from the Chao family was so angry he couldn't speak. They never expected that even with so many masters dispatched today, they would still fall here. "Capturing you should lead us to deal with your families," Feng Feng said. "The crime of ambushing 300 students in an city, I wonder if your families can bear that." "Break out, let as many live as possible," the level 6 warrior from the Chao family said. "We cannot let them capture any living witnesses." In an instant, the remaining masters from the prominent families began to unleash their momentum, charging towards the outskirts, preparing to escape. They would rather die than let the city military capture any living witnesses. As long as there were no living witnesses, Feng Feng and the others couldn't do anything to their families. If they were captured alive, it would likely bring significant trouble to their families, even though they had come only to eliminate Feng Feng. But others wouldn't think that way. If Feng Feng accused them of ambushing 300 students in an city, the prominent families would have a hard time dealing with it. After all, the nature of ambushing one person and ambushing 300 people is different. Ambushing 300 students has already touched the government's bottom line. If the government doesn't severely punish the culprits, public opinion will not stand for it. "Fire," Hong Yu ordered. In an instant, the 200 level 4 warrior soldiers surrounding the prominent families took out their energy guns and began to fire wildly. The terrifying energy bullets instantly pierced through the space, densely covering the masters from the prominent families. Before long, all the masters from the prominent families were shot dead, lying in pools of blood, with not a single living witness. Hong Yu snorted coldly. They deserved to die. The surrounding students from an city all expressed their admiration. It was still Feng Feng's power that could summon so many helpers. And his own strength was also extremely formidable. Feng Feng's current combat power was likely comparable to a level 4 warrior, making him one of the top individuals among the tens of thousands of students in an city. In this competition for the top scorer in the Southeast Province's college entrance examination, Feng Feng had a fighting chance. After Hong Yu sent someone to check carefully and found that there were no living witnesses among the prominent families, he announced that they would continue their journey back to An City. Hong Yu himself had no intention of leaving any living witnesses to seek trouble with the prominent families. This kind of confrontation involving families and the government requires a sense of balance. The prominent families had already suffered heavy losses, with over 60 masters lost. If they continued to annoy them, it would likely backfire. This world is not solely dominated by the government. In the martial arts era, it is not just national governments that rule the world, but also many martial arts families and inherited forces. Some powerful martial arts families possess unparalleled masters, and the government must give them some face. The governments of various countries manage the earth to a certain extent, but some powerful martial arts families and inherited forces also have significant influence. One must not disrupt the balance. Upon returning to An City, the school gave the 300 students who entered the Blessed Land a day off, allowing everyone to rest for a day. Now, with only 15 days left until the martial arts college entrance examination, they had entered the final sprint stage. Feng Feng returned home and fell into a deep sleep. During this time, he hadn't had a proper rest, he was either cultivating or fighting with others. Although martial artists do not require long periods of rest and can recover their physical strength and energy through cultivation, taking appropriate breaks is beneficial for relaxing a tense mind. As Feng Feng fell asleep in the southeast province, Tianyang City, the director of the Tianyang City Education Bureau, Zhang Koan, wore an extremely cold expression as he gathered all the students who had gone to the third-level blessed land to investigate a matter. At the same time, several high-ranking martial artists from Tianyang City were gathered around him. All the prodigies from their families who had entered the third-level blessed land had died there. These martial arts families were not weak, all above level 5, and their prodigies were also above level 3, studying in Class A of Tianyang Number 1 High School. Logically, with their families' prodigies at level 3 cultivation, they should not have fallen in the third level blessed land. How could it be that more than 10 people died at once? Now, more than 10 martial arts families had joined forces with the Tianyang City Education Bureau to investigate the cause of these deaths. If it was normal death, that would be one thing, but if they were secretly harmed by other students in the blessed land, they would definitely not let the murderer go. Moreover, this time, Zhang Koan's nephew, Lu Feng, also died in the blessed land, which made Zhang Koan furious. He was determined to find the murderer. By gathering all the students who entered the blessed land in Tianyang City for a unified investigation, they quickly discovered clues. The deceased students had entered a relic within the blessed land, and only 2 of them had come out alive, the rest had all died. The 2 who survived were Qin Yu and Peiyan, and they were taken away by the director of the Tianyang City Education Bureau and several prominent families. In a closed interrogation room, Zhang Koan looked at Qin Yu and Peiyan and asked in a deep voice, "What did you encounter in the relic? Why are only the 2 of you alive?" "My nephew Lu Feng, along with more than 10 others, including the prodigy Su Lei from Shun City Number 1 High School, all died." Zhang Koan felt that there were significant doubts about this matter. If they had encountered an insurmountable danger in the relic, then why did the weakest among them, Qin Yu and Peiyan, manage to escape, while the others perished inside? Lu Feng, Su Lei, and the others all had higher cultivation levels than Qin Yu and Peiyan, which was very suspicious. "We're not sure. After entering the relic, we separated and then encountered many stone statue puppets attacking us. We couldn't handle it and retreated," Qin Yu replied. She could only lie, she could never reveal Feng Feng. "Is that so?" Zhang Koan's gaze was sharp as a knife, fixed on Qin Yu, and a faint pressure was released, making the atmosphere in the interrogation room tense. Qin Yu's expression flickered, and she began to feel nervous. After all, she was just a high school student, and in such a situation, it was hard not to give herself away. Yes, Qin Yu gritted her teeth, stubbornly refusing to admit the truth. Zhang Koan's brows furrowed slightly as he said, "It doesn't matter if you don't tell the truth. We will have a martial arts master come in shortly to hypnotize you, and you will honestly confess." "What?" Qin Yu was taken aback, and Peiyan beside her also looked panicked. A martial arts master was an existence that surpassed level 9 martial artists and had already birthed a primordial spirit. They could easily hypnotize the 2 of them with their spiritual power, and at that time, Feng Feng's matter would likely be exposed. Although flustered, the 2 had no choice. In front of the director of the City Education Bureau, they were powerless to resist and could only submit to the hypnosis. Sigh. They could only blame the commotion caused by this incident, which had resulted in the deaths of so many students, over a dozen top-tier students from Class A, Level 3. This was no small matter. Students who could elevate their cultivation to Level 3 before the college entrance examination were among the best in the entire southeastern province, in 9 out of 10 cities. They were held in high regard. It should be noted that the first genius of Shun City Number 1 High School, Shi Yun, had only reached Level 3, Stage 1. One can imagine the significance of these dozen Level 3 prodigies. They were the hopes cultivated at great cost by several martial arts families, consuming countless resources from a young age. And just like that, they were wiped out. The major families were enraged. Especially the Su family, to which Su Lei belonged, a Level 7 martial arts family. Su Lei, possessing a mid-grade Earth-level talent, was highly valued by the Su family, with hopes that he would break through to Level 9 and reach the realm of martial arts masters, yet he was killed just like that. How could the Su family not be furious? When a Level 7 family is enraged, it is no joke, lives are at stake. Hypnotizing someone is not easy, as only those above Level 9, at the master level, can hypnotize others. Hiring a master to intervene comes at a great cost. However, this time, the major martial arts families were willing to spend whatever it took to find the true culprit. Su Jian, the head of the Su family, entered the interrogation room with an elder. The elder's aura was restrained, returning to simplicity, giving off an unfathomable feeling. He was indeed a martial arts master. Master Wang, thank you for your trouble, Su Jian said politely. You may leave for now. I will give you an answer in half an hour, the elder replied. All right. Su Jian nodded and exited the interrogation room with Zhang Kuan and the others, leaving Master Wang with Qin Yuanpei and Qin Yuanpei. And appeared somewhat tense, facing a martial arts master who surpassed level 9, they felt immense pressure. Relax, it will be fine soon. Master Wang's words seemed to carry a magical power, and then a powerful spiritual force surged forth, instantly enveloping Qin Yuanpei and causing them to slump over the table as if asleep. Half an hour later, Master Wang walked out of the interrogation room, looking somewhat fatigued. Hypnotizing someone took a toll on his spirit, but he had fulfilled his duty and uncovered the truth. What did you find out, Master Wang? Su Jian and the others at the door asked nervously upon seeing him emerge. The investigation revealed that your family's younger generation did not die. Normally in the ruins, they were killed by a student, Master Wang stated. Killed by a student. Upon hearing this, Su Jian and the other high-ranking members of the major families turned cold. Indeed, their prodigies had been murdered. Is there a connection with the two inside? If so, they shouldn't live either, Su Jian said coldly, looking at Qin Yuanpei in the interrogation room. Killing the Su family's prodigy and cutting off their hopes, everyone related to this matter must die. There is a connection, but it's not significant. Let me explain the situation to you slowly, Master Wang began. Then, he recounted everything he had learned through hypnosis from Qin Yuanpei, from Peian, Lu Feng, and Qin Yu. Inviting Su Lei and the others into the ruins, to encountering Feng Feng and arguing with him, to Feng Feng shooting everyone dead, he recounted it all without missing a word. After hearing Master Wang's account, the high-ranking members of the major families were all enraged. Their family's prodigy had been shot dead by a young brat with a submachine gun. So ruthless at such a young age, killing over a dozen people in one go. If they did not kill him, the major families had no reason to continue existing. The angriest among them was Zhang Kuan, the director of the Tianyang City Education Bureau. Zhang Kuan's nephew, Lu Feng, was tortured by Fengzhe before his death, having his legs pierced by a spear and his dantian destroyed before he was killed. If he doesn't seek justice for his nephew Lu Feng, he would be letting down his sister, Lu Feng's mother. How to handle this, Director Zhang, you decide, said Su Jian, the head of the Su family, a 7th-level martial arts clan. Their family member, Su Lei, was brutally killed by Fengzhe, and the murderer must not be allowed to run rampant. Kill. Zhang Kuan simply uttered one word. A single word of killing represented his determination, having already taken the lives of over 10 students. Fengzhe no longer needed to live. Should we use official means or should our 10 or so families take action directly, someone asked. Using official means might take some time, and the procedures are very complicated. This kid has good talent, I'm afraid there might be unexpected events later. You all should take action and eliminate him directly, I'll handle the follow-up, Zhang Kuan said. Alright, Su Jian replied, this kid has an energy gun, which is hard to deal with. I don't trust anyone else, I'll personally go to an city and eliminate this kid myself. Good. Zhang Kuan and the other high-ranking members nodded. With Su Jian taking action, this kid was sure to die. Su Jian, the head of the Su family, a 7th-level high-tier martial artist, was more than enough to deal with a high school student. Meanwhile, in An City, Fengzhe had just woken up and entered the system space to begin his training, following the previous plan. In the system space, a day lasts 24 hours. He spent 9 hours each practicing Thunder Technique and Blood God Immortal Body, 3 hours on Demon Ape Visualization, and the remaining 3 hours 1 hour on Soul Piercing and 2 hours on Thunder God Incantation. By training once today in the system space and again tomorrow, Fengzhe's cultivation would improve significantly. The next evening, Fengzhe emerged from the system space successfully, raising his cultivation to the 2nd level, 7th segment. He opened his attribute panel, host, Fengzhe cultivation, 2nd level, 7th segment, 5-star super martial artist, divine soul, 2800, 3rd level, 8th segment, vitality, 27,000, 3rd level, 7th segment, speed, 270 meters per second, 3rd level, 7th segment, strength, 27T, 3rd level, 7th segment, physical strength, 4th level, 7th segment. Available entries to system space, 0 times his divine soul was comparable to a 3rd level, 8th segment, and his physical strength was comparable to a 4th level, 7th segment, while other physical attributes were comparable to a 3rd level, 7th segment. Now, with 4 sets of 4th grade martial skills, the thunder extreme body, and the divine soul attack secret technique soul piercing, along with the ancient divine ability thunder god incantation, he had the strength to fight even against 5th level martial artists. It was time to go out and resolve some grudges. Li family, are you ready? As a 4th level martial arts family, the strongest among them was only a 4th level martial artist, no match for him. Moreover, in his system space, he also had submachine guns for raiding and sniper rifles for killing gods. This time, the Li family shouldn't think of escaping. Before entering the Blessed Land, the Li family had sent assassins to deal with him. Now, it was time for him to counterattack. Feng Feng took out his phone and called Mayor Ling Tian. This time, going to the Li family, he was afraid he would have to kill quite a few people, so it was better to give Ling Tian a heads up to avoid any subsequent trouble. After all, the public security in Anqing was managed by the government, and if he was going to do something like exterminating a family, he had to inform the authorities first. The call connected, and Feng Feng said, "Uncle Ling, it's Feng Feng. I might need to trouble you with something." "What is it?" "Just speak up," came the enthusiastic reply from the other end, knowing it was Feng Feng calling. Ling Tian was more than happy to have Feng Feng ask him for a favor, owing him a debt. "The Li family has repeatedly opposed me, and before I entered the Blessed Land, they even sent assassins to kill me. I want to resolve our grievances tonight," Feng Feng said. "There might be quite a few deaths in the Li family tonight, and I'll need Uncle Ling to handle the aftermath. That's a small matter, just a 4th level martial arts family. You can go ahead and resolve it, I guarantee no one will disturb you," Ling Tian replied. "Do you need me to send someone to assist you?" "No need, I can handle it myself," Feng Feng answered. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Ling Tian, he hung up the phone. He then grabbed his long gun and left the house, heading towards the Li family. It was a dark and windy night, a perfect time for killing. Meanwhile, in the mayor's office of Anqing, Ling Tian couldn't help but feel emotional after hanging up the phone. The heavenly grade talent was indeed formidable. In just a few months, he had grown to the point where he could deal with a 4th level martial arts family alone. It wouldn't be long before Feng Feng surpassed him and broke through to a 6th level martial artist. Such a growth rate was truly enviable. Ling Tian called someone over and delegated some tasks. As Feng Feng was going to kill tonight, he needed to arrange things to ensure that no one in Anqing would disturb him. The Li family tonight would surely be calling for heaven and getting no response, calling for earth and finding it unresponsive. Arriving at the entrance of the Li family villa area, several security guards stopped Feng Feng, asking, "This is a private villa area. You can't go any further." The security guards were just ordinary people, not martial artists. Feng Feng shot out a bolt of lightning with his finger, directly stunning one of the guards, and then stepped into the Li family villa area. The remaining guards, seeing this, dared not stop him any longer, clearly recognizing that the visitor was a powerful martial artist, someone they could not contend with. The remaining guards pressed the alarm button, and instantly, the alarms in the Li family villa area blared. From deep within the Li family villa, powerful martial artists began to emerge. Feng Feng had only advanced a few dozen meters when the Li family's experts appeared around him, surrounding him from all directions. Dozens of Li family experts, varying in strength, but all above the 2nd level, rushed at him. The strongest among them reached the 3rd level, 9th stage, and leading the charge were 2 3rd level, 9th stage elders of the Li family. "Feng Feng, how dare you break into the Li family at night, you're seeking death," one of the 3rd level, 9th stage elders coldly shouted. During this time, the Li family had been living in the shadow of Feng Feng's actions. His talent was too strong, and his rise too rapid. At his current pace, it wouldn't be long before he could wipe out the Li family. They had spent a fortune hiring assassins to kill Feng Feng, but it had failed, and now they were at a loss on how to deal with him. Unexpectedly, Feng Feng had come to their doorstep, a truly fortuitous opportunity. If Feng came to seek death himself, they couldn't be blamed. With the strength of the Li family, killing a 2nd level martial artist was a piece of cake. "Feng Feng, I admit you have some talent, but if you had been more low-key and focused on your growth, perhaps in the future, the Li family would fall at your hands. But now, with your arrogance, you are destined to die at the hands of the Li family today," the elder of the Li family said coldly, gripping his large knife and charging at Feng Feng. The other Li family experts formed a circle, sealing Feng Feng in. "Today, let's see who dies," Feng Feng sneered. "Still arrogant when death is imminent? Watch the knife." The elder of the Li family, at the 3rd level and 9th rank, unleashed his martial arts skills, which were of the 3rd grade. The long knife in his hand shimmered with a cold light, moving as fast as lightning, slashing towards Feng Feng. Feng Feng sneered, activating the ninth grade technique Thunderbolt formula, and in an instant, a surge of thunderous power erupted from his dantian, continuously gathering lightning into his spear. The lightning spear was unleashed, directly clashing with the elder's long knife. The spear struck out, instantly forcing the elder's long knife back. Then, the spear flicked out like a snake's tail. Boom! It directly struck the elder's body, sending him flying to the ground, surrounded by arcs of electricity, convulsing from the shock. Elder Lian. The surrounding Li family warriors were taken aback, the third level 9th rank. Elder Lian was repelled in a single encounter. What kind of monster was this kid? He was only at the 2nd level and 7th rank. How could he be so strong? Another 3rd level 9th rank elder, Li Ping, held a long sword in his hand and instantly lunged at Feng Feng. The sword was surrounded by faint wind blades, a formidable 3rd grade sword technique. Feng Feng snorted coldly, his aura erupting, arcs of electricity swirling around him as if the thunder god had descended. Feng Feng executed the 4th grade martial arts spirit snake technique, unleashing terrifying speed, arriving before Li Ping in an instant. A spear swept out, and the sword and spear clashed, causing Li Ping to be forced back. Li Ping's tiger mouth split open, blood flowing from his palm. This kid was indeed strong. Gritting his teeth, Li Ping charged forward again, engaging in a fierce battle with Feng Feng. Around them, more and more experts from the Li family rushed in from various parts of the villa area, surrounding Feng Feng. Feng Feng unleashed the 4th grade fist technique Thunderbolt Fist, striking towards Li Ping. The terrifying thunderous power surged down Feng Feng's arm and struck Li Ping. Boom! The dreadful lightning wreaked havoc, continuously destroying Li Ping, who convulsed and fell to the ground moments later. 4th grade martial art. The surrounding Li family experts were all shocked. This kid actually mastered a 4th grade martial art. No wonder he dared to come alone to the Li family. It seemed that only a few 4th level big shots from the family could take him down. All retreat. This kid has mastered a 4th grade martial art. We are no match for him. Let the family's 4th level warriors deal with him, shouted an elder of the Li family. In an instant, the surrounding Li family experts quickly retreated, creating distance from Feng Feng, but still forming a faint encirclement to prevent his escape. Once the Li family's 4th level warriors arrived, it would be Feng Feng's end. Heaven has a path, but you do not walk it. Hell has no door, yet you come in. Today, I will fulfill you. It won't matter who comes. Today, not a single one of you from the Li family will survive. Feng Feng sneered, standing his ground, waiting for all the Li family's experts to gather, ready to take them all down at once. Such arrogance. Let's see how you destroy my Li family. In an instant, a deep roar echoed. It was the head of the Li family, the strongest 4th level warrior, who had arrived. The update ends here for today. My head is spinning. Before I close my eyes to sleep, my mind is filled with storylines, a whole bunch of characters swirling around. If you don't give me good reviews, it would be unfair to all the effort I put into this creation. Enough said. I love you all. The 3 strongest members of the Li family, the head of the Li family, Lihai's grandfather, and the elder of the Li family, rushed over. All 3 were level 4 martial artists, with the strongest, the head of the Li family, having reached level 4, 7th stage. Kid, there's a path to heaven that you refuse to take, and hell has no door yet you come knocking. Today, you can't blame the Li family, the head of the Li family coldly shouted. Who knows who will die? You're so sure you can handle me? Feng Feng retorted with a cold smile. You're only at level 2, 7th stage. Even if you have some ability to challenge above your level, do you really think you can defeat a level 4 martial artist? Today, let me show you that the gap between you and a level 4 martial artist is like a chasm insurmountable, Lihai's grandfather coldly declared. He then charged at Feng Feng. Lihai's grandfather's hands transformed into claws, dark red spiritual energy swirling around him as he unleashed a 3rd grade martial skill. Blood Eagle Claw. The moment Lihai's grandfather moved, Feng Feng also sprang into action. Using the spirit snake body technique, his blood surged, shooting out like a cannonball, the perfected thunder spear erupting, lightning swirling around the spear tip, and the sound of thunder roaring all around. He swept his spear towards Lihai's grandfather's claw. A crescent-shaped spear light tore through the space, the air itself being sliced apart, the A-grade alloy spear capable of breaking through the defenses of a level 9 demon beast struck fiercely against Lihai's grandfather's claw. Cracked flesh and blood flew. One of Lihai's grandfather's claws was instantly severed by the sharp spear tip, the terrifying force sending him staggering back several meters. The surrounding experts of the Li family looked on in disbelief at Feng Feng, who held the spear, surrounded by lightning like a god of thunder. Fear, shock, Even a level 4 martial artist was no match for Feng Feng's spear. "You little bastard, I will kill you!" Lihai's grandfather roared, his voice filled with endless fury, glaring at Feng Feng, his eyes boiling with killing intent. "Is this the gap you speak of between me and level 4 martial artists? It seems it's not as big as you imagined," Feng Feng said. After saying that, a cold light flashed in Feng Feng's eyes as he charged forward, unleashing the perfected thunder spear. With agile footwork, he dodged to the side of Lihai's grandfather, thrusting the spear directly at his neck. Lihai's grandfather dodged back, avoiding Feng Feng's thrust, and used his remaining claw to strike at Feng Feng's throat, aiming for a lethal blow. Feng Feng moved like a spirit snake, dodging to the side. With a cold snort, he continued to shift his steps, coming before Lihai's grandfather, suddenly leaping up. The 4th grade upper-level martial skill, cloud-piercing spear, was unleashed. The spear light was dazzling, piercing through clouds and breaking the moon, carrying the power to break through everything, directly stabbing at Lihai's grandfather's head. Blood splattered as the A-grade spear pierced through Lihai's grandfather's head. He died on the spot. "Kid, don't be so arrogant, I'll show you what I can do," the elder of the Li family shouted. As a level 4 martial artist, the elder had reached level 4, 4th stage, while Lihai's grandfather was only at level 4, 1st stage, not even comparable. Feng Feng could kill a level 4, 1st stage, but it didn't mean he could kill a level 4, 4th stage. Seeing the elder of the Li family take action, the Li family members became excited. This kid was too arrogant. With the elder stepping in, he was doomed. The elder of the Li family charged at Feng Feng, his step strange, wielding a heavy iron rod, instantly appearing before Feng Feng, a terrifying spiritual energy erupting from him, the temperature around rising as if a blazing furnace was approaching. He swung the rod at Feng Feng. 4th grade martial skill, fire rod. Seeing this, Feng Feng coldly snorted, his entire aura erupting, the 9th grade technique, thunder technique, operating, instantly surging with lightning power from his dantian gathering on the spear tip flickering with lightning. 4th grade martial skill, cloud piercing spear. Feng Feng thrust his spear directly against the elder's rod. Bang! A loud crash. Feng Feng's terrifying spear collided with the elder's rod, the powerful force sending both of them staggering back, Feng Feng's lightning spear light directly dissipating. "Hit me again with that stick." The elder of the Li family continued to shout, then suddenly stepped forward, striking Feng Feng with a blow. The terrifying force sent Feng Feng flying backward, crashing hard to the ground and creating numerous spiderweb-like cracks in the earth. A sharp pain surged from Feng Feng's chest, and the upper half of his clothing exploded, revealing his glimmering copper skin and iron bones. If it weren't for this copper skin and iron bones, he would have been injured by that blow. Indeed, a 4th-level warrior is not so easy to deal with. He could kill the 4th-level 1st segment Grandpa Lihai, but in front of the 4th-level 4th segment elder of the Li family, he was still lacking. It seems he could only resort to using his special abilities. Feng Feng slowly stood up from the ground, looking at the people of the Li family, and said, "You forced me." After saying that, Feng Feng's thunder extreme body instantly activated, and in an instant, a terrifying surge of lightning energy erupted from within him as if an ancient ferocious beast had awakened. Feng Feng's momentum suddenly soared. On Feng Feng's bare upper body, lightning patterns densely covered him, with black lightning patterns continuously providing energy, making him grow stronger. The people of the Li family around him frowned. This kid seemed to have used some secret technique to temporarily boost his cultivation. With the thunder extreme body activated, Feng Feng instantly felt his combat power increase by more than 10 times, his body filled with strength, as if he could punch through the enemy before him. Playing tricks. The elder of the Li family snorted coldly, his 4th-level 4th segment aura erupting, surrounded by spiritual energy, and he swung his stick to strike. Feng Feng thrust his spear into the ground, using his agility to dodge the blow, and with bare hands, he charged at the elder of the Li family, his fists crackling with purple lightning, which was the 4th grade martial technique, Thunderbolt Fist. Boom! A loud explosion echoed as a fist filled with destructive power, enhanced by the thunder extreme body, directly sent the elder of the Li family flying, creating a deep dent in his chest. His heart exploded, and he crashed to the ground, dying instantly. The people of the Li family were completely panicked. So strong, what kind of drug did this guy take to suddenly increase his combat power so much? Seeking death. The head of the Li family wielded a giant axe, its blood-red light flickering, and his 4th-level 7th segment cultivation erupted as he charged at Feng Feng. As the strongest of the Li family, if he couldn't withstand Feng Feng, then the Li family would likely be doomed today. At this moment, Feng Feng's killing intent boiled, his entire aura erupted, and the divine ability Thunder Summoning Spell operated. In the sky, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and a surging power of lightning was summoned down by Feng, converging with the lightning patterns on his body. Go! Feng shouted, and in an instant, the terrifying lightning gathered around him and struck towards the head of the Li family, the blue lightning resembling a thunder dragon, instantly hitting the head of the Li family. The giant axe of the head of the Li family was knocked out of his hands, his body sent flying backward, crashing hard to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his body surrounded by electric arcs, convulsing from the shock. Moments later, as the lightning dissipated, the head of the Li family stopped convulsing, his body charred black, and he died instantly. Feng understood that with the Li family's head at the 4th level, 7th stage of cultivation, it was already difficult to injure him with a 4th grade martial skill. Only by using his strongest attack, the ancient divine ability of the Thunder God incantation, could he take him down in one blow. With Feng's current cultivation, he couldn't maintain the Thunder Extreme body for too long. In that state, it was best to first eliminate the strongest 4th level warriors of the Li family. As for the remaining 3rd level warriors, he could easily handle them without using the Thunder Extreme body. To kill the head of the Li family, Feng immediately stopped operating the Thunder Extreme body. In just a few minutes, he had consumed half of his spiritual energy, which was truly terrifying. Feng looked up at the remaining members of the Li family and coldly said, "It's your turn now, none of you from the Li family will survive today." The surrounding members of the Li family, seeing their head killed, looked at Feng with fear in their eyes. At that moment, a 3rd level, 8th stage elder of the Li family shouted, "He just used some secret technique to enhance his combat power, he might be bluffing now and is actually at the end of his strength. Everyone, attack together and kill him." This person was named Li Yuan. Li Yuan wielded a long sword and instantly charged at Feng, the sword glowing with red flames, indicating a formidable sword technique belonging to the 3rd grade. "Even at the end of my strength, I can still kill you." Feng snorted coldly, his aura exploding as he unleashed the 4th grade body technique, Spirit Snake Body Technique. In an instant, Feng appeared in front of Li Yuan. He grasped Li Yuan's long sword with one hand and instantly grabbed Li Yuan's neck with the other, the terrifying power of lightning flowing from Feng's arm into Li Yuan's body. Crackle, the dreadful lightning wreaked havoc, continuously destroying Li Yuan, whose hair instantly began to smoke, and his eyes rolled back. Feng waved his hand, directly spinning the unconscious Li Yuan and smashing him into the ground, shattering him into pieces, his bones scattering, resulting in instant death. Feng greatly enjoyed this violent method, directly turning a person into a meat patty. The members of the Li family surrounding Feng were all terrified by the scene before them. Who said Feng was already at the end of his strength? The 3rd level, 8th stage elder Li Yuan was brutally killed by Feng without any chance to fight back. How could they fight now? Without hesitation, the members of the Li family began to flee. Next, Feng was likely to go on a killing spree. In this situation, they did not believe Feng would spare them. Feng's expression was calm as he leisurely took out a 4th level energy gun from the system space. Tat 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 tat. Feng ruthlessly began to shoot at the fleeing experts of the Li family. The 4th level energy gun could easily kill 4th level monsters. And dealing with these experts below the 4th level was more than enough. The 4th level energy gun continuously swept around, the terrifying energy bullets like cannonballs, directly blasting the encircling experts of the Li family backward. One by one, they fell to the ground. The energy gun bullets pierced through the bodies of dozens of people, leaving gaping holes the size of bowls, with not a single one surviving. Feng put away the energy gun and said lightly, "When you come out to mix, if I say I'll kill your whole family, then I will kill your whole family. I cannot go back on my word." However, Feng only targeted the martial artists of the Li family. He did not harm the non-combatants, the old, weak, women, and children. After putting the energy gun back into the spatial ring, Feng pulled out the long spear stuck in the ground, preparing to leave the Li family. Suddenly, Feng saw 2 familiar figures appear in the distance, Lihao and Shangbingfu. Lihao, seeing Feng looking at him, turned pale with fear. Feng had become so powerful that he could annihilate the Li family. What should he do? Feng would definitely not spare him after destroying the Li family. Feng snorted coldly and, unexpectedly, there was still one left. He activated the 4th grade body technique, Spirit Snake Body Technique, and the terrifying speed erupted, so fast it was unbelievable. In an instant, Feng was in front of Lihao. Surrounded by lightning, he leaped, thrusting his spear down from the sky. Lihao executed his evasive maneuvers, desperately retreating, but could not escape Feng's spear. Thud, blood splattered as one of Lihao's feet was pierced directly by Feng's spear. Ah! Lihao screamed. In agony, stumbling back and falling to the ground, clutching his pierced thigh and wailing. Feng sneered, raising his spear and continuing to approach him. You devil, what do you want? Lihao cried in fear. What do I want? Feng flashed forward, standing before Lihao, and thrust his spear again, piercing Lihao's other thigh. Do you remember what you said to me a few months ago at the school gate? Feng said flatly, then pulled out the spear, blood splattering everywhere. Ah! Lihao wailed loudly, what did I say? You said I was trash, that everyone in Class C was trash, that this kind of trash could only stay at the bottom for a lifetime, never rising to prominence. Feng mocked, now, how does it feel to be killed by this trash who has wiped out your entire family? Lihao looked at Feng with fear in his eyes, saying, I was wrong, please let me go. Go to hell and repent, Feng said flatly. With that, he suddenly thrust his spear into Lihao's throat. Blood pouring from Lihao's mouth, and moments later, his body slumped to the ground. Lihao could never have imagined that the mighty Li family would be destroyed by a high school student. And all of this was just because he had humiliated Feng for a woman who was of no consequence. If time could start over, Lihao vowed he would never provoke Feng. Meanwhile, Shang Bingfu was completely terrified, unable to believe that Feng had become this powerful. Single-handedly, he had destroyed a 4th-level martial arts family, and she wondered if Feng would turn on her next. Feng glanced at Shang Bingfu with disdain, filled with disgust and contempt, before turning to leave the Li family. Behind him, Shang Bingfu watched Feng gradually fade away, her heart a mix of emotions, the look of disdain and contempt he had given her deeply piercing her. Once, Feng had been hers, but she had failed to cherish him and let him slip away. Reflecting on the words she had said when they broke up, she couldn't help but mock herself. When they had parted, she had told Feng, after high school, just find a job and live a normal life at the bottom of society. Don't harbor any discontent, your low-grade yellow talent means you'll never achieve anything great. At that time, she had looked at Feng and said, and my mid-grade yellow talent, as long as someone helps me, I could become a martial artist in the future. Our futures are not on the same level. Now, thinking back, it was indeed true, Feng and she were not on the same level. Feng's future was destined to be brilliant, standing at the peak, worshipped and admired by the world. While she could only struggle at the bottom, with no hope of rising. The government of Anqing. Mayor Ling Tian slowly walked out of the villa, got into a car, and prepared to head to the Li family. Feng must have already wiped out the Li family by now, it was time for him to step in for the follow-up. Although the Li family was only a 4th-tier martial arts family, Feng's actions of killing and exterminating them were no small matter and would likely provoke all the martial arts families in Anqing. If he didn't personally intervene, all the martial arts families in Anqing would put pressure on him and Feng would be in considerable trouble. As for the Li family direction, Feng left the Li family and was preparing to go home. Now that he had eliminated his enemies in Anqing, it was time to return and focus on his training for the martial arts college entrance examination. He had to perform well and get into one of the top 10 martial arts universities in the world. The admission requirements for the top 10 martial arts universities globally were very strict, requiring martial arts talent to be above the earth level, and before the entrance examination, one must break through to the 3rd level, which was the minimum requirement. Additionally, one needed to rank in the top 200 in the province for the entrance examination. Among the top 10 martial arts universities in the world, 2 were located in Huaxia, Shenlong University and Yanhuan University. These 2 universities were the ultimate destination for all martial artists in Huaxia, regarded as sacred grounds for martial arts. There were rumors that those who could enter these 2 universities would graduate as at least 6th-level martial artists. 2/3 of the high-level martial artists in Huaxia came from these 2 universities. Feng's goal was these 2 universities. He was currently at the 2nd level, 7th segment, and with 13 days left until the entrance examination, he was confident he could raise his cultivation to the 1st segment of the 3rd level, meeting the requirements for these 2 universities. He heard that in these 2 universities, there were countless prodigies with Earth-level top-tier talent, and even many monsters with Heaven-level talent. The gathering of heroes at the 2 top universities in Huaxia was truly something to look forward to. As Feng walked and contemplated, he had already left the Li family and arrived at a remote street. Suddenly, in a corridor on the street, 4 people stepped out, coming before Feng. Their gazes cold as they looked at him. The four were sent by the major martial arts families of Tianyang to kill Feng, led by Su Jian, the head of the Su family, a 7th-level martial arts family. Feng had killed the talented descendants of their family in the blessed land, severing their lineage, and now was the time for Feng to die. Feng looked at the four who suddenly emerged from the darkness. He did not recognize them, but their eyes clearly indicated ill intent. "Who are you?" Feng asked, filled with vigilance. "People here to take your life," one of them replied, and from the voice, it seemed to be a young man. The young man was named Zhang Lei, the cousin of Lu Feng, son of Zhang Kuan, the director of the Tianyang Education Bureau, who had come specifically to avenge his cousin Lu Feng. Zhang Lei was a 4th-level martial artist, already at the 5th segment of the 4th level. "Kid, even if the King of Heaven comes today, he can't save you," Su Jian coldly shouted. As a 7th-level martial artist, there were few in Ansheng who could withstand him. Feng's expression grew serious. The other three were not too much of a pressure, but Su Jian gave him an unfathomable feeling. This feeling was something Feng had only experienced when he first met the martial god, Thunder King, and Madman. In other words, Su Jian before him was a master above the 6th level. It was astonishing that a master above the 6th level had come to kill him. Feng began to plan his escape route. In front of a martial artist surpassing the 6th level, even if he pulled out a submachine gun, it would be useless. The 5th-level submachine gun he could use was only effective against 5th-level martial artists. It would barely tickle a master above the 6th level. In this situation, the only option was to run. Without hesitation, Feng turned and unleashed the spirit snake body technique, suddenly bursting forth with all his speed, shooting away like a cannonball, fleeing into the distance. Although Feng was arrogant, he was not a fool. In this situation, not fleeing meant only one path to death. "Want to run? Let's see where you can go," Zhang Lei coldly shouted. He then activated his movement technique and chased after Feng. With his 4th level, 5th stage cultivation, and the 4th grade movement martial skill he quickly caught up to Feng. Zhang Lei held a red tassel spear, dark red spiritual energy swirling around it as he unleashed a 4th grade spear technique, the red Yuan spear. Seeing no way to escape, Feng was forced to fight back, activating the thunder light spear with lightning swirling around its tip and the sound of thunder roaring all around as he faced Zhang Lei's red Yuan spear. The two spears clashed, splitting the air. Boom! With a loud bang, both retreated simultaneously. Feng staggered back several dozen steps, while Zhang Lei only took one step back, clearly showing the difference in their strength. Taking advantage of the distance gained from the recoil, Feng desperately fled again, heading towards the direction of the in-city government. The mayor, Ling Tian, was there, and many powerful martial artists gathered there. In the martial arts era, to become a government official, one had to be a martial artist. The in-city government was the highest authority in martial power in-city. If Feng could reach there, he would be saved. "Humph, stubborn and unyielding," Zhang Lei snorted coldly, then continued to chase after Feng. Today, among the four of them, apart from him being a 4th-level martial artist, the other three were all above 4th level. Two of the other three were elders from the Lu family, both 5th level, 9th stage, while the other was the head of the Su family, a 7th-level martial artist. The three of them only let him take action because he wanted to toy with Feng to see if he could personally avenge his cousin Lu Feng by killing Feng. Zhang Lei caught up to Feng again, swiftly moving in front of him and thrust his spear, aiming directly for Feng's neck. Feng moved like a nimble serpent, dodging to the side, then suddenly leaped up, unleashing the 4th grade upper-tier martial skill, Cloud-Piercing Spear. The spear light was dazzling, piercing through clouds and breaking the moon, carrying the power to break through everything, directly stabbing at Zhang Lei. 4th grade martial skill, Zhang Lei exclaimed, "You do have some ability." However, he did not care, as a 4th level, 5th stage martial artist, even if Feng used a 4th grade martial skill, it would not close the gap between them. Zhang Lei raised his red tassel spear high, a terrifying spiritual energy erupting from his body, the temperature around him rising as if a blazing sun were rising, and he smashed the spear down towards Feng. 4th grade martial skill, the blazing sun spear. Bang! With a loud crash, Feng's spear collided with Zhang Lei's spear, and Feng's lightning spear light was directly shattered. Zhang Lei's terrifying power sent Feng flying backward, crashing hard to the ground, sliding along the surface for over 10 meters before coming to a stop, a massive wound appearing on his chest, blood flowing as if he had been burned by flames. Intense pain surged from Feng's chest, his copper skin and iron bones shone brightly, absorbing most of the damage from that spear. If it weren't for his copper skin and iron bones, that spear could have eviscerated him. At this moment, Su Jian and the two 5th level, 9th stage elders from the Lu family had already appeared behind Feng Feng, blocking his escape route. In front of him, Zhang Lei slowly approached, holding the red tassel spear. At this moment, Feng Feng felt as if there was no way out. Feng Feng slowly stood up from the ground, looking at the four with an extremely cold gaze, and roared, "I'll fight you to the end." After saying that, Feng Feng activated the Thunder Extreme Body, and in an instant, a terrifying surge of lightning energy erupted from within him. The black lightning patterns began to emerge on his bare upper body, continuously providing energy to Feng Feng, making him grow stronger. With the Thunder Extreme Body activated, Feng Feng's combat power surged more than tenfold as he charged towards Zhang Lei. The secret technique that can attack the soul-piercing spike, was unleashed, and the soul power of Feng Feng erupted instantly, transforming into an invisible spike that pierced towards Zhang Lei's mind. The soul-piercing spike was shadowless and formless, only martial arts masters beyond level 9 could sense it. Zhang Lei only felt a sense of crisis approaching, but he did not know where the danger came from. Puff! Struck by the soul-piercing spike, Zhang Lei instantly bled from his mouth and nose, his brain spinning. Feng Feng suddenly unleashed all his power, delivering a punch towards Su Jian, with purple lightning surging on his fist, which was the 4th grade martial technique, Thunder Fist. Boom! With a loud bang, a punch filled with destructive power, enhanced by the Thunder Extreme Body, directly sent Zhang Lei flying, his head exploding, killed on the spot. With the enhancement of the Thunder Extreme Body, Feng Feng's strength was already comparable to a level 4 warrior. Using the 4th grade martial technique Thunder Fist, a single punch had at least over 50 tons of force. Zhang Lei, having been hit by Feng Feng's mental attack, the soul-piercing spike, was dazed and had no power to resist, taking Feng Feng's punch head-on, naturally leading to his immediate death. Feng Feng could not care about that anymore. Since these people wanted him dead, killing one would break even, killing two would be a profit. Xiao Lei. Seeing Zhang Lei instantly killed by Feng Feng's punch, the two elders from the Lu family were momentarily stunned. Feng Feng was only at the 2nd level, 7th stage. No matter how he exploded, it was impossible for him to kill Zhang Lei with a single punch. They could not understand why Zhang Lei did not dodge just now, standing there foolishly and taking Feng Feng's full-force punch. However, there was no time to ponder this issue. Zhang Lei was the son of Zhang Kuan, the director of the Tianyang City Education Bureau. This time, he had come with them and was killed right under their noses. They would probably have a hard time explaining this to Zhang Kuan when they returned. "Kill this kid first," an elder from the Lu family roared, unleashing his 5th level, 9th stage power, charging towards Feng Feng. He attacked as a 5th level, 9th stage powerhouse. Even if Feng Feng was extraordinary, he would still die. At this moment, Feng Feng's killing intent surged, and the mental attack, soul-piercing spike, was unleashed again, the soul power transforming into an invisible spike aimed at the elder's brain. The elder was hit, and his speed slowed down, his mind somewhat dazed. At the 5th level, 9th stage, his soul was much stronger than Zhang Kuan's, and Feng Feng's mental attack could only cause him a momentary daze. But for Feng Feng, that was enough. Feng Feng's entire aura erupted, the divine ability Thunder Summoning Spell activated, and in the sky, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The surging power of lightning was summoned down by Feng Feng, converging with the lightning patterns on his body. "Go!" Feng Feng shouted, and the terrifying lightning gathered around him, striking towards the elder from the Lu family. The blue lightning, like a thunder dragon, instantly hit the elder, who was in a daze. The elder's body was struck by the lightning, purple arcs of electricity torturing him, illuminating the surrounding streets. Moments later, as the lightning dissipated, the elder's clothes were tattered, looking very disheveled, but he did not suffer much damage. His cultivation had already reached the 5th level, 9th stage, and this lower-tier lightning was hard to harm him. Seeing this, Feng felt despair. His strongest attack could not harm the person before him. What else could he do? "Kid, if you have any other means, use them. Today, you will surely die," the elder from the Lu family said with a grim expression, walking towards Feng Feng. Feng Feng's face turned fierce. He took out a 5th level energy rifle from the system space, preparing to shoot at the two. A 5th level energy gun could kill 5th level monsters, so it should work against these two. But just as Feng Feng picked up the 5th level energy gun and prepared to shoot, Su Jian, the head of the Su family, moved. His 7th level power erupted, moving at an unbelievable speed, and in an instant, he was in front of Feng Feng, striking out with a palm that sent Feng Feng flying, the energy gun slipping from his grasp and crashing onto the distant street. Feng felt as if he had been hit by a high-speed train. Blood streamed from his nose and mouth, splattering onto the street ahead. He didn't know How many bones in his chest were broken? His body felt as if it were about to fall apart. The only reason he wasn't dead was because of his Thunder Extreme Body and Copper Skin Iron Bones, along with the Blood God Immortal Body's enhancement, which granted him incredible defensive power. If an ordinary second-level, 7th-stage martial artist had received a palm strike from Su Jian, they would likely be reduced to a pile of bones in an instant. Even a 5th-level, 9th-stage martial artist would find it hard to survive a strike from Su Jian. "It's time to end you," Su Jian said coldly. He had been watching Feng Feng's movements and knew he had an energy gun, so he was not careless. This 5th-level energy gun, while unable to harm him, could still pose a threat to the 2 members of the Lu family accompanying him if Feng Feng fired it. The 3 of them stepped forward into the street, preparing to finish off Feng Feng and leave the city. However, just as the 3 were about to check the street ahead, they found that Feng Feng, who had just been sent flying, had vanished without a trace, leaving only a pool of blood on the ground. "Where is he?" the 2 elders from the Lu family asked in confusion, having clearly seen him get knocked in. "How could he suddenly disappear?" "He took my palm strike, he won't last long. We need to chase him," Su Jian said. The 3 began to search the area. At that moment, in the system space, Feng Feng consumed the top-tier healing potion left to him by the old demon me in the ruins, and his injuries began to heal. He was severely injured, and if he didn't receive timely treatment, he might not survive for long. The top-tier healing potion from me was considered a holy medicine. Me had once said that as long as Feng Feng had a breath left, taking the potion would heal him. Feng Feng rested in the system space for 3 days, fully recovering from his injuries. Afterward, he practiced in the system space for a month before preparing to emerge. The system space could still accommodate him for 7 more days, so Feng Feng planned to leave a buffer of 7 days if he was discovered. Outside, he could immediately retreat back. After all, the system space was in sync with his mind, allowing him to enter at any time. Spending a month in the system space felt like only a minute had passed in the outside world. In that minute, Su Jian and the 2 Lu family experts had already left the street, pursuing in another direction. They believed Feng Feng couldn't have gone far and didn't want to waste time lingering in the street. There was nowhere to hide on the street. Feng Feng couldn't possibly still be hiding there. In just a minute, at their speed, the 3 had already moved far away, well beyond the vicinity of the street. As soon as Feng Feng exited the system space, he burst into full speed, desperately running toward the in-city government. After running for over 100 meters, he collided with Mayor Ling Tian and others, who were heading toward the Li family. Seeing Feng Feng rushing forward as if being chased, Ling Tian quickly ordered the car to stop. He and several high-ranking officials from the in-city government got out and approached Feng Feng. Ling Tian was furious. How dare someone chase Feng Feng on his turf? It was practically a death wish. Feng Feng had caught the attention of the martial god, and before the Thunder King left, he had given Feng Feng plenty of pills to enhance his cultivation, instructing him to take good care of Feng Feng. Since Feng Feng practiced the Thunder technique, he was considered half a disciple of the Thunder King. Just a few days ago, relying on the pills given by the Thunder King, Ling Tian had already broken through to a 7th-level martial artist. The high-ranking officials beside him were also 6th-level experts, and he was eager to see who dared to act against someone favored by the martial god on his territory. Seeing Ling Tian and the others getting out of the car ahead, Feng Feng's eyes filled with tears, his heart brimming with grievance. "Finally, you've come. You have no idea what I just went through. With 4,500 words in 2 major chapters, I'm typing this on my phone at a barbershop, still getting my haircut. I haven't even had dinner yet. I'll get a stylish haircut first, then enjoy a nice meal before heading back to continue writing. There should still be time today." Ling Tian stepped forward, patted Feng Feng's shoulder, and said, "A man does not shed tears lightly. Tell your uncle who is chasing you." Feng Feng suppressed the grievance in his heart and said, "There are 4 assassins, none of whom I recognize. One of them should be at least level 7, the other 2 are at level 5, 9th stage, and the last one is at level 4, 5th stage. I have already killed him. 4 assassins, 2 at level 5, 9th stage, and 1 above level 7. Ling Tian's expression grew serious as he said, "Come back to the government with me immediately." Soon, they got into the car and headed towards the in-city government. A master above level 7 might be difficult for him to handle. He had just broken through to level 7, 1st stage, a few days ago, and was still not very skilled in controlling various powers. If he encountered a master above level 7, the outcome would be uncertain. Feng Feng was someone the martial god had his eye on. There could be no mistakes, and he could not take that risk. Once they reached the in-city government, they would be safe. With that person there, even a martial arts grandmaster would not be a threat. In the car, Ling Tian asked, "Who did you offend? Why would a martial artist above level 7 come after you?" Upon hearing this, Feng Feng began to think. A force that could mobilize a level 7 martial artist was clearly not an ordinary one. Feng Feng should not have any enemies in city. He had only offended the two major families, the Yuan family and the Li family. The Li family had just been wiped out by him, and the remaining Yuan family did not have the capability to hire a level 7 martial artist to deal with him. So it must be enemies from elsewhere. Feng Feng had offended people from two places while in the Blessed Land. One was from Shun City, where the Chao family and the Zhou family had just sent experts to ambush him, resulting in over 60 experts being killed. However, the strongest among these families, the Chao family, was only a level 6 martial arts family, with no level 7 martial artists present. It couldn't be them. That left the people from Tianyang City. The 13 people he had killed in the ruins, including Su Lei and Lu Feng, were from Tianyang City. Feng Feng was not very clear about the backgrounds of these 13 people. Perhaps among them were members of a level 7 martial arts family. After all, it was not surprising for a city like Tianyang to have level 7 or even level 8 martial arts families. Only Qin Yu and Peian knew about Feng Feng killing the 13 people in the ruins. If the two were discovered, Feng Feng was unsure whether they would expose him. There were many students from Tianyang City who entered the Blessed Land, and quite a few people knew that Lu Feng and the others had entered the ruins. If the families of the 13 killed investigated, it would be easy to trace it back to Qin. Yuan Pei and Feng Feng explained to Ling Tian in detail about killing Xiao Yi and others from Shun City, as well as Su Lei, Lu Feng, and the others from Tianyang City. After listening, Ling Tian nodded and did not blame Feng Feng. In such matters, one must kill when necessary. Being merciful to enemies is being cruel to oneself. Ling Tian pondered. Indeed, there was a level 7 martial arts family, the Su family, in Tianyang City. He wondered if they had sent someone to ambush Feng Feng. This matter could be investigated later. For now, it was best to take Feng Feng back to the In-City government for protection. At the In-City government, with a martial arts grandmaster stationed there, anyone who dared to come would be seeking death. The Huaxia government, whether in first-tier cities, second-tier cities, or third-tier cities, had martial arts grandmasters stationed to ensure government authority and to prevent powerful beasts from suddenly invading the city through spatial rifts, causing destruction. Meanwhile, as Feng Feng was on his way to the In-City government, on the streets behind them, Su Jian and two elders from the Lu family rushed back from afar and gathered together. "This kid seems to have vanished into thin air," Su Jian snorted coldly. He had just searched several streets along the way and found no trace of an escape. How strange. According to logic, this kid is seriously injured and fleeing. He should have left behind bloodstains. "We haven't found anything either." The two elders of the Lu family spoke up. They had searched several streets along the way but found nothing. Su Jian remained silent for a few seconds and said, "We should first take Zhang Lei's body back to Zhang Kuan. This matter will be difficult to explain to Zhang Kuan. His lively son was studying at Southeast University, gifted and full of potential, the hope for Zhang Kuan's future. They brought him to In-City, and in the end, they returned with a corpse. 1 7th level warrior, 2 5th level 9th warriors, and 1 4th level 5th warrior went to ambush a 2nd level 7th high school student, and yet one of them was killed by the opponent. No one could make sense of it. Most importantly, that kid managed to escape in the end. They didn't even know if he was dead or alive." Su Jian's expression was somewhat grim. He felt responsible for this incident. When Feng Feng killed Zhang Lei with a punch, he had thought Zhang Lei would dodge. Who would have known that Zhang Lei just stood there, as if he had lost his soul, not avoiding it, and was killed by Feng Feng's punch? This led to his failure to provide timely assistance. "That kid took one of my strikes, his organs have been shattered. Even a deity couldn't save him," Su Jian said. "Let's return to Tianyang City and wait for news. If that kid isn't dead, we can deal with him during the college entrance examination." The college entrance examination for warriors. Talented candidates with a cultivation level above 2nd level must gather in provincial cities for assessment. If Feng Feng isn't dead by then, once he arrives in Tianyang City for the exam, which is their territory, they will ensure he has no way to escape. If Feng, the most gifted student in In-City, were to suddenly die tonight, it would definitely make major news. They would return to Tianyang City and wait to see if Feng Feng was truly dead. Meanwhile, as the three left In-City with Zhang Lei's body, Feng Feng and Ling Tian had already returned to the In-City government. Ling Tian immediately took Feng Feng to a building deep within the government, seeking the only martial arts master stationed in In-City. For the time being, Feng Feng would likely need the protection of this martial arts master before they discovered who was behind the assassination attempt on him. The martial arts master stationed in In-City was named Xiang Da, an elderly man over 50. Upon seeing Ling Tian and Feng Feng arrive, and after Ling Tian explained the situation to Master Xiang, the master was furious. How dare someone openly attempt to assassinate Feng Feng on his territory? It was simply a blatant disregard for him. Before leaving, King Lei had spoken with Master Xiang, who was well aware of Feng Feng's background. He was someone favored by the martial god, destined to soar to great heights in the future. If someone were to be assassinated on his territory, the martial god would be enraged, and who could bear the consequences? Investigate. Find out who is sending people to assassinate my little brother Feng Feng. Once we identify the mastermind behind this, I will personally pay them a visit and eliminate them. Master Xiang said solemnly. Those little bastards were simply too arrogant. Master Xiang, please calm down. We are already sending people to investigate, Ling Tian said. We should have results soon. The last update has been sent. Everyone, please leave your positive reviews. The Su family of Tianyang has a lot of suspicion, Ling Tian said, and then recounted the grievances that Feng Feng had with the major families of Tianyang in the Blessed Land. The Su family of Tianyang is just a 7th level martial arts family. Master Xiang snorted coldly and said, investigate thoroughly. If it really is the Su family, I will personally pay them a visit to let them know why the flowers are so red. Although Master Xiang was over 50, his speech was not rigid at all. He was humorous and kept up with the trends of the times. Ling Tian nodded and said, I have already sent someone to start the investigation. When the time comes, we will bring all the photos of the Su family members for Feng Feng to identify one by one. If it is indeed the work of the Su family, they cannot be let off lightly. Ling Tian looked at Master Xiang and said, before we find out the mastermind behind this, I will trouble Master Xiang with Feng Feng's safety in the next few days. No problem, Master Xiang said. Feng Feng can go to school normally during the day, and you can arrange for experts to protect him along the way. He can return to my place at night. Here. Unless a master-level expert comes, any martial artist below that will have to kneel, no matter how many come. Ling Tian nodded, naturally trusting Master Xiang's strength. Master Xiang was now at the 7th grade master level, a top existence among masters. Ling Tian looked at Feng Feng and said, in 12 days, it will be the National Martial Arts College entrance examination. With your current talent and strength, you are the best in city, and you have the opportunity to represent in city and aim for the top 100 in the Southeast Province, competing for the 2 major super universities in the country. But aiming for the top 100 in the province isn't the same as being the top scorer in the province, right? Feng Feng retorted. Being the top scorer in the province is probably a bit difficult, Ling Tian shook his head and said. Indeed, aiming for the top scorer in the province is quite challenging, Master Xiang also spoke up. The top scorer in the Southeast Province is almost guaranteed to get into one of the top 10 super universities in the world. Back in my day, I only managed to rank 99th in the province, which is quite a distance from the top scorer. Is it really that hard to be the top scorer in the province? Feng Feng asked. Of course. It's hard, Master Xiang explained. 50 years ago, when I took the college entrance examination, my cultivation had already reached the first stage of the 4th level, which is 3 stages higher than you now, and I only ranked 99th in the province. So, you tell me if it's hard or not. Fortunately, I was still admitted to the Dragon University of Huaxia in the end, and now I've achieved the master level, which I owe a lot to Dragon University. Feng Feng was somewhat shocked. Master Xiang's cultivation had actually reached the first stage of the 4th level during his college entrance examination, and he only ranked 99th. In the province. Were the candidates in that year so formidable, or have they always been so formidable, but there were just too few known experts? Seeing that Feng Feng was shocked, Master Xiang changed the subject, fearing it would dampen Feng Feng's confidence, and said, have you thought about which university to apply to? I don't have a specific target yet, but it will definitely be one of the 2 super universities in Huaxia, Dragon University or Yanhuan University, Feng Feng said. Among the top 10 super universities in the world, 2 are in Huaxia, Dragon University and Yanhuan University. That's good. Work hard and achieve excellent results in the college entrance examination, and you will have more choices, Master Xiang said. In fact, in Huaxia, besides the 2 super universities, there are also many first-class universities ranked in the top 100 in the country, which are quite good, such as Jitian University, Tongyuan University, and Canaan University, all of which have produced experts surpassing the master level. After the 9th level martial artist, there are many more levels: master level, supreme level, martial king level, battle emperor level, and emperor level. We'll talk about it later, Feng Feng replied, knowing that there were indeed other martial arts universities in the country to choose from. Zhejiang University in the south, Canaan University in the north, and Tongyuan University along the coast, all of which have produced supreme and battle emperor level experts, cannot be underestimated. But his goal is the two super universities of Huaxia, Yanhuang University and Shenlong University. He is not very interested in other universities. Seeing Feng Feng a bit proud and complacent, Ling Tian explained, in the southeast province, there are countless talents. And in city ranks at the bottom among all cities in the southeast province, the strongest candidate here is only a level 2 martial artist. The top 5 cities in the southeast province, like Tianyang City, have a prodigy from the Su family, a level 7 martial arts family, whose cultivation has reached level 3, stage 7. Not to mention those from level 8 martial arts families, level 9 martial arts families, and even more powerful master families, who have cultivated prodigies. This time, the reward quotas for the blessed lands in the southeast province are divided into level 2 and level 3 blessed land reward quotas. What you have obtained is merely a level 3 blessed land reward quota. The level 3 blessed land reward quota can only be entered by prodigy students below level 4, while the level 2 blessed land reward quota can be entered by prodigy students below level 8. The strongest batch of prodigies in the southeast province entered the level 2 blessed land, starting from a much stronger position than you. In your cohort, the strongest prodigy from the martial arts family, the martial king family, awakened their martial arts talent at the age of 8. And their cultivation has now broken through to level 5, stage 4, making them a favorite to win in this cohort of the southeast province. Other slightly weaker martial arts families, like the Supreme Family, Master Family, level 9 martial artist families, and level 8 martial artist families, have also produced quite a few prodigies at level 5 and level 4. During the recent college entrance examination sprint, they all entered the level 2 blessed land for further study, and their cultivation has made rapid progress, becoming the hope of the entire southeast province. I say this to remind you not to be proud and complacent. Ranking first among the candidates and in city does not mean much. Once you leave in city, you may not be first in the southeast province, and looking at the whole country, there are countless prodigies emerging. I heard that in the imperial capital, there is a heavenly beauty from a great emperor family who, at the age of 5, was cleansed by a powerful being at the emperor level, awakening her martial arts talent. Since childhood, she has been nurtured with countless heavenly materials and treasures, and now, before the college entrance examination, her cultivation has already broken through to level 6, stage 9, just one step away from level 7. Compared to such prodigies from great emperor families, you are still far behind. Young man, do not aim too high. Today's earth is full of hidden talents. In Huaxia, with a population of 3 billion, such prodigies can emerge, and with a global population of 2 billion. The prodigies from various countries combined are countless. You cannot be too proud and complacent. Ling Tian understood that although Feng Feng had a top-tier heavenly talent, he started too late. Those who awakened their talents early were born into powerful martial arts families, with unparalleled strong family members nurturing their bones and cleansing their marrow from a young age, establishing an incredibly solid foundation. Moreover, these families are wealthy, so they do not have to worry about cultivation resources and can focus entirely on their training. Feng Feng still has a long way to go if he wants to surpass them. In this world, there are at least 8,000 super martial arts families with levels above 9. The prodigies cultivated by these super martial arts families generally have a cultivation level of no less than level 5 before the college entrance examination. These prodigies are the ones targeted by the two major super universities in Huaxia. If your goal is set on these two super universities, your opponents are them, not the students from An City, Ling Tian reminded. The students from An City can only aim for the top 100 martial arts universities in Huaxia. As for the two super universities, that is impossible, Ling Tian said. Keep it up, the road ahead of you is still very long. I understand, Feng Feng said, with some emotion. He thought he was invincible among the college entrance examination students in An City and was extremely arrogant, believing that his position as the top scorer in the southeast province was secure. Little did he know, he was merely ignorant and a frog in a well. This world is much larger than he imagined, with numerous families and countless prodigies, far beyond what a small An City could measure. Feng Feng was born into an ordinary martial artist family and could only engage in simple physical training until his martial arts talent awakened, allowing him to begin cultivating the limits of the human body. The awakening of martial arts talent can be divided into two types: active awakening and passive awakening. Active awakening occurs when one reaches a certain age and awakens naturally, while passive awakening involves using special means to forcibly awaken martial arts talent before reaching the appropriate age. If martial arts talent awakens naturally, it generally happens around the age of 16 or 17. Feng Feng's parents were just two ordinary level 2 martial artists and could not use other means to make Feng Feng's talent awaken early. They could only wait for him to reach the right age for an active awakening. Thus, like 80% of the students taking the college entrance examination nationwide, Feng Feng only actively awakened his martial arts talent at the age of 17 and began cultivating the limits of the human body. From the start, he was already far behind others. Those students from powerful martial arts families had excellent conditions and had their talents awakened early by family elders before reaching 17, giving them a head start. However, Feng Feng was confident he could surpass them. Although he started late, he had the system as an external aid, a top-tier talent, and the martial god as a resource machine, ensuring his cultivation resources would not be lacking, allowing him to catch up. Give him time, and he would definitely surpass these people. Reflecting on his earlier words, fearing he might discourage Feng Feng, Ling Tian said, after the college entrance examination, before the scores are released, students with a cultivation level above level 2 can participate in a special recruitment trial for prestigious universities. If you pass the trial, you can qualify for special recruitment with lowered admission scores. You can give it a try then. Feng Feng nodded. He was aware of this special recruitment trial. Some outstanding candidates could obtain admission quotas with lowered scores through it. There are over 1,000 martial arts universities in Huaxia, and the top 100 prestigious universities have very high admission scores, making it quite difficult to get accepted. This special recruitment trial is a shortcut, jointly organized by the top 100 martial arts universities in the country. If one meets the conditions, they can be admitted with lowered scores. Although Feng Feng was confident in his strength, he still intended to participate in this trial to leave himself a backup plan if something unexpected happened in the college entrance examination. He could still gain admission through the special recruitment trial. Currently, Feng Feng's cultivation level was at level 2. Stage 7, but his actual combat power was already comparable to a level 4, Stage 9 martial artist. He had made up his mind to raise his cultivation level to at least level 3, Stage 1 in the final 12 days, enhancing his combat power further. At the same time, he should also start practicing new martial skills, such as level 5 spear techniques and body techniques, as a bridge for his cross-level battles. Beside him, Master Xiang spoke up. If you have any questions about martial arts, feel free to ask me. However, with your talent, you probably won't need to ask many questions. Given time, you will grow. Master Xiang understands that with Feng Feng's top-tier talent at the heavenly level, he learns anything incredibly fast, so there's naturally no need for him to provide too much guidance. The path of martial arts is vast and boundless. Master Xiang has already reached the realm of a master, and the roads he has traveled far exceed mine. His insights are not something I can compare to. If I have any doubts, I will naturally seek advice from Master Xiang, Feng Feng replied, subtly flattering Master Xiang. People enjoy praise, no one likes to be denied by others. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Master Xiang felt instantly pleased and said, "You flatter me, little brother. Once Ling Tian finds out the mastermind behind the assassination attempt on you, I will definitely help you take revenge. In the future, if you encounter anyone you can't deal with, just mention my name." Master Xiang now directly referred to Feng Feng as his brother. This kid is not bad. Even with top-tier heavenly talent and a martial god backing him, he remains humble and unassuming. His future is limitless. Thank you, big brother, Feng Feng said excitedly. Having a master-level ally is certainly something he welcomes. That night, Feng Feng directly stayed at the city government, residing in a villa with Master Xiang. At the same time, in Tianyang City. That night, Su Jian and the two elders from the Lu family had already brought Zhang Lei's corpse back to Tianyang City and handed it over to Zhang Kuan. Zhang Kuan looked at his son Zhang Lei's corpse, his expression dark to the extreme, and his voice chillingly cold, said, "If that little bastard is dead tonight, then it's fine, but if he isn't, when he comes to Tianyang City for the college entrance examination, I will definitely make a move and tear his body to pieces." Su Jian and the two Lu family elders beside him felt the murderous intent of the director of the Tianyang City Education Bureau, Zhang Kuan. Although Zhang Kuan was a civil official as the Education Bureau director of a provincial city, his cultivation was not something the Education Bureau director of Anqing could compare to. His cultivation had already reached the level of an 8th grade martial artist, and when he got angry, few could resist. Meanwhile, in Ansheng, the culprit Feng Feng had already begun to practice nervously, waiting for the martial artist college entrance examination to arrive. In the next 12 days, apart from going to school, Feng Feng returned to practice. To quickly improve his cultivation, Feng Feng adjusted the training time in the system space to 1 day. Now in the system space, he stopped practicing Demon 8 visualization, Thunder God incantation, and Soul Pursuit stab. These three were not very useful for quickly enhancing his strength at the moment. In 24 hours, Feng Feng spent all the freed up time on Thunder Technique, Blood God Immortal Body, and 2 new 5th grade martial skills, the 5th grade Body Technique Koi Body Technique and the 5th grade Spear Technique Blood Thunder Spear. 12 days passed. Due to Feng Feng increasing the intensity of his Thunder Technique training, his cultivation had already risen to the 2nd stage of the 3rd level. The Blood God Immortal Body had also been cultivated to the 2nd level's perfection, and the 2 5th grade martial skills Koi Body Technique and Blood Thunder Spear had also been perfected. Opening the attribute panel, host, Feng Feng cultivation, 3rd level, 2nd stage, 5-star super martial artist, spirit, 3200, 4th level, 3rd stage, vitality, 32,000, 4th level, 2nd stage, speed, 320 meters per second, 4th level, 2nd stage, strength, 32T, 4th level, 2nd stage, physical strength, 5th level, 3rd stage, number of times to enter system space, 0 times spirit at 4th level, 3rd stage, physical defense comparable to 5th level, 3rd stage, strong. With the enhancement of the Thunder Extreme Body, along with the 2 5th grade martial skills, and the ancient divine ability Thunder God Incantation, and the secret method of Spirit Attack Soul Pursuit spell, Feng Feng's current combat power was comparable to a 5th level, 5th stage martial artist. In the college entrance examination, the most important thing is not cultivation, but combat power. The stronger the combat power, the higher the score in the martial artist practical assessment. Tomorrow is the day to go to the provincial city Tianyang City to prepare for the martial artist college entrance examination. Feng Feng's combat power had already reached the level of top talents in the Southeast Province, with a chance to compete for the top scorer in the Southeast Province college entrance examination. For top talents, they can only go to the province for the college entrance examination. Because the martial artist college entrance examination is different from the general college entrance examination, the martial artist college entrance examination requires martial assessments, which are practical assessments. The cultural assessment accounts for 10% of the score, the human limit accounts for 50%, and the practical assessment accounts for 40%. As long as one becomes a first-grade martial artist, they can get full marks in the human limit basic score, and the cultural assessment score of 10% is not much different for everyone. The score that makes the most difference is the martial artist practical assessment. The higher the practical assessment score, the higher the final college entrance examination score will be. The practical assessment is mainly based on unlimited challenges, with a dedicated simulation area for students to assess. The practical assessment simulation area in Ansheng can only accommodate students below the 3rd level for practical assessments. Those above the 3rd level can only go to the provincial city. Therefore, tomorrow Feng Feng must go to the provincial city Tianyang City for the college entrance examination. During this time, Ling Tian has already discovered that the 4 who ambushed Feng Feng that day were from the Su family of Tianyang City, along with members of the Lu family, and Zhang Lei, the son of Zhang Kuan, the director of the Tianyang City Education Bureau. This time, when heading to Tianyang City, he personally accompanied Feng Feng to ensure his safety and to deal with the Su and Lu families. Since they dared to act against Feng Feng on their own turf, he could not be blamed for being ruthless towards someone. It's the 3rd watch now. Today's update ends here, and tomorrow will continue with more excitement. In the entire N city, only Feng Feng is qualified to participate in the college entrance examination in Tianyang City. The remaining more than 30,000 candidates all have cultivation levels below level 3 and can take the exam in N city. Feng Feng is now fully prepared and will head to Tianyang City early tomorrow morning to take the exam. Tianyang City. The major martial arts families, including the Su family and the Lu family, have all gathered at the home of Zhang Kuan, the director of the Tianyang City Education Bureau. 10 days ago, Su Jian, the head of the Su family, along with 2 elders from the Lu family and Zhang Lei, the son of Zhang Kuan, attempted to ambush Feng Feng in N city, but their plan failed. Moreover, one Zhang Lei was killed, which made that kid Feng Feng more vigilant, always having someone accompany him for protection. Tomorrow, when Feng Feng arrives in Tianyang City for the exam, it will be their best opportunity to strike. This is our best chance, Zhang Kuan said with deep resentment. For the revenge of my son, I will ensure that this kid's soul is severed in the underworld. Director Zhang, rest assured, this time our families will act together, and we will make sure this Kid has no way to escape, Su Jian assured. Last time, due to his failed ambush, Zhang Lei was killed by Feng Feng, and this time, he would not let such a thing happen again. The next day, Feng Feng, along with Master Xiang and several government martial artists, set off early for Tianyang City. Ling Tian and Huan Anhua, as the officials of An City, could not leave during such an important time as the college entrance examination and had to remain in An City to reassure the candidates. They could only let Master Xiang take Feng Feng to Tianyang City for the exam, as with Master Xiang present, Feng Feng's safety was guaranteed. If they couldn't even deal with enemies that Master Xiang could not handle, their presence would be useless. Upon arriving in Tianyang City, Master Xiang and the others directly escorted Feng Feng to the cultural examination venue. At the cultural examination venue, Feng Feng had already prepared his admission ticket, ID, and everything else. The college entrance examination first consists of a cultural assessment, followed by a practical assessment. The cultural assessment is a comprehensive test paper that includes knowledge of language, mathematics, English, politics, history, geography, physics, chemistry, and biology, accounting for 10% of the total score. Do well on the exam, we will wait for you outside, Master Xiang said. After the exam, I will go deal with the experts who tried to ambush you earlier. Okay, Feng Feng nodded. I will finish the college entrance examination first, then deal with them. When I go, everyone wait for my good news. Feng Feng entered the examination room. Good luck, Master Xiang and several government martial artists encouraged. Wait for good news, Feng Feng replied with a smile. You will witness the birth of a college entrance examination champion. Feng Feng laughed heartily and entered the examination room with many other candidates, disappearing from everyone's sight. Ambitious, then we will wait for your good news, Master Xiang said, looking in the direction where Feng Feng had disappeared. In these 12 days, living together with Feng Feng, he witnessed Feng Feng's progress firsthand. In 12 days, his cultivation level rose by 4 stages, which was astonishing. No wonder he caught the attention of the martial god. With such a monstrous talent and terrifying ability to challenge levels, he might really create miracles and possibly win the championship in the college entrance examination. The strongest prodigy in this year's Southeast Province is the favored daughter of the strongest martial king family in the Southeast Province, who awakened her martial arts talent at the age of 8 through her grandfather's extraordinary spiritual power. Her cultivation level has now reached level 5, stage 5, making her a strong contender for the championship in this year's college entrance examination. In the Southeast Province, next are several supreme prodigies, with cultivation levels around level 5, stage 1, who are expected to rank in the top 10 in the province. The remaining prodigies who are likely to rank in the top 100 in the province all have cultivation levels above level 4. Most of whom are from level 8 and level 9 martial arts families, as well as from master families. If Feng Feng wants to win the championship in the Southeast Province college entrance examination, he must score higher than them. Feng Feng's confidence in himself is unknown where it comes from, and they secretly look forward to it. In the afternoon, after finishing the cultural assessment, Feng Feng is confident that he can score 90%. Tomorrow is the martial artist practical assessment. He has already achieved full marks in the human limit score, as long as he makes a stunning impression. In the martial artist practical assessment, he can crush everyone. The martial artist college entrance examination primarily focuses on the practical assessment. The cultural assessment and human limit scores serve as the basic scores, and everyone's results are not far apart. The martial artist practical assessment is the key to widening the gap. That evening, Master Xiang took Feng Feng to meet someone, the governor of the Southeast Province, Duan Yang. As someone favored by the martial god, Duan Yang had received instructions to pay special attention to Feng Feng. Now that Feng Feng had come to Tianyang City to participate in the college entrance examination, it was natural to pay a visit to the governor. Duan Yang, as the governor of the Southeast Province, is not simple. He is at the 9th rank of the Martial King realm, one of the 2 strongest in the Jiangnan province. After visiting Governor Duan Yang, Feng Feng returned to the hotel, did nothing, and after cultivating in the system space, he had a good sleep to prepare for the practical assessment the next day. The next day, at the first examination venue in Tianyang City, Feng Feng gathered with all the top students from the Southeast Province who had a cultivation level above the 3rd rank, preparing for the practical assessment. In the Southeast Province, the total number of 3rd-year students is over 1 million. However, those who have broken through the 3rd rank are only about 1,000, a ratio of 1 in 1,000. These 1,000 are the top of the top among the Southeast Province's talents, the prodigies among prodigies, and the hope of the future of the Southeast Province. The first examination. Venue in Tianyang City has 500 simulation combat rooms for those above the third rank to conduct their practical assessments. The simulation combat rooms can simulate opponents ranging from first-level ferocious beasts to ninth-level demon beasts for the candidates to assess their skills. The more demon beasts defeated in the simulation combat rooms, the higher the assessment score. Duan Yang, the governor of the Southeast Province, Chen Mo, the director of the Southeast Province Education Bureau, Su Chen, the mayor of Tianyang City, Zheng Kuan, the director of the Tianyang City Education Bureau, and other official figures all gathered at the first examination venue to accompany the candidates during the practical assessment. Around the first examination venue, countless high-level martial police held submachine guns to maintain order, and there were also masters and supreme-level experts lurking in the shadows to prevent any disturbances. The main concern was some demon beasts that surpassed the 9th level and could change their form, coming to cause destruction and kill the talented humans. Some prestigious families of masters and supreme families had younger prodigies participating in this year's college entrance examination, and the families would send top experts to accompany them. One reason is to protect the safety of their younger prodigies, and the other is to encourage them. After all, having family-level masters accompany them to the college entrance examination is a demonstration of strength. There are 500 simulation combat rooms in the examination venue, and all candidates are divided into 2 batches to enter. In the preparation area of the first examination venue, Governor Duan Yang looked at a beautiful girl candidate in front of him and said gently, "Ting Ting, are you confident about becoming the top scorer in this college entrance examination?" "Don't worry, Grandpa, I've got this top score locked down," replied the girl named Chu Ting Ting with a confident fist. She is the prodigy of the first martial king family in the Southeast Province, the Chu family, and the top prodigy candidate of this year's Southeast Province examination, with a cultivation level of 5 levels in 5 segments. Chu Tingting's grandfather, Chu Junlin, is a 9th rank martial king, just one step away from becoming a war emperor. Chu Junlin and Governor Duan Yang are both recognized as the 2 strongest in the Southeast Province, equal in strength. "That's good to hear." Duan Yang nodded and said, "Come with me, Grandpa will introduce you to a new friend." "New friend? What new friend?" Chu Tingting asked, puzzled. "You'll know when you get there," Duan Yang said with a mysterious smile, leading Chu Tingting toward Feng Feng. As someone favored by the martial god, Feng Feng possesses top-tier heavenly talent, with limitless potential for the future, and his granddaughter is also a heavenly prodigy. Introducing them to each other could spark something good if they are fated. "Guess what, is this Chu Ting the female lead?" Standing in front of Feng Feng, Duan Yang introduced him to Chu Tingting, saying, "This is Feng Feng, a very nice young man." "Hello, Chu Tingting." Chu Tingting extended her hand and introduced herself. Feng Feng reached out his hand and shook hers. Feng Tingting is from the same cohort as you and will be participating in the prestigious school special recruitment assessment in a few days, Duan Yang said. "I wanted to introduce you in advance so you can look out for each other." Feng nodded and looked at Chu Tingting, noticing that she didn't seem very interested in him. It seemed she looked down on him for being less skilled. Perhaps the only reason she was even talking to him and shaking his hand was because of Duan Yang's influence. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't have even glanced at him. Seeing Chu Tingting's attitude, Feng also lost interest. After greeting Feng, Chu Tingting said to Duan Yang, "Grandpa, the assessment is about to start, so I'll go prepare." Go ahead," Duan Yang nodded, feeling a bit awkward. He could tell that Chu Tingting seemed quite indifferent to Feng. "Granddaughter, you really don't understand your grandpa's good intentions. With such an attitude, you might miss out on a true dragon." Feng's current skills were not high, but that was because his martial arts talent awakened too late. Duan Yang was well aware of the terrifying potential of Feng's top-tier talent. With a rapid cultivation speed, in just a few years, Feng would reach a terrifying height, and by then, they would probably have to look up to him. "Granddaughter, you only see that his skills are lower than yours, but you don't know his limitless potential." "Oh well, fate is something that cannot be explained. Without fate, even if he tries to connect them, it won't work." As Chu Tingting walked away, Duan Yang chatted with Feng and the 2 masters for a bit before turning to leave. Now, the candidates began preparing to enter the simulated combat room for the practical assessment. 1,000 people were divided into 2 batches, with Chu Tingting arranged to be in the first batch. Feng was assigned to the second batch. The first batch of 500 consisted of the top 500 in terms of skill level, with Chu Tingting being the highest among them at level 5, stage 5. The remaining 499 included 13 level 5 candidates and 97 level 4 candidates. There were 389 candidates ranging from Level 3, Stage 5 to Level 3, Stage 9. The second batch of 500 consisted entirely of candidates with skill levels from Level 3, Stage 1 to Level 3, Stage 5. During the practical assessment, everyone's attention was focused on the 111 candidates with skill levels above 4. Students below Level 4 did not attract much interest. Candidates below Level 4 had little hope of breaking into the top 100 prestigious schools in China, let alone the two super universities ranked in the top 10 globally, Shenlong and Yanhua. Soon, the assessment began, and the candidates ranked in the top 500, including Chu Tingting, started entering the simulated combat room for the practical assessment. Outside, time passed second by second, and everyone was eager to see who would be this year's top scorer in the Southeast Province College entrance examination. Would it be Chu Tingting from the Wu Wang family? Or perhaps Shiro or Wan Wei from the major supreme families, or Yu Hodong? All three came from the supreme families of the Southeast Province, which had dozens of such families, but only 3 were participating in this year's exam. Wan Hui from the Wan family had a skill level of 5, Stage 4, just below Chu Tingting, while Yu Hodong from the Yu family and Shiro from the Shi family both had a skill level of 5, Stage 3, falling short compared to Chu Tingting and Wan Hui. However, they were still among the top 4 in skill level. The remaining 10 candidates who had broken through Level 5 had skill levels ranging from Level 5, Stage 1 to Level 5, Stage 2, all coming from the master families of the Southeast Province. The director of the Provincial Education Bureau, Chen Mo, the mayor of Tianyang City, Su Chen, and a supreme from the Wu Wang family, along with supremes from the 3 major families Shi, Wan, and Yu, were discussing the popular candidates for this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination. The supreme of the Chu family said lightly, "This time, the top scorer of the college entrance examination must belong to our Chu family. The Chu family's Chu Tingting may have a higher cultivation level than my Wan family's Wan Hui, but after all, she is just a woman, spoiled since childhood. In terms of combat power, my Wan family's Wan Hui is still stronger," the supreme of the Wan family replied. Wan Hui is currently at the 5th level, 4th stage, and has already mastered 2 types of 4th grade high-level martial arts. Moreover, under the protection of the experts from my Wan family, he often fights against demon beasts in the demon beast forest, accumulating combat experience. This time, the top scorer of the college entrance examination must belong to my Wan family. Wan family supreme, you are speaking too early, the supreme of the Shi family retorted. Although the younger generations of your 2 families have a higher cultivation level than my Shi family's genius Shiro, the difference of 1 or 2 stages is not that significant. My Shiro entered the 2nd level blessed land before the college entrance examination and gained considerable inheritance. In the practical assessment of the college entrance examination, he may not be unable to suppress the geniuses of your 2 families. The supreme of the Chu family and the supreme of the Wan family snorted coldly, not bothering to refute. Since you, the supreme of the Shi family, are so confident, let's wait for the results. We will see which families' younger generation can win the top scorer of the college entrance examination. The remaining supreme of the Yu family did not engage in any debate with the others. His Yu family's genius Yu Hodong had an extraordinary talent for swordsmanship since childhood and had now cultivated a 5th grade sword technique to a small success. With the support of the 5th grade sword technique, he would surely shine in this practical assessment of the college entrance examination. The mayor of Tianyang City, Su Chen, did not participate in the debate among the 3 supremes, but he favored Chu Tingting. Chu Tingting had been carefully taught by the martial king of the Chu family since childhood, so she would naturally not be weaker than the younger generations of the major supreme families. Meanwhile, the director of the Provincial Education Bureau, Chen Mo, occasionally glanced in the direction of Feng Feng. Previously, the director of the Anqing Education Bureau, Huang Anhua, had told him that Feng Feng was a genius favored by the martial god. Now that he had come to Tianyang City for the practical assessment, he wondered how his results would be and whether he would bring any surprises. After all, he was someone favored by the martial god, so he should not be too far off. While the outside world was buzzing with discussions about who could win the top scorer of the college entrance examination in the simulated combat room, the top 500 candidates from the Southeast Province were desperately trying to score points. In the simulated combat room, there were a total of 100 levels. Each level was scored based on the degree of perfection achieved. Generally, passing a level could earn 8 to 10 points. A perfect pass was awarded 10 points, a good pass 9 points, and a passing score 8 points. In the simulated combat room, the first level simulated a first-level ferocious beast, while the 10th level simulated a 10th-level ferocious beast. The 11th level simulated. A first level, first stage demon beast, and the 20th level simulated 3 first level, 9th stage demon beasts. The 21st level was a second level, first stage demon beast, and the 30th level simulated 3 second level, 9th stage demon beasts. The 31st level was a third level, first stage demon beast, and so on. The 90th level was a 9th level, first stage demon beast, and the 100th level simulated 3 9th level, 9th stage demon beasts. In the simulated combat room, Shooting passed the first 49 levels with perfect evaluations, earning full marks of 10 points for each level. When she reached the 50th level, she was besieged by 3 4th level, 9th stage demon beasts. After a considerable effort, she defeated the 3 demon beasts but only received a good evaluation, passing with 9 points. In the subsequent 51st, 52nd, and 53rd levels, she only received good evaluations, passing with 9 points each time. As for the 54th level, she exerted all her strength to defeat the demon beast but only received a passing evaluation, passing with 8 points. By the time she reached the 55th level, the simulated combat room had simulated a 5th level, 5th stage demon beast, which was on par with her cultivation level. She used all her skills but still could not defeat it, ultimately having to end the assessment helplessly and exit the simulated combat room. She reached the 54th level. She has done her best. This result, the top scorer in the college entrance examination, should be secure, right? The updates end today, and the excitement continues tomorrow. Wan Hui, Yu Hodong, and Shiro gradually emerged from the simulated combat room. Wan Hui, with a cultivation level of 5th rank, 4th stage, broke through to the 53rd level. Yu Hodong, with a cultivation level of 5th rank, 3rd stage, also reached the 53rd level. Shiro, with a cultivation level of 5th rank, 3rd stage, broke through to the 54th level, just like Shooting. However, in passing the 53rd and 54th levels, his evaluation was only passing, while Shooting received a good evaluation at the 53rd level and only passed at the 54th, so her score was 1 point higher than his. However, the final score would have to wait for the cultural assessment results to come out, along with the basic human limit scores, to determine the final score. For now, it was uncertain who was higher or lower. The first batch of students' practical assessments had concluded. Shooting, Shiro, Wan Hui, and others approached Mayor Su Chen of Tianyang City, and the supreme figures of the Chu, Wan, and Shur families also gathered around, eager to know how the top-ranked talents performed. Seeing the elders gather, Chu Tingting spoke first. This time, I'm certain I'll be the top scorer in the college entrance examination. The Chu family girl is so confident. Several supreme figures were somewhat surprised. Having just completed the assessment, she was so sure she could take the top spot, indicating she must have performed well. Of course, during the simulated battle, I broke through to the 54th level and was defeated at the 55th level. This achievement guarantees me the top scorer, Chu Tingting declared emphatically. What? You actually broke through to the 54th level? The surrounding supreme figures were in disbelief. It should be noted that the beasts simulated in the combat room are stronger than the same level beasts and are fiercer in battle. Being able to break through the 54th level indicates that Chu Tingting's combat power is among the strongest. In the 5th rank, 5th stage, college entrance examination students generally have combat power that is lower than that of martial artists of the same level, as they spend their time improving their cultivation and studying theoretical knowledge, rarely practicing martial skills or battling beasts to hone their practical skills. It would not be an exaggeration to call them sheltered flowers. For Chu Tingting to break through the 54th level at the 5th rank, 5th stage is already impressive. The top scorer in this college entrance examination is likely to be her. Sure. Oh chuckled lightly and said, sorry, I also passed the 54th level, so it's still uncertain who will have the higher final score. Upon hearing this, the surrounding supreme figures were once again shocked. Shiro, with a cultivation level of 5th rank, 3rd stage, also broke through the 54th level. How could that be possible? This implies that Shiro has the strength to challenge beyond his rank. The supreme figure of the Shur family smiled mysteriously and said, I've told you all before, my Shur family Shiro obtained an extraordinary inheritance in the 2nd level. Blessed land. With this inheritance, it's not surprising that he shines in the college entrance examination and breaks through the 54th level. Sorry, Chu family supreme, but it seems the top scorer in this college entrance examination will belong to my Shur family. The Chu family supreme snorted coldly and said, although your Shur family's Shiro can break through the 54th level, the evaluation score at the time of passing must be lower than that of our family's Tingting. Let's wait and see whose descendant can win the top scorer. The Wan family supreme hurriedly asked. His talent, Yuan Hui, how many levels did you break through? 53 levels, Yuan Hui replied somewhat dejectedly. Alas! The Yuan family supreme sighed, his descendant only broke through to the 53rd level, lower than those of the Chu and Shi families, indicating that the top scorer would not be theirs. However, the Yuan family supreme still comforted Yuan Hui, saying, "It's nothing, although you can't take the top spot with your results. Getting into the 2 top universities in Huaxia is assured, so don't be discouraged." Yuan Hui nodded, still feeling a bit disappointed. He hadn't expected that despite ranking second in cultivation in the province, he only broke through to the 53rd level, even falling short of Shiro, who was 1 rank lower than him. Beside him, the supreme of the Yu family also inquired about his junior, Yu Hodong, but upon learning that Yu Hodong had only reached the 53rd barrier, he sighed. It seemed that this time, the top scorer of the college entrance examination would either be from the Chu family or the Shi family. At this moment, the second batch of candidates, the remaining 500, prepared to enter the simulated combat room for practical assessments, but they received much less attention than the first batch. After all, the cultivation levels of these 500 were only between the first and fifth stages of the third level, which could not be compared to the first batch. No one would believe that the top scorer would emerge from the second batch of candidates. Duan Yang approached Feng Feng and said, "You're up soon, good luck." Thank you, Mayor Duan, Feng Feng replied politely. Seeing Duan Yang talking to Feng Feng, the supremes of several prominent families were somewhat puzzled. Why would Duan Yang suddenly greet a high school student and even encourage him? Could he be a distant relative of Duan Yang? Chu Tingting said, "That person is just a candidate from Anqing, with a cultivation level of the second stage of the third level, quite ordinary." Upon hearing this, the supremes of several families lost interest. Although this person was recognized as a genius in a small place, he was very ordinary in a big city, with nothing remarkable about him. Shiro looked at Chu Tingting and joked, "I just saw Duan Yan leading you to greet him and even let you shake hands. Could it be that he wants to introduce you to him, trying to match you two up?" "Please don't disgust me," Chu Tingting retorted angrily. "This country bumpkin, ever since I shook hands with him, I've felt uncomfortable all over. Didn't you see I just said a few simple words before? Coming over? A match-up? Impossible. He must be some distant poor relative of Grandpa Duan. Since Grandpa Duan spoke, I couldn't refuse him." Chu Tingting pouted. "That makes sense," Yuan Hui said from the side. "People from such small places, who have never seen the world, always want to climb up to us, hoping to get to know us so they can be supported in the future." The few of them continuously belittled Feng Feng, their sarcasm and disdain evident, looking down on someone like Feng Feng who came from a small place. Duan Yang and Feng Feng naturally heard their conversation, and Feng Feng's expression darkened. Duan Yang also felt a bit embarrassed. He was the one who introduced Feng Feng, and Feng Feng had done nothing wrong. Yet he was being imagined as a distant poor relative, pushed as someone from a small place who had never seen the world and wanted to climb up to them. But as the governor of a province, he couldn't argue with a few juniors. Doing so would only reinforce their belief that Feng Feng was indeed his distant poor relative and make them look down on him even more. Duan Yang didn't expect that his good intentions would lead to bad outcomes, allowing Feng to be insulted for no reason. He also couldn't directly tell those juniors that Feng was someone favored by the martial god, possessing top-tier heavenly talent with limitless potential for the future. Only Feng could vindicate himself. When Feng shone brightly, they would understand their short-sightedness and realize who the real country bumpkin was and who was trying to climb up to whom. Feng Feng's dark expression gradually returned to normal. He didn't blame Duan Yang and didn't argue with Chu Tingting and the others. "I'm going to participate in the assessment," Feng said calmly, then walked straight toward the simulated combat room. Although his cultivation was at the second stage of the third level, his physical attributes were already comparable to the second stage of the fourth level, and in the state of the Thunder Extreme body, he was even comparable to the second stage of the fifth level. Coupled with the 9th grade technique Thunder Technique, the body refining holy method Blood God Immortal body, his copper skin and iron bones, as well as 2 perfected 5th grade martial skills Blood Thunder Spear and Koi body technique, the ancient divine ability Thunder Summoning Spell, and the secret method of Soul Attack Soul Pursuit Stab, even a 5th level 6th stage opponent could be easily defeated by him. This time, the top scorer of the college entrance examination must be him. With his combat power, breaking through 56 levels in the simulation battle room is not a problem at all. When the results come out, he will definitely let Chu Tingting and the others know who the real country bumpkin is, who hasn't seen the world. Do you guess, is Chu Ting still the female lead now? There's still today Upon seeing Feng Feng directly enter the simulation combat room, Duan Yang and Xiang Zongshi couldn't help but exclaim, "What a remarkable person! He is adaptable, neither arrogant nor impatient." If it were someone with extraordinary talent, having received such an insult while wielding a powerful weapon, they would have rushed up, mindlessly boasting about their connections, threatening, "You provoke me, and I will definitely destroy you." But Feng Feng did not do that. Instead, he chose to remain low-key and endure, ultimately using his strength to slap back. In terms of background, among the juniors here, no one can compare to Feng Feng. After all, behind him stands the martial god. Martial arts cultivation. Level 1 warrior. Level 2 warrior. Level 3 warrior. Level 4 warrior. Level 5 warrior. Level 6 warrior. Level 7 warrior. Level 8 warrior. Level 9 warrior. Martial arts master. Martial arts supreme. Martial arts king. Martial arts battle emperor. Martial arts great emperor. The cultivation of the martial god has already reached the pinnacle of the martial arts world on earth, surpassing the ordinary martial arts great emperor, becoming the undisputed number one. With the martial god behind him, Feng Feng's background surpasses everyone. But in terms of being low-key, Feng Feng is the most low-key of all. People like Feng Feng often remain silent until they make a stunning impact. Indeed, he is someone favored by the martial god. It will be hard for him not to soar to great heights in the future. The second batch of 500 people gradually entered the simulation combat room, and the practical assessment began. In the simulation combat room, Feng Feng held a spear, preparing to break through the levels. In the first level, a first-tier ferocious beast was simulated. Feng Feng easily passed, receiving a perfect rating. The simulation combat room has a total of 100 levels, and for each level passed, points are awarded based on the degree of perfection achieved. Generally, passing a level can earn 8 to 10 points. A perfect pass is awarded 10 points, a good pass 9 points, and a passing score 8 points. In the second level, a second-tier ferocious beast appeared, and Feng Feng easily passed, receiving a perfect rating. In the 10th level, there was a 10th-tier ferocious beast, and Feng Feng easily passed, receiving a perfect rating. In the 49th level, there was a 4th-level 9th-stage demon beast. With 2 perfected 5th-grade martial techniques, Feng Feng passed effortlessly, receiving a perfect rating. Feng Feng's 2 5th-grade martial techniques are both of high quality, cultivated to perfection, with lethality comparable to 6th-grade martial techniques, making it easy to deal with a 4th-level 9th-stage demon beast. In the simulation combat room, Feng Feng passed the first 49 levels with perfect ratings, earning full marks of 10 points for each level. Upon reaching the 50th level, 3/4 level, 9th-stage demon beasts appeared, resembling a creature covered in fur, with 4 claws, neither lion nor tiger, known as the 3-headed lion-tiger beast. Feng Feng suddenly stomped the ground, his figure leaping up. The koi body technique was executed, and he instantly appeared before the lion-tiger beast, thrusting his spear forward, with a surge of powerful lightning energy from his dantian wrapping around the spear tip. The 4th-grade martial technique, breaking cloud spear, was unleashed. On the sharp spear tip, purple lightning flickered as he thrust towards the neck of the first lion-tiger beast. The lion-tiger beast suddenly unleashed all its strength, black demonic energy erupting from its body, with endless flames swirling around it. The beast's massive tail swung, flames wrapping around it, instantly becoming a fiery whip that shattered the air, meeting Feng Feng's terrifying thrust. Boom! With a loud bang, the lion-tiger beast's massive tail knocked Feng Feng's thrust back, the flames and lightning annihilating each other. Feng Feng was taken aback. This lion-tiger beast had such great power that it could withstand his full-force strike using a 4th-grade martial technique. Then, without hesitation, the lion-tiger beast opened its massive mouth and lunged at Feng Feng. Feng Feng executed the 9th-grade technique, Thunderbolt formula, with lightning swirling around him. He leaped, thrusting his spear down from the air. On the spear, blood lightning coiled, a terrifying penetrating power enveloping the spear, enhanced by the lightning energy. The 5th-grade martial technique, Blood Lightning Spear, was unleashed. Since the 4th-grade martial skill couldn't kill you, let's try the 5th-grade martial skill. The neck of the lion-tiger beast was pierced by the 5th-grade martial skill Blood Thunder Spear, and its massive body fell to the ground in an instant. The remaining 2 lion-tiger beasts continued to charge at Feng Feng. Feng Feng moved as agilely as a koi, dodging to the side, then suddenly leaped up, continuing to unleash the 5th-grade superior martial skill Blood Thunder Spear. The blood light was dazzling, surrounded by lightning, carrying the power to destroy everything, directly killing one of the lion-tiger beasts in front. The last lion tiger beast was also quickly killed under the perfect combination of Feng Feng's 2 complete 5th grade martial skills. The 50th level passed evaluation perfect. The 51st level featured a level 5 segment beast. Feng Feng looked at the level 5 beast ahead, and the Thunder Extreme body was instantly activated. To deal with beasts above level 5, one must use ultimate power to ensure a perfect evaluation in the upcoming levels. In an instant, a terrifying surge of lightning energy erupted from Feng Feng's body. And black lightning patterns began to form on his bare upper body, continuously providing energy and making Feng Feng stronger. With the Thunder Extreme body activated, Feng Feng's combat power increased more than tenfold as he charged towards the level 5 segment beast. Feng Feng suddenly unleashed all his strength, delivering a punch towards the level 5 segment beast, with purple lightning surging on his fist, which was the 4th grade boxing technique, Thunderbolt Fist. Under the enhancement of the Thunder Extreme body, the Thunderbolt Fist could unleash tremendous power. Boom! A loud explosion filled with destructive force, under the enhancement of the Thunder Extreme body, directly sent the beast flying, its chest exploding, and it fell dead to the ground. The 51st level passed evaluation perfect. In the following 52nd, 53rd, and 54th levels, Feng Feng relied on the Thunder Extreme body and 2 complete 5th grade martial skills to pass, all with perfect evaluations. In the 55th level, Feng Feng encountered a level 5 segment beast, and with the Thunder Extreme body and the divine ability Thunder Summoning spell, he could only pass with a good evaluation. In the 56th level, the opponent was a level 5-6 segment beast, and Feng Feng barely passed with a good evaluation by fully activating the Thunder Extreme body and combining it with the divine ability Thunder Summoning spell. In the 57th level, a level 5-7 segment beast entered the battle. Feng Feng's entire aura erupted, the divine ability Thunder Summoning spell activated, and in the simulated battle room, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, the surging power of lightning converging with the lightning patterns on Feng Feng's body. Go! Feng Feng shouted, and in an instant, the terrifying lightning gathered around him struck the level 5-7 segment beast, the blue lightning like a thunder dragon, instantly hitting the powerful beast ahead. The beast's body was struck by the lightning, purple lightning tormenting it, arcs of electricity illuminating the surrounding battle room. Moments later, as the lightning dissipated, the beast appeared quite disheveled, but it had not suffered much damage. Its cultivation had already reached level 5-7 segment, making it difficult for this lower-tier lightning to seriously injure it. Seeing this, Feng Feng chose to withdraw from the assessment. His current strongest attack couldn't harm the beast before him, and continuing was meaningless. He could not defeat the beast in front of him. Feng Feng also had a soul attack secret technique, soul-piercing spike, but it couldn't be used in this simulated battle room, as the beasts inside were simulated and had no real souls, so they couldn't be harmed. However, with his current results, being the top scorer in the college entrance examination should be secure, right? Today's update ends here. Cough cough, you really can't take a joke, I'm just teasing you. Shooting is obviously not the female lead, but can survive for more than 10 chapters as a side character, just to slap faces. For such a person, threatening me to abandon the book, how sad, a little upset, a little sentimental. Feng Feng came out of the simulated combat room. Master Xiang and Governor Duan immediately stepped forward and asked, how did it go? Do you have confidence in entering the top 100? The top 100 is the threshold for entering 2 super universities in Huaxia. Only by entering the top 100 can one be admitted to these 2 super universities. Master Xiang knew that although Feng Feng's cultivation was only at the 2nd stage of the 3rd level, his combat power was comparable to that of a 4th level warrior, so his practical assessment score should not be low. Top 100? Shooting, standing nearby, said with a hint of sarcasm, with a cultivation of the 2nd stage of the 3rd level, entering the top 100 is probably harder than reaching the sky. Shiro and Wan Hui showed disdain. The top 100 was too high a view of this country bumpkin, it was completely impossible. Top 100? Feng Feng said lightly, Master Xiang, you don't believe in my strength so much. In this practical assessment, I broke through 56 levels, the top scorer in the college entrance examination is guaranteed. What, 56 levels? Upon hearing this, Master Xiang and Duan Yang were both shocked, thinking they must have misheard. Feng Feng said he broke through 56 levels in the practical assessment. This result completely crushed Shiro and Chu Tingting. If this were true, then the top scorer in the college entrance examination was guaranteed. That's right, 56 levels. Feng Feng affirmed again, there was no need for him to lie about such a thing. Shiro, Wan Hui, and Chu Tingting were all a bit dumbfounded upon hearing this. What? This country bumpkin said he broke through 56 levels in the practical assessment. The top scorer in the college entrance examination is guaranteed. Even the several supreme beings behind them were somewhat at a loss. As Feng Feng spoke so confidently that it seemed true. Put. Shu Tingting suddenly laughed, her smile full of sarcasm, shaking her head. And saying, I've seen people brag, but I've never seen someone brag like this. With the cultivation of the second stage of the third level, he says he broke through 56 levels. Do you think we didn't participate in the practical assessment? Are you trying to fool us? Country folks? The several supreme beings also laughed sarcastically, shaking their heads. It's fine for young people to be vain, but being this vain is a bit much. To win a moment's praise, he actually claimed to have broken through 56 levels, the top scorer in the college entrance examination is guaranteed. Such a hollow and ignorant act is simply laughable. Probably to get close to me, Shu Tingting said lightly. After all, a country bumpkin who hasn't seen the world wants to boast about his abilities in such a childish way, hoping I'll look at him more. Unfortunately, he doesn't know that this method only makes me find him very childish and laughable. Sure. Oh, next to Shu Tingting said, people from small places are just people from small places, they always manage to do some unexpectedly ridiculous things to entertain us. Clearly, Shu Tingting, Shiro, Yuan Wu, and the several supreme beings did not believe that Feng Feng had broken through 54 levels, and even found it childish and laughable. Duan Yang felt a bit awkward upon hearing this. He also did not believe Feng Feng's words. He had not seen Feng Feng's ability to challenge beyond his level, so he held a skeptical attitude towards Feng Feng. Claiming to have broken through 54 levels and won the top scorer in the college entrance examination. At the same time, he felt a bit disappointed. He did not expect Feng Feng to be this kind of person, willing to say any lie to attract the attention of the opposite sex. Such an ungrounded and vain person made him somewhat disappointed. The vision of the martial god was somewhat lacking. Upon hearing this, Feng Feng's face darkened. He originally did not want to argue with these people, but they kept stepping on him as if they were addicted to it. Feng Feng coldly shouted at Shu Tingting, I deliberately bragged to attract your attention. You are not worthy, just a crooked melon and a cracked jujube. What I said, of course, I have confidence in. When the results come out, everyone will see. Feng Feng coldly shouted. At that time, who was vain and who was a country bumpkin will be clear. After saying this, Feng Feng directly turned and left. Today the college entrance examination has ended, and the scores won't be released immediately. There's no point in staying here to argue with a few people. 7 days later, when the scores come out, the truth will naturally be revealed. Master Xiang and several martial artists from Anqing followed Feng Feng away. Master Xiang looked at Feng Feng's lonely figure and wanted to say something but held back. He was different from Duan Yang. He believed Feng Feng's words. He knew Feng Feng's character well and was certain he wasn't the type to boast. For a woman. If Feng Feng said he had broken through 56 levels, then he truly had. Seeing Feng Feng leave with Master Xiang and the others, Shu Tingting and her group sneered, so angry that he lost his temper, exposed by us on the spot, feeling utterly ashamed. Well, once the scores come out, the truth will be revealed. I can hardly wait to see this country bumpkin's lies shattered. His shameful and embarrassed look. Meanwhile, Duan Yang felt a bit hesitant. He wasn't sure if his recent actions had caused Feng Feng to harbor any resentment towards him. He didn't believe Feng Feng's words, and Feng Feng hadn't continued to explain. When Feng Feng left, he didn't even glance at him. Duan Yang vaguely felt that he had missed an opportunity, a chance to connect with Feng Feng on a deeper level. After Master Xiang and Feng Feng left the first examination hall, Master Xiang asked, Where are we going now? First, let's get something to eat and take a nap. Tonight, we go kill. Feng Feng replied coldly, feeling a bit of pent-up anger that needed to be released. The two major families that had hunted him down 12 days ago in Tianyang, he couldn't let them off the hook. Su family, Lu family, tonight will be the time for your extermination. All right. Master Xiang nodded, pausing for a moment before saying to Feng Feng, That kid Feng Feng, I believe in you. I believe you have broken through 56 levels and will achieve the top score in this college entrance examination. Upon hearing this, Feng Feng stopped in his tracks, a fleeting look of emotion in his eyes. Why? Logically, when most people heard he could break through 56 levels, their first reaction would be disbelief, thinking he was boasting. Duan Yan was just like that. With his strength at the second stage of the third level, breaking through 56 levels was indeed hard to fathom. Believing is believing, there are no many whys. Master Xiang smiled, his sparse hair blowing in the wind, giving off a somewhat ethereal vibe. Feng Fang's eyes moistened, feeling touched inside. Perhaps this is what a true friend is, there's no need to emphasize anything, believing is simply believing. Thank you, Feng Feng said sincerely. Ah, kid, don't say such things to me. Go back and rest well. Tonight, we go kill Master Xiang said. Feng Feng nodded. That night, after Feng Feng and the others were fully prepared, they left the hotel and headed directly to the Su family, a 7th-level martial arts family in Tianyang. Tonight, there would be rivers of blood at the Su family. Meanwhile, the people from the Su family and over a dozen major families had already conspired to send out experts to ambush Feng Feng. This time, Feng Feng had come to Tianyang, which was their territory. They couldn't let him escape again. Tonight, over a dozen families would deploy 20 6th-level martial artists. This time, the number was more important than strength. 26th-level martial artists were more than enough to deal with a high school student like Feng Feng and a few martial artists from the Anqing government. Of course, their target was Feng Feng. As long as they killed him, there was no need to kill the martial artists from the Anqing government. Otherwise, it would be hard to handle afterward. The two groups set off simultaneously and met on a remote street in Tianyang. The 20 people sent by the major families stood before Feng Feng and the others, their gazes icy as they looked at Feng Feng. Today, let's see where you can escape to. An elder from the Lu family, a 6th-level martial artist, shouted. Escape? Today, let's see who escapes. Feng Feng snorted coldly. Such arrogance, today I want to see where your courage comes from, the warrior leading the dozen or so families coldly snorted. Feng Feng looked at Master Xiang beside him, who smiled knowingly and stepped forward. His entire aura erupted, terrifying spiritual energy bursting forth from Master Xiang's body, instantly changing the color of the heavens and earth, a powerful pressure bearing down on the 20 members of the dozen families ahead. Martial Arts Master. The 20 people in front felt the pressure from Master Xiang, their expressions changing dramatically. This old man, who had been quietly by Feng Feng's side, turned out to be a martial arts master. In an instant, all 20 were dumbfounded. A martial arts master, they were not even enough to tickle him. They had no thoughts of resistance whatsoever. Retreat! The 20 people turned around without hesitation, suddenly bursting forth with all their speed, fleeing into the distance. In this situation, not running meant certain death. Where do you think you're going? Master Xiang coldly shouted, gripping a mysterious fire sword, dark red spiritual energy swirling around it, and slashed out. He aimed to kill the 20 people ahead. With a single sword from the master, the heavens and earth changed color, the surrounding spiritual energy all converged on Master Xiang's mysterious fire sword, slicing out a sword light several dozen meters long. Whoosh, blood splattered, and those running at the back were instantly cut in half by this sword, collapsing to the ground in a tragic state. The people in the middle were also severed at the legs by the sword's residual wave, falling to the ground and wailing. Feng Feng suddenly stepped forward, unleashing the blood thunder spear, blood light boiling. Lightning swirling around the spear tip, as if the sound of thunder was roaring all around, stabbing towards an elder of the Lu family who had been cut down by Master Xiang. You were so arrogant just now I want you dead. Thud, as spear pierced through the throat, and the Lu family elder clutched the long spear embedded in his throat, blood frothing at the corners of his mouth as he mumbled incoherently, "Why, is there a master by your side?" He could never understand why there was a master beside Feng Feng. Their dozen families, the strongest Su family, was only a 7th level family. With only 7th level warriors, they had no power to resist against a master. If they had known there was a master beside Feng Feng, they would never have dared to attack him. But now, it was too late. Today, not a single one of you will escape, Master Xiang coldly snorted, his figure flashing, instantly appearing in front of the fleeing experts from the dozen families, blocking their path. The martial arts master's speed far surpassed theirs. Even if they fled at the first moment, it was of no use in front of a martial arts master, as they could not escape his control. Master Xiang raised his mysterious fire sword high, a terrifying spiritual energy erupting, the temperature around them rising as if a blazing sun was rising. And he slashed towards the crowd ahead. The dozen people in front, seeing this, suddenly unleashed all their strength, spiritual energy surging wildly, executing their killing moves to resist Master Xiang's sword. Whoosh, a massive sword light flickered, and the attacks of the crowd collided with Master Xiang's sword, their attacks directly collapsing. Master Xiang's terrifying sword sent the dozen people flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground, sliding along the surface for over 10 meters before stopping, some cut in half, others with massive wounds, blood flowing as if they had been burned by flames. With one sword, several were again slain, several severely injured, lying on the ground gasping for breath, with only the 3 elders of the highest cultivation at the 6th level and 9th stage, remaining relatively unharmed. At this moment, behind them, Feng Feng and several warriors from the Anqing government had appeared behind the remaining 3 elders, blocking their escape route. Master Xiang, holding the mysterious fire sword, slowly walked towards the 3. The 3 had nowhere to go. The 3 slowly stood up from the ground, looking at Master Xiang and the others with extremely cold eyes, roaring, "I'll fight you to the death." After saying that, the elder of the Su family at the 6th level and 9th stage suddenly unleashed all his cultivation, turning to charge at Feng Feng. Although his words were directed at Master Xiang, his true target was Feng Feng. He had no chance of winning against Master Xiang head-on, but he was confident that he could kill Feng Feng in a single strike. They were well aware that there was no way out today. It was better to take someone down with them. Killing Feng Feng would mean their mission was accomplished. At the same time that the elder of the Su family turned to attack Feng Feng, the other 2 6th level 9th stage elders charged towards Master Xiang in perfect coordination to buy time for the elder of the Su family. They understood Master Xiang's speed. Without their help to hold him off for a moment, it would be difficult for the elder of the Su family to kill Feng Feng. Seeing the elder of the Su family attacking Feng Feng, Master Xiang was furious and shouted, "You're seeking death." His momentum erupted as he prepared to intervene. As a 6th level 9th stage powerhouse, the elder of the Su family would find it hard for Feng Feng to withstand his attack. However, the other 2 6th level 9th stage elders had already moved in, launching deadly strikes at him without regard for their lives, forcing him to defend himself. Meanwhile, the elder of the Su family had already charged at Feng Feng, with no one able to help him, only he could rely on himself. When Feng Feng saw the elder of the Su family coming at him, his pupils constricted, and a sense of deathly crisis washed over him. Without hesitation, he activated the Thunder Extreme Body, and in an instant, a terrifying surge of lightning energy erupted from within him. The lightning patterns began to form on his bare torso, continuously providing him with energy. The secret technique capable of attacking the soul-piercing spike, was unleashed, and Feng Feng's soul power erupted, transforming into an invisible spike aimed at the elder of the Su family's mind. Whether he could survive depended on these 2 moves. Not good, thought the elder of the Su family. The soul-piercing spike was invisible and formless. He only felt a sense of crisis but could not discern where it came from, leaving him unable to resist. Struck by the soul-piercing spike, the elder of the Su family's speed drastically decreased, his brain dizzy, and his gaze blank. Feng Feng suddenly unleashed all his power, delivering a punch aimed at the elder of the Su family, with purple lightning surging around his fist, the 4th-grade martial technique, Thunderbolt Fist. Boom! A deafening sound erupted as the devastating punch, enhanced by the Thunder Extreme Body, sent the elder of the Su family flying. Feng Feng pressed the attack, unleashing the soul attack of the soul-piercing spike once more, the soul power transforming into an invisible spike aimed at the elder of the Su family's brain. The elder of the Su family was hit, his mind remaining in a daze. Feng Feng's entire aura erupted, and the divine ability Thunder Summoning Spell activated. In the sky, lightning flashed, and thunder roared, and the surging power of lightning was summoned down to converge with the lightning patterns on Feng Feng's body. "Go! Feng!" Feng shouted, and in an instant, the terrifying lightning gathered around him and struck the elder of the Su family, who was still dazed. The elder of the Su family's body was hit by the lightning, purple arcs ravaging over him, illuminating the surrounding streets. Moments later, as the lightning dissipated, the elder of the Su family landed, his hair smoking, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Although he had not sustained severe injuries, he never expected that as a 6th level 9th stage, he would be pushed back by this kid. At that moment, Master Xiang had already killed the 2 6th level 9th stage elders who had been entangling him and approached Feng Feng. Seeing this, the elder of the Su family felt despair. He had just missed the best opportunity to kill Feng Feng, and now that Master Xiang had freed his hands, he understood that he was doomed. "Go to hell!" Master Xiang shouted, his power erupting, moving so fast it was unbelievable, and in an instant, he was before the elder of the Su family, striking out with a palm that sent the elder flying. In midair, blood gushed from his mouth and nose as he crashed onto the street, his bones likely broken in numerous places, his body collapsing as if it had fallen apart, blood bubbles forming at the corner of his mouth, and moments later, he died. A single palm strike from Master Xiang was beyond his ability to resist. "Let's go to the Su family," said the master, having dealt with those who came to die halfway, now heading straight to the enemy's stronghold. Tonight is destined to be a nightmare for these families. The updates end today, and the excitement continues tomorrow. Caught a cold, my head hurts a bit and my throat is inflamed. I hope for a 5-star review to comfort me. Feng, accompanied by Master Xiang and several martial artists from Anqing government, headed straight for the Su family. The 4 who had ambushed Feng in Anqing last time were not among these 20. The head of the Su family, Su Jian, was one of those 4. Feng brought Master Xiang to the Su family not to exterminate everyone but to kill only the head of the Su family. Upon arriving at the Su family's entrance, several security guards stopped Feng and the others, saying, "This is private property. Who are you looking for? I will report it." First, Master Xiang snorted coldly, and a surge of aura erupted, sending the guards flying backward, after which the group stepped into the Su family. The fallen guards were alarmed. Someone had invaded the Su family, and their strength was not low. The guards pressed the alarm button, and instantly, the alarms throughout the Su family villa area blared. Deep within the Su family villa, powerful martial artists began to emerge. Feng and Master Xiang had just advanced a few hundred meters when they saw many of the Su family's experts rushing out from deep within the villa, surrounding Feng and Master Xiang. The Su family was large and prosperous, and not many recognized Feng, only a few who had been involved in that incident. "Who are you to dare invade the Su family at night?" one of the Su family elders at the 9th level of the 6th rank shouted coldly. He had not been involved in Su Jian's plot to ambush Feng, so he did not recognize him. "I've come to take your family head's life, let Su Jian come out to die." Feng replied coldly. "Bold. I see you are seeking death," the Su family elder said coldly, gripping his large knife and charging at Feng. A mere 3rd-level martial artist dared to claim he would take the Su family head's life. It was simply seeking death. The other Su family experts formed a circle, surrounding Feng and Master Xiang. Since the visitors were looking for trouble, they would not be allowed to leave. The Su family was not a place where anyone could come and go as they pleased. Feng sneered and looked at Master Xiang, saying, "Trouble for you, Master Xiang." Master Xiang nodded and looked at the charging Su family elder, shouting, "Today our target is only Su Jian. Hand him over, and I can spare your lives, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Old man, still so arrogant when death is near. Show me what you can do." The Su family elder unleashed his full power, the aura of the 9th level of the 6th rank pressing down on Master Xiang. His martial skills erupted, employing his 6th-grade martial technique and the long knife in his hand gleamed coldly as he slashed toward Master Xiang with lightning speed. "Seeking death, you have no one to blame." Master Xiang snorted coldly, and an overwhelming force of surged from his dantian, gathering flames around his long sword. He executed his sword technique, slashing out directly against the elder's knife. With a single strike, the onlookers could only see a massive sword light piercing through space, instantly sending the Su family elder, along with his knife, flying backward. Boom! With a loud crash, the Su family elder slammed into the ground, a massive wound appearing on his body, blood flowing out. His eyes bulged, veins popping. He was incredibly strong. Another elder of the Su family, also at the 9th level of the 6th rank, saw this and instantly lunged at Master Xiang with a long sword, which was surrounded by faint wind blades, a formidable 6th-grade sword technique. Master Xiang snorted coldly, his aura erupting, flames swirling around him as if a fire god had descended. He slashed out with his sword. The flaming long sword instantly sent the charging elder of the Su family flying, one of his hands severed, blood gushing out. Martial arts master, one of the remaining Su family elders at the 9th level of the 6th rank exclaimed. From the power displayed in Master Xiang's 2 sword strikes, it was indeed the strength of a martial arts master. Upon hearing this, everyone from the Su family was shocked. The old man who had sent 2 elders flying was actually a martial arts master. A martial arts master was definitely not something the Su family could resist. No wonder he dared to come alone to kill them. It turned out he was a martial arts master. Who did their family offend to attract such a terrifying enemy to the Su family? A master could wipe out the Su family 10 times over. At that moment, 3 furious shouts echoed from deep within the Su residence. "Who is so bold as to intrude upon my Su family? In the dead of night? Do they not want to live anymore?" It was the 3 7th-level martial artists of the Su family, including the family head, Su Jian. Su Jian and the other 2 7th-level martial artists rushed over and, upon seeing Feng and the others, Su Jian was taken aback. "It's this kid. Hadn't he just sent people to ambush Feng along with the high-ranking members of over a dozen families? Why was Feng here? Could it be that the experts sent to ambush him missed him, allowing Feng to escape? That was possible. However, since they had missed him and Feng had come here, it was like walking into a trap. The people of the Su family had not yet had the chance to inform Su Jian that the old man beside Feng Feng was a master when Su Jian and the others approached Feng Feng. Looking at Feng Feng, Su Jian sneered. Kid, you managed to escape by luck last time in city, but this time, let's see how you escape. Escape? Why should I escape? Feng replied with a cold smile. Today, we specifically came to find you. Find me? Su Jian was taken aback, unable to comprehend Feng Feng's thought process. Logically, Feng Feng should be running away with his tail between his legs upon seeing him. Why did he dare to come looking for him? Did Feng Feng bring some terrifying backup that made him fearless? Su Jian glanced at the master beside Feng Feng and then at the Su family members around him, noticing that the experts who had come out earlier were all looking at the master with fear, their faces pale and cold sweat pouring down. They were afraid of this old man. To find you, of course, is to destroy you, Feng Feng said with a cold smile. The master beside him looked at Su Jian. You're quite bold, daring to come to my territory to ambush my little brother Feng Feng. Speak, how do you want to die? You really think highly of yourself. Su Jian snorted coldly, certain that this old man was indeed the helper Feng Feng had brought. However, Feng Feng was only a third-level martial artist. What kind of expert could he possibly find? It was just a 7th level martial artist at best. With the 3 7th-level martial artists of the Su family present, why would they fear just one of him? The master sneered, his blood surging, flames swirling around the tip of his sword, and the air around him seemed to roar with the sound of raging fire as he slashed at Su Jian. The angle was tricky. He didn't aim to kill Su Jian directly but to cripple him first and then slowly kill him. A beam of sword light tore through space, slicing through the air, and struck fiercely at Su Jian's feet. Whoosh, flesh and blood flew, and Su Jian's feet were instantly severed by the sharp sword light. Family head. The 2 7th-level martial artists of the Su family were shocked. The speed of the sword was beyond their reaction. One of the 3 7th-level martial artists of the Su family wielded a large broadsword, its light flashing as he charged towards the master. In an instant, he was before the master, his terrifying spiritual energy erupting, the temperature around them dropping, and icy air boiling as he swung his sword at the master. 6th grade martial technique, Cold Extreme Blade. The master snorted coldly, his expression unchanged, as a surge of fiery power erupted from his dantian, gathering on the long sword, flames licking at the sword tip. With a light swing, he met the 7th-level martial artist's strike head-on. The master's sword instantly shattered the blade light of the Su family's 7th-level martial artist, and then his sword struck the Su family martial artist, sending him flying hard to the ground. Thud, the Su family's 7th-level martial artist spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale as he struggled to say, "Martial arts master." The explosive power of the master was at the master level. This old man was a martial arts master. Su Jian's face turned ashen upon hearing this. He finally understood why the experts who had come out earlier were so frightened. Because this kid Feng Feng had actually invited a martial arts master. I was sick all day, just finished writing one update, and there's another one coming soon. Today I saw a reader constantly cursing in the comments, stirring up trouble and attacking me. I'm so tired, I can't be bothered to deal with him anymore. The members of the Su family present all turned pale, filled with fear. A master had come to their door, and he was here for revenge. The Su family was likely doomed this time. From Su Jian's earlier words, the Su family understood that it was Su Jian who had first attempted to ambush the other party, which was why they had come looking for him now. What should they do? Today, we will only kill Su Jian. Master Xiang said coldly, anyone who dares to intervene will die. Upon hearing this, the Su family members around them breathed a sigh of relief. It was acceptable to only kill Su Jian. Intervening? What a joke! To save Su Jian, they would have to confront a master. As long as they could quell the anger of a master, it was fine if Su Jian died, as long as the entire Su family was not implicated. As a 7th-level martial arts family, the Su family had many factions. Su Lei, who was killed by Feng, and Su Jian, who went to ambush Feng, were from the same faction. They could not represent all factions of the Su family. The reason Feng only wanted to kill Su Jian was also because of this. Grievances have their origins, and debts have their owners. Su Jian went to ambush him, so he came for Su Jian. The situation of the Su family was different from that of the Li family. The Li family was united in their desire to eliminate him, while in the Su family, only Su Jian's faction wanted to take action against Feng. Therefore, Feng only needed to deal with Su Jian's faction. Now, the experts from Su Jian's faction had already been mostly killed by Master Xiang. As long as Su Jian was eliminated, it didn't matter whether the others lived or died. When Su Jian heard that only he would be killed, despair appeared on his face. He never expected that as the head of the Su family, he would end up in such a state, abandoned by his family. His own son, Su Lei, had also been killed by Feng, and his hatred for Feng had not diminished because Feng now had a master backing him. Instead, it had increased. Now that he was about to die, he no longer cared about anything. Feng snorted coldly, activating the 5th grade body technique, Koi body technique, unleashing a terrifying speed. That was unbelievable. In an instant, he was in front of Su Jian. The thunderbolt technique was in operation, with lightning swirling around him. With a leap, he thrust his spear down from the air. On the spear, blood lightning swirled, and the terrifying power of lightning covered the spear, enhanced by the blood lightning power. The 5th grade martial skill, Blood Lightning Spear, was unleashed. Su Jian had just been struck by Master Xiang's sword, his leg severed, and he was severely injured. He desperately pushed against the ground to retreat, but he could not escape. Feng's spear. Blood splattered as Feng's spear pierced through Su Jian's shoulder. Ah! Su Jian screamed in agony, his voice filled with pain. He could tell that Feng did not intend to kill him with one blow. He wanted to slowly torture him, letting him die in pain. That was why the spear had struck his shoulder instead of his heart. Feng sneered, pulling out the spear and saying, "Weren't you very arrogant that day, chasing me down and smashing me with a palm until I didn't know how many bones were broken? Now, I will let you experience that kind of pain and despair. You little bastard, don't get cocky, you will definitely die a terrible death in the future." Su Jian spat venomously. "Oh." Feng replied indifferently, suddenly thrusting the spear again, piercing through Su Jian's other shoulder. "Before that, I will slowly torture you," Feng said calmly, then pulled out the spear, blood splattering everywhere. Su Jian glared at Feng with a twisted expression, saying, "If you have the guts, kill me. Kill me. If you want to die so badly, then I will grant you that wish," Feng said flatly. With that, he suddenly thrust the spear into Su Jian's throat, piercing through his neck. Su Jian clutched his neck with both hands, blood gushing out, and moments later, he died. The head of a 7th level martial arts family had fallen. "Let's go to the Lu family," Feng said, then pulled out the spear and turned to walk out of the Su family. The next stop was the Lu family. Master Xiang and several martial artists from the Anqing government followed closely behind the Su family martial artists behind them sighed inwardly. The Lu family was likely doomed. Why did they provoke someone like this? They had chosen to provoke a descendant of a master. Wasn't that asking for death? Clearly, the experts from the Su family have already regarded Feng Feng as a descendant of a master. It makes sense. If he weren't a descendant of a master, how could a powerful master personally take action to kill in the Su family? That night, none of the major families in Tianyang that participated in the ambush against Feng Feng were spared. All were taken by Feng Feng to confront the master. All the factions related to this matter were slaughtered. In the following 3 days, Feng Feng stayed in Tianyang and cultivated for 3 days. His cultivation level rose from the 2nd stage of the 3rd rank to the 3rd stage of the 3rd rank. Opening the attribute panel, host. Feng Feng cultivation, 3rd stage, 3rd rank, 5-star super warrior, soul, 3400, 4th stage, 4th rank, vitality, 33,000, 4th stage. 3rd rank, speed, 330 meters per second, 4th stage, 3rd rank, strength, 33t, 4th stage, 3rd rank, body strength, 5th stage, 4th rank times. Entering system space 0 with a soul at the 4th stage, 4th rank, and body defense comparable to the 5th stage, 4th rank. With the enhancement of the Thunder Extreme Body, along with 2 5th grade martial arts, the Ancient Divine Technique Thunder God Incantation, and the Soul Attack Secret Technique Soul Pursuit Spell, Feng Feng's current combat power is comparable to a 5th stage, 7th rank warrior. When Feng Feng's cultivation reached the 3rd rank, the system upgraded again, increasing the time he could cultivate in the system space from 40 days to 50 days per day. Now that his cultivation has reached the 3rd rank, it is very difficult for Feng Feng, as a 5-star super warrior, to advance a stage. However, with the time advantage of the system space, as long as he spends 2/3 of his time in the system space on improving his cultivation, he can advance a rank in 3 days. The remaining 1/3 of the time, Feng Feng spends on improving the Demon 8 visualization, Soul Pursuit Stab, Thunder God Incantation, and Blood God Immortal Body techniques. These 4 things are his life-saving trump cards. If it weren't for the Soul Pursuit Stab, which can directly attack the soul and leave his opponent in a daze, he might have already died from the attack of that Su family's 6th stage, 9th rank elder a few days ago. Also, last time in Anqing, if it weren't for his copper skin and iron bones, Along with the blood god immortal body, which enhances physical defense, he would have been doomed by Su Jian's palm strike. Cultivation is certainly important, but these combat techniques are equally important. Feng Feng possesses a top-tier heavenly talent. If he weren't a 5-star super warrior, if he weren't practicing 9th grade techniques, and if he weren't simultaneously cultivating the blood god immortal body, soul pursuit stab, and thunder god incantation, he might be able to level up quickly. In the system space, he could advance a level in just 2 days. But that is definitely not what he wants. For a warrior, the most important thing in the early stages is to build a solid foundation. He spreads out his time. Although it seems he still levels up quickly, advancing a rank in 3 to 4 days, Feng Feng knows very well that in those 3 to 4 days, he has cultivated for almost half a year in the system space. Moreover, he is practicing 9th grade techniques while also refining his body, and as a 5-star super warrior, his foundation is incredibly solid. With the soul visualization method Feng Feng has now started to practice, when he reaches the 9th level, 9th rank, he can directly advance to a martial arts master without any bottlenecks. In the future, he can also break through to even higher realms. Everything is proceeding according to plan, and the future is promising. 3 days have passed since the college entrance examination. In 4 days, the results will be announced, and before the announcement, the top 100 universities in the country will conduct special recruitment trials. Tomorrow, the top 100 universities in the country will hold special recruitment trials in 20 testing zones across Huaxia. As long as they pass the special recruitment trials, they can obtain a quota for reduced admission scores at prestigious universities. Among the top 100 universities in the country, Yanhuan and Shenlong, 2 super universities, are also included. The special recruitment trial tomorrow, Feng will participate. He is making 2 preparations. When the college entrance examination scores come out, along with the special recruitment trial quota, his admission to 2 top universities will be secured. The update ends, and the excitement continues tomorrow. The prestigious school special recruitment trial takes place at 20 fixed examination sites scattered across Huaxia. The candidates from the southeast province, where Feng Feng is located, and the 2 neighboring provinces, will undergo the trial at 1 examination site. Each province has about 1,000 candidates eligible for the trial, with over 3,000 candidates participating from the 3 provinces. Taiyuan City is the location for this trial involving the southeast province and the nearby 2 provinces. Feng Feng and the other 1,000 candidates from the southeast province are taking a train to the trial. This train, besides the 1,000 students including Feng Feng, also carries over 10,000 ordinary people who are not martial artists. All are passengers heading to Taiyuan City. Currently, the global population is around 20 billion, but there are only 2 billion martial artists, a ratio of 1 in 10. Therefore, martial artists are seen as a symbol of nobility in the eyes of ordinary people. The high status of martial artists is not only due to their own strength but also because they bear the responsibility of protecting ordinary people on Earth. Without the bloodshed of martial artists, during the hundreds of years of war between humans and demon beasts, ordinary people would not have a happy and stable life. Thus, martial artists hold a high status in human society and enjoy various welfare benefits. For instance, this time, the 1,000 candidates including Feng Feng are heading to Taiyuan City for the prestigious school special recruitment trial, and the government has directly provided 1,000 free train tickets to Taiyuan City for the candidates from the southeast province. The 1,000 candidates from the southeast province board the train to Taiyuan City. On the train, some ordinary people, upon seeing the 1,000 top students board, are filled with envy. Mom, are these big brothers and big sisters? Powerful martial artists, a 5 or 6-year-old ordinary passenger by the window asks. The mother beside her nods and says, yeah, you must study hard, and in the future, become a powerful martial artist like these big brothers and big sisters, to protect humanity and fend off demon beasts. These big brothers and big sisters are not ordinary martial artists, they are the elite of the martial artist world, the pride of heaven, the top 1,000 among 1 million candidates in our southeast province, with the lowest cultivation level being a 3rd-level martial artist. The mother's eyes are filled with envy. I will definitely study hard and become an excellent person like these brothers and sisters, the little girl says with determination in her eyes. The train departs, heading to Taiyuan City. After the train sets off, the governor of the southeast province, Duan Yang, and the director of the Education Bureau, Chen Mo, along with a group of government officials, take a helicopter to follow the train. Governor Duan Yang says, how many of the 1,000 candidates do you think will pass the prestigious school special recruitment trial and become special recruits? The director of the Southeast Province Education Bureau, Chen Mo, replies, this trial tests responsibility and duty, it examines the martial artist's calling. Most of these students come from martial arts families and have felt superior since childhood, so it may be difficult for them to pass. If 100 out of 1,000 can pass, that would be good. Indeed, this year's prestigious school special recruitment is different from previous years. In the past, the focus was on strength. This year, it tests responsibility and the martial artists' calling. With great power comes great responsibility. I hope more of them can pass. Those who obtain the special recruitment quota for prestigious schools will have many more benefits than those who enter through regular exams, Duan Yang says. Let's hope so, Chen Mo replies lightly. The overall strength of martial artists on Earth is growing stronger. It may not be long before the martial god initiates a total war with the demon beasts. I hope these young successors can grow up quickly. The train speeds along, with the southeast province being 400 kilometers from Taiyuan City, taking about 6 hours. In the carriage where Feng Feng is, the scenery outside rushes by, and Feng Feng leans back in his seat, beginning to fall asleep. At such moments, he doesn't need to cultivate and can relax completely and rest well. In a daze, Feng Feng hears a conversation coming from the back. A group of small children surrounded several martial arts students, asking questions left and right. The parents of these children were ordinary people, not martial artists, so they held great admiration for martial artists. The few martial arts students surrounded by the children were none other than Shu Tingting, Wan Hui, and Shuro. Big sister, I heard from my mom that demon beasts specifically eat humans and are very ferocious. Can martial artists deal with demon beasts? A little girl asked Shu Tingting. In the eyes of the children, there was no concept of levels. For demon beasts, they only knew that demon beasts could eat people, which was terrifying. Of course we can. When we encounter demon beasts, we martial artists are responsible for killing them and protecting you ordinary people, Shu Tingting replied. A chubby little boy with a round face looked at Wan Hui and asked, Big brother, I heard that martial artists are incredibly strong and can easily kill demon beasts. Can you tell me just how strong martial artists really are? Everyone has a sense of vanity, and Wan Hui enjoyed the feeling of being admired as the children surrounded him and asked questions about martial artists. Wan Hui patiently explained, let me put it this way, I can lift a bus that weighs dozens of tons, and I can easily lift a small car. Wow, a bus as big as a house, and you can lift it easily? You can also lift a small car? That's so powerful. I want to become a martial artist too, the chubby boy exclaimed excitedly. Big brother, you're not just bragging, are you? My dad can't even lift a bus as big as a house. You're even stronger than my dad, the little girl said in shock. Big brother would never lie to you, martial artists never brag, Wan Hui replied, indicating that he was not exaggerating. He had reached the 4th stage of the 5th level, and his physical strength was already over 40 tons, so lifting a bus was no problem at all. After thinking for a moment, Wan Hui added, what I just said might not be entirely accurate, not all martial artists are humble. Oh, so some martial artists do brag and lie? The group of children became very interested. Martial artists were their idols since childhood, and they imagined them to be perfect, honest, trustworthy, and heroic figures who would stand up in times of crisis. Could martial artists really lie? Yes, Wan Hui said. Most martial artists don't brag, but there are some who are vain and extremely hypocritical. As he spoke, Wan Hui looked at Feng Feng, who was pretending to doze off in his seat, and said, do you see that person sleeping over there? Although he is a martial artist, he is extremely hypocritical, loves to brag, and lies. He has low skills but claims he can get the top score in the college entrance exam to attract the attention of your big sister. Upon hearing this, the group of children turned their gazes toward Feng Feng. They had no concept of martial artists taking college entrance exams and didn't understand what it meant to attract the attention of a big sister. They only understood the first half of the sentence, that Feng Feng loved to brag and lie, and immediately began to dislike him. Children are very innocent, whatever you tell them, they will believe. Shu Tingting continued, you all shouldn't learn from that person in the future, boasting and bragging. You should be down to earth. The little girl, the chubby boy, and all the other children nodded, indicating they wouldn't follow Feng Feng's example. Up ahead, Feng Feng was furious. I just wanted to have a good sleep, and you all came to bother me, using me as a negative example to mislead the kids. Feng Feng turned to look back at Shu Tingting and the others, shouting, you think you can push me around just because I gave you some face? When did I ever brag? I was just speaking the truth. If your mom doesn't believe it, let's find a place to practice after we get off. These idiots really thought they could bully him, Feng Feng. Every time they had to step on him to feel superior. If he didn't teach them a lesson, they wouldn't know how to respect others. The kids around Wan Hui heard Feng Feng cursing and grew to dislike him even more. Scholars shouldn't curse. Wan Hui and the others laughed upon hearing Feng Feng's words. Feng Feng, a level 3 stage 3 rookie, was threatening to challenge them, saying they should find a place to practice after getting off. Recently, he had heard that Feng Feng had bullied a 7th level martial arts family and a dozen 6th level families in Tianyang City with a martial arts master by his side. It seemed he had gained some skills and dared to provoke them. Wan Hui and the others came from prestigious families, and Chu Tingting was the daughter of a martial king family. After level 9 martial artists, there were martial arts masters, supreme martial artists, martial kings, martial war emperors, and martial emperors. Each of them belonged to super families with dozens to hundreds of masters, and there were supreme powerhouses above masters, so they naturally wouldn't fear a master behind Feng Feng. He really thinks he's something special just because he bullied a few small families in Tianyang City and dares to challenge us, Wan Hui said, looking at Feng Feng with sarcasm. Country bumpkin, should I say you're ignorant or fearless? No, it should be that the ignorant are fearless. With your level 3, stage 3 cultivation, you want to show off in front of everyone and challenge me? Since you like to show off so much and brag, I'll accept your challenge, Wan Hui said lightly. When we get off, I will make you unrecognizable to your parents and personally tear apart your hypocritical mask. Feng Feng's expression was cold as he replied, I hope you can still be this arrogant later. I will make you regret your arrogance. 1. Huey's eyes changed. This country bumpkin was indeed arrogant and seemed serious. He coldly said, bragging about breaking through 56 levels in the simulation battle room and being the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Maybe no one said anything to you, but challenging me in front of everyone is not that simple. You will pay a painful price for your actions. Once some words are spoken, the situation is no longer in your control. I will cripple you later, and your master behind you won't dare to say anything, Wan Hui said viciously. In front of my Wan family, a single master is nothing. The Wan family was a supreme family, and not a weak one at that, possessing 6 supremes and 70 to 80 masters. A mere master was nothing in front of the Wan family. Don't worry, I will cripple you, and your Wan family behind you won't dare to say anything. Feng Feng sneered. Just a supreme family. With a single call to the martial god, not to mention your supreme family, even the martial king family would be finished. Seeing Feng Feng so arrogant, Chu Tingting couldn't stand it any longer. She couldn't tolerate Feng Feng, who clearly had low cultivation but insisted on putting on a show. Chu Tingting said, no need to wait until we get off, the last carriage of this train is empty and can support a fight. We can apply to go there for a duel, let's go there. Directly. Chu Tingting couldn't wait a minute longer. She wanted to see Wan Hui teach Feng Feng a harsh lesson, exposing Feng Feng's hypocritical mask and making him feel utterly ashamed. Okay. Wan Hui shouted loudly, looking at Feng Feng and said, dare to fight, let's go to the last carriage and duel right now. What's there to be afraid of? Feng Feng coldly replied, if I can blow you up in advance, I would naturally be happy to do so. Wan Hui and the others couldn't wait to teach him a lesson, and Feng Feng naturally wanted to deal with this group of idiots in advance. The surrounding passengers and students became interested and followed Feng Feng, Wan Hui, and Chu Tingting to the last carriage. They wanted to see the duel between the two sides. In the era of high martial arts, the rich were martial and the poor were literary, and martial power was revered. Dueling was the most popular and officially permitted. Applying to duel in the last carriage was quickly approved, and many train attendants and passengers came to watch. Among them were several students who had come to Taiyuan City for special recruitment trials, all of whom were candidates from the Southeast Province. Chu Tingting, Wan Hui, and a few others ranked among the top. They were known to be in the top 5 out of 1 million candidates in the Southeast Province, but Feng Feng seemed rather ordinary. They were curious about what kind of confidence allowed Feng Feng to provoke Wan Hui and the others. From the discussions just now, it seemed that the duel was sparked by Feng Feng boasting that he had broken through 56 levels in the practical assessment of the college entrance examination, claiming to be the top scorer from the Southeast Province, which angered Wan Hui and the others. They had mocked Feng Feng, leading to the dispute. As for the truth of the matter, whether Feng Feng was just bragging or if he really did break through 56 levels in the practical assessment, it remained unknown. However, the latter seemed unlikely, as Feng Feng's cultivation was too low, only at the 3rd level, 3rd stage. People felt that Feng Feng would likely be badly beaten in this duel. Arriving at the last carriage, the crowd was packed tightly, leaving a space of over 10 meters in the middle for the two to duel. Wan Hui was full of confidence, believing that this space was more than enough to deal with Feng Feng, this 3rd level, 3rd stage trash. Go big brother, smash him, cheered the group of children surrounding Wan Hui. Wan Hui nodded and then looked at Feng Feng, saying, let's start, the sooner we finish, the better. Feng Feng remained expressionless, stepping back a few paces to create distance. The battle was about to begin. Feng Feng would soon let Wan Hui know what cruelty meant. "Watch my fist," Wan Hui shouted coldly, then charged at Feng Feng, his hands forming fists. Surrounded by azure spiritual energy, unleashing a fourth-grade martial technique. Shattering Stone Fist. At the moment Wan Hui moved, Feng Feng also acted. Using the koi body technique, his blood surged, shooting out like a cannonball, executing the perfected thunder fist, with lightning swirling around his fist, he struck at Wan Hui. He didn't use a weapon or spear, since Wan Hui wasn't using one, he wouldn't either. It was a fist-to-fist confrontation, a hard clash with Wan Hui. A loud bang echoed, deafening, as both retreated. Simultaneously, the distance not differing much. The first clash ended in a draw. The crowd was shocked. Feng Feng had actually withstood Wan Hui's punch and even pushed him back. It was unbelievable. What Feng Feng had just executed seemed to be a perfected fourth-grade upper-level martial technique, stronger than Wan Hui's shattering stone fist, compensating for the gap in physical prowess between them. Goodness, a third-level, third-stage cultivator had perfected a fourth-grade upper-level martial technique. He truly was a monster. Seeing the approving gazes of everyone around him directed at Feng Feng, Wan Hui felt a bit embarrassed. With his cultivation so much higher than Feng Feng's, he had not been able to defeat him in one blow. It was truly a disgrace. "That was just me holding back. I only used 50% of my strength to test your abilities. I was afraid that if I went all out, I might accidentally kill you with one punch, and that wouldn't be good," Wan Hui said, hands behind his back, looking at Feng Feng indifferently. Upon hearing this, the four others suddenly realized that Wan Hui hadn't been using his full strength. No wonder Feng Feng could match him. It turned out he had let Feng Feng have a chance. Wan Hui said, "Next. I won't hold back anymore. Get ready to take my attack." Feng Feng shook his head and said, "Wan Hui, when it comes to showing off, I have to give it to you." Wan Hui charged at Feng Feng again, his steps strange, a terrifying spiritual energy erupting, fully unleashing his fifth-level, fourth-stage cultivation, aiming to defeat Feng Feng in one blow. Feng calmly said, "It's over." And with that, he finished. The Thunder Extreme body instantly activated, and in an instant, a terrifying surge of lightning energy erupted from within, as if an ancient ferocious beast had awakened. Feng Feng's momentum suddenly soared. The crowd around him showed expressions of shock. It seemed Feng Feng possessed some kind of powerful physique, and now that it was activated, his combat power had skyrocketed. With the Thunder Extreme body activated, Feng Feng felt his combat power increase by more than 10 times, his body brimming with strength, capable of punching through Wan Hui before him. "Watch my fist," Wan Hui snorted coldly, surrounded by spiritual energy, and unleashed a punch. The martial skill he employed this time was a fifth-grade martial technique, the 8 Extremes Fist, capable of delivering 8 waves of fist energy to strike at the enemy's internal organs. Feng Feng, barehanded, charged at Wan Hui, his fist crackling with purple lightning. He did not use any martial technique, just an ordinary punch. Boom, with a deafening sound, under the enhancement of the Thunder Extreme body's tenfold attack power, a punch filled with destructive force directly sent Wan Hui flying, crashing hard to the ground. Puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood, looking at Feng Feng in disbelief. Just now, Feng Feng's punch was like an ancient ferocious beast, simply unstoppable. "How about that? Did you use your full strength this time?" Feng Feng sneered. "The third watch ends, and tomorrow will continue with excitement. I haven't eaten yet, so I'll go eat first." Everyone present was dumbfounded. Wan Hui had been defeated, thoroughly, knocked back by a single punch that made him spit blood and lose his fighting ability. No one expected that Feng Feng could possess such a terrifying physique, instantly elevating his combat power to such heights, exploding Wan Hui with one punch. Shootingting, Shiro, and the others all closed their mouths, their shock evident. With such strength, Feng Feng might really be able to break through the 56th level in the practical assessment. Could it be that everything Feng Feng said was true? Shootingting couldn't believe it. If what Feng Feng said was true, then wouldn't that mean he would be the top scorer in this Southeastern Provincial College entrance examination? She was unwilling to accept it. The group of children who had been surrounding Shootingting were momentarily frightened when they saw Feng Feng incapacitate Wan Hui with a single punch. They never expected that the older brother they had always looked up to could be so easily defeated, brought down in just 2 moves. They were torn between fear and admiration for Feng Feng. At that moment, Wan Hui on the ground said fiercely, "Your cultivation is only at the 3rd level, 3rd stage, far too inferior to me. You merely used some special means to temporarily boost your combat power. Such methods can't be sustained for long. This area is too small for me to unleash my full potential. If we were in a wide open space, I wouldn't necessarily lose to you. Combat power boosted by external forces is never truly respectable. Your own cultivation is what matters," Wan Hui continued. At such a young age, instead of focusing on improving your cultivation, you waste your time studying these crooked paths. You won't achieve great things in the future. The crowd around them pondered his words. Many disagreed with Yuan Wu. Although Feng Feng had just unleashed his physique to enhance his combat power, the ability to challenge beyond one's level was still impressive. If one's own strength wasn't strong, how could they withstand the impact of a physique explosion? Yuan Hui's words were merely an attempt to rationalize his defeat, claiming Feng Feng's low cultivation as a counterargument. Feng looked at Yuan Hui on the ground and suddenly kicked him hard, sending him flying and skidding on the ground for 5 or 6 meters before coming to a stop. Yuan Hui clutched his stomach in pain, convulsing. Feng snorted coldly, "My cultivation may not be higher than yours, but I can beat you without giving you a chance to fight back. No matter how you twist your words, you will never be my opponent." You. Yuan Hui, holding his stomach, glared at Feng with a fierce look. "You're so arrogant, thinking that just because you have a master backing you, you can do whatever you want. Let me tell you, in front of the Yuan family, masters are nothing. My family can easily crush them." "Oh," Feng replied indifferently, "I'm so scared." Chu Tingting's face turned ugly as she said, Feng, don't go too far. Yuan Hui has already lost, what more do you want? Is this your demeanor, so narrow-minded and petty?" Upon hearing this, Feng almost felt sick from her words. How could there be such a disgusting double standard in the world? Now she accused him of lacking grace, being narrow-minded and petty, yet she didn't think about how she and her friends had acted just a few days ago. Idiot! Feng cursed silently, ignoring the foolish woman. Chu Tingting, insulted as an idiot, was so angry she didn't know what to say. No one had ever dared to speak to her like that in her life. Now she was being called an idiot by a country bumpkin. Yuan Hui gritted his teeth and coldly said to Feng, "You'll regret this." "Alright, I'll wait," Feng replied flatly, as if beating a descendant of a prestigious family had no effect on him. After saying that, Feng turned and left the last carriage, returning to his seat to continue pretending to sleep. The train had already passed the halfway point, with 2 hours left to Taiyuan City. He pretended to doze for a while longer before arriving. Chu Tingting, Shiro, and others helped Yuan Hui up, gave him some healing medicine, and slowly returned to their seats. The crowd that had gathered to watch also gradually dispersed, and the earlier excitement faded into calmness. Chu Tingting, Shiro, and Yuan Hui sat in their seats, looking at Feng in front of them, showing expressions of disgust. On the train, it was not appropriate to use family power against Feng, but it didn't matter, there would be plenty of opportunities to deal with this country bumpkin in the future. For now, they had to endure. The train traveled across the land, and soon it would pass through a desolate mountainous area. This area had a special magnetic field, making it difficult to receive external signals. The space was weak, and spatial rifts often appeared, with powerful beasts rushing out from these rifts to attack the earth. As the train entered this mountainous region, the sky suddenly darkened, clouds gathered, and strong winds howled. The passengers on the train looked out the windows at the outside world, feeling a heavy sense of oppression. Feng, who had been pretending to doze in his seat, suddenly opened his eyes, looked at the weather outside, and felt an ominous premonition, as if something bad was about to happen. Feng was restless and no longer pretended to doze. Instead, he stared out the window, becoming alert. Meanwhile, at the front of the train conductor and the guard looked at the suddenly darkened sky ahead, their expressions turning grim. "Old you, with this situation. It seems our train has encountered a spatial rift," the guard said to the conductor. "Old you. It should be." Old you said gravely, looking at the sky ahead. "How many martial artist troops are stationed on the train? Encountering a spatial rift would surely result in countless beasts pouring out, causing widespread destruction, leaving nothing in their wake." 100 martial artist troops, the guard replied. "And they are all low-level martial artists, with an overall strength at level 3, equipped with level 3 energy guns and 10 level 3 energy cannons." In the era of high martial arts, trains crossing provinces typically had martial artist troops on board to prevent attacks from beasts during the journey and to ensure the train's safety. Generally, a train carrying over 10,000 passengers would station 100 martial artist troops to prevent accidents. This area is affected by magnetic field interference, and signals cannot be sent out. We must hold on until we pass through this area to get support. Let's first see what kind of beasts come out of the spatial rift before making specific deployments, the conductor, Olju, said. The guard nodded and said, "I'll have the 100 martial artist troops prepare for battle." After saying that, he left and walked toward the rear of the train. At the same time, in the sky outside this area, in a helicopter, the governor of Southeast Province, Duan Yang, and the director of the Education Bureau, Chen Mo, looked at the heavily clouded sky ahead. Chen Mo said, the special recruitment trial for prestigious schools has already begun. On the other side of the spatial rift is a wave of level 2 beasts with a scale of about 100,000. Whether they can pass the test depends on the students themselves. If they only care about themselves and disregard the lives of over 10,000 ordinary people on the train, then this test will be considered a failure. This special recruitment trial for prestigious schools, although said to be heading to Taiyuan City, had actually already begun on the way. The test for this special recruitment trial was not about strength, but about responsibility, the responsibility of a martial artist. The reason why warriors are respected and favored in human society, holding a high status, is that they are the first to face the war between humans and demon beasts, sacrificing blood and life to lay the foundation for human survival. This special recruitment trial tests the warrior's responsibility to protect ordinary people. The train ahead encountered a spatial rift, which the authorities had predicted long ago. Behind the rift lies a secondary demon beast nest with a scale of 100,000. If an ordinary train were to encounter it, the 100 warriors on board would be utterly insufficient to resist such a tide of beasts. However, this train is different. It carries 1,000 students who are third tier or above warriors. As long as these 1,000 unite and fight side by side, they can resist the beast nest and ensure the train safely passes through this area. It all depends on whether the 1,000 students on the train dare to come out and resist the beast nest. After all, confronting the beast nest is very dangerous. A moment's carelessness could lead to being overwhelmed, trapped in the nest, and attacked by countless demon beasts, leaving no complete corpse. Inside the train, Feng and others looked out the window and discovered a massive spatial rift appearing in the sky ahead. Spatial rift. Countless people on the train were shocked. This train had actually collided with a spatial rift. A spatial rift is synonymous with death. Once it signifies that countless demon beasts are about to emerge from it, leading to a large-scale massacre. What to do? The ordinary people on the train began to panic. At this moment, the train's broadcast sounded, "Emergency. Notice, this train has encountered a rare spatial rift. It is currently unclear what kind of demon beasts are waiting to invade Earth behind the rift. This train is stationed with 100 warrior soldiers who are already prepared for battle to ensure everyone's safety. We need the support of other warrior forces on this train to help us get through this crisis." Upon hearing this, the students on the entire train began to stand up, their expressions serious, preparing for battle. Apart from the 100 station warrior soldiers, the remaining 1,000 students were the only warriors left. Whether they could resist this wave of demon beasts depended on them. Shu Tingting looked around at everyone and said, "Don't worry, we warriors will definitely protect everyone's safety." Shiro also said, "With us here, we will not let any demon beast harm you." Feng stood up, saying nothing, but he had already drawn his spear, showing his stance. The ordinary people around saw so many warriors standing up, their faces filled with excitement. With these warriors around, they would surely be protected. At that moment, in the sky outside the train, the rift suddenly tore open, and in an instant, hundreds of bat demons flew out from the rift, blocking the train's path. The train was forced to stop abruptly. "Warriors on the train, our lives depend on you." The train conductor's voice came over the broadcast. In an instant, the doors of each carriage opened, and one by one, warrior students rushed out with weapons, ready to deal with the bat demons, including the 100 warrior soldiers. The hundreds of bat demons were all third tier or above beasts, leading the charge, with more demon beasts still behind. The spatial rift does not open all at once, it can only slowly expand to let more demon beasts out. During the time the rift is expanding, all the demon beasts blocking the railway must be cleared out to allow the train to escape. Otherwise, once the demon beasts charge out in large numbers, this train will be doomed. Feng stepped out of the train, looking around and noticing more and more bat demons continuously rushing out from the spatial rift, blocking the train. This couldn't go on, the train would be surrounded and killed by the bat demons. Feng snorted coldly, his aura erupting, the Thunder Extreme body instantly activating, his combat power increasing tenfold, arcs of electricity surrounding him as if the god of thunder had descended. At this critical moment, he could not hold back. Using the 5th grade martial skill Koi body technique, Feng unleashed a terrifying burst of speed, so incredible that in an instant, he arrived before a group of bat demons. Gripping his spear with one hand, he swept it out, directly severing several bat demons. "Everyone, clear the bat demons in front of the train first, let's get it moving," Feng said, looking ahead. He then executed the 4th grade martial skill Thunder Fist, striking forward at several bat demons. The terrifying power of lightning slammed into 4 or 5 bat demons ahead. Boom, the dreadful lightning wreaked havoc, continuously destroying the bat demons hit by it, their bodies convulsing before collapsing to the ground. More and more bat demons surrounded them, seemingly endless, rushing in from the spatial rift. Die! He thrust his spear forward, a cold gleam flashing as the spear pierced through space, directly impaling and killing 3 bat demons that had just charged in. Over 1,000 students around him also unleashed their full strength, and in no time, they had killed over 1,000 bat demons. Just then, a massive bat flew out from above the train, revealing itself to be a 5th grade, 6th tier bat demon. Not good, it's a 5th grade, 6th tier bat demon, one student exclaimed. The highest cultivation level among the students on this train was only 5th grade, 5th tier. A 5th grade, 6th tier bat demon was definitely beyond Chu Tingting's ability to resist. What to do? Should they escape? With their speed, they could flee before the demon beasts launched a large-scale attack. However, if they escaped, the tens of thousands of ordinary people on the train would be doomed. Seeing the 5th grade, 6th tier bat demon, despair spread among the ordinary people on the train, unable to believe that such a powerful demon beast had emerged from the spatial rift. If no student could deal with this bat demon, they would be trapped today. I'll deal with this 5th grade, 6th tier bat demon. You all find a way to clear the lower tier bat demons in front of the train, Feng Feng shouted, then suddenly stomped the ground, his figure soaring as he charged toward the giant bat demon. Seeing Feng Feng rush toward the bat demon, all the students were shocked. It was him, the one who had just defeated Yuan Wu. If he could truly defeat the giant bat demon, there was hope for them to escape with all these ordinary people today. Feng Feng ignored the astonishment of the crowd, executing the koi body technique, his thunder body erupting as he instantly appeared before the bat demon, thrusting his spear forward, the immense lightning power surging from his dantian, bloodlight swirling around the spear tip. The 5th grade martial skill blood thunder spear was unleashed. The sharp spear tip exhaled purple lightning as it aimed for the bat demon's neck. The bat demon suddenly unleashed all its power, black demonic energy erupting from its body, endless black mist swirling around it. The bat demon's wings flapped, its massive mouth opening wide, and in an instant, endless black mist shot out like an air cannon, exploding the air as it met Feng Feng's terrifying spear strike. Boom! With a loud bang, the bat demon's attack knocked Feng Feng's spear back. Feng Feng was taken aback. This bat demon could also attack from a distance. The bat demon's eyes were filled with disbelief. Its dark energy had actually been shattered by this human spear. This human before it was comparable to a 5th grade demon beast with terrifying strength. The update ends here. Tomorrow will continue with more excitement. The bat demon did not hesitate, opening its bloody maw and lunging at Feng Feng. Upon seeing the giant bat demon coming for him, Feng Feng's pupils contracted, and the thunder extreme body activated to its fullest. In an instant, a terrifying surge of lightning energy erupted from within Feng Feng. Black lightning patterns began to form on his bare torso, continuously providing him with energy. The level 5, 6-segment giant bat demon had combat power comparable to a level 5, 7-segment warrior. And it could fly, excelling at evasion. To deal with it, if he didn't strike, it was fine, but once he did, he had to ensure a kill. The secret technique that could attack the soul-piercing spike, was unleashed, and Feng Feng's soul power erupted, instantly transforming into an invisible spike aimed at the giant bat demon's mind. Puff! Hit by the soul-piercing spike, the giant bat demon's speed drastically decreased. Now was the moment. The divine ability thunder summoning spell activated, and the sky above instantly lit up with flashes of lightning and thunder. A surging power of lightning was drawn down from the heavens, converging with the lightning patterns on Feng Feng's body. Go! Feng Feng shouted, and in an instant, the terrifying lightning gathered around him and struck the flying giant bat demon, the blue lightning resembling a thunder dragon, instantly hitting the dazed giant bat demon ahead. The giant bat demon's body was struck by the lightning, purple lightning ravaging it, illuminating the dark sky around. Everyone was shocked by Feng Feng's attack. It was terrifying. At that moment, Feng Feng resembled an unparalleled thunder god, suppressing all things in the world. The fact that Feng Feng could unleash such a terrifying attack left Yuan Wu completely in disbelief. If Feng Feng had used this move during their duel, he would have probably been dead. Chu Tingting was also stunned by this move. With this technique, Feng Feng could easily break through the 56th level of the simulation battle room. All the ordinary people on the train looked at the giant bat demon covered in lightning in the sky, filled with admiration for Feng Feng. This was a warrior, battling against the heavens and the earth, capable of anything. As the lightning dissipated, the giant bat demon fell to the ground, severely injured and on the brink of death. Feng Feng unleashed the 9th grade technique, thunder technique, surrounded by lightning, leaping into the air and thrusting his spear down from above. Blood lightning swirled around the spear, the terrifying power of blood lightning enveloping it, enhanced by the lightning energy. Puff blood splattered as the giant bat demon's head was pierced by Feng Feng's spear, its massive body collapsing to the ground. They won. Everyone was excited. Feng Feng had won, and they had hope of escaping. 1,000 warrior students and 100 warrior soldiers fought desperately to clear the beasts blocking the front of the train. Everyone, don't worry, we won't leave any ordinary person behind. We warriors are your strong support, Wan Hui and the others shouted as they fought at the front of the train. Wanting to make a name for themselves, they had just been overshadowed by Feng Feng's brilliance, which had eclipsed their pride of being among the top in the province. They had to reclaim it. They vowed to protect the safety of all the ordinary people on the train. Over 10,000 people on the train applauded them. Unlike them, Feng Feng did not deliberately say any passionate words to draw attention. He was focused on dealing with the beasts, trying to get the train moving. Feng Feng had a faint feeling that this beast attack was not so simple. Just then, the spatial rift suddenly widened, and tens of thousands of low-level bat demons surged out from it. Upon seeing this, all the students and warriors below were dumbfounded. Tens of thousands of low-level bat demons were pouring out of the spatial rift. What to do now? This was not an ordinary beast attack, but a level 2 beast nest. A beast nest was different from a beast attack. A beast attack usually involved hundreds of mid-level beasts leading thousands of low-level beasts. Although stronger, their numbers were not overwhelming, and they could be dealt with. But a beast nest was different. Once a nest appeared, it started with at least 100,000 beasts. This was a disaster. In the second-level monster beast nest, with 100,000 second-level bat monsters, if one accidentally falls deep into it, they will definitely be eaten to the last shred. Below, around the railway, everyone clearing the monsters looked pale and at a loss. The ordinary people on the train were so frightened that some fainted directly, and the children cried out in terror. 100,000 second-level bat monsters surged out from the spatial rift, a dark mass that blotted out the sky, their screeches shaking the heavens. Shu Tingting, Shiro, and Wan Hui were filled with fear and already had thoughts of fleeing. Their cultivation had reached above level 5, and with all their strength, they could escape at full speed, far outpacing these second-level bat monsters. However, if they ran away, the tens of thousands of ordinary people on the train would definitely be devoured by the 100,000 bat monsters without a trace left. But if they did not flee, once the 100,000 bat monsters surged up and surrounded them in the beast nest, it would be a matter of life and death. Faced with tens of thousands of beast nests, they could not take that risk. The 100,000 bat monsters formed a beast nest moving slowly, and with so many ordinary people blocking the monster nests for them, it would take a considerable amount of time for the beast nest to consume 10,000 ordinary people, giving them a complete opportunity to escape. On the train, tens of thousands of people watched the dark mass of the beast nest rushing towards them, a scene of despair. A little girl, tears in her eyes, asked her mother, "Mom, are we going to die this time?" "No, do you see the 100 military warriors and 1,000 warrior students outside the car? They are all great heroes who will protect us," her mother replied. Although she said this, she was not sure whether the 1,000 warrior students and 100 military warriors outside would run away. The military warriors and students outside were all level 3 or above, while the 100,000 monster beast nests were only level 2. The speed of second-level monsters was significantly slower than that of level 3 warriors, and with 100,000 monsters forming a beast nest, their speed was even slower. If the military warriors and students outside wanted to escape, the monsters could not catch up. So it was uncertain whether these warriors would run. After all, once trapped in the monster beast nest, even a level 5 warrior would face a life-and-death situation. It was hard for an ordinary person to sacrifice themselves for the lives of others and fall into a trap. Outside the train, among the 1,000 warrior students, upon seeing the 100,000 scale monster beast nest rushing out from the spatial rift, 1/3 of the students had already begun to flee into the distance. Clearly, they did not understand the importance of staying behind to fight the monster beast nest. It was not worth it to put themselves in danger for these unrelated people. They were not fools. The remaining 2/3 of the students were hesitating, wondering whether to flee and become cowards. In the era of high martial arts, warriors were revered beings, great heroes in the eyes of ordinary people, because they stood up to protect ordinary people in the war against monsters. This time, if they let 10,000 ordinary people die in their place to gain a chance to escape, these fleeing warriors would be despised by the world. It would be a disgrace to the warriors, a major stain on their lives. 1/3 of those who just escaped were all students, not a single soldier among them. The 100 soldiers, none of them fled, they all gathered, holding energy guns, watching the dark, looming beast nest ahead. They prepared to stand firm. There were only soldiers who died in battle, no soldiers who ran away. These students could escape, disregarding the lives of ordinary people, but they could not. The duty of a soldier is to protect the home and the country, to shield ordinary people from the harm of beasts. One of the officers among the 100 soldiers spoke up, "We are very unfortunate to encounter a rare beast nest that is willing to coexist with us in death. Students who are willing to resist the beast nest, gather in front, we will fight side by side." The officer's voice was strong and powerful, but the latter part of his sentence remained unspoken, implying that he had no choice but to stay. He had no authority to order these students to confront the beasts alongside them, putting themselves in danger. Among the remaining 600 students, one by one, some stepped forward, and soon 300 stood with the 100 soldiers, ready to confront the beast nest. The remaining 300 did not move, and the beast nest drew closer. Among the 300 unwilling to step forward were Wan Hui, Shiro, and Chu Tingting. Wan Hui scoffed, "A bunch of idiots, risking their lives for a group of ordinary people. We warriors are superior beings, our lives are worth more than these ordinary people. It's the right thing to escape and bring back strong people to take revenge for these ordinary folks." Wan Hui's words now completely forgot what he had just said, that with them around, they would definitely protect the ordinary people on the vehicle, being their solid support. Now, they indeed wanted these ordinary people to die for them, allowing them to escape. Shootingting said, "I am a descendant of the martial king family. I will become a powerful warrior in the future and play a greater role. I cannot stay and fight for a group of ordinary people. As long as I can escape, I can bring strong family members to annihilate the beast nest." Shiro said, "Let's go first, let these foolish guys slowly confront the beast nest." After saying that, he led the more than 300 students who dared not step forward to flee into the distance. The ordinary people on the vehicle showed disappointment. Some of these students who just fled were once their admired figures, high and mighty warriors, great heroes. Now, the heroes they admired had turned them into meat shields, letting them die to buy time for their own escape, abandoning them. The group of children surrounding Chu Tingting, Shiro, and Wan Hui saw their admired older brothers and sisters fleeing, abandoning them. Their eyes filled with tears and disappointment. These were the people they had always looked up to, and now they had given up on them. At this moment, the 300 students willing to stay and the 100 warrior soldiers looked at the approaching level 2 beast nest and shouted, "Everyone, don't worry. As long as we have breath today, we won't let the beast nest harm a single person." Fong Fong stood at the front of the 300 students willing to stay and the 100 soldiers, subtly becoming a leader, especially since he had just killed a level 5-6 segment beast, showcasing his powerful strength. Fong Fong said, "Everyone, don't be discouraged. Although there are many beasts in this nest, their cultivation is low, only at level 2. As long as we prevent ourselves from being surrounded by the nest, we won't be in danger. First, concentrate firepower to attack with energy guns, and when the nest gets closer, we will spread out and take them down one by one." Fong Fong had already put away his long spear into the system space and took out a level 5 energy gun, standing at the forefront, towering like an unparalleled war god. It seemed that as long as he was there, the beast nest could not charge forward. The passengers on the vehicle looked at Fong Fong and the more than 300 students and 100 soldiers who stayed behind, tears of emotion in their eyes. These heroes, at the last moment, chose to stay and share life and death with everyone. This is the true warrior, a being respected by all. The group of children looked at Fong Feng's tall figure. This big brother remained silent, unlike Chu Tingting and the others, who kept emphasizing that they would protect them, seeking to make their presence felt, but in the end, abandoned them. This big brother was taciturn, without grandiose words, yet stood up at the critical moment to protect them. Fong Feng's status in the hearts of all the ordinary people in the car had risen to an extremely high level. The narrow road meets the brave, and the human warriors are the strongest existence. You all shall die. Fong Fong looked towards the group of demon beasts ahead. He took out a level 4 energy submachine gun and handed it to a level 3 student beside him, saying, "Kill that bastard." The person took the energy gun, excitedly nodding at Fong Fong. A level 4 energy submachine gun could definitely kill a bat demon with one shot. Then Fong Fong took out another level 5 energy submachine gun and gave it to a level 4 student nearby. "Blow these beasts to pieces." The student nodded, took the energy gun without any hesitation. As for Fong Fong himself, he took out a level 6 energy submachine gun, preparing to shoot. With the Thunder Extreme body activated, his physical attributes were comparable to a level 5 warrior, allowing him to use a level 6 energy gun. The level 6 energy gun had immense power. A single bullet explosion could take down 2 or 3 level 2 bat demons. Fong also had level 4 and level 5 sniper rifles, but he didn't take them out. Reloading his sniper rifle after each shot was too troublesome, and against such a large number of demon beasts, it was too impractical. 100 military warriors all took out level 3 energy guns, standing ready, waiting for the beast nest to come. closer before they began shooting. Only when the beast nest was nearer could they ensure every shot hit, showcasing their formidable killing power. The 10 Level 3 energy cannons on the vehicle had already been pushed out, controlled by warrior students. The power of a Level 3 energy cannon, when the demon beasts were densely gathered, could kill dozens of Level 2 bat demons with a single shot. Over 400 warriors stood outside the train on high alert. When the beast nest was only 5,000 meters away, Feng Feng shouted, "Fire!" Instantly, 100 military warriors gripped their Level 3 energy guns, while the two beside Feng Feng, holding Level 4 and Level 5 submachine guns, began shooting at the dark mass of demon beasts in the sky. Bullets flew thick and fast, hitting the demon beasts and instantly piercing through them, causing them to fall from the sky. The 10 energy cannons also fired simultaneously. Their terrifying power instantly created a mushroom cloud among the demon beasts, turning dozens of them into pulp, leaving no complete corpses. The 10 cannons firing once each resulted in the deaths of hundreds of demon beasts. Feng Feng's Level 6 energy gun was equally terrifying. One shot could kill 2 or 3 demon beasts, and its firing rate was astonishing, capable of firing nearly 200 energy bullets in a minute. Under attack, the advance of the beast nest was disrupted, and its speed decreased. In 1 minute, it only moved forward 1,500 meters. With Feng Feng's Level 6 energy gun firing 200 energy bullets per minute, he annihilated 600 demon beasts, and with the beast nest advancing 1,500 meters, Feng Feng had wiped out over 1,200 demon beasts. Each of the 100 soldiers could fire 200 energy bullets, totaling 20,000 shots to eliminate 20,000 demon beasts. The 10 energy cannons could each fire 15 shots per minute, totaling 150 shots, annihilating over 7,000 demon beasts. The two students beside Feng Feng, holding Level 4 and Level 5 energy guns, also killed 1 to 2,000 demon beasts in a minute. Adding all the kills together, in this 1,500-meter distance, over 30,000 demon beasts were shot down, and more than a quarter of the beast nest was destroyed. There were still 3,500 meters to go. At the rate of 30,000 demon beasts being eliminated over 1,500 meters, when the beast nest was 500 meters away, they would surely be able to wipe out over 90,000 demon beasts, leaving just over 10,000. Feng Feng and the others saw hope. 2 minutes later, the beast nest advanced another 3,000 meters, now only 500 meters away from them. In these 2 minutes, under the relentless bombardment from Feng Feng and the more than 100 others, over 90,000 demon beasts had been annihilated, leaving less than 10,000 remaining. Kill! Feng Feng shouted, and instantly over 400 students and military warriors charged forward. They engaged in close combat with the beast nest. The more than 100 armed with energy guns led the charge, killing the demon beasts that rushed up. The remaining warriors without energy guns were at the back, killing the stray demon beasts to prevent them from rushing onto the train behind and harming ordinary people. Feng Feng, holding a Level 6 assault rifle, shouted, "Die, you beasts! Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do." The terrifying energy bullets flew like cannonballs, directly blasting the densely packed bat demons that were charging forward. Rows of them fell from the sky to the ground. The energy gun bullets pierced through the bat demons, leaving large holes the size of heads on their bodies. It's the 100th chapter, and today's 3 updates are done. Rise up, where the brave meet, the victor prevails. 5-star reviews. Moments later, the remaining 8,000 plus demon beasts and over 400 human warriors finally met, and both sides engaged in a fierce battle. In a narrow encounter, the brave prevail. Although the humans only had 400 warriors, their cultivation levels were all at least 1 rank higher than these second-level demon beasts. Now that the number of demon beasts had dwindled to 8,000, averaging out, 1 person would face 20 demon beasts. While it was somewhat troublesome, killing them all was not a problem. Moreover, among the students, many had already broken through to the 4th level, and a 4th-level warrior could easily handle 20 second-level bat demons. A close-quarters melee battle thus began. Feng Feng and the 100 soldiers wielding energy guns put away their energy guns and switched to melee weapons to start fighting. The 400 human warriors were now in chaotic combat with the demon beast horde, as using energy guns could easily injure their own side. The 2 students beside Feng Feng also returned the energy guns that Feng Feng had just given them, opting for melee weapons to engage the demon beasts up close. One of the 4th-level students wielded a long sword and instantly killed a bat demon to the left. Flames burned on the sword, indicating a formidable sword technique belonging to the 3rd rank. With a flash, 3 second-level bat demons were slain in 1 stroke, their bodies cleaved in half. Die, beasts! Feng Feng snorted coldly, his momentum erupting as he unleashed the 5th-rank movement technique Koi technique. In an instant, Feng arrived at a densely populated area ahead. The thunderous body erupted, and divine powers were unleashed, releasing terrifying lightning. Energy. Crackle, horrific lightning wreaked havoc, causing immense damage to the demon beast horde ahead, as the lightning relentlessly destroyed over a dozen bat demons. Feng swung his fist, directly killing all the bat demons that had been charred black by the electricity. Feng turned and continued to slaughter around him, surrounded by lightning like a god of death, leaving no trace of the demon beasts in his wake. Meanwhile, as Feng and the others fought desperately against the demon beasts, tens of thousands of meters away from the battlefield, dozens of helicopters hovered in the air. Feng and the others were unaware that high-ranking warriors from nearby military districts, as well as warriors from the Taiyuan city government, the Southeast Province government, and top 100 prestigious schools in Huaxia had all arrived. The spatial rift beast nest encountered by the train had been detected early on, specifically designated as a trial for the special recruitment of these prestigious schools. This test was to assess the social responsibility and duties of the 1,000 warrior students on the train. Warriors hold a high status in human society and are respected because they are willing to step forward to protect ordinary people when faced with demon beast attacks, protecting humanity's home. If warriors retreat in the face of powerful demon beasts, becoming cowards and abandoning their homeland and fellow humans, then they are unworthy of enjoying the privileges of human society. If the 1,000 students on the train were unwilling to take risks and confront the beast nest, the more than 10,000 ordinary people on the train would be safe. The powerful individuals secretly monitoring would naturally come out to exterminate the beast nest and rescue these ordinary people. In that case, none of the 1,000 students from the Southeast Province would pass the prestigious school recruitment trial. Fortunately, not all the students on this train were spineless cowards. There were still hundreds willing to stand up and face the beast nest, risking their lives. The beast nest is almost resolved, let's go to Taiyuan City and wait for them, said the group responsible for the special recruitment trial of prestigious schools in the Southeast Province. Duan Yang and Chen Mo, a high-ranking officials from the Southeast Province, nodded. The threat of the beast nest was no longer significant. It was time to go and welcome our heroes. Originally, Duan Yang thought that out of the 1,000 students from the Southeast Province, only about 100 would pass the test, but unexpectedly, over 300 would succeed. After all, among the 1,000 students from the Southeast Province, most come from prestigious martial arts families, and they are usually proud and look down on ordinary people. Asking them to bleed in sacrifice for ordinary people, to have a sense of responsibility and put themselves in danger, is quite difficult. After all, this time, the nest of 100,000 second-level demon beasts is not so easy to deal with. If it weren't for Feng's superior strength in killing the leading 5th-level, 6th-stage demon beast, interrupting the arrangement of the nest, and then using a 6th-level energy gun and a 5th-level energy gun to suppress the speed of the nest, it would have been much harder to defeat it. In the end, everyone worked together, relying on 10 energy cannons and energy guns to eliminate most of the demon beasts. Otherwise, overcoming the nest would not have been so easy. Fortunately, this demon beast nest was only the smallest scale of 100,000. If they encountered one on the scale of 1,000,000 or 10,000,000, many lives would likely be lost. Whether they could ultimately win was still uncertain. This was also the reason why Chutingting, Shiro, Wan Hui, and others were unwilling to take risks, as they were unclear about the scale of this nest and could not afford to gamble. For a group of unrelated ordinary people, they would not put themselves in danger. If Chutingting and the others who fled knew that this nest was actually a special recruitment trial for prestigious schools, they would probably regret not staying behind. Duan Yang was quite pleased. This time, out of 1,000 people, more than 300 were present, which was significantly more than in previous years, a cause for celebration. On the battlefield ahead, the battle was nearing its end. Under the desperate fight of over 400 martial artists led by Feng, more than 8,000 bat demons had been killed off. When the last demon beast was slain by Feng, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. Over 10,000 ordinary people on the vehicle cheered. They had won and were safe. The ground was littered with the bodies of bat demons, densely packed, telling the tale of a thrilling battle. The victory in this battle was undoubtedly due to Feng, as without him killing the leading 5th-level, 6th-stage bat demon, the outcome would have been uncertain. Official personnel on the outskirts of the battlefield saw that the battle was over and activated helicopters to head to Taiyuan City. After Feng and the other 400 martial Artists cleared the bat demon corpses from the front of the train tracks, they returned to the train and continued on to Taiyuan City. On the train, among the remaining 300 students, many from martial arts families began to engage in conversation with Feng Feng, including a few from master families who showed interest in befriending him. There was no helping it, Feng Feng's display of strength this time was too impressive, overshadowing everyone else. Feng Feng responded briefly and then returned to his seat to rest. At that moment, a little girl looked at Feng Feng with admiration, wanting to approach him to say something but hesitating. After a moment, she mustered her courage and walked over, sincerely saying to Feng Feng, "Big brother, thank you for saving everyone." Feng Feng looked up at the little girl, who was one of the children that had just been surrounding Chu Tingting, Wan Hui, Shiro, and others. Behind the little girl, there was a group of timid children who wanted to come forward to thank him but were too afraid. Feng Feng understood that the reason these children were hesitant was due to some guilt, as Chu Tingting and the others had been speaking ill of him, and they had initially believed it. Now they realized that Feng Feng was the true hero who saved them at the last moment. Feng Feng smiled and nodded. He had no need to hold a grudge against a group of children. He said, "You all work hard, and in the future you can also become powerful martial artists like your big brother, protecting our humanity and our home when demon beasts invade." Today there is still. The train was heading towards Taiyuan City. 50 kilometers ahead, it collided with over 600 students who had just fled early. The group of students who had escaped early, seeing that the train had come out unscathed, felt a surge of joy. They hadn't expected that this train could survive and come out. Could it be that the rescue team had arrived? It was possible. Only the rescue team could have arrived so quickly to save the train. The rescue team was the one they had called for help. The area where the train had just been was in a chaotic magnetic field, unable to communicate with the outside world, and had to face the beast's nest alone. Once they escaped that area, they called for help, asking nearby military aircraft to send martial artists to rescue them and eliminate the beast's nest. Surely their call had worked. Chu Ting, Wan Hui, sure. Oh, and others showed proud expressions. They were clever enough to abandon the ordinary people, escape the area early, and call for help, allowing the rescue team to come. That was why the train could come out safely, ensuring everyone was safe. If they had stayed like Feng Feng and the other ordinary people, clinging to the front of the train and sharing in their misfortune, they would have probably been dead by now. Chu Ting and the others speculated that the train's safe exit was due to the arrival of the rescue team, which had resisted the beast's nest, allowing the train to leave with the ordinary people first. They waved at the train, hoping it would stop and take them to Taiyuan City. They were still 60 to 70 kilometers away from Taiyuan City. If they boarded the train, they would arrive in an hour. If they walked, at the speed of mid-level martial artists, they could cover hundreds of meters per second and still reach in an hour, but running at full speed for an hour over 60 to 70 kilometers would leave them exhausted. However, what Chu Ting and the others didn't expect was that the train didn't stop at all and simply ignored them as it drove away. The people on the train all looked at them with disdain and disgust. This group of people was a disgrace to martial artists, and everyone felt sickened by them. The train conductor sneered. They had just abandoned everyone to escape alone, letting a whole train of people die for them, and now they wanted to board the train again? Dream on. They could slowly walk back for dozens of kilometers. If they wanted to get on the train, there was no door open for them. Seeing that the train was unwilling to stop, all the people who had just fled were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe it wouldn't take them. If it weren't for their rescue call, could you have come out safely? Very well, so it's a case of killing the donkey after the grinding is done, huh? The more than 600 fleeing people were all furious. They were high and mighty martial artists, and a group of ordinary people actually dared to leave on the train, abandoning them. It was simply outrageous. Once they reached Taiyuan City, they would definitely make the train conductor pay. Thus, a comical scene unfolded. A train was speeding along, while behind it, over 600 martial artists were chasing at full speed. The two sides formed a striking scene on the ground. Chu Ting, Wan Hui, Shiro, and others were sprinting after the train, each one drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. They vowed that once they reached Taiyuan City, they would make the train driver pay. They had called for help first, allowing the train to escape, yet they hadn't expected it wouldn't take them. What they didn't know was that the train's safe escape relied not on their rescue call, but on the desperate struggle of Feng Feng and over 400 others, which allowed them to escape safely. If it weren't for Feng Feng and the others solving the beast's nest with their own strength before the rescue team arrived, they would have been doomed. An hour later, Taiyuan City train station. The martial artists from the Taiyuan City government, the official martial artists from the southeast province, And the examiners responsible for the elite school special recruitment trials were already waiting for the train's arrival. This time, it was good. Out of 1,000 people, 300 could pass the elite school special recruitment trials, more than in previous years. Before long, the train arrived at Taiyuan City, and the more than 600 students who had fled early also chased after it to Taiyuan City. Undoubtedly, they were all exhausted. As Feng and the more than 300 students on the train got off, they were greeted by official personnel at the exit holding flowers, with thunderous applause and a warm welcome. After the welcome ended, the officials led them to a gathering place in a square. Feng and the others were somewhat puzzled, unable to understand why there were people specifically here to welcome and receive them, and so enthusiastically with flowers, as if they were heroes. What Feng did not know was that they had actually completed the special recruitment trial of the prestigious school, and Feng had become the most dazzling genius of this trial. He single-handedly killed the level 5, 6-segment bat demon leader and then organized the remaining 300 people to fully resist the demon beast nest, achieving a zero-loss result and annihilating the beast nest, allowing the train to escape safely. The more than 600 fleeing students being pursued by the train were also received by specialized official personnel. However, their attitude was much worse than that of the group welcoming Feng. There were no flowers, no applause, only endless disdain and contempt. Shu Tingting and the others were somewhat puzzled by the extremely poor attitude of the officials who came to receive them, as if they were being looked down upon. Following these officials, Shu Tingting and the others arrived at the square where Feng and the others had gathered. Seeing the 300 students on the bus, Shu Tingting and the others were filled with anger. Well, you all are really impressive. You wouldn't let us on. The bus made us chase for dozens of kilometers and left us exhausted. If we hadn't called for rescue, would you have escaped? They were determined to make those on the bus pay a price, filled with righteous indignation. At that moment, at the front of the square, the governor of the southeast province, Duan Yang, said, "Everyone, I need to tell you something. In fact, when you boarded the train to Taiyuan City, the special recruitment trial for prestigious schools had already begun, and it has now concluded." Upon hearing this, all 1,000 students in the square were stunned. The special recruitment trial for prestigious schools had begun when they boarded the train to Taiyuan City, and now it was over. Everyone was at a loss. Duan Yang continued, "The instructors behind me are the examiners responsible for the special recruitment trial in the southeast province. I can tell you clearly that some of you have passed the trial, while the rest have been eliminated." Upon hearing this, everyone was even more shocked. The special recruitment trial for prestigious schools had ended, and among the 1,000 of them, some had passed while the rest had been eliminated. Thoughts raced through their minds, and they suddenly realized the spatial rift and the beast attack they encountered during the train journey were part of the special recruitment trial. Shu Tingting, Wanhui, Shiro, and the others' eyes lit up. If the train attack was a test, then they must have passed. After all, they had escaped, called for rescue, and allowed the rescue team to arrive in time to save everyone on the train. It could be said that they played a crucial role in the train's escape. Shu Tingting and the others looked disdainfully at Feng and those who were willing to stay behind and perish with ordinary people. What good would it do to stay? In the end, they would still be judged as unqualified and fail the trial. Through this incident, Shu Tingting and the others understood an important lesson in life. Having a brain is crucial, being foolish and fighting to the death with beasts is useless. Now, Shu Tingting and the others were basically certain that they, who had escaped and called for rescue, were the passers of this trial. Meanwhile, those who stayed behind, like Feng, were the failures of this trial. Next, to Duan Yang, the instructor responsible for the special recruitment stepped forward, walking towards the students who had passed the trial, extending an olive branch to them. The top 10 prestigious schools in China, including 2 super universities, Yanhuang and Shenlong, all approached Feng as the most dazzling genius in this special recruitment trial. Feng was naturally in high demand, and everyone rushed to recruit him. Feng, I, Shenlong University, am willing to specially recruit you. All your expenses during university will be waived, and a mentor above the supreme level will be responsible for your studies, said the special recruitment instructor from Shenlong University. Upon seeing this, the instructor from Yanhuang University quickly spoke up. Feng, I, Yanhuang University, specially recruit you. Not only will all your expenses during university be waived, but if you agree to enter Yanhuang University, I will immediately apply for a spot for you to enter the second-level Blessed Land. Yanhuang University and Shenlong University have always been in competition, and it was clear that they were determined to secure the most dazzling genius from this special recruitment trial. In addition to the 2 super Universities Zhejiang University, Tongyuan University, and Kainan University, all ranked in the top 10, also came forward to extend their olive branches to Fengfeng. Fengfeng, I am here to offer you a special admission to Kainan University. All your expenses during your university years will be fully covered, and we will provide you with a scholarship of 100 million each year. Additionally, we will match you with a mentor of the Martial King level. If you have any requests, feel free to mention them, and we will do our best to accommodate you. We can also apply for a spot in the Blessed Land for you, said the mentor from Kainan University. Kainan University was well aware that in terms of reputation, they could not compete with the two major super universities, so they offered conditions even more favorable than those of the two super universities, just to recruit this monstrous talent from the trial. Fengfeng was somewhat bewildered. What was going on? The super university he longed for and the top 10 universities in China were offering such advantageous terms just to attract him. Beside him, Shutingting, Wanhui, Shiro, and others were also dumbfounded. What was happening? Why were they surrounding Fengfeng? They were the ones who had cleared the trial. Third update, there will be one more today. I'm going to grab a bite to eat. I'm typing a bit fast, so there may be typos. Please bear with me. Shutingting, Wanhui, Shiro, and the others stepped forward and saw that all the top 10 prestigious schools in Huaxia were extending olive branches to Fengfeng under superior conditions. Chu Tingting said unhappily, why are they trying to recruit him? We are the ones who passed this special recruitment trial. It was us who made the rescue call to save the train. They should be recruiting us instead. Fengfeng and the others played no role in the trial at all. You all have it wrong. Wan Hui shouted. Upon hearing this, the mentors from the prestigious schools in front all looked at Wan Hui and the others with expressions of disbelief. Hearing this, Duanyang shook his head, feeling disappointed in Shutingting, Shiro, and Wan Hui. They were among the top talents in the southeast province, but none of them remained during this trial. They all fled without a trace of responsibility, while it was Fengfeng who had a sense of the bigger picture and dared to take responsibility, who ultimately led the remaining people to defeat the beast's lair and achieve victory. Duanyang looked at everyone and said, this special recruitment trial from the prestigious schools is very simple. It tests your sense of responsibility and duty as martial artists. The reason we martial artists hold a high status in society is that we dare to fight, dare to take responsibility, and stand at the forefront in the battle between humans and beasts, protecting the earth and our home. The beast's lair was actually detected by the authorities from the very beginning, serving as the content for this special recruitment trial. The purpose was to test whether the 1,000 students on the train had the courage to stand up in the face of crisis, to share the hardships with the people, and protect the 10,000 ordinary people on the train. But the results are disappointing. When the beast's lair arrived, only a little over 300 were willing to stand up and resist, while more than 600 not only fled but also made inappropriate remarks, mocking the heroes who were willing to stay. This is utterly shameful. In this special recruitment trial, we must commend the more than 300 students led by Fengfeng who were willing to stay and fight against the beast's lair. Your courage, your willingness to take responsibility, your fighting spirit, and your fearless demeanor have made the more than 10,000 ordinary people on the train proud of you. You are truly great heroes. I believe that in the future, in the war between humans and beasts, you will also stand up and expand the territory for humanity, achieving great merits. The more than 300 students who remained in this special recruitment trial will all pass. You will be able to enter the top 100 universities in the country with the identity of special recruitment from prestigious schools, bringing glory and pride to your parents. At the same time, I must criticize the more than 600 students who fled when faced with the beast's lair. You prioritized your own safety, unwilling to take risks or make sacrifices, which is not wrong. No one can force you to do anything. But I just want to say here that you are unworthy of being martial artists, unworthy of being seen as the elite of society. Your cowardice and fleeing at the critical moment are embarrassing, and I feel ashamed for your families. Today you fled, and tomorrow, in the war between humans and beasts, you will flee again. When your families mention you, they will only feel disappointment, shame, and embarrassment. You more than 600 who fled are all unqualified and will not pass the special recruitment trial. Duanyang's voice was strong and undeniable. Upon hearing this, Shutingting, Shiro, and Wanhui all lowered their heads in shame. They were the cowards of this incident, an undeniable fact. Even with 1,000 excuses, they could not escape this humiliation. However, they were unwilling. If it weren't for their call to notify the rescue team, how could Fengfeng and the others have escaped? Now, Fengfeng and the others had become heroes, praised by the world, while they had become cowardly little people, scorned by society. Why was that? Suddenly, Wan Hui stepped forward, unwilling to accept, and said, "Why can't we pass? If it weren't for us notifying the rescue team, how could Feng Feng and the others have escaped? Why have they become heroes after passing the trial, while we, the ones who contributed, are treated as villains and cannot pass the trial? Must we really wait here like them, not escaping and just waiting to die?" Upon hearing this, the more than 600 who had fled began to echo his sentiments. What Wan Hui said was also what they wanted to express. On the stage, Duan Yang snorted coldly and said, "Ridiculous, truly ridiculous. Even now, you still don't know how to repent. Do you think Feng Feng and the others escaped because you made the rescue call? It's simply laughable." At that time, the nearest rescue team would take at least half an hour to arrive in that area. By the time you escaped, more than 10 minutes had already passed. Feng Feng and the others had already engaged the beast's nest. By the time you made the rescue call, Feng Feng and the others had already dealt with the beast's nest. The 300 students and 100 martial soldiers left by Feng Feng completely relied on their own courage and strength to defeat the beast's nest. Your rescue team would take half an hour to arrive. In that half hour, with you all, I'm afraid everyone on the train would have already died at the beast's nest. Upon hearing this, the last bit of stubbornness from the fleeing 600 was shattered, and they all lowered their heads in shame, not daring to meet Duan Yang's gaze. Wan Hui, Shu Tingting, and Shiro looked at Feng Feng, who was being revered like a star. This time, they not only lost the trial but also lost the dignity of being martial artists. This incident would forever be a stain they could never erase. Fourth update, tomorrow's excitement continues. Just tell me directly, was it enjoyable or not? The more than 600 people who fled not only lost the special recruitment test of prestigious schools today, but also lost the trust and faith of ordinary people. This stain will follow them for a lifetime, and their families will be shamed because of them. On the other hand, Feng Feng and the more than 300 others not only won the special recruitment test of prestigious schools but also gained a sense of responsibility and established their faith, giving them more confidence in their future growth. Through the special recruitment test of prestigious schools, one can be specially recruited by these schools. Special recruits have many advantages over those who enter normally. Only the outstanding can obtain a special recruitment quota. Special recruits can propose certain conditions to the school which will be met, and being a special recruit is also a symbol of status immensely superior. Surrounding Feng Feng were mentors from the top 10 prestigious schools in China. A mentor from Tongyuan University spoke up. "Feng Feng, if you agree to enter Tongyuan University, all your expenses during your university years will be waived, and a martial king mentor will be responsible for your studies. Additionally, I will immediately apply for a quota for you to enter a secondary blessed land, and provide you with a 4th grade heavenly material and earthly treasure, allowing your cultivation to be directly enhanced." Upon hearing this, the surrounding students became envious. The top 10 prestigious schools were offering such conditions to compete for Feng Feng. A quota for a secondary blessed land, a martial king level mentor, a 4th grade heavenly material and earthly treasure. It should be noted that heavenly materials and earthly treasures can only be found in the blessed lands of other worlds. They do not exist in the outside world and are strictly controlled by the authorities. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures cannot be traded for money. They are scarce resources, meaning that even if you have money, you cannot buy them. The unlimited card given to Feng Feng by the martial god can only purchase some techniques and martial skills, weapons, but cannot buy heavenly materials and earthly treasures. At the same time, techniques can only be purchased up to the 9th grade. Those above the 9th grade, including master level techniques, supreme level techniques, martial king level techniques, battle emperor level techniques, and emperor level techniques, cannot be purchased with money. In the world of martial artists, the purchasing power of money is limited. Beside Feng Feng, a 4th grade student who also passed the special recruitment test looked at the mentor from Tongyuan University and asked hopefully, "Teacher, if I join Tongyuan University, will I receive the same rewards as Feng Feng?" "You?" The mentor from Tongyuan University glanced at him and shook his head, saying, "Student, if you enter my Tongyuan University, you can receive a scholarship of 10 million. The student shook his head. With just a 10 million scholarship, there was nothing else. What about the martial king level teacher, the quota for the secondary blessed land, the 4th grade heavenly material and earthly treasure? A 10 million scholarship is like giving a beggar a few coins." Indeed, the conditions he had were far too distant from Feng Feng's. The surrounding students shook their heads and laughed, saying, "Student, you really dare to ask, how can we be the same as Feng Feng? Feng Feng can kill a level 5, 6-stage bat demon, and he is naturally the first in this special recruitment test of prestigious schools, which we cannot compare to. Meanwhile, seeing the superior conditions offered by the mentor from Tongyuan University, the mentor from Zhejiang University hurriedly stepped forward to extend an olive branch to Feng Feng. Feng Feng, I specially recruit you to enter Zhejiang University. We will not fall short of any conditions promised by Tongyuan University. If you have any other requests, feel free to mention them, and we will do our best to meet them, said the mentor from Zhejiang University. Our Zhejiang University ranks third in China, 2 places higher than Tongyuan University. I hope you will consider our university. Zhejiang University is ranked third nationally, while Tongyuan University is ranked fifth. I will think about it, Feng Feng replied. He naturally did not intend to agree, his response was a negotiation tactic. These universities were competing simultaneously, and the more they competed, the higher the offers would be. Of course, Feng Feng ultimately intended to enter one of the 2 super universities. He hoped that through competition, the offers from both super universities would increase. After all, the conditions offered by these universities could not be bought with money. The blessed lands within Huaxia are all under official control. To enter, one must apply, and obtaining a spot is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even those supreme families and master families find it exceedingly challenging to secure a spot in these blessed lands. Such a great opportunity, Feng Feng naturally would not let it slip by. Indeed, the mentors from Shenlong University and Yanhuan University who were nearby began to panic when they saw Feng Feng respond to the mentor from Zhejiang University. This monstrous genius, having crossed their paths, was certainly not someone they could afford to overlook. With a third level, third stage, possessing such combat power that exceeds the norm, they had just observed from a distance the scene of Feng Feng battling a 5th level, 6th stage bat demon, and they could be certain Feng Feng is a super martial artist, at least a 3-star super martial artist, and very likely a 4-star super martial artist. Moreover, Feng Feng possesses a special physique, presumably of the lightning attribute, which, when activated, can greatly enhance combat power. A super martial artist with a special physique, either one alone would make the prestigious schools envious. A 3-star super martial artist, if not prematurely ended, would eventually become a martial king, and with some fortuitous opportunities, might even break through to become a martial battle emperor. There are very few martial battle emperors throughout Huaxia, and the appearance of even one would cause a stir. A 4-star super martial artist, if not prematurely ended, is destined to become a martial battle emperor. And with the right opportunities, might even break through limits to achieve the title of emperor, becoming a martial emperor. Emperor represents the strongest combat power on earth. Each emperor can single-handedly charge into spatial rifts, instilling fear in the beasts. As for 5-star super martial artists, they only exist in legends. On the entire planet, there is only one person who comes close, but is not one. That person is the martial god, a being who transcends emperors, the number 1 on earth. Furthermore, if one could recruit someone with a special physique, it would be even more extraordinary. Special physiques include fire attribute, wind attribute, ice attribute, lightning attribute, etc., and undoubtedly, each one is immensely powerful. Those with special physiques can experience a temporary surge in combat power when activated, allowing them to defeat opponents. Just like Feng Feng with the combination of being a super martial artist and having a special physique, along with ancient divine abilities and soul attack secret techniques, he can directly kill demon beasts by surpassing 2 levels. Terrifying indeed. Student Feng Feng, I, Zhao Yao, a special recruitment mentor from Shenlong University, invite you to join us. We fully agree to the conditions that Zhejiang University just offered you, and the conditions from Shenlong University are even more generous, Zhao Yao from Shenlong University said. Zhao Yao is responsible for special recruitment in the southeast province for Shenlong University, and encountering a genius like Feng Feng, who possesses a special physique and is suspected to be a 4-star super martial artist, he must bring him to Shenlong University. There have been over 1,000 4-star super martial artist geniuses appearing globally, and most of them eventually become martial emperors. If he can recruit a genius with the potential to become an emperor into Shenlong University, the school will surely reward him handsomely. Zhao Yao continued, classmate Feng Feng, Tianjia University is offering you a 4th grade heavenly material and earthly treasure. Our Shenlong University is giving you 2 5th grade ones, and as the highest institution in Huaxia, the government has directly granted us the usage rights to a 2nd level blessed land. If you enter Shenlong University, with your talent, the school will definitely give you more than one opportunity to enter the blessed land. If you want, entering 2 or 3 times a semester is not a problem at all. The surrounding universities noticed this and were anxious about Feng's reaction. Shenlong University had truly invested heavily to recruit Feng. This time, the mentor from Yanhuan University quickly spoke up. Classmate Feng, I specially invite you to join Yanhuan University. Shenlong University is offering you conditions, and we will not fall short. We also have access to a second-level blessed land. Yanhuan University and Shenlong University, as the two highest institutions in Huaxia, have powerful emperors stationed there. They have always been in competition. Their rankings are on par. Yanhuan University symbolizes the descendants of Yan and Huan, while Shenlong University symbolizes the descendants of the dragon. The government places great importance on these two super universities because over 60% of the powerful emperors in Huaxia have been trained by these two institutions. Over the centuries, the number of battle emperors, martial kings, supreme beings, and masters cultivated by these two super universities is countless. There are thousands of martial arts universities in Huaxia, but in terms of faculty strength, teaching quality, and controlled resources, these two have the most. The fact that each super university controls a second-level blessed land speaks volumes. The other top 10 universities can only manage third-level blessed lands, which cannot be compared to second-level ones. Every year, millions of candidates in Huaxia compete fiercely to enter these two super universities. And now, these two super universities are determined to recruit the most outstanding genius from this special recruitment trial. Feng looked at the mentors from the two super universities, feeling overjoyed. To compete for him, both super universities had offered such excellent conditions: 2 5th-grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and the opportunity to enter a second-level blessed land 2 or 3 times a semester is far better than Tianjia University. Indeed, the resources possessed by super universities are incomparable to ordinary ones. 2 5th-grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures could definitely elevate his cultivation by 3 levels or more. Thank you, mentors. The college entrance examination scores have not been released yet. I will consider it once they come out, Feng replied. He wasn't in a hurry. To agree, it was better to wait for the scores to come out. After all, these people wouldn't run away. The longer he delayed, the richer the conditions they would offer. By the time his college entrance examination results were out, coupled with his status as the top scorer, the offers from the two super universities would likely be even better. As the first in the special recruitment trial, the top scorer from the Southeast Province, a 4-star or above super martial artist, and with a special physique, so many accolades gathered around Feng made him incredibly dazzling. He was destined to become the brightest new star of this college entrance examination, making all universities eager to recruit him. Seeing that Feng did not immediately agree, the two super universities began to feel anxious. The longer Feng delayed his response, the greater the chance he could be poached by other universities. After all, a prodigy like Feng would not be overlooked by any of the top 10 universities in Huaxia. However, such matters cannot be rushed. If they press too hard and angered Feng, he might choose to enter another university, leaving them with no place to cry. At the same time, they would have to face criticism upon returning. After all, letting go of such an extraordinary talent would be a great loss for the leadership. Meanwhile, Tianjia University, Tangyuan University, and Canaan University, seeing that Feng had not immediately agreed to the requests of the two super universities, breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he did not agree, they still had hope. The mentor from Tianjia University said, "Classmate Feng, your talent has greatly impressed us at Tianjia University. Please don't rush to agree to the special recruitment from other universities. I will contact our university's special recruitment director shortly to arrange the highest level special recruitment benefits for you, which will definitely be on par with what Yanhuan University is offering. You must wait for me." Seeing the mentor from Zhejiang University being so shameless, let Feng hold off on agreeing to the conditions from other universities and contact the director to offer Feng better terms. The mentor from Tangyuan University immediately followed suit, saying, "That's right, Feng, don't rush to agree to the conditions from the other universities. I'll contact our university's special recruitment director right away to arrange the best benefits for you." The other top 10 universities, including Canaan University, also quickly followed suit. This time, the special recruitment mentors sent by the major prestigious schools to the Southeast Province have limited authority and can offer limited benefits. They did not expect to encounter a prodigy like Feng. They have now begun to contact their schools to apply for the highest benefits for Feng and to specially recruit him. Feng Feng politely responded, "Everyone, rest assured, I will not agree to any university's special recruitment until the college entrance examination scores are released. Everything will wait until the scores come out before making a decision." The mentors from the top 10 ranked universities all breathed a sigh of relief. With Feng Feng's words, they felt reassured. As long as Feng Feng does not agree to the special recruitment from other universities, they still have a chance. When the college entrance examination scores are released, they will directly send the director over, and whoever can recruit Feng Feng, the coveted prize, will rely on their own means. In contrast to the extraordinary enthusiasm surrounding Feng Feng, the other 300 candidates who passed the special recruitment trials from prestigious schools appeared somewhat neglected. Feng Feng alone attracted the attention of the 10 universities ranked in the top 10, while the remaining 300 or so could only attract the attention of universities ranked from 11th to 99th. It wasn't that the universities ranked from 11th to 99th were unwilling to compete for Feng Feng, rather, they understood that they had no chance against the top 10 prestigious schools. It was better to settle for slightly less talented geniuses than Feng Feng, so they wouldn't return empty-handed. There are thousands of martial arts universities in China, and every university that ranks in the top 100 is elite among elites. As long as one can enter one of them, the future achievements are limitless. The remaining 300 students, although not as sought after as Feng Feng, still received olive branches from the universities ranked from 11th to 99th. Seeing that Feng Feng had already stated he would not agree to any university today and would wait for the college entrance examination results to make a decision, the top 10 universities no longer entangled with Feng Feng and began to extend olive branches to other talented individuals who were slightly less impressive than Feng Feng. Of course, among the remaining 300, those who could attract the attention of the top 10 universities were at least geniuses with a cultivation level above level 4. Those below level 4 were directly disregarded. Duan Yang looked at Feng Feng, who was being treated like a coveted prize, and felt somewhat emotional. Indeed, the person favored by the martial god is different. He now believed Feng Feng's earlier words. Feng Feng claimed he had broken through 56 levels in the practical assessment of the college entrance examination, and judging by the combat power Feng Feng displayed now, it might not be impossible. Duan Yang now regretted his previous attitude towards Feng Feng. He had not believed Feng Feng's words before and did not stand up for him when Feng Feng was mocked by Chu Tingting and others. He understood that this incident left a bad impression of him in Feng Feng's mind, making it difficult to build a closer relationship in the future. Duan Yang looked helplessly at Chu Tingting and the others, feeling frustrated. They had failed the special recruitment trials and were left with the stigma of being deserters, which was embarrassing. He had previously thought highly of them. Meanwhile, Chu Ting and the others cast resentful glances at Feng Feng. In their view, everything they were currently suffering was caused by Feng Feng. While Feng Feng was surrounded by admirers, they were being ignored, occasionally receiving disdainful looks from the mentors of the special recruitment. This was what they could not tolerate the most. They were the highest cultivators in the southeast province, and it should have been them receiving the attention, not Feng Feng, a country bumpkin with only a level 3 cultivation. Now they could not compete with Feng Feng, Wanhui, Chu Ting, and Shiro gritted their teeth and could only endure for now. Once the college entrance examination results were out, they were skeptical of Feng Feng's words. Until they saw the final results, they still held on to a glimmer of hope that Feng Feng was not the top scorer of the college entrance examination, and that one of them would be. Everything would wait until the college entrance examination results were released. With their scores, getting into the top few in the province was not a problem, and with their level 5 cultivation, they could also enter 2 super universities with great fanfare. From beginning to end, they always believed that cultivation was the most important thing, and that the Feng Feng society was merely a side path to enhance cultivation, superficial and impractical. They worked hard to improve their cultivation and martial skills, and in the future, they might have the chance to defeat Feng Feng. Today is the 5th day, and in 2 days, the college entrance examination results will be released, at which point everything will be revealed. They vaguely hoped that Feng Feng would not be the top scorer in the exam, so they could make a big deal out of it and slap Feng Feng in the face. After returning from Taiyuan City, Feng Feng stayed in Tianyang City, waiting for the college entrance examination scores to come out before considering other matters. Right now, Feng Feng only wanted to do one thing, which was to spend all his time on cultivation to improve his skills. In the next couple of days, he should be able to enhance his abilities further. During these 2 days, Feng Feng stayed in Tianyang City with Master Xiang, dedicating all his time to cultivation. Master Xiang was responsible for ensuring his safety. Feng Feng had violently beaten Wan Hui on the train, and it was still unclear whether Wan Hui would use some petty tricks for revenge. So Feng Feng had to be on guard. In the system space, he was not practicing the Demon 8 visualization, Thunder God incantation, or Soul Pursuit stab. These three methods were not very useful for quickly improving his abilities at the moment. With 24 hours in a day, Feng Feng devoted all his spare time to the Thunder technique, Blood God Immortal Body, and two new 5th grade martial arts techniques, the 5th grade fist technique Lihao fist and the 5th grade palm technique Shinyo palm. Feng Feng had already mastered the two 5th grade martial arts, Koi body technique and Blood Thunder spear. Next, he planned to develop these for techniques comprehensively, diversifying his combat methods so that he wouldn't be overly reliant on his spear. 2 days passed. Due to Feng Feng intensifying his practice of the Thunder technique, his abilities had already risen to the 4th stage of the 3rd level. The 3rd level of the Blood God Immortal Body also began to be cultivated, and the two 5th grade martial arts, Lihao fist and Jinyao palm, had reached minor success. It would take a few more days to reach major success. Opening the attribute panel. Host, Feng Feng, cultivation level, 3rd level, 4th stage, 5-star super warrior, spirit, 3400, 4th level, 5th stage. Vitality, 34,000, 4th level, 4th stage, speed, 340 meters per second, 4th level, 4th stage, strength, 34T, 4th level, 4th stage, physical strength, 5th level, 5th stage, number of times entering system space 0, with a spirit at the 4th level end. 5th stage, and physical defense comparable to the 5th level and 5th stage, he was strong. With the enhancement of the Thunder Extreme Body, along with 4 5th grade martial arts techniques and the ancient divine ability Thunder God incantation, as well as the secret method for spirit attack Soul Pursuit spell, Feng Feng's current combat power was comparable to a 5th level 8th stage warrior. Although his cultivation level was low, his combat power could completely make up for this shortcoming. After the college entrance examination scores were released, there would be more than a month of vacation. Feng Feng planned to take a trip to the monster beast wilderness, fighting and honing his skills for a month to raise his cultivation level above the 4th level. Otherwise, when he got to university, as the top scorer of the college entrance examination, his low cultivation level would attract a lot of annoying people. For example, those who look down on him for his low cultivation level would make him very uncomfortable. Although the most important thing was not the cultivation level but the combat power. The stronger the combat power, the higher the chances of survival when a warrior fought against monster beasts. However, cultivation level was also an important assessment factor for a warrior's impression. People often judged you based on your cultivation level at first glance. Tomorrow was the day the college entrance examination results would be announced in Tianyang City, and everything was about to be revealed. This night was destined to be a sleepless one. At that moment, Feng Feng's phone rang. He picked it up and was suddenly startled. It was a call from the martial god. Feng hurriedly answered, and the voice of the martial god came through. Little brother, not bad, you got first place in the special recruitment trial of a prestigious school. Hearing the martial god's praise, Feng felt very pleased and humbly replied, it's okay. Just barely managing. I estimate that when the college entrance examination scores come out tomorrow, the top scorer will definitely be me. Listening to Feng Feng's proud tone, the martial god suddenly said, a few days ago, I checked the spending on the infinite card. And it seems someone has been quite extravagant, specifically choosing the expensive items. Feng was taken aback and quickly changed the subject, saying, brother what did you call about? The martial god specifically called, and it certainly wasn't just to tease him about his reckless spending. There must be something else. The money he spent, tens of trillions or so, was nothing but a drop in the bucket for the martial god. If the martial god were worried about his spending, he wouldn't have given him the unlimited card. The martial god also didn't continue to entangle with Feng about the unlimited card, saying, tomorrow the college entrance exam scores will be released, and by then you will probably be sought after by major prestigious universities. Which university are you considering? I haven't decided yet, but it will definitely be one of the 2 super universities in Huaxia, Feng replied. If you're indecisive, I suggest you go to Shenlong University, the martial god advised. Although Shenlong University and Yanhuan University are both top super universities, Yanhuan University has a very strong official atmosphere. Most students from Yanhuan University end up going into politics, while Shenlong University doesn't have that constraint. After graduation, you can do whatever you want, freely. Feng understood. The 2 super universities in Huaxia, while both among the top 10 in the world, had different focuses. Yanhuang University mainly cultivates talent for the government, with 90% of its graduates choosing to enter politics. Shenlong University, on the other hand, has no such inclination. It only focuses on cultivating strong individuals without imposing restrictions on students. If he didn't want to pursue a political career in the future, it was best not to choose Yanhuang University. Feng Feng replied, then after the scores come out, I'll choose Shenlong University. He had no intention of entering politics, so he naturally wouldn't choose Yanhuang University. The martial god nodded and said, your progress is rapid. Very good. Keep it up, young man, I look forward to your growth. There was actually a second half to the martial god's words. That was, once you grow up, I will start a war, driving all the demon beasts back into the spatial rift, restoring peace to the earth. Okay. Feng Feng replied earnestly. After thinking for a moment, Feng Feng added, brother, recently a few young masters from the supreme families have been provoking me repeatedly. I taught them a lesson, but there might be some small trouble. Can you send a few experts to protect me? I'll have Lei Wang go. No, he should be called Lei Huang now, the martial god said. Lei Wang is the founder of the 9th grade technique, Thunder technique, that Feng Feng is currently practicing. Last time, when he came to test Feng Feng's talent, he was there. At that time, he only had the cultivation of a 9th grade martial king. Now, a few months have passed. Lei Wang has already advanced from a 9th grade martial king to a 1st grade battle emperor. A battle emperor is someone even the strongest of the Chu family must treat with respect and dare not offend. After all, the Chu family is merely a martial king family, with no battle emperor-level experts. Okay. Feng Feng nodded excitedly. He practiced Lei Wang's thunder technique, making him half a disciple of Lei Wang. According to the martial god, Lei Wang should now be called Lei Huang, and he understood. Lei Wang had broken through from the martial king realm to the battle emperor realm. With a battle emperor-level powerhouse by his side, he wasn't afraid of any small supreme family. The one family better not provoke him. If they dared to, he wouldn't mind letting them know the power of a battle emperor. I must say, having the martial god as a backing is truly refreshing. The next update will be here shortly, in about an hour. Early morning. The dawn is radiant. Today is the day the college entrance examination results are announced at the Tianyang Education Center. Many reporters have gathered here, along with numerous top students from across the province, waiting for the upcoming results. Governor Duan Yang, director of the Education Bureau Chen Mo, and many high-ranking members of prominent families and powerful factions from the southeast province are all waiting here, anticipating the emergence of this year's top scorer. Besides the top scorer, the top 100 students in the province are also the focus of attention. Those who rank in the top 100 in the college entrance examination can enter 2 prestigious universities in the country, and after graduation, they will at least be 7th-level martial artists. Not all of these students come from noble families, some are just ordinary people from poor backgrounds. A future powerhouse, coming from a common background, is someone that large corporations are eager to invest in. If they can support them through college, they will have a powerful martial artist backing them, accumulating the foundation for their own companies. Shutingting, Wanhui, Shiro, and many other top talents ranked in the top 1,000 are all anxiously waiting for the examination results. The Chu family, Shi family, O family, and Yu family have all sent supreme-level experts to accompany their juniors here, waiting for the exam results to be released. Feng Feng is also among the crowd, anxiously waiting for the results with Master Xiang. There are still a few minutes until the results are announced. At this moment, a large group of reporters surrounds Chutingting, Shiro, and Wanhui, as they are among the highest-ranked students in the southeast province, and one of them is likely to be the top scorer. Mayor Su Chen of Tianyang, along with the supremes of the Chu, Wan, and Shi families, also gathered around to accept interviews from the reporters. Seeing the supremes gathered, a reporter asked Chutingting, "Student Chutingting, you are the highest-ranked student among this year's candidates. Do you have confidence in securing the top scorer this time?" This question caught Chutingting off guard. If Feng Feng hadn't emerged, she might have been full of confidence, but with Feng Feng's presence, she no longer felt absolute certainty. After all, Feng Feng had personally killed a 5th-level, 6th-stage beast in front of her, and he might surpass her in the practical assessment. But everyone has a sense of vanity, and in this situation of being interviewed and surrounded by admirers, it was hard for her to admit she lacked confidence compared to Feng Feng. Chutingting replied, "I am confident that I will secure the top scorer this time." Student Chutingting is so confident, truly a prodigy from the martial king family, the reporters around praised. Such confidence in achieving the top score suggests she performed well in the examination. Perhaps only a prodigy from the Marshall King family could have such confidence. The top scorer is a must for our Chu family, said a supreme from the Chu family. Tingting reached the 54th level in the simulation battle room, losing at the 55th level. This achievement is unmatched by the million candidates in the Southeast province. What? She actually reached the 54th level, the reporters around exclaimed in shock. This achievement is stronger than last year's top scorer, who only reached the 53rd level. It seems this year's students are stronger than last year's. With Chu Tingting reaching the 54th level, she is very likely to be the top scorer this time. Shiro, seeing this, felt somewhat dissatisfied with Chu Tingting's pretentiousness and the Chu family's pride. If it weren't for Feng Feng, Chu Tingting might have been the top scorer, but with Feng Feng around, how could she dare to say such things? Shiro had also reached the 54th level and needed to make a statement. He said to the reporters around, "Sorry, I also reached the 54th level, so in the end, we can't say for sure who will score higher." Upon hearing this, the reporters around were taken aback again. Shiro, with a cultivation level of 5th rank, 3rd stage, ranked 3rd in the province, had actually broken through the 54th barrier. The 54th barrier was meant to deal with 5th rank, 4th stage monsters, which meant that Shiro could challenge opponents of a higher level. Being able to challenge at a higher level was far superior to Chu Tingting. Beside him, the supreme of the Shur family, seeing the spotlight being stolen by his junior, wore a proud expression and said, "My Shur family Shiro has obtained an incredible inheritance in the 2nd level blessed land. With this inheritance, it's not surprising that he can challenge at a higher level and break through the 54th barrier." This time, the top scorer in the college entrance examination may not necessarily be from the Chu family. Wan Hui beside him curled his lips, thinking of the two hypocritical guys. If Feng Feng's score wasn't higher than yours, that would be one thing, but if it is, let's see how you end up. At this moment, a reporter looked at Wan Hui and said, "Wan Hui, I heard that among this year's candidates, there is a dark horse who claims to have broken through 56 levels with a cultivation level of 3 levels and 3 segments in the practical assessment of the college entrance examination. He is said to be the top scorer this year. What do you think about this? And it seems that this dark horse has had quite a dispute with you?" The reporter subtly pointed out Feng Feng. After all, Feng Feng had shone brightly in the special recruitment trials of prestigious schools and had defeated Wan Hui in a duel on the train. Upon hearing this, the other reporters around turned their attention to Wan Hui, considering it an unexpected gain, waiting for his response. Everything is just what Feng Feng said. Who can prove it? Until the results are out, don't jump to conclusions, Wan Hui snorted coldly, cleverly answering the reporter's question while subtly avoiding the conflict with Feng Feng, facing the media exposure that magnified everything. Wan Jiazun snorted and said, "Then Feng Feng claims to have broken through to 56 levels. With his cultivation level of 3 levels and 3 segments, do you believe it?" The surrounding reporters were at a loss for words. Indeed, before the college entrance examination results were out, it was unwise to jump to conclusions. Even if Feng Feng was a dark horse, even if he had shown in the special recruitment trials, it all depended on the final results. At this moment, Feng Feng and Master Xian walked forward. The reporters quickly surrounded them and asked, "Feng Feng, regarding Wan Jiazun's denial of your statements, and Chu Tingting and Shiro's confidence in their ability to be the top scorer, do you have anything to say?" Feng Feng smiled faintly and said, "I have nothing to say. Some people just won't cry until they see the coffin. Since that's the case, let's wait for the college entrance examination results to slap them in the face. They may be so proud now, but when the results come out, they'll be ridiculed and humbled." Feng Feng's words show that he is quite confident in his own strength, the reporter replied. Feng Feng has shown in the special recruitment trials, becoming a dark horse, and with a cultivation level of 3 levels and 3 segments, he killed a level 5, 6 segment bat demon. Perhaps the college entrance examination results will indeed be as you wish. We shall see. At this moment, everyone turned their attention to the large screen in front, where the results were about to be announced. This year's top scorer would soon be revealed. Would it be the top-ranked Chu Tingting, or Shiro who obtained a legacy in the 2nd level blessed land, or Feng Feng, the strongest dark horse in history with his combat power? Everyone was focused on the large screen ahead. At this moment, the large screen flickered, and this year's college entrance examination scores appeared. First place, Feng Feng, 711. Second place, Chu Tingting, 699. Third place, Shiro, 697. Fourth place, Wan Hui, 691. All the attendees were shocked as they looked at the first place on the large screen, Feng Feng, the top scorer of the college entrance Examination, with the highest total score in the province. The college entrance examination scores consisted of 10% cultural scores, 50% physical limit scores, and 40% practical assessment scores. The scores Feng Feng obtained in the simulated combat room had to be multiplied by 40% to be added to the total score. Feng Feng's total score firmly secured the top position. Chu Tingting and Shiro could not accept the reality and directly squatted down on the ground, feeling as if the words they had just said to the reporters were slapping their own faces. Wan Hui and Wan Jiazun looked grim. They had just wanted to mock Feng Feng but ended up being humiliated by him instead, which was truly laughable. Feng Feng smiled, and his results were just as he had estimated, first in the college entrance examination, crushing Wan Hui, Chu Tingting, and Shiro. The surrounding reporters surrounded Feng Feng and asked, "Feng Feng, now that you are the top scorer in this college entrance examination, what are your thoughts? Can you share?" Feng Feng, regarding the strong confidence expressed by Chu Tingting and Shiro just now that you have overwhelmingly surpassed them, do you have anything to say to them? Classmate Feng Feng, regarding what Wan Hui and Wan Jiazun just said, now that the results are out, how do you feel? These reporters were all eager to stir up trouble, and while they were supporting Feng Feng, they didn't forget to take a jab at Chu Tingting, Shiro, and Wan Hui. The more chaotic the scene, the more people involved, the better it was for them. They could dig up more news to be able to trample on the pride of several supreme families in the college entrance examination. I feel absolutely fantastic, Feng Feng replied. At this moment, he had no reservations and spoke freely. After all, he had the god of war backing him up, so he had nothing to fear. The third chapter ends, and tomorrow's excitement continues. 5-star reviews. I'm updating even without having eaten. My darlings, don't hold back your enthusiasm. The reporters greatly admired Feng Feng's courage. The young man had guts. What Feng Feng just said undoubtedly slapped the faces of several prominent families, yet none of them dared to refute him. Especially the Wan family. Not only had their talented disciple been beaten by Feng Feng, but even the Wan family patriarch was confronted by Feng Feng without any regard for face. Looking at Feng Feng, who was like a star surrounded by the moon, Wan Hui clenched his fists, and a ruthless glint appeared in the Wan family patriarch's eyes. In his more than 10 years as the patriarch, no one had ever dared to speak to him like that. Even top masters had to be polite in his presence, behaving like a submissive dog. This Feng Feng, backed by just a minor master, was so arrogant, not taking him seriously at all. The young man, with some talent, was oblivious to the fact that an unproven genius was still just a genius. And there was a long way to go before becoming a true powerhouse. If a genius were to perish prematurely, he would be nothing more than a mere genius. Let's go back, the Wan family patriarch said coldly, then turned to leave. Grandpa, this guy was just so arrogant, and we're just leaving like this. Wan Hui gritted his teeth in frustration. Moreover, a few days ago, he taught me a harsh lesson on the train and even claimed he wasn't afraid of the Wan family. We can't just swallow this anger. Shut up, I said we're going back, the Wan family patriarch snapped. I have my own plans. With so many reporters and government officials present, they had to endure the humiliation for now, but it wouldn't be so simple afterward. After the college entrance examination storm passed, he would naturally make Feng Feng pay for his actions today. After the Wan family patriarch and Wan Hui left, the patriarchs of the Shi family, the Chu family, and others also departed. Now that the college entrance examination scores had been released and the results were not ideal, why stay here to watch Feng Feng put on a show? Meanwhile, Feng Feng had become the center of attention, having passed the special recruitment trials of prestigious schools and now being the top scorer in the Southeast Province's college entrance examination, making him incredibly dazzling. Outside, the top 10 university mentors in China arrived on time, rushing into the encirclement. A mentor from Tongyuan University excitedly spoke up. Student Feng Feng, I have reported your situation to the school, and they have agreed to admit you with the highest welfare conditions. As long as you agree to enter Tongyuan University, all your expenses during your university years will be waived, and a War Emperor level mentor will be assigned to guide your studies. The school will also apply for 3 opportunities for you to enter a secondary blessed land each semester, and provide you with 3 5th-grade heavenly materials and treasures, along with a scholarship of 10 billion each semester. Upon hearing this, the surrounding students became envious. The top 10 universities were competing for Feng Feng, offering such conditions for admission with the highest welfare. 3 opportunities to enter a secondary blessed land each semester, a War Emperor level mentor, and 3 5th-grade heavenly materials and treasures. It should be noted that 3 5th-grade heavenly materials and treasures, with Feng Feng's cultivation level would be enough for him to refine and elevate to level 4. And a war emperor level mentor, such a figure could make the southeast province tremble with a stump. Even martial kings would have to behave submissively in front of them. Meanwhile, a mentor from Tianjin University hurriedly stepped forward to extend an olive branch to Fengfeng. Student Fengfeng, Tianjin University, also offers you the highest welfare for special recruitment. We will match every condition that Tongyuan University has promised you, and if you have any other requests, feel free to mention them, and we will do our best to accommodate you. The Tianjin University mentor said, our university ranks 3rd in China, 2 places higher than Tongyuan University. I hope you will consider us. Zhejiang University ranked 3rd in the nation, and Tongyuan University ranked 5th in the nation. Another university offers the highest benefits to recruit Fengfeng. Fengfeng did not answer immediately but turned his gaze toward Shenlong University and Yanhuan University. Of course, Fengfeng had already discussed with the martial god about entering Shenlong University, but before agreeing to the special recruitment from Shenlong University, he could compete with various universities to get a better offer from Shenlong University. After all, the conditions offered by these universities cannot be bought with money. With his current status, he is worth raising his value. Seeing Fengfeng's gaze, the mentors from Shenlong University and Yanhuan University brightened up. Fengfeng did not respond to the invitations from Tongyuan and Zhejiang universities, indicating his interest in the 2 super universities. Fengfeng, suspected to be a 4-star super martial artist with the demeanor of an emperor, must not be missed. Fengfeng, our Shenlong University also offers you the highest benefits for special recruitment. The benefits we provide are far superior to those of Zhejiang University and Tongyuan University. If you enter Shenlong University, we will assign you an emperor-level mentor, along with 4 5-grade heavenly materials and treasures, and a quota for a secondary blessed land, which you can enter 4 times per semester. How about that, said Zhao Yao, the special recruitment mentor from Shenlong University. The surrounding students gasped in shock again, for 5-grade heavenly materials and treasures, an emperor-level mentor, and 4 opportunities to enter the secondary blessed land. It is known that in the outside world, the opportunity to enter the secondary blessed land even once is incredibly precious, and Fengfeng has 4 times in 1 semester. The other universities around were anxious about Fengfeng's reaction. Shenlong University had truly invested heavily to recruit him this time. The mentor from Yanhuan University quickly spoke up, Fengfeng, I also specially recruit you to enter Yanhuan University. We will not fall short of the conditions offered by Shenlong University, and I guarantee that if you enter our university, you will be able to work in government departments after graduation. As the 2 highest universities in Huaxia, Shenlong University and Yanhuan University have different philosophies. Yanhuan University is specifically for training talents for the government. Fengfeng looked at the mentors from the 2 super universities, feeling delighted. To compete for him, both super universities had offered such excellent conditions. 4 5-grade heavenly materials and treasures, and the chance to enter the secondary blessed land 4 times per semester, are much better than those from Zhejiang University and Tongyuan University. The 4 5-grade heavenly materials and treasures would definitely allow him to increase his cultivation by 6 levels or more. He is currently at the 3rd level, 4th stage. An increase of 6 levels would definitely allow him to elevate his cultivation to the 4th level. Although there is still a gap between him and Chu Tingting and others at the 4th level, he can gradually make up for it. Once his cultivation reaches the 4th level, even without relying on the Thunder Extreme body, his physical attributes would be comparable to those of a 5th level martial artist. Awesome! The surrounding students and mentors watched Fengfeng nervously, unsure of which university he would choose. Thank you, mentors, for your kindness. I prefer Shenlong University, Fengfeng replied. Upon hearing this, the mentors from other universities sighed. They did not expect that even with such superior conditions, they still could not recruit Fengfeng. This time, they would probably face criticism when they returned. After all, letting go of such a peerless talent is a great loss for the school. Especially the mentor from Yanhuan University, who believed that conditions he offered were not inferior to those of Shenlong University, even promising Fengfeng that entering Yanhuan University would mean he could work in the government in the future. Working in the government is a dream for many, yet it was still rejected by Fengfeng. What he didn't know was that it was precisely because the atmosphere of Yanhuan University was too heavy with officialdom that Fengfeng chose Shenlong University. After all, warriors pursue the ultimate power wholeheartedly and dislike being constrained. Freedom is the best Shunlong University was just right for him. Student Feng, I regret that you ultimately did not choose us, but it's not yet the start of the school year. If you have any thoughts of changing your mind, feel free to contact me at any time, said a mentor from Yanhuan University. Thank you for your kindness, mentor, but I have decided on Shunlong University. Sorry, Feng declined again. Alas, since that's the case, I won't force you, the Yanhuan University mentor said. Here, I wish you to become an unparalleled powerhouse in the future and contribute to the rise of humanity. Beside them, Zhao Yao, a mentor from Shunlong University, said, Student Feng, entering our Shunlong University, you will naturally be trained to become an unparalleled powerhouse. Zhao Yao looked at Feng and said, Student Feng, later you will accompany me to handle some procedures and sign a contract, and you will receive the promised conditions for 5 great heavenly materials and earthly treasures. We will give them to you first, and when school starts, you can report to Shunlong University. Feng nodded. After thinking for a moment, Feng spoke. Up, teacher, I have 4 opportunities to enter the second level Blessed Land. Can I advance one of those opportunities? I want to enter during this holiday to train and improve my cultivation. My cultivation level is too low, and I'm afraid I will be laughed at by students from other universities when I get to school. Feng pondered that since Shunlong had given him 4 chances to enter the second level Blessed Land, he could take one early and train during the holiday. The college entrance examination holiday lasts about a month and a half, and he originally planned to finish the application process and then go to the Monster Beast Wilderness for training. But now that he had a better option, he naturally didn't plan to go to the Monster Beast Wilderness. In the second level Blessed Land, there are heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and relics of inheritance which are far better than the barren Monster Beast Wilderness. After refining the 4-5 grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures, he could raise his cultivation to level 4, and then when he entered the second level Blessed Land, he would strive to elevate his cultivation to level 4, stage 5 or above. He wanted to avoid being laughed at when he arrived at Shunlong University. Shunlong University is one of the top 2 universities in China, recruiting from over 40 provinces and specifically seeking the most outstanding talents such as top scorers in the college entrance examination. The Southeast Province ranks low among the 40-plus provinces in China, and in the top 10 provinces for college entrance examination scores, the top scorers are all level 6 or above warrior prodigies. In the imperial capital, the royal city of China, the top scorers might even break through level 7. He still had a long way to go. It can be done, Zhao Yao agreed. However, applying for the second level Blessed Land requires a process, and it will take about half a month. Can you wait? The Blessed Land has a time regulation. For opening, it cannot be opened at any time. A certain number of people must be gathered to open it once. I can wait, Feng nodded. In half a month, he would just have enough time to refine the 4-5 grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Good, Zhao Yao said. You first. Come with me to handle the procedures, and then I will apply for your entry into the Blessed Land. Okay, Feng nodded and left with Zhao Yao, following Master Xiang. The reporters around who had been led away by the Shunlong University mentor also gradually dispersed. The storm of the college entrance examination had temporarily come to an end. Feng was about to embark on a new life. That night, Zhao Yao left Tianyang City and returned to the imperial capital, where the headquarters of Shunlong University is located. Zhao Yao had already promised Feng that he would apply for his entry into the second level Blessed Land, and news would likely come in about 15 days, so he told Feng to wait patiently. There was a chapter mix-up earlier, sorry about that, it has been corrected. Everyone can refresh and continue reading from chapter 110. Feng settled in Tianyang City, waiting for news from Zhao Yao. During the half-month of waiting, Feng refined the 4th grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures that Zhao Yao had given him today. Last night, the Thunder Emperor received the order from the Marshal God and came to Tianyang City to protect Feng. Early this morning, he rushed over to meet with Feng. Thus, Feng, the Master, and the Thunder Emperor settled in a private villa in the Tianyang City area. The private villa was arranged by the Thunder Emperor, allowing the three to quietly await news from Zhao Yao. At this moment, in the Supreme Family of Tianyang City, the Wan family, Wan Hui, and the Supreme of the Wan family were together discussing how to deal with Feng. Great-grandfather, how should we handle this kid? Wan Hui asked. How to handle it? This kid, relying on a bit of talent, has become arrogant and offended a supreme powerhouse. This time, I want him dead, the Supreme of the Wan family replied coldly. The wrath of a supreme powerhouse is not something a high school student can resist. Don't let this matter leak out. I'll go alone, the supreme of the Yuan family said. That guy is currently in Tianyang City, making it difficult to act. A few days later, when he leaves Tianyang City, I'll strike and kill him. All right. Wan Hui nodded, understanding what his great-grandfather meant by not leaking the information. It is certainly not a glorious matter for a supreme powerhouse to deal with a high school student. However, with his great-grandfather personally taking action, that kid is bound to die. Meanwhile, in another part of Tianyang City, Feng Feng entered the system space with the 4 heavenly materials and earthly treasures and began to cultivate. For the next 15 days, he planned to cultivate 24 hours a day in the system space. He spent 6 hours each on Thunder Technique and Blood God Immortal Body, 3 hours on Demon 8 Visualization, 1 hour on Soul Piercing Spike, and 2 hours on Thunder God Incantation. The remaining 6 hours were dedicated to practicing the 5th grade martial arts Fiery Mountain Fist and Demon Suppressing Palm. These 2 martial arts would likely reach great success in about 7 days, and in the remaining 7 days, he planned to cultivate 2 new 6th grade martial arts, a spear technique and a body technique. 15 days later, Feng Feng emerged from the system space, successfully raising his cultivation to the 9th stage of the 3rd level. He opened his attribute panel, host, Feng Feng, cultivation, 3rd level 9th stage, 5-star super warrior, divine soul, 4200, 5th level 2nd stage, vitality, 39,000, 4th level 9th stage, speed, 390 meters per second, 4th level 9th stage, strength, 39t. 4th level 9th stage, body strength, 6th level 6th stage, number of times entered system space, 0, his divine soul was comparable to the 5th level 2nd stage, and his body strength was comparable to the 6th level 6th stage, while other physical attributes were comparable to the 4th level 9th stage. During this time, Feng Feng continuously practiced Demon 8 visualization, further enhancing his divine soul. The 3rd level of Blood God Immortal Body had been perfected, greatly increasing his defense. At the same time, the divine ability Thunder God Incantation also made a breakthrough. Previously, he could only summon 1 bolt of heavenly lightning, but now he could summon 2, doubling the destructive power. Moreover, the secret technique Soul Piercing Spike, which could attack the divine soul, also made progress. He could now condense 2 soul-piercing spikes for attack, capable of injuring even an 8th-level warrior unexpectedly. The 2 5th grade martial arts, Fiery Mountain Fist and Demon Suppressing Palm, had been perfected. Additionally, the 2 new 6th grade martial arts, Immortal Crane Body Technique and Purple Lightning Spear, had also reached great success, nearing perfection. Now, with numerous martial arts techniques, the Thunder Extreme Body, and the Divine Soul Attack Secret Technique Soul Piercing Spike, along with the ancient divine ability Thunder God Incantation, Feng Feng had the strength to contend even against 6th-level warriors. Currently, he still had a 5th grade heavenly material and earthly treasure, the bone-opening grass, which he had not yet consumed. Taking the bone-opening grass would enable the opening of the human body's bones. Once a martial artist reaches the 3rd level, they begin to expand their meridians. At the 4th level, they must start to temper their bones. Without hesitation, Feng Feng swallowed a bone-opening herb and began his breakthrough. As the bone-opening herb took effect, a massive surge of medicinal power exploded within him. The 4th volume of the Thunderbolt technique activated, and under the guidance of this terrifying power, Feng Feng's entire skeletal structure began to be tempered. To break through from the 3rd level 9th stage to the 4th level, 1st stage, one only needed to use the bone-opening herb to first temper the spine. Once the spine was successfully tempered, one could enter the 4th level. After that, it was just a matter of tempering the rest of the bones to reach the 5th level. As the bone-opening herb took effect, the immense medicinal power flowed into Feng Feng's spine. Crackling sounds echoed as his spine began to be tempered. An hour later, the tempering was complete, and it felt as if every pore in Feng Feng's body had opened, revitalizing him. With the successful tempering of his spine, Feng Feng had successfully broken through to the 4th level, 1st stage. After the breakthrough, Feng Feng felt as if he had been reborn. His strength, speed, hearing, vision, and perception had all reached a brand new level. The difference compared to before the breakthrough was like heaven and earth. Feng Feng eagerly opened his attribute panel to see how much his strength had increased after the breakthrough. Host, Feng Feng cultivation, 4th level, 1st stage, 5-star super martial artist, spirit, 4,400. 5th level, 4th stage, vitality, 41,000. 5th level, 1st stage, speed, 410 meters per second. 5th level, 1st stage, strength, 41t. 5th level, 1st stage, physical strength, 6th level, 7th stage, number of times entering system space, 0 with the enhancement of the blood God immortal body, his physical defense was already comparable to the 6th level, 7th stage. Now, Feng Feng could use a 7th level energy gun and could deal with 7th level monsters. If he were to launch a long-range sneak attack, he could also use a 7th level sniper rifle which could even handle low-level 8th level monsters. If Feng Feng encountered someone like Su Jian, a 7th level martial artist, again, it would be Su Jian's death. At that moment, a notification sounded in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 4th level, 1st stage. System upgrade. Ding, system upgrade. The time the host can spend training in the system space has increased from 50 days to 2 months. Hearing the prompts in his mind, Feng Feng was overjoyed. His cultivation had broken through and the system had upgraded. The last time he had advanced to the 3rd level, the time he could spend in the system space had increased from 40 days to 50 days. Now, having upgraded to the 4th level, the time had increased to 2 months. Although it was more difficult for a 4th level martial artist to improve their cultivation compared to a 3rd level martial artist, the increased time in the system space perfectly compensated for this difficulty. In a great mood, Feng Feng realized that he had used up all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures on him, and it was time to exit his seclusion. Half a month had passed. During the day, Zhao Yao had already called to inform him that his application for a 2nd level blessed land had been approved. 3 days later, he would head to the imperial capital and could enter the 2nd level blessed land. Today, Feng Feng was exiting seclusion and planned to return to An City tomorrow to sort through some belongings left by his parents and say goodbye to acquaintances before heading to the imperial capital. The headquarters of the Divine Dragon University was located in the imperial capital, and this time, after exiting the blessed land, Feng Feng planned to wait there for the school to start. The next day, Feng Feng, along with the Thunder Emperor and the Master, prepared to leave Tianyang City and return to An City. Meanwhile, the Yuan family supreme also followed the 3 out of Tianyang City. The Yuan family supreme had sent people to keep an eye on Feng Feng for over 10 days, and today this little brat was finally leaving Tianyang City. It was truly a long wait. Once he left Tianyang City, it would be the little brat's death date. Master Xiang, Thunder Emperor, and Feng Feng sat in a luxury car, driven by a dedicated chauffeur. Exiting Tianyang City, the car headed towards An City, which was not far away. It would take about 4 hours to arrive. Inside the car, Thunder Emperor said lightly, "A few trash are following us." Behind the luxury car, a black sedan was closely tailing them. Master Xiang said, "These people have been watching us in Tianyang City for over 10 days. It seems they are ready to make a move now. It should be those few supreme families." Feng Feng replied, "I haven't offended anyone else besides them. It should be, among the vehicles behind, there is a supreme and several masters." Thunder Emperor said, "Since they want to seek death, let's grant them that. The martial gods sent him here to protect Feng Feng, and now trouble had come knocking." In the vehicle behind sat the supreme of the Yuan family and 3 masters of the Yuan family. Originally, the supreme of the Yuan family wanted to come alone, but dealing with a master and a high school student, he had no need to act himself. He could let a few masters from the family handle it. He just wanted to see Feng Feng die with his own eyes. He still remembered Feng Feng's arrogant face from that day. That proud and smug look made him wish he could force Feng Feng to kneel and apologize. Right now, the supreme of the Yuan family could sense that in the luxury car ahead, there were 4 people, 1 master, 1 Feng Feng at the 4th level, and 2 ordinary people. The driver was just an ordinary person, not a martial artist, and Thunder Emperor, whose cultivation was higher than that of the supreme of the Yuan family, concealed his strength, so the supreme could not perceive it and naturally regarded him as an ordinary person. An hour after the 2 cars left Tianyang City, they arrived at a remote forest road, where the sedan suddenly accelerated, cutting off Feng Feng's luxury car and forcing it to stop by the roadside. The supreme of the Yuan family and the 3 masters got out of the car. Feng Feng, Thunder Emperor, and Master Xiang also got out. Top scorer of the college entrance examination. "Long time no see," the supreme of the Yuan family said coldly. "Do you remember me?" Feng Feng smiled faintly and said, "Supreme of the Yuan family, how could I forget? Half a month ago, on the day the college entrance examination results were announced, I slapped your face hard. You brat, still so arrogant when death is at your doorstep." The supreme of the Yuan family instantly became furious. With such a tone, "Today I want to see where your courage comes from." The masters of the Yuan family snorted coldly. "Do you think having a master strong enough will save you? Let me tell you, no one can help you today, you're finished." Feng Feng looked at Thunder Emperor beside him, who sneered disdainfully and stepped forward. His entire aura erupted, terrifying spiritual energy bursting forth from Thunder Emperor's body, instantly changing the color of the heavens and the earth, with winds and clouds stirring, thunder and lightning flashing. When the War Emperor was enraged, the world changed color. A terrifying pressure pressed towards the people of the Yuan family. Martial Arts War Emperor. The four in front felt the pressure from Thunder Emperor and their expressions changed dramatically. The seemingly ordinary, inconspicuous old man beside Feng Feng was actually a martial arts war emperor. No wonder Feng Feng was completely unafraid when he saw them. It turned out he wasn't afraid of them at all. The supreme of the Yuan family was now cursing inwardly. If he had known there was a war emperor level expert beside Feng Feng, he would never have dared to provoke him. A war emperor is the strongest existence below the emperor realm. Just a shake could make the entire southeast province tremble. He never imagined that there would be a war emperor beside Feng Feng. Instantly, the supreme of the Yuan family thought about apologizing. Even if they four were to tickle a war emperor, it wouldn't be enough. They had no thoughts of resisting at all. That Feng Feng, if I say what I just said was a joke, would you believe me? The supreme of the Yuan family said awkwardly. Updated, there will be 2 more updates later. You say whether I believe it or not. Feng Feng's face revealed a murderous intent. He would not show mercy to those who wanted to kill him. Seeing that Feng Feng had no intention of forgiving them, then goodbye, the supreme of the Yuan family did not hesitate, turning around and bursting forth with all his speed, fleeing into the distance. Poof! The Thunder Emperor snorted coldly, gripping an iron hammer surrounded by purple spiritual energy, and struck out with a hammer aimed at the four in front. With a single blow from the War Emperor, the heavens and earth changed color. The spiritual energy in the surrounding space all converged above the Thunder Emperor, striking out a massive arc of lightning dozens of feet long. Boom! Zzzzzzzzz, the lightning crackled, and one person running behind was immediately struck by the lightning unleashed by this hammer, their body torn apart on the spot, a truly tragic sight. The master suddenly advanced, wielding the Xuanhua sword, flames boiling, with Xuanhua swirling around the sword tip, as if there were the sounds of raging fire roaring around, stabbing towards a master of the Yuan family. A sword pierced through the shoulder, and that person clutched their shoulder, suddenly using the force to fly forward. Feng Feng coldly laughed as he looked at the person in front, waiting for you all this time. Now you know how powerful it is. If it weren't for him taking precautions in calling the martial god to send the unparalleled expert Thunder Emperor, he would probably be dead by now. Today, not a single one of you will escape. The Thunder Emperor snorted coldly, his figure flashing, instantly appearing in front of the injured master of the Yuan family, blocking their path. The Martial Dao War Emperor's speed far surpassed that of the Martial Dao Masters. Even if he let the Masters run for a minute, it would be of no use, as they could not escape the control range of the Martial Dao War Emperor. The Thunder Emperor raised the purple hammer high, a terrifying spiritual energy erupting from his body. As the surrounding lightning attribute power gathered, he smashed the hammer towards the master in front. That master, one hand clutching their shoulder, the other holding a knife, suddenly unleashed all their strength, the spiritual energy surging wildly, executing their killing move to resist the Thunder Emperor's hammer. Swish! A massive arc of electricity flickered, and the Thunder Emperor's terrifying hammer sent the injured master flying backward, crashing hard onto the ground, their body sliding along the highway for over 10 meters before coming to a stop, blood flowing, their body scorched and charred by the lightning. All the vehicles on the highway came to a halt, stunned as they watched this battle. The power of the Thunder Emperor's hammer was simply earth-shattering. This was probably the strongest martial artist these drivers had ever seen in their lives. I have a cousin who was a second-level martial artist, but his strength is worlds apart from this old man with the hammer, said a truck driver. What level of martial artist is this old man? The power of this hammer could probably blow a mountain into the sky. In a moment, the Thunder Emperor caught up to the two fleeing individuals, rushing in front of them to block their path. The Thunder Emperor turned, holding the purple hammer, slowly walking towards the remaining supreme of the Yuan family and a master. Despair appeared on the faces of the two. The supreme of the Yuan family looked at the Thunder Emperor, his eyes extremely cold, and roared, "I'll fight you to the death." After saying that, the supreme of the Yuan family suddenly unleashed all his cultivation, charging towards the Thunder Emperor. The supreme spiritual energy suddenly became violent, and endless spiritual energy was forcibly gathered and compressed into his dantian. He was preparing to self-destruct his dantian. As a supreme powerhouse, he was already at the upper echelons of human strength. If he self-destructed, the massive spiritual energy compressed in his dantian would have power comparable to a small nuclear bomb. The Thunder Emperor saw the Supreme of the Yuan family charging at him, and sensing the restless aura around, he understood that the Supreme was preparing to self-destruct. Damn it! Such a self-destruction at the Supreme level, he could escape, but Feng and the Master might not be so lucky. With everyone so close, if he escaped, the two would surely die without a burial place. Although the Thunder Emperor was formidable, he could not quickly take two people away at the same time. Feng looked at the Supreme of the Yuan family rushing towards him, realizing that this Supreme was prepared to perish together. Feng Feng's pupils contracted, a sense of death's crisis surged. Die, you little bastard! Yuan Jia Supreme's face twisted in rage, determined to take down two with him. Even the Master looked grim. In a moment of peril, Feng did not hesitate and unleashed the soul-attacking secret technique soul-piercing spike. The power of his soul erupted instantly, transforming into two invisible spikes that shot towards Yuan Jia Supreme's mind. Whether he could survive depended on these two soul-piercing spikes. Feng knew very well that Yuan Jia Supreme's self-detonation was aimed at him. Such a level of self-detonation could not harm the Thunder Emperor at all. What he needed to do was buy time for the Thunder Emperor to rescue him. Not good, shouted the Yuan Jia elder. The soul-piercing spikes were shadowless and formless, specifically targeting the soul. The Supreme Powerhouse had already birthed his primordial spirit and could sense the attack, but he could not evade it, only watch helplessly as the two soul-piercing spikes pierced towards his mind. Yuan Jia Supreme was currently in the stage of initiating self-detonation. His spiritual power had become volatile and could not be stopped, otherwise, all would be in vain. If he stopped to evade Feng Feng's soul-piercing spikes, the Thunder Emperor would surely take advantage of the opening to destroy him, preventing his self-detonation. Puff puff, hit by the two soul-piercing spikes, Yuan Jia Supreme's speed drastically decreased, his brain dizzy, his gaze vacant. In an instant, the volatile spiritual energy within Yuan Jia Supreme suddenly ceased. The self-detonation of the Dantian required the brain to oversee it, but his brain was struck by the mental attack, causing his soul to go out of control, and naturally, it stopped. This critical moment was seized fiercely by the Thunder Emperor. Without hesitation, the Thunder Emperor unleashed his full power, and in an instant, a terrifying surge of lightning energy erupted from his body, with lightning patterns flickering around him. The Thunder Emperor swung down with a hammer towards Yuan Jia Supreme, golden lightning surging atop the purple hammer. Boom! With a deafening sound, the destructive power of the golden lightning directly blasted Yuan Jia Supreme away. One strike had taken half of Yuan Jia Supreme's life. He was breathing out more than he was breathing in, and it was impossible for him to initiate self-detonation again. The Thunder Emperor stood on the highway, his terrifying aura erupting, and in the sky, thunder roared as the surging power of lightning was drawn down by the Thunder Emperor. Go! The Thunder Emperor shouted, and in an instant, the gathered terrifying lightning struck towards the flying Yuan Jia Supreme, hitting the already gasping Yuan Jia Supreme. His body was bombarded by dense lightning, blue arcs ravaging over him. Moments later, as the lightning dissipated, Yuan Jia Supreme was reduced to a pile of charred remains, a sight too gruesome to behold. The Thunder Emperor was truly enraged. Had it not been for Feng causing Yuan Jia Supreme to pause for a moment, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He never expected that a dignified war emperor would suffer at the hands of a Supreme. The remaining Yuan Jia Master was in despair. The old Supreme self-detonation had not stopped the Thunder Emperor. What else could he do? You die too, the Thunder Emperor roared, swinging his hammer, and the terrifying lightning directly blasted Yuan Jia Supreme into the air. His flesh disintegrated in the air, crashing into pieces on the highway ahead. One hammer from the War Emperor and the Master was reduced to dust. Feng, still shaken, stepped forward and said, "Let's not go to Yuan City for now, let's return to Yuan Jia." He had just nearly died. If it weren't for his soul-piercing spike, even the Thunder Emperor by his side couldn't have saved him. Today, he had to go to the Yuan family to showcase his strength, allowing the Thunder Emperor to unleash a massacre. Otherwise, in the future, any stray cat or dog would dare to provoke him. The Thunder Emperor understood Feng Feng's intention. Feng wanted him to intimidate some of the major families in Tianyang City, making them behave themselves in the future. He was destined to be a nightmare for these families. Feng, the Thunder Emperor, and Master Xian directly took a car back to Tianyang City. 2 hours later, the three arrived at the Yuan family. The Thunder Emperor snorted coldly, and a surge of aura erupted, directly charging in. All the Yuan family warriors encountered along the way were blasted to pieces by the Thunder Emperor's lightning. Today, the Thunder Emperor was furious, unleashing his wrath directly upon the Yuan family. Deep within The Yuan family villa, powerful warriors began to emerge, including several master-level warriors. Before long, Feng Feng, the Thunder Emperor, and Master Xiang had killed their way deep into the Yuan family. My Yuan family has no grievances or enmities with you, why are you slaughtering in my Yuan family? At this moment, a supreme being from the Yuan family appeared, shouting at the Thunder Emperor. As a supreme family, the Yuan family had 5 supreme beings stationed, one of whom had just been killed by the Thunder Emperor, leaving 4. The energy fluctuations emanating from the Thunder Emperor were terrifying. He couldn't see through what level of cultivation the Thunder Emperor had. As a supreme expert, he couldn't fathom a being that even he couldn't see through. At the very least, he was a martial king level expert. Possibly even above that. He had seen martial king experts before. The first martial arts family in the southeast province, the Chu family, had 3 martial king experts stationed, but the combat prowess of those 3 was no match for the Thunder Emperor. This old man before him was likely a being surpassing the martial king level. He was puzzled as to when the Yuan family had offended a being of that caliber, and the Yuan family was not foolish enough to provoke an enemy they couldn't handle. For no reason. This supreme being of the Yuan family had been in seclusion for years, not concerning himself with family matters, and would not easily emerge unless the family faced a life and death crisis. He had not paid attention to the outside world's college entrance examination, so he did not recognize Feng Feng. You still have the nerve to say that, sending people to ambush me, and now pretending not to know me. Feng Feng said coldly, bring Yuan Hui here, and you'll understand. The Yuan family supreme narrowed his eyes slightly and ordered the Yuan family warriors beside him, go bring Yuan Hui here. The several supremes of the Yuan family were the most authoritative figures in the family, and his command was akin to a royal decree. This supreme being of the Yuan family knew very well that without grievances, Feng would not have come to the Yuan family. Now, the Yuan family was no match for the Thunder Emperor and could only find a way to seek peace. In fact, many members of the Yuan family were quite bewildered by the three's assault on the Yuan family. As a supreme family, the Yuan family had tens of thousands of members and 5 supremes, divided into 5 major branches. The ambush against Feng Feng was from Yuan Hui's ancestors' branch, and this ambush was very secretive, known only to a few. The other 4 branches naturally had no idea. At this moment, Yuan Hui was at a bar in Tianyang City, gathering with Chu Tingting, Shiro, and others. After today, the top scorer of the college entrance examination in the southeast province will no longer exist, Yuan Hui said to Chu Tingting and the others. Hearing this, Chu Tingting and the others were somewhat puzzled, asking, what do you mean? Did you send someone to deal with him? They all despised Feng Feng and wished for his death. Yuan Hui smiled mysteriously and said, just wait for the news, in a couple of days, there should be news of the top scorer in the southeast province unexpectedly falling. He's still too young to compete with me. Upon hearing this, the others understood Yuan Hui's meaning. It seemed Yuan Hui had indeed sent someone to deal with Feng Feng. Humph. At that moment, a cold snort came. I don't know if Feng Feng will die, but I know, Yuan Hui, you're finished, you've brought disaster upon your family. Yuan Hui and the others turned around and saw several 9th-level martial artists from the Yuan family rushing into the bar, ready to take Yuan Hui back. Yuan Hui was somewhat shocked to see them. These 9th-level martial artists were from the Yuan family's law enforcement department, specifically tasked with disciplining disobedient members. Uncle Quan, what does this mean? What are you doing? Yuan Hui asked the newcomers. What does it mean? You'll find out when you come back with us. Yuan Quan replied. Yuan Hui was taken out of the bar by the people sent by the Yuan family, and Chu Tingting, Shiro, and the others followed, wanting to see what mistake Yuan Hui had made. Back to the Yuan family. Yuan Jia entered and saw a trail of corpses, among which were not lacking the bodies of masters. His heart sank, realizing something was wrong. He arrived deep within the Yuan family, where Feng Feng, the Thunder Emperor, and the master confronted the Yuan family's supreme leader. Upon seeing Feng Feng, Yuan Hui's eyes revealed disbelief. His great-grandfather had gone to ambush Feng Feng today, and now Feng Feng was alive here, which meant his great-grandfather was doomed. The people around Feng Feng could kill his great-grandfather, and those corpses along the way were also killed by Feng Feng and his companions. Yuan Hui's face instantly turned ashen. At that moment, the remaining 4 supreme leaders of the Yuan family all arrived. Head of the family. Yuan Hui knelt before the head of the Yuan family and said, you must avenge my great-grandfather. They have come, and my great-grandfather hasn't returned, they must have killed him. Shut up, the head of the Yuan family coldly shouted. During the time the Yuan family's law enforcement was searching for Yuan Hui, the Yuan family had already figured out the whole story of how Feng Feng had come to kill them. It was their own fault for offending a powerful being beyond the martial king. It was simply courting death. I killed your great-grandfather. Do you want revenge? The Thunder Emperor looked at Wan Hui, snorted coldly, and in an instant, a surge of thunderous power erupted from his dantian. And a long hammer continuously gathered lightning. With one strike, everyone around could only see a massive bolt of lightning piercing through space instantly, hitting a villa belonging to Wan Hui. Boom! A loud explosion, dozens of floors of the villa collapsed under the thunder, turning into ruins. Martial Dao War Emperor. The head of the Wan family exclaimed in shock. From the power unleashed by the Thunder Emperor's strike, it was clear he possessed the strength of a martial Dao War Emperor. Upon hearing this, everyone in the Wan family was stunned. Even Shu Tingting and Shiro were all shocked. Shu Tingting never expected Feng Feng to have such a terrifying background. A war emperor was someone her grandfather, a ninth-rank martial king, would not dare to provoke. She finally understood the good intentions of Duan Yang back then. Duan Yang had introduced her to Feng Feng, completely helping her make connections. Unfortunately, she had underestimated Feng Feng and failed to recognize his power. Not only was his talent formidable, but his combat strength was also fierce, and his background was equally terrifying. Unfortunately, she had already missed her chance with Feng Feng. Shiro swallowed hard, frightened by the Thunder Emperor before him. He was determined never to provoke Feng Feng again. It was too terrifying, this background. The head of the Wan family said, "The Wan family has failed to recognize the Great Mountain and has offended the War Emperor. This matter is entirely due to Wan Hui's faction acting on their own. The other four factions of the Wan family were unaware. We will not spare Wan Hui's faction, and we hope the War Emperor will not implicate the other four factions of the Wan family." The other four factions were completely unaware of this matter, but the Thunder Emperor had come to their door and would not care which faction it was. Anyone who dared to obstruct him would be killed. The head of the Wan family felt a desire to tear Wan Hui into 1,000 pieces because his moment of displeasure in ambushing Feng Feng had led to so many members of the Wan family losing their lives. Upon hearing this, Wan Hui felt even more despair. The Wan family had abandoned their faction. The Thunder Emperor looked at Feng Feng, allowing him to decide for himself. "There is a head to every grievance, and a master to every debt," Feng Feng said. "Since your four factions were unaware, I naturally will not implicate you. However, Wan Hui must die today." Feng Feng snorted coldly, activating the 5th grade movement technique, the Koi body technique, unleashing a terrifying speed that was unbelievable. In an instant, he appeared before Wan Hui. The Thunderbolt technique operated, and lightning surrounded his entire body. With a leap, he thrust his spear down from the air. Wan Hui saw this and did not resist, closing his eyes and waiting for death. He understood that he had no chance of living today if his death could allow Feng Feng to spare the Wan family, then he would die with honor. Blood splattered as Wan Hui's heart was pierced directly by Feng Feng's spear. Wan Hui held onto Feng Feng's spear with both hands as Feng Feng withdrew it, blood gushing out continuously as Wan Hui fell to the ground. The pride of 10,000 families has fallen. Feng Feng and the Thunder Emperor turned to leave the three masters. Wan Hui was dead, and he had no intention of making things difficult for the Wan family. After this incident, with the Thunder Emperor as a deterrent, it should be a long time before anyone dares to provoke him again. It was time to return to an city to tidy up, say goodbye to friends, and head to the imperial capital to start his new life. The fourth watch has ended, and tomorrow's excitement continues. In the evening, Feng Feng returned to An City. He visited Mayor Ling Tian, Education Bureau Director Huang Anhua, and the military district head Hong Yu. The three of them were his elders in An City and had helped him a lot. He still owed them some favors. Now, without the ability to repay them, he could only wait until he became stronger to do so. After that, Feng Feng went to visit Principal Zhua Hejuan of the 9th Middle School and Director Yang Xiong. They had saved his life when the Li family was preparing to kill him, and he naturally would not forget that. As he was about to leave An City for the imperial capital, he felt it necessary to say goodbye. Feng Feng had now become the top scorer in the college entrance examination for the Southeast Province, bringing much honor to the 9th Middle School, which made Zhua Hejuan and Yang Xiong very pleased, as it proved that their efforts to save him were not in vain. Feng Feng returned to his family, tidied up his parents' belongings, and kept them as mementos, placing everything in the system space. This time, leaving An City, he was unsure when he would return, as there was nothing left for him to remember there. With both parents deceased and no siblings, leaving now might mean that in the future, he would be free as a fish in the sea and a bird in the sky. He owed favors to Huang Anhua, Ling Tian, Hong Yu, Zhua Hejuan, and Yang Xiong. All five had his number and could contact him if needed. With Feng Feng's current rate of growth, he was confident that it wouldn't be long before he had a place in Huaxia. Feng Feng closed himself off in the system space for 15 days. At his speed, he could have improved his cultivation by 3 levels in that time. However, during these 15 days, he not only practiced the Thunder Decision, which could enhance his cultivation, but also trained in the Blood God Immortal Body, which improved physical defense, the Demon Ape Visualization, which enhanced his spirit, the Mental Attack Secret Technique Soul Piercing, the Divine Ability Thunder Summoning Spell, and 2 6th grade martial arts techniques, Immortal Crane Body Technique and Purple Lightning Spear. Among these methods, only the Thunder Decision could enhance his cultivation, so naturally, his speed of improvement was somewhat slower. In 15 days, he could only improve by 2 levels, but after consuming 4 5th grade heavenly materials, the overall boost allowed him to improve by 4 levels, totaling 6 levels of cultivation in those 15 days. He advanced from level 3, stage 4 to level 4, stage 1. Upon reaching level 4, the system upgraded, allowing him to stay in the system space for 2 months and a day. Although time had increased, for a level 4 warrior, improving cultivation was more difficult than at level 3. Overall, his speed remained the same. Now, Feng Feng could improve by 1 level every 5 days. This was equivalent to leveling up once every 10 months. Although Feng Feng possessed a top-tier heavenly talent, he was an unprecedented 5-star super warrior, making it very difficult to improve his cultivation, almost 10 times harder than others at the same level. This meant that while others could improve their cultivation in a month, he would need 10 months. After all, Feng Feng's attributes were 10 levels higher than those of others at the same level. While others were at level 4, stage 1, with attributes also at level 4, stage 1, his attributes were at the level of a level 5 warrior. Everything was fair. Feng Feng spent 10 times more time than others, so he naturally could gain 10 times the reward. Now, in 5 days, he could improve by 1 level, and there was still a month until school started. With 30 days of normal training, he could improve by 6 levels, and if he entered a blessed land and had some fortuitous encounters to obtain heavenly materials, he could improve even faster. Feng Feng's goal was to desperately seek opportunities in the 2nd level blessed land this time, striving to elevate his cultivation to level 5, stage 1 before school started. The next day, Feng Feng and the Thunder Emperor took the high-speed train to the Imperial capital. Master Xiang had been assigned to Garden City, so he could not accompany Feng Feng and the others to the Imperial capital. However, with the Thunder Emperor present, Master Xiang's role was significantly reduced. Nevertheless, Feng Feng was still very grateful for Master Xiang's help during this time, and if he ever needed anything in the future, Feng Feng would certainly not refuse. Nowadays, high-speed rail technology was very advanced. It only took about 8 to 9 hours to travel from an city to the imperial capital. In fact, Feng Feng could take a plane, which is faster and takes only 2 to 3 hours, but he wanted to take the high-speed train to see the beautiful landscapes of the earth today. After all, 500 years have passed, and many places have changed. The spiritual energy has revived, the mountains and rivers have shifted, flowers and trees have grown wildly, and monsters have appeared. Many cities have changed their locations and names. Naturally, he wanted to experience it and see the great landscapes of his homeland along the way. The train journey took 9 hours to reach the capital, and all the way, Feng Feng kept looking out the window, witnessing the dramatic changes brought by the revival of spiritual energy. He also felt the power of the new world, making him yearn for it even more. Upon arriving in the capital, Feng Feng felt a different atmosphere compared to in city. The area of the entire capital was at least 1,000 times larger than in city. Tall buildings, bustling traffic, countless martial artists. This place was simply a gathering place for martial artists, a cradle for prodigies. In the capital, the two who received Feng Feng were still Zhao Yao, an ordinary admissions tutor from Shenlong University. There were dozens of tutors like him at Shenlong University, dispatched to recruit students from over 40 provinces in China. Zhao Yao had recruited the top scorer from the college entrance examination in the southeast province this time, receiving a considerable reward, and in the future, if Feng Feng achieved results at Shenlong University, he would also receive a reward. Zhao Yao was naturally very willing to host Feng Feng. The two had a meal together, discussing the arrangements for entering the blessed land the next day. After the meal, Feng Feng and Lei Huang left. Lei Huang had a private villa in the capital. The two went straight in, waiting for the next day to enter the 2nd level blessed land. This time, Zhao Yao had applied for a spot in the 2nd level blessed land for Feng Feng, which was Tianshu Blessed Land, one of the 8 2nd level blessed lands surrounding the capital. A 3rd level blessed land can accommodate martial artists from levels 1 to 4. If a martial artist above level 4 enters, the blessed land will collapse. A 2nd level blessed Land can accommodate martial artists from levels 4 to 9. If a martial artist above level 9 enters, it will also collapse. A first level blessed land, also known as a super blessed land, can accommodate martial artists above the master level, even an emperor level. Powerhouse can enter without causing it to collapse. Tianshu blessed land, as one of the 8 second level blessed lands near the capital, has 20 times the spiritual energy of the outside world. Cultivating there for a month can definitely elevate one's cultivation by several ranks. The cost of opening a second-level blessed land is greater than that of a third-level blessed land, and the number of people who can enter is also fewer. A third-level blessed land can accommodate 10,000 people at a time, but a second-level blessed land can only allow 1,000 people to enter at once. This is a rule limitation of the world within the blessed land. Exceeding 1,000 people will result in being rejected by the spatial rules of the blessed land and automatically ejected. On this day, 1,000 people arrived at Tianshu blessed land. Most of the 1,000 people entering this time were students born in the capital. There were recent high school graduates who, through family connections, secured a spot in the blessed land, hoping to enhance their strength before the university semester began. There were also university students studying in the capital who had encountered a bottleneck in their cultivation and exchanged accumulated points within the university for an opportunity to enter the blessed land, seeking a chance for breakthrough. After all, a level 2 blessed land can accommodate martial artists from level 4 to level 9, and many university students in the imperial capital have cultivation levels ranging from level 4 to level 9. Naturally, they can enter. There are also some social martial artists who have reached level 8 or 9 and have broken through the bottleneck of level 9 at a considerable cost, exchanging it for an opportunity to enter the blessed land and seek a chance for breakthrough. At the entrance, the government department in charge of the blessed land has personnel waiting. At the entrance of the blessed land, an elderly man with white hair looked at the 1,000 people before him and said, "I announce the specific matters regarding this entry into the blessed land. This time the blessed land opens, you will be able to stay inside for a month. When the time is up, regardless of the circumstances, you must come out. If you do not come out from the blessed land, the entrance will close, and you will be trapped inside." The Level 2 blessed land is different from the level 3 blessed land because the level 2 blessed land is too large. Each time it opens, it lands in a different location, not the same place. If you are trapped inside, it may be for a lifetime. The crowd nodded gravely. The level 3 blessed land is just a fragment of a small world, and humans can accurately control its landing point. But the level 2 blessed land is no longer a fragment of a small world, it can be said to be a small world that has had its spiritual energy revived many years earlier than Earth. The entrances currently controlled by humans can only allow entry but cannot guarantee an accurate landing point. So if trapped inside, the next time you want to come out, you can only leave it to fate. The elderly man made it clear, hoping everyone could come out on time and not be trapped. In the blessed land, humanity is currently at war with the demon beasts, and being trapped in the blessed land would be a loss for humanity. The elderly man looked at the crowd and said, "In the level 2 blessed land, the concentration of spiritual energy is 20 times that of the outside world. Cultivating for 1 day inside the blessed land is equivalent to cultivating for 20 days outside. Moreover, there are numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures that can quickly enhance your cultivation, as well as many legacies left by ancient martial artists and otherworldly martial artists, with countless opportunities for fortune. I wish you all good luck." After the elderly man finished speaking, he activated the formation. At the entrance of the blessed land, a huge teleportation array, covered in runes, emitted a faint glow. As the 1,000 people stepped onto the teleportation array, the runes lit up, transporting them into the blessed land. The 1,000 people surged into the blessed land, seeking their opportunities, and Feng Feng was among them, entering the small world of the blessed land. Feng Feng and the 1,000 people appeared in an open space. As soon as they entered the blessed land, everyone felt refreshed. The 20 times concentration of spiritual energy made him almost intoxicated, far stronger than the level 3 blessed land. Feng Feng looked around. He was preparing to try his luck to see if he could find some heavenly materials and earthly treasures that could quickly enhance his cultivation or discover a legacy from some ancient big shot. Last time on the level 3 blessed land, he obtained quite a few heavenly materials and earthly treasures, which elevated his cultivation, and he also gained the legacy of the old demon, greatly increasing his strength. However, legacies from ruins are something that can only be encountered by chance. It all depends on luck. As for heavenly materials and earthly treasures, he could invest more effort in searching for them. Now that Feng Feng's Cultivation had reached level 4, only heavenly materials and earthly treasures of grade 4 or above could be effective for him, those below level 4 had little effect on his cultivation improvement. Moreover, heavenly materials and earthly treasures have the greatest effect when consumed in the first few instances, after that, the effect diminishes significantly. Most importantly, Feng had just consumed 4 grade 5 heavenly materials and earthly treasures, so if he were to consume grade 4 heavenly materials and earthly treasures now, the improvement to his cultivation would be minimal. It might take 10 grade 4 heavenly materials and earthly treasures to equal the effect of 1 grade 5 heavenly material and earthly treasure. Feng needed to set his sights on grade 5 or even grade 6 heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Feng gripped a grade weapon spear in his hand and rushed deeper into the blessed land. While running, he remained vigilant, looking around. Although the blessed land is filled with countless opportunities, it is also fraught with many unknown dangers, so he could not let his guard down. Feng separated from the main group, wandering alone in the blessed land, searching for opportunities. Among these 1,000 people, he did not know a single one, he was all by himself, searching for opportunities in the blessed land easily attracts envy, so Feng not only had to guard against the dangers within the blessed land but also against those who entered alongside him. As Feng broke away from the main group, a cold and beautiful girl also detached herself, rushing deeper into the blessed land. The girl, only 18 years old, possessed an unparalleled beauty that could be described as captivating, and her background was terrifyingly impressive. She was the pride of one of the top 10 imperial families in the capital, the top scorer of this year's college entrance examination, and had already reached the 6th level, 9th stage before the exam. By now, she had likely broken through to the 7th level, 1st stage, and it was rumored that she was a 4-star super warrior with attributes 4 stages higher than her cultivation level, with an incredibly strong ability to challenge those above her level. Even a 7th level, 8th stage warrior would not be her match. Moreover, it was said that she possessed a top-tier martial arts talent with a training speed that was astonishing and an understanding that was frightening. Many techniques that others could not comprehend, she grasped at a glance. She was hailed as one of the most likely candidates to become the next martial god in the past 200 years. The girl's name was Tong Yuer. Coincidentally, the direction Tong Yuer took into the blessed land was the same direction Feng had chosen. Watching Feng ahead, Tong Yuer showed a look of interest, recalling what the martial god had said to her before entering the blessed land. The martial god had mentioned that Feng might be the one with the greatest chance of reaching his level. As a holder of top-tier talent, Tong Yuer was not only a descendant of an imperial family but also the sole disciple of the martial god. Throughout his life, the martial god had only taken Tong Yuer as his disciple. The martial god's evaluation of Tong Yuer made her particularly interested in Feng and as soon as the college entrance examination ended, she used various channels to gather information about him. Finally, after her inquiries, she learned that Feng had chosen Shenlong University and had applied for a spot in a 2nd-level blessed land. Thus, she came, ready for a chance encounter with the person her master had high hopes for. Feng was running ahead, and after a while, he felt someone following him from behind. He quickened his pace, trying to shake off Tong Yuer. However, upon seeing him speed up, Tong Yuer also increased her speed, leisurely keeping pace beside him. Feng accelerated again, trying to create distance, but Tong Yuer matched his speed, making it impossible for him to lose her. Feng's pride was ignited. How could he, a man, be outrun by a girl? In fact, Feng could have changed direction to avoid Tong Yuer. But he couldn't swallow his pride. He refused to believe he couldn't outrun a girl. Feng was ready to unleash his ultimate move. Let's see what he's made of. Feng activated his Thunder Extreme body, and in an instant his speed surged, shooting out like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. Ha! You can't catch me! Feng laughed triumphantly. However, the next second, what are you laughing at? Tong Yuer suddenly appeared behind Feng, revealing a radiant smile. What the hell? Feng was startled by Tong Yuer's sudden appearance and came to a halt. Turning around, he was met with Tong Yuer's stunning face, which could easily be described as that of a fairy. Feng admitted that, in that moment, he was taken aback. But who was Feng? This brief moment of astonishment was quickly concealed as he feigned calmness and asked, "Why are you chasing me?" Tong Yuer looked up at the sky and said, "Who's chasing you?" "I'm just walking straight ahead." "Your eyes are darting around, ha ha." "Young man, you say you're not intentionally following me, but your action of looking up has betrayed you." Feng smirked. Unexpectedly, as Feng smirked, Tong Yuer quickly raised her small fist and punched Feng on the head. The blow left a large bump on his head, and tears almost sprang from the pain. You resort to violence at the slightest disagreement. Feng Feng was furious, pointing his spear at Tong Yuer. He was now 100% sure that this girl was chasing him with ulterior motives. Who told you to laugh so shamelessly just now, making it seem like I have ulterior motives towards you? Tong Yuer pouted. Isn't it? Feng Feng said confidently, seeing someone like me, who embodies both charm and talent, you must have some thoughts. Right? Young man, stop deceiving yourself. You followed me all the way just now, and you've already exposed your intentions. Tong Yuer, having her thoughts guessed, didn't know how to refute him, so she stepped forward and punched Feng Feng on the head again, causing another bump to form on his head. Feng Feng was really in pain this time, tears streaming down his face. This girl was too quick and precise, he couldn't react at all. A master. Feng was 100% sure that Tong Yuer was a master, and at least a level 7 one. A level 6 warrior could never do this. Feng knew he couldn't defeat the girl in front of him, even with a submachine gun or a sniper rifle, because she was too close. He estimated that if he had just taken out the submachine gun, he wouldn't even have had time to fire before she subdued him. Not using a submachine gun and relying on himself? Don't joke around, that would only lead to a worse beating. Anger flashed in Feng Feng's eyes, his face set in defiance as he glared at Tong Yuer and said, if you have the guts, let's talk it out. Hitting people at the drop of a hat isn't what heroes do. There was no way around it, he couldn't win, so he had to back down and reason with her. Tong Yuer chuckled, seeing Feng Feng's expression of being beaten, wanting to resist but unable to, only able to stammer out reasoning. It was particularly amusing. What a cute boy. I'm a girl, you should reason with me, Tong Yuer said with a bright smile, reaching out to touch her chin. Feng Feng stepped back in fright, thinking she was going to hit him again. Seeing his reaction, Tong Yuer laughed again and said, don't worry, I won't hit you again. Really? Feng Feng instinctively replied, immediately regretting it. Feng Feng, when did you become so humble as to bow your head to a girl? Really? Tong Yuer smiled. Is your name Feng Feng? Hearing her question and confirming she wouldn't hit him again, Feng Feng felt a sense of pride. Wow, she said she didn't approach me on purpose, but she even found out my name. Who would believe that? Feng Feng was galloping in his mind. Could it be that his charm had reached the capital, making the girls here admire him? Taking advantage of this opportunity to enter a blessed land, she deliberately approached him. Could it be that this girl had taken a liking to him? It should be. Was this girl following him this time to plot something against him, to force herself on him? It should be. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come on so strong right from the start, aiming to make him submit to her power and then manipulate him. As Feng thought about this, he felt a hint of shock. Are the girls in the capital this open-minded, or should he say bold? In broad daylight, under the clear sky, she was about to make a move on him, a pure young man. Feng showed a hint of hesitation. If this girl wanted to force herself on him, should he resist? After all, as a good young man of the new era, a flower of the nation's future, he could never accept premarital sex. And especially without being in a relationship, just going through the motions. Forget it. It seems everything is fate, he accepted it. Looking at the smiling Tong Yuer in front of him, he realized he couldn't escape her clutches today. Rather than resist desperately, it would be better to go along with her wishes and spare himself some suffering. Feng looked at Tong Yuer, closed his eyes as if making a decision, gritted his teeth, and said, I'm ready, come on, take me. Goodbye, my pure youth. Tears glimmered in the corners of Feng Feng's eyes. Tong Yuer? Take him? Seeing Feng Feng's expression of both regret and anticipation, Tong Yuer instantly understood that this guy was thinking in the wrong direction. He was thinking of the worst possible scenario. Tong Yuer rolled up her sleeves, thinking, alright, Feng, very good, awesome. I asked you if your name was this, and you even thought of being forced to be taken. Give you a little more time, and would you have even thought of names for future children? Tong Yuer stepped forward and gave Feng a good beating. Amidst a flurry of punches and kicks, Feng Feng's muffled voice came out. Alas, heroine, don't make a move, let's talk things over, I'll do whatever you say. Feng responded. Another round of punches and kicks ensued. After a warm greeting from Tong Yuer, Feng finally woke up from his fantasy. Although his face was bruised and swollen, he still showed resilience. Turning his head away from Tong Yuer, he mumbled, I am Feng. Ignoring Tong Yuer was Feng Feng's last act of stubbornness. Turn your head around and speak properly, or I'll beat you up, Tong Yuer said with a smile. Feng Feng was so scared that he immediately looked at Tong Yuer. Today was not going well for him. The fourth update ends here, and tomorrow will continue with excitement. Guess what, is it the female lead? Although Feng Feng turned his head to look directly at Tong Yuer, his expression remained stubborn. Even though he couldn't win, he had to maintain his momentum, he couldn't lose. Who exactly are you, and why are you following me? Feng Feng asked. Who's following you? Say that again. Tong Yuer shook her small fist and pouted. Ha! Feng Feng looked at Tong Yuer, a foolish woman, continuing to argue. Feng Feng didn't dare to say more. He had no need to argue with this violent woman. I just happened to be going in this direction, Tong Yuer said. As for who I am, I won't tell you. TCH, as if I care to know. Feng Feng turned and said, I'm leaving. I won't hold it against you for hitting me earlier, but don't follow me again. Watching Feng Feng turn and walk away, Tong Yuer smiled brightly and followed him again. Seeing Tong Yuer catch up, Feng Feng helplessly said, Why do you keep following me? I'm not interested in you. I don't like violent people, I prefer gentle, demure types. Tong Yuer raised her fist and said, You keep being so self-absorbed. Who gave you the confidence to think I like you? Upon hearing this, Feng Feng smiled without speaking. Women just love to act tough, isn't that obvious? First, she followed him, then she wanted to possess him, and now she wanted to follow him. Forget it. Feng Feng saw no need to expose her little thoughts. Tong Yuer looked at Feng Feng's smug smile and instantly understood. He was off in his own world again. If given a little more time, he might even come up with names for their future children. Tong Yuer punched Feng Feng on the head again and said, Stop daydreaming. Civilized society, don't resort to violence so easily. Feng Feng stubbornly replied, I'm a good man who doesn't fight with women, don't push me. Hee, go ahead and fight me, let's see if I beat you today, Tong Yuer said with a smile. Forget it. Feng Feng shivered and said, I'm a big man. There's no need to argue with you. If you want to follow, then follow. Feng Feng had already surrendered. He was too lazy to care. He understood that it was impossible to shake off this girl today, so he might as well let her follow. What a pitiful journey to the second level blessed land. Hoof. Tong Yuer triumphantly waved her fist. Feng Feng held his spear and walked ahead, with Tong Yuer following behind, both heading deeper into the blessed land. In the second level blessed land, there were many heavenly materials and earthly treasures, but most were guarded by demon beasts. Follow me, Tong Yuer said from behind, then her figure flashed and she darted into the left forest. Where to? Feng Feng asked. Just come, Tong Yuer said, or I'll hit you. Feng Feng looked in the direction Tong Yuer was heading and couldn't help but swallow the small grove. Feng Feng showed a hesitant expression. It seemed this girl was still up to no good, wanting to take him to the small grove. Isn't this too fast? Feng Feng said, I'm a traditional person, I can't accept it so quickly. Up ahead, Tong Yuer's expression stiffened, knowing he was thinking wrongly again. She turned to Feng Feng and coldly laughed, Are you coming or not? Looking at Tong Yuer's cold smile, Feng Feng shivered all over and hurriedly said, I'm coming. The two entered the small grove. After running for a while, they discovered a heavenly material and earthly treasure, the bone-opening grass, ahead. It's bone-opening grass, and it's 6th grade bone-opening grass. Feng exclaimed in surprise. Hoof. Tong Yuer nodded and said, What do you think I brought you here for? I sensed a 6th level demon beast guarding this place outside. There must be heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The 6th grade heavenly materials are of no use to me anymore, so I'll give it to you. Upon hearing this, Feng Feng swallowed hard. She was giving it to him. This is a 6th grade heavenly material and earthly treasure, rare and hard to come by, and she just gave it to him. According to this girl, the 6th grade heavenly material and earthly treasure is of little use to her. Could it be that she is a 7th level or higher warrior? No wonder she could easily overpower him and rub him into the ground. Feng Feng looked ahead at the bone opening grass and saw a giant python, its entire body a deep green and covered in patterns, appearing beside the bone opening grass, its eyes warily watching Tong Yuer and Feng Feng. It's a 6th level demon beast, the green-eyed python, tough-skinned and meaty, capable of spitting venom to harm others, extremely difficult to deal with, Feng Feng said, looking at the python. Tong Yuer nodded slightly and said, Go for it, Xiao Qinshan, I'll cheer you on from the side. Hey, why are you suddenly calling me that in such a mushy way? Feng Feng said, feeling a bit uncomfortable. I like it, is that a problem? Tong Yuer smiled up at him. Alright, you can call me whatever you want, Feng Feng hurriedly replied, just wait here and watch me take down that python. I was Just joking, with your 4th level cultivation, you're no match for this demon beast. Let your sister Yuer help you, Tong Yuer said. It's just a mere 6th level 3rd stage demon beast, Feng Feng said with a faint smile, just watch from the side. After saying that, Feng Feng suddenly stomped the ground and leaped up. He unleashed the 6th grade martial skill, crane body technique, instantly arriving in front of the python, thrusting his spear forward, with a powerful surge of lightning energy from his dantian wrapping around the spear tip. He executed the 5th grade martial skill, blood thunder spear. The sharp spear tip exuded red blood lightning, aiming for the python's vital point. The python suddenly unleashed all its strength, blue demonic energy erupting from its body, surrounding it in endless demonic aura. Sensing Feng Feng's 4th level cultivation, the python looked down on him. A 4th level warrior dared to challenge it, seeking death. The python's massive tail swung, the demonic energy wrapping around it, instantly becoming like a long whip, shattering the air as it met Feng Feng's terrifying spear. Boom! With a loud bang, the python's tail knocked Feng Feng's spear back, the demonic energy and blood lightning annihilating each other. Feng Feng's body was sent flying back, crashing into a giant tree, the tree as thick as a person's waist, breaking upon impact. Feng Feng grunted in surprise. The python had such great strength that even his full-powered strike with the 5th grade martial skill was sent flying. The python's eyes also showed disbelief. Its muscular tail had not killed this 4th level human outright, indicating that this guy was not simple. It was known that an ordinary 4th level warrior would definitely be killed if struck by its massive tail. Without hesitation, the python opened its bloody maw and lunged at Feng Feng. Feng Feng executed the 9th grade technique, Thunderbolt formula, with lightning swirling around him, leaping up and thrusting his spear down from the air. The spear was enveloped in purple lightning, the terrifying power of the purple lightning covering the spear. He unleashed the 6th grade martial skill, Purple Lightning Spear. Since the 5th grade martial skill couldn't counter it, he would try the 6th grade martial skill. Boom! Blood splattered as the python's gaping maw was pierced by Feng Feng's 6th grade martial skill, the Purple Lightning Spear, but the spear was also caught in the python's mouth. The immense biting force held Feng Feng's spear tight, unable to pull it out. At the same time, the python twisted its body, its tail swinging again, directly sending Feng Feng flying. Pfft! A mouthful of blood was spat out as Feng Feng crashed into a boulder, which instantly shattered. Feng Feng grimaced in pain. This python was terrifying. Even with his 6th grade martial skill, the Purple Lightning Spear, inserted into its mouth, it seemed unaffected. You step back, you're no match for it, let me handle this, Tong Yuer said. No need, Feng Feng stubbornly replied, I can do it. I can. Now that he was halfway through, he couldn't back down. He had to finish the act he started, even if it meant doing so with tears in his eyes. The Thunder Extreme body was activated, with lightning patterns densely covering his entire body, and a terrifying energy erupted forth. The secret technique capable of attacking the soul-piercing spike, was unleashed, and the power of the soul burst forth in an instant, transforming into 2 invisible spikes that pierced towards the Qing python's mind. The Qing python was startled, sensing a crisis approaching. Puff! Struck by the 2 soul-piercing spikes, the Qing python's soul was instantly damaged, and its brain became dizzy. Feng Feng suddenly leaped up, riding on the Qing python's neck, unleashing all his strength, and delivered a punch aimed at the Qing python's head. His fist was empowered by the force of the Mountain Splitter, a 5th grade martial technique, the Mountain Splitter Fist. Boom! With a loud bang, the fist imbued with the power of Mountain Splitter, under the enhancement of the Thunder Extreme body, directly shattered the Qing python's head, blood gushing out. With the enhancement of the Thunder Extreme body, Feng Feng's 5th grade martial technique, the Mountain Splitter Fist, had power comparable to a 6th level martial artist. The Qing python, having been struck by Feng Feng's mental attack, the soul-piercing spike, was dazed and had no power to resist, taking Feng Feng's punch head-on, naturally sustaining injuries. Soul attack. Seeing the Qing python suddenly stop and take Feng Feng's full-force punch, Tong Yuer speculated that it must have been affected by the soul attack. Unexpectedly, Feng Feng would use a soul attack. This was interesting. After his strike, Feng Feng quickly dodged away. Then, his entire aura erupted, and the divine ability Thunder Summoning Spell was activated. In the sky, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled as 2 bolts of heavenly thunder were summoned down by Feng Feng, merging with the lightning patterns on his body. Go! Feng Feng shouted, and in an instant, the terrifying lightning gathered around him, merging with the 2 bolts of heavenly thunder, and struck towards the Qing python's shattered head. The power of heavenly thunder was extremely lethal, a nemesis to all things The Qing python's head, where it had split open, was struck by the two bolts of heavenly thunder, and purple lightning ravaged its body, arcs of electricity swirling around. Moments later, as the lightning dissipated, the Qing python's body was torn and mangled, blood and flesh a mess, its head completely split open, brain matter charred by the electricity, writhing and convulsing on the ground, already unconscious and not likely to survive much longer. Not bad, not bad. Tong Yuer stepped forward and said, very tough. Not only can it take a beating, but its attack power is also quite strong. Feng Feng's defense was indeed formidable. After taking 2 heavy hits from the Qing python's tail, he merely spat out a mouthful of blood and sustained minor injuries. If it were any other first-level 4th-grade martial artist, being struck twice by the Qing python would likely leave their bones shattered, leading to a fatal outcome. Even a 5th-level martial artist would be severely injured. Just barely, Feng Feng said proudly. I'm not bragging. With my explosive power, it's easy to crush this little python. Tong Yuer nodded dismissively. Very impressive. Very impressive. Feng Feng didn't mind Tong Yuer's indifference and bent down to dig out the 6th-grade bone-opening grass from the ground. This bone-opening grass was a good item that could assist him in absorbing the essence blood of demon beasts, enhancing the cultivation speed of the blood god immortal body, and also improving his cultivation level. This 6th-grade bone-opening grass should allow his blood god immortal body to reach a new level, and his cultivation could also be enhanced. I need to find a place to refine this bone-opening grass. Let's part ways here, and we can meet again if fate allows, Feng Feng said. What's this, little Chen Chen? You got the bone-opening grass and want to ditch your auntie? Crossing the river and tearing down the bridge, huh? You're quite something. Tong Yuer replied. Who said that? Don't think too much. I need to find a place to enter seclusion. Do you want to guard me? Feng Feng responded. He didn't want Tong Yuer to follow him mainly because he might have to enter the system space during his seclusion. And having Tong Yuer around would be inconvenient. A forced melon isn't sweet. We have plenty of time ahead, no need to rush. Feng said. Alright then, if you think I'm leaving you, then your auntie is off. Don't miss me too much, Tong Yuer said, turning to leave. She had things to do, searching for something in this blessed land. Bye-bye, Feng Feng waved his hand. He watched as Tong Yuer walked away, disappearing from sight. Feng Feng jumped up excitedly, finally getting rid of that little girl. Holding the open bone grass, Feng Feng disappeared from the spot, finding a secluded place rich in spiritual energy to begin refining the open bone grass. He took out 500 portions of demon beast essence blood from the system space, swallowed the open bone grass, and started cultivating the blood god immortal body. Half a day later, all 500 portions of demon beast essence blood and the open bone grass were completely absorbed by Feng Feng, and his cultivation of the blood god immortal body advanced further. He opened his attribute panel. Host, Feng Feng cultivation level, level 4, stage 2, 5-star super warrior, divine soul, 4500, level 5, stage 5, vitality, 42,000, level 5, stage 2, speed, 420 meters per second, level 5, stage 2, strength, 42T, level 5, stage 2, physical strength, level 6, stage 9. Number of times entering system space, 0 times. His cultivation level increased by 1 stage, while his physical strength increased by 2 stages. This was also due to the fact that he consumed most of the medicinal power of the open bone grass to cultivate the blood god immortal body. The open bone grass, being a 6th-grade heavenly material, had the best effect when taken for the first time. The second time, the effect would be halved, and thereafter, the efficacy would diminish. Feng Feng's current physical defense was already comparable to reaching level 6, stage 9, although his attack power was lacking. At least he could take a beating. The next time he encountered that little girl, even if he couldn't defeat her, he would at least be able to withstand her attacks. Feng Feng got up and began to roam in the blessed land, searching for heavenly materials and treasures, battling demon beasts to hone his combat experience, and looking for ruins. However, ruins were something that could be encountered but not sought after, so he didn't hold out much hope. In the blessed land, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Feng Feng searched everywhere for heavenly materials and treasures, killing demon beasts. In total, he found more than 24 grade heavenly materials and treasures, but not a single 5 grade one. He didn't expect 5 grade and 6 grade heavenly materials to be so rare. It seemed that encountering a 6 grade heavenly material 3 days ago was pure luck. In these 3 days, Feng Feng absorbed and refined all more than 24 grade heavenly materials, combined with 6 months of cultivation in the system space and the 20-fold concentration of spiritual energy in this blessed land. Feng Feng's cultivation level increased by 2 stages, reaching level 4, stage 4, and with the heavenly materials he obtained in these 3 days, he had completed 70% of the 4th level of the Blood God Immortal Body's cultivation, and it wouldn't be long before he achieved perfection. Now, Feng Feng's physical defense was already comparable to level 7, stage 2, able to use an 8th grade energy gun, and could deal with 8th grade demon beasts from a distance. If he used a sniper rifle, he could also handle low-level 9th grade demon beasts. The strongest demon beast in this blessed land was a 9th grade demon beast. As long as he was careful, he could preserve his life here without any problem. Feng Feng continued deeper into the blessed land, searching for higher grade heavenly materials. He had consumed too many 4 grade heavenly materials, and they no longer had any effect on his cultivation. The update ends here. Tomorrow will continue with excitement. Guess what? Can Feng Feng break through to level 5 in the ruins? Heavenly materials and earthly treasures above the 5th rank are rare and hard to come by. It all depends on luck. Feng Feng was not in a hurry. He could take his time searching, since he could stay in this blessed land for another 25 or 6 days. It had been 4 days since he emerged from seclusion after the college entrance examination, and during this time he had perfected 2 6th rank martial techniques, Purple Lightning Spear and Immortal Crane Movement. Now, Feng Feng began to practice 2 new 6th rank offensive techniques, Flame Thunder Fist and Shattered Heart Palm. He was now able to unleash the lethality of 6th rank martial techniques, and he needed to improve his fist and palm techniques. After training in the system space, Feng Feng continued deeper into the blessed land, searching for heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and the remains of powerful beings. As he traversed the depths of the blessed land, he occasionally heard the roars of 4th rank demon beasts. However, Feng Feng paid them no mind. 4th rank demon beasts could at most guard 4th rank heavenly materials, which held no allure for him anymore. When he encountered 5th rank demon beasts, he would approach to check. If there were no 5th rank heavenly materials nearby, he would leave without provoking the beast. If there were heavenly materials, he would not hesitate to strike down the demon beast. Unfortunately, 5th rank heavenly materials were not so easily found. He had entered the territories of several 5th rank demon beasts but had not discovered any heavenly materials. Feng Feng continued deeper into the blessed land. The further he went, the more high-level demon beasts he encountered, increasing the chances of obtaining higher-ranked heavenly materials. Suddenly, Feng Feng sensed a commotion ahead, where someone was battling a demon beast. Upon closer inspection, he found a 5th rank, 6th-stage demon beast being attacked by 3 5th rank, 5th-stage martial artists. The 3, 2 men and 1 woman, were unfamiliar to Feng Feng. They seemed to be students from a university in the imperial capital. Among the 1,000 people who entered the Tianshu blessed land, 70% were students from various universities in the imperial capital. The 3 were all at the 5th rank, 5th-stage level, fighting against a particularly difficult 5th rank, 5th-stage demon beast, the Titan Giant Ape. The woman displayed her sword technique, and the sword energy surged, striking the Titan Giant Ape's chest. The terrifying sword light instantly left a deep wound on the Titan Giant Ape's chest, causing blood to flow profusely. The Titan Giant Ape roared in pain. The woman, Lu Jelly, was a student about to enter her 2nd year at the capital university, mastering a 4th rank movement technique at the grand accomplishment level and a 4th rank sword technique at the perfected level. The other 2 men, Long Shuai and Tian Ming, were also students about to enter their 2nd year at the capital university, having mastered 2 perfected 4th rank martial techniques, making them slightly stronger than Lu Jelly. The 3 were 1 stage lower than the Titan Giant Ape, and they were currently battling it using their 4th rank martial techniques. In a 3-on-1 situation, the Titan Giant Ape was caught in a pincer attack and was at a disadvantage. However, this Titan Giant Ape had already reached the perfected level of 5th rank, 6th stage, and could break through to the 7th stage at any moment. Moreover, the Titan Giant Ape had a tough hide, with extremely strong defenses and immense strength. It would take the 3 of them some time to defeat it. This Titan Giant Ape's hide is too tough. Our 4th rank martial techniques can hardly deal a fatal blow in 1 strike. We can only wear it down slowly, Lu Jelly said. The other 2 nodded in agreement. 10 minutes later, under the continuous attacks of the 3, the Titan Giant Ape was covered in wounds of various sizes. A deep sword wound on its neck exposed the cervical vertebrae, which ultimately cost it its life. Huff, seeing the Titan Giant Ape fall, Lu Jelly let out a sigh of relief. They had finally killed the beast. To take down this creature, Long Shuai and Tian Ming had used a strategy of trading injuries, taking a heavy blow from the Titan Giant Ape to create an opportunity for her to land 2 consecutive strikes on its neck, ending its life. Someone's coming, Long Shuai said, noticing Feng Feng approaching from behind. Seeing Feng Feng arrive with a gun, Lu Jelly and Tian Ming turned their heads to look. Lu Jelly disdainfully said, "He's just a level 4 warrior." Tian Ming and Long Shuai nodded, also showing disdain. A level 4 warrior daring to venture deep into the blessed land was simply asking for death. By this point, some level 5 beasts had already appeared. It was very difficult for a level 4 warrior to survive if they encountered one. Just as Long Shuai was about to drive Feng Feng away so he wouldn't interfere with their quest for heavenly materials and treasures, Lu Jelly suddenly looked at Feng Feng and said, "Come here, help us with something." If Feng Feng were a level 5 warrior, she might have let him leave, but since he was a level 4 warrior, he was just right for her to use, even if that use might cost him his life. "What do you need?" Feng Feng replied indifferently. Long Shuai and Tian Ming also looked at Lu Jelly curiously, wondering what she wanted this level 4 warrior for. What could this trash do to help them? "Do you see that cave ahead?" Lu Jelly pointed to the cave and said, "There are level 5 heavenly materials and treasures inside. The three of us have just been injured and can't go in, so you go get them for us." Upon hearing this, Feng Feng looked toward the cave and saw a thick aura of demonic energy continuously rising from it. Clearly, there were powerful beasts inside. The Titan giant ape, a type of beast, usually lived in pairs, one male and one female. The one that Lu Jelly and the others had just killed outside the cave was likely the female, while the male was currently inside, guarding the heavenly materials and treasures. From the demonic energy emanating from the cave, this male Titan giant ape was even stronger than the female. Lu Jelly and the others didn't dare to enter, so they wanted him to go in and attract the Titan giant ape's attention, drawing it out. They would then take the opportunity to grab the heavenly materials and treasures. It was truly a clever scheme. Other level 4 warriors, if caught in the cave by a level 5 Titan giant ape, would have no chance of survival. Lu Jelly's heart was truly ruthless. She actually wanted him to go to his death to give her three a chance to steal the heavenly materials and treasures. "You want me to go to my death to give you a chance to steal the heavenly materials and treasures?" Feng Feng sneered, but unfortunately she had miscalculated. Feng Feng was not an ordinary level 4 warrior. "You unwilling?" Lu Jelly's expression turned cold as she said, "Either go into the cave now and lure out the Titan giant ape for us, or die. Choose." Tian Ming and Long Shuai now understood that Lu Jelly's intention in stopping Feng Feng was to have him scout the way and lure out the male Titan giant ape from the cave. It must be said, the most poisonous is a woman's heart. With Feng Feng's level 4 cultivation, even if he went into the cave to lure out the Titan giant ape, he would probably not survive. But whether Feng Feng lived or died had nothing to do with them, as long as they achieved their goal. As long as Feng Feng could lure out the Titan giant ape, they would have the confidence to kill it. In the open space outside, the three of them could flexibly surround the Titan giant ape, taking advantage of their agility and martial skills. If they were in the cave, with its narrow space, they would not be a match for the Titan giant ape. Long Shuai and Tian Ming cast the same cold gaze at Feng Feng, their meaning the same as Lu Jelly's. If Feng Feng doesn't go into lure the Titan giant ape out, he will die. It's your choice. If you enter to lure the Titan giant ape, there might still be a slim chance of survival. If you don't go in, they will kill Feng Feng right now. Upon hearing this, Feng Feng said coldly, "Repeat what you just said." The three of them turned icy at his words. This 4th level warrior couldn't discern the situation. It seemed that, without showing him some consequences, he wouldn't know the heights of heaven and depths of earth. "Repeat it. If you don't go into lure the Titan giant ape out, you die." Lu Jelly pointed her long sword at Feng Feng. "This is what you brought upon yourselves. Don't blame me." Feng Feng's face showed a murderous intent. He would not show mercy to those who wanted to kill him. "Go die." Feng Feng snorted coldly, gripping his A-grade spear, surrounded by purple spiritual energy, and swept it out in a killing strike. He aimed at the three in front. The perfected 5th level martial skill, Blood Thunder Spear, was unleashed. The three in front saw the surrounding spiritual energy all converge on Feng Feng's spear, and a blood-red arc of lightning shot out several meters. Z. The three hurriedly raised their weapons to block in front of their chests. Boom boom boom, the three were instantly sent flying. By this spear, their bodies jolted by the lightning, their hair standing on end. This is a 5th level martial skill. The three were taken aback, not expecting Feng Feng to possess a 5th level martial skill. There was no time to think. Long Shuai suddenly charged forward, unleashing the 4th level martial skill Ice Heart Sword, with cold light flashing, the sword tip surrounded by chill, as if a hurricane roared around, stabbing towards Feng Feng. Feng Feng snorted coldly, using his spear to repel the incoming sword, then thrusting his spear straight in. One spear pierced through Lu Jelly's shoulder, and she hurriedly covered her shoulder and retreated using her movement technique. Feng Feng looked at the three in front with a cold smile. Weren't they just very arrogant? None of them would have it easy now. Feng Feng executed a 6th-level movement martial skill, his figure flashing instantly, appearing in front of Long Shuai. The 6th-level movement martial skill allowed him to greatly increase his speed, faster than Long Shuai and the others. Feng Feng raised his spear high, a terrifying spiritual energy erupting from his body, with surrounding lightning attributes converging. He thrust his spear towards Long Shuai. The 6th-level martial skill, Purple Lightning Spear, was unleashed. Long Shuai gripped his large knife with both hands, suddenly unleashing all his strength, the spiritual energy surging. Executing his killing move, slashing down. Bang! A massive electric arc flashed, shattering the blade light that Long Shuai brought down, then sending him flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground, sliding along the surface for over 10 meters before stopping, blood flowing, his body scorched and sticky from the lightning. On the brink of death. The 6th-level spear technique was Feng Feng's strongest killing move when he wasn't using the Thunder Extreme Body and Yin Thunder Divine ability. Feng Feng's attributes were now comparable to a 5th-level 4-stage, and with the 6th-level martial skill, he was naturally not something Long Shuai could resist. At this moment, Lu Jelly and Tian Ming were already stunned with fear. The power of Feng Feng's spear was already comparable to that of a 6th-level warrior. The two finally understood that they had offended a terrifying existence. Although his cultivation was only 4th level, his attributes were already comparable to 5th level, and he also mastered 6th level movement and spear martial skills. They were definitely no match for him. How do you want to die? Feng Feng pointed his spear at the two in front, speaking indifferently. Spare us, we know we were wrong, Lu Jelly and Tian Ming pleaded. When you wanted to kill me just now, why didn't you consider the consequences? Feng Feng said flatly. Feng Feng didn't seek trouble, but he was not a soft-hearted person either. Since these three wanted to kill him and forced him to lure the Titan giant ape into the cave, he naturally wouldn't let them off so easily. At that moment, Tian Ming suddenly ran to the side, seemingly preparing to escape. Feng Feng snorted coldly and prepared to chase after him. There was no way he would let him run. Just then, Lu Jiali suddenly charged at Feng Feng, her gaze extremely indifferent, and said, "Take your life." As Lu Jelly rushed towards Feng Feng, a flying needle shot out from his hand at an incredible speed, unmatched by anything else. The speed of that flying needle was comparable to the bullet speed of a level 7 energy gun, and at such a close distance, Feng Feng had no way to dodge. It turned out that neither of them had prepared to escape or plead for mercy. Tian Ming had only moved aside to attract Feng Feng's attention. The real killer move was with Lu Jelly. This flying needle, a hidden weapon, was Lu Jelly's trump card for survival. When shot, it could rival the bullets of a level 7 energy gun, and the needle was coated with deadly poison. Anyone hit would surely die. One had to admit, their methods were quite ruthless. Feng Feng looked at the flying needle coming his way, his pupils contracting sharply. Damn it! With that speed, he couldn't dodge. In a critical moment, Feng Feng could only try to avoid the fatal spot, making it impossible for the needle to kill him in one shot. Thud, with Feng Feng dodging with all his might, the needle struck his left shoulder. 2/3 of the needle body embedding itself within. If it weren't for his formidable physical defense, reaching level 7. Second stage, and the enhancement of his copper skin and iron bones, this needle could have pierced through his left shoulder. Fortunately, it only injured the muscle and didn't damage the tendons or bones. Feng Feng breathed a sigh of relief, then his gaze turned icy as he looked at Lu Jelly, who had already stopped in front of him. Today, he wouldn't be able to quell the hatred in his heart without tormenting this little girl. Seeing Feng Feng's resentful gaze, Lu Jelly smiled wickedly. Only injured the muscle? Ignorant, this needle is coated with deadly poison. Even a level 9 warrior hit by it would die. Haven't you noticed that you can't move? Lu Jelly mocked. This poison can instantly paralyze you, leaving your body unable to move, and it's best if you rot away and die. Tian Ming walked over, sneering. What if you have exceptional talent? What if you can use 6th grade martial skills? In the end, you'll still die at the hands of the two outside. Young man, a dragon crossing the river meets a tiger descending the mountain. Society is not under your control, Tian Ming said, delivering a social quote with pride. After all, you're just a freshly graduated high school student, too inexperienced. Upon hearing this, Feng Feng sneered. Who told you I can't move? As he spoke, he took a step forward. This flying needle indeed had deadly poison. Unfortunately for them, it had no effect on him. Once, there was a very lovely old man named Milama who gave him a Wandu Dan, enhancing his physique to be immune to all poisons. The poison on this flying needle had no effect on him at all. Seeing that Feng Feng could still move without any signs of poisoning, Both Lu Jelly and Tian Ming looked incredulous. Impossible, impossible, how could you not be poisoned? Tian Ming couldn't believe it. Nothing is impossible, Feng Feng said calmly, then gripped his spear and walked towards the two. His gaze fixed on the retreating Lu Jelly and Tian Ming. Feng Feng said coldly, if the knife isn't sharp, the horse is too thin, what do you have to fight me? Today's update ends here. Although it's 2 updates, they're both large chapters, comparable to the previous 4. Today, let's play a social quote chain in the comments. I'll start, all the talents present, please shower me with 5-star reviews. Die. Feng Feng snorted coldly, unleashing the soul-piercing attack, aiming to kill Lu Jelly. He had no patience left to waste on the two of them. Not good. Lu Jelly felt a sense of impending doom. The soul-piercing attack was shadowless and formless, and she couldn't evade it at all. Puff Puff, struck by 2 soul-piercing attacks, Lu Jelly froze in place, her mind spinning, her gaze vacant. Then, without hesitation, Feng Feng unleashed a terrifying surge of lightning energy from within, the lightning patterns flickering in the air. A spear shot towards Lu Jelly, purple lightning surging along its length. Boom, with a deafening roar, the destructive golden lightning blasted Lu Jelly away, piercing a large hole through her chest. One spear strike took Lu Jelly's life. Feng Feng's terrifying aura erupted, and in the sky, thunder roared as the overwhelming power of lightning was summoned down. Go! Feng Feng shouted, and in an instant, the terrifying lightning gathered around, striking Lu Jelly's lifeless body. Her corpse was bombarded by dense lightning, blue arcs dancing around her. Moments later, as the lightning dissipated, Lu Jelly was reduced to a pile of charred remains, unrecognizable and gruesome. Feng Feng was truly enraged. Had it not been for his body being immune to toxins, the consequences would have been unimaginable. And you, die too. Feng Feng glared at Tian Ming, snorting coldly, and in an instant, a surge of lightning power erupted from his dantian, the spear continuously gathering electricity. Tian Ming was terrified and fled for his life. This time, he was genuinely scared out of his wits. Choosing to offend Feng Feng was the biggest mistake of their lives. Feng Feng executed the 6th grade body technique, the koi body technique, unleashing a terrifying speed that was unbelievable. In an instant, he appeared before Tian Ming. With a leap, he thrust the spear down from the air. Puff blood splattered as Tian Ming's heart was pierced directly by Feng Feng's spear. Swish, Feng Feng withdrew the spear, blood gushing out, and Tian Ming fell to the ground. The 3 were dead. They sought their own demise, they had no one to blame. The killer always kills. Feng Feng gripped the spear and walked towards the cave. Since there were heavenly materials and earthly treasures inside, he intended to explore. As for the Titan giant ape within the cave, would he be afraid? A 5th grade beast was no longer something he regarded. Entering the cave, the demonic aura grew thicker, and Feng Feng moved straight ahead, a sense of crisis washing over him. Suddenly, swish! A massive black shadow charged out from the cave, attacking Feng Feng. He quickly dodged to the side. The shadow was the remaining male Titan giant ape, which blocked Feng Feng's escape route as he sidestepped. Then it raised its fist and struck its chest, producing a thunderous sound that shook the cave, charging towards Feng Feng. The Titan giant ape sealed off the exit, leaving Feng Feng with no way to evade, forcing him to retreat deeper into the cave. This Titan giant ape was quite clever. Its previous strike was not meant to hit Feng Feng but to rush towards the exit and cut off his escape. Unfortunately, Feng Feng had no intention of retreating. Feng Feng moved, executing the crane body technique. His blood surged, shooting out like a cannonball. The perfected 5th grade blood thunder spear erupted, with blood lightning swirling around the spear tip, and the surrounding air seemed to roar with thunder. He thrust the spear towards the Titan giant ape. A beam of spear light sliced through the space, the air itself being torn apart. Clang! The Titan giant ape brought its palms together, attempting to catch the spear with bare hands, but the sharp spear tip was not something its flesh could withstand. The Titan giant ape's 2 front paws were instantly cut, and the spear's terrifying penetrating power pierced its chest, going in half an inch. The Titan giant ape looked incredulously at Feng Feng, who held the spear, surrounded by lightning, like a god of thunder. The human in front has only reached the 4th level, 4th stage. How could he possibly have such terrifying explosive power? If it had known that Feng Feng's spear had such explosive force, it wouldn't have foolishly tried to catch the blade with its bare hands. Roar! The Titan giant ape let out a roar, its voice filled with endless cold, looking at Feng Feng ahead, its eyes boiling with killing intent. Feng Feng looked up at the Titan giant ape, his eyes glinting coldly as he gripped his gun and charged forward, executing the perfected 6th grade martial skill, the purple lightning spear. With a leap, he soared above the Titan giant ape and thrust downward, aiming directly for its neck. The Titan giant ape understood Feng Feng's intent and had no intention of clashing head-on. The previous strike from Feng Feng had inflicted tremendous damage and it was well aware of Feng Feng's terror. The Titan giant ape swiftly retreated, dodging Feng Feng's thrust and then swung its massive claws to strike at Feng Feng's head. The power behind that claw was terrifying. Even before it reached him, the howling wind it created was deafening. If hit, Feng Feng would likely suffer a fatal blow. Feng Feng executed the perfected crane body technique, moving with the agility of a crane, narrowly evading the strike. The Titan giant ape's paw slammed into the cave wall behind Feng Feng, causing cracks to spread and dust to rain down. Seeing this, Feng Feng let out a cold snort. He unleashed a soul attack, the soul-piercing spike. Two invisible mental attacks struck the Titan giant ape, momentarily stunning it. Now was the time. Feng Feng's footwork shifted, bringing him in front of the Titan giant ape. He leaped suddenly, executing the 6th grade martial skill, the purple lightning spear, once more. The spear's light was blinding, roaring with purple lightning, carrying the power to annihilate everything as it pierced the Titan giant ape's neck. Splash blood sprayed as the A-grade spear drove through the Titan giant ape's neck, penetrating its body and emerging from its back. The Titan giant ape clutched its neck, convulsing, and its massive body crashed to the ground with a thud, soon lifeless. Feng Feng snorted coldly, stepped forward to pull out the spear, stowed it in his spatial ring, and continued deeper into the cave to search for heavenly materials and treasures. At the deepest part of the cave, Feng Feng discovered 2 heavenly materials, the bone soul flower, both top-tier 5th grade treasures. They were on the verge of breaking through to the 6th grade. No wonder the 2 Titan giant apes valued them so highly. These 2 treasures could elevate their cultivation significantly. Unfortunately, they now belonged to Feng Feng. The bone soul flower not only helped 4th grade warriors refine their bones, but also enhanced soul strength, a rare find. Feng Feng estimated that after consuming these 2 bone soul flowers, his soul cultivation would improve significantly. Holding the bone soul flowers, Feng Feng quickly exited the cave and ran for several dozen kilometers until he found a secluded spot rich in spiritual energy, where he began to refine the bone soul flowers. The battle in the cave had likely attracted the attention of nearby beasts and warriors. It was best to leave. Feng Feng took out 200 portions of beast essence blood from the system space, swallowed the bone soul flowers, and began cultivating the blood god immortal body. A day later, all 200 portions of beast essence blood and the 2 bone soul flowers were completely absorbed by Feng Feng, and the 4th level of the blood god immortal body reached perfection. Feng Feng's cultivation also broke through to level 4, stage 5. He opened his attribute panel, host, Feng Feng cultivation, level 4, stage 5, 5-star super warrior, soul, 4900, level 5. Stage 9 vitality, 45,000, level 5, stage 5, speed, 450 meters per second, level 5, stage 5, strength, 45T, level 5, stage 5, physical strength, level 7, stage 4 available system space entries, 0 times his cultivation improved by 1 stage, while his physical strength increased by 2 stages and his soul cultivation rose by 2 stages. This was due to consuming the 2 bone soul flowers on the verge of breaking through to the 6th grade, as well as the 4th level of the blood god immortal body reaching perfection. The bone soul flowers enhanced soul strength, and with his cultivation rising by 1 stage, his soul naturally improved by 2 stages. The blood god immortal body, upon reaching perfection at each level, could additionally enhance physical strength by 1 stage. Now the 4th level of the blood god immortal body has been perfected by him, and he can only cultivate the 5th level once his cultivation reaches level 5. In the time to come, Feng can spend the time cultivating the blood god immortal body on practicing the thunder technique, which will allow him to quickly enhance his cultivation. Originally, it took 5 days to improve a segment of his cultivation, but now it only takes 4 days. Additionally, sometimes he can gain extra boosts from rare materials, allowing him to improve even faster. Feng Feng's physical defense has now reached the level of a 7th level 4-stage warrior. With the enhancement of his copper skin and iron bones, he can withstand attacks from 8th level warriors. Of course, this is just a simple endurance. If he were to be beaten by an 8th level warrior, he wouldn't last long. However, this makes him quite proud. Just think about it. With a 4th level 5-stage cultivation, how many can withstand the attacks of an 8th level warrior and not die? He might be the first person to achieve this. Feng Feng smiled gracefully. In another 20 days, his cultivation would steadily rise to the 5th level, and at that time his overall strength would surge. If he were to encounter that little girl again, he would have some resistance. Feng Feng had a vague feeling that he would meet that little girl again in the future. He got up and began to continue exploring the blessed land. If he could find more 5th grade heavenly materials and treasures, it would further enhance his cultivation speed, while also looking for ruins. However, he didn't hold much hope for ruins. The last time he encountered the ruins of the old demon me was probably just a coincidence. In the blessed land, 15 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 15 days, Feng Feng searched everywhere for heavenly materials and treasures, killing monsters. In total, he found more than 7 heavenly materials and treasures, all of which were 5th grade, with 3 being 4th grade and about to advance to 5th grade. He did not encounter any 6th grade ones. He did not consume any of these 10 heavenly materials and treasures. Feng Feng planned to keep them for his breakthrough to the 5th grade. As a 5-star super warrior, the energy required to cross levels is enormous, and he must prepare in advance. As for the heavenly materials and treasures below the 4th grade perfection that he encountered along the way, he swallowed them on the spot. In these 15 days, Feng Feng consumed more than 20 4th grade heavenly materials, and his cultivation rose by 4 stages, reaching 4th level 9 stage. Host: Feng Feng, cultivation, 4th level 9 stage, 5-star super warrior, divine soul, 5,400, 6th level 4 stage, vitality, 49,000, 5th level 9 stage, speed, 490 meters per second, 5th level 9 stage, strength, 49t, 5th level 9 stage, physical strength, 7th level 8 stage, number of times to enter system space 0 times. Now, he still has 7 5th grade heavenly materials and treasures, as well as 3 that are about to break through to 5th grade, which he has not consumed. It is time to start the breakthrough to 5th level warrior. Without hesitation, Feng Feng swallowed a 4th grade perfect heavenly material. The medicinal power of the heavenly material was absorbed in no time. Not enough, still not enough. Feng Feng then swallowed the remaining 2 4th grade perfect heavenly materials, and suddenly, a massive medicinal power surged in. He quickly operated the technique Thunderbolt formula to absorb it and began to break through to the 5th level warrior. A 4th level warrior can open the body's bone refining. A 5th level warrior must begin to refine the internal organs. The vast medicinal power within him, under the operation of the 5th volume of the Thunderbolt formula, began to refine Feng Feng's internal organs. To break through from 4th level 9 stage to 5th level 1 stage, he only needs to use spiritual power to first temper the heart. Once the heart is refined, he can enter the 5th level warrior. After that, he can refine the remaining liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Once the 5 organs, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys are refined, he can enter the 6th level. The medicinal power of the 2 4th grade perfect heavenly materials was refined, but Feng Feng still felt it was not enough. Therefore, he swallowed all 7 5th grade heavenly materials in one go, preparing for the sprint. As he consumed the 7 5th grade heavenly materials simultaneously, the massive medicinal power was transformed through the Thunderbolt formula and entered Feng Feng's heart, beginning the refinement. A rumbling sound echoed. Feng Feng's heart was continuously refined, and 3 hours later, the heart refinement was complete. It felt as if all the pores in his body had opened, bursting with vitality. It was as if a portal had opened, leading him to a new world. This is what it means to be a 5th level warrior. Feng Feng felt his body filled with power. The heart tempering was successful, and Feng Feng underwent a transformation once again. Strength, speed, hearing, vision, and perception were all elevated to a brand new level. Feng Feng opened the attribute panel. Host: Feng Feng cultivation, level 5, stage 1, 5-star super warrior, divine soul, 5,600, level 6, stage 6, vitality, 51,000, level 6, stage 1, speed, 510 meters per second, level 6, stage 1, strength, 51t, level 6, stage 1, physical strength, level 7, stage 9. Number of times can enter system space 0 times. All attributes have reached level 6, stage 1, with physical defense reaching level 7, stage 9, just a step away from level 8. Awesome! Feng Feng felt excited. With the enhancement of his copper skin and iron bones, his physical defense was already comparable to level 8. Feng Feng could now use a level 9 energy gun and could deal with level 9 demon beasts. If he needed to launch a long-range sneak attack, he could also use a level 9 sniper rifle, which could handle demon beasts below the master level. Now, Feng Feng could truly say he had the power to protect himself in this blessed land. Moreover, during this time, Feng Feng had been continuously practicing the demon ape visualization method, and his divine soul had made further progress, enhancing another stage on the original foundation. At the same time, the divine ability Thunder Summoning spell also had a breakthrough. Previously, he could only summon 2 bolts of heavenly thunder, but now he could summon 3, and the combined power had doubled. Additionally, after days and nights of relentless training, the Divine Soul Attack secret technique Soul-Piercing Spike also made a breakthrough. He could now condense 3 soul-piercing spikes for attack, whereas before he could only condense 2. A level 5 warrior hit by it would likely die on the spot, and even a level 9 warrior could be injured. The 2 level 6 martial arts techniques Flame Thunder Fist and Heart Shattering Palm had been perfected. He had also begun training in 2 new level 7 martial arts techniques, Jade Rabbit Body Technique and 7 Probe Gun, and now his cultivation attributes were comparable to level 6, allowing him to unleash the power of level 7 martial arts. It was time to train. Now, with numerous martial arts techniques, the Thunder Extreme Body, the Divine Soul Attack secret technique Soul Piercing Spike, and the ancient divine ability Thunder Summoning Spell, he feared no one below level 7. Ding, congratulations to the host for breaking through to level 5, Stage 1, System Upgrade. Ding, System Upgrade. The time for the host to cultivate in the system space has increased from 2 months to 70 days with the breakthrough in cultivation. The system upgraded once again, increasing the time for the host to cultivate in the system space from the previous 2 months to 70 days. Feng Feng was in a great mood. Now that he had used up all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures on him, it was time to go out and continue searching for more. Half a month had passed, and there were still 10 days left before leaving the Blessed Land. Feng Feng aimed to make the most of these last 10 days to reach a higher level. Once he got out and entered the Divine Dragon University, he would surely stand out. He was unsure if he would encounter that girl who had beaten him up 20 days ago, who was stronger now. He presumed he must be stronger than before. Thinking of this, Feng Feng couldn't help but chuckle. The next time he met her, he would definitely let her know what it meant to be a river dragon meeting a mountain tiger. Society was not under her control. What Feng Feng didn't know was that in these 20 days, he was not the only one making significant progress. Tong Yuer had also advanced rapidly. In 20 days, Tong Yuer found a relic and obtained the inheritance of a divine-level time rule practitioner, directly raising her cultivation by 1 level. From level 7, Stage 1, she advanced to level 8, Stage 1, and as a 4-star super warrior, her attributes at level 8, Stage 1 were comparable to level 8, Stage 6. Feng Feng's dream of beating up Tong Yuer was about to shatter. Moreover, in the future, it would be difficult for him to quickly surpass Tong Yuer in cultivation. This was because Tong Yuer had obtained a spatial artifact in the relic of the time deity. The function of this spatial artifact was similar to Feng Feng's system space, with a flow rate inside that was 30 times that of the outside world. Tong Yuer could cultivate in the artifact space for 30 days in a single day. Although it can't compare to Feng Feng's ability to cultivate for 70 days in the system space in just 1 day, it can still enhance the cultivation speed to a certain extent. Therefore, Feng Feng's fantasy of defeating Tong Yuer has to be postponed. Moreover, it's possible that this guy is blind to the reality, thinking he can defeat Tong Yuer now, and if he goes out to provoke someone, he will probably get beaten badly. It's already the 4th update. Phew, level 5, isn't that a bit fast? Let me say it again, single female lead. My old books have always had a single female lead. Feng Feng felt a delightful excitement, thinking that he was almost able to defeat that little girl. He couldn't help but feel thrilled. To be honest, although that little girl was a bit fierce, she was quite appealing and was his type. In fact, even Feng Feng himself was unaware that he had developed a fondness for Tong Yuer. This fondness had nothing to do with whether he was being beaten, it was because, when Tong Yuer hit him, he didn't think of fighting back. Otherwise, when Tong Yuer bullied him a while ago, he could have easily used his mental techniques to launch a sneak attack and taken her down with his energy gun. Feng Feng continued to walk through the Blessed Land, searching for rare materials. In these last 10 days, if luck was on his side, he could elevate his cultivation by 3 or 4 levels. This time entering the Blessed Land, he would achieve a significant breakthrough. In the Blessed Land, Feng Feng delved deeper, and after half a day, he had advanced several dozen kilometers. Suddenly, he noticed ahead that a group of over 10 people was being chased by a pack of demon beasts. Leading the group was a 7th-level warrior, while the others were all 6th-level warriors. The demon beasts chasing them were a group of monkey demons, incredibly powerful. The pack consisted of dozens of monkey demons, all above 7th level, with the strongest among them, a monkey king, even reaching 8th level. The 8th-level monkey king, with dozens of 7th-level monkey demons, was red-eyed and pursuing these warriors. It seemed that this group of warriors had stolen something extremely important from them. Feng Feng heard one person say, "Sunpang, just how much monkey wine did you steal from these monkeys to make Them chase us so crazily? They've been after us for several kilometers. I didn't steal much, just filled a bottle, replied the 6th level warrior. Known as Sun Pang. This monkey wine was a precious item, brewed from countless rare materials collected by the monkey demons, comparable to 7th grade spiritual liquid. Drinking it could significantly boost one's cultivation. Sun Pang lamented that these monkeys were indeed stingy. They had brewed several large vats of monkey wine, and he had only stolen a bottle, yet they were pursuing him relentlessly, wanting to kill him. What Sun Pang didn't know was that the bottle of monkey wine he stole required nearly 2 7th grade rare materials and dozens of 6th grade rare materials to brew. These monkeys usually wouldn't drink it, saving it for when their king needed to break through. If you suddenly filled a bottle for them, how could they not be furious? Fong Fong, hearing the conversation from afar, immediately perked up. Monkey wine. It was the legendary monkey wine. If he could get his hands on it, wouldn't his cultivation skyrocket? Fong Feng's breath quickened. He suppressed his excitement and quickly moved to the left, avoiding the fleeing group of over 10 people. Once the monkey demons had chased the group far away, Fong Fong immediately rushed forward, heading straight for the monkey demon's lair. Now that most of the monkey demons had gone to chase the group, it was the perfect opportunity for him to steal the monkey wine. Fong Fong let out a pig-like squeal of laughter. What luck, what luck! After running several kilometers, Fong Fong finally saw the monkey demon's lair, located in a crevice of a canyon. The canyon was surrounded by steep cliffs, with only one entrance. It was over 300 meters deep and about 200 meters wide, making it an ideal dwelling place. The cliffs formed a sudden barrier on all sides, and with only one entrance, if enemies wanted to enter, they could only do so through that entrance. If the entrance was blocked by the monkey demons, any humans or demon beasts trying to steal the monkey wine would undoubtedly die, beaten to death by the monkey horde. In the canyon, Fong Fong stood at the top of the canyon, surveying the monkey horde below. The group was large, with over 100 monkey demons. Most of them at 7th level, some at 6th, 5th, and even a few at 4th level and below. The 8th level monkey king had just taken dozens of 7th level monkey demons to chase after Sun Pang and the others. Now, only about 37th level and 6th level adult monkey demons remained in the canyon, guarding the monkey wine and the 40 to 50 underage 5th level and below monkey demons. Fong Fong did not foolishly rush in. With his strength, charging in would be a death sentence, especially since there were more than 30 level 7 monkey demons inside. Fong Fong took out an 8th level energy gun from the system space, which could kill 8th level 9 stage beasts. Dealing with these monkey demons was completely no problem. The submachine gun had a range of 5,000 meters, and the distance from the top of the canyon to the bottom was no more than 1,000 meters. Standing at the top of the canyon, he shot down at the level 7 beasts in the canyon, which could not evade the bullets from the 8th level energy gun. This group of monkey demons was doomed. Monkey wine, here I come, Fong Fong said as he looked down at the group of beasts and began shooting. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. A dense barrage of bullets flew into the air, and the 8th level energy projectiles struck the beasts below like cannonballs. The terrifying destructive energy instantly pierced through the beasts, blowing their bodies apart. Some energy projectiles missed the beasts and exploded on the ground, creating a terrifying shockwave that injured several nearby small monkey demons. The group of monkey demons below was suddenly attacked, panicking, and all looking up at Fong Fong on the canyon above, baring their teeth and glaring with bloodshot eyes. However, surrounded by sheer cliffs, they could not climb up to kill Fong Fong. They could only rush towards the canyon entrance, preparing to exit the canyon first, and then circle around to deal with Fong Fong from above. Fong Fong naturally understood the intentions of the monkey demons, and he directed all his firepower towards the level 7 monkey demons rushing towards the canyon entrance. The 8th level energy gun could fire 200 projectiles in a minute, 3 shots per second. Half a minute passed. More than 30 level 6 and above monkey demons had not even made it out of the canyon before being shot through by Fong Fong, dying on the way. Next, Fong Fong directed the remaining firepower at the old, weak, sick, and disabled monkey demons below level 6 still left in the canyon. Fong Fong was prepared to eradicate them completely. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to obtain the monkey wine later. The remaining old, weak, sick, and disabled monkey demons could not escape the energy gun, and in just over a minute, they were all shot into a sieve, collapsing to the ground. Holding the energy gun, Fong Fong rushed towards the canyon entrance below. The monkey wine was his. As Fong Fong entered the canyon, he suddenly saw several level 7 monkey demons that had just fallen down springing back to life, baring their teeth and rushing towards Him. They were eager to skin him alive. It turned out they had only been injured and were not truly dead. They were just waiting for Fong Fong to come down to kill him. Fong Fong, holding the 8th level submachine gun, looked at the few bloodied monkey demons ahead and shouted, "Playing tricks, die for me." Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Another ruthless barrage ensued, and the terrifying energy bullets struck the few charging monkey demons, sending them flying backward. They fell to the ground from the air. The energy gun bullets pierced through the monkey demons at close range, leaving huge blood holes in them, ensuring they could not survive. Fong Fong walked deeper into the canyon, his expression highly focused, holding the energy gun and vigilantly scanning his surroundings. He had to be cautious of any monkey demons attempting to ambush him. These creatures had some intelligence and knew how to play tricks. He could not be careless. As he advanced, he reached the center of the canyon, where he discovered several massive stone jars under a 1,000-year-old tree with a diameter of several meters, filled to the brim with monkey wine. Even from over 10 meters away, he could smell the rich aroma of the wine intoxicating him. Fong Feng's breathing quickened. With so much monkey wine, he was going to get rich, really rich. 1 bottle of monkey wine required 2 7th-grade heavenly materials and dozens of 6th-grade heavenly materials to brew. These large stone jars of monkey wine must contain hundreds of bottles. With this monkey wine, it would probably be enough to raise his cultivation to level 6. Fong Feng's breathing quickened as he prepared to move the several jars of monkey wine directly into the system space. Just then, behind the ancient tree with a trunk several meters thick, a few 6th-level monkey demons suddenly charged out, attacking Fong Fong. These monkey demons had just hidden behind the ancient tree at the moment Fong Fong opened fire with his submachine gun. Unlike other monkey demons that rushed out to confront Fong Fong, their purpose was to protect the elder's monkey wine. Seeing that there were still 6th-level monkey demons hiding, now charging at him, Fong Fong sneered coldly, "Die, beasts!" His momentum erupted, and he unleashed the 6th-grade martial technique, crane body technique. In an instant, Fong Fong dodged to the side, evading the encirclement of several 6th-level monkey demons. At the same time, the thunder extreme body erupted, unleashing divine powers, and a terrifying force of lightning surged forth. Crackle, the dreadful lightning wreaked havoc, causing immense damage to the few monkey demons in front. When the lightning struck one of the monkey demons, it was as if it were being devoured by maggots, continuously destroying it. Fong Fong suddenly advanced, swinging his fist to strike, and the 6th-grade fist technique Flame Thunder Fist erupted, directly killing the monkey demon that had already been half electrocuted with a single punch. Fong Fong turned and continued to attack the remaining 3 monkey demons around him. The monkey wine was almost within reach. He could not afford to give up, and he had to hurry to take the monkey wine away. Otherwise, when that 8th-level monkey king returned with dozens of 7th-level monkey demons, it would be troublesome. Surrounded by lightning, Fong Fong resembled a god of slaughter, the thunder extreme body instantly reaching its peak, his combat power increasing tenfold. At this critical moment, he could not hold back. Fong Fong executed the 6th-grade martial technique, crane body technique, unleashing a terrifying speed that was almost unbelievable. In an instant, he appeared before another monkey demon. Gripping his spear with one hand, he swept it out, and that monkey demon had its neck severed in an instant. "If you had just stayed hidden, you would have been fine. You brought this upon yourselves," Fong Fong said, looking at the remaining 2 monkey demons. He unleashed the 6th-grade fist technique Flame Thunder Fist, striking towards one of the monkey demons. The terrifying force of lightning directly hit the monkey demon in front. The monkey demon tried to escape, but Fong Feng's attributes were now comparable to a 6th-level warrior, and with the enhancement of the Thunder Extreme Body, he was on par with a 7th-level warrior. In close quarters, these 6th-level monkey demons had no chance to flee. Boom! The dreadful lightning wreaked havoc, and a punch struck the monkey demon that was trying to escape, instantly exploding its chest and killing it. Fong Fong turned to the last monkey demon. "Die!" He thrust his spear forward, a cold gleam flashing, and the spear pierced through space, directly impaling and killing the last monkey demon. Having dealt with the final trouble, Fong Fong retracted his spear and walked towards the monkey wine, preparing to move it into the system space and then leave. However, just at that moment, a golden monkey demon flew out from above the ancient tree. It was actually a 7th-level first-stage golden silk monkey demon, launching a sneak attack on Fong Fong. "Not good, it's a 7th-level first-stage golden silk monkey demon," Fong Fong thought to himself. This golden monkey was the only golden silk monkey in the troop, and was now elderly, usually responsible for brewing the monkey wine. Now it leaped down from the tree, ready to deliver a fatal blow to Fong. Fong I want to see how much difference there is between me and a 7th level beast, Feng Feng said, regaining his composure and coldly shouting. Then suddenly stomped the ground, his figure leaping back to evade the old golden silk monkey's deadly strike. Seeing Feng Feng easily dodge its attack, the old golden silk monkey was shocked. This human was so fast. Feng Feng ignored the old golden silk monkey's astonishment, executing the crane body technique, the thunder extreme body erupting, and in an instant, he was before the golden silk monkey demon, thrusting his spear to kill. The powerful lightning force surged from his dantian, purple lightning coiling around the spear tip. The 6th grade martial technique. Purple lightning spear was unleashed. The sharp spear tip exhaled purple lightning as it struck towards the golden silk monkey demon's neck. The old golden monkey suddenly unleashed all its power, a golden demonic aura erupting from its body, endless golden energy swirling around it. The old golden monkey's demonic figure flickered, raising its monkey paw, and in an instant, the endless golden demonic energy enveloped the paw, tearing through the air as it met the terrifying spear of Feng Feng. Boom! With a loud bang, the golden monkey's attack forced Feng Feng's spear back. Feng Feng was taken aback. The attack from the 7th level golden monkey was indeed terrifying, far beyond what a 6th level beast could compare to. With his 6th grade martial skills, he was not qualified to defeat this old golden monkey. The old golden monkey also looked incredulous, its full power claw had actually been blocked by a single spear from the human before it. This human was comparable to a 7th level beast, with such terrifying strength. Without hesitation, the golden monkey raised its paw and continued to charge at Feng Feng. Seeing the old golden monkey coming at him, a terrifying surge of lightning energy erupted from Feng Feng's body. Lightning patterns began to form on his bare torso, black lightning lines continuously providing energy to him. Feng Feng was about to unleash his ultimate killing move. The secret technique that could attack the soul-piercing spike, was activated, and Feng Feng's soul power erupted, transforming into 3 invisible spikes that continuously pierced towards the old golden monkey's mind. Hit by the 3 soul-piercing spikes in succession, the old golden monkey instantly bled from its mouth and nose, its forward momentum drastically reduced, falling into a dazed state. Now was the time. The divine ability Thunder summoning spell was activated, and in the sky, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The surging power of lightning was drawn down by Feng Feng, merging with the lightning patterns on his body. Go! Feng Feng shouted, and in an instant, the terrifying lightning gathered around him. 3 bolts of heavenly thunder struck towards the dazed old golden monkey. Boom boom boom, the 3 bolts of heavenly thunder struck the old golden monkey's head, instantly splitting it open, its body covered in lightning, purple lightning tormenting it, surrounding it. As the lightning dissipated, the old golden monkey fell to the ground, dead on the spot. Feng Feng snorted coldly, having a clear assessment of his own strength. If he fully unleashed his lightning body with the enhancement of the soul-piercing spike and the thunder summoning divine ability, he could kill a 7th level beast. Feng Feng turned to walk towards the monkey wine. Now, there was nothing to stop him from collecting the monkey wine. Smelling the intoxicating aroma of the wine, Feng Feng couldn't help but want to take a few sips right away and then refine it to enhance his cultivation. However, he couldn't. Feng Feng estimated that the 8th level Monkey King and dozens of 7th level monkey demons that had gone out to chase Sunpeng and the others would be back soon. He had to take the monkey wine and leave quickly. He moved several large jars of monkey wine directly into the system space. Then he quickly left. As Feng Feng fled, he laughed. So much monkey wine would definitely be enough to raise his cultivation to the 5th level, 9th stage, or even the 6th level. Feng Feng was now worried that with the same heavenly materials and earthly treasures, drinking too much would greatly reduce the effect. He had several jars of monkey wine here, which was enough, but Feng Feng estimated that he might not even finish half of it before the monkey wine's enhancement effect reached its limit. Drinking more would be useless. However, Feng Feng thought about it and felt relieved. Even ordinary monkey wine would be effective enough to raise his cultivation to the 5th level, 9th stage. If absorbed well, reaching the 6th level, 1st stage would make his physical attributes comparable to a 7th level warrior. He never expected that entering this blessed land would allow him to raise his cultivation by nearly 2 levels. It was simply unimaginable. Feng Feng had been running at full speed for nearly half a day, heading towards the outskirts of the blessed land, and by this time, he was already over 500 kilometers away from the Monkey Demon Canyon. He was safe now. Feng found a place, directly entered seclusion, and began to drink monkey wine and cultivate in the system space. When he emerged from seclusion, he estimated his combat power would be comparable to a 7th level, 6th stage warrior. The little girl would probably not be his match, Feng Feng thought happily. At The small hour of the fourth watch, lacking in respect, drinking so much monkey wine. Do you hope to elevate your cultivation to the 5th level, 9th stage? Or the 6th level, 1st stage? Has your cultivation been rising too quickly lately? Being in a blessed place, of course, one must speed up a bit. Entering the system space. Feng began to cultivate the blood god immortal body with monkey wine, spending 2 months and 10 days to perfect the 5th volume. He wasted a day of system space cultivation time. In the following days, Feng spent his time in the system space on improving his cultivation level and practicing the Demon 8 visualization, soul piercing, and thunder god technique. 7 days passed. Feng consumed 2/5 of the monkey wine he obtained. His cultivation level successfully rose to the 9th stage of the 5th level, and his spirit also saw a significant enhancement. Opening the attribute panel. Host, Feng cultivation level, 5th level 9th stage, 5-star super warrior, spirit, 6600, 7th level 6th stage, vitality, 59,000, 6th level 9th stage, speed, 590 meters per second, 6th level 9th stage, strength, 51 T, 6th level 9th stage, physical strength, 9th level 1st stage remaining. System space entries 0. After perfecting the 5th volume of the blood god immortal body, Feng's physical defense was additionally enhanced by 2 stages, now comparable to a 9th level 1st stage warrior. Currently, he still had 3/5 of the monkey wine left to consume, and the effects of the monkey wine, which should support him in cultivating to the 1st stage of the 6th level, were still partially available. The reason the monkey wine had such effects was mainly because it was itself a spiritual liquid close to an 8th grade heavenly material, and with Feng's extraordinary talent, a top-tier heavenly aptitude, it naturally produced strong effects. Next, Feng prepared to break through to become a 6th level warrior. Without hesitation, Feng took a sip of monkey wine and began his breakthrough. After swallowing the monkey wine, the immense spiritual power erupted within him, and the 6th volume of the thunder technique operated, with terrifying spiritual power beginning to impact and refine all of Feng's meridians. To break through from the 9th stage of the 5th level to the 1st stage of the 6th level, he needed to refine all the meridians he had already opened, making them tougher to withstand. Stronger spiritual energy. This was the meridian refining process. 4th level for bone refining, 5th level for organ refining, 6th level for meridian refining. At the same time, expanding the size of the dantian. Actually, with each upgrade, the spiritual energy would automatically expand the dantian, allowing it to accommodate more spiritual energy, letting more natural spiritual energy enter the body, nourishing the physical body, cleansing the marrow, and allowing the human body to continuously evolve. The medicinal power of a sip of monkey wine was quickly absorbed, but Feng's meridians were only slightly tougher than before, still far from meeting the requirements of a 6th level warrior. Feng continued to consume monkey wine, refining his meridians, and as the monkey wine entered his belly, the surging alcohol power seemed to transform into a fire dragon, continuously refining Feng's meridians. After consuming 1/6 of the monkey wine, Feng finally refined his meridians to meet the standards of a 6th level warrior. If the meridians before refining were like a plastic water pipe, then the current meridians were like an iron water pipe, hardened countless times, capable of channeling even more powerful spiritual energy. With the meridian refining completed, now only one last step remained to become a 6th level warrior, refining the dantian to make its outer wall tougher, capable of accommodating more violent and powerful spiritual energy. Feng gulped down the remaining half-barrel of monkey wine in one go, a fiery sensation surged. And with the strong medicinal power, he forcefully impacted the dantian through the already refined meridians, refining the outer wall of the dantian. Zizizizi. Feng's dantian was continuously refined, taking a full 3 hours to complete the refinement. In an instant, all the meridians within Feng's body shone with golden light connecting to the dantian, which had been refined to shine like the sun, dazzling and piercing. All the pores of Feng's body opened, the meridians connected to the dantian, forming a system that operated automatically, endlessly, with flickering light. The toughness of the previous dantian's outer wall was like a balloon, while the current dantian's outer wall was like iron, capable of accommodating more violent spiritual energy. Feng successfully broke through and became a 1st stage 6th level warrior. He opened the attribute panel to see how much his strength had increased after the breakthrough. Host, Feng cultivation level, level 6, stage 1, 5-star super warrior, soul, 6,800, level 7, stage 8, vitality, 61,000, level 7, stage 1, speed, 610 meters per second, level 7, stage 1, strength, 61 T, level 7, stage 1, physical body strength, level 9, stage 2, number of times entering system space, 0 times. Looking at his physical attributes, Feng went crazy. Although his cultivation was only at the first stage of level 6, all his attributes were comparable to a level 7 warrior. His physical defense, under the enhancement of the blood god immortal body, was already comparable to a level 9 second stage, and with his copper skin and iron bones it was even stronger. Now, using a level 9 energy gun, he could easily handle level 9 demon beasts. Even if he couldn't defeat them, his defense could withstand some attacks. Now that he encountered that girl, he believed his defense would not lose to hers. Although strong defense does not equate to strength, if one's defense is powerful but attack power, reaction speed, and movement speed do not improve, one would only end up being beaten. But at least it wouldn't be easy to die. Moreover, Feng Feng believed his attack power was inferior to that girl's. However, with the full support of his Thunder technique, Thunder Extreme Body, Thunder God spell, and mental attack secret methods, even if he couldn't defeat her, he could still make her suffer a bit. Because now, Feng Feng's soul was already comparable to a level 7 8th stage warrior. His divine ability, the Thunder God spell, had also made a breakthrough. Previously, he could only summon 3 bolts of heavenly thunder, but now he could summon 4, and when fused together, the lethality was multiplied. Additionally, in these 7 days, his soul attack secret technique, Soul Piercing Spike, had also made a breakthrough. Previously, he could only condense 3 soul piercing spikes, but now he could condense 4, and when stacked, even a level 9 warrior would be injured. If a level 6 warrior were hit, they would probably die on the spot. Even if a level 7 warrior didn't die, they would definitely lose their combat ability. The 2 level 7 martial arts techniques, Crane Body Technique and 7 Probe Spear, had been perfected. He had also begun training in 2 new level 7 martial arts techniques, 7 Injuries Fist and Overlord Palm. As his physical attributes improved, his martial arts had to keep up. Feng Feng practiced every stage of fist techniques, palm techniques, spear techniques, and body techniques. This was to ensure he could kill enemies even without a long spear. Having many skills is never a burden. Ding, congratulations to the host for breaking through to the first stage of level 6, system upgrade. Ding, system upgrade. The time the host can spend in the system space for cultivation has increased from 70 days to 80 days. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Feng Feng smiled. It had increased to 80 days. Once he reached level 7, it would extend to 3 months. In 2 days, the closing date of the Blessed Land would arrive, and he needed to exit and head to the exit of the Blessed Land, leaving this second-level Blessed Land. This trip to the second-level Blessed Land had truly been a huge gain, allowing him to jump from level 4 4th stage directly to level 6 1st stage. Being at level 6 1st stage meant he was also a top-tier existence at the Divine Dragon University. Finally, he wouldn't be looked down upon for his low cultivation anymore. Feng Feng emerged from his closed door, training, and headed towards the exit of the Blessed Land. After walking for less than half an hour, he saw a group of people ahead, complaining about something. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Sun Peng and others, who had been chased by the level 8 Monkey King and a group of level 7 Monkey Demons 7 days ago, along with a few other level 8 warriors. Sun Peng was heard complaining, "What bad luck! So much monkey wine, and it was stolen." That day, their group had been chased by the Monkey King and his monkey horde, and just as they were about to be caught, the Monkey King suddenly let out a mournful roar and led the monkeys back to their lair in a frenzy, as if their lair had been attacked. Sun Peng felt something was wrong. Sun Peng and his companions were third-year students from the People's University of Kyoto. Upon discovering the monkey wine, they sought out a few level 8 seniors from Tianmin University, preparing to raid the monkey horde's lair. With several level 8 warriors with them, they could naturally crush the monkey demon's lair and capture all the jars of monkey wine. Who would have thought that when Sun Peng and the others, along with the level 8 seniors, arrived, the monkey nest had already been emptied by someone else. They were also chased by the frenzied Monkey King and his troop, injuring several people. It was truly unfortunate for Feng Feng, who had tried to steal chickens but ended up losing rice instead. As Sun Peng and the others complained, Feng Feng walked past them. Just then, Sun Peng suddenly sniffed and his eyes widened, saying, "What a strong scent of monkey wine." Sun Peng had previously stolen a bottle of monkey wine and was particularly sensitive to its aroma. The scent was emanating from Feng Feng. Sun Peng's gaze suddenly turned to Feng Feng ahead, wondering how much monkey wine he must have consumed to have such a strong aroma. "Stop right there!" Sun Peng shouted at Feng Feng. Hearing this, Feng Feng turned around and looked at Sun Peng, asking, "What is it?" Upon seeing Feng Feng turn, Sun Peng was taken aback and exclaimed, "It's you." He suddenly remembered that when they were escaping, Feng Feng had just missed them, and he was heading towards the monkey den. In an instant, Sun Peng was shocked. Could it be that Feng Feng had stolen the monkey wine? It must be so. Not long after Feng Feng had passed them, the monkey king had rushed back with the monkey demons, likely because their lair had been raided. Sun Pang was furious, realizing that they had risked their lives to divert the Monkey King and the 7th level monkey demons, only for Feng Feng to benefit in the end. Of course there's something. I ask you, did you take advantage of us drawing away the Monkey King and the monkey demon group to sneak attack the monkey demon lair and steal all the monkey wine? Sun Pang shouted. The people around them turned to look at Feng Feng, also noticing the clues. The scent of monkey wine on Feng Feng was indeed too strong, definitely a result of consuming a large amount in a short time. Moreover, they vaguely remembered that when they encountered Feng Feng that day, he was only a 5th level martial artist, and now, just a week later, he had reached 6th level. They wouldn't believe it if he hadn't rapidly improved by drinking monkey wine. Feng Feng sneered and said, "So what if I did? So what if I didn't? The monkey wine belongs to those monkeys, not you. I got it, so it's my skill. What does it have to do with you?" Feng Feng understood that denying it was useless. The strong aroma of wine on him and his sudden increase in cultivation level would give him away. By admitting it, he showed that he wasn't afraid of this group. He had obtained the monkey wine from the monkey demon lair by his own strength, and he had every right to keep it. If they dared to covet his monkey wine, Feng Feng wouldn't mind making them suffer a bit. Hearing Feng Feng admit that he had attacked the monkey demon lair and taken all the monkey wine, Sun Peng's face turned green with anger. It really was this kid who took it. Very well, very well. Since they had run into him, he might as well hand it all over. How much monkey wine is left? Hand it all over, or don't blame us for being ruthless, Sun Peng shouted. Sun Peng knew very well that Feng Feng couldn't possibly drink all that monkey wine at once, as the enhancement it provided to the body was limited. He could only drink half at most before it became ineffective, so Feng Feng must have more. As soon as Sun Peng finished speaking, the surrounding martial artists closed in, a group of more than 10, all 6th level martial artists, along with a 7th level martial artist. The few 8th level martial arts seniors from Runmin University besides Sun Peng also approached Feng Feng, clearly preparing to deal with him. A 6th level martial artist wanting to monopolize so much monkey wine was simply wishful thinking. If he was sensible and handed over the remaining monkey wine, they might spare his life. Otherwise, they wouldn't hesitate to eliminate him. If you want the monkey wine, you'll have to see if you have the ability. Feng Feng snorted coldly, pulling out an A-grade weapon spear. He also wanted to see what level his combat power had reached now. Feng Feng prepared to first fight them with his own strength, and if he couldn't win, he would use the energy gun to kill them. Although the energy gun was good, he couldn't rely on it too much. The strongest energy gun was only a level 9, and against masters or stronger opponents, the energy gun was practically useless. So, in the end, one's own strength was still the most important. Very good, very arrogant. I want to see how strong you really are, shouted a level 7 warrior among the dozen surrounding Feng Feng. His name was Lu Fan, the leader of the group that had been chased by monkeys that day. He wanted to see where the confidence of a level 6 warrior like Feng Feng came from. Several level 8 warriors stood by, watching Lu Fan approach Feng Feng, thinking that a level 6 warrior didn't need their intervention. They only needed to prevent Feng Feng from escaping. Seeing Lu Fan walk towards him, Feng Feng did not hesitate and unleashed the Jade Rabbit technique, suddenly bursting forth like a cannonball towards Lu Fan. Interesting, Lu Fan coldly remarked, then activated his own technique and charged at Feng Feng. His level 7 5-stage cultivation erupted, employing a 6th grade body technique, with 2 hooks in his hands, dark red spiritual energy swirling around him. He executed a 6th grade martial skill, the soul-snatching double hooks, aiming for Feng Feng's eyes. Feng Feng snorted coldly, deploying the purple lightning gun. With purple lightning swirling around the tip, and the air seemed to roar with the sound of thunder as he thrust the gun against Lu Fan's soul-snatching double hooks. The two clashed, and the air was torn apart. Boom! With a loud bang, both retreated simultaneously. Feng Feng stepped back 10 paces while Lu Fan took a step back, the difference clear. Without using the Thunder Extreme Body, Feng Feng's attributes were comparable to a level 7 1-stage warrior, employing a 6th grade martial skill. Lu Fan's martial skill was also 6th grade, so Feng Feng naturally fell at a disadvantage. Nothing extraordinary. I thought you were stronger, Lu Fan scoffed, then charged at Feng Feng again. Flashing to Feng Feng's front, he struck with his hooks, aiming directly for Feng Feng's neck. Feng Feng moved with the agility of a jade rabbit, dodging to the side, then leaped up, executing the 7th grade superior martial skill, the 7 probe spear. The spear's light was dazzling, 7 plum blossoms flickering in and out of view, carrying 7 layers of lethality, directly stabbing towards Lu Fan. 7th grade martial skill, Lu Fan noted, his expression serious. You do have some ability. However, he didn't care much, as a level 7, 5-stage warrior, even if Feng used a 7th grade martial skill, it wouldn't close the gap between them. Lu Fan raised his hooks high, a terrifying spiritual energy erupting from his body, the temperature around them dropping as if entering an ice cave, and the hooks struck towards Feng. Also a 7th grade martial skill, the heavenly ice hooks. Clang, with a loud crash, Feng's spear collided with Lu Fan's hooks, the lightning of Feng's spear and Lu Fan's ice directly dispersing, then the 7 layers of hidden force from Feng's 7 probe spear all slammed into Lu Fan. Lu Fan was knocked back, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Feng's 7th grade martial skill, the 7 probe spear, had been cultivated to perfection, while Lu Fan's 7th grade martial skill, the heavenly ice hooks, was only at minor success, so its power naturally couldn't compare to Feng's. Moreover, Feng's physical defense was terrifying, comparable to a level 9 warrior, and the backlash directly caused Lu Fan to suffer a minor injury. Lu Fan's eyes turned cold. Very well, you've successfully angered me. I originally only wanted to steal your monkey wine today without harming your life, but now, I've decided to destroy you. Feng smirked, anyone can boast. If you have the ability, practice more and see who destroys whom. Seeking death. Lu Fan shouted, suddenly charging at Feng, unleashing all his power, killing intent boiling. Seeing this, Feng instantly activated the Thunder Extreme Body. In an instant, a terrifying surge of lightning energy erupted from within Feng, and on his bare torso, lightning patterns began to form, with black lightning patterns continuously providing energy to Feng. The secret technique that could attack the soul-piercing spike, was unleashed. And Feng's soul power erupted, transforming into 4 invisible spikes aimed at Lu Fan's mind. Lu Fan only felt a wave of crisis coming, and it felt ominous. Struck by the soul-piercing spike, Lu Fan instantly bled from his mouth and nose, his brain dizzy, and he had already lost his combat ability. Feng suddenly unleashed all his strength, delivering a punch towards Lu Fan, with flames and lightning surging on his fist. It was the Flame Thunder Fist. Boom, with a loud bang, a punch filled with destructive power, under the enhancement of the Thunder Extreme Body, directly sent Lu Fan flying, his chest exploded, and he died on the spot. With the enhancement of the Thunder Extreme Body, his combat power increased tenfold, and Feng's strength was no weaker than that of a 7th level high-tier warrior. Using the Flame Thunder Fist, he could naturally blow Lu Fan apart with one punch. Lu Fan, having been hit by Feng's mental attack, the soul-piercing spike, had already lost his combat ability and did not resist, enduring Feng's punch, which naturally led to his immediate death. At first, Feng had no intention of killing. But since Lu Fan wanted him dead, he had no need to be merciful. 4th update, more exciting content continues tomorrow. Seeing Lu Fan being killed, everyone around was stunned. This kid actually had the strength to kill a 7th level warrior. Looking for death, shouted an 8th level warrior nearby. The 8th level warrior gripped his long sword, its cold light flashing, and unleashed a 7th grade body technique, charging towards Feng. This body technique was called Whirlwind Body Technique and had reached the level of great success. Arriving in front of Feng, the 8th level warrior's terrifying spiritual energy erupted, and the pressure spread out, with sword energy swirling around the long sword. This was a 7th grade martial technique, the Absolute Sword Slash. The 8th level warrior was at the first segment of the 8th level, and with this sword, he could defeat opponents of the same level. Come on, Feng shouted. He wanted to see how big the gap was between him and an 8th level warrior. Feng's aura erupted, and the 9th grade technique Thunderbolt formula operated, instantly surging spiritual energy gushed from his dantian, and the long spear continuously gathered light, 7 rounds of spear light converging. The 7th grade perfected martial technique, 7 probe spear, was unleashed, directly clashing with the 8th level warrior's Absolute Sword Slash. With the power of thunder and lightning added, and with Feng's cultivation boosted by the Thunder Extreme Body, which was already close to the first segment of the 8th level, this terrifying spear instantly shattered the 8th level warrior's sword energy. The 8th level warrior was sent flying back, crashing hard to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. How is that possible? Seeing the 8th level warrior being knocked back by a single spear, the others were shocked. Feng, at the 6th level first segment, actually had such terrifying strength. If Lu Fan's death just now was an accident, then this 8th level warrior being knocked back was real strength. Feng's previous spear contained 7 layers of hidden strength. And with the 7 layers of spear light stacked together, the absolute sword slash was instantly shattered. Surround him, an 8th level warrior ordered. Sun Pang, barehanded, charged at Feng Feng, flames burning on his fists, seemingly a formidable fist technique, belonging to the 6th grade. Feng Feng snorted. Coldly, his entire aura erupting, spiritual energy swirling around him, as if a deity had descended. Feng Feng unleashed a terrifying speed, so fast it was unbelievable, and in an instant, he was in front of Sun Pang. The long spear swept out. It directly knocked Sun Pang flying, a huge wound appearing on his chest, deep enough to see his bones, and he crashed to the ground, dying instantly. This is what you brought upon yourselves. Feng Feng coldly snorted. Sun Pang was merely a 6th level warrior, yet he dared to confront him in the Thunder extreme body state. He was underestimating him too much. The 6th level warriors surrounding them were directly frightened by this sudden scene. Sun Pang, at the 6th level 9th segment, was killed by a single spear. Could they withstand? Feng Feng? You all step back a bit, form a siege, and don't let him escape. An 8th level warrior rushed up at this moment. I'll deal with him. The surrounding 6th level warriors nodded, preparing to retreat and form a circle. Hoof. Feng Feng snorted coldly, raising his long spear, and with a single strike, he sent one of the retreating warriors flying. That person crashed to the ground, sliding for more than 10 meters before stopping, continuously spitting out blood, convulsing a few times before dying. But at this moment, an 8th level 4th segment expert had already charged at Feng Feng. Feng Feng's expression was cold, showing no signs of fear, and he quickly took out a 9th grade energy gun from the system space. Feng Feng's physical defense was now comparable to a 9th level warrior, and he wielded the 9th grade energy gun with ease. Do. Feng Feng ruthlessly began to shoot at the 8th level expert in front of him. The 9th grade energy gun could easily kill 9th level demon beasts, and its power was not something the 8th level expert could resist. The 9th grade energy gun continuously swept around, and the terrifying energy bullets flew like cannonballs, directly knocking the 8th level expert charging forward back. He fell to the ground. The energy gun bullet pierced through his body, leaving gaping holes the size of bowls. With a level 9 energy gun, he couldn't possibly survive. If it had been elsewhere, perhaps he could have dodged, but at such a close distance, and in a state of charging towards Feng Feng. When Feng Feng suddenly pulled out a submachine gun and opened fire, there was no way to defend against it, and he naturally had no way to retreat. Seeing that the level 8 warrior was shot down by Feng Feng with the energy gun, all the remaining experts were dumbfounded, exclaiming, level 9 energy gun. Energy guns, their family also has them, but they won't use them easily. After all, those things are too expensive. A high-level energy gun, one bullet costs several million, and every shot earns money. Moreover, the lethality is too great, making it easy to accidentally injure others. Unexpectedly, Feng Feng actually has one, and what shocks them is that this energy gun is a level 9. To be able to use a level 9 energy gun means that Feng Feng's physical defense has already reached the level of an 8th level warrior. Goodness, wasn't he only at level 6? How could his physical defense be so strong? But Feng Feng won't give them time to think. At this moment, with a fierce expression, he holds a level 9 submachine gun and continuously fires at the remaining experts, shouting, "Don't you want the monkey wine? Come and get it." The 8th level experts around are taken aback and hurriedly retreat, saying, "Quick, retreat, retreat." But even as everyone quickly retreats, 7 or 8 people cannot escape the range of the energy gun and are knocked down to the ground. Retreating to a distance, the remaining people look grim. They never expected to encounter such a situation during this robbery. They should have thought of it earlier. At the monkey demon's lair, there were obviously many traces of being shot by energy guns. Feng Feng could sneak into the monkey demon's lair and take the monkey wine, clearly indicating he possessed an energy gun. They foolishly surrounded Feng Feng without guarding against his energy gun, leading to their heavy losses now. Charge from different directions. "Today I must kill this kid," shouted an 8th level 5-stage warrior. The remaining 2 8th level warriors nodded, and the 3 figures moved quickly, so fast they became blurry, making it impossible to catch their movement paths. 2 of them flanked Feng Feng, one to his left and one to his rear, forming a triangle as they charged at him. 8th level warriors, bursting forth with all their strength, can reach speeds of 700 meters per second. Now prepared, they moved in an R to guard against Feng Feng's energy gun. Feng Feng couldn't even see their figures clearly and had no time to sweep with the energy gun. "Kid, come and take your life." Suddenly, an 8th level 5-stage warrior appeared in front of Feng Feng, roaring, and unleashed his 8th level 5-stage cultivation to attack Feng Feng. At this moment, Feng Feng was also stirred by a fierce aura in his heart. The soul attack, Soul Piercer, was unleashed again, and the power of his soul transformed into 4 invisible spikes, continuously stabbing at the brain of the 8th level 5-stage warrior. The 8th level 5-stage warrior was hit, and his speed immediately slowed down, his mind somewhat dazed. At the 8th level 5 stage, his soul was much stronger than Le Fan's. Although Feng Feng's mental attack could cause him harm, it couldn't make him lose his combat ability. But for Feng, this momentary pause was already enough. Feng Feng's entire body erupted with momentum, and the divine ability Thunder God Incantation suddenly activated. In the sky, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and the surging power of thunder was drawn down by Feng Feng, converging with the thunder patterns on his body. Go! Feng Feng shouted, and in an instant, 4 terrifying heavenly thunders gathered around and struck towards the 8th level 5-stage warrior, instantly hitting the dazed 8th level 5-stage warrior. The 8th level 5-stage warrior's body was struck by the lightning, purple lightning ravaged him, arcs of electricity swirling around, and he fell to the ground, barely breathing. Feng Feng quickly left the spot, preparing to engage in a tug-of-war with the remaining 2 8th level warriors. Kid, today you will surely die, said an 8th level 6-stage warrior with a fierce expression, attacking Feng Feng from behind. Because Feng Feng had just dealt with the previous 8th level 4-stage warrior, he had already wasted most of his time, and now it was too late to dodge. The 8th level 6-stage warrior's full strength erupted, and with a palm strike, he hit Feng Feng's back, directly sending him flying. Feng Feng felt as if he had been hit by a high-speed train. He crashed to the ground ahead and slid for more than 10 meters before coming to a stop. Feng Feng stood up, brushed off his clothes that had been worn out from the friction, and, as if nothing had happened, said, "Is that all? Haven't you eaten?" The person who ambushed from behind was dumbfounded. What kind of perverse defense is this? He struck him with a palm and sent him flying so far, yet he was completely unharmed. This defense is comparable to that of a 9th level martial artist. Seeing the shock on his opponent's face, Feng Feng revealed a look of disdain. Even after being ambushed, he remained unafraid. He had confidence in his own defense. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken that palm strike head on. He could have easily entered the system space to evade, as the system space was in sync with his thoughts and could be accessed in an instant. If you have any skills, show them. I'm ready, Feng Feng said lightly. He wanted to see how his current physical defense, bolstered by the blood god immortal body, could withstand attacks at the level of a 9th level martial artist, especially with his copper skin and iron bones. Currently, an 8th level 6th stage martial artist, without using martial techniques, couldn't harm him with a full force strike. Kid, don't be so arrogant. Take this hammer. The 8th level 6th stage martial artist shouted. In his earlier panic, he hadn't used any martial techniques, but now he was ready to unleash an 8th grade martial technique to see if Feng Feng could withstand it. The 8th level 6th stage martial artist charged at Feng Feng with strange footwork, wielding a 1,000-pound iron hammer. In an instant, he was before Feng Feng, a terrifying aura erupting from his body, raising the temperature around them as if a blazing furnace was approaching, and he swung the hammer down at Feng Feng. 8th grade martial technique, blazing hammer. Seeing this, Feng Feng snorted coldly, his entire aura erupting as the 9th grade technique Thunderbolt formula activated. In an instant, a surge of thunderous power erupted from his dantian, gathering on his spear, the spear tip flickering with lightning. 7th grade martial technique, 7-probe spear. Feng Feng thrust his spear directly against the hammer of the 8th level 6th stage martial artist. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted as Feng Feng's terrifying spear collided with the hammer, the powerful force knocking Feng Feng back, causing the lightning aura of his spear to dissipate. Take another hammer, the 8th level 6th stage martial artist shouted again, then lunged forward, smashing the hammer into Feng Feng. Feng Feng's blood god immortal body and copper skin and iron bones activated, taking the hit head-on. Boom! The terrifying force sent Feng Feng flying backward, crashing hard to the ground and creating numerous spiderweb-like cracks in the surface. A twinge of pain shot through Feng Feng's chest, and the upper half of his clothing exploded, revealing his shining copper skin and iron bones. If it weren't for the enhancement of his copper skin and iron bones along with the blood god immortal body, he would have been seriously injured by that last hammer strike. Indeed, an 8th level martial artist combined with an 8th grade martial technique could already harm him. Having roughly gauged the level of his defense, Feng Feng prepared to counterattack. Slowly rising from the ground, he looked at the remaining 2 and said, "It's my turn." After saying that, Feng Feng activated his Thunder Extreme body to its limit. In an instant, a terrifying surge of thunder energy erupted from within him, as if an ancient, ferocious beast had awakened, and his aura suddenly soared. The 2 remaining 8th level martial artists furrowed their brows. This kid seemed to have activated some kind of physique, temporarily boosting his cultivation. With the Thunder Extreme body activated, Feng instantly felt his combat power increase by more than 10 times, his body brimming with strength, as if he could punch through his enemies before him. A temporary boost in combat. I want to see how long you can maintain it. The 8th level, 6th stage martial artist snorted coldly, unleashing all his cultivation and aura, surrounded by spiritual energy, and swung his hammer down to strike. Feng planted his spear into the ground, executing the soul-piercing stab, hitting the 8th level, 6th stage martial artist in front of him. The opponent instantly fell into a daze. Feng then charged forward barehanded, launching a barrage of punches at the 8th level, 6th stage martial artist, with terrifying lightning surging over his fists, which was the 7th grade fist technique. Boom 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 boom. 5 consecutive punches struck the solar plexus of the 8th level, 6th stage martial artist. The destructive power of the punch, enhanced by the Thunder Extreme body, directly sent the 8th level, 6th stage martial artist flying, creating a deep dent in his temple. His head exploded, and he crashed to the ground, dying instantly. The remaining 6th level warriors around were completely panicked. So strong, what kind of drug did this guy take to suddenly increase his combat power so much? And that 8th level, 6 segment senior just now, why did he suddenly stop, standing still, allowing Feng to land 6 punches, directly exploding his head? Li Ku, the last remaining 8th level, 7 segment warrior, shouted. Seeing Li Ku killed by Feng, his eyes turned red, and in his hand, a giant axe flickered with bloodlight. The 8th level, 7 segment cultivation erupted, charging towards Feng. He must kill Feng today and tear this kid's body into pieces. He estimated that with Feng's 6th level cultivation having activated his physique for so long, he was close to his limit. Now was the best time to kill Feng. Feng snorted coldly, his aura erupting again. His Thunder Extreme body was nearing its limit, and he had to kill the opponent within the last few moves. The soul-piercing spike was unleashed again. For soul-piercing spike suddenly condensed, stabbing towards the opponent's brain. Blood suddenly spurted from Feng's mouth and nose. Continuously activating the Thunder Extreme body and using the soul-piercing spike placed a huge burden on his spirit, causing him to spit blood. This was the last chance. He had to kill the person in front of him. The divine ability Thunder Summoning spell operated, and in the sky, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, for mighty heavenly thunders were summoned down by Feng, converging with the lightning patterns on his body. Go! Feng shouted, and the 4 heavenly thunders struck towards the 8th level, 7 segment warrior. The man was hit by the lightning, his giant axe was knocked out of his hand, and his body was sent flying, crashing hard to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, surrounded by electric arcs, convulsing all over. Feng suddenly charged forward, stabbing down with his spear. Put! It pierced directly through the man's throat. As the lightning dissipated, the man stopped convulsing, clutching his throat, and died moments later. The remaining 6th level warriors, seeing this, were so scared that they lost their souls and fled in all directions. Now, Feng's appearance, with blood oozing from his mouth and nose, looked like a hellish demon, too terrifying. Seeing that all the 6th level warriors had vanished, Feng suddenly sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. Damn, he almost fell here today. Just then, a beautiful figure leaped out from the woods. It was Tong Yuer. Here. Tong Yuer handed Feng a healing pill, saying, take it, it can nourish your spirit. Next time, don't forcefully use this secret technique. Against someone with a higher spirit level than you, it can easily overload your spirit and leave hidden troubles, Tong Yuer said with concern. The martial god was her master, and Feng was considered a disciple favored by the martial god, so they had a bit of a senior-junior relationship. Is it poisonous? Feng asked. Yes, it's poisonous, don't eat it, Tong Yuer pouted. Upon hearing this, Feng immediately took the pill. And a refreshing feeling surged through him, as if his spirit was being nourished. So comfortable. Feng suddenly felt a bit more favorable towards Tong Yuer. Although she was violent, she was still quite nice. Last time she found him a 6th grade heavenly material, and now she gave him a pill to heal his spirit. What brought you here? Feng asked. I happened to encounter it and watched from a distance for a while, Tong Yuer replied. I didn't expect it, Xiao Qinshan. Your cultivation is low, but your explosive power is quite impressive, and you're pretty tough. Feng smiled without speaking. He wouldn't dare say anything else, but when it came to defense, he had always been solid. Then Feng reacted, saying, you actually watched me put on a good show for half a day without coming out to help. Tong Yuer said a bit shyly, but I came out, and how could these shrimp soldiers and crab generals be your match? True, Feng nodded and said, forget it, with your mediocre skills, coming Out to help would just get you beaten up, and then I'd have to take care of you. Feng Feng's understanding of Tong Yuer was still stuck a few days ago, thinking that Tong Yuer was still at around level 7. He. Tong Yuer coldly glanced at Feng Feng and said, "Who are you calling a three-legged cat?" Feng Feng instantly felt a chill run through him, a bad premonition washing over him. Fourth update, a bit busy today, just updated. Feng Feng was puzzled, it shouldn't be like this. Now that his strength had greatly increased, he felt no pressure even when facing that 8th level, 7th stage warrior just moments ago. Could it be that this girl was stronger than that 8th level, 7th stage warrior? The truth was indeed that Tong Yuer's strength surpassed that of the warrior Feng Feng had just killed. Tong Yuer possessed a top-tier heavenly talent and had obtained a time artifact in the ruins. She could enter the artifact to train for 30 days each day, allowing her to break through a stage of cultivation in just 7 days. It had been 15 days since she acquired that time artifact, and her cultivation in the ruins had already risen to 8th level, 1st stage. Now, with the help of 450 days of training in the artifact, her cultivation had reached 8th level, 3rd stage. Moreover, as a 4-star super warrior, her 8th level, 3rd stage cultivation gave her physical attributes comparable to an 8th level, 1st stage warrior. Coupled with her cultivation of the Emperor's Law and the rules of time, she could naturally suppress Feng Feng. "Hey, don't get me wrong, I was just joking," Feng Feng hurriedly said. "Hoof." Tong Yuer snorted coldly and said, "I kindly offered you pills to heal your injuries, and you don't appreciate a good person's heart." No, Feng Feng replied, "I really do appreciate it. By the way, I haven't asked your name yet," Feng Feng said. "Tong Yuer," she answered. "Let's go, the time in this blessed land is about to end, we should head back." Feng Feng nodded. The two walked towards the exit of the blessed land. This time in the 2nd level blessed land, they had killed quite a few people and allowed some 6th level warriors to escape. He estimated that soon he would be targeted by a large number of martial arts families, which made Feng Feng somewhat distressed. He was actually quite annoyed by this. It was clear that he wasn't the one provoking others, it was always others coming to provoke him, and he couldn't just stand by and let them take what was his. If he had to kill, then so be it. Feng Feng decided not to dwell on it. When those people's parents came looking for him, he would just deal with them as they came. There was nothing to be worried about. Every extraordinary strong person had to grow through blood in battle. Moreover, his combat power was already approaching the mid-8th level, and he was no longer a soft persimmon to be squeezed. Besides, there was the Thunder Emperor outside the blessed land. He had no need to be afraid. The location of the ruins was deep within the blessed land, and it would take a day or two to reach the outer perimeter. By the time Feng Feng and Tong Yuer arrived at the outer entrance, the time limit for entering the blessed land had also arrived, and it was time to leave. At this moment, many people had already rushed back, preparing to exit the blessed land. The time for this blessed land's opening was coming to an end. If they didn't go out, they would be trapped inside until the next opening, which might not even be in this location. If they couldn't get out this time, they could be forever trapped in the blessed land. An hour later, the entrance to the blessed land opened, and everyone began to exit. A total of 1,000 people had entered the blessed land, but only over 900 came out, with dozens having died inside. It was a normal phenomenon for some people to be lost each time they entered the blessed land, as it was filled with many unknown dangers, and it was impossible to guarantee that everyone could come out safely. Outside the blessed land, the old man looked at the more than 900 people who had come out and said, "Congratulations to everyone on your safe return." Feng Feng and Tong Yuer approached the Thunder Emperor, who hurriedly greeted them respectfully, "Miss Yuer." Seeing the Thunder Emperor being so polite to Tong Yuer surprised Feng Feng. The Thunder Emperor was someone close to the martial god. Even when facing an emperor-level powerhouse, the Thunder Emperor wouldn't be too fearful because he had the martial god backing him. But seeing the Thunder Emperor treat Tong Yuer with such courtesy made Feng Feng speculate about her identity. Just who was this girl? Tong Yuer nodded casually at Lei Huang. The strength of the Battle Emperor was something her Tong family had at least 80 of. And they had several great emperors as well. Moreover, her master was a martial god, so naturally, she wouldn't show special respect to Lei Huang. "Xiao Chenchen, my home is in the imperial capital. Since you just arrived, do you want to come over and play for a couple of days? I'll host you for a few days so you won't end up on the streets right after arriving." Tong Yuer looked at Feng Feng. "So soon? To meet the parents? At least let me prepare a bit first," Feng Feng replied calmly. The next second, Boom boom boom, a flurry of punches flashed by, and Feng Feng instantly had several bumps on his head. Speak nicely, Tong Yuer said, waving her fist. I won't go. Feng. Fang's eyes flashed with stubbornness. I'm not ready yet, it's too fast. Tong Yuer felt a bit of a headache. Feng Feng was too much of a show-off, his level of narcissism unmatched. Then I'll head back first. See you at school, Tong Yuer said. See you at school. Are you also from Shenlong University? Feng Feng asked. Guess, Tong Yuer replied with a bright smile as she got into a black luxury car and drove away. Then it must be true, Feng Feng smiled as he watched Tong Yuer leave. She was a pretty good girl. That luxury car had been waiting for Tong Yuer. Her background was impressive, likely not inferior to his own, as could be seen from Lei Huang's reaction. His biggest support was the martial god, but Tong Yuer was clearly also connected to the martial god. After spending the last couple of days together, Feng Feng felt that this girl was quite good and could be developed further. He had pretended just now, he definitely couldn't go to Tong Yuer's house yet, he wasn't ready. He would wait until later, when he could go over in style. Feng Feng and Lei Huang left the Tianshu blessed land, and Lei Huang asked, where are we going now? Back to An City, Feng Feng replied. There are still a few days until the new students report for school. I obtained some treasures in the blessed land, and I plan to take them to An City to give to a few seniors who have helped me before. Feng Feng was referring to sharing some of the monkey wine he obtained in the blessed land with Huang Anghua, Ling Tian, Hongyu, Zuahajuan, and Yang Xiong. These five had all helped him, and he owed them a favor. So using monkey wine to repay them was more than enough. Monkey wine was brewed from countless 7th and 6th grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures. 7th level warriors could continuously improve several stages after drinking it, and those below 6th level might even advance a level, something rare and hard to come by. What kind of promise could be more important than a tangible improvement in one's cultivation? Using monkey wine to repay a favor was far more substantial than an empty promise. Due to the urgency of time, Feng Feng and Lei Huang took a plane back to An City. Upon arriving, Feng Feng took out the remaining 2.5 jars of monkey wine, poured half a jar, and divided it into 5 portions to start delivering to Huang Anghua, Ling Tian, Hongyu, Zuahajuan, and Yang Xiong. Huang Anghua and Hongyu were extremely excited to receive the monkey wine. They had been stuck at the 9th stage of the 6th level for a long time, and now with this monkey wine, they could finally break through. They never expected that helping Feng Feng a few times would yield such a reward. Not bad, they hadn't misjudged him. Mayor Ling Tian had already broken through to the 1st stage of the 7th level, but the monkey wine still allowed him to improve by 2 stages, making him ecstatic. He hadn't expected such a quick return on his investment in Feng Feng. As for the principal of the 9th middle school, Zuahajuan, he was so excited he nearly fainted. When Feng Feng delivered the monkey wine to him, he almost rushed over to give Feng Feng a kiss. His cultivation was at the 4th level, and this monkey wine, comparable to 8th grade, would definitely allow him to improve by 5 stages or more. He felt so fortunate that he had saved Feng Feng in front of the Li family back then, otherwise, he wouldn't have received such a reward today. Feng Feng delivered the last jar of monkey wine to the director of the 9th middle school, Yang Xiong, and considered his obligations settled. But to his surprise, when Feng Feng arrived at Yang Xiong's home, he found no sign of Yang Xiong. Inside the house were only Yang Xiong's wife and daughter, and a mourning hall had been set up. Above the mourning hall was a photo of Yang Xiong. Yang Xiong was dead. What happened? As a 3rd level 9th dan martial artist, he had seemed fine the last time they met, and now, after just a month, he had suddenly died. Upon seeing Feng Feng and Lei Huang arrive, Yang Xiong's wife assumed they were there to pay their respects and handed them 2 incense sticks. After Feng Feng lit one for Yang Xiong, he asked, Aunt Yang, what happened? Director Yang was fine, why did he leave us? Hearing this, Yang Xiong's wife's eyes turned red, as if recalling something that made her grit her teeth. After a moment, she calmed down and began to explain to Feng Feng and Lei Huang. It turned out that Yang Xiong did not die a natural death, he was murdered. Yang Xiong had an 18-year-old daughter who had just graduated from high school, having developed 90% of her physical limits, and was accepted into an ordinary martial arts university in Huaxia. Half a month ago, during the holiday, Yang Xiong took his newly graduated daughter on a trip around the southeast province. Unexpectedly, while traveling in the 2nd largest city of the southeast province, Nani City, Yang Xiong's daughter caught the eye of a young man from an 8th level martial arts family. That young man used despicable means to drug Yang Xiong's daughter and raped her. The next day, when Yang Xiong's daughter woke up, She was heartbroken and nearly committed suicide. Yang Xiong went to confront the young man, only to be beaten to death. Yang Xiong was just a third-level martial artist and an ordinary high school teacher, completely outmatched by the eighth-level martial arts family. After Yang Xiong's death, his wife and daughter were no match for the eighth-level family either, and they could only bring Yang Xiong's body back, letting the matter rest there. Seeing Yang Xiong's wife with red, swollen eyes and his daughter in a daze, it was clear she had lost all hope in life. A killing intent flashed in Feng Feng's eyes as he said softly, "Don't worry, I will take care of this for you." Yang Xiong had saved his life at the hands of the Li family, and now he would avenge him. Feng Feng looked at Yang Xiong's wife and daughter and said, "Come with me, I will help you take revenge." Upon hearing this, Yang Xiong's wife and daughter regained their spirits. With Feng Feng being the top scorer in the southeast provinces college entrance examination and having connections with the provincial governor, perhaps he could really help them avenge their loss. That night, Feng Feng and Lei Huang took Yang Xiong's wife and daughter to Nani City. Tonight, blood would be repaid with blood. The four of them arrived at the home of the eighth-level family that had killed Yang Xiong, the Deng family. Deng Hong was the young man from the Deng family who had raped Yang Xiong's daughter. Arriving at the Deng family's entrance, Feng Feng said coldly, "Deng Hong of the Deng family, come out and die." A few security guards from the Deng family shouted, "Who is this madman? Get lost, or we will destroy you." Feng Feng narrowed his eyes and waved his hand, unleashing a bolt of lightning that sent the guard who had spoken flying. He then stepped into the Deng family's villa complex. The remaining guards dared not stop him, clearly recognizing that the newcomers were powerful and beyond their ability to resist. Deep within the Deng family villa, powerful martial artists heard the commotion and began to emerge. Just a few dozen meters in, Feng Feng and the others were surrounded by the Deng family's experts. Upon seeing Yang Xiong's wife and daughter, they understood what was happening. The Avengers had come. A week ago, young Master Deng Hong had taken a liking to a girl, raped her, and when her father came to confront him, Deng Hong had his family's experts kill him on the spot. Many martial artists from the Deng family were aware of this incident. Dozens of Deng family experts appeared, their levels varying, but all above level 5. The strongest, reaching level 7, 9th stage, leading the way, were two elders of the Deng family at level 7, 9th stage. "Kid, do you know that you've caused a great disaster?" one of the level 7, 9th stage elders of the Deng family coldly shouted. "You've caused a great disaster. I see it as your Deng family who has caused this disaster. Hand over Deng Hong and the killers who participated in Yang Xiong's murder, or else today, everyone in the Deng family will die." Feng Feng said coldly. "What a big mouth. I want to see what skills you have to say such things." The elder of the Deng family, at the 9th level of the 7th rank, unleashed his martial skills, a 6th grade movement technique, with a long knife in hand flashing cold light, striking towards Feng Feng with lightning speed. Feng Feng sneered, activating the 9th grade technique Thunderbolt formula, and in an instant, a surge of thunderous power erupted from his dantian, gathering around his spear. With a thrust of his spear, he directly met the elder's knife. The spear struck out, instantly forcing the elder's long knife back. Then, the spear flicked like a snake's tail. Boom! It directly sent the elder of the Deng family flying, crashing hard to the ground, surrounded by arcs of electricity, convulsing from the shock. Elder Deng Wei. The surrounding Deng family warriors were taken aback. The 7th level 9th rank elder Deng Wei was repelled in one encounter. What kind of monster was this kid in front of them? He was only at the 6th level 1st rank, how could he be so strong? Another elder of the 7th level 9th rank, Deng Zone, held a long sword in his hand and instantly lunged at Feng Feng. The sword was surrounded by faint wind blades, a formidable 7th grade sword technique. Feng Feng snorted coldly, activating the Thunder Extreme Body, his aura exploding, arcs of electricity swirling around him as if the Thunder God had descended. Feng Feng executed the 7th grade movement technique Spirit Snake Movement, unleashing terrifying speed, arriving in front of Deng Zong in an instant. With a sweep of his spear, the sword and spear clashed, sending Deng Zong staggering back. The impact split Deng Zong's palm, blood flowing from his hand. This kid had a terrifying physique. Gritting his teeth, Deng Zong charged forward again, engaging in a fierce battle with Feng Feng. Around them, more and more experts from the Deng family rushed in from various parts of the villa area, shocked at the battle unfolding before them. Feng Feng unleashed a 7th grade fist technique, striking towards Deng Zong. The terrifying thunderous power surged along Feng Feng's arm, crashing into Deng Zong. Boom! The dreadful lightning wreaked havoc, continuously destroying Deng Zong, who convulsed and fell to the ground moments later. How strong The surrounding Deng family experts were all stunned. This kid had actually mastered 2 7th grade martial techniques. Moreover, his attributes were close to an 8th level warrior. What kind of monster was this? All retreat. This kid is comparable to an 8th level warrior. We are no match for him. Let the family's 8th level warriors deal with him, an elder of the Deng family shouted. In an instant, the surrounding Deng family experts quickly retreated, creating distance from Feng Feng, but still forming a faint encirclement to prevent Feng Feng and his companions from escaping. Daring to come to the Deng family for revenge even if the Deng family was at fault first, you won't escape. Once the Deng family's 8th level warriors arrive, it will be your death day. It won't matter who comes, I said. Today the Deng family will not hand over anyone related to Deng Hong in this matter, not a single one will survive, Feng Feng said coldly. He stood still with Lei Huan, Yang Xiong's wife, and the woman, waiting for all the experts of the Deng family to arrive. Feng Feng understood that unless he defeated a few of the Deng family's 8th level warriors, the Deng family would not yield. Seeing Feng Feng's terrifying strength, Yang Xiong's wife and the woman felt a glimmer of hope. Perhaps Feng Feng could really avenge them. You have quite the audacity. If I don't hand over Deng Hong today, let's see how you destroy my Deng family. In an instant, a deep roar came. The head of the Deng family, the strongest 8th level warrior, had arrived. The 5 strongest 8th level warriors of the Deng family were rushing over, with the head of the Deng family already at the 8th level 5th rank. You've injured 2 of my Deng family's elders. Today, you won't leave the Deng family alive, the head of the Deng family coldly shouted. Try it and see. Feng Feng replied indifferently. However, with your cultivation at the first stage of level 6, even if you have some ability to challenge those above your level, do you really think you can defeat an 8th level warrior? Today, let me make you understand that the gap between you and an 8th level warrior is like a chasm, insurmountable. An elder from the Deng family coldly shouted. He then charged at Feng Feng. The elder of the Deng family clenched his fist, concealing his inner strength, and unleashed a 7th grade martial technique, the shadow fist. At the moment the elder moved, Feng Feng also acted. The Jade Rabbit movement was executed, the Thunder Extreme body erupted, and his vital energy surged, shooting out like a cannonball. The perfected 7-probe spear erupted, with lightning swirling around the spear tip, and the sound of thunder seemed to roar around him as he swept his spear towards the elder's incoming punch. Crack! Flesh and blood flew. The elder's punch was instantly severed by the sharp spear tip, and the terrifying force knocked the elder back several meters. The surrounding experts from the Deng family looked on in disbelief at Feng Feng, who held the spear, surrounded by lightning, like a god of thunder. Fear, shock. Even an 8th level warrior was no match for Feng Feng's spear. I will kill you, the elder of the Deng family roared, his voice filled with endless rage, looking at Feng Feng with murderous intent boiling in his eyes. Today, I only see those related to this matter in the Deng family. If you do not know what is good for you, do not blame me, Feng Feng said calmly. After speaking, Feng Feng charged forward with his spear, executing the perfected 7-probe spear. His movements were agile as he sidestepped to the elder's side, thrusting his spear directly at the elder's thigh. The elder of the Deng family dodged back, avoiding Feng Feng's thrust, and unleashed his remaining punch, aiming to strike Feng Feng's temple for a kill. Feng moved as nimbly as a jade rabbit, dodging to the side. With a cold snort, he continued to shift his steps, arriving in front of the elder of the Deng family, suddenly leaping up. He thrust his spear out, carrying the power to pierce through everything, directly stabbing into the elder's left shoulder. Blood splattered as the A-grade spear pierced through the elder's left shoulder. Then, with a kick, he sent the elder flying. You brat, don't be so arrogant. I will have a go at you, the elder of the Deng family shouted. As an 8th level warrior, the elder had already reached the 4th stage of level 8, while the elder from the Deng family was only at the 1st stage of level 8, not to be compared. Feng Feng could defeat the elder at the 1st stage of level 8. But it did not mean he could kill the elder at the 4th stage of level 8. Seeing the elder of the Deng family take action, the members of the Deng family became excited. This kid was too arrogant. With the elder taking action, he was doomed. The elder of the Deng family charged at Feng Feng, his steps strange, wielding 2,000-pound iron hammers, instantly appearing in front of Feng Feng, a terrifying aura erupting from him, the temperature around them rising as if a blazing furnace was approaching, and he smashed the double hammers towards Feng Feng. 8th grade martial technique, twin hammers of heavenly fire. Seeing this, Feng Feng coldly snorted, activating the 9th grade technique, thunder technique, reaching the limit of the thunder extreme body, and in an instant, a surge of thunderous power erupted from his dantian, gathering on the spear, with lightning flickering at the spear tip. Feng thrust his spear directly against the elder's double hammers. Bang! A loud sound echoed as Feng Feng's terrifying spear collided with the elder's double hammers, the powerful force knocking both of them back, and Feng Feng's lightning spear light directly dissipated. Come again, the elder of the Deng family continued to shout, then suddenly advanced, smashing one hammer onto Feng Feng. The terrifying force sent Feng Feng flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground, creating many spiderweb-like cracks in the earth. The upper half of Feng Feng's clothing was torn apart, revealing his shining copper skin and iron bones. Fortunately, his defense was strong, otherwise he would have been injured. Feng Feng slowly stood up from the ground, looking at the members of the Deng family, and said, "You brought this upon yourselves." Still daring to be arrogant at the brink of death, the elder of the Deng family coldly snorted, the aura of the fourth stage of level 8 erupting, his spiritual energy swirling as the double hammers struck out. Again. Feng Feng thrust his spear into the ground, using his agility to dodge the hammer strike, and then unleashed the soul-piercing stab. For soul-piercing stabs shot towards the elder of the Deng family. The elder of the Deng family instantly bled from his mouth and nose, his mind dizzy, falling into a state of stupor. Feng Feng immediately executed the 7th grade fist technique, launching a devastating attack on the elder of the Deng family, his fist crackling with purple lightning. Boom! With a loud bang, a punch filled with destructive power, enhanced by the thunder extreme body, sent the elder of the Deng family flying, creating a deep dent in his chest as he crashed to the ground, barely alive. The surrounding members of the Deng family were completely panicked. So strong, what strange method did this guy use to make the elder suddenly stop and fall into a stupor, allowing him to take that punch? Elder, the head of the Deng family, wielding a giant sword that shimmered with bloodlight, unleashed his 8th grade 7th stage cultivation, charging at Feng Feng. At the same time, he remained wary of Feng Feng's strange methods. It was likely not simple if Feng Feng could directly render the elder motionless. At this moment, Feng Feng's killing intent surged, "Since you are seeking death, you cannot blame me. Time and again failing to see the situation clearly, if I don't beat you all down, you won't know to yield." Feng Feng unleashed the soul-piercing stab, attacking the head of the Deng family. The head of the Deng family was indeed caught off guard, struck and fell into a stupor. Then, Feng Feng's entire aura erupted, the divine ability thunder summoning spell activated, and the sky above instantly filled with flashes of lightning and thunder, for bolts of heavenly lightning were summoned down by Feng Feng, converging with the lightning patterns on his body. "Go!" Feng Feng shouted, and in an instant, the terrifying lightning gathered around him, striking towards the head of the Deng family, the blue lightning like a thunder dragon, instantly hitting the head of the Deng family. The head's long sword was knocked from his hand, his body sent flying, crashing hard to the ground, a mouthful of fresh blood spewing forth, arcs of electricity surrounding him, causing his body to convulse. He lost all combat ability. Everyone in the Deng family was dumbfounded. The strongest head had been defeated, how could they resist now? Feng Feng stood in the center, his spear pointing at a level 8 warrior of the Deng family, saying, "Say it again, bring all those related to this matter here, or everyone in the Deng family will die." The remaining level 8 warriors of the Deng family trembled. If the head was no match for Feng Feng, they certainly weren't either. Anyone daring to confront Feng Feng would only meet death. "Yes, we will. Immediately bring all those related to this matter," a level 8 warrior of the Deng family stammered. He then ordered the nearby warriors of the Deng family, "Go bring Deng Hong and those related to this matter." Several level 8 powerhouses of the Deng family were the most authoritative figures. Their orders were akin to imperial edicts. With the head and elder defeated, this remaining elder represented the will of the Deng family. The only way now to preserve the Deng family was to hand over Deng Hong and his group. If they had known from the start that Feng Feng had this strength, they wouldn't have obstructed him and would have directly handed over Deng Hong and his group. Feng Feng snorted coldly, no longer speaking. Some people do not know pain until they suffer a little. Seeing this, Yang Xiong's wife and daughter shed tears. Their great revenge was finally to be avenged. Yang Xiong could rest in peace even in the underworld. After a while, Deng Hong and his group were all brought out and presented before Feng Feng. Upon seeing the nearly lifeless head of the Deng family and the elder, as well as the 3 senior members of the Deng family, and then looking at Yang Xiong's wife and daughter behind Feng, whose eyes were filled with resentment, Deng Hong's heart sank. It was bad news. The people brought by Yang Xiong's daughter could defeat the 3 strongest members of the Deng family, and the Deng family would definitely be unable to resist. The result was that they would be handed over to appease the anger of Yang Xiong's daughter and wife. Deng Hong's face instantly turned ashen. Fourth uncle, Deng Hong suddenly knelt before an 8th level martial artist of the Deng family, saying, "Fourth uncle, you must save me, I don't want to die." "Shut up," the 8th level martial artist of the Deng family coldly shouted. He had long warned the family to strictly discipline the younger generation and not to cause trouble outside. This world is full of hidden dangers, and it would eventually bring great disaster to the family. Unfortunately, the other martial artists of the family did not take it seriously, which led to such a great disaster for the family. Deng Hong was truly deserving of death. "Today, you will die, and no one can save you." Lei Huan looked at Deng Hong and snorted coldly. In an instant, a surge of thunderous power erupted. From his dantian and the long hammer continuously gathered lightning. With one strike, everyone around could only see a massive bolt of lightning descending from the sky, instantly striking the ground 100 meters ahead. Boom! With a loud bang, the ground ahead collapsed and formed a pit dozens of meters deep due to the thunder. "A powerhouse beyond level 9, the 8th level martial artist of the Deng family exclaimed in shock. From the power unleashed by Lei Huang's strike, it was clear that only a martial artist beyond level 9 could possess such strength. Upon hearing this, everyone from the Deng family was stunned. A super 9th level martial artist, what kind of existence is that? A master, a supreme being, a martial king, or a battle emperor? Their cultivation was too low to guess Lei Huan's level, they just knew he was incredibly powerful. Even Yang Xiong's wife and daughter were shocked. They had not expected Feng Feng to have such a terrifying background, with a powerhouse beyond level 9 by his side. No wonder Feng Feng dared to charge into the Deng family alone, it turned out he had such a strong ally. But thinking about Feng Feng being the top scorer in the college entrance examination in the Southeast province made it understandable. Feng Feng was exceptionally talented, having won championships in both special recruitment and the college entrance examination. Naturally, he was not an ordinary person, and it was normal for the authorities to take notice and provide protection. The 8th level martial artist of the Deng family said, "The Deng family has failed to recognize a great person and has offended you. This matter is entirely the fault of Deng Hong and his group. The rest of us in the Deng family were unaware. We will not spare Deng Hong and his group, and we hope you will not implicate the rest of the Deng family." The other members of the Deng family were completely unaware of this matter. After all, killing a 3rd level martial artist was not something that many people in an 8th level family like the Deng family would know about. Now that they realized Deng Hong had brought about the presence of a powerhouse beyond level 9, the rest of the Deng family had the heart to want to tear Deng Hong into 1,000 pieces. Hearing this, Deng Hong felt despair. The Deng family had abandoned them. Feng Feng looked at Yang Xiong's mother and daughter, allowing them to decide for themselves. "Kill!" Yang Xiong's wife and daughter said in unison. Upon hearing this, Feng Feng stepped in front of Deng Hong and thrust his spear down. Seeing this, Deng Hong wanted to resist. But he was only a 3rd level martial artist, how could he resist Feng Feng? Blood splattered as Deng Hong's heart was pierced directly by Feng Feng's spear. Deng Hong clutched the spear with both hands, but as Feng Feng pulled it out, blood gushed out, and Deng Hong fell to the ground. Then, Feng Feng, with an indifferent expression, calmly took out an energy gun from the system space and began to loot. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Feng Feng ruthlessly began to shoot at the surrounding Deng family experts involved in this matter, a total of more than a dozen people. Some were those who helped Deng Hong drug and abduct Yang Xiong's daughter, while others were those who assisted Deng Hong in killing Yang Xiong. The energy gun swept continuously around, and the terrifying energy bullets flew like cannonballs, directly blasting the dozen or so kneeling masters of the Deng family backward. One by one, they fell to the ground, with no one surviving. Feng Feng, Lei Huang, and Yang Xiong's wife and daughter turned to leave. With Deng Hong and his group dead, he had no intention of troubling the Deng family. As Feng Feng and the others departed, he gave the monkey wine he had prepared for Yang Xiong to his daughter. Yang Xiong's daughter had developed her physical limits to over 90% and had already been accepted into a regular martial arts university, so she deserved it too. It was a way to repay Yang Xiong for saving his life. Feng Feng said lightly to Yang Xiong's wife and daughter, "Director Yang has already left. Now that the great revenge has been avenged, you should live well from now on." Thank you. Yang Xiong's wife and daughter were in tears, filled with gratitude towards Feng Feng. If it weren't for Feng Feng, Yang Xiong would have died unjustly. No need to be polite. Director Yang had once helped me, and now that he has encountered this misfortune, I naturally won't stand by and do nothing, Feng said. The four returned to An City. Feng Feng and Lei Huang arrived at the villa where Master Xiang lived. Feng Feng took out half a jar of monkey wine and began to drink heartily with Master Xiang and Lei Huang. Although the monkey wine didn't significantly enhanced their cultivation. It was a rare delicacy. During this time, Master Xiang and Lei Huang had helped him a lot. Master Xiang had protected him for over 10 days during his college entrance exams to kill Su's family and eliminate Su Jian. Lei Huang had even fought against the supreme families for him. He currently had no way to repay the two, so he could only bring out the monkey wine for everyone to enjoy together. Drinking to express feelings. Feng Feng was clear about his debts. If it weren't for Master Xiang and Lei Huang, he might have died in several assassination attempts. He couldn't repay them now, but when he had the ability in the future, he would definitely not forget their kindness. That night, the three drank until midnight. Master Xiang and Lei Huang, both over 50, shared their experiences and what they had seen and heard over the years, and Feng listened attentively. After 3 rounds of drinks, Master Xiang mentioned that he had graduated from Shunlong University, had connections, and knew some mentors. Sometimes mentioning his name could be useful. Although he knew Feng had the martial god as a backing, it wasn't necessary to bother the martial god for every little thing. Sometimes his own face could be useful. As a transcendent expert beyond level 9, Master Xiang and Lei Huang wouldn't be drunk from the 8th grade monkey wine. But who among those who have experienced the years would want to be sober all the time? In this world, living happily is the most important. Life must go on. We can get drunk at night, but the next day, we must face life with a smile. The next day, Feng tidied up, said goodbye to his friends, and headed to the imperial capital to start his new life. Upon arriving in the imperial capital, Feng spotted a familiar face. Tong Yuer was actually there to pick him up. Feng suddenly smiled knowingly. Perhaps some stories were about to begin. Sometimes fate comes in inexplicable ways. Here to pick me up? Feng asked deliberately. Who's here to pick you up? I just happened to be out for a stroll and ended up here, Tong Yuer pouted. Strolling, alright then, Feng smiled and said nothing. Update finished, 2 big chapters equal to 4 usual chapters. Feng, Tong Yuer, and Lei Huang had a meal together, marking Tong Yuer's welcome for Feng. After that, Feng settled into Lei Huang's villa in the imperial capital, as he had nowhere else to go. With just a few days left until the new students reported to Shunlong University, Feng spent this time focusing on his cultivation. By the time school started, his cultivation had reached the 2nd stage of level 6. He opened his attribute panel. Host, Feng, cultivation, level 6, 2nd stage, 5-star super warrior, spirit, 6900, level 7, 9th stage. Vitality, 62,000, level 7, 2nd stage, speed, 620 meters per second, level 7, 2nd stage, strength, 62T, level 7, 2nd stage, body strength. Level 9, 3rd stage, number of times entering system space 0. Additionally, Feng had perfected his 2 level 7 martial arts 7. Injuries fist and overlord palm. The 2 level 7 martial arts, immortal crane body technique and 7 probe spear had already been perfected earlier. Early in the morning, Feng packed his things and headed to Shunlong University to report. Shunlong University, as one of the 2 major super academies in Huaxia, has a rich heritage and grand atmosphere. Upon entering, Feng felt a heavy sense of history. The school has numerous buildings and covers a vast area, divided into several teaching and living zones. After completing the enrollment procedures with Lei Huang, the two headed to the living area. Shunlong University offers the option to live on campus or off campus. For Feng, living on campus was undoubtedly the best choice, as it facilitated his training at school. Otherwise, living off campus would make attending daily classes inconvenient. Arriving at the living area, Feng reached the dormitory he was assigned. As a student specially recruited with the highest level of benefits and the top scorer from the Southeast Province's college entrance examination, he was assigned to a very nice dormitory building, a single apartment. Dragging his luggage towards the apartment, Feng saw a familiar figure standing in front of him. Dressed in tight jeans and a white short-sleeve shirt, with a youthful and vibrant appearance, it was Tong Yuer. You live in this apartment too? Feng asked in surprise. Yes. Tong Yuer replied with a bright smile, then dragged her suitcase towards the apartment building Feng was heading to. Damn. Feng's mouth dropped open, feeling a bit shocked. Shunlong University actually had mixed-gender housing. Feng entered the apartment building, found his dorm room, which was meant to be a dormitory but was actually a single occupancy with complete facilities, comparable to a small villa. After settling his luggage, he moved in directly. Not bad. Shunlong University's treatment of specially recruited students was quite good. After Feng finished organizing, he stepped out of the dormitory and found that the person in the opposite dorm had also come out. It was Tong Yuer. Wow. This girl actually lives right across from me. What's wrong? Don't you recognize me? Tong Yuer said, noticing Feng Feng's daze, pouting slightly. No, I just feel that fate is quite a mysterious thing, Feng Feng replied. It is quite mysterious, Tong Yuer smiled brightly. Whether it was fate or not, she didn't know. She only knew that being able to live across from Feng Feng was something she had spent a considerable amount of effort arranging with Shunlong University. At that moment, the door to the room next to Feng Feng's also opened, and a girl with fair skin and a hint of baby fat, very kawaii, walked out. This girl was extremely cute, with a different style from Tong Yuer, leaning towards an anime aesthetic, and her youthful figure made it hard to look away. Hello, I'm Rui Meng Meng, from the Southwest Province. I'm new to the imperial capital, so please take care of me, Rui Meng Meng said in a soft voice. Feng Feng extended his hand, ready to shake hands with Rui Meng Meng, saying, Feng Feng, from the Southeast Province. Let's look out for each other. However, Feng Feng had just reached out his hand, and before he could shake hands with Rui Meng Meng, Tong Yuer stepped forward and took the lead, shaking hands with Rui Meng Meng. She said, Meng Meng, I'm Tong Yuer, my home is in the capital. If you need any help in the future, just come to me. Tong Yuer was quite familiar, and then she looked at Feng Feng, saying to Tong Yuer, as for that Chen, he wanted to hold your hand right away. I don't think he has good intentions, so we sisters should be on guard. Feng Feng. I just wanted to say hello, who did I offend? Good for you, Tong Yuer, very impressive. Today there is still Meng Meng, let's go to the entrance exam, don't mind him. Tong Yuer said to Rui Meng Meng. She then pulled Rui Meng Meng away from the apartment, heading to the teaching area for the entrance exam, leaving Feng Feng alone in the wind, feeling disheveled. Rui Meng Meng smiled without speaking, following Tong Yuer to the teaching area for the entrance exam. She understood that Tong Yuer knew Feng Feng, and they seemed somewhat familiar. It appeared that Tong Yuer didn't want Feng Feng to interact with other girls, which was interesting. She didn't expect to encounter such an intriguing situation on her first day in the capital. In the Dragon University, students were not ordinary individuals. Although she was the top scorer in the college entrance examination from the Southwest Province, now her cultivation had reached level 7, stage 5, but she did not underestimate anyone. It had been nearly 2 months since the college entrance examination ended. 2 months ago, she was only at level 6, stage 6, but during these 2 months, she became the top scorer and entered Dragon University through special recruitment, gaining a lot of rare resources. Moreover, during the holiday, she entered a second-level blessed land, obtaining numerous opportunities that greatly increased her cultivation. Rui Meng Meng was very clear. Among the students entering Dragon University, some were top scorers from various provinces, although they were only at level 6 to 7 during the entrance exam. However, in the 2 months after the exam, these top scorers used various means, such as obtaining sponsorships, entering blessed lands, and consuming rare resources, to significantly enhance their strength. She heard that some had broken through to level 8, which was terrifying. Her breakthrough from level 6 to level 7, stage 4, was nothing in comparison. The entrance exam was to test the cultivation level of this year's freshmen, record data, and understand the background of this year's first-year students. Feng Feng followed Rui Meng Meng and Tong Yuer to the teaching area for the entrance exam. The Thunder Emperor had already left, and Feng Feng felt safe upon arriving at Dragon University, where countless experts resided. There were usually more than a dozen powerful emperors stationed there who would dare to act recklessly. He no longer needed to accompany Feng Feng, disturbing his cultivation at the university. Upon reaching the teaching area, Feng Feng saw a familiar face, Zhao Yao, who was responsible for his special recruitment. Zhao Yao approached Feng Feng enthusiastically and greeted him, saying, "How is it, Feng Feng? What did you gain from entering a second-level blessed land?" "I gained quite a bit of opportunity and improved my cultivation a little," Feng Feng replied. He was still very grateful to Zhao Yao. At the time of his college entrance examination, he was only at level 3, stage 3, and it was his exceptional combat ability that earned him the title of top scorer and champion of the special recruitment trial. Zhao Yao did not disdain his low cultivation level and directly recruited him into Dragon University, applying for the highest benefits for him, allowing him to enter a second-level blessed land, which raised his cultivation to the current level 6, stage 2. "As long as you gain something, that's good. If you hadn't, I would have had quite a bit of trouble," Zhao Yao said. "Trouble? Mentor Zhao. What do you mean?" Feng Feng was somewhat confused. Zhao Yao sighed and said, "Dragon University has a limited number of special recruitment slots each year, only 10 slots. When you won the special recruitment trial champion for the Southeast Province, I came back to apply and secured a slot for you. The slot you received was originally intended for the top scorer from the North River Province, Zhao Yao explained. Now the recruitment mentor for North River Province is very unhappy about this matter. The mentor responsible for recruitment in North River Province is named Zhou Dawei. When he learned that I gave the slot to you, he investigated your background. And, upon discovering that you were only at level 3, stage 3, he became furious, returned to Dragon University, and reported me to the admissions department, claiming that I had given the highest blessed land recruitment slot to a level 3 waste. Zhao Yao sighed and said, if you don't perform well in the entrance exam later, I will be in big trouble. Feng Feng narrowed his eyes, and he understood. It was nothing more than the other mentor's dissatisfaction with Zhao Yao, resenting that he had given the highest welfare special recruitment quota to himself, a third-level college entrance examination champion. Unfortunately, now, 2 months have passed, and Feng Feng was no longer the third-level martial artist he once was. Now his cultivation had reached the 6th level, second stage, with overall attributes comparable to the second stage of the 7th level, and his true combat power had even reached the 8th level. Feng Feng was confident that during the upcoming entrance test, if anyone dared to use this to trouble Zhao Yao, he would definitely make them understand what a truly dazzling genius was. Soon there would be Lu Yon, the top scorer of the college entrance examination in Beha Province and the champion of the special recruitment trial in Beha Province. Had a cultivation level of 6 levels and 6 segments 2 months ago, and now he has reached 7 levels in 1 segment. His admissions mentor is Zhou Dawei. Zhou Dawei told Lu Yong that he originally planned to recruit him with the highest welfare quota, but the special recruitment welfare quota was given to Zhao Yao for a third-level trash college entrance examination top scorer from the Southeast Province. This made him extremely angry, and he wanted to see who had snatched his top recruitment quota. Zhou Dawei and Lu Yong stood before Feng Feng, showing a cold indifference. Zhou Dawei looked at Feng Feng and Zhao Yao, sarcastically saying, Mentor Zhao, this is your third-level top scorer from the Southeast Province. Zhou Dawei emphasized the word third level, clearly displeased with Feng Feng, who was only a third-level top scorer. It was a complete waste of a top welfare recruitment quota. If Feng Feng did not perform well in the entrance test later, they would definitely make Zhao Yao pay for it. The Dragon University granted them, the admissions mentors, power not to recruit a bunch of useless people. You will understand later what a true genius is. Don't use your narrow-minded perspective to question my decision, you are not qualified, Zhao Yao retorted. Very well, I want to see what kind of surprise your third-level genius can bring me later, Zhou Dawei coldly snorted. Feng Feng, right. Lu Yong, the top scorer from Beha Province, looked at Feng Feng and coldly said, after the entrance test, you can challenge me. I will challenge you and crush you underfoot, making you understand that what belongs to me, Lu Yong, is not something any random person can snatch. It's too early to say who is a random person. Just wait and see. The more confident you are now, the more humble you will be when I defeat you. Feng Feng replied flatly. You have guts, I hope you still have this confidence later. Lu Yong's voice was icy. Now Feng Feng was concealing his aura, and Lu Yong could not discern Feng Feng's cultivation level, but based on the information Zhou Dawei had investigated, he knew that Feng Feng was only at the 3rd level in 3 segments during the college entrance examination. Now, 2 months later, he believed that no matter how much Feng improved, he was not his opponent. After all, his cultivation level had already reached 7 levels in 1 segment, and he was a 2-star super warrior with attributes comparable to 7 levels in 3 segments. He was not afraid of Feng Feng. After exchanging a few sarcastic remarks, Lu Yong and Zhou Dawei left, waiting to challenge Feng Feng after the entrance test, to humiliate him and punish Zhao Yao for abusing his power. Seeing this, Tong Yuer walked over with a smile and said, What's wrong, Xiao Chenchen? Did some blind guy come to provoke you? Others might not know Feng Feng's combat power, but she did. When Feng Feng got serious, he could even press an 8th level 7-segment warrior to the ground. Lu Yong was nothing in front of him. Feng Feng sighed and said, There's nothing I can do, some people just want to be slapped in the face by me. That's true, Tong Yuer nodded. There are always people who judge geniuses based on their cultivation levels, not realizing that true geniuses can fight beyond their levels. For example, she possessed top-tier talent and was a 4-star super warrior. Now her cultivation level had reached 8 levels in 4 segments, but her true attributes had already reached 9 levels in 1 segment. With the support of the Emperor's Law and the rules of time, she could handle any strong opponent below 9 levels in 5 segments. She naturally understood that geniuses cannot be measured by common standards. Rui Mengmeng, who was beside Tong Yuer, curiously asked, "Is Brother Feng Feng very powerful? He doesn't seem afraid of that person's provocation at all." Feng Feng looked at Rui Mengmeng and said, "Remove the brother and just say it." Directly, Feng Feng is very powerful. At least, I can easily press him to the ground. Then I must watch closely later. I love the act of playing dumb and eating the tiger. Rui Mengmeng laughed. Just wait and see. Feng Feng waved his hand, indicating that it was up to him to judge his own performance. Look at you, Tong Yuer pouted, unsure whether she disapproved of Feng Feng's smugness or of his attention to Rui Mengmeng. Soon Feng Feng and a group of people conducted the entrance test. The entrance test was not to assess cultivation but to test personal attributes. Because the students who could enter Shenlong University were all exceptional talents, with 90% being super warriors. Super warriors had attributes stronger than their cultivation, ranging from level 1 to level 10. Before long, the results of the entrance test were announced. 1. Tong Yuer, personal attribute, level 9, stage 1. 2. Duan Yang, personal attribute, level 8, stage 7. 3. Yun Fei, personal attribute, level 8, stage 6. 21. Lu Yong, personal attribute, level 7, stage 3. 22. Feng Feng, personal attribute, level 7, stage 2. Upon seeing Feng Feng's test results, Zhou Dawei and the others were shocked. How could Feng Feng's personal attribute be level 7, stage 2, only one stage lower than Lu Yong? Feng Feng was not surprised, as he had already reached level 6, stage 2 in cultivation, and being a 5-star super warrior boosted his attributes by 1 level, so his minimum personal attribute was naturally level 7, stage 2. His strongest defensive attribute was comparable to level 9, stage 3. What? Shocked Feng Feng was Tong Yuer's attribute. He didn't expect the seemingly ordinary girl to have an attribute of level 9, stage 1. That was too strong. Level 9, stage 1 was enough to rub him into the ground. It seemed he couldn't provoke this girl for now, otherwise losing to her would be quite embarrassing. At this moment, Lu Yong approached Feng Feng and said, "Although I don't know what underhanded means, you used to raise your personal attribute to level 7, stage 2, it's still not enough in front of me. I challenge you now, do you dare to accept?" "Accept." Zhao Yao angrily interjected from the side. He couldn't stand Zhou Dawei and Lu Yong's arrogant demeanor. Feng Feng's entrance test ranked 21st, with a personal attribute of level 7, stage 2. This score was neither high nor low, just enough to pass, so he wouldn't be punished for it. If Feng Feng could defeat Lu Yong, that would be even better, a chance to vent his frustrations. Feng Feng nodded. Soon, Feng Feng, Lu Yong, Zhao Yao, Zhou Dawei, Tong Yuer, Rui Mengmeng, and some mentors and students arrived at the playground to watch the battle. Both were top scorers from their respective provinces, with a 1-stage difference in personal attributes. It was uncertain who would win. "Go, brother Feng Feng!" Rui Mengmeng cheered. Since Feng Feng lived next door to her, she naturally supported him. Seeing this, Tong Yuer also shouted, "Go, Xiao Qinshan!" Feng Feng made an okay gesture to the two girls, indicating that he had no problem defeating him. Arrogant! Lu Yong shouted and charged at Feng Feng, eager to see where Feng Feng's confidence lay, given that his attributes were 1 stage lower. Seeing Lu Yong rush towards him, Feng did not hesitate and used the Jade Rabbit technique, suddenly bursting forth like a cannonball towards Lu Yong. Lu Yong unleashed his momentum, fists clenched, blue spiritual energy swirling around him as he executed a 6th-grade martial skill. The cold spirit fist aimed at Feng Feng's face. Feng Feng snorted coldly. Seeing that Lu Yong wasn't using a weapon, he also refrained from using one, not wanting to take advantage of Lu Yong, lest he refused to acknowledge defeat later. Feng Feng unleashed his 6th-grade fist technique, purple lightning swirling around his fist, and the surrounding air seemed to roar with the sound of thunder as he met Lu Yong's cold spirit fist head-on. Neither side dodged, choosing to collide directly. When they clashed, the air was shattered. Boom! A loud sound erupted, and a terrifying force rebounded towards both of them. Feng Feng did not retreat a step, while Lu Yong was pushed back 10 steps, the outcome clear. Feng Feng's attributes were comparable to level 7, stage 2, 1 stage lower than Lu Yong, and he used a 6th-grade martial skill, while Lu Yong's martial skill was also 6th grade. However, Feng Feng's defense was comparable to level 9, stage 3, making his defense too strong, so Lu Yong's attack had little effect on him. Lu Yong's defense was only level 7, stage 3, so he was naturally pushed back several steps. Wow, brother Feng Feng is amazing. Rui Mengmeng clapped her hands. Good. Zhao Yao also shouted. A good one. Feng Feng's punch really made him proud. On the side, Zhou Dawei had a grim expression, not expecting that Lu Yong would actually be at a disadvantage from the very first move. The 4th update is here. Everyone please support more. It was just a lucky hit, just now. I let you win, but not anymore. Lu Yong snorted coldly and charged at Feng Feng. This time, a blood-red glow surrounded Lu Yong, and his cultivation level instantly rose by 3 stages, as if he had found a way to burn his energy to temporarily boost his power. Lu Yong actually chose this self-harming method to deal with Feng Feng. Although it wouldn't affect his foundation, using this secret technique would leave Lu Yong weakened for at least a week. Lu Yong flashed in front of Feng Feng and unleashed a punch, the same 6th grade cold spirit fist, but this time its power was several times greater, aimed directly at Feng Feng's temple. Feng Feng quickly dodged, and the air where he had just stood exploded, showcasing the force of Lu Yong's punch. Not bad, you've got some skill, Feng Feng snorted coldly, then, undeterred, leaped up and unleashed the 7th grade martial technique, the 7-kill fist. The blood light was dazzling, and 7 shadowy fists flickered in and out of view, carrying 7 layers of lethality, directly striking at Lu Yong. 7th grade martial technique. Lu Yong's expression turned serious upon seeing this. However, he didn't care. With his current state of burning energy, he was comparable to a 7th level 6th stage warrior. Even if Feng Feng used a 7th grade martial technique, he was confident he could defeat him. A terrifying aura erupted from Lu Yong, causing the temperature around them to drop, as if they had entered an ice cave, and he punched towards Feng Feng. Bang! With a loud crash, Feng Feng's punch collided with Lu Yong's. The power of Feng Feng's 7-kill fist shattered Lu Yong's ice, and then the 7 layers of hidden force from the 7-kill fist struck Lu Yong all at once. Lu Yong was knocked back, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Feng Feng's 7th grade martial technique, the 7-kill fist, had been perfected, even though Lu Yong's cultivation had temporarily risen to match a 7th level 6th stage warrior, he still couldn't compare to Feng Feng. Very good, well done, Jia Yao said, feeling elated. No matter how much Lu Yong burned his energy to boost his cultivation in front of Feng Feng, he was still not enough to be seen. Jia Yao sneered at Zhou Dawei, you were so arrogant, now I want to see who the real genius is. Zhou Dawei's face darkened to the extreme, unable to believe that Feng Feng's combat power was so strong, completely suppressing Lu Yong. Rui Mengmeng said, I didn't expect brother Feng Feng to have such explosive power, I thought he couldn't beat this guy just now. His explosive power is far more than this, just watch closely, Tong Yuer said, pouting in dissatisfaction as she looked at Feng Feng, knowing he was just showing off to attract the girl's attention. Feeling the ridicule around him, Lu Yong suddenly snarled, 7th grade martial techniques aren't only for you, take this. Feng Feng rolled his eyes and said, then go ahead and use it, why are you just talking? Ah! Lu Yong shouted, charging at Feng Feng with his energy burning to the limit, his killing intent boiling. Today, he must defeat Feng Feng. Seeing this, Feng Feng activated his Thunder Extreme body in an instant. In a flash, a terrifying surge of lightning energy erupted from within Feng Feng, and black lightning patterns began to form on his bare torso, continuously providing him with energy. He had no need to hold back. The opponent was burning energy to boost his cultivation, so he activated the Thunder Extreme body to unleash 10 times his combat power. Lu Yong felt a wave of crisis wash over him, sensing that Feng Feng's current state was likely comparable to an 8th level warrior. Feng Feng moved, his speed like lightning, arriving in front of Lu Yong and throwing a punch. On his fist, flames and lightning surged, the 6th grade martial technique, the Flame Thunder Fist. Boom! With a deafening roar, a punch filled with destructive power, enhanced by the Thunder Extreme body, sent Lu Yong flying, crashing to the ground. With the boost from the Thunder Extreme body, his combat power had increased tenfold, and Feng Feng's strength was now no weaker than that of an 8th level warrior, capable of exploding Lu Yong with a single punch. However, Feng Feng didn't use all his strength, defeating him was enough, there was no need to seriously injure him. Lu Yong lay on the ground, blood bubbles constantly appearing at the corners of his mouth. He had lost. And lost thoroughly. Feng Feng had this special physique, and he had no hope at all. Zhao Yao snorted coldly and looked at Zhou Dawei, saying, now do you understand why I had to recruit Feng Feng with the highest benefits? Just based on Feng Feng's special physique, he can outclass Lu Yong by 10 streets. You! Zhou Dawei was slapped in the face on the spot, so angry that he couldn't speak, and he helped Lu Yong up and left. He really had no face to stay any longer. Rui Mengmeng saw Feng Feng explode with such a physique, her small mouth forming an O shape, never expecting Feng Feng to have such a physique. With this physique activated, his combat power surged, probably terrifying enough to be an 8th level warrior, even more powerful than her. Now you know his explosive power, right? Let me tell you, this is not even his full strength. If he were to unleash all his power, even an 8th level high-tier warrior wouldn't be his opponent, Tong Yuer said proudly, as if showing off her boyfriend. Really impressive, Rui Mengmeng praised. Her own attributes had already reached the 7th level high tier, but even at full strength, she could only defeat a 7th level 9th tier warrior. She dared not think of going any higher. Zhao Yao looked at Feng Feng and praised, "Not bad, not bad. You haven't let down my special recruitment spot." Feng retracted his aura, feeling quite pleased. Having just entered university, he had the chance to show off a bit and demonstrate his strength. In the distance, Feng had already noticed a group of first-year girls who had just enrolled, eager to approach him for his WeChat. Shenlong University enrolls about 20,000 students each year. As the top scorer in the college entrance examination, Feng was already among the elite of the new students, ranking 22nd among over 20,000 newcomers. Now, having defeated the 21st ranked Liu Yong, he naturally attracted a lot of attention. I must thank Mentor Zhao for his trust back then. Without it, I wouldn't have achieved today's results, Feng said sincerely. If it weren't for Zhao Yao's highest benefits, he wouldn't have been able to rise from a 3rd level 3rd tier to his current 6th level 2nd tier. You're too polite, Zhao Yao smiled. Bringing Feng to Shenlong University would also benefit him if Feng achieved success in the future. Zhao Yao said, "Tonight, you should rest well. Tomorrow is the new student ranking competition. You must perform well. The top 10 among the 20,000 new students will be selected to form the Shenlong team. Each year's Shenlong team members represent the peak strength of that year's students. The subsequent National Martial Artist University Exchange Competition and the Global Martial Artist Exchange Competition will also be represented by the Shenlong team members." Zhao Yao continued, "The Shenlong team members represent the strongest 10 students of each year, which is an unparalleled honor. You must fight your way into the top 10 and join the Shenlong team." Okay, Feng nodded. He had heard of the Shenlong team, which consisted of the strongest 10 students, the representatives of that year's students. With his current attributes at 6th level 2nd tier and ranking 22nd, he only needed to defeat the 12 people ranked above him to secure a spot in the top 10. The people currently ranked above him were 1. Tong Yuer, attributes 9th level 1st tier. 2. Duan Yang, attributes 8th level 7th tier. 3. Yun Fei, attributes 8th level 6th tier. 4. Xia Xian, attributes 8th level 6th tier. 5. Yin Jiang, attributes 8th level 5th tier. 6. Song Dongyan, attributes 8th level 5th tier. 7. Feng Quan, attributes 8th level 4th tier. 8. Yuan Lang, attributes 8th level 3rd tier. 9. Gong Zhouhua, attributes 8th level 3rd tier. 10. Yu Rong, attributes 8th level 3rd tier. 11. Wu Sihan, attributes 8th level 2nd tier. 21. Lu Yong, attributes 7th level 3rd tier. 22. Feng attributes 7th level 2nd tier. Feng prepared to directly challenge the people ranked above him tomorrow, defeating them one by one. The rules of this new student ranking competition were quite simple. First, all new students were ranked according to their attributes today. Then, through challenges, a new ranking would be formed. If you found someone ranked higher than you and believed you were stronger, you could challenge them. If you won, you could take their ranking. I believe in you, Zhao Yao said, turning to leave. As a mentor, he was usually quite busy, and he had only come today because he knew Feng was here for the entrance test. After Zhao Yao left, in an instant, a large group of newly enrolled female students suddenly rushed over, surrounding Feng with excitement, chattering away, "Wow, you're amazing, classmate. You're the top scorer in the college entrance exam from that province, right? Do you have a girlfriend? Can we add each other on WeChat? Classmate, your punching stance just now was really cool. Can we add each other on WeChat? Let's talk about relationship issues. Classmate, your physique is so strong. You look incredibly handsome when you fight. Let's add each other on WeChat. I have a few questions about cultivation. Tonight, let's go to the small woods and have a deep discussion together." The second update, and there will be 2 more updates later. Seeing the situation, all the girls around came up to ask for his WeChat. Feng smiled broadly, ready to say, "My WeChat ideas." But before he could finish, Tong Yuer grabbed Feng's ear and forcibly pulled him out of the crowd of girls. Tong Yuer said angrily, "What are you adding WeChat for? It's a waste of time for cultivation, indulging in distractions. No one is allowed to add you." Then, Tong Yuer's momentum erupted like a furious mother tiger. As she looked at the surrounding girls and shouted, "All of you disperse. If you don't focus on your cultivation and waste your thoughts on these frivolous matters, you'll not only delay yourselves but also others. From now on, you are not allowed to ask Feng for his WeChat." Feng. The girls around felt Tong Yuer's imposing presence and instantly retreated, unwilling to leave, but they dared not provoke her with their 9th level attributes. Seeing All the girls who came to ask for his WeChat disperse. Feng sighed. Tong Yuer, hands on her hips, angrily said to Feng, "You came to Shenlong University to cultivate properly, not to mess around. Don't casually add others. WeChat." Feng. "Well, what does it matter to you if I add others' WeChat?" Feng retorted. Tong Yuer smiled brightly, leaned close to Feng's ear, and blew a breath, making Feng feel ticklish. Tong Yuer said, "Master Wushan told me to supervise you well, to ensure you cultivate properly and not engage in meaningless activities." Master Wushan. Feng was stunned. If Tong Yuer called Wushan master, then he must be Wushan's disciple. In an instant, Feng realized why Tong Yuer could follow him in the blessed land and be so close to him. It turned out she was Wushan's disciple. Everything was a setup. However, Wushan was also concerned about this, not allowing him to randomly add others' WeChat or date. Wushan naturally didn't say these things. He didn't even let Tong Yuer come to find Feng. It was only because Tong Yuer was interested in Feng that she found ways to get close to him. "That's right, Wushan is my master," Tong Yuer said with a grin. "So, according to Master Wushan's instructions, you must focus all your energy on cultivation, do less unrelated things, and from now on, refuse all similar requests from girls to add you on WeChat. You can only have my WeChat." Feng was speechless and said, "Since I can't add other girls' WeChat, why can I have yours?" Hearing this, Tong Yuer argued, "I have to supervise you." "Alright. Now go back to the dormitory. After dinner, accompany me to stroll around Shenlong University, and tomorrow you will participate in the ranking competition properly," Tong Yuer said. "That's it." Then Tong Yuer directly pulled Feng towards the dormitory. Rue Meng smiled silently behind them. That night, Feng and Tong Yuer had dinner at Shenlong University for a while and then strolled around the campus. It must be said that Shenlong University is indeed large, with about 60 to 70,000 students staying at the school year-round, most of whom are freshmen and sophomores. Along the way, she kept asking Feng to take pictures of her, while also complaining about his photography skills. Feng had a hard time. The two returned to the dormitory building at 9 o'clock in the evening. Arriving at the door of the room, Tong Yuer said, "Xiao Chen, goodbye. Sleep early tonight and participate in the ranking competition tomorrow." Feng nodded. Tong Yuer said, "Say it again, you are not allowed to randomly add girls' WeChat, or else, hum." Tong Yuer shook her little fist. Feng. He had a hard time. The next day, Feng and Tong Yuer had breakfast and then went to participate in the freshman ranking competition. The ranking competition was held on the playground. The playground of Shenlong University is a large martial arts arena, with a diameter of 5,000 meters, covering a vast area. More than 20,000 people were divided into over 500 zones, providing battlegrounds. The ranking competition took the form of challenges. All morning, no one challenged Tong Yuer and Feng. Their rankings remained unchanged. Feng was ranked 22nd, and Tong Yuer was first. Tong Yuer's attributes tested yesterday were at level 9, stage 1, ranking first, and no one dared to challenge her. As expected, she was the first in this ranking competition. As for Feng, he had defeated Lu Yong, who had a higher attribute than him, and yesterday Feng's revealed physique had combat power comparable to an 8th level warrior. Those ranked below him had lower attributes and lacked the courage to challenge him. As for those ranked above him, they would not challenge him either. Winning a challenge would bring no benefit, and losing would mean losing their ranking to Feng, which was not worth the risk. By noon, the rankings of those ahead of Feng were basically set, and Feng was ready to start challenging. 1. Tong Yuer, attribute level 9, stage 1. 2. Duan Yang, attribute level 8, stage 7. 3. Yun Fei, attribute level 8, stage 6. 4. Xia Xian, attribute level 8, stage 6. 5. Yin Jiang, attribute level 8, stage 5. 6. Song Dongyan, attribute level 8, stage 5. 7. Feng Quan, attribute level 8, stage 4. 8. Yuan Lang, attribute level 8, stage 3. 9. Gong Zhouhe, attribute level 8, stage 3. 10. Yu Rong, attribute level 8, stage 3. 11. Wu Sihan, attribute level 8, stage 2. Feng looked at the list and thought, let's start challenging from the 11th position. Feng approached Wu Sihan and said, "Sorry, buddy." Seeing Feng approach Wu Sihan, the surrounding students and the judges responsible for organizing the battles were somewhat surprised. Others were challenging one level at a time. Feng, however, directly challenged one level higher. Did he have that much confidence in his physique? Everyone was watching with anticipation. The judge looked at Wu Sihan and asked, "Will you accept the challenge?" If the challenged party does not accept, the challenger can directly take their ranking. I accept the challenge, Wu Sihan replied, wanting to see if Feng Feng's physique was really that impressive to dare challenge him. The two moved to a battle area. Wu Sihan, now at level 8, Stage 2, wielded a long sword, the sword light flickering as he unleashed a 7th grade martial skill, charging at Feng Feng. His terrifying spiritual energy erupted, and the pressure spread out, the long sword exuding sword chi. Very good, Feng Feng shouted, and then his entire aura erupted, activating the Thunder Extreme Body, unleashing 10 times his combat power. Facing an 8th level warrior, he did not overestimate himself. The 9th grade technique Thunderbolt formula operated, and instantly, surging spiritual energy poured out from his dantian, the long spear continuously gathering light, 7 rounds of spear light converging, and he thrust out. Boom! With the power of thunder and lightning, a terrifying thrust instantly shattered Wu Sihan's sword chi. Wu Sihan was knocked back, crashing heavily to the ground. How is that possible? Seeing Wu Sihan being knocked back by a single thrust, the others were shocked. Feng Feng had activated his physique and defeated Lu Yong, but Lu Yong was too weak to showcase the power of Feng Feng's physique. Now, with the battle against Wu Sihan, the domineering power of this physique was evident. It was too strong. Wu Sihan stood up and said, "Your attack power isn't particularly strong, but your defense is very strong. That last thrust, we were evenly matched. I was completely pushed back by your defense." Wu Sihan discarded his long sword and said, "Using weapons, we wouldn't dare go all out for fear of hurting each other. Why not fight barehanded? I want to see if your defense can withstand my iron fist." "All right." Feng Feng nodded slightly and tossed aside his spear. Wu Sihan was instantly left unarmed and charged at Feng Feng, his fists surrounded by spiritual energy, seemingly wielding a formidable 7th grade martial technique. However, judging by his level of proficiency, it appeared incomplete. Feng Feng unleashed all his momentum, activating the Thunder Extreme Body to its peak, with lightning swirling around him as if a deity had descended. He executed the 7-kill fist against Wu Sihan's punch. 7 layers of killing intent were concealed within Feng Feng's fist, each stronger than the last, stacking together to rival 8th grade martial techniques. It was beyond Wu Sihan's incomplete 7th grade martial skills to withstand. Boom! With a loud crash, fist met fist in the most primal collision, and Wu Sihan was sent flying. With a crack, his arm was dislocated from the impact. It was a defeat. Feng Feng's 7-kill fist had reached perfection, comparable to 8th grade martial techniques, and naturally, it was not something his incomplete 7th grade martial skills could resist. Feng Feng wins, replacing Wu Sihan's ranking, now in 11th place, the referee announced. The onlookers were secretly astonished by Feng Feng's strength. Feng Feng smiled. With 1 or 2 more challenges, he could secure a spot in the top 10 and join the Divine Dragon team. The 4th update ends here. Tomorrow will continue with excitement. Guess what? Is Feng Feng under the thumb of his wife? Feng Feng glanced at the rankings. 1. Tong Yuer, personal attribute, level 9, stage 1. 2. Duan Yang, personal attribute, level 8. Stage 7. 3. Yun Fei, personal attribute, level 8, stage 6. 4. Xia Sen, personal attribute, level 8, stage 6. 5. Yin Jiang, personal attribute, level 8, stage 5. 6. Song Dongyan, personal attribute, level 8, stage 5. 7. Feng Quan, personal attribute, level 8. Stage 4. 8. Yuan Lang, personal attribute, level 8, stage 3. 9. Gong Zhouhe, personal attribute, level 8, stage 3. 10. Yu Rong, personal attribute, level 8, stage 3. Now, the 3 ranked 8th, 9th, and 10th all had level 8, stage 3 attributes. Feng Feng planned to directly challenge Yuan Lang, and if he defeated him, he could directly enter the 8th position. Feng Feng approached Yuan Lang and said, "Sorry about this." The surrounding students were once again shocked. Although Yuan Lang was at level 8, stage 3, being stable at 8th place indicated that he was among the top tier in that category, stronger than Gong Zhouhe in 9th and Yu Rong in 10th. Feng Feng daring to challenge Yuan Lang directly showed great confidence in himself. Yuan Lang replied calmly, "I admire your courage, but this is where it ends." Feng Feng's direct leap over the two to challenge him was a sign of disrespect. Since that was the case, he would let Feng Feng know his strength. The two moved to a combat area. Yuan Lang's level 8, stage 3 cultivation erupted as he charged at Feng Feng. Feng Feng remained calm, unleashing his soul attack, the soul-piercing spike, transforming his soul power into 4 invisible spikes that continuously pierced towards Yuan Lang's brain. A quick battle was the goal. Yuan Lang was hit, and his speed immediately slowed down, his mind becoming somewhat dazed. Feng Feng's mental attack caused him some damage, making his head throb painfully. Feng Feng's entire aura erupted as he activated the divine ability Thunder God Incantation, and in an instant, the sky above flashed with lightning and thunder. The surging power of lightning was drawn down by Feng Feng, converging with the lightning patterns on his body. Go! Feng Feng shouted, and in an instant, 4 terrifying heavenly thunders gathered around him, crashing towards the dazed Yuan Lang. The lightning struck Yuan Lang's body purple. Electricity tormenting him, arcs of electricity swirling around, his hair smoking. Feng Feng wins, the referee announced directly. Feng Feng withdrew his divine ability, winning cleanly and decisively. The surrounding students were completely stunned. Feng Feng's attack method was simple and brutal, leaving Yuan Lang with no power to resist, and he was defeated in an instant. Now you know how strong he is, Tang Yuer said to Rui Mengmeng. Rui Mengmeng looked at Feng Feng, her eyes filled with little stars. He was both handsome and strong, simply her dream boy. The main thing was that Feng Feng lived next door to her, making her think of a sudden idea. Hey, Meng Meng, what kind of look is that? You can't have feelings for Feng Feng, Tang Yuer warned. Why not? Rui Meng Meng retorted, Feng Feng doesn't have a girlfriend, why can't I have feelings for him? Because Tang Yuer stammered, unable to find a reason, and forced herself to say, he has someone he likes, and it's not you. Who is it? Rui Meng Meng asked skeptically. Anyway, it's not you, Tang Yuer made up. I want fair competition, Rui Meng Meng pouted, and while speaking, she puffed out her chest, her tone proud. Because Rui Meng Meng noticed that Tang Yuer's chest was not as big as hers. Vulgar. Tang Yuer stomped her foot in anger. Of course, hers wasn't small either, it was just that Rui Meng Meng's was too big, and Rui Meng Meng had that kind of youthful, voluptuous figure that was very lethal to boys. Up ahead, Feng Feng was naturally unaware of the silent competition between the two girls. He had just won and was very happy. Feng Feng approached Tang Yuer and she suddenly asked, Feng, do all boys like girls with big breasts? Who told you that? Feng Feng asked, puzzled by Tang Yuer's sudden question. Don't worry about it, you just need to answer yes or no. Tang Yuer said forcefully. Feng Feng looked at Tang Yuer's chest, not small in size, although a bit smaller than Rui Mengmeng's, but still quite large. Feng Feng understood, it seemed Tang Yuer wanted him to say he liked big breasts, after all, hers were quite big. Well, I don't know about the other boys, but I like big breasts, Feng Feng replied secretly, pleased with himself for being clever this time and seeing through Tang Yuer's thoughts. However, who would have thought? Suddenly, Tang Yuer stomped her foot, grabbed Feng Feng's ear and said, you shallow person, you're driving me crazy. Feng Feng. Women's thoughts are so hard to guess. Why are you like this? Don't pull on brother Feng Feng's ear, Rui Meng Meng interjected from the side, what if it gets broken? Feng Feng instantly cast a grateful glance at Rui Meng Meng. Seeing the look Feng Feng gave Rui Meng Meng, Tang Yuer became even angrier and let go of Feng Feng's ear with a stomp. Feng Feng was confused. Women, sometimes you really can't treat them with common sense, because you never know when your answer doesn't meet their expectations, you've already been sentenced to death. Tang Yuer turned her head to the side, ignoring Feng Feng. Rui Meng Meng stepped forward, kindly rubbing Feng Feng's ear, and softly asked, brother Feng Feng, does it still hurt? It's fine, Feng Feng replied, Tang Yuer was just playing around, and she didn't use much strength. Seeing Rui Meng Meng caring for Feng Feng and Feng Feng responding kindly, Tang Yuer was almost in tears, shouting at Feng Feng, you just like this kind. Feng Feng. Feng Feng hurriedly left, preparing to continue his challenges. If he stayed here any longer, he wasn't sure if Tang Yuer would beat him up later. At this time, Feng Feng had defeated Yuan Lang, securing the 8th place and had stabilized his entry into the Dragon Team. However, Feng Feng planned to continue challenging, as the Dragon Team would select 10 members in total, 5 formal members and 5 reserve members. The formal members would consist of the top 5 ranked individuals, and Feng Feng's goal was naturally to be one of those formal members. The 7 people ahead of him were 1. Tang Yuer, level 9, stage 1. 2. Duan Yang, level 8, stage 7. 3. Yunfei, level 8, stage 6. 4. Xian, level 8, stage 6. 5. Yin Jiang, level 8, stage 5. 6. Song Dongnian, level 8, stage 5. 7. Feng Quan, level 8, stage 4. Feng Feng prepared to start. From the 5th challenge, he would directly face Yin Jiang. Feng Feng approached Yin Jiang and said, sorry about this. Good, very good, I admire your courage to challenge me. Directly this time, Yin Jiang said, repeating good twice. The surrounding students' eyes lit up. Feng Feng was getting addicted to challenges, having consecutively challenged 2 levels above. They couldn't help but feel excited, hoping Feng Feng could defeat Yin Jiang. Feng Feng and Yin Jiang entered the battle area, quickly distancing themselves from each other as the fight began. Go ahead, let me see what you've got, Yin Jiang said calmly. Oh, okay, Feng Feng replied, using his agility to quickly move and charge at Yin Jiang. At the same time, Feng Feng unleashed his soul-piercing spike, sending 4 spikes rushing towards Yin Jiang. Feng Feng calculated the timing, and when the spikes were about to hit Yin Jiang, he would activate his ability to end the battle directly. However, an unexpected change occurred. Just as Feng Feng's soul-piercing spikes were about to hit Yin Jiang, a protective shield suddenly popped out from a jade pendant around Yin Jiang's neck, which could actually resist mental attacks. Feng Feng's 4 soul-piercing spikes collided with the shield, instantly dissipating. Yin Jiang's jade pendant was a treasured item given to him by his grandfather, the emperor of the Yin family, capable of blocking mental attacks below the supreme level, and could automatically pop out a protective shield at critical moments to resist mental attacks. Feng Feng was startled. His mental attack was the first to be countered, interrupting the rhythm of his prepared assault. Yin Jiang suddenly charged forward, and now he understood why Yuan Lang had suddenly stopped to let Feng Feng unleash his attack. It turned out he had fallen victim to Feng Feng's mental assault. Good thing he had the jade pendant his grandfather gave him, which could resist mental attacks. Without the mental attack, Feng Feng's abilities couldn't hit him at all. With Feng Feng's physique activated, it was comparable to a level 8 second stage, but there was still a gap compared to his level 8 5th stage. Yin Jiang instantly unleashed a 7th grade martial skill, directly smashing towards Feng Feng. Since Feng Feng had just lost focus for a moment, Yin Jiang seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Now, wanting to dodge was already too late. He could only try to evade as much as possible. Yin Jiang's palm struck Feng Feng's left shoulder, sending him flying. Feng felt as if he had been hit by a small car, crashing to the ground ahead and sliding for over 10 meters before coming to a stop. Yin Jiang, at level 8, 5th stage, was indeed very strong. After this mistake, Feng Feng realized a fatal flaw in himself. He relied too much on mental attacks. Being able to fight 2 levels higher was largely due to the effectiveness of his mental attacks. Without the mental attack to immobilize his opponent, his abilities couldn't hit the enemy at all. If one day his mental attack suddenly lost its effect and he faced a powerful enemy, he would fall into a very passive situation. As Feng Feng stood up, he was glad that his defense was robust, comparable to a level 9 3rd stage, so Yin Jiang's earlier palm strike hadn't injured him. You've got some skill. It seemed that to defeat Yin Jiang directly, he could only rely on his defense and trade injuries. For injuries, his strong defense meant that Yin Jiang naturally couldn't withstand his attacks. Yin Jiang was somewhat dumbfounded. What kind of monstrous defense did Feng Feng have? He took a hit and flew so far, yet was completely unscathed. This defense was completely comparable to a level 9 warrior. Come again. With that, he charged forward. Let's see how many of my attacks you can take, Yin Jiang said skeptically. In his earlier panic, he hadn't unleashed his strongest attack. Now he was ready to use an 8th grade martial skill to see if Feng Feng could withstand it. Yin Jiang rushed towards Feng Feng, his steps strange, instantly appearing before him, a terrifying aura erupting around him, transforming into a whirlwind, as if a tornado was approaching, and he punched towards Feng Feng. 8th grade martial skill, Whirlwind Fist. Seeing this, Feng Feng's expression turned serious. Yin Jiang's 8th grade martial skill combined with his cultivation could already injure a level 9 warrior, and he couldn't be careless. Feng unleashed his full momentum, activating the 9th grade technique Thunderbolt formula, and in an instant, a surge of thunderous power erupted from his dantian, gathering in his fists, with bloodlight swirling around. 7th grade martial skill, 7-kill fist. Feng Feng's fist directly met Yin Jiang's punch. Bang! A loud sound echoed as the powerful force knocked Feng Feng back, causing his fist's aura to dissipate. As expected, a 7th grade martial skill against an 8th grade martial skill was completely outmatched. It was somewhat difficult for Feng Feng to trade injuries for injuries. Take another punch from me, Yin Jiang continued to shout, then suddenly advanced, unleashing the whirlwind fist again, striking Feng Feng, pressing the attack to defeat him. Feng Feng's blood god undying body and iron skin body activated, allowing him to withstand the blow. Boom! The terrifying force sent Feng Feng flying backward, crashing hard to the ground and creating many spiderweb-like cracks in the surface. His pain shot through Feng Feng's chest, and the upper half of his clothing exploded, revealing his shining iron skin body. If it weren't for the enhancement of the iron skin body and the blood god undying body, he would have been seriously injured from those 2 consecutive punches. Feng Feng slowly stood up from the ground, looking at Yin Jiang, as the Thunder Extreme body reached its limit. In an instant, a terrifying surge of thunder energy erupted from Feng Feng's body. It's useless. Yin Jiang spoke, unleashing all his cultivation's momentum, his aura swirling around him, and once again unleashed an 8th grade fist technique. Feng Feng suddenly charged forward, taking a punch from Yin Jiang head-on while grabbing one of Yin Jiang's hands to prevent him from escaping. Then, with his other hand, he punched forward, striking at Yin Jiang's chest, with terrifying thunder surging on his fist, which was the 7th grade martial skill. Boom! A punch directly sent Yin Jiang spitting blood. Yin Jiang's face was fierce. He never expected Feng Feng to use such a method, exchanging injury for injury. Now, he was firmly grasped by Feng Feng with one hand and could not escape, only able to clash head-on with him. Yin Jiang also became fierce, his remaining hand clenched into a fist, crashing towards Feng Feng's chest. The two began to exchange blows like this. Boom 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 boom, 6 consecutive punches, 3 landed on Feng Feng and 3 on Yin Jiang. With the last punch filled with destructive power and enhanced by the thunder extreme body, Feng Feng sent Yin Jiang flying, crashing to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood and losing his combat ability. Feng Feng took 4 punches from Yin Jiang as well, also spitting out blood, but he endured it with his strong defense and achieved the final victory. Feng Feng wins, the referee announced. Yin Jiang lay on the ground, a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. If he had been a bit more careful and not let Feng Feng catch him trading injury for injury, he wouldn't have lost. Feng Feng ignored him and turned to Tong Yuer, saying, "Let's call it a day, no more challenges." Tong Yuer nodded, supporting him as they left the playground, heading towards the dormitory, with Rui Mengmeng hurriedly following. The referee watched Feng Feng's departing figure and nodded. His ability to challenge beyond his level was impressive, a good prospect. Seeing Feng Feng leave in such a hurry, he understood that Feng Feng was injured, and not lightly. He had only managed to endure it thanks to his physical defense. At such close range, taking 4 punches from an 8th grade martial artist like Yin Jiang, even a 9th grade warrior would be hurt. After leaving the playground, Feng Feng suddenly spat out several mouthfuls of blood, his face pale. He had been holding on just now. He had taken nearly 6 punches to the chest from Yin Jiang's 8th grade martial skills. Who could withstand that? Chen, does it hurt? Tong Yuer, supporting Feng Feng, showed a pained expression and hurriedly took out a pill for him to swallow. As soon as the battle ended, she had sensed that Feng Feng was injured. After taking the pill, a cool sensation spread throughout his body, making his internal organs feel much better, and he couldn't help but feel a bit more fond of Tong Yuer. Although she sometimes got inexplicably angry, she still cared for him at critical moments. "It's fine," Feng Feng smiled and replied. "You rely too much on that mental attack of yours," Tong Yuer said. "Back in the blessed land, I saw you use it a few times, and I reminded you not to depend on it too much, especially against those of a higher level than you. It puts a heavy burden on your spirit. There was something I forgot to remind you. Once a martial artist reaches the Emperor realm, they can condense their spiritual power into defensive items, like Yin Jiang's jade pendant just now, which can project a shield at critical moments to resist mental attacks," Tong Yuer explained. "I have a special item given by my master that defends against mental attacks. It can project a protective shield at critical moments. This one my master gave me can resist attacks from those below the War Emperor level," Tong Yuer clarified. Her point was to make Feng Feng understand that while mental attacks are mysterious, they are not invincible, and he shouldn't rely on them too much. Feng Feng nodded. After the incident with Yin Jiang, he realized he had been overly reliant on the soul-piercing spite during this time. He couldn't continue like this. He needed to enhance his other advantages, like speed. If his speed improved, even if he couldn't win, he could still dodge quickly. Tong Yuer nodded, saying, "I'll help you back. If you're injured, you need to rest well and not think about anything else for now." Feng Feng nodded. Tong Yuer supported Feng Feng, and Rui Mengmeng followed them as the three headed directly to the dormitory. The next 3 days, Tong Yuer took care of Feng Feng, and I must say, she was quite thoughtful, being very attentive in many ways. Rui Mengmeng wanted to help but was refused by Tong Yuer, who insisted she could manage alone without anyone else. 4th update, today's updates are finished. Everyone, please urge for more updates. Recently, the requests for updates have been quite cold. I'm almost unable to afford food. After recovering from his injuries, Feng Feng began his life at Shenlong University. The Shenlong team was established, with the official members consisting of the top 5 from the freshman ranking competition. Tong Yuer is the captain, and Duan Yang, Yunfei, CSN, and Feng Feng as official members. The reserve members were Yin Jiang, Song Dongyan, Feng Quan, Yuan Lang, and Gong Zhouyi. In about 2.5 months, martial arts competitions would be held at universities across the country, with students from 1,000 universities in Huaxia eligible to participate. Shenlong University had won championships in previous years, and this year, the school set the goal for the Shenlong team to win the championship and continue the legend. Tong Yuer vowed to lead the Shenlong team to victory in the national martial arts competition. University life began. The first-year courses at Shenlong University were few, with fixed class times each day, all focused on knowledge related to martial artist training, while the remaining time was left for students to arrange themselves. Shenlong University had many training facilities such as the simulated combat room, simulated gravity room, and spirit training room, where students could enter and train according to the opening hours. There were also many clubs in the school, such as the Sword Club, Blade Club, Gun Club, Fist Club, and Palm Club, which often organized group activities. Feng did not join any clubs. Apart from attending basic classes every day, he spent all his remaining time in the simulated combat room, fighting against monsters to accumulate combat experience. During this time, Feng's realm improved too quickly, and he lacked combat experience in the sharpening of his skills. He had become too reliant on his soul attack secret technique, which led to a significant loss in his battle against Yin Jiang. Feng decided to increase his daily battles with monsters to accumulate combat experience. In the simulated combat room of Shenlong University, there were 100 levels, each capable of simulating opponents of various levels. Feng started directly from the first level. In the simulated combat, the first level simulated a first-tier ferocious beast. Feng suppressed his cultivation to match the beast's level and fought it, achieving the desired training effect. He easily cleared the first level with his abilities. In the second level, a second-tier ferocious beast appeared, and Feng cleared it effortlessly. In the 59th level, a 5th-level 9th-tier monster appeared. Feng suppressed his cultivation to match the monster's level, refrained from using the Thunder Extreme Body, and fought with only 5th-grade martial skills, clearing it just as easily. Upon reaching the 60th level, 3 5th-level 9th-tier monsters appeared, and Feng still cleared it effortlessly. It wasn't until the 80th level that Feng encountered 3 7th-level 9th-tier monsters. Feng unleashed all his power, activated the Thunder Extreme Body, and defeated them. In the following 81st, 82nd, and 83rd levels, Feng passed using the Thunder Extreme Body and Divine abilities. In the 84th level and 8th level, 4th-tier monster entered the battle. Feng's aura erupted, and the Divine ability Thunder Summoning spell activated. In the simulated combat room, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, the surging power of lightning converging with the thunder patterns on Feng's body. Go! Feng shouted, and the terrifying lightning gathered around him, for bolts of heavenly thunder struck the 8th level 4th-tier monster, the blue lightning striking like a thunder dragon, hitting the powerful monster ahead in an instant. The monster's body was struck by the lightning, purple lightning ravaged it, and electric arcs surrounded it, illuminating the entire combat room. Moments later, the lightning dissipated, and the monster was killed. Then came the 85th and 86th levels. When encountering an 8th-level 6th-tier monster, Feng's attacks couldn't hit it at all. He chose not to continue fighting and exited the simulated combat room. Without using the soul-piercing strike, his current strongest attack couldn't hit the monster before him, and continuing was meaningless. He still needed to slowly improve his cultivation. Without using the soul-piercing strike, his combat power was at most comparable to an 8th-level 6th-tier. In the following month, Feng diligently practiced at Shenlong University. A month passed, and Feng's cultivation level increased by 8 stages, averaging 1 stage every 4 days. Now, Feng's cultivation level had reached the first stage of the 7th level. Opening the attribute panel, host, Feng cultivation level, first stage of 7th level, 5-star super warrior, soul, 8100, first stage of 9th level, vitality, 72,000, second stage of 8th level, speed, 720 meters per second, second stage of 8th level, strength, 72T, second stage of 8th level, physical strength, 4th rank master, number of times entering system space, 0 during this month. Feng worked hard on the Divine 8 visualization diagram, and his soul had already reached the level of the first stage of the 9th level. At the same time, he practiced the Blood God Immortal Body, which made his physical strength comparable to that of a 4th rank master. A master, what does that concept mean? It means standing there, allowing a 7th level warrior to attack, and the 7th level warrior would be unable to harm him. Feng was exceptionally excited. Additionally, Feng had begun practicing 8th rank martial skills. He trained in 4 techniques simultaneously: 8 Desolation's Fist and Thunder Extreme Palm, Dragon Seizing Body Technique and Tiger Roaring Spear. His divine ability Thunder Summoning Spell also made a breakthrough. Previously, he could only summon 4 bolts of heavenly thunder, but now he could summon 5. With the fusion, the lethality doubled. The Soul Attack Secret Technique Soul Piercing Spike also had a breakthrough. He could now condense 5 soul piercing spikes for attack, and when stacked, even a master level expert would be injured. If a 7th level warrior were hit, they would likely die on the spot, and even an 8th level warrior would definitely lose their combat ability. Ding, congratulations to the host for breaking through to the first stage of the 7th level system upgrade. Ding, system upgrade. The time the host can spend cultivating in the system space has increased from 80 days to 3 months. Hearing the prompts in his mind, Feng Feng smiled, feeling great. Now he could cultivate for 3 months in the system space in just 1 day. Most of Feng Feng's time was now spent practicing the Blood God Immortal Body and the Divine 8 visualization diagram, with very little time dedicated to improving his cultivation level. Otherwise, at his speed of being able to cultivate for 3 months in the system space in 1 day, he could increase a stage in just 2 days, but that would be too ordinary for improving his cultivation level. Feng Feng spent most of his time on the Blood God Immortal Body and the Divine 8 visualization diagram, allowing him to have the physical defense of a 4th rank master at the first stage of the 7th level in a soul comparable to the 9th level. This was the correct path of development. By the time he reached the 9th level, his physical defense would likely rival that of a martial king, and his soul would be comparable to that of a supreme. Now that his strength had increased, Feng Feng prepared to go out and experience some real-world training. Staying in the school's simulated training room all the time was not enough. True transformation could only occur in real life and death battles. To experience life and death struggles, he had to go outside, into the monster beast forest, and confront the beasts head-on. Feng Feng found Tong Yuer and told her he was planning to train in the monster beast forest for a while, asking if she was interested in joining him. Sure, I've been stuck in school for too long, I'm almost going crazy, Tong Yuer pouted. Then, feeling Feng Feng's cultivation level, she couldn't help but exclaim in shock, wow, Xiaokenshin, you've broken through to the first stage of the 7th level. What a fast speed. 8 stages in a month. She herself possessed a spatial artifact, allowing her to enter and cultivate for a month in just 1 day, but after a month, she had only increased by 4 stages, now at the 8th level, 8th stage, with attributes at the 6th stage of the 9th level. She never expected that Feng Feng, without a spatial artifact, could increase by 8 stages in a month. Could it be that the difference between top-tier and mid-tier talents was really that significant? Tong Yuer fell into a bit of self-doubt. Of course, she had no way of knowing that Feng Feng had the system space as an external aid, allowing him to cultivate for 3 months in just 1 day. Second update, there will be 2 more updates later. Just broke through, Feng Feng replied. This time we are going to train, should we call Rui Meng Meng? Feng Feng asked. Upon hearing this, Tong Yuer immediately rejected, what do we need her for? It's enough for me to go with you. Alright, Feng Feng nodded and said. There's no time to waste, let's set off today. The National Martial Arts Competition for universities will be held in a month and a half. The more we train, the more we can improve our combat experience. Tong Yuer nodded, naturally stepping forward and linking her arm with Feng Feng's as they left Shenlong University. Whether they trained or not didn't matter to Tong Yuer, as long as she could go out with Feng Feng, that was enough. A day later, the two arrived at a beast forest not far from the capital, where a large number of demon beasts gathered, ranging from level 1 to level 9, making it very suitable for their training. With Feng Feng and Tong Yuer's current combat power, demon beasts below the master level couldn't harm them at all. Feng Feng and Tong Yuer raced through the forest, searching for demon beasts. Roar! A beast's furious roar echoed, and the two stopped in their tracks. They saw a 5-meter-long tiger, covered in black fur, suddenly leap out from the bushes, opening its massive mouth to reveal sharp fangs, lunging at Feng Feng. The stench from the tiger's mouth hit them, and its gaping maw seemed ready to crush Feng Feng's head in one bite. Feng Feng pulled Tong Yuer back. Suddenly, the two looked at the black tiger, and Tong Yuer said, it's an 8-level 5-stage black tiger. Should you go or should I'll handle it, it'll be done in a minute, Feng Feng said casually. He then tightened his grip on the long spear, executing the perfected 8th grade dragon seizing body technique, and stepped firmly on the ground. With a loud bang, Feng Feng used the recoil to propel himself forward like an arrow, raising his spear high. With full lethality unleashed, lightning surrounded him, and terrifying power was infused into the spear as he executed the 8th grade spear technique Tiger Roar Spear, striking down at the charging black tiger. Swish, blood splattered as this terrifying strike cleaved the black tiger in half from head to tail, its innards and blood falling to the ground. Now, even without activating the Thunder Extreme body, Feng could easily contend with an 8-level 5-stage demon beast. Not bad, great job, Xiao Chen, Tong Yuer praised. It's alright, Feng smiled proudly, recalling how just a month ago he had to exchange injuries to defeat the 8-level 5-stage Yin Zhang. Now, even without activating the Thunder Extreme body, Yin Zhang was no longer his opponent. Feng and Tong Yuer continued deeper into the forest, where the 9-level demon beasts awaited. Which was their target this time. Many humans had entered the forest, battling demon beasts to hone their skills. The war between humans and demon beasts was still ongoing, and human martial artists naturally needed to engage more with demon beasts to enhance their combat power to confront even fiercer demon beasts. If a human martial artist had only cultivation but lacked strong combat power and ruthless methods like a greenhouse flower, they could easily lose their lives when facing demon beasts. In the forest, the two kept moving forward, and along the way, Feng took action again, slaying 5 more 8-level demon beasts. These demon beasts had emerged from spatial rifts 500 years ago when spiritual energy revived and had now taken root on Earth. Human martial artists often sent warriors in to kill as many as possible. At that moment, someone suddenly rushed out from the forest, seemingly a member of a mercenary team. What's going on? Feng asked. Run! There's a 9-level 1-stage demon beast behind us, a flame lion, which we definitely can't handle, the fleeing mercenaries replied. Our captain is holding off the flame lion to cover our escape. They were from the Sky Eagle mercenary team, which was very strong, consisting of 5 members, with the captain being an 8-level 9-stage warrior, while the other 4 were all above 8-level warriors. If they encountered a typical 8-level demon beast, it wouldn't be their match. But for a level 9 demon beast, especially a level 9 fierce flame lion, the only option is to escape. A level 9 1-section fierce flame lion is just what I need. Feng licked his lips, gripping his spear tightly, advancing instead of retreating, revealing an excited expression. Beside him, Tong Yuer smiled and said, without activating your physique, can you defeat it? Not sure, let's give it a try, Feng replied. Now his defense was comparable to a 4th grade master, and his spirit was on par with a level 9 warrior. He wanted to test himself. The previous few level 8 demon beasts were all killed in one strike, not allowing him to showcase his true abilities. This level 9 1-section fierce flame lion, without activating his physique, was just right for him to fight with all his strength. A few people who had escaped from the front saw that Feng and his companion were advancing instead of retreating, feeling a bit confused. Did Feng and his companion have confidence in dealing with the fierce flame lion? Seeing Feng and his companion charging forward with their spears, several mercenary team warriors followed suit. Their captain was still battling the fierce flame lion, and with 2 more helpers, perhaps they could defeat it together. Feng and his companion reached the front. They saw a golden lion demon beast over 6 meters long, covered in sharp fur and engulfed in flames, fighting with a woman. The woman wore a black leather outfit, wielded a whip, and had a hot figure, belonging to that extremely sexy type. She was the mercenary team captain, Emolan. Emolan was at the 8th level, 9th section, and had mastered an 8th grade body technique and 2 8th grade attack techniques, currently entangled with the fierce flame lion using these 3 8th grade techniques. However, the situation was not optimistic. Emolan was clearly at a disadvantage. The fierce flame lion had already reached the perfection of level 9 1 section, and could break through to level 9 2 section at any moment. Moreover, the fierce flame lion had tough skin and great strength, with flames burning all over its body, making Emolan dare not approach, lest she be burned. Emolan dodged attacks with her body technique, circling around the fierce flame lion just to buy time for the other 4 members of the mercenary team to escape. Captain, don't be afraid, we're back, a mercenary team member called out. Seeing a few team members return, Emolan shouted angrily, what are you doing back? This fierce flame lion is too strong, run quickly, I can barely hold on. We've brought reinforcements, the mercenary team member replied. Upon hearing this, Emolan looked at Feng. Feng nodded and said, you step back, leave the rest to me. You're only a 7th level warrior. This fierce flame lion has reached level 9, it's not something you can handle. You all hurry and leave, don't make things worse, Emolan shouted. Clearly, she did not believe in Feng's strength. Feng sighed, another person who judged others by their cultivation level. At the moment Emolan was distracted by the response. The fierce flame lion suddenly intercepted her escape route, opening its massive mouth to bite at Emolan's slender waist. Not good, Emolan was shocked, not expecting That in her moment of distraction, the fierce flame lion would seize the opportunity. But at this point, it was too late to dodge. The fierce flame lion had completely sealed off her escape route. If that bite hit her, she would definitely be severely injured, her insides torn apart. The mercenary team members saw this and widened their eyes in anger, shouting, "Captain!" Despair showed in Mo Lan's eyes. Sai Fong Fong sighed. The Thunder Extreme body instantly activated, his combat power surged to level 9, his maximum speed erupted, blood surged, and the 8th grade body technique was unleashed, shooting out like a cannonball, executing the perfected 8th grade technique Tiger Roar Spear. A spear slashed down towards the fierce flame lion. If he did not activate the Thunder Extreme body and unleash his maximum speed, he would not be able to save Mo Lan. Although this woman did not trust him, he still could not bear to watch a human warrior die at the hands of a demon beast. As a human, he could not do that. A spear-like cut through the space, the air was torn apart, the roar of the tiger shook the heavens, and the A-grade long spear capable of breaking through the defenses of a level 9 demon beast struck fiercely against the fierce flame lion's massive mouth. Crack, the teeth flew in all directions, and a row of teeth from the flame lion was instantly split apart. The terrifying force knocked the massive body of the flame lion back several meters. Mo Lan looked incredulously at Fong Fong, who was holding a long gun ahead, so powerful. The mercenaries behind also gasped in shock, staring at Fong Fong in front. Is this still a 7th level warrior? How can he be stronger than a 9th level warrior? That terrifying marksmanship directly pushed back a 9th level flame lion. Fong Feng's ability to challenge beyond his level made them feel like they were just here to make up the numbers. It was too disheartening. 4th update, more exciting content continues tomorrow. The marksmanship is at the 8th grade perfection level, otherwise it wouldn't possess such power to repel a 9th grade demon beast with a single shot. Fong Fong looked at the young figure whose physical attributes had already reached the 8th level, and with that special physique activated, it surprisingly reached the 9th level. How terrifying. This is a peerless prodigy cultivated by that aristocratic family. Could it be a genius from the emperor's family? Roar! At this moment, the blazing lion let out a furious roar, its voice filled with endless rage as it glared at Fong Fong, killing intent boiling in its eyes. Having had its teeth shattered by the human before it, it wanted to tear the human apart. Step back, Fong Fong said to Mo Lan. I'll handle him. Mo Lan nodded and replied, all right, be careful. After saying that, she turned and retreated without any hesitation. She couldn't deal with this blazing lion, and staying wouldn't help at all. Fong Feng's previous move had already demonstrated his strength. If he wasn't confident, he wouldn't have stepped forward. So, there was no need for her to be overly sentimental. Fong Fong unleashed the 8th grade dragon capture body technique. The Thunder Extreme body erupted, and in an instant, he appeared before the blazing lion, thrusting his spear forward. The thick thunder power surged from his dantian, bloodlight swirling around the spear tip. The 8th grade martial skill, Tiger Roar Spear, was executed. The sharp spear tip exhaled purple lightning as it aimed for the blazing lion's neck. The blazing lion suddenly unleashed all its strength, red demonic energy erupting from its body, endless flames swirling around it. The blazing lion planted its 4 feet on the ground, leaped up fiercely, opened its massive mouth, and instantly spewed forth endless flames, igniting the air and colliding with Fong Feng's terrifying spear. Boom! With a loud bang, the blazing lion's attack knocked Fong Feng's spear back, and Fong Fong was taken aback. This blazing lion's flames were incredibly strong. The blazing lion also looked incredulous. The human before it was comparable to a 9th grade demon beast, with terrifying strength capable of resisting its innate fire attack. Without hesitation, the blazing lion opened its bloody maw and lunged at Fong Fong. Seeing the blazing lion coming at him, Fong Feng's pupils contracted, the Thunder Extreme body activated to its utmost, and in an instant, a terrifying surge of thunder energy erupted from his body. On Fong Feng's bare upper body, thunder patterns began to emerge. Black lightning patterns continuously providing him with energy. The 9th grade blazing lion had extremely strong combat power. This was a life and death battle, not a simulation room, and he couldn't hold back. Otherwise, a single mistake could lead to irreversible consequences. Fong Fong unleashed the secret technique capable of attacking the soul-piercing spike, and his soul power erupted, transforming into 5 invisible spikes that shot toward the blazing lion's mind. Puff! Struck by the 5 consecutive soul-piercing spikes, the blazing lion's speed drastically decreased, blood flowing from its nostrils, clearly suffering a severe blow to its soul. Then, Fong Fong activated the divine ability Thunder Summoning Spell, and in the sky, thunder roared as 5 surging Bolts of heavenly thunder were summoned down by Feng Feng, converging with the lightning patterns on his body. Go! Feng Feng shouted, and in an instant the terrifying lightning gathered around him and struck the blazing lion, the blue lightning resembling a thunder dragon, instantly hitting the dazed blazing lion. The blazing lion's body was struck by the lightning, purple lightning, tormenting it, illuminating the dark forest around it. Everyone in the mercenary team, including their leader Mo Lan, was shocked by Feng Feng's strike. What a terrifying attack! At that moment, Feng Feng resembled a peerless thunder god, suppressing all things in the world. As the lightning dissipated, the blazing lion fell to the ground, severely injured and on the brink of death. The 9th grade martial art thunderbolt technique was unleashed, with lightning swirling around his body. With a leap, he thrust his spear down from the air. Blood lightning coiled around the spear, a terrifying power of blood lightning enveloping it. Enhanced by the force of thunder. Splash! Blood splattered as the throat of the flame lion demon was pierced by the spear. The massive body of the flame lion struggled for a moment before it stopped, lifeless. Victory! Behind him, Mo Lan and several members of the mercenary team looked at Feng Feng in shock. Strong! In just 3 moves, he had killed a level 9 first segment flame lion. Terrifying. Mo Lan approached Feng Feng and said, "Hello, I'm Mo Lan. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. I hope you won't hold it against me." She had just doubted Feng Feng's abilities, looking down on him for his low realm, and now she was apologizing. Feng Feng looked up at Mo Lan and said, "Feng Feng, it's nothing, you're not the first." Mo Lan was certainly not the first person to distrust him because of his low realm. Mo Lan bit her lip and said, "That was really dangerous just now. If it weren't for you, I might have been seriously injured. After we get back, let me treat you to a meal." She looked at Feng Feng nervously, hoping he would agree. She was truly grateful to him. Among the mercenary team, she was the strongest. If she died, the entire team might have to disband. Several members of the mercenary team also spoke up. "We really owe it to you, little brother. Otherwise, our captain would have been in serious trouble." They hoped Feng Feng would agree to the meal so they could properly thank him. Warriors from mercenary backgrounds lived lives on the edge, bold and rough. They were genuinely grateful to Feng Feng. Feng Feng shook his head and said, "No need. You all go ahead, I still need to train in the beast forest for a few more days." He had just arrived at the beast forest today, so he naturally needed to train for a few days before returning. Seeing Feng Feng's refusal, a hint of disappointment flashed in Mo Lan's eyes, but she hid it well. She said, "In that case, we won't disturb your training. Here's my WeChat. After you finish training and return to the capital, how about we treat you to a meal? Let's talk about it later," Feng Feng replied. He didn't add Mo Lan on WeChat, they had just met, so it was fine as it was. He then left with Tong Yuer, continuing deeper into the forest to train. Mo Lan shook her head. This was the first time she had been rejected. With her fiery figure and level 8, 9th segment cultivation, there were at least 80 to 100 people who wanted to treat her to a meal, and she had never paid them any mind. She never expected to be rejected by Feng Feng. Perhaps he looked down on her, Mo Lan thought. After all, Feng Feng was so extraordinary at such a young age, he probably had a significant background. Someone like Feng Feng, with a powerful background, would naturally not take her seriously. Mo Lan sighed and left with her mercenary team members. Feng Feng and Tong Yuer continued deeper into the forest. Not bad, not bad. Knowing how to refuse a woman's invitation to dinner and not adding her on WeChat, I must say, you did great this time, Tong Yuer said to Feng Feng. Well done. I hope when I'm not around, you can be like this, upright. Of course. I've always been this kind of upright person, Feng Feng replied calmly. Cut, Tong Yuer scoffed, but she was still very happy. Feng Feng had satisfied her this time. He had been steadfast and decisively rejected a voluptuous and proactive woman. Not bad, not bad. Tong Yuer now didn't know what her relationship with Feng Feng was. They had done many daily things that couples do, like holding hands while walking in school, training together, Feng Feng taking pictures of her, and her taking care of him when he was injured. She didn't let Feng Feng add other girls on WeChat. All these signs looked very much like a couple, but neither of them had broken that layer of relationship. At this moment, Tong Yuer's phone rang. It was a satellite phone with positioning capabilities, able to receive signals even in the monster beast forest. Tong Yuer picked up the phone and saw that it was a call from Shenlong University. When the two of them left Shenlong University, they had already reported to the school, letting them know their exact location in case of danger for rescue. Tong Yuer answered the phone, and the mentor on the other end spoke urgently. Tong Yuer, we have an urgent matter that requires you and Feng to go for support. 600 kilometers from where you are in the monster beast forest, there is a human town. There are signs of a spatial rift appearing above that town. The town has a population of tens of thousands, but only a little over 1,000 martial artists, and they are all low-level martial artists. The town is about to face a spatial rift, and the authorities have dispatched experts to go there. At the same time, the town has sent out a call for help to martial artists in the surrounding areas. We at Shenlong University hope you and Feng Feng can go for support, the mentor said. Okay, we understand. Mentor, please send the location of that town over. Feng Feng and I will head there immediately, Tang Yuer replied decisively. The invasion of monsters into Earth requires that human martial artists rush to support at the first moment to combat the monsters. This is a hard rule. The reason humans can defeat the monsters is because of their unity. The monsters from the spatial rift are different from those currently living on Earth. The monsters living on Earth have adapted to life here. They usually stay in the monster beast forest and do not disturb humans. Therefore, human martial artists do not engage in large-scale slaughter of the monsters on Earth. On the contrary, leaving some monsters on Earth can ensure ecological balance and the diverse development of species. However, the monsters from the spatial rift are different. The monsters that emerge from the spatial rift are extremely ferocious, killing and biting at the sight of humans, leaving nothing alive in their wake. Thus, once a spatial rift appears, humans will mobilize to eradicate it and ultimately seal it. When a spatial rift appears, the authorities will use satellite positioning to locate human martial artists near the rift and request their immediate support, waiting for the official military to deliver the final blow. Therefore, as soon as the spatial rift appeared, Shenlong University immediately knew the location of Feng Feng and Tang Yuer, sending them to provide support. Martial artists are respected and treated preferentially in human society, holding a high status because they are the first line of defense in humanity's fight against the monsters, sacrificing blood and life to lay the foundation for human survival. Thus, Feng Feng and Tang Yuer felt it was their duty to rush to support. After receiving the location from Shenlong University, Tang Yuer and Feng Feng hurried over at full speed. Feng Feng's attributes were comparable to a level 8 martial artist, with a speed of 720 meters per second. At 600 kilometers, the two only needed 15 minutes to arrive. At this time, in the town 600 kilometers away, the townspeople noticed a massive spatial rift slowly appearing in the sky not far above the town. Spatial rift. Countless people in the town were shocked. A spatial rift is synonymous with death. Once a spatial rift appears, it indicates that countless monsters are about to emerge from it, leading to large-scale slaughter. What to do? What to do? The ordinary people in the town began to panic. At this moment, the town's broadcast sounded, "Emergency notice, a rare spatial rift has appeared in our town. It is currently unclear what kind of monsters are waiting to invade Earth behind the rift. Our town, being close to the monster beast forest, has stationed 1,000 martial artists who are already prepared for battle to ensure everyone's safety. At the same time, our town has contacted the government, which has sent out a call for help to nearby martial artists. Everyone, please do not panic, we will definitely get through this crisis. The spatial rift has arrived, and the authorities will surely find a way to come to our aid. The distress signal has already been sent out. In the meantime, they must hold on and wait for support. Now, all the warriors in this town, gather at the entrance. Before the official support arrives, we must not let a single beast breach the town," the mayor declared. Upon hearing this, the warriors of the entire town began to mobilize, their expressions grave as they converged towards the town entrance. This town, being close to the beast forest, had built sturdy walls around its perimeter to prevent beast invasions, with only one entrance for access. Moreover, there were often warriors passing through the town on their way to the beast forest, so in addition to the stationed army of 1,000 warriors, there were also various other warriors, totaling over 1,000. Whether they could withstand this beast invasion before the official support arrived depended on them. The spatial rift typically takes several minutes to fully open, so the warriors of the town had some time to prepare. Additionally, when the rift first opens, it does not release particularly powerful beasts, so as long as the station warriors and the other warriors could withstand the first wave of the beast invasion, the town would have a chance to survive. If they could hold off the first wave of beasts, once the official high-level warrior army arrived with level 9 energy guns and cannons, it would be the end for the beasts. The faces of the town's tens of thousands of ordinary citizens were grim. The rift in the sky was growing larger and longer, and they did not know what terrifying entities were about to descend. Could the warriors at the town entrance hold them off? At that moment, the sky outside the town suddenly split open, and in an instant, hundreds of beasts leaped out from the rift, their blood-red eyes fixed on the town ahead as they charged forward, as if they intended to tear the town apart and feast on human flesh and blood. The mayor took out some energy guns and distributed them to the social warriors assisting in the defense, saying, "Kill the bastards." The 1,000 army warriors all readied their energy guns, positioning them on the town walls, standing at the ready, waiting for the beasts to come closer and enter the attack range before opening fire. 100 energy cannons equipped in the town were also rolled out, controlled by the soldiers. The power of the energy cannons, when aimed at a densely packed group of beasts, could obliterate several beasts with a single shot. When the first batch of beasts that burst forth from the spatial rift was only 5,000 meters away from the town, the mayor shouted, "Fire!" In an instant, 1,000 warrior soldiers, armed with energy guns, along with the social warriors who had received energy guns, began shooting at the hundreds of beasts rushing towards them on the ground. Bullets flew densely towards the ground, hitting some beasts and instantly piercing through them, causing them to tumble to the ground. The 100 energy cannons also fired simultaneously, their terrifying power instantly creating mushroom clouds among the charging beasts, reducing several of them to nothing but scraps, leaving no complete corpses behind. Before long, the beasts that had just charged out were nearly all annihilated. Then, more beasts continued to surge out from the spatial rift, densely packed, with over 1,000 emerging at once. "Fire," the mayor shouted, brandishing a submachine gun and sweeping it towards the front, declaring, "As long as the people are in the town, if they die, the town dies." The sound of gunfire echoed as terrifying energy bullets flew like cannonballs, sending the densely charging beasts flying backward. Rows of them fell to the ground. The energy gun bullets pierced through the bodies of the beasts, leaving gaping holes the size of heads, blood gushing forth, turning the ground into a river of blood. More than 1,000 demon beasts surged out from the spatial rift, all ranging from level 1 to level 4, likely the first wave of beasts leading the charge. In no time, half of them were subdued. The remaining beasts engaged in a fierce battle with the human warriors stationed on the outskirts of the town. As long as the over 2,000 warriors outside the town could hold on for a moment, the official warrior army would arrive to save them. A close-quarters melee began. 1,000 soldiers, wielding energy guns, stowed their weapons and switched to melee arms, starting the fight. Now, the 2,000 human warriors were entangled with the demon beasts, making it risky to use energy guns for fear of friendly fire. The town mayor wielded a long knife, instantly slashing down a demon beast to his left. The blade glowed with red flames, indicating a formidable sword technique. Whoosh, the flash of the blade, and that demon beast was cleaved in two. "Die, beasts," the commander of the 1,000 soldiers snorted coldly, his aura erupting as he executed his movement technique, arriving in an instant at a densely packed area of demon beasts. The power of flames erupted, and terrifying fire spread around. Crackle, the dreadful flames wreaked havoc, inflicting massive damage on the surrounding horde of demon beasts, the fire burning continuously on a dozen of them like a festering sore. A mercenary warrior fought barehanded against the demon beasts, throwing a punch that directly killed a charging beast. Just then, everyone looked up at the sky. Two extraordinary powerhouses flew in from above, one surrounded by lightning, the other by ice. It was Feng Feng and Tong Yue arriving. Feng Feng charged in, his body crackling with electricity, like a god of slaughter, leaving no trace of the demon beasts in his wake. Tong Yue was the same. Her aura fully unleashed, she was almost comparable to a peak level 9 warrior. Around her, ice spikes formed, each one comparable to a bullet from a level 9 energy gun, seemingly with a mind of their own as they spun and stabbed at the surroundings. Dozens of ice spikes killed dozens of demon beasts in the blink of an eye. Not a single mistake. Feng Feng gasped in awe, so powerful. Tong Yue's move was like wielding dozens of level 9 energy guns simultaneously, with bullets that had guidance systems. The lethality was astonishing. Feng Feng also unleashed all his might, activating his Thunder Extreme body, increasing his combat power tenfold, arcs of electricity surrounding him. At this critical moment, he couldn't be outdone by a woman. Feng Feng executed the 8th grade movement technique, Dragon Capture Technique, unleashing terrifying speed, moving faster than imaginable, and in an instant, he was before a group of demon beasts. Gripping his spear with one hand, he swept it out, directly cleaving several demon beasts in half. 2 level 9 powerhouses have arrived, everyone keep it up, just hold on a little longer, and our government's support will be here, the mayor said excitedly, looking at Feng Feng and Tong Yue. Clearly, he had already regarded Feng Feng and Tong Yue as 2 level 9 warriors. Among the more than 2,000 people here, aside from Feng Feng and Tong Yue, the rest were merely warriors below level 4. The strongest, the mayor and the military leader, were only low-level level 4 warriors. The mayor executed his fourth-grade fist technique, striking a demon beast ahead with a punch. The terrifying force slammed into the demon beast. Boom! The demon beast struck by lightning had its head explode, convulsing before collapsing to the ground. More and more demon beasts appeared ahead, seemingly endless, rushing in from the spatial rift. A beastly roar. A level 7 demon beast charged out from the spatial rift. Seeing this, Feng thrust his spear forward, a cold light flashing, the spear piercing through space, directly impaling and killing the level 7 demon beast that had just charged in. More than 2,000 martial artists around also displayed all their skills, and before long, they had killed the remaining demon beasts. At that moment, a gigantic demon beast flew out from a spatial rift, and it turned out to be a level 9, 5-stage demon beast. Not good. It's a level 9 demon beast, the town chief exclaimed in shock, then looked to Feng and Tong Yuer for help. On sight, it seemed only they could deal with a level 9 demon beast. I'll handle it, you two guard the town behind, Feng said, then suddenly stomped the ground, his figure soaring as he charged towards the level 9, 5-stage demon beast. I'll help you, Tong Yuer said, then leaped into the air, moving forward. They were at the edge of the spatial rift, filled with danger. She had to stay close to Feng to prevent any demon beast from ambushing him. Feng nodded at Tong Yuer, then activated the dragon capture technique, unleashing his thunder. Extreme body, with his spear stabbing out, lightning and blood entwined at the spear tip. The tiger roar spear was unleashed. The roar of a tiger echoed as purple lightning flickered at the spear tip, striking towards the eyes of the level 9 demon beast. The level 9 demon beast suddenly erupted with terrifying speed, endless demonic energy swirling around it. Its wings flapped, flying up to evade Feng's spear. But at that moment, Tong Yuer sneered from behind, executing a martial technique, instantly turning endless ice into a massive ice spear that shot out, piercing through the air. Thud! The sound of the ice spear piercing flesh rang out, as Tong Yuer's ice spear created a large hole in the chest of the level 9 demon beast, blood gushing out, clearly suffering significant injury. The level 9 demon beast roared in fury. What kind of skill was 2 against 1? If it had the guts, it would fight 1-on-1. The level 9 demon beast opened its massive jaws and lunged at Feng, aiming to bite one first, then deal with the other. Seeing the giant level 9 demon beast charging at him, Feng activated his Thunder Extreme body to the utmost. Lightning patterns began to converge, and he unleashed the secret technique Soul-Piercing Spike, his soul power erupting instantly, transforming into 5 invisible spikes aimed at the giant level 9 demon beast's mind. Thud is struck by the soul-piercing spike, the giant level 9 demon beast's speed drastically decreased. Feng sneered, a demon beast that couldn't resist a soul attack was just a fool, and he had a way to kill it. The divine ability Thunder Summoning spell activated, and in the sky, thunder roared, surging lightning power was drawn down by Feng. Die! Feng shouted, and in an instant, the terrifying lightning gathered around transformed into 5 bolts of heavenly thunder, striking towards the chest of the level 9 demon beast that had been injured by Tong Yuer. Bang! The chest of the level 9 demon beast exploded on the spot, a hole piercing through from top to bottom, brutally penetrated by the lightning. The town chief watched this in shock, unable to close his mouth. Was this the power of a level 9 martial artist? It was terrifying. Feng might be the strongest martial artist he had ever seen in his life. It's not dead yet, Feng, Tong Yuer reminded. The level 9 demon beast, with its chest pierced by Feng, surprisingly had not died immediately. Instead, it flapped its wings and charged at Feng. Feng executed his movement technique, leaping to evade the dying counterattack of the level 9 demon beast, then thrusting his spear down from the air. Thud! Blood splattered as the head of the level 9 demon beast was pierced by Feng's spear, its massive body collapsing to the ground. Success! All the martial artists at the outskirts of the town were excited. The level 9 demon beast had been subdued. Feng did not join in the cheers. He had a faint feeling that this demon beast ambush was not so simple. Just then, the spatial rift suddenly widened, and thousands of mid-level demon beasts charged out from the rift. They were all level 5 to 7 demon beasts. This second wave of demon beasts had already dispatched mid-level ones. It seemed that the previous one had already learned about the situation here and was preparing for a full-scale attack. Seeing this, all the soldiers and social martial artists outside the town were dumbfounded. Thousands of intermediate demon beasts surged out from the spatial rift. What should they do now? This second wave of demon beasts was completely beyond their ability to resist. All the martial artists turned pale with fear, at a loss for what to do. Among the ordinary people in the town, some were so frightened that they fainted, while children cried out in terror. Thousands of intermediate demon beasts rushed out from the spatial rift, a dark mass that blotted out the sky, their eerie cries shaking the heavens. Some social martial artists, filled with dread, were already thinking of fleeing. They had reached level 3 or above in their cultivation, and if they unleashed their full power, they could all escape. These demon beasts should not be able to catch up, because the tens of thousands of ordinary people in the town would buy them some time. The horde of demon beasts would first trample the town before continuing to hunt them down. In the town, tens of thousands of people watched the dark mass of demon beasts approaching, a scene of despair. Feng took out a level 9 energy gun from the system space, a submachine gun with a range of 5,000 meters. He was only 1,000 meters away from the horde of demon beasts, and if he fired now, the beasts would surely die. Yuer, run quickly. I'll hold them off for a while, Feng shouted, then looked towards the horde of demon beasts and began shooting. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Bullets flew thickly into the air, and the level 9 energy bullets struck the horde of demon beasts like cannonballs. The terrifying destructive energy instantly pierced through the demon beasts, their bodies exploding. Some energy bullets missed the beasts and exploded on the ground, the horrific power instantly creating a mushroom cloud among the horde, injuring several nearby demon beasts. The horde of demon beasts, under attack, roared in fury, all raising their heads to look at Feng, baring their teeth with bloodshot eyes. Give me an energy gun, Tong Yuer said firmly. She couldn't abandon Feng at this moment. The more than 2,000 martial artists behind them were all below level 4 and could not possibly hold back this horde of intermediate demon beasts. This horde consisted of demon beasts ranging from level 5 to 7. The government's support had not yet arrived, the only ones who could resist this horde of intermediate demon beasts were her and Feng. If they retreated, the 2,000 martial artists and tens of thousands of ordinary people in the town would be doomed to the demon beasts. If they did not retreat, there might be a glimmer of hope. For the people behind them, they had to fight for a chance at survival. Damn it, let's fight! Feng shouted, taking out a level 8 energy gun from the system space and handing it to Tong Yuer. The level 8 energy gun was enough to eliminate demon beasts below level 9. Tong Yuer took the energy gun and began to fire. The horde of demon beasts was over 1,000 meters away, running on the ground, moving in groups, at a slow speed of only 50 meters per second. Feng and Tong Yuer quickly retreated, creating a distance of 2,000 meters from the demon beasts when they were 1,000 meters away from the town. Level 8 and 9 energy guns could fire 200 rounds per minute, 3 shots per second. Half a minute passed. The two of them had killed 700 or 800 demon beasts, but 2/3 of the horde was still charging towards them. Feng, we can't hold them off much longer, what should we do? Tong Yuer shouted. Feng's gaze was fierce as he continued to sweep his energy gun. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. The terrifying energy bullets flew like cannonballs, directly knocking several charging demon beasts back. Just then, a terrifying projectile flew through the air. It was a level 9 energy missile. When the level 9 energy missile landed among the horde of demon beasts, it instantly created a massive mushroom cloud, the deafening roar obliterating all the demon beasts within 100 meters, leaving no trace behind. This single level 9 energy missile took out hundreds of demon beasts. Then, 1, 2, 3. A continuous barrage of more than a dozen level 9 energy missiles flew in from the distant sky, landing among the beast horde. Boom 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 boom. More than a dozen level 9 missiles exploded simultaneously, raising a cloud of dust that seemed to threaten to shatter the ground completely. The group of demon beasts charging in had been reduced to just a few dozen after 2/3 were blown away. The martial artists on the outskirts of the town rejoiced, looking towards the direction of the incoming missiles, and soon saw over a dozen government fighter jets flying in from the distance. Official support had arrived. Died beasts! Feng laughed savagely. The power of the government was indeed formidable. The first wave of fighter jets arrived and immediately launched over a dozen missiles, annihilating all the demon beasts, leaving only a few dozen still struggling to survive. Feng's momentum surged as he unleashed the 8th grade martial skill Dragon Capture technique and charged forward. The remaining few dozen were left to him and Tong Yuer. In an instant, Feng rushed to the front, unleashing the Thunder Extreme Body, invoking divine powers, and a terrifying force of lightning erupted. Crackle, the dreadful lightning wreaked havoc, striking down the dozen or so mid-level demon beasts ahead. This was a wide-area killing move. The lightning, like maggots burrowing into bones, continuously destroyed and devastated the demon beasts in front, and moments later, all the demon beasts lay dead on the ground. Feng Feng turned around and continued to kill the remaining demon beasts around. Surrounded by lightning, Feng Feng resembled a god of slaughter, the thunder extreme body reaching its peak, his combat power increasing tenfold. Feng Feng suddenly advanced, swinging his fist in a powerful strike. The 8th grade fist technique erupted, directly killing a 7th level demon beast with a single punch. Tong Yuer unleashed her ice spear martial skill, similarly reaping the lives of the surrounding demon beasts. Feng Feng gripped his spear with one hand and swept it out. A 7th level demon beast had its neck snapped cleanly. Earth is not something you can invade at will, Feng Feng shouted, one hand gripping the spear, the other clenched into a fist. He looked at the remaining few 7th level demon beasts ahead, executing the 8th grade fist technique, and struck a 7th level demon beast with a terrifying force of lightning. The 7th level demon beast attempted to turn and flee, but Feng Feng's attributes were now comparable to an 8th level martial artist, and with the enhancement of the thunder extreme body, he was akin to a 9th level martial artist. These 7th level demon beasts had no chance of escape at close range. Boom! The terrifying lightning ravaged, and the fleeing demon beast's body exploded, falling dead to the ground. Feng Feng turned his gaze to the last demon beast. He thrust his spear forward, a flash of cold light flickering, the spear piercing through space, directly impaling and killing the last demon beast ahead. With the final trouble dealt with, Feng Feng retracted his spear as over a dozen fighter jets landed behind him, and several hundred high-ranking military martial artists descended from above. All were martial artists above the 7th level, with a few officers having reached the 9th level, equipped with advanced energy guns, arriving at the first opportunity. Behind them, armed transport planes were transporting large numbers of martial artists, while powerful masters from all around were rushing over at high speed. However, at that moment, a gigantic demon beast flew out from a spatial rift. It was a master-level demon beast, launching a surprise attack on Feng Feng and Tong Yuer. This demon beast had already set its sights on Feng Feng while still in the rift. Had it not been for Feng Feng and Tong Yuer's desperate resistance, perhaps the second wave of demon beasts would have already taken the town. Now, suffering heavy losses, the entire army was wiped out. It wanted Feng Feng and Tong Yuer dead. Not good, it's a master level demon beast, Feng Feng thought to himself. This demon beast was the leader of the second wave, commanding from behind, and now it had emerged at the last moment. The leader of the first wave of demon beasts was the 9th level beast, which had already been jointly killed by Feng Feng and Tong Yuer. This master demon beast was a bird-like creature, its wings spread wide, measuring several dozen meters across, moving at incredible speed as it swooped down from the sky, its claws reaching for Feng Feng and Tong Yuer. It turned to fly back into the spatial rift. It knew very well that it could not confront Feng Feng in the outside world. The missiles from the dozen or so human fighter jets had already locked onto it, and with its massive size facing Feng Feng and Tong Yuer in the outside world would likely turn it into a sieve. The master-level demon beast was too fast and launched a surprise attack. Feng Feng and Tong Yuer had no way to evade it and were directly grabbed by its powerful claws, disappearing into the spatial rift in the blink of an eye. Gone without a trace. Feng Feng and Tong Yuer only felt darkness before their eyes. They vanished from everyone's sight. When they opened their eyes again, they had already crossed the spatial rift and arrived in the demon realm. The demon realm was connected to the earth realm through spatial rifts, allowing for mutual travel. Upon arriving in the demon realm, Feng Feng and Tong Yuer were completely stunned. On the ground, there was a dense army of demon beasts, numbering in the tens of thousands, mostly low-level and mid-level demon beasts, with even a few hundred high-level demon beasts. The high-level demon beasts were ranked between level 7 and 9 and were the main force in this invasion of Earth. In front of the demon beast army, several master-level demon beasts were responsible for command. Upon seeing the master-level bird demon capture Feng Feng and Tong Yuer, the leaders of the several master-level demon beasts gritted their teeth and roared in anger. They had seen everything clearly through the spatial rift. It was Feng Feng and Tong Yuer who had delayed the second wave of the demon beast army's attack, leading to their failure until human reinforcements arrived. The human fighter jets and missiles were not unfamiliar to the demon beasts. Their lethality was extreme, causing significant losses among the demon beasts during the war. The master-level bird demon threw Feng Feng and Tong Yuer into the midst of the tens of thousands of demon beasts below and roared, "Tear these two hateful humans to pieces!" The tens of thousands of demon beasts below instantly roared and charged at Feng Feng and Tong Yuer. The master bird demon then flew in front of several demon beast leaders and said, "The human vanguard has arrived, flying those terrifying fighter jets. What should we do now? Should we continue the attack? The other demon beast leaders looked at each other, hesitating. The human reinforcements had arrived, and those terrifying fighter jets made them hesitate. Even if they sent all the demon beasts here, they probably couldn't take that small town. 1. Master-level elephant demon said, just complete the demon god's attack mission. We don't need to fight to the death and sacrifice ourselves for nothing. The demon realm is ruled by the demon god. Under the demon god, there are hundreds of demon emperors, thousands of demon kings, and tens of thousands of demon lords and great demons. The hierarchy in the demon realm is strict, with clear divisions of power. The demon god rules the demon emperors. The demon emperors rule the demon kings. The demon kings rule the demon lords. The demon lords rule the great demons. The great demons rule countless lesser demons. Great demons are equivalent to human master-level experts, possessing a primordial spirit, awakening intelligence, able to speak human language, and transform into human form. The few great demons leading this invasion were ordered by their superior demon lords. Their task was to annihilate the human town, creating panic and chaos among humans. This was merely a small-scale invasion, not of great significance. Success or failure didn't matter, as long as they put on a show and completed the task. Their superior demon lords wouldn't say anything. True. Large-scale invasions are commanded by the demon emperors and demon kings. A single demon emperor leads dozens of demon kings, hundreds of demon lords, thousands of great demons, hundreds of thousands of high-level lesser demons, millions of mid-level lesser demons, and tens of millions of low-level lesser demons to launch a devastating attack. Directly invading human cities would be a scene of utter destruction, with rivers of blood flowing. For this small-scale battle, they only needed to fulfill the orders of their superior demon lords. There was no need to send all their demon beasts to be wiped out on Earth. The few great demons looked at Feng Feng and Tong Yuer, and these two hateful humans must be eliminated today. At this moment, as Feng Feng and Tong Yuer landed, they saw tens of thousands of demon beasts charging towards them. Damn! Tong Yuer and Feng Feng both exclaimed simultaneously. Hold my hand later, I have a way to escape, Tong Yuer whispered to Feng Feng. You have a way to escape? Feng Feng was somewhat surprised. He had originally thought that if there was no way to escape, he would first take Tong Yuer into the system space to hide for a while. The system space could not only bring objects in but also people, provided Feng Feng agreed. However, this secret was something Feng Feng did not plan to tell anyone, considering bringing Tong Yuer in was a decision made at a critical moment. Only if there was no other choice would he do so. Yes, I have a way, Tong Yuer replied. The beast horde is coming, hold my hand tightly. Feng Feng nodded and grasped Tong Yuer's hand, so he could take her into the system space in time. In an instant, the terrifying horde of beasts engulfed the two of them, and Feng Feng and Tong Yuer disappeared among the beasts. The beasts were enormous, towering 3 to 5 meters high, and tens of thousands of them gathered together like a steel torrent, trampling the ground into clouds of dust. To the beasts, Feng Feng and Tong Yuer were so small that they must have been trampled into a meat pie. Seeing the beast horde pass over the spot where Feng Feng and Tong Yuer were, without stirring a single wave of wind, several large demons snorted coldly, thinking that Feng Feng and Tong Yuer had indeed been trampled into a meat pie, buried in the dust. It was truly a bargain for these two humans, thought the flying bird demon that had captured Feng Feng and Tong Yuer. At this moment, Feng Feng and Tong Yuer had already entered a strange space, which was not Feng Feng's system space, but Tong Yuer's time artifact space. This space was square, 100 meters long and wide, with a 6-pointed star pattern in the center, which was a time formation. Tong Yuer spoke, surprised. This is an artifact I obtained in the ruins, a time artifact, and I also received a set of inheritance, the successor of a deity who practiced the rules of time. No one knows this secret of mine, you are the first. Look how much I trust you, Tong Yuer winked and said, as long as we stay in here and don't go out, the beasts won't find us. The time flow rate in the central time formation is 30 times that of the outside world, so we can cultivate on it. When the beasts leave, we can go out and find a way to escape. Tong Yuer's secret had indeed not been told to anyone. Feng Feng was the first to know. Perhaps this time it was due to a fortuitous coincidence that this secret was exposed out of necessity, but at a critical moment, her bringing Feng Feng in was enough to prove her trust in him. In fact, she could have come in alone and left Feng Feng outside. Feng Feng felt a bit ashamed at this moment. He had just been hesitating about whether to bring Tong Yuer into his system space, and Tong Yuer had already brought him into her artifact space. Feng Feng understood that Tong Yuer's secret of having an artifact space was just as important as his own secret of having a system space. Although Tong Yuer spoke lightly, Feng Feng understood that she trusted him. At this moment, Tong Yuer tossed over a secret method, saying, "This is what my father gave me, the method of beast transformation. Once successfully cultivated, one can transform into a beast." Tong Yuer's father, Emperor Tong Yuan, was among the hundreds of powerful emperors on Earth, ranking in the top 10 in combat strength. This method of beast transformation was designed to allow one to move freely in the beast realm, preventing issues when entering the beast dimension. Just imagine, in the beast realm, there are countless beasts that harbor deep hatred for humans. If you walk around in the beast realm as a human, you would probably be killed in an instant. The best method is to transform into a beast. This method of beast transformation can be practiced once you reach level 7. Though the difficulty is somewhat high. However, with the talents of the two outside, it shouldn't be too difficult, Tong Yuer said. It will take at most a month, or at least 20 days, to succeed. We can cultivate for 30 days in the time formation of my artifact space. Which is just enough. Child language said. Sure. Feng Feng took the method of transforming the demon beast and began to study it. While there would be 2 more watches, this Emperor Tong Yuan, ranked in the top 10 of Earth's combat power, preferred to keep a low profile. Earth. In the Tong family of the Great Emperor family, Tong Yuan gathered with several great emperors from the Divine Dragon University to discuss the rescue of Tong Yuer and Feng Feng. The moment Tong Yuer and Feng Feng disappeared, both the Tong family and the Divine Dragon University were aware. The positioning of the two had vanished. This indicated that they had been taken into a spatial rift. What should we do? Should we just break in and grab them? The president of the Divine Dragon University asked. With several 9th grade great emperors gathered, they could easily break through the spatial barriers and enter the demon realm to rescue Feng Feng and Tong Yuer. However, breaking the spatial barriers violently could easily alert the demon emperor on the other side. As both sides had well-known rules, powerful beings above the king level could not enter each other's worlds at will. Otherwise, it could lead to a joint attack from both sides. Wait a moment, let's see what the martial god thinks, Tong Yuan said calmly. Tong Yuer was the martial god's closed-door disciple, and the martial god must have already known. They should wait for his instructions. Just then, a figure stepped through the void and entered the Tong family. The visitor was none other than the strongest being on Earth, the martial god. Martial god. Martial god. Martial god. The several great emperors present hurriedly greeted him respectfully. Brother He, Tong Yuan also spoke. The martial god nodded and looked at everyone, saying, "You don't need to fuss about, I have arrangements for the issues with Yuer and Feng Feng." Yes, everyone replied. Since the martial god had arrangements, they no longer needed to plan an assault into the demon realm. They all trusted the martial god's abilities. In the artifact space, Tong Yuer and Feng Feng had been practicing the transformation technique of demon beasts for 20 days. Feng Feng successfully mastered it and transformed into a 5-meter-tall ape demon beast according to his own ideas. Tong Yuer, with slightly lower talent than Feng Feng, was a bit slower and only succeeded after 25 days. She also chose to transform into an ape demon beast like Feng. Feng. We can go out now, Tong Yuer said. Feng Feng nodded. The two emerged from the artifact space into the outside world. Although they had practiced for 25 days in the artifact space, only a short time had passed in the outside world. At this moment, the group of demon beasts outside had already dispersed, scattering in all directions. On the Earth side, master-level martial artists had arrived and sealed the spatial rift, prompting several great demons to announce the cessation of their invasion and disband. These demon beasts had been temporarily summoned from their domains by the great demons, and now that their mission was over, they naturally disbanded. Feng Feng and Tong Yuer, transformed into apes, mingled among the scattered demon beasts without being discovered. However, the two did not know where to go. Feng Feng and Tong Yuer were quite frustrated. Damn it! Why did you seal the spatial rift so quickly on the Earth side? Did you forget that 2 heroes were captured? Now that you've sealed the rift, how will they return? You abandoned them so quickly without considering a rescue. The heroes are not dead yet. Just as Feng Feng and Tong Yuer were stamping their feet in anger, the voice of the martial god echoed in Tong Yuer's mind. Yuer, it's your master. I already know the situation on your side. Now listen to me, you and Feng Feng should not come out yet, the martial god said. The martial god's voice in Tong Yuer's mind was akin to a soul transmission, audible only to him and Tong Yuer. Master! Tong Yuer exclaimed, jumping up in excitement upon hearing the martial god's voice in her mind. She knew that the martial god would not ignore her. Master, I will listen to you. What should I do next? Tong Yuer asked the martial god. Through soul transmission. The martial god's arrangements must have their reasons. In the demon realm, I know of an opportunity, an ancient relic. The remains of an ancient deity. You must head there immediately. If you can obtain the inheritance of that relic, both of you will surely soar to great heights, and surpassing your master in the future will not be a problem, the martial god said. The deity's relic. Tong Yuer was taken aback. While others did not know what the divine relics represented, she did. If they could obtain the divine inheritance within the relics, both of them would prosper. Master, where is that divine relic? Tong Yuer asked. Feng Feng and I will head over right away. There will be another update shortly. I will tell you the route. You can go, and if you succeed, that's a good thing. If you can't, don't force it. I tried back then and failed to gain the recognition of the deity within the ruins, said the martial god. He subtly pointed out the difficulty of this ruin, as he had also tried and failed to gain the deity's acknowledgement. The martial god is no ordinary person, he is the strongest on earth. If he failed, one can imagine how difficult it is. However, if the martial god could have obtained something from the ruins, he wouldn't have left it for Feng Feng and Tong Yuer to wait for now. Okay, master, we understand. You tell me the route, and we'll give it a try, said Tong Yuer. Whether we succeed or not depends on luck. The martial god replied and then told Tong Yuer the route. Although the entrance to the ruins is in the demon realm, the ruins themselves are not in the demon realm. Once you enter, I won't be able to contact you. The ruins have a mysterious power that blocks divine senses. At that time, you'll have to rely on yourselves. Be careful. 4 days later, Tong Yuer and Feng Feng arrived at the ruins mentioned by the martial god. This is the ruin of an ancient tribe not located in the demon realm, as Feng Feng and Tong Yuer entered through a teleportation array from the entrance of the demon realm. The ruins are situated in an independent void, seemingly remnants of a deity tribe from some ancient ancestors of Earth. Within the tribe, there are houses made of stacked giant stones, as massive as mountains, as if giants lived among them. The tribe has countless passageways, making it hard to find direction. The entire ruin spans over 1,000 miles, truly enormous. Be careful, Feng Feng said. Tong Yuer nodded. The two approached, and she just tried to contact the martial god with her divine sense in her mind. Unfortunately, she couldn't reach him. Now, they could only rely on themselves. At that moment, black mist began to spread within the tribal ruins, soon filling the entire area, obscuring their vision. In the sky, an image appeared. In ancient times, human ancestors coexisted with countless demon tribes in the wilderness. The human ancestors, relying on body refinement techniques, made a name for themselves, fighting for a place in the wilderness. The human ancestors were brave and skilled in battle, strong enough to slay demon tribes, using the massive demons as food to nurture their descendants. The image in the air kept changing before suddenly disappearing. Feng Feng instantly felt a wave of crisis approaching, with the sounds of beasts crashing around them. It seemed a large group of demon beasts was closing in, with footsteps surrounding them. Thud, thud, thud. Feng Feng and Tong Yuer seemed to be surrounded. Not good, prepare for battle. Feng Feng said gravely, sensing the footsteps drawing closer, his face changing dramatically. Descendants of humanity, welcome to our ancestral land. Our ancestors were brave and skilled in battle, each capable of challenging those above their level. If you wish to obtain the inheritance of the ruins, you must first pass the first trial, which tests your ability to challenge those above your level. You two will be separated and will face the trial alone. Failure will result in being expelled from our ancestral land. A voice echoed in the ruins, the language of the ancient ancestors. Then, dozens of ancient demon beasts charged in, separating Feng Feng and Tong Yuer. These ancient demon beasts varied in strength, but all were above level 8. The strongest was comparable to a level 9, 6-stage warrior. Leading the charge was an ancient demon beast at level 8, 8-stage. Intruder, your cultivation is level 8, 8-stage. You need to defeat me to pass the first trial, the level 9, 8-stage ancient demon beast said to Tong Yuer, its voice devoid of emotion, filled with a wild aura. The first trial is to defeat an ancient demon beast one level higher than oneself. Tong Yuer, at level 8, 8-stage, needs to defeat a level 9, 8-stage demon beast in front of Feng Feng, a level 8 beast. Stepped forward and said, your cultivation is level 7, you need to defeat a level 8 beast. Upon hearing this, Feng Feng almost burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Defeating a level 8 ancient beast, how difficult. Tong Yuer looked at Feng Feng's smug smile, not knowing what to say. Feng Feng's ability to challenge beyond his level was too strong. This time, the test of challenging beyond his level was just his luck. 4th update: today ends, tomorrow's excitement continues. I don't know why, but whenever I write about the ruins, I always feel that Feng Feng is so smug. The trial begins. A demon beast charged out from the front of the ruins tribe, its cultivation at level 8, covered in scales, with 4 hooves. It was an ancient scale rhinoceros. Come on, let me feel your power, Feng Feng shouted, then suddenly stomped the ground, his figure soaring up. The dragon capture body technique was unleashed, instantly arriving in front of the scale rhinoceros, his spear stabbing out, the thick lightning. Power from his dantian surging forth, wrapping around the spear tip. The 7th grade martial skill, 7 probe spear, was executed. The sharp spear tip exhaled purple lightning, a single thrust carrying 7 overlapping spear lights aimed at the rhinoceros's chest. The scale rhinoceros suddenly unleashed all its strength, a powerful demonic aura erupting from its body, endless wind blades swirling around it. The rhinoceros raised its 2 front hooves, demonic energy wrapping around them, and stomped down fiercely, shattering the air as it met Feng Feng's terrifying spear. Bang! A loud crash, the rhinoceros's hooves pushed Feng Feng's spear back. Feng Feng was taken aback. This rhinoceros had such immense power that it could withstand his full-force strike using his 7th grade martial skill. The rhinoceros's eyes also showed disbelief. Its powerful hooves had been blocked by this human before it. It seemed that this human was not as simple as he appeared. Without hesitation, the rhinoceros stomped the ground and charged at Feng Feng. Feng Feng no longer held back, planting his spear into the ground, executing the 9th grade technique Thunderbolt formula. Activating the Thunder Extreme Body, lightning swirling around him, gathering the power of the 8 directions, and launching a punch. The 8th grade fist technique, 8 directions fist. Spiritual energy swirled around his fist, the terrifying fist force tearing through the air, crashing towards the rhinoceros. Feng Feng's attributes were already comparable to a level 8 warrior, and with the enhancement of the Thunder Extreme Body, he could reach level 9. At this moment, executing the 8 directions fist meant even a level 9 expert would suffer severe injuries. Boom! A loud explosion. The massive body of the rhinoceros was sent flying by Feng Feng's strike, crashing heavily onto the ground dozens of meters away, blood oozing from its mouth, barely alive. Feng Feng wins. Trial passed. The ancient demon beasts around retreated. It returned to calm. Feng Feng looked towards Tong Yuer. He saw Tong Yuer still battling against that level 9, 8-segment demon beast. There was no choice. Tong Yuer's realm was too high. At level 8, 8 segments, she had to defeat the level 9, 8-segment ancient demon beast to pass the trial. Tong Yuer executed an 8th grade body technique, moving nimbly, holding an ice sword in her hand, which was also an A-grade weapon, not inferior to Feng Feng's spear. Tong Yuer thrust her sword forward, the power of ice wrapping around the sword tip. The 8th grade sword technique was unleashed. A sword aimed at the eyes of the level 9, 8-segment ancient demon beast. The ancient demon beast suddenly erupted with terrifying speed, endless demonic energy swirling around it. It moved quickly, dodging Tong Yuer's sword strike. But Tong Yuer smiled brightly, having fought with the demon beast for so long, she had figured out its patterns, and now she had a way to defeat it. The sun and moon rotate, the stars shift. Tong Yuer shouted, then executed a divine ability, instantly transforming endless time power into a vortex, enveloping the ancient demon beast. This time ability was her trump card, capable of slowing down the enemy's speed and reaction. Enveloped by the time vortex, the level 9, 8-segment ancient demon beast found itself seemingly frozen, its movement speed slowing down. Tong Yuer sneered, her cultivation reaching its peak, the power of ice beginning to gather, endless ice power from above converging on her long sword. It's over! Tong Yuer shouted, leaping, her ice sword stabbing down from the air. Seeing Tong Yuer's sword coming, the level 9, 8-segment demon beast was filled with despair. This sword would surely mean its death. Blood splattered, the neck of the level 9, 8-segment ancient demon beast was pierced by Tong Yuer's sword. Pulling out the long sword, blood sprayed everywhere, and the massive body of the level 9, 8-segment demon beast fell to the ground instantly. Passed the assessment. The ancient beasts retreated all around. The black mist slowly spread and disappeared, revealing the tribal ruins once again. However, at this moment, the tribal ruins were somewhat different from before. Now that the black mist had dissipated, 10 statues appeared in the center of the ruins, each one towering at a height of 100 meters, like giants. The 10 statues were all unique. The first statue held a giant axe, as if to split the heavens and the earth. The second held a giant sword, as if it could cleave mountains. The third held a large knife, exuding a fierce and intimidating aura. The fourth carried a divine bow, with a sharp gaze, as if it could shoot down the setting sun from the sky with a single arrow. The fifth was a woman holding a slender sword, with an ethereal grace like a goddess from the heavens. The 10th held a long spear, standing between heaven and earth, as if it could pierce the sky with a single thrust. Feng Feng and Tong Yuer were completely captivated by the 10 statues before them. The owners of these statues were undoubtedly extraordinary beings in their lifetime. Xiao Chen, what is this? Tong Yuer asked as she approached Feng Feng. I'm not sure, it's probably the owner of this ruin, Feng Feng speculated. At that moment, an ancient voice echoed again within the ruins. Descendants of the human race, you have passed the first trial, proving your qualification to inherit the legacy of our 10 ancestors. The 10 statues before you represent the legacy of the 10 ancestors of the human race. The method to obtain the legacy is simple, you just need to stand in front of the statues without doing anything. If the owner of the statue recognizes you, the legacy will automatically descend. If the statue does not respond, it means you are not fated to receive the legacy, and there is no need to force it. However, the fact that you have made it this far and passed the first trial indicates that you are both the most outstanding talents of the human race. Even if you ultimately cannot gain the recognition of the statues, the ancestral land will reward you both with an opportunity. Now, go and try the statues. Upon hearing this, Feng Feng and Tong Yuer felt a bit anxious. The second trial required no action, just reaching the statues, and whether they could obtain the legacy depended entirely on luck. The martial god had come here before, but unfortunately, he did not gain the recognition of any of the 10 statues. If even the martial god, with his talent, could not gain the recognition of the statues, it showed how harsh their selection was. Could they succeed? The two approached the first statue. The one holding the giant axe, resembling a human ancestor who seemed ready to split the heavens and the earth, but it showed no reaction. Clearly, it did not recognize Feng Feng and Tong Yuer and was unwilling to bestow the legacy. They sighed and moved to the second statue, that of the ancestor holding the giant sword. Again, the second ancestor showed no reaction, not acknowledging them. Continue, Feng Feng said, refusing to believe that none of the 10 statues would be willing to bestow a legacy upon him. They approached the third statue, that of the ancestor holding the large knife, but the statue remained unmoved. When they reached the fourth statue, that of the ancestor carrying the divine bow, the statue's sharp gaze swept over them, as if it could see through them. Then it returned to calm, evidently not recognizing them either. Feng Feng felt a bit anxious. Could it be that they were truly destined to be like the martial god, unable to gain the recognition of any statue? Feng Feng refused to believe it and pressed on. When they reached the fifth ancestor's statue, the one holding the slender sword, the statue finally reacted. This ancestor, with an ethereal grace, like a goddess from the heavens, nodded at Tong Yuer and then descended a ray of enlightening light. Clearly, it was bestowing the legacy upon Tong Yuer. As for Feng Feng, the ancestor did not even glance at him. Feng Feng, I refuse to believe this, Feng Feng declared. He continued forward. The sixth statue showed no response. The seventh statue showed no response. The eighth statue still showed no response. The ninth statue remained unresponsive. Feng Feng took a deep breath, the last one. He glanced back at Tong Yuer, who had already gained the statue's approval. If the last statue did not recognize him, he knew he would have to pack up and leave. The 10th statue was that of an ancestor of the human race, holding a long spear. With a heavy heart, Feng Feng approached this statue. At that moment, within the towering statue, a rich aura of spear techniques connected with the spear light within Feng Feng. The statue nodded in satisfaction and bestowed a legacy of light upon Feng Feng. There would be 2 more updates later. Junior, my name is Gun Ancestor, one of the 10 ancestors of the human race. The fact that you can resonate with the gun energy within me indicates that you are a genius in the way of the gun and are qualified to receive the inheritance. To cultivate my way of the gun, you must condense the gun soul. I have prepared a bottle of divine soul liquid for you. This divine soul liquid contains the essence of my way of the gun. Once you drink it, your understanding of the way of the gun will break through to the realm of the gun soul. The voice of the statue of the gun ancestor echoed in Feng Feng's mind. Then, from the statue, a bottle of divine soul liquid floated down. Feng Feng was overjoyed. The realm of the gun soul, what a realm that was. Feng Feng drank the divine soul liquid in one gulp. In an instant, he felt a tremendous energy explode within him, directly elevating his cultivation level, and the strength of his soul continued to rise. Half an hour later, Feng Feng's soul had become incredibly powerful, and a primordial spirit appeared, sitting cross-legged in Feng Feng's mind. The primordial spirit is something that condenses only after breaking through. To the master level, now that Feng had condensed it early, it meant that his soul was already comparable to that of a master. Moreover, the most important thing was that in Feng's mind, a divine spear stood tall. This was the gun soul. Feng successfully condensed the gun soul, and from now on, his understanding of the way of the gun would be smooth sailing. Feng took out an A-grade spear, executed the tiger hull spear technique, and resonated with the gun soul in his mind. A terrifying gun energy erupted from him as he thrust the spear forward. It directly pierced through a massive rock ahead, shattering it into pieces, reduced to powder by the gun energy. Impressive, truly worthy of the gun soul. This thrust could definitely defeat a level 9 martial artist. Remember, this was without activating the Thunder Extreme Body. If he activated it, the destructive power would only increase. He would even have the strength to resist a master. Feng couldn't wait to open the attribute panel. His cultivation had just increased, and the soul had condensed into a primordial spirit. He wondered what level he had reached. Host, Feng cultivation, level 7. Stage 2, 5-star super martial artist, soul, 10,100, first rank master, vitality, 73,000, level 8, stage 3, speed, 730 meters per second, level 8, stage 3, strength, 73T, level 8, stage 3, physical strength, 5th rank master, number of times to enter system space, 0 times. All attributes had increased, and the soul had directly risen to a first rank master, a whole level up. Awesome, now he had an attribute comparable to a master. At this moment, a will emanated from the statue ahead. Congratulations, Junior, on becoming the heir of my gun ancestor. From today onwards, you must cultivate the spear technique with me in this ancestral land of the human race. You may leave only when you achieve unity of man and gun, but then, from the statue, a set of spear techniques called Heaven Shocking 9 Styles was passed down. This Heaven Shocking 9 Styles was the lifelong effort of the gun ancestor, an unparalleled spear technique. Once mastered, the way of the gun would be perfected, allowing one to transcend into sainthood. The first style, when the spear is thrust into the 9 heavens, can annihilate a master. However, to cultivate the first style, 2 conditions must be met. The way of the gun must reach unity of man and gun. In the following time, Feng diligently practiced the spear technique in front of the statue, while also setting aside part of his time each day to enter the system space for cultivation. Meanwhile, Tong Yuer also began to cultivate the inheritance of the female ancestor of the human race, named Ice Ancestor, who also practiced the sword technique, imparting the way of the ice sword to Tong Yuer. A month passed, and Feng had already achieved the realm of unity of man and gun, while his cultivation had not lagged behind, increasing by 8 stages. Now, he had reached level 8, stage 1. Now, Feng's cultivation has reached the first stage of level 8. Opening the attribute panel, host, Feng cultivation, level 8, first stage, 5-star. Super Warrior, Divine Soul, 11200, second rank supreme, vitality, 82,000, 9th level, second stage, speed, 820 meters per second, 9th level, second stage, strength, 82T. 9th level, second stage, physical strength, 5th rank supreme, number of times entering system space, 0 in the past month. Feng could enter the system space to cultivate for 3 months each day, totaling 7.5 years of cultivation. With his exceptional talent and relentless training, he has mastered the first move of the gun ancestors' Heaven Shocking 9 Styles, the first move, Gun Out 9 Heavens. He has activated the Thunder Body, and with this move, combined with the gun soul in the realm of unity between man and gun, he can annihilate 9th rank grandmasters, invincible below the supreme. Moreover, during these 7 years, he did not neglect the cultivation of the Divine 8th visualization, and his divine soul is now comparable to a 2nd rank supreme. At the same time, cultivating the blood god immortal body has made his physical strength comparable to a 5th rank supreme. What does it mean to be a supreme? It means standing there, allowing 9th level warriors to attack, and they cannot harm him. Feng is exceptionally excited. Additionally, Feng has also cultivated 9th rank martial skills. He has perfected the last 4 9th rank martial skills he purchased: 9 Calamity Fist, Demon Subduing Palm, 9 Shadow Body Technique, and Breaking Army Spear. Moreover, he has made breakthroughs in the Thunder Summoning Divine Spell. Previously, he could only summon 5 bolts of heavenly thunder, but now he can summon 6. The Soul Piercing Spike has also seen a breakthrough. He could only condense 5 Soul Piercing Spikes before, but now he can condense 6 for attacks. Ding, congratulations to the host for breaking through to the first stage of level 8, System Upgrade. Ding, System Upgrade, the time the host can cultivate In the system space has increased from 3 months to 100 days. Hearing the prompts in his mind, Feng smiled, feeling great. Now he can cultivate for 100 days in the system space in just one day. That's 100 times more than others. In fact, Feng completed the first move of heaven-shocking 9 styles in just 12 days, which means he cultivated for a total of 3 years. The last 18 days were mainly spent waiting for Tong Yuer. Tong Yuer's talent is slightly inferior to his, and she has just completed her inheritance. Now, Tong Yuer has also completed her inheritance. In just 1 month, she has cultivated for nearly 3 years in the divine artifact space and has finally met the standards set by the Ice Ancestor. Moreover, her cultivation has risen to the 3rd stage of Level 9. She is a 4-star super warrior, and her attributes are now comparable to a 1st-rank grandmaster. Under the Ice Ancestor's inheritance, she can battle 9th-rank grandmasters, her combat power on par with Feng Feng's. Ha! Tong Yuer stood up, letting out a sigh of relief, finally completing it. The Ice Ancestors' requirements were simple: to reach the realm of unity between sword in person and swordsmanship, and to master the first move of the mystic ice sword technique to exit the closed door. A sword flew down from the Ice Ancestor statue in front of Tong Yuer and was thrust into the ground. This sword is a divine artifact, the mystic Ice Divine Sword. When Tong Yuer meets the Ice Ancestor's requirements, she can obtain the Ice Ancestor's weapon. When Feng completed the Gun Ancestor's requirements, he also received the Gun Ancestor's weapon, the divine artifact 9 Calamity Divine Spear. The ancestors of the human race have actually died, but their divine consciousness waits for the descendants of the human race to come and obtain the inheritance, to strengthen the luck of the human race. This is also the reason why Feng and Tong Yuer dared to expose the system space and divine artifact space here. Now, with their inheritance complete, it is time to go out. At this moment, in the sky, an ancient voice echoed, "Congratulations to both of you, descendants, for obtaining the inheritance of the 2nd ancestor. I will give you a bit of opportunity. Once you leave the ancestral land, you must ensure the prosperity of our human race. Remember, the human race is always the strongest fighting race in this world." In the sky, 2 terrifying powers surged into Feng and Tong Yuer's bodies. These 2 forces began to refine and transform Feng and Tong Yuer, allowing them to be reborn and blossom with vibrant vitality. At the same time, their cultivation levels directly increased. 8th level, 2nd stage. 9th level, 4th stage. Feng and Tong Yuer knelt down and bowed their heads to the ancestral land of the human race, grateful for the teachings they received. They vowed not to forget and promised to do their utmost to prosper the human race once they left the ancestral land. The 4th update ends here. Tomorrow's excitement continues. Leaving the ancient ruins, Feng and Tong Yuer arrived in the demon realm. At this moment, Tong Yuer re-established contact with the war god. The war god's voice echoed in Tong Yuer's mind, saying, "Are you out now? Have you obtained the inheritance?" "We're out. And we both received the inheritance," Tong Yuer replied. "That's good," the war god communicated through his spirit. "Stay where you are, I will come to get you. With your abilities, you cannot traverse the realms." "Okay," Tong Yuer responded, then exclaimed in panic, "Master, you need to hurry. We are surrounded by a group of demon beasts." "Alright, I'll be there soon, just wait a moment," the war god said. In the demon realm, the entrance to the ruins was in a valley. At this moment, for some unknown reason, countless demon beasts, mostly at level 9, had gathered around the outer perimeter of the canyon. Tong Yuer and Feng were stunned as they looked at the large group of demon beasts before them, along with several master-level demon beasts. What was happening? Feng and Tong Yuer had no idea. When they obtained the inheritance in the ruins, the entrance had caused a strong commotion, and the surrounding demon beasts thought a treasure had appeared, rushing over to investigate. Unexpectedly, they saw Feng and Tong Yuer emerge. The demon beasts of the demon realm were extremely hostile towards humans. As soon as Feng and Tong Yuer appeared, the surrounding demon beasts became furious, roaring and preparing to charge down the canyon. Feng quickly took out an 8th level energy gun from the system space and handed it to Tong Yuer. The 8th level energy gun was capable of killing level 9 demon beasts. Dealing with these level 9 demon beasts was no problem at all. At the same time, he also took out a 9th level energy gun. Ready for battle, there was no time to think in a critical moment. In this situation, they could only fight desperately until the war god arrived to take them away. The submachine gun had a range of 5,000 meters, and the distance from the top of the canyon to the bottom was at most 1,000 meters. The two stood at the bottom of the canyon, shooting with their energy guns. The level 9 demon Beasts charging down from above could not dodge the bullets from the 8th level energy guns. They could hold out for a while. War. God, you need to hurry. Otherwise, we're done for today. Feng Feng looked up at the group of demon beasts and began shooting. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets flew thickly into the air. Tong Yuer also started firing with her energy gun. Their energy projectile struck the demon beasts above like cannonballs. The terrifying destructive energy instantly pierced through the demon beasts, causing their bodies to explode. Some energy projectiles missed the demon beasts and exploded against the cliff wall, the terrifying power causing the demon beasts at the edge of the cliff to fall into the canyon, dying instantly. The level 9 demon beasts above, under attack, all turned to look at Feng Feng at the bottom of the canyon, roaring in anger. However, the surrounding cliffs were steep, rising 1,000 meters. They did not dare to jump down directly, or they would be smashed to pieces. They could only rush towards the entrance of the canyon below, trying to circle around to deal with Feng Feng and Tong Yuer. Feng Feng and Tong Yuer naturally understood the intentions of the level 9 demon beasts, and they directed their firepower towards the demon beasts rushing down the slope of the canyon. Rat-a-tat-tat. Minutes passed and hundreds of level 9 demon beasts had not yet reached the entrance of the canyon before. They were all shot through by Feng Feng and Tong Yuer, dying along the way. At that moment, several flying level 9 demon beasts dove down from the sky at high speed, extending their claws to attack Feng Feng and Tong Yuer. Seeing the flying level 9 demon beasts coming down, Feng Feng snorted coldly, stowing away his energy gun. His aura erupted as he executed the 9th grade martial skill, 9 Shadow Technique. In an instant, Feng Feng dodged to the side, evading the assault of the flying level 9 demon beasts. At the same time, the thunder extreme body erupted, divine powers unleashed, and the terrifying force of lightning burst forth. Crackle, the dreadful lightning rampaged, causing immense damage to several flying 9th level demon beasts ahead. When the lightning struck one of the 9th level demon beasts, it continuously destroyed and devastated it like a maggot gnawing on bone. Feng Feng suddenly stepped forward, swinging his fist to deliver a fatal blow, the 9th grade martial art, 9 Calamities. Fist erupted, directly killing the 9th level demon beast that was already half dead from the electric shock with a single punch. Feng Feng turned around and continued to attack the remaining 3 flying 9th level demon beasts. Surrounded by lightning, Feng Feng resembled a god of slaughter, the thunder extreme body instantly reaching its peak, his combat power increasing tenfold, eager to quickly resolve the battle. After dealing with these detestable 9th level flying demon beasts, he still had to face the army of demon beasts charging from the canyon. Feng Feng executed the 9th grade martial art, 9 Shadows Technique, unleashing a terrifying speed that was almost unbelievable. In an instant, he appeared before another 9th level flying demon beast. Gripping his spear with one hand, he swept it out, directly severing the neck of that 9th level flying demon beast. Tong Yuer was also using the Ice Spike martial technique to strangle the 9th level flying demon beast attacking her. At such close range, using an energy gun was completely unfeasible and could easily injure allies, so they could only engage in hand-to-hand combat. Feng Feng roared, executing the 9th grade martial art, 9 Calamities fist, and punched towards a 9th level flying demon beast ahead, the terrifying lightning power crashing directly into it. Boom, the dreadful lightning rampaged, and a punch struck the 9th level flying demon beast that was preparing to flee, causing it to explode instantly, killing it. With the thunder extreme body activated, a single punch could rival that of a master. He looked at the last 9th level flying demon beast and said, "Die." The spear in his hand thrust forward, a cold light flashing, the spear piercing through space, directly penetrating and killing the last 9th level flying demon beast. After dealing with the troublesome flying beasts, Feng Feng retracted his spear, holding an assault rifle, ready to continue shooting at the 9th level demon beasts charging down. However, at that moment, a golden master level demon beast charged in from the canyon entrance. It was indeed a master level demon beast. This golden master level demon beast, a golden ancient ape, was incredibly powerful, stronger than other master level demon beasts. Fight the master! Feng Feng shouted, then suddenly stomped the ground, his figure leaping back to evade the charge of the master-level demon beast. Seeing Feng Feng easily dodge its attack, the master-level demon beast was startled. This human was so fast. Feng Feng snorted coldly, thinking that if one didn't have the skills, they wouldn't dare to clash head-on. Executing the 9 Shadows technique, the thunder extreme body erupted, and he instantly appeared before the master-level demon beast, thrusting his spear forward. The abundant lightning power surged from his dantian, and the spear's glow wrapped around its tip. The 9th grade martial art, Breaking Army Spear, was unleashed. The sharp spear tip, swirling with lightning, aimed for the neck of the master-level demon beast. Suddenly, the master-level demon beast unleashed all its power, golden demonic energy erupting from its body, endless golden aura swirling around it. The master-level demon beast's figure flickered, raising its 8 claw, and in an instant, endless golden demonic energy enveloped the claw, tearing through the air to meet Feng's terrifying spear thrust. Boom! A loud crash echoed as the master-level demon beast's attack repelled Feng's spear. Feng was taken aback. The attack of the master-level demon beast was indeed terrifying, far beyond what a 9th-level demon beast could compare to. He activated the Thunder Extreme Body. His attributes were already close to that of a master, and in the future, he would be able to contend with this master demon beast using 9th-grade martial skills. It seemed he was still not qualified. The master demon beast's eyes also held disbelief. Its full-force claw was actually blocked by this human in front of it with a single shot. This human was almost comparable to a master demon beast, with terrifying strength. The master demon beast did not hesitate, raising its ape-like claw and continued to charge at Feng. Seeing the master demon beast coming at him, a surge of terrifying lightning energy erupted from Feng's body. The lightning patterns began to form on his bare upper body, continuously providing him with energy. Feng was about to unleash his ultimate move. The secret technique that could attack the soul-piercing spike, was activated, and Feng's soul power erupted instantly, transforming into 6 invisible spikes that continuously pierced towards the master demon beast's mind. Puff! Struck by the 6 soul-piercing spikes, the master demon beast instantly bled from its mouth and nose, its forward momentum sharply reduced, falling into a dazed state. Now was the time. The divine ability Thunder Summoning Spell was activated, and in the sky above, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The surging power of lightning was summoned down by Feng, converging with the lightning patterns on his body. Go! Feng shouted, and in an instant, the terrifying lightning that had gathered around him struck the dazed master demon beast with 6 bolts of heavenly thunder. Boom! The 6 bolts of heavenly thunder struck the master demon beast's head continuously, splitting it open in an instant, its body covered in lightning, purple lightning tormenting it, surrounding it. As the lightning dissipated, the master demon beast fell to the ground dead on the spot. Feng snorted coldly. Even in front of his divine ability, the master demon beast had to suffer defeat. This master demon beast was not strong, only at the 1st grade master level, belonging to the weakest of the great demons. However, what Feng unleashed was not his strongest killing move at present. Feng's current strongest attack was to activate the gun soul, merging man and gun, using the acquired divine weapon to execute the first move of heaven-shocking 9 styles, shooting the gun into the 9 heavens. Once this move was unleashed, even a top-tier great demon at the 9th grade master level would have to suffer defeat, and even demon lords would have to avoid its edge. Feng now had a clear assessment of his strength. If he fully activated the Thunder Extreme Body with the enhancement of the soul-piercing spike and thunder summoning divine ability, he could kill weaker master demon beasts. For stronger ones, he would have to rely on the inheritance of the gun ancestor. At this moment, at the entrance of the canyon ahead, dozens of 9th-level demon beasts were charging up. Feng quickly reacted, sweeping his long gun in a circle 360 degrees. The gun shot out like a dragon, repelling the first few 9th-level demon beasts that charged forward. Then, he took out a 9th-level energy gun from the system space. Do. The energy gun continuously swept around, the terrifying energy bullets like cannonballs, directly blasting the 9th-level demon beasts at the entrance backward. Rows of them fell to the ground. The energy gun bullets pierced through the 9th-level demon beasts, leaving large holes the size of water tanks on their bodies. None of the 9th-level demon beasts could survive being hit by the 9th-level energy gun. The demon beasts were extremely frustrated. Are you playing unfairly? We fight you barehanded, and you bring out a submachine gun to shoot. Humans are always so despicable. Unfortunately, Feng would not pay attention to their angry roars. At this moment, Feng's face was grim, holding the 9th-level submachine gun, continuously shooting at the 9th-level demon beasts ahead, coldly saying, "In your territory, I will still annihilate you." One by one, the 9th-level demon beasts fell, and the cliffs surrounding the canyon were filled with dense large holes, all made by the energy gun bullets. But the number of demon beasts was increasing. Moreover, their speed was getting faster, as if they were risking their lives to rush in and tear apart Feng. Finally, the canyon was lost, and the two had no choice but to engage in close combat with the level 9 demon beasts. Lightning surrounded Feng, while ice surrounded Tong Yuer. Just hold on a little longer, Xiao Chen, Master has already reached the demon realm and will arrive soon, Tong Yuer said. She could sense that the martial god had come to the demon realm, but it would take a moment for him to get here. Feng nodded and began to fight, waiting for the martial god's rescue. With such a commotion, it was only a matter of time before a master-level demon beast was attracted. If it was a master-level demon beast, they might manage, but if they encountered a supreme demon beast, they would be finished. They might not even last until the martial god arrived. Surrounded by lightning, Feng Feng resembled a god of slaughter, and wherever he passed, level 9 demon beasts fell under his spear. Tong Yuer was the same. With her full momentum, she was comparable to a master. Around her, ice spikes were forming, each one comparable to a bullet from a level 9 energy gun, and they were like guided energy gun bullets, flying around and striking. Dozens of ice spikes killed dozens of level 9 demon beasts in the blink of an eye. There was not a single mistake. Tong Yuer's move was like wielding dozens of level 9 energy guns at once, and those bullets had guidance. The lethality was terrifying enough to make the demon beasts shudder. It was too much. The demon beasts were almost crying. Feng Feng unleashed all his momentum, gripping the spear with one hand, spinning around, the spear spirit activated. Merging man and spear, suddenly rotating like a walking reaper. Wherever he passed, the demon beasts were directly swept down by the spinning spear, the area of effect not much weaker than Tong Yuer's. But the number of demon beasts at the canyon entrance was increasing. Seemingly endless, rushing in from the surroundings of the demon realm. Suddenly, a beastly roar. A gigantic demon beast flew in from the sky. It was actually a master-level demon beast, and a flying master demon at that. The surrounding demon beasts roared in excitement upon seeing the flying master demon arrive, believing that they could defeat the humans before them. The master demon spread its wings, dozens of meters wide, blocking out the sun, with claws several meters long reflecting a sinister cold light, descending from the sky to pounce on Feng Feng. Seeing this, Feng Feng activated his Thunder Extreme body. The spear spirit was unleashed, and behind him, a towering phantom of a divine spear appeared, endless spear energy spreading from his spear spirit. Feng Feng's body floated, entering the state of man and spear unity. The spear in his hand suddenly detached from Feng Feng, its tip aimed at the flying master demon. Go! Feng Feng shouted. A cold light flashing, the spear pierced through space, directly penetrating the head of the descending master demon, killing it. All the level 9 demon beasts were stunned, and the flying master demon was also killed in a single blow. This was too terrifying. Who could possibly be a match for Feng Feng and Tong Yuer? Just then, roar! A furious roar shook the heavens and earth, causing pain in people's eardrums, and the level 9 demon beasts were so frightened by this roar that they crawled on the ground. It was a supreme level demon beast. The demon sovereign had arrived. Among the trembling level 9 demon beasts on the ground, a gigantic demon beast slowly stepped into the canyon entrance, as large as a mountain, each step shaking the ground. Not good, it's a supreme level demon beast, Feng Feng said in shock, truly fearing what was coming. However, Tong Yuer said, "Don't worry, master is here." As soon as she finished speaking, a handsome young man slowly descended from the sky of the canyon, landing in front of Feng Feng and Tong Yuer. It was indeed the martial god. The 4th update is here, and tomorrow we'll continue with more excitement. Thank you all for the gifts, I really appreciate it. I originally wanted to write a 1,000-word author's note, but I thought better of it. 1,000 words can't compare to a single phrase. I love you all. Master! Tong Yuer called out excitedly. Brother he! Feng Feng shouted. The martial god nodded at the two. Tong Yuer reached out and tugged at Feng Feng's ear, angrily saying, "I call him master, and you call him brother he, so you're 1 generation older than me. How impressive." Feng Feng. It was the martial god who made him call him brother he. Can he be blamed for that? Can we have some reason here? Countless demon beasts in front looked at the suddenly appearing martial god and instantly began to retreat step by step from the martial god. These demon beasts felt an unprecedented fear. The supreme demon beast was no exception. The martial god's aura, it had only seen on the demon god, the ruler of the demon realm. The demon god. The ruler of the demon realm, commanding hundreds of demon emperors, thousands of demon kings, and countless demon lords and great demons. An absolutely invincible existence. Retreat! The martial god spoke. To the surrounding group of demon beasts, he had no intention of exterminating them. At his level, exterminating these demon beasts would only require a single thought. However, there was an agreement between the demon realm and earth that powerful beings above the king level could not casually enter each other's realms and indiscriminately kill the innocent. The martial god had already violated the rules. By coming to the demon realm, if he were to indiscriminately kill the innocent again, it would be unreasonable. Before a full-scale war, the agreements still had to be followed. Moreover, killing this group of demon beasts would have no impact on the demon realm, so there was no need to do so. Upon hearing the martial god's voice, the surrounding demon beasts immediately retreated like a tide, especially the supreme demon beast, which ran faster than anyone else. In no time, all the demon beasts had fled without a trace. Let's go back. The martial god turned to Tong Yuer and Feng Feng. Feng Feng and Tong Yuer nodded. Your cultivation has improved again, you both have combat power comparable to that of a master, very impressive. The martial god said with a smile. He had actually just arrived and had not come out earlier because he wanted to see what level the two little ones had reached in their strength. Of course. Tong Yuer said. Proudly, I obtained the Ice Ancestor's inheritance in the human ancestral land this time. I will also become a god and an ancestor in the future. Ice Ancestor, not bad. The martial god nodded. He was aware of the 10 ancestor statues in the human ancestral land. He had entered by chance but did not gain the recognition of the 10 ancestors. It was not because of his lack of talent, but because he had already obtained the inheritance of other human ancestors when he entered the human ancestral land, so the 10 ancestors of humanity had given up on him. The martial god had obtained the inheritance of a human ancestor, the martial ancestor, in another part of the human ancestral land. The martial ancestor's inheritance was on par with that of the 10 ancestors of humanity. The inheritance of the martial ancestor had allowed him to achieve his current position as the martial god of Earth. What about Feng Feng? The martial god asked, curious about whose inheritance Feng Feng had obtained. I obtained the inheritance of the spear ancestor. Feng Feng replied. The spear ancestor. Also not bad, no wonder I felt the spear intent boiling from you. It turns out you obtained the spear ancestor's inheritance. The martial god responded, by the looks of you, you must have already condensed your spear soul and reached the realm of unity between man and spear. Feng Feng replied, the martial god truly was the martial god, seeing through his realm at a glance. Very good, having reached the master realm, you can give birth to a primordial spirit, communicate with the great trends of heaven and earth, and cultivate the power of intent. The power of intent can be divided into condensing the soul, unity, gathering momentum, transforming realms, and forming domains. Condensing the soul, simply put, is gathering the soul. Feng Feng, you cultivate the spear path, and what you condense is the spear soul. Yuer, you cultivate the sword path, and what you condense is the sword soul. This realm can only be reached by masters. Unity is the second realm. In the path of the spear, it is the unity of man and spear, and in the path of the sword, it is the unity of man and sword, with boundless power. This realm can only be reached by the supreme. Gathering momentum is the third realm. In the path of the spear, it condenses spear momentum, and in the path of the sword, it condenses sword momentum. Once the power of momentum is unleashed, the great momentum of heaven and earth follows. This realm can only be achieved by the martial king. Transformation is the fourth realm. In the path of the spear, spear momentum transforms into spear realm, and in the path of the sword, sword momentum transforms into sword realm. The power of the realm can only be attained by the battle emperor. The final realm, the domain, is where the spear path forms a spear domain, and the sword path forms a sword domain. The power of the domain within the domain can destroy heaven and earth, and is unmatched. This can only be achieved by the martial emperor. The martial god explained the cultivation of the power of intent to Feng Feng and Tong Yuer. After reaching the grandmaster level in battles among the strong, what is contested is the power of intent. Upon reaching the grandmaster realm, the cultivation of intent has just begun. Work hard, the martial god said. The two nodded, realizing that in the grandmaster realm, the power of intent was just beginning, and they still had a long way to go. The martial god took Feng Feng and Tong Yuer out of the demon realm and arrived at the imperial capital, where they parted ways. Feng Feng and Tong Yuer returned to the Divine Dragon University. After being away for more than a month, the national martial arts competition for universities was about to begin. Both were members of the Divine Dragon University's Divine Dragon team, and Tong Yuer was the captain. It was time to return and organize the team for the competition. Divine Dragon University. In every national martial arts competition for universities, they had always been champions, and they had to be champions in their year as well. Just after returning to Divine Dragon University, Zhao Yao found Feng Feng and Tong Yuer anxiously saying, "You two have finally returned, now we have hope." Hope? Mentor Zhao, what do you mean? Feng Feng asked, somewhat confused. Zhao Yao sighed and said, "The National University Martial Arts Tournament starts in 10 days. Divine Dragon University is the champion every year, and before the competition, students from various universities come to challenge the students of Divine Dragon University to build momentum and promote the school's prestige. This morning, the top-eyed universities in eastern China sent their strongest freshmen to form a team to challenge our Divine Dragon universities. Divine Dragon Team. Normally, we wouldn't be afraid of such a situation, but coincidentally, all 10 members of the Divine Dragon Team are not at school. Yu and Tong Yuer went out to train, while the other 8 have all been sent to secondary blessed lands for further cultivation. Zhao Yao said, feeling frustrated. There's nothing we can do, we can only send a few of the stronger freshmen to respond. Zhao Yao continued, who would have thought that the challengers from the 5 major universities in the East are all their strongest freshmen, concentrated resources for training, and their strength is outrageous. Our non-divine Dragon Team members are simply no match for them. Right now, on the playground, those from the 5 Eastern universities are being incredibly arrogant, claiming that Divine Dragon University is nothing but a name. Zhao Yao said angrily. Now that you two have returned, our Divine Dragon University finally has someone we can rely on. Zhao Yao said excitedly, let's go to the playground now. Feng Feng and Tong Yuer nodded, understanding the situation. Feng Feng narrowed his eyes, the 5 major universities in the East were indeed interesting, taking advantage of the absence of their strongest 10 to challenge others and show off. Zhao Yao brought Feng Feng and the others to the playground. At this moment, the playground, which spanned tens of thousands of square meters, was already filled with people, not only students but also many members of society, news reporters, television hosts, and a large crowd of onlookers. The challenge from the 5 major universities in the East to Shenlong University was naturally a hot topic that could not be missed. In the center of the playground, the two sides faced off. The 5 major universities in the East were in high spirits, having won 4 consecutive matches. They not only brought a large group of cheerleaders but also notified reporters and television hosts to broadcast this challenge nationwide. They aimed to humiliate Shenlong University in front of all of Huaxia, and if successful today, they understood that the scoreline for the 5 major universities in the East could be raised, attracting more talents. At this moment, the battle on stage was between Yu Rong from Shenlong University, ranked 11th among the new students, the strongest newcomer outside the 10 members of the Shenlong team, a 3-star super warrior with a cultivation level of 7. 8th stage and attributes at 8, 5th stage. A super warrior at the human limit, whose physical attributes doubled upon becoming a warrior. Her opponent was Xia Ming, the top newcomer from Qiandong University in the East. Qiandong University was ranked 49th nationwide, and Xia Ming was the top scorer in the college entrance examination of Qiandong province. He did not want to leave his hometown, so he stayed at Qiandong University, which devoted all its resources to cultivate him. Now, he had a cultivation level of 8, 2nd stage, and he came from a prestigious family of warriors in the East, also a 3-star super warrior, with attributes comparable to 8, 8th stage. Suddenly, with a loud bang, Yu Rong from Shenlong University was directly knocked off the stage by Xia Ming with a single move, losing the battle. Below the stage, thunderous applause erupted. Cheers surged, all were the praises of the people from the 5 major universities in the East, while Shenlong University was shrouded in gloom. They had lost 5 consecutive matches. The television hosts and news reporters reported extensively, claiming that Shenlong University was merely a name without substance, a super university with no real merit, having been defeated 5 times in a row by the 5 major universities in the East. They proclaimed that the 5 major universities in the East were hiding talents, now emerging and gaining fame across the world. Xia Ming stood on the stage, glanced down at Shenlong University, and said lightly, "Thank you for the lesson. Today, I've come to understand the level of Shenlong University's top students, it's just that." Xia Ming's disdain further ignited the excitement among the 5 major universities in the East. The cheerleaders from the 5 major universities came out to dance, each one fair-skinned, beautiful, with long legs, wearing short skirts and swaying their waists, shouting the slogans of the 5 major universities in the East. It was extremely arrogant. The cheerleaders from Shenlong University, on the other hand, were extremely angry. Taking advantage of the absence of the 10 members of the Shenlong team, they challenged them, which was nothing to boast about. If they had the ability, they should wait until the 10 members of the Shenlong team returned to challenge them. By then, they would be beaten to the ground. However, the people accompanying the 5 major universities in the East ignored this, especially the female students who were incredibly bold, shouting at the stage, "Xia Ming, I love you. Xia Ming, you're amazing." Xia Ming made Shenlong University too scared to send anyone out. Well done. Xia Ming, I want to be your girlfriend. The leader of the 5 major universities in the East wore a proud smile. The leader? The vice president of the strongest university in the East, Chuanin University, Wen Sun, looked at the vice president of Shenlong University, Feng Yi, and said lightly, Principal Feng, is this your genius from Shenlong University? Truly lives up to its name. Wen Sun emphasized the word genius with heavy sarcasm. What you've defeated are merely ordinary students from our Shenlong University. Using the top students from your 5 major universities in the East to defeat our ordinary students is nothing to brag about. None of our Shenlong team members are present right now. If they were, you would naturally understand what a true genius is, Feng Yi retorted. Feng Yi is one of the 4 vice presidents of Shenlong University. Then let your Shenlong University Shenlong team members go into battle. I want to see just how strong your so-called Shenlong team is, Wen Sun said. You will feel it, Feng Yi snorted coldly, feeling quite displeased by this provocation. Especially since the news reporters and television hosts were constantly reporting negatively about Shenlong University, even though the Eastern 5 schools were not challenging Shenlong University's Shenlong team. But once such news appears, it will be exaggerated, and if someone with ulterior motives guides it slightly, it could affect Shenlong University's reputation. At that moment, Principal Feng, they are here, 2 members of the Shenlong team have returned, Zhao Yao shouted from afar. Then, Zhao Yao brought Feng Feng and Tong Yuer rushing from a distance. Upon seeing Zhao Yao return with Feng Feng and Tong Yuer, he was instantly overjoyed. Not only were they members of the Shenlong team, but they were also 2 official members. Moreover, the captain of the Shenlong team, Tong Yuer, was also here, so this was secured. Tong Yuer, a peerless prodigy from a royal family, a disciple of the martial god, a 4-star super warrior, and now, after 2 months, her attributes were likely comparable to a peak level 9 warrior, and defeating a martial master would be no problem. This time, the Eastern 5 universities would surely be doomed. And then there was Feng Feng. Others might not know Feng Feng's background, but Feng Yi, as the vice president of Shenlong University, certainly did. At the beginning of the semester, the martial god had already made arrangements with the higher-ups of Shenlong University. The person the martial god valued had an unprecedented heavenly-level top-tier talent, a 5-star super warrior, and now his cultivation had reached level 8, second stage. His attributes were probably already at level 9. With these 2 here, there would be no problem. Hearing that members of the Shenlong team had returned, Wen Sun, the vice president of Chuanin University, showed a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Members of the Shenlong team were not like the ordinary students of Shenlong University. Each one was a prodigy, especially the official members. They were the best of the best. In the student area of Shenlong University, upon hearing that members of the Shenlong team had returned, all the students erupted in excitement. Finally, members of the Shenlong team were back. After suffering 5 consecutive defeats today, they felt quite frustrated, and now they could finally redeem themselves. All the students looked towards Zhao Yao, eager to see which 2 members of the Shenlong team had returned. Upon seeing that it was Feng Feng and Tong Yuer, the students of Shenlong University were even more excited. They were official members, and the captain Tong Yuer was also present. Plus, there was the highly popular newcomer Feng Feng. Feng Feng had indeed challenged beyond his level, defeating the top Iveen Zhang to become an official member. Now, 2 months later, Feng Feng's cultivation had greatly improved. How strong would he be? Everyone dared not imagine. A female student from Shenlong University shouted, Feng Feng, go up and beat him down. Feng Feng has finally arrived. Take him down, he's too arrogant. Feng Feng, my idol, go up and defeat him. Feng Feng and Tong Yuer, along with Zhao Yao, approached Vice President Feng Yi of Shenlong University. Principal Feng, the 3 said respectfully. Feng Yi, one of the 4 vice presidents of Shenlong University, was also one of the great powers of Shenlong University, highly respected. Feng Yi nodded and said, you're finally back. Well done. Just now, someone was boasting about challenging our Shenlong team members, and now they are here. Next, it will be up to you. 2. Feng Feng and Tong Yuer nodded. Tong Yuer said to Principal Feng Yi, Principal Feng, don't worry, we will definitely let them know the strength of Shenlong University. Xiao Qinshan, go, Tong Yuer said to Feng Feng. As the captain, she naturally could not take action herself. The students of Shenlong University also shouted, Feng Feng, go, beat him down. Breaking voice, Feng Feng waved to the surrounding students of Shenlong University, suddenly jumped onto the stage and said, everyone, don't worry, leave it to me. Seeing the cheers rising from the audience, Xiaming couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. He was the focus and should be the center of attention. He approached Feng Feng and said, "Are the cheers that high? Aren't you afraid of not being able to hold your head up if you lose later?" "Oh, I'm so scared." Feng Feng replied sarcastically, his face full of disdain. "You." Xiaming clenched his fists. "Let's get started, it's just a few moves, no need to drag it out," Feng Feng said calmly. "Alright, let's see where your courage comes from." Xiaming snorted coldly, and the two stepped back, the battle about to begin. Fang Yi, Zhao Yao, Wen Sun, Tong Yuer, Rui Meng Meng, and countless students from Shenlong University shouted and cheered from the audience, eager to see Feng Feng beat this arrogant outsider. "Go, brother Feng Feng," Rui Meng Meng called out. "If you win, I'll warm your bed." Hearing this, Tong Yuer curled her lips and said, "Shameless. Watch my fist." Xiaming shouted, moving forward and charging at Feng Feng. Without hesitation, Feng Feng unleashed the 9 shadow technique, exploding forward like a cannonball towards Xiaming. Feng Feng's current cultivation was at the second stage of level 8. All attributes: host, Feng Feng. Cultivation, level 8, second stage, 5-star super warrior, divine soul, 12,200, third grade supreme, vitality, 82,000. Level 9, third stage, speed, 820 meters per second, level 9, third stage, strength, 82T, level 9, third stage, body strength. 6th grade supreme, number of times entering system space, 0, on average. His overall attributes were comparable to a level 9. Third stage warrior, much stronger than Xiaming. Seeing this, Xiaming unleashed all his momentum, his hands forming fists. Black spiritual energy swirling around him as he executed an 8th grade martial skill, the black iron fist aimed at Feng Feng's face. Feng Feng suddenly became calm, executing his fist technique, purple lightning swirling around his fist, and the sound of thunder roared around them as he met Xiaming's cold spirit fist with a single punch. The two collided, and the air was shattered. Boom! A loud explosion echoed, and a terrifying force rebounded towards both of them. Feng Feng remained unmoved, while Xiaming spat blood and was sent flying. He was directly knocked back by Feng Feng's terrifying defense. What a joke, Feng Feng's defense was comparable to a 6th grade supreme, far stronger than Xiaming. Xiaming's defense was only at level 8. 8th stage, so he naturally was sent flying, spitting blood. Feng Feng is amazing. I love you, Feng Feng. From today on, Feng Feng is my boyfriend, Su Tsui declares. Countless girls in the audience screamed. Good. Zhao Yao also shouted in approval. Feng Feng's punch truly brought honor to Shenlong University. Beside him, Wen Sun's expression was grim, not expecting Xiaming to be at a disadvantage right from the first move. Fang Yi said lightly, "Now that our Shenlong team's talents have returned, all provocations are nothing but a bunch of clowns." Feng Feng, listen well, I want you to take on all 5 of them and completely defeat the 5 sent by the Eastern 5 schools. Fang Yi announced to Feng Feng on stage. Okay, principal, no problem, leave it to me, Feng Feng responded. Too much bullying. On stage, Xiaming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shouted, then charged at Feng Feng. In front of so many girls from the Eastern 5 schools, especially those cheerleaders in short skirts with top-notch figures and looks, he would never admit defeat. A series of blood-red lights surrounded Xiaming as he fought desperately, his momentum suddenly rising by 3 stages, burning his vitality to enhance his cultivation. In an instant, his attributes forcibly increased to level 9, first stage. For the sake of dealing with Feng Feng, Xiaming chose this self-harming method, determined to eliminate Feng Feng. He would not let those female fans who supported him down. Xiaming's face was twisted with rage, his eyes bloodshot, as he charged towards Feng Feng, delivering a punch that was a 9th grade martial art, its power several times greater than before, aimed directly at Feng Feng's face. Feng Feng did not dodge or evade, standing his ground as the air in front of him exploded, showcasing the force of Xiaming's punch. Everyone from the 5 Eastern schools was stunned. Wasn't this Feng Feng from Shenlong University being a bit too arrogant? Who did he look down on? Xiaming, crush him. On the other hand, the students from Shenlong University had no doubt about Feng Feng's strength, he could definitely take Xiaming's punch. Sure enough, Feng Feng lightly raised his hand and effortlessly caught Xiaming's punch, instantly immobilizing him, unable to advance an inch. Is that all? Feng Feng mocked, then suddenly leaped up, executing the 9th grade martial art technique 9 Calamities Fist. Lightning flashed, and the 9 shadows of the 9 Calamities Fist flickered in and out of view, carrying 9 layers of lethality, directly crashing towards Xiaming. 9th grade perfected martial technique. Xiaming's face turned ashen upon seeing this. Bang! A loud crash echoed as Feng Feng's punch collided with Xiaming's, the force of Feng Feng's 9 Calamities shattering Xiaming's punch, followed by the 9 hidden energies from Feng's 9 calamities fist, all striking Xia Ming. Xia Ming was sent flying off the stage, crashing heavily to the ground, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, and then he fainted. He was defeated. Thoroughly defeated. Even burning. His vital energy was no match for Feng's punch. Well done. Countless boys in the Shunlong University student area were in high spirits. What did it matter if Xia Ming burned his vital energy to enhance his cultivation? In front of our Feng, he was still not enough to be taken seriously. Wasn't he just very arrogant, bringing so many news reporters and TV hosts for a nationwide live broadcast? How does it feel now? Fang Yi laughed heartily as he looked at Wen-sun. Now you can be arrogant, open your eyes and see what a genius really is. In front of the Shunlong team members, you Eastern 5 School's pride is just a joke. Wen-sun's face darkened to the extreme, not expecting Feng's combat power to be so strong, completely overpowering Xia Ming. Defeating just one Xia Ming, President? Fang is a bit too proud too soon. Wen-sun snorted coldly. Although Xia Ming is formidable, he is not the strongest among our Eastern 5 schools. Next, I will send my Qianqing University's top genius, Wei Tai, to the stage. Wei Tai, the top freshman of Qianqing University, also a local college entrance examination champion, his combat power surpassing Xia Ming, now reaching the 9th level, 3rd stage. Moreover, he had mastered a systematic 9th grade martial technique, and he would surely be able to suppress Feng. Wei Tai, robust in build, slowly stepped onto the stage. Upon seeing Wei Tai take the stage, the students from the 5 Eastern schools erupted in excitement again. The cheerleaders began to dance, and the girls shouted Wei Tai's name. Wei Tai, defeat him, avenge Xia Ming. He's too arrogant, let him know the might of our Eastern 5 schools. Yes, defeat him, we can't stand his smugness. Brother Tai, defeat him, make him your little brother. Wei Tai arrived on stage and raised his hand to signal the students from the 5 Eastern schools to quiet down. Everyone, don't worry, just leave it to me, it's not a big deal, Wei Tai said casually. However, as for making him my little brother, let's forget about that. Not everyone is worthy of being my little brother. Right, he doesn't deserve to be brother. Tai's little brother, beat him up. The students from the 5 Eastern schools shouted recklessly. Rue Meng, seeing this, snorted coldly, brother Feng, crush him, this group is too arrogant. Don't worry, he won't be able to jump around for long, Tong Yuer snorted coldly. The students from Shunlong University roared one after another. Feng, crush him. Kill him. Don't even talk about being a little brother, he isn't even worthy to carry our Qinji's shoes. The students from both sides were at each other's throats. On the stage, Feng and Wei Tai locked eyes. Wei Tai said lightly, when it comes to showing off, I really admire you. You have no real skills, but you sure know how to create an atmosphere. Instead of focusing on your training, you only know how to do these flashy tricks. This is all you are. Stop blabbering, let's get started. The sooner we finish, the better, Feng replied calmly. Very well. Wei Tai's eyes turned cold at his words. This was complete disdain for him. Since that was the case, he would let Feng know his true strength. The two stepped back. Wei Tai unleashed his 9th level, 3rd stage attributes and charged at Feng. Feng remained calm, using his soul attack, the soul-piercing spike, manifesting 3 invisible spikes of soul power that continuously stabbed at Wei Tai's brain. He didn't dare to use his full strength, fearing he might kill Wei Tai outright. If he unleashed his full power, he could unleash 6 soul-piercing spikes, and an 8th level warrior would likely be killed instantly. He was too lazy to engage directly. Instead, he decided to use his soul attack and then employ the thunder summoning technique to resolve the battle from a distance. Wei Tai was hit by the 3 soul-piercing spikes, immediately slowing down, blood oozing from his mouth and nose, his mind in a daze. Feng's mental attack caused him significant damage, making his head throb painfully. Feng's momentum surged as he activated the thunder summoning spell. In the sky, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and a torrent of lightning power was summoned down by Feng. Go! Feng shouted, and instantly, 4 terrifying bolts of heavenly thunder struck towards Wei Tai, hitting him while he was still dazed on the stage. Wei Tai's body was struck by the lightning, purple arcs of electricity ravaging him, his hair smoking. As the lightning dissipated, bang, Wei Tai collapsed on the stage, a puff of white smoke escaping his mouth, his body convulsing, losing all combat ability. Feng wins. Good, my brother Chen is awesome. The students from Shunlong University cheered loudly. It's felt so satisfying. Who just said that no one was worthy of being their little brother? Are they worthy now? Tong Yuer smiled. This was Exactly how it should be, a direct crush, a hard slap to the face. Below the stage, Fang Yi couldn't stop smiling, turning to Wen Sun and saying, "Principal Wen, this is your top student. I've seen it for myself, he's indeed impressive. In front of our Feng, he couldn't withstand a single move. Don't get too proud. We still have stronger people who haven't made their move. Just wait for the next round," Wen Sun coldly snorted. At that moment on the stage, Feng directly said, "Principal Feng, no need to bother. Let the remaining 3 of them come at me together, I'm very busy." Upon hearing this, the students below erupted in excitement. Feng was going to take on the remaining 3 from the 5 major universities in the East, 1 against 3. What kind of strength does it take to have such courage and audacity? Feng is awesome. Voice cracking, my brother Chen is awesome. Voice cracking, the students from Shenlong University shouted in excitement, it was so exhilarating. Meanwhile, the 5 universities in the East were furious, feeling utterly disrespected. 1 against 3, even if they won, it wouldn't be glorious. If they lost, it would be even more embarrassing. But in this situation, if they didn't dare to accept the challenge, they would be at a disadvantage. A single person challenging 3 of them, and if they didn't dare to respond, what face would they have left? If they accepted the challenge, even if they won, there would be no praise. Winning 3 against 1, would you be proud? Too much bullying. Go, take him down. So infuriating. That guy from the 5 universities in the East, go up and smash him. I'll be his girlfriend, a 200-pound girl from the East shouted. The atmosphere was tense. Principal Wen, our student Feng is going to take on 3. Do your East's prodigies dare to accept a challenge? Fang Yi said with a faint smile, subtly mocking Wen Sunday. No matter the outcome today, Shenlong University wouldn't lose out. Moreover, he had confidence in Feng. The fact that Feng dared to propose it naturally indicated that he was sure of winning. And they could see that. All around, news reporters and television hosts pointed their cameras at Wen Sun, with countless TV stations broadcasting this challenge live. Wen Sun was now in a dilemma. If you Shenlong University look down on people like this, then what do we have to fear? The 5 schools of the East accept. Wen Sun snorted coldly. Since Shenlong University was so arrogant as to take on 3 opponents alone, if he backed down, it would disgrace the reputation of the 5 schools of the East. Qi Ruilin, Yu Zhang, Yin Hang, you all go up, don't hold back. The whole country is live streaming this challenge. You not only represent your own honor and disgrace but also represent all the universities in the East. I want the 3 of you to knock him down in front of the whole nation. Qi Ruilin, Yu Zhang, and Yin Hang nodded and slowly stepped onto the stage. All 3 of them were strong beings. At the 9th level, especially Qi Ruilin from Chuanin University, whose attributes had reached a terrifying 9th level 5 segments. While the other 2 were at 9th level 4 segments. The 3 of them teamed up to take down Feng. Feng looked at the 3 who had taken the stage, his expression still disdainful. In the Demon Realms Canyon, tearing apart 9th level demon beasts was like child's play. 1 against 3 was nothing. While Feng was relaxed, Wen Sun in the audience was not so easygoing. He was very clear about the importance of this 3-on-1. If the 5 schools of the East lost even in a 3-on-1, their reputation would likely plummet, and the gap with Shenlong University would widen even further. Let's all go together, surround and attack from different directions. We must defeat this kid, Qi Ruilin shouted. Yin Hang and Yu Zhang nodded, and the 3 figures moved quickly, so fast that they became blurry, and the students in the audience couldn't even catch their movement trajectories. The 3 of them were going all out from the start. If they didn't give it their all and were defeated in front of so many people, how disappointed their female student fans would be. Yin Hang and Yu Zhang each circled to Feng's left and back, while Qi Ruilin charged from the front, forming a triangular formation as they rushed towards Feng. All 3 were in the mid-9th level, fully unleashing their power, with speeds reaching 850 meters per second, fast enough that people couldn't even see their shadows. Kid, let me show you who's boss. Qi Ruilin appeared in front of Feng, his 9th level 5 segment cultivation erupting as he charged at Feng. Feng sneered, unleashing his soul attack, the soul-piercing spike, as his soul power transformed into 4 invisible spikes, continuously stabbing towards Qi Ruilin's brain. Qi Ruilin was hit, and his speed immediately slowed down, his mind becoming dazed. Feng's entire aura erupted, and the divine ability Thunder God spell suddenly activated. Above the sky, a surge of lightning power was drawn down by Feng, crashing towards Qi Ruilin. In an instant, it struck Qi Ruilin, who was in a daze. Qi Ruilin's body was hit by the lightning, purple arcs of electricity torturing him as he fell to the ground, convulsing. At that moment, Yu Zhang's face twisted in rage as he attacked Feng Feng from behind, unleashing all his power. A palm struck out. It directly hit Feng Feng's back. Boom! The terrifying palm force seemed as if it would send Feng Feng flying. But unfortunately, it was not Feng Feng who was sent flying. Instead, it was Yu Zhang, as if his palm had crashed into a high-speed train. The terrifying recoil force came from Feng Feng's body, hitting Yu Zhang and sending him flying backward, sliding on the ground for over 10 meters before finally stopping. The defense of a 6th grade supreme was just that impressive. Feng Feng turned around, patted his clothes as if nothing had happened, and looked at the blood-spitting Yu Zhang, asking, "Did I hurt you, classmate?" Upon hearing this, Yu Zhang felt a surge of anger and blood rush to his mouth, causing him to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood and faint away. Damn, that was too hurtful. He attacked someone only to be directly injured by their defense, and in front of so many people, his mentality broke. Now there were 3 of them. Qi Ruilin was knocked to the ground by the lightning of Feng Lei, losing his combat ability, and Yu Zhang had fainted. Only Yin Hang remained. Feng Feng looked at him and said, "Do you want to continue? Who do you look down on?" Yin Hang shouted, steeling himself. He would never admit defeat. With a burst of level 9 4-stage attributes, he charged at Feng Feng. Feng Feng shook his head, too lazy to move, and unleashed the soul-piercing spike again, for soul-piercing spikes suddenly coalescing and stabbing towards Yin Hang's brain. Yin Hang's mouth and nose erupted with blood, hit continuously by the 4 soul-piercing spikes, causing immense damage to his spirit, leading to blood spraying from his mouth and nose. Feng Feng's divine ability, Thunder Summoning Spell, activated. And above the sky, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, as 4 powerful bolts of heavenly thunder were summoned down by Feng Feng. Go! The 4 bolts of thunder struck towards Yin Hang. Yin Hang was hit by the lightning, his body sent flying and crashing hard to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his body surrounded by electric arcs, convulsing from the shock. Defeated. Feng Feng looked towards the direction of the 5 Eastern schools and shouted, "Who else?" In the student area of the 5 Eastern schools, there was complete silence. Each student was filled with anger but didn't know what to say. They had been crushed in a 3-on-1, what more could they say? Meanwhile, on the side of Shenlong University, it was boiling over. The cheerleaders, dressed in short skirts and with stunning figures, shouted Feng Feng's name one after another. Countless boys yelled, "My Chenggu is awesome. I, Li Tian, want to be Feng Feng's girlfriend." "What are you dreaming about? I, Shenruru, am the main wife of Feng Feng. You can only be a mistress at best. Shameless. You too, I just want to keep Feng Feng warm in bed." A large group of girls from Shenlong University were spouting fierce words. The headmaster of the 5 Eastern schools, Wen Sun, had an extremely ugly expression. They had lost, utterly and completely. When they came, they were full of confidence, specifically targeting the absence of Shenlong team members to bully the ordinary students of Shenlong University for a sense of presence. They had brought countless news reporters, television hosts, and were broadcasting this challenge nationwide. They had originally achieved their goal of defeating Shenlong University's spirit, but who would have thought that 2 members of the Shenlong team would suddenly return and defeat their elite team in front of everyone? And it was a 3-on-1 defeat. The most important thing was, if you were defeated 3-on-1, at least you could injure the opponent. But they were completely crushed without any ability to fight back. Who could stand that? They stood there, and when they attacked, they were injured by the opponent's defense. How embarrassing. Moreover, this was being broadcast live nationwide, in front of countless people. Being defeated like this would surely tarnish the reputation of the 5 Eastern schools. This was a complete case of losing the chicken and losing the rice. Who could have imagined that the members of the Shenlong team would suddenly return, and as formal members? They were such fierce characters, with a defense that was outrageously strong. The vice president of Shenlong University, Fang Yi, looked at Feng Feng on stage with a smile. Very good, very good. He let out a sigh of relief. If it weren't for the return of Feng Feng and the others today, Shenlong University would have probably been in trouble. Now it felt great. Fang Yi looked at Feng Feng with increasing admiration. At the same time, he patted Zhao Yao's shoulder beside him and said, "Instructor Zhao, you did well, bringing a peerless genius to our Shenlong University. I'll remember your contribution." "Thank you, Principal Feng." Zhao Yao instantly beamed with joy. Feng Feng was someone he had gone to great lengths to recruit. Now that Feng Feng was achieving merit for Shenlong University, he naturally would be rewarded. The challenge has ended. The people from the 5 Eastern schools returned home with their heads hung low. Shenlong University wanted to keep them for a meal in the cafeteria before they left, but unfortunately they had no appetite. After Feng Feng came down from the stage, a large group of girls surrounded him asking for his WeChat. However, they were all blocked by Tong Yuer, who acted like a mother tiger, not allowing any girl with ulterior motives to approach Feng Feng. Feng Feng continued his life at Shenlong University. In 10 days, the national martial arts competition would begin. In these 10 days, he should be able to improve his cultivation by 2 more levels, reaching the 4th stage of the 8th level. In the 2 months since entering university, the strength of students from all universities had skyrocketed. University is not like high school. With fewer classes, one can devote themselves to intense training and wholeheartedly improve their combat power. Especially for the top talents ranked among the best in the province, entering the top 100 universities in the country. The universities would spare no effort in training them, either entering a blessed land or having powerful martial kings personally guide them in martial arts cultivation. In 2 months' time, among the top talents from the top 100 universities in the country, the very best had almost reached the 9th level of combat power. This was evident from the top talents sent by the 5 Eastern schools, showcasing the combat power of the nation's top talents. Of course, above these top talents are the top 10 universities in the country, where some may have already reached the peak of the 9th level. Among the 10 members of the Shenlong team at Shenlong University, except for Feng Feng and Tong Yuer, who were not arranged to enter the Blessed Land, the other 8 had already been assigned to it. It is estimated that when those 8 come out, they will likely also possess 9th level combat power, with some possibly at the peak of the 9th level. In this National Martial Arts Exchange Competition, Shenlong University's biggest rival is Yanhuan University, which is also a super university. Yanhuan University, being a super university, naturally won't be lacking. They probably already have attributes comparable to masters. However, in front of Feng Feng, it is not a problem. As long as they are not supreme beings, he can defeat them. In the afternoon, Tong Yuer said to Feng Feng, "I haven't been home for a month, and my father is a bit worried about me. He wants me to go back and take a look." "Sure, go. Take a look. It's been a month since you went home, and being stuck in the demon realm, your father must be worried," Feng Feng replied, a hint of loneliness flashing in his eyes. His parents had already passed away. If he were to die in the demon realm, it is likely that no one on earth would mourn for him. Sigh. Seeing the loneliness in Feng Feng's eyes, Tong Yuer immediately went up to hug him and said, "Hug." Feng Feng only felt 2 soft bodies pressing against him, which felt quite comfortable, and he forgot his worries in an instant. Tong Yuer released Feng Feng and said, "Xiao Qinshan, I want you to come back with me to meet my parents. They said they want to see you." Just now, she had contacted her family, and both her dad and mom expressed their desire to meet Feng Feng. They were very interested in this child whom they praised as a martial god. Moreover, since their daughter was now so close to Feng Feng, they naturally wanted to meet him. Okay. Feng Feng nodded. Since Tong Yuer's parents had invited him, it would be disrespectful not to go. As for his relationship with Tong Yuer, although they hadn't made it clear, it was probably inevitable. Tong Yuer's looks, strength, and talent were all top-notch, and she had a good family background, with a master who was a martial god, making them a good match. Most importantly, he was quite happy being with Tong Yuer. Even though he was often bullied by her, he didn't mind quarreling with a little girl. After all, she would be his future wife, the one to bear his children, so there was no need to care about these things. If it really came to a fight, he might not be weaker than Tong Yuer, but how could he possibly make a move? He usually didn't fight back even when he was hit. There are still 2 more updates. The Tong family. One of the top 10 imperial families in the capital. The head of the Tong family, Tong Yuer's father, Tong Yuan, a 9th-rank emperor. Tong Yuer's mother, an extreme emperor and 8th-rank emperor. In addition, the Tong family has several powerful emperors, countless battle kings and martial kings, with hundreds of thousands of clan members spread throughout Huaxia. The Tong family's private villa area in the capital. It covers a vast area, with numerous luxurious villas, complete with rockeries, parks, and meadows, everything one could wish for. The entrance is a wide road for 8 vehicles, allowing direct access. The security at the entrance consists of high-level martial artists. Feng Feng and Tong Yuer enter the Tong family. The main villa. Hall of the Tong family. Tong's father and mother are already waiting for Feng Feng and Tong Yuer. As soon as they enter the hall, Tong Yuer rushes forward to give her parents a big hug, acting spoiled, saying, "Dad Tong, Mom Chen, your daughter misses you so much. We miss you too, our precious baby," Tong's mother replies with a smile. Feng Feng, who is a bit awkward at the back, politely says, "Greetings, uncle and aunt." So this is Feng Feng. Indeed a handsome young man, just like I was back in the day. Tong Yuan praises Feng Feng. Although Tong Yuan is a 9th-rank emperor, he is very approachable. And his words help ease Feng Feng's tension significantly. Tong's mother glances at Tong Yuan and scolds playfully, "Shameless, when you were young. How could you compare to our little brother Feng Feng in looks? Come on, Feng Feng, sit down and have some tea." Tong's mother enthusiastically pulls Feng to sit down and pours him a cup of tea. The more she looks at Feng Feng, the more she finds him pleasing. In terms of looks alone, her daughter's taste is quite good. Moreover, his talent is exceptional, a top-tier talent, and he is someone highly regarded by the martial god, excelling in every aspect. He is simply a perfect match for Tong Yuer. Most importantly, Tong Yuer likes Feng Feng. During their phone conversations, she can't stop mentioning him. Day after day, she talks about Feng Feng. A month ago, Tong Yuer's phone conversations mostly consisted of, "Today, another girl wants to add Feng on WeChat, so annoying. Today, Rua Meng Meng is trying to seduce Feng Feng because of her big chest. I need to find a way to enhance mine too." How could Tong's mother not see her daughter's feelings? This child has likely already fallen for him. She knows Tong Yuer's character well. If she doesn't like something, no amount of persuasion will work, but if she is interested, she will pursue it without needing encouragement. In fact, Tong's mother is quite puzzled that Tong Yuer has fallen for Feng Feng so quickly. It's unbelievable. Throughout her life, countless suitors have pursued Tong Yuer, including those from the top 10 imperial families in the capital. Among them, Ji Wushuang, a direct descendant of the Ji family, has been pursuing Tong Yuer for a long time, but she has never even glanced at him. Yet, she is particularly fond of Feng Feng. Ultimately, it comes down to attraction. One relies on active attraction, while the other plays the role of a sycophant. Naturally, the former will succeed. In this era, girls attract, and sycophants cannot expect a good outcome. Tong Yuer knows about Feng Feng through the martial god's praise, which gives him a high starting point. Not everyone receives such commendation from the martial god. Moreover, Feng Feng comes from an ordinary background, not from a prominent family, which gives Tong Yuer a refreshing feeling. Compared to those spoiled brats who rely on their family's power, Feng Feng is much better. Most importantly, after interacting with Feng Feng, she finds him truly unique, sometimes extremely narcissistic, yet at other times very endearing. Especially when she teases him, his expression of being angry but unable to speak is simply adorable. With strong talent and limitless potential, and with her parents not opposing their relationship, she feels very comfortable around Feng Feng. For a girl just beginning to understand love, it's natural for her to gradually fall for him. Just then, a guest suddenly arrives at the Tong family. It is none other than Tong Yuer's suitor, Ji Wushuang. Ji Wushuang is definitely the most proactive among Tong Yuer's admirers. The Ji family, like the Tong family, is one of the top 10 imperial families in the capital, and the two families have a good relationship. Ji Wushuang often visits the Tong family, mainly to get closer to Tong Yuer, and each time she comes, she brings gifts. The Tong family also finds it hard to turn people away. "Uncle, Wushuang is here to bother you again." Ji Wushuang's voice had already come in before she entered. "No problem," Tong Yuan replied. Feng Feng looked towards the main door and saw a young man stepping in. The young man appeared ordinary but was dressed in high-end clothing, exuding an air of extravagance. Upon seeing Feng Feng sitting in the hall, with Tong Yuer standing beside him, her hand resting on his shoulder, the two looking quite intimate, Ji Wushuang frowned and asked Tong Yuer, "Yuer, who is this?" Tong Yuer, upon hearing this, showed a hint of disgust on her face and replied, "Don't call me Yuer, we're not that familiar. As for Feng Feng, he's my boyfriend." Feng Feng was somewhat surprised. After 2 months of hesitance, their relationship had not been defined, and now, with an outsider present, Tong Yuer stated it outright. He felt like he was being used as a shield. But whatever, if that's how it is, he was willing. Meanwhile, Ji Wushuang's expression stiffened, then slowly turned cold as he said, "Sister Yuer, when did you get a boyfriend? Are you saying this just to annoy me?" "Yes, I haven't been seeing you often lately, but I have my reasons. I've been undergoing intense training for the upcoming national martial arts competition. As soon as the training ended, I came to find you," Ji Wushuang explained, making it sound as if he and Tong Yuer were very close. In reality, it was all one-sided. Tong Yuer had never looked at him properly. "Ji Wushuang, can you not be so disgusting? It's as if I have any relationship with you. I'm telling you, I have a boyfriend now, so don't bother me anymore," Tong Yuer said, a bit angry. She was worried that Feng Feng might misunderstand Ji Wushuang's words. Hearing this, Ji Wushuang glanced at the seated Feng Feng and said, "Is it him? Is he from that Imperial family? Does he deserve you? He's not from that imperial family, but he's 100 times better than you, Tong Yuer retorted directly, seeing Ji Wuxuan's words provoke Feng Feng. At this moment, Feng Feng, who had been silent, finally spoke up. Ji brother, since Yuer has said she has nothing to do with you, you should stop pestering her. Taking a step back is good for everyone. Seeing the three young people in the hall arguing, the atmosphere tense, Tong Yuan and Tong Mu remained silent, quietly watching. The older generation felt it was not their place to interfere in the matters of the young. Moreover, they wanted to see how Feng Feng would handle the provocation. Ji Wuxuan, seeing Feng Feng trying to persuade him to give up on Tong Yuer, immediately became furious. He had been chasing after Tong Yuer for so long, and now this newcomer wanted him to back off? On what grounds? What do you think you are? I'm talking to Yuer, you have no right to interrupt, Ji Wuxuan coldly retorted. You really think of yourself as someone important? You're just a shield that Yuer found. She's angry with me right now, trying to provoke me. You should know your place. Feng Feng's expression turned cold upon hearing this. In front of Tong Dad and Tong Mom, Ji Wuxuan was showing him no respect at all. Since that was the case, he had no need to spare Ji Wuxuan's feelings. Feng Feng stood up, raised his hand, and pointed at Ji Wuxuan, saying, "Get out." Feng Feng was ready to take action. If he didn't teach this kid a lesson today, he was too arrogant. Against such a self-centered rich second generation, the only way to make him submit was to trample him down hard. Otherwise, he wouldn't know the pain. I'm afraid of you. Ji Wuxuan was also fired up and walked directly towards the door. He had to showcase the results of his 2 months of intense training in front of Tong Yuer and Tong Dad and Tong Mom today. Now, he was at the 6th stage of the 8th level, his attributes comparable to the 1st stage of the 9th level, and he was confident in himself. The 4th update ends here. Tomorrow will continue with more excitement. Tong Yuan and Tong Mu observed the situation. They did not intervene. The young man was full of vigor and wanted to showcase himself, and they naturally would not stop him. They were curious to see who was stronger. It should be Feng Feng, as Tong Yuer had already told them everything that had happened at Shenlong University over the past few days. Feng Feng was currently fighting 3 top-tier experts from the 5 Eastern schools, still overwhelming them. Ji Wuxuan, with strength comparable to a first-tier 9th level, was naturally no match for Feng Feng. The two walked towards the outside of the hall. Outside the hall was the Villa Square, a place for combat. At that moment, a young man walked over from outside the square. He was none other than Ji Wuxuan's older brother, Ji Zigong. Ji Zigong, a junior this year, studied at Yanhuang University and was a 6th grade master. He was quite formidable. Big brother, Ji Wuxuan called out. What are you doing? Ji Zigong asked in confusion. Someone is overestimating themselves and wants to challenge your brother, so I'm preparing to teach him a lesson, Ji Wuxuan replied. He then recounted what had just happened in the hall. Upon hearing this, Ji Zigong's expression turned cold. His brother had been pursuing Tong Yuer for quite some time now, and now some random person thought they could step in and take a position. It was simply laughable. If they didn't show some authority, everyone would think the Ji family was easy to bully. Ji Zigong looked at Feng Feng and said, a challenge is fine, but if anyone gets seriously hurt, don't regret it afterward. After all, someone too weak can easily be crippled with just a few hits. His meaning was clear. Since a challenge was to be made, the outcome could not be held against anyone. He said this for Feng Feng to hear, as well as for Tong Yuan and Tong Mu, since they were in the Tong family's territory. It was best to clarify things in advance. He believed that his brother would definitely win against Feng Feng. Alright, in this battle, life and death are not to be discussed, Feng Feng said calmly. Ji Zigong looked towards Tong Yuan and Tong Mu, who remained silent. Since Feng Feng had agreed, they naturally wouldn't say anything. However, the one who would likely be defeated was not Feng Feng, but rather your brother Ji Wuxuan. Ah, the ignorant child. Very well, Ji Zigong sneered, turning to Ji Wuxuan, you don't need to hold back, just cripple him. Understood, Ji Wuxuan nodded, separating from Feng Feng, and they faced off in the square, the battle about to begin. Are you not worried about Feng Feng? Tong Mu asked Tong Yuer. What's there to worry about? Ji Wuxuan is doomed, Xiao Chenchen is very strong. Not to mention Ji Wuxuan, even his brother Ji Wuming would be defeated. Tong Yuer replied lightly. Others might not know Feng's combat power, but she did. When Feng Feng got serious, he could even press a master down to the ground. Ji Wuxuan was nothing in front of him. Tong Yuan said, combat power often cannot be judged by appearances. True, Tong Mu nodded. There are always those who judge talent based on cultivation levels, not realizing that true geniuses can fight above their level. For example, she possessed a mid-grade heavenly talent and was a 3-star super warrior. Now her cultivation had reached the 8th grade emperor, but her true attributes had already surpassed the 9th grade emperor. With the support of the emperor laws and extreme rules, she could handle a 9th grade emperor as well. In the square, Feng said lightly, "Make your move. If I strike first, you won't have a chance." Arrogant, Ji Wuxuang shouted, charging at Feng. He wanted to see where Feng Feng's confidence lay, given that his attributes were 4 tiers lower than his. The wind suddenly calmed, standing still, waiting for Ji Wuxuang to strike. Ji Wuxuang's momentum erupted, suddenly channeling energy, black spiritual energy swirling around him as he unleashed a 9th grade martial technique, the Void Fist aimed at Feng's face. The Ji family practiced the method of the Void, and this 9th grade Void Fist could inflict damage beyond its level, making it extremely terrifying. Feng snorted coldly, executing the 9th grade martial art, the 9 Calamities Fist, with calamity light swirling around his fist, as if the air was roaring with the sound of thunder, colliding with Ji Wuxuang's Void Fist. Boom! With a loud crash, the two fists collided, the void trembled, and the terrifying power of the 9 Calamities Fist shattered the Void Fist like a tide, sending Ji Wuxuang flying backward. With one punch, the outcome was decided. "Letting you disgust me," Tong Yuer said. Tong Yuan and Tong Mu's eyes lit up. Not bad, not bad. Feng Feng's previous punch only utilized the second stage of the 9th level physical attribute, yet it already possessed the strength of the mid-9th level, that 9th grade martial technique had likely been perfected by him. The supreme talent of the heavens was indeed frightening. Beside them, Ji Zigung's expression darkened. He hadn't expected Ji Wuxuang to be at a disadvantage right from the first move. Seeking death, Ji Wuxuang's eyes turned red as he shouted, then charged at Feng. This time, black void power surrounded Ji Wuxuang, and his cultivation level instantly rose by 5 stages as he unleashed the Ji family's secret method of the void, temporarily boosting his cultivation. Using this secret method would leave Ji Wuxuang weakened for at least a week. But he couldn't care less. Being defeated by someone of lower cultivation in front of Tong Yuer was more unbearable than death. His pride would not allow such a thing to happen. Ji Wuxuang erupted with void power, flashing in front of Feng, delivering a punch aimed directly at Feng's temple. This punch was several times stronger than the last. Feng narrowed his eyes, seeking death. He quickly dodged, and the air where he had just stood exploded, showcasing the power of Ji Wuxuang's punch. "You brought this upon yourself, Feng." Feng snorted coldly, then suddenly leaped up, executing the 9 Calamities Fist normally. The calamity light was blinding, and 9 fist shadows flickered in and out of sight, carrying 9 layers of lethality, directly stabbing at Ji Wuxuang. Boom! With another loud crash, Feng Feng's fist collided with Ji Wuxuang's once more. This time, the power of Feng Feng's 9 calamities shattered Ji Wuxuang's punch, and the 9 layers of hidden force all struck Ji Wuxuang. Ji Wuxuang was knocked back, violently, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Ji Zigung's face darkened to the extreme. He hadn't expected Feng Feng's combat power to be so strong. Even with Ji Wuxuang using secret techniques, he was still being thoroughly suppressed. Tong Mu said, "I didn't expect Feng Feng's explosive power to be so strong. That last punch didn't use all his strength. His explosive power is far beyond this, just watch closely," Tong Yuer said, pouting. She felt very pleased. If Feng performed well in front of the two elders, they would surely agree to her relationship with him. Thinking this, Ji Wuxuang heard the Tong family praising Feng, and his expression instantly twisted in rage as he shouted, "I will kill you." He charged at Feng, pushing the void secret technique to its limits, his cultivation nearly reaching the 9th level, 9th stage. He was already bloodthirsty. Today, he had to defeat Feng. Even if activating the secret technique at this level would damage his foundation, he would not hesitate. Seeing this, Feng did not hesitate, activating the Thunder Extreme Body. In an instant, a terrifying surge of lightning energy erupted from within Feng, and on his bare torso, lightning patterns began to form, continuously providing energy to him. The opponent unleashed a secret technique, and there was no need for him to hold back. He activated the Thunder Extreme Body, unleashing 10 times his combat power. His attributes were only comparable to a master. Ji Wuxuang felt a wave of crisis wash over her, sensing that Feng Feng's current state was likely on par with a master martial artist. Feng moved his body, his speed as fast as lightning, arriving in front of Ji Wuxuang and delivering a punch towards her. Lightning surged around his fist. Boom! A deafening sound echoed as a punch filled with destructive power, enhanced by the Thunder Extreme Body, sent Ji Wuxuang flying, crashing to the ground. Ji Wuxuan lay on the ground, blood bubbles forming at the corners of her mouth, her body feeling as if it had fallen apart, completely devoid of combat power. She understood that she had lost and lost thoroughly. She never expected Feng Feng to possess such a terrifying physique. He was ruthless. Indeed. In the end, the devoted dog ends up with nothing. Wuxuan. Ji Zigung rushed to Ji Wuxuan's side, helping her up and giving her a pill to stabilize her injuries. Tong Yuan instructed his subordinates, go arrange for medical personnel to treat young Master Ji's injuries. Someone from the Tong family immediately went to contact the medical staff. Ji Wuxuan swallowed the pill, her injuries barely stabilized. However, forcibly using the void secret technique to temporarily boost her cultivation had already damaged her foundation. And recovery would not be easy. Ji Zigung stood up with an extremely cold expression, looking at Feng Feng and saying, in a sparring challenge, it should be a matter of stopping at the right moment. Why did you use such heavy hands and seriously injure my brother? Feng Feng, upon hearing this, looked at Ji Zigung and coldly snorted, I held back the last 2 times. Your brother is the one who doesn't know his place and is aggressive. He brought this upon himself, so he has no one to blame. Impudent! Ji Zigung shouted, when you activated your physique for the 3rd punch, you were already comparable to a master. You could have easily defeated my brother, yet you chose to seriously injure him. Are you trying to provoke the Ji family? With such a narrow mind, despicable methods, and a ruthless heart, how can you be worthy of Miss Tongyuer? Ji Zigung slandered Feng Feng with his words. If you're not convinced, come and try. Just see if I'll fight you. Feng Feng retorted coldly. For those who wanted to slander and insult him, just see if he would fight. Good, very good, I admire your courage, you actually want to take direct action against me this time. Ji Zigung repeated the word good twice. In that case, today I will teach you a good lesson on behalf of my brother. Ji Zigung stepped forward. Tong Yuan and Tong Mu did not stop him, he felt a surge of joy in his heart. He deliberately provoked Feng Feng with his words to anger him, hoping Feng Feng would take the initiative to step forward so he could teach him a lesson. The Tong family could not say anything about it. As for whether he could defeat Feng Feng, he was confident in his 6th grade master attributes. Feng Feng and Ji Zigung moved to the central area of the square, quickly distancing themselves from their original positions as the battle began. You will pay the price for your arrogance, Ji Zigung said calmly. Next, I will let you understand the gap between level 9 and a master. It is an insurmountable chasm. Oh, Feng Feng replied lightly, unleashing the Thunder Extreme body, fully activating his combat power, raising his momentum to that of a master, and swiftly moving towards Ji Zigung. He would not be careless in the face of a master-level opponent. At the same time, Feng Feng unleashed the soul-piercing spike, 6 soul-piercing spikes instantly charging towards Ji Zigung. This move was a test. Having learned from the previous lesson with Yin Jiang, he remained cautious. The direct descendant of the great emperor's family might possess a treasure that can defend against mental attacks, so he first checks if Ji Zigung has one. If she does, he will think of a way to deal with it. Sure enough, just as the soul-piercing spike was about to hit Ji Zigung, an unexpected change occurred. A protective shield instantly emerged from Ji Zigung's body, capable of resisting mental attacks. The 8 soul-piercing spikes from Feng Feng crashed into the shield and were instantly nullified. Ji Zigung's shield was similar to the one from that day with Yin Jiang. It could block mental attacks below the supreme level and would automatically activate in critical moments to defend against mental attacks. Mental attacks? I didn't expect you to have such secret techniques. I underestimated you, but it won't work against me, Ji Zigung snorted coldly. She unleashed a 9th grade martial skill, directly striking at Feng Feng. The two were very close, and Ji Zigung, a 6th grade master, exploded with speed that was suffocating, launching an attack. Feng Feng, wanting to dodge, had no time and could only try to evade as much as possible. Ji Zigung's attack hit Feng Feng's left chest, sending him flying. Feng Feng felt as if he had been struck by a bull, crashing to the ground ahead, a trace of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. Ji Zigung, a 6th grade master, was indeed very strong. Although his defense was at the 6th grade supreme level, his other attributes couldn't keep up, and taking a hit from a 6th grade master was still painful. Ji Zigung was somewhat stunned to see Feng Feng land there as if nothing had happened. What kind of abnormal defense was this? He took her full-powered palm strike and flew so far, yet he was completely unscathed. This defense was comparable to a mid-level supreme. Feng Feng squinted at Ji Zigung in the distance. With the mental attack ineffective, Feng Feng's thunder summoning technique would be difficult. To hit Ji Zigong, and with her strength as a 6th grade master, even if the thunder summoning technique did hit her, it would be hard to defeat her. Since that was the case, he could only activate the gun ancestor's inheritance. Feng's thunder extreme body reached its peak, and at the same time, the gun soul awakened, with endless gun intent converging around him, and the unity of man and gun burst forth. It was as if he transformed into a divine spear that shot the heavens. A sharp aura spread outwards, and suddenly, a fierce wind arose in the square, a whirlwind sweeping up, soaring into the clouds. Gun Soul, the realm of unity of man and gun. Tong Yuan and Tong Mu both looked at Feng in shock, utterly astonished. Feng was only an 8th level warrior, yet he awakened the Gun Soul and entered the realm of unity of man and gun. What a terrifying talent! It was something even ordinary masters found hard to achieve. Ji Zigong was also shocked. This kid's talent was simply too terrifying. As a master, he had not yet cultivated any kind of realm power to unity. This kid could do it at 8th level. If he grew up, what would happen? Ji Zigong charged at Feng. Her steps strange, a master's footwork, instantly arriving in front of Feng, her terrifying spiritual energy erupting, transforming into a force of emptiness, as if endless void was pressing down on Feng. A punch struck towards Feng, like a piece of emptiness crashing down on him. Master martial skill, Void Divine Fist. Behind Feng, the gun soul radiated dazzling light, and a divine spear's phantom appeared, with endless gun energy spreading from his gun soul. Feng's body floated, completely entering the state of unity of man and gun. A finger pointed towards Ji Zigong's incoming punch. The first move of the gun ancestor's inheritance. Heaven-shocking 9 styles, the spear strikes from the heavens, unleashed. In an instant, endless gun intent around Feng transformed into a divine spear, piercing through space, killing towards Ji Zigong. Upon seeing the divine spear piercing through the void, Ji Zigong instantly felt a breath of death. With this shot, he would die. 4th update, tomorrow's excitement continues. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the center between Feng and Ji Zigong. The person caught Ji Zigong's fist with one hand and held Feng's divine spear with the other. It was Tong Yuan. Alright, that's enough, Tong Yuan said. At this point, Feng had already won. Once Feng executed the unity of man and spear, the outcome was predetermined. If he hadn't intervened, Ji Zigong would likely have died under Feng's strike. The Ji family was one of the top 10 imperial families in the capital, with the head of the family being a 9th grade emperor-level powerhouse. If Feng killed his son Ji Zigong, it would be a huge problem. Even with the backing of the martial god, it wouldn't be easy to handle. The martial god sometimes couldn't do as he pleased. Cold sweat dripped down Ji Zigong's forehead. He truly felt the threat of death from that last shot. If it weren't for Tong Yuan's intervention, he would have been finished. Thank you, uncle, Ji Zigong said. Tong Yuan nodded. Uncle, I will take my brother back for treatment first and will visit again another day, Ji Zigong said, turning to leave with Ji Wushuang. At this point, there was no need to stay any longer. Only Feng, Tong Yuan, and Tong Mu remained. Tong Yuan patted Feng on the shoulder and said, "Very good, young man. No wonder you have gained He Ji's recognition. I have high hopes for you, keep it up." "Thank you, uncle," Feng smiled. Was this the recognition of his father-in-law? Tong Mu smiled happily beside them, very satisfied with Feng. They had a meal at the Tong family with Tong Yuan and Tong Mu. Feng and Tong Yue then returned to Shenlong University. The National College Martial Arts competition was about to begin, and the two needed to hurry back to Shenlong University to train. 9 days passed. The National College Martial Arts competition would start tomorrow. Today, the Shenlong team had a gathering. Now, Feng's cultivation had reached level 8, 5th stage. He opened his attribute panel, host, Feng, cultivation, level 8, 5th stage, 5-star super warrior, divine soul, 15,000, 6th grade supreme, vitality, 86,000, 9th grade, 6th stage, speed, 860 meters per second, 9th grade, 6th stage, strength, 8060, 9th grade, 6th stage, physical strength, 9th grade supreme, number of times entering system space 0. In these 10 days, Feng could enter the system space to train for 100 days each day. Although it was difficult to improve his cultivation at level 8, he still managed to forcefully raise it by 3 stages. Now, his lowest attribute had reached the 9th grade, 6th stage, and the 8th level of the blood god immortal body had already been cultivated, giving him defensive power comparable to a 9th grade supreme. He was confident about this national martial arts competition. He called for Tong Yuer, and the two headed directly to the playground for the gathering. This national martial arts competition was held in the super city of Tianguang City in the central region. In the afternoon, the vice president of Shenlong University, Fang Yi, would lead the team, and of course, Feng Feng's recruitment mentor, Zhao Yao, would also be present. When Feng Feng and Tong Yuer arrived at the playground, Fang Yi and Zhao Yao had already arrived early. The 10 members of the Shenlong team were present, but the other 8 had not yet arrived. Fang Yi handed a document to Tong Yuer detailing the strength of the Shenlong team members. As the captain, Tong Yuer needed to understand each member's strength to make a complete tactical analysis. Tong Yuer and Feng Feng began to look at the document. 1. Tong Yuer, cultivation level 9. 4th stage, attribute, 3rd grade master. 2. Duan Yang, cultivation level 9, 2nd stage, attribute, 1st grade master. 3. Yun Fei, cultivation level 9, 1st stage, attribute, 9th grade, 7th stage. 4. Feng Feng, cultivation level 8, 5th stage, attribute, 9th grade, 6th stage. 5. CSN, cultivation level 8, 9th stage, attribute, 9th grade, 6th stage. This is the information on the cultivation and attributes of the first 5 official members of the Dragon Team. The following 5 are the attribute details of the reserve members of the Dragon Team. 6. Yin Jiang, cultivation level 8, 8th stage, attributes, 9th level, 5th stage. 7. Song Dongyan, cultivation level 8, 7th stage, attributes, 9th level, 4th stage. 8. Feng Quan, cultivation level 8, 7th stage, attributes, 9th level, 4th stage. 9. Yuan Lang, cultivation level 8, 6th stage, attributes, 9th level, 3rd stage. 10. Gong Zhoua, cultivation level 8, 6th stage, attributes, 9th level, 3rd stage. Looking at the information, Feng Feng couldn't help but be astonished. He didn't expect that the other 8 members of the Dragon Team had made such great progress in the past 2 months. Almost a level up in 2 months. Tong Yuer and Duan Yang's attributes were comparable to that of a master. He was almost unable to keep up with their pace after leveling up twice. Thinking about it, he felt relieved. In the past 2.5 months, apart from him and Tong Yuer, the other members of the Dragon Team had been sent by Dragon University to a second-level blessed land for devilish training. The resources in the second-level blessed land are countless, with spiritual energy 20 times that of the outside world, so 2.5 months of devilish training could naturally lead to rapid improvement. Moreover, all 10 members of the Dragon Team are super warriors. Feng Feng is a 5-star super warrior, while Tong Yuer and the second-ranked Duan Yang are 4-star super warriors. The other 7 are all 3-star super warriors. Super warriors enhance attributes. A 1-star super warrior doubles their enhancement after breaking through, able to enhance by 2 stages. A 2-star super warrior doubles their enhancement after breaking through, able to enhance by 4 stages. A 3-star super warrior doubles their enhancement after breaking through, able to enhance by 6 stages. A 4-star super warrior doubles their enhancement after breaking through, able to enhance by 8 stages. A 5-star super warrior doubles their enhancement after breaking through, able to enhance by 1 level. Tong Yuer is a 4-star super warrior with a cultivation level of 9, 5th stage, and her attributes are already comparable to a 3rd grade master. Duan Yang is also a 4-star super warrior with a cultivation level of 9, 3rd stage, and his attributes are comparable to a 1st grade master. The other 7 3-star super warriors also have a 6-stage enhancement. Among the 10 members of the Dragon Team, the highest attribute is that of a 3rd grade master, and the lowest is at 9, 3rd stage, with 2 members reaching master level, and Feng Feng, whose combat power is comparable to a 9th grade master, being a dark horse. This time, Dragon University will surely continue the tradition of previous years and win the championship. In past national college martial arts competitions, Dragon University has always taken the championship, and this year, with Feng Feng and the others, it will be the same. At this moment, the other 8 members of the Dragon Team also arrived, and everyone looked through the information. The other 8 couldn't help but turn their gaze towards Feng Feng. Feng Feng's attributes ranked 4th, his cultivation level is 8, 5th stage, but his attributes are comparable to a 9th level, 6th stage, which means Feng Feng's attribute enhancement is 1 level and 1 stage. Everyone gasped in surprise. Feng Feng might be the legendary 5-star super warrior, and it seems he gained some other opportunities that allowed for an additional stage of enhancement. So enviable. They had trained devilishly in the second-level blessed land for 2.5 months to achieve this level of strength, while Feng Feng and Tong Yuer were taken to the demon realm and came out this strong. Who wouldn't be envious? You've all looked through the information in your hands, said Feng. The vice president of Dragon University. Yes, everyone replied. Fang Yi nodded and said, next, I will talk about the content of this National College Martial Arts Competition. This year's National College Martial Arts Competition rules are somewhat different from previous years. Different? The 10 members of the Dragon team were puzzled. Could it be that the competition rules had been modified this year? That's right, the rules have changed this year. Fang Yi said, in previous years, the champions and runners-up of the National College Martial Arts Competition were all taken by Shenlong University and Manhwa University. In terms of the strength of the participating teams, out of more than 1,000 universities nationwide, there wasn't a single school that could compete with these two super universities. So this year, apart from the two super universities, the rest of the universities will adopt a model of 5 universities combining to compete. This year, it will no longer be a clash of individual university teams, but rather a clash of teams formed by the remaining 5 universities, aside from the 2 super university teams, Fang Yi said solemnly. In previous years, a single university would select 10 members to form a team for the competition. This year is different. This year, apart from Shenlong University and Manhwa University, which can only select their own members to form teams, all the other more than 1,000 universities will adopt a joint approach, with 5 universities collectively selecting 10 members to form a competition team. This is frightening. Because a single university, when it comes to one-on-one matches, Shenlong University is not afraid of anyone. As far as overall strength is concerned, Shenlong University is undoubtedly the strongest. But if it's 1 against 5, it's different, because each university might produce 1 or 2 exceptional talents, and when combined, it forms a formidable team. For example, the 5 major universities in the East, although the overall student strength within the schools is not strong, can always produce 1 or 2 ninth-level prodigies who are selected and entrusted with important responsibilities. Fang Yi continued, now, the 3rd-ranked Zhejiang University and the 5th-ranked Tangyuan University, along with the 7th, 10th, and 12th-ranked universities, have already formed a powerful team. I've heard that the 10 selected members have attributes that are all at least 9th-level 6th Dan. The 2 strongest members have already reached the 2nd grade Master Realm. This team, consisting of the top prodigies from the top 12 universities in the country, is much stronger than in previous years. Additionally, there is another strong team formed by the 4th-ranked Canaan University and the 6th, 8th, 9th, and 11th-ranked universities. This team's 10 members include 3 with attributes reaching the 1st grade master level, while the other 7 have the weakest attributes at 9th level 6th Dan. Furthermore, there is Shenlong University's old rival, Manhwa University, which is also a super university. This year, Manhwa University's team is also very strong, with 5 official members, 1 2nd grade master, 1 1st grade master, 2 9th level 7 Dan, and 2 9th level 6 Dan. Fang Yi looked at the 10 members of the Shenlong team and said, in terms of official member attributes, we have 1 3rd grade master, 1 1st grade master, 1 9th level 9 Dan, and 2 9th level 6 Dan. We are not at a significant advantage, but our highest attribute member has already reached the 3rd grade master level, which is our advantage. The information about the opponents that you need to pay attention to is to ensure that you do not become complacent and take pride in past achievements, Fang Yi urged. This year, the rules have changed, and our mindset should change as well. But no matter how the rules change, we must always maintain our confidence in victory. Your seniors have earned this honor with their strength, and for your generation, no matter what, you must uphold this honor. Fang Yi looked sharply at the 10, speaking earnestly. Do you have confidence? Fang Yi asked the 10 loudly. Yes, the 10 replied in unison. Good, now go back and get ready. We will set off on time this afternoon, Fang Yi said. The 10 quickly left the playground. Feng Feng and Tong Yuer returned to their dormitory, tidied up a bit, and prepared to set off for the competition in the afternoon. Both Tong Yuer and Feng were full of confidence. No matter how the rules changed, they were confident in winning the championship for Shenlong University. The combat power of the 2 has now surpassed their peers by a large margin, especially with the inheritance activated. Even a 9th grade master would have to kneel. With the 2 of them around, the other members of the Dragon team can just lie back and win. In the dormitory, they ran into Rue Meng Meng. Seeing her packing her luggage, Tong Yuer curiously asked, Meng Meng, where are you packing to go? Of course, I'm going to cheer for Brother Feng Feng, Rue Meng Meng replied. This time, for the National College Martial Arts Competition, not only the participating team members need to go, but also the cheerleading squad and the student delegation from Dragon University will be there to cheer you on. With my credentials, I barely managed to become the cheerleading captain, Rui Mengmeng said proudly, puffing out her ample chest. With her pure and cute appearance, along with her curvy figure and a bit of dance background, she naturally entered the cheerleading squad, and with some connections, she became the captain. She, Rui Mengmeng, had vowed to become Fingfing's girlfriend, so she naturally needed to achieve something. Mainly because Tong Yuer was very close to Fengfeng, and as the captain of the dragon team, she also needed to have a captaincy. Although Tong Yuer was strong in the pursuit of boys, being strong wasn't enough, there were advantages in other areas. For example, Tong Yuer's chest was smaller than hers. In their cheerleading squad, there were quite a few girls who had their eyes on Fengfeng. And many had figures better than Tong Yuer's. As long as Fengfeng and Tong Yuer hadn't made it public, they still had a chance. Vulgar, Tong Yuer pouted. At that moment, Fengfeng came out of his room and saw Rui Mengmeng packing her things. He asked, "Mengmeng, where are you preparing to go?" Rui Mengmeng smiled sweetly. "Of course, I'm going to watch brother Fengfeng compete. I'm the captain of the cheerleading squad this time, specifically responsible for cheering for you." "Not bad, you've become the captain," Fengfeng replied. "Are we all set to go together?" "No need," Rui Mengmeng said. "You all go gather first, I need to organize the cheerleading squad members." "Okay," Fengfeng nodded, and he and Tong Yuer took their luggage and went to gather. This time, they were going to Tianguang City for the competition, and they would stay for about a week, so they needed to bring several sets of clothes. On the way, Tong Yuer said sourly, Mengmeng, calling him so intimately. Fengfeng immediately felt a chill and quickly stated with righteousness, "It's purely out of politeness." Humph. Tong Yuer continued to speak sourly, "Some people are quite popular at school. I wonder if they will be eyeing what's in the bowl while looking at what's in the pot." "Absolutely not," Fengfeng declared firmly, with conviction. The two arrived at the playground. At that moment, 5 helicopters were already parked there. Many school leaders and students had come to send off the Dragon team members. Half an hour later, all the Dragon team members, cheerleaders, and student delegation were present and ready to depart. The principal of Dragon University came before the Dragon team and said, "Children, this time you set off. The honor of Dragon University is entrusted to you." The captain of the Dragon team, Tong Yuer, stepped forward and said, "Principal, don't worry, I will definitely live up to the school's trust and lead the team to win the competition." "Good, I believe in you," the principal of Dragon University nodded and said, "Depart." In an instant, Vice Principal Fang Yi and Mentor Zhao Yao, along with 10 Dragon team members, boarded the first helicopter. The remaining teachers from Dragon University, the student delegation, and cheerleading squad members boarded the other 4 helicopters. The 5 helicopters slowly took off, heading towards Tianguang City, a super city in central Huaxia. The representative team from Dragon University for the National College Martial Arts Competition has arrived. Tianguang City. It is the largest city in the central region, and now Huaxia is divided into 5 parts: central, west, south, north, and east. Tianguang City covers a vast area and is not much inferior to the imperial capital, although the political atmosphere in the imperial capital is quite strong, while Tianguang City does not have such a heavy political presence. However, Tianguang City is commercially developed and close to the coast, making it a true economic center. When Fengfeng and the other members of the Shenlong team arrived in Tianguang City, they were arranged to stay in the best hotel. The competition will start tomorrow. Today, upon their arrival in Tianguang City, the school did not restrict their freedom, allowing everyone to explore the city. Fengfeng and Tong Yuer held hands and began to enjoy their time in Tianguang City. It was already evening, and feeling a bit hungry, they decided to first try the local delicacies. They went straight to the most famous food street in Tianguang City, sampling various dishes. When visiting a city, the best place to experience local cuisine is definitely not a high-end hotel, but rather the authentic food street. The food there is much more down-to-earth. Fengfeng and Tong Yuer indulged themselves in the food street, and after half an hour, they had eaten through half of the offerings and could eat no more. They were too full. Wiping their mouths, they prepared to leave and take a stroll to see the other night views of Tianguang City. Just then, a group of people blocked their way. A few greasy, burly men with bald heads and tattoos leered at Tong Yuer with lewd and greedy eyes, unabashedly scanning her. Their gaze made Fengfeng very uncomfortable. "Gentlemen, what can I do for you?" Fengfeng said, positioning Tong Yuer behind him. "What the hell does it have to do with you?" one of the bald, tattooed men shouted at Fengfeng. "It's none of your business. Our young master wants to talk to this girl, to have a deeper exchange." The bald man leered, "Come on, girl, don't force us to take action." We've been fighting beasts in the beast forest for years, we might hurt you if we're not careful. Who is your young master? Feng asked coldly, sensing that these men were being directed by someone to forcibly take Tong Yuer for some vile purpose. Such incidents were not uncommon nowadays. The woman of Yang Xiong, the director of an city, was taken away and insulted while traveling, and when Yang Xiong went to demand an explanation, he was beaten to death. He never expected to encounter such a situation himself. Kid, you're quite nosy. What does it have to do with you? Who are you to this girl? The bald man shouted. I'm her boyfriend, Feng replied calmly. The attitude of these men was extremely hostile, and their cultivation was not high, only at the 9th level, but they were filled with a murderous aura. They seemed to be mercenaries who often fought beasts in the wild, showing a blatant disregard for rules, which is why they dared to come out and take Tong Yuer. Feng was not in a hurry to kill them. He wanted to find out who was behind them first before taking action. He had no qualms about ridding the world of such bullies. At that moment, a young man walked out from behind the group of burly mercenaries, impatiently saying, "Hi hey, why are you wasting time with him? Just shoot the girl and bring her to the hotel, break the guy." After saying this, the young man turned to leave. "Yes, young master," the leading mercenary, Hi hey, replied respectfully. Feng's gaze turned cold. Very good, very arrogant. This young man was likely the mastermind behind it all. Kid, you brought this on yourself. If you had just let us take the girl without interfering, you wouldn't be in this situation. Now that the young master has spoken, we have no choice but to cripple you, Hi hey said, looking at Feng. The other 9th level mercenaries stood by, watching Hi hey approach Feng, confident that an 8th level warrior like him didn't need their help. They just needed to prevent Feng and that girl from escaping. Seeing someone preparing to fight, and being a martial artist, the food street was quickly surrounded by people. In this era, fights among martial artists are too common. When individual combat power surpasses everything, the pursuit of equal laws seems weak and powerless. People revere martial arts. The government does not intervene in the deaths caused by the grudges in fights of martial artists. When Feng saw the black bear approaching him, he did not hesitate and unleashed the 9 shadows technique, suddenly bursting forth like a cannonball towards the black bear. After all, he was just a 9th level martial artist, not enough to be taken seriously. In front of him. Still dare to resist? Seeking death, the black bear coldly shouted, then used his technique to charge at Feng. His 9th level 5th stage cultivation erupted, and with both fists clenched, dark red spiritual energy surrounded him as he punched towards Feng. Feng snorted coldly, purple lightning swirling around him, as if the sound of thunder roared in the surroundings, and he also punched out to meet the black bear's fist. The two fists collided, and the air was shattered by the force. Boom! With a loud bang, both retreated. Feng stepped back 1 step, while the black bear retreated 10 steps, the difference clear. Without using the Thunder Extreme body, Feng's attributes were comparable to a 9th level 6th stage. Even a regular punch could push back the black bear. The kid has some skill. The black bear was surprised, but he did not want to admit defeat. Countless people were watching, and if they provoked Feng only to be pushed back, it would be a blatant slap in the face. He flashed to the front of Feng, suddenly clawing with both hands, aiming directly for Feng's neck. Feng's body transformed into 9 shadows, moving nimbly to the side to dodge, then suddenly leaped up, pulling out an A-grade spear. The spear's light was dazzling, and the 9-grade martial technique, Breaking Army Spear, was unleashed, directly stabbing towards the black bear. 9-grade martial technique, the black bear said solemnly upon seeing this. However, he was not afraid. As a 9th level 5th stage mercenary, he had fought in the monster beast forest for many years and was used to life and death battles. Even if Feng unleashed a 9-grade martial technique, he would still clash with him. A large knife appeared in the black bear's hand, and a terrifying spiritual energy erupted from his body, causing the temperature around them to drop, as if entering an ice cave, with dual hooks striking towards Feng. Also a 9-grade martial technique, Winter Cold Blade. Bang! With a loud crash, Feng's spear collided with the black bear's knife, the lightning spear light dissipating against the black bear's ice, and then Feng's Breaking Army Spear directly pierced into the black bear's body. The black bear's chest was penetrated, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, his eyes wide open. He couldn't believe it. Feng's 9-grade martial technique had been cultivated to perfection, while his was only at minor success, so naturally, its power could not compare to Feng's. Black bear, the boy behind exclaimed in shock, "You're done for. If you dare to kill the black bear, even the King of Heaven can't save you today." As the boy spoke, he ran off into the distance. Several Mercenary brutes also realized they had kicked a steel plate tonight. Carrying the black bear's corpse, they ran off into the distance, disappearing into the crowd. The black bear was the highest ranked among the mercenaries, and if he couldn't defeat Feng Feng, the others naturally couldn't either. It was best to leave first. Their black gold mercenary group had its headquarters in Tianguang City, where they had some influence. The leader of the black gold mercenary group was a war emperor. The black bear was his trusted aide, specifically sent to protect his brother, and the boy who had just looked at Tong Yuer and was now fleeing was the brother of the black iron mercenary group's leader. Today, Feng Feng killed the leader's trusted aide. In this Tianguang City, no one could save him. A few people fled in panic, and Feng Feng put away his long spear, snorting coldly. He didn't care about the harsh words the young man had spoken. Before leaving, the mentor team from Shenlong University that had come to Tianguang City included a vice president of emperor-level cultivation, Feng Yi, and several war emperor-level leading mentors. With the presence of this emperor-level powerhouse, he had nothing to fear in Tianguang City. Moreover, as participants from Shenlong University in the competition, if they encountered trouble in Tianguang City, they could simply report it to the local authorities, who would naturally not sit idly by. After all, on their turf, they couldn't allow Shenlong University participants to come to harm. Otherwise, if Shenlong University got angry, who would take responsibility? Shenlong University was a terrifying existence with over a dozen emperors stationed, and the principal was a genuine 9th-grade emperor who would dare provoke them. Nighttime. Feng Feng and Tong Yuer left the food street and continued to stroll around Tianguang City. After what had just happened, the two seemed to have grown closer. The scene of a little thug teasing and a hero saving a beauty was truly romantic. Most importantly, Feng Feng had publicly declared that he was her boyfriend, so they were officially together now, right? Hand in hand, they walked through the bustling Tianguang City, the most famous night view in Tianguang City was still the Bund, where one could get a close-up view of the Tianguang Tower at night, a sight to behold. The couple's destination was the Bund to see the Tianguang Tower. The Bund was particularly crowded at night, with layers of people surrounding it. Tong Yuer and Feng Feng found a pavilion beside the Bund to sit down. Tong Yuer leaned her head on Feng Feng's shoulder, and the two quietly gazed at the Tianguang Tower. The moment, exceptionally beautiful. They sat there, time passing by second by second. Now that they were public, they could be considered a couple, and they should be able to do some couple-like things, right? Feng Feng thought, but since it was his first time dating, he wasn't quite sure. After some hesitation, Feng Feng finally wrapped his arms around Tong Yuer. He slowly turned his head to look at the beauty so close to him, taking a moment to gather his courage before preparing to press his lips against hers. Seeing this, Tong Yuer's heart raced, and she couldn't help but feel excited. Was Feng Feng really going to kiss her? How shy, but how much she looked forward to it. Tong Yuer closed her eyes, her face flushed with two rosy hues, her eyelashes fluttering. They waited for that moment to arrive. One was proactive, the other was expectant. Both were experiencing this for the first time, about to merge in a clumsy way. But just then, boom! A loud noise erupted as a massive beast surged out of the sea, revealing itself to be a master-level demon beast. Not good, it's a master-level big demon, exclaimed a sharp-eyed warrior in shock, realizing that a master demon beast had suddenly appeared at the Bund. The Bund, with its huge flow of people, was an excellent place for a demon beast to launch a terrifying attack. The surrounding humans, seeing such a gigantic demon beast suddenly emerge from the sea, screamed in fear and fled in all directions, causing chaos. On Earth, there were often powerful demons lurking from the demon realm, mingling in cities and launching terrifying attacks. Once a demon beast reached the master level, it could transform and take on a human-like appearance, allowing it to blend in with the crowd. Most of these demon beasts were death warriors of the demon race, fearless and willing to launch an attack to inflict massive losses on humanity, especially in crowded places, which they favored the most. The target of this master demon beast was the Tianguang Tower. It intended to crash into it, causing countless deaths beneath the tower and inflicting irreparable damage on humanity. It was enormous, over several dozen meters long, and with all its might, it could surely bring down the Tianguang Tower. Moreover, being close to the sea, after succeeding in its attack, it could immediately escape into the ocean, disappearing without a trace. There would be no way for even a superhuman to stop it. However, this demon beast was mistaken, because it had just interrupted the good moment between Feng Feng and Tong Yuer. Both of them were filled with endless rage. Their first kiss, which they had imagined to be beautiful and sweet, was abruptly interrupted. A master beast, huh? A terror attack, right? Damn it! Come and take my life. Wait, I'm going to kill him. Feng Feng said, then suddenly stomped the ground, his figure soaring as he charged towards the master. Beast on the sea. I'll help you. Tong Yuer said, leaping into the air and following him. She was also filled with anger. Who could tolerate being so close to a moment, only for her boyfriend to leave? She couldn't stand it. Feng Feng nodded at Tong Yuer, then activated the Nine Shadows body technique, unleashing the power of the Thunder Extreme body, pulling out the divine weapon. The Nine Tribulations Divine Spear, obtained from the ancestral land of the human race. The Nine Tribulations Divine Spear was a divine artifact, far superior to his previous A-grade alloy spear, incomparable. Holding the Nine Tribulations Divine Spear, Feng thrust it forward, lightning and bloodlight swirling around the spear tip. The 9-grade spear technique, the Breaking Army Spear, was unleashed. Purple lightning flickered at the spear tip as he thrust it towards the chest of the Master Beast. The Master Beast, seeing this, showed a disdainful expression. A mere level 8 warrior dared to confront him, it was simply seeking death. It suddenly unleashed its terrifying speed, endless demonic energy swirling around it. With a flap of its wings, it soared to evade Feng Feng's thrust. Although Feng Feng's defense and spirit were formidable, his speed was indeed no match for the Master Beast, which managed to dodge his attack. However, while the Master Beast could evade his strike, it could not escape Tong Yuer's attack. Now, Tong Yuer's attributes were comparable to a third-grade master, and she followed closely behind Feng Feng. Holding the divine weapon, the Xianbing divine sword, obtained from the ancestral land of the human race, she executed a sword technique, suddenly slashing out. Instantly, endless sword energy and icy air transformed into a massive swordlight that flew out, tearing through space. Swish! The sword struck the Master Beast, leaving a huge wound over 10 meters long on its massive body, flesh torn apart, blood gushing out, clearly suffering significant injury. The Master Beast was furious. What a powerful attack! It leaped up, opening its massive mouth to bite at Tong Yuer. Feng Feng snorted coldly, activating the Thunder Extreme body to its utmost. Lightning patterns began to converge, and he unleashed the secret technique that could attack the spirit, the soul-piercing spike. Feng Feng's spirit power erupted instantly, transforming into 6 invisible spikes that pierced towards the Master Beast's mind. Struck by the soul-piercing spike, the giant Master Beast's speed drastically decreased. Feng Feng sneered, activating the divine ability Thunder Summoning Spell. In the sky, thunder roared, and surging lightning power was summoned down by Feng. Feng, you interrupted my good moment, die! Feng Feng shouted, and in an instant, the terrifying lightning gathered around him, transformed into 6 bolts of heavenly thunder, crashing towards the Master Beast ahead. Bang! The Master Beast's chest exploded. On the spot, a hole piercing through it, brutally penetrated by the lightning. The humans around the bund were stunned, unable to close their mouths. Was this the power of a human master? It was terrifying. The Master Beast, struck through the chest by Feng did not die immediately but flapped its wings and fled into the sea. Seeing this, Feng executed his movement technique. Leaping forward, the spear soul behind him radiating brilliant light, a towering divine spear phantom appeared, with endless spear energy spreading from his spear soul. Feng entered a state of unity with his spear. The ancestral technique Heaven Shocking 9 Styles, first style, spear out of the 9 heavens, was unleashed. The long spear in his hand thrust down from the air. Blood splattered as the Master Beast's head was pierced by Feng Feng's spear, its massive body instantly falling into the sea. Blood stained the surface of the sea. The Master Beast was killed on the spot by Feng Feng. No damage was caused at all. The entire bund was in an uproar. 2 humans, like deities, forcefully subdued the Master Demon on the sea, protecting the Tianguang Tower without causing a single loss. Since the war with the demon beasts began, there had often been uprisings, each resulting in tremendous losses, especially those instigated by Master Demons, which caused horrific casualties. Incidents like this, where not a single loss was incurred, were extremely rare, and Feng and Tong Yuer were undoubtedly the heroes of this event. They were sure to be recognized for their bravery, easily qualifying as one of the top 10 outstanding youths. Feng and Tong Yuer were surrounded by the crowd, with some taking photos and others cheering. It took a while for them to break free from the throng. By now, the two had lost the intention to continue their kiss. The emotions they had built up were forcibly suppressed. It was getting late, so they held hands and strolled back, as their hotel was not far away, just a half-hour walk. Along the way, the bright lights elongated their shadows. Meanwhile, at the hotel where the Shenlong University team was staying, it had been surrounded by hundreds of armed mercenaries. These were the Black Gold Mercenaries, the same ones whose member had just been killed by Feng. The Black Gold Mercenary Group was an extremely powerful organization, one of the top forces in Tianguang City, led by the War Emperor Tu Wanhui, a formidable warrior. Besides Tu Wanhui, the group also had 8 martial kings and over 100 supreme and master fighters. They specialized in hunting terrifying demon beasts in the forest and possessed military-grade weapons, making it rare for local families to offend them. Even the lofty war emperor families would avoid crossing them. Every member of the mercenary group was a skilled fighter forged in battle, known for their ruthless methods. But tonight, 2 outsiders, unaware of their own insignificance, had killed members of their mercenary group in the food street. They had almost injured Tu Wanyu, the leader's brother, in the process. It had been a long time since anyone dared to offend the Black Gold mercenary group, to the point that the world had forgotten their fangs. It seemed it was time to act and let the world know the might of the Black Gold mercenary group. Outside the hotel, seeing the massive mobilization of the Black Gold mercenary group, with hundreds of people armed with energy guns surrounding the hotel, the crowd began to grow. With so many people mobilized, even the leader Tu Wanhui had arrived, bringing 4 of the 8 martial kings, along with dozens of masters and supremes. It seemed a major operation was about to unfold. The onlookers lamented who was so blind as to dare offend the Black Gold mercenary group. Did they not want to live? The last time the Black Gold mercenary group had acted was half a year ago, when a spoiled heir from a martial king family had raped the sister of a master from the Black Gold mercenary group. The master reported it to the leader, who then mobilized half of the group's experts to personally annihilate that martial king family, resulting in a bloodbath. This had made the fearsome reputation of the Black Gold mercenary group well known. Now, the scale of this mobilization seemed no less than that of 6 months ago, and the high-end combat power deployed was even greater. Who could provoke such anger in the Black Gold mercenary group, leading them to dispatch so many experts? People looked toward the hotel, fearing that it was tourists from other cities who had offended the local power in Tianguang City. It seemed unlikely they would leave Tianguang City alive tonight. The Black Gold mercenary corps made quite a scene, attracting a large crowd that surrounded the entire street outside the hotel. The hotel manager, pale as a pig's liver, trembled as he walked out from the hotel to stand before the leader of the Black Gold mercenary corps, Tu Wanhui. His voice quivered as he said, "Leader Tu, I don't know what our hotel did to offend the Black Gold mercenary corps to warrant such a display." He was frightened. Although he was the hotel manager, his strength was not formidable. He was merely a 5th-level warrior, completely outmatched by the massive presence of the Black Gold mercenary corps. "Humph, it's none of your business," Tu Wanhui coldly snorted. "It's the person staying in your hotel who offended our Black Gold mercenary corps. If you dare to offend our Black Gold mercenary corps, how have you lived until now?" A rough mercenary from the Black Gold mercenary corps sneered. "Then may I ask who it is staying in our hotel that has offended the Black Gold mercenary corps? Is there any way to negotiate?" the hotel manager cautiously inquired. Since the incident involved a guest at their hotel, he naturally hoped to minimize the situation. "Negotiate? Do you want to die?" a burly mercenary from the Black Gold mercenary corps roared. Then, the hotel manager saw several mercenaries carrying a body and placing it in the middle of the street outside the hotel. It was the corpse of Black Gold mercenary corps member Black Bear, who had just been killed by Feng. Upon seeing Black Bear's body, the hotel manager instantly felt despair, realizing that this matter could not end well. A member of the Black Gold mercenary corps had been killed who was so bold as to do that. The hotel manager truly wanted to know who was seeking death, hoping it wouldn't implicate his hotel. With so many members of the Black Gold mercenary corps involved, there was a real risk of collateral damage to the hotel's guests. This person, along with his accomplices, will not survive. Today, Tu Wanhui said, pulling out his phone to show a photo, one taken during the incident on the food street, where Feng had killed someone. Tu Wanhui pointed at the photo and said to the hotel manager. Cold sweat appeared on the hotel manager's forehead as he nodded. He immediately returned to the hotel, handed the photo of Feng to the front desk, and asked, "Is this person a guest at our hotel? Which room are they in?" The front desk staff looked at the scene outside and examined the photo of Feng. "He is indeed a guest at our hotel, having checked in today. It seems he went out in the afternoon and hasn't returned yet. They came as a group, booked 3 floors, and dozens of rooms. I'm not sure of the specific room numbers. Who is the leader, and which room are they in? I need to inform them," the hotel manager said. This was a difficult situation to handle. Since Feng and his group came together and were capable of killing a member of the Black Gold mercenary corps, they were likely not to be trifled with. Currently, Feng had not returned to the hotel, and the members of the Black Gold mercenary corps were definitely waiting outside to confront them. He needed to inform the group that came with Feng, warning them that the Black Gold mercenary corps was preparing to deal with them as well, so they should be ready. It seemed that a confrontation was imminent. He needed to give them a heads up, urging them to be cautious and not to be taken out by the Black Gold Mercenary Corps right away. Since Foam and his group were guests at his hotel, he couldn't just leave them without any warning. He understood as well. Foam Fang's side was likely a formidable force, at least far beyond the scale of their hotel. Seeing how young Foam was yet capable of killing a 9th-level warrior, he was at least a prodigy from a martial king or battle emperor family, or perhaps even a prodigy from an imperial family. It was best for both sides not to offend each other. The manager said, "That group of people is staying in rooms 6089 to 9089. The front desk staff replied, "We can't be sure which room the leader is in. We can only ask one by one." Upon hearing this, the manager immediately went to ask in each room. At this moment, in room 9089, the mentor team from Shenlong University was discussing the upcoming national martial arts competition, completely unaware of the situation outside the hotel. Some students from Shenlong University in the row of rooms noticed what was happening outside, but they didn't pay much attention. Being admitted to Shenlong University meant they were not ordinary individuals, and their backgrounds were not simple. Most were descendants of martial kings or war emperors, and a few were the prodigies of imperial families. The small commotion outside naturally did not intimidate them. It was merely a group with a war emperor's brute force, nothing more. At this time, there was a knock on the door of room 6089. The hotel manager entered and asked, "Who is the leader of your team? Are they in this room?" Seeing it was the hotel manager, the students from Shenlong University thought he was looking for school leaders, and politely replied, "Our leader is not in this room, we don't know which room they are in." The school had booked dozens of rooms, some for teachers, some for students, some for cheerleaders, and some for competitors. They naturally did not know which room the school leaders were in. Seeing this, the manager said gravely, "Someone from your team has offended someone. Did you see the mercenary group at the door? That is the Black Gold Mercenary group from Tianguang City, and they have threatened to kill everyone in your team. They are currently gathering more people. If you can call for help, do it now, otherwise you will be the ones to die soon." After saying this, the hotel manager hurriedly left and entered another room occupied by Shenlong University students, starting to ask again. Finding it still wasn't the leader's room, he said, "Someone from your team has offended someone. Did you see the mercenary group at the door? That is the Black Gold Mercenary group from Tianguang City, and they have threatened to kill everyone in your team. They are currently gathering more people. If you can call for help, do it now, otherwise you will be the ones to die soon." After saying this, he continued to go out, notifying room by room, with a simple message, to inform the Shenlong University team that they were being targeted, and that someone wanted to kill them all. Now, while the other side had not yet acted, they should quickly call for help. Upon hearing this, the students from Shenlong University began to panic. They looked outside the hotel and saw more and more members of the Black Gold Mercenary group gathering. They never expected that the Black Gold Mercenary group was actually coming for their Shenlong University team. The hotel manager personally came to notify them. It seemed that the situation was serious, otherwise, the manager wouldn't have come personally. Just moments ago, they had looked down on the group outside, but now all the students from Shenlong University who had been notified began to take it seriously. The other side had mobilized a mercenary group from the start. They didn't know what other terrifying forces might be involved next, and with so many energy guns, if they suddenly launched an attack, wouldn't they be doomed? All the students sent by Shenlong University this time were top students, otherwise, they wouldn't have been sent to watch the martial arts competition. 90% of Shenlong University's top students were powerful martial arts prodigies, and now hearing that the mercenary group outside was preparing to annihilate them, this was unacceptable. A student from a war emperor family at Shenlong University called his war emperor grandfather and said, "Grandpa, your grandson is in Tianguang City, surrounded by a mercenary group with energy guns, and could be killed at any moment. It's urgent. Please think of a way to save your grandson." The war emperor grandpa on the other side said, "What? How outrageous. Who has the audacity to target my grandson?" "Don't worry, my grandson, I will immediately mobilize our family's forces in Tianguang City. At the same time, I will call my old friend in Tianguang City, also a war emperor, and have him rush over to ensure your safety." Meanwhile, in the room across, a cheerleader from Shenlong University was also calling her war emperor father, saying, "Old Chang, your daughter is being cornered in a hotel by someone with an energy gun. They are ready to break in and kill her to silence her. You need to think of a way to save your daughter." "What the hell, looking for death? Don't worry, your father has some connections in Tianguang City. It's time to trouble my old friends in the military and have them send a team to rescue you immediately. One by one, the students from Shunlong University were calling home, asking their families to find a way to support them. At this time, the hotel manager had already checked over 30 rooms. Each time he passed a room, he told the students from Shunlong University that they had been targeted, and the other side could come in at any moment to wipe them out, urging them to call for help quickly. In just a few minutes, more than 100 students from Shunlong University had called home, asking their families to find a way to support them. At this moment, Rue Meng dialed a number and said, "Rue de, your precious daughter is surrounded by a mercenary group that threatens to kill her. Do you have any friends of imperial level in Tianguang City? If not, you might as well come to collect your daughter's body tomorrow." Rue Meng's father, Rue de, was a powerful emperor and had many friends in Tianguang City. Upon receiving his daughter's call, Rue de became anxious and said, Meng, don't panic. Dad will notify Uncle Wu immediately and have him go protect you right away. Uncle Wu, as mentioned by Rue de, was a powerful emperor. Rue de exclaimed, "Damn it, they dare to touch my Rue de's daughter? Looking for death." More and more students from Shunlong University were calling their families, asking them to send nearby powerful individuals for urgent support. By now, 3 imperial families, dozens of battle emperor families, and hundreds of martial king families had received news that their talented descendants were surrounded by a mercenary group in Tianguang City. These families were all furious. Their precious talents, who had gone to Shunlong University for further studies, were unexpectedly targeted by a mercenary group. This was unacceptable. If anything happened to their precious talents, even annihilating the Black Gold mercenary group wouldn't be able to save the situation. Thus, all the families that received the calls were desperately mobilizing powerful individuals, connections, old friends, and old comrades from near Tianguang City, gathering everyone they could. By now, 3 emperors, dozens of battle emperors, and hundreds of martial kings, along with their respective family forces, were rushing towards the hotel. They would arrive in no more than 10 minutes. At this moment, the hotel manager finally arrived at the room of the Shunlong team members. As soon as he entered, he said, "Quickly call your families. You have been targeted, and the other side could burst in at any moment to kill you." There were 10 members of the Shunlong team, but only 8 were present. Among these 8, 3 were talents from imperial families, while the other 5 were from battle emperor families. Upon hearing this, everyone recalled the commotion outside the hotel and began making calls. The hotel manager nodded in satisfaction. He then prepared to go to the last room, where all the mentors from Shunlong University, as well as Vice President Fang Yi and others, were discussing matters. In the hotel manager's view, he had notified everyone in this team and urged them to call for help. By then, both sides would be evenly matched, and this conflict would not escalate. This way, a loss could be avoided. Unfortunately, he was mistaken. Tonight's incident would definitely not end well. It wasn't that the Black Gold mercenary group couldn't resolve it, but rather that these students' parents would not let it go. The furious imperial families and battle emperor families would tear the Black Gold mercenary group apart on the spot. At this moment, the hotel manager entered the last room. Inside, the powerful Emperor Fang Yi, several battle emperor mentors from Shunlong University, and a dozen martial king instructors all looked at the manager. The hotel manager exclaimed, "Are all of you big shots? Who the hell is not letting whom go tonight?" Outside the hotel, the mercenary group was still shouting, their numbers growing larger. Tonight, the Black Gold mercenary group was mobilizing en masse, determined to make the enemy's blood flow like a river. When the Black Gold mercenary group acted, it would surely shock the entire Tianguang City. By now, over 800 members of the Black Gold mercenary group had gathered, more than half of whom were martial artists above level 9, and I held an energy gun, exuding an extremely intimidating presence around us. Timid children were even frightened to tears. "What are you crying for? If you keep crying, I'll eat you," a mercenary from the Black Gold mercenary group barked, looking extremely fierce. The child immediately stopped crying, forcing back tears. At this moment, inside the hotel manager had already informed Fang Yi and the leaders of Shunlong University about the intentions of the Black Gold mercenary group. The anticipated shock did not occur. Fang Yi simply replied, "Oh, got it." Very calm. There was no sense of tension that a great battle was about to begin. The hotel manager left, and both sides were powerful and had already begun to gather their forces. Tonight was not peaceful. He just hoped that when these two colossal forces clashed, they wouldn't accidentally harm the hotel staff. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to cry. If such a thing happened, he couldn't possibly go to the other party for compensation, mainly because he didn't dare. He couldn't afford to provoke them. He slipped away. As the hotel manager exited the room, he heard Fong Yi seemingly starting to make a phone call, apparently to the killer who had taken out a member of the Black Gold mercenary group. He only heard Fong Yi on the phone say, "Hello, Fong, did you kill a member of a mercenary group in Tianguang City tonight?" His tone was very relaxed, showing no signs of tension. The hotel manager was taken aback. Indeed, a big shot. On the other end of the line, the response was even more casual. Fong said, "Yeah, that group of mercenaries provoked Tong Yuer and even tried to forcibly take her away, so I killed one of them and the rest ran away." What's the matter? The hotel manager's mind was buzzing, thinking that this killer was quite bold, even asking what was wrong at this point. Didn't he know? He was in big trouble. The sky was falling. Because he had killed a member of the Black Gold mercenary group. Now his hotel companions were surrounded by the Black Gold mercenary group. Both sides could go to war at any moment. And he still asked what was wrong. "I see, so that's it. It's just that the mercenary group came to the hotel for revenge. They brought 700 or 800 people armed with energy guns and have already surrounded the hotel. It seems they even deployed their leader, a battle emperor level expert." Fong Yi simply replied, "They might have sent someone to ambush you, so if you're preparing to come back, be careful not to get caught by them," Fong Yi warned. Although Fong and his companion had strength, they were only level 8 or 9 martial artists, and now they were not near Fong. If they were ambushed by the opponent's supreme expert, it could lead to serious consequences. Even if they later wiped out the entire Black Gold mercenary group, it would be of no use. So he reminded them to be cautious. At this moment, they first needed to resolve some issues on this side. Fong replied, "Okay, Principal Fong, I understand." Fong hung up the phone, realizing the seriousness of the situation. It seemed he couldn't be careless. He indeed had a background in Foundation, but others didn't know that. If they were unfortunate enough to be ambushed on the way back, and the other side didn't give them a chance, directly wiping them out, it would be of no use even if the martial god sent someone to eliminate the entire Black Gold mercenary group. Thus, Fong picked up his phone and dialed the martial god's number. Meanwhile, Tong Yuer also took out her phone and dialed her father's number, the 9-star Emperor Tong Yuan. "Hello, is this brother he?" Fong spoke respectfully. On the other end of the line, the God of War replied in a steady voice, "Yes, it's me." "What's the matter?" The God of War knew very well that Fong was calling him for a reason. He wouldn't reach out without cause. "It's like this, I encountered a bit of trouble in Guangcheng. Today, a rogue from a mercenary group provoked Yuer and even tried to take her away. I ended up killing him, and now the people from this mercenary group have come looking for me, bringing a lot of energy guns and seemingly deploying several martial kings and even a battle emperor. I might not be able to handle this alone," Fong explained. "Understood. I will immediately arrange for the God of War team near Tianguang City to assist you," the God of War said. The God of War team is an organization under the God of War, specifically established to deal with beast attacks and the rifts in the beast realm. In every city, there is a God of War team stationed. Naturally, a large city like Tianguang City has one as well, and its strength far exceeds that of other cities' God of War teams. To join the God of War team, one must reach level 9, which is quite strict. One could say that everyone in the God of War team is elite. "Thank you, brother," Fong said excitedly. With the God of War team mobilized, he could show off properly. The God of War replied and hung up the phone, then dialed the number of the leader of the God of War team stationed in Tianguang City. The leader of the God of War team in Tianguang City is named Gong Meng, a powerful emperor-level warrior with 10 battle emperors, hundreds of martial kings, and thousands of masters, along with tens of thousands of level 9 warriors in his team. Upon receiving the God of War's call, Gong Meng was shocked. The God of War himself was calling. Could something major have happened? Gong Meng knew very well that the God of War usually wouldn't personally contact a leader of a God of War team unless there was a special situation. Could the God of War have some instructions? "Hello, God of War," Gong Meng said nervously. This was the God of War, the strongest existence in this world, a figure who could rival the demon gods of the demon realm. How could he not be nervous? "My disciple, Tong Yuer, and one of my heirs are surrounded by a mercenary group in your Tianguang City and are in imminent danger. I will send you their satellite positioning. You know what to do." If either of them is in any danger, you, the leader of the God of War team in Tianguang City, can forget about your position, the God of War said. What? Miss Yu is surrounded by a mercenary group in Tianguang City and is in imminent danger? Gong Meng was terrified, who was so reckless, daring to surround the God of War's disciple. If they wanted to die, they shouldn't drag him down with them. If anything happened to the God of War's disciple in Tianguang City, his position as the leader of the God of War team would be over. Moreover, this incident also involved the God of War's heir. The concept of an heir needs no further explanation, as they could be seen as the chosen successor of the God of War. If anything went wrong, wouldn't the God of War flatten the entire Tianguang City? Rest assured, God of War, I will immediately mobilize everyone in the entire God of War team and rush to Miss Yu's location, risking everything to ensure her safety, Gong Meng said. The God of War replied and hung up the phone. At the headquarters of the God of War team in Tianguang City, they quickly investigated the satellite positioning of Tong Yu and the others, finding them near the Tianguang Tower waterfront, heading towards the city center. The distance from the God of War team headquarters was not far, and with level 9 warriors moving at speeds over 800 meters per minute, they could arrive in a few minutes. All God of War team members, mobilize, we must ensure Miss Yu's safety tonight. Gong Meng, the Emperor-level warrior and leader of the God of War team in Tianguang City, shouted. Understood. The entire God of War team, numbering in the tens of thousands, responded in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Tens of thousands of level 9 God of War team members, carrying level 9 energy guns, gathered at Fengfeng's location. The remaining members of the Master War God Corps, over 1,000 of them, along with hundreds of supreme members, more than 50 martial kings, 10 war emperors, and the emperor-level leader Gong Meng, flew at the forefront, heading towards Tong Yu and Fengfeng's position. Today, it is destined to be anything but peaceful. Beside Fengfeng, Tong Yu also got through to Tong Yuan's phone, pouting as she said, Emperor Tong, why didn't you answer the phone just now? Do you know your precious daughter is now surrounded by a mercenary group with energy guns? The situation is extremely dangerous. What? Yu is in danger. On the other end of the line, Tong Mu's voice came through. What happened, Yu? Speak clearly. Emperor Chen is here too, Tong Yu replied. Earlier this evening, a little thug from a mercenary group harassed me, and Xiao Qinshan killed him. Now the entire mercenary group has come looking for trouble, sending over more than 800 powerful individuals, including war emperors, martial kings, supremes, and masters. Your daughter and son-in-law could be in grave danger at any moment. I've sent you the address, you can handle it however you see fit. Seeking death. Tong Yuan was furious. As a 9th rank emperor in cultivation, but with combat power surpassing that of a 9th rank emperor, he could not tolerate the fact that his daughter was harassed and that his son-in-law had acted, putting both of them in danger from the mercenary group. Beside him, Tong Mu was also enraged, the temperature around them dropping sharply. Tong Yu's mother, Emperor Chen, also known as the Extreme Emperor, was an 8th rank emperor and a member of the prestigious Chen family. The Chen family was a local imperial family in Tianguang City, with deep roots. Tong Mu said, I'll have your grandfather come personally to support you. Don't be afraid, Yu. Then, Tong Mu dialed her father's number, the current head of the Chen family. The head of the Chen family was a genuine 9th rank emperor, and upon receiving his daughter's call, he was instantly furious. His precious granddaughter had come to Tianguang City, on her grandfather's territory, and such a thing had happened. The Chen family quickly gathered several powerful emperors from within the family, as well as war emperors, martial kings, supremes, and masters. Thousands of them, in a grand procession, rushed towards the direction of Tong Yu and Fengfeng. Tong Yu and Fengfeng decided to stay put, waiting for reinforcements to arrive before heading to the hotel. After all, there were powerful members of the mercenary group gathered outside the hotel, and it would be unwise to take risks before their support arrived. In this lifetime, they could not afford to take such risks. The current reinforcements should be enough. With the Chun family and the War God group taking action, if they still couldn't handle this mercenary group, it would be a joke. At that moment, a small team of mercenaries rushed up ahead, directly surrounding Tong Yu and Fengfeng. The Black Gold mercenary group had mobilized, with half of their members surrounding Fengfeng outside the hotel, while the other half searched for the whereabouts of the two. They were prepared for both scenarios, to prevent Fengfeng and Tong Yu from being scared off by the scene outside the hotel and fleeing. Today, the Black Gold mercenary group had mobilized not only because of the death of the Black Bear but also to take this opportunity to make their name known to the world. This ruthless name. The mercenary team consisted of 5 members, led by a master and 4 9th rank Martial artists. They compared the photo of Feng Feng on their phones with the real Feng Feng in front of them, finally confirming his identity. No wonder we haven't seen you two return. It turns out you were afraid of the might of our Black Gold mercenary group, just stalling here, said the leading master of the mercenary team. But it's useless. Since you offended our Black Gold mercenary group, the current outcome was already destined. Go, capture him, the master mercenary commanded. Yes, replied one of the 9th rank mercenaries around him. The 9th rank mercenary, wielding a long sword that gleamed coldly, unleashed a 9th rank body technique, charging towards Feng Feng. He had cultivated this technique to a high level and knew that Feng Feng had the strength to kill 9th rank martial artists, so he went all out from the start, showing no signs of carelessness. The 9th rank mercenary's terrifying spiritual energy erupted, the pressure spreading out, as he swung his sword, unleashing a sword strike towards Feng Feng. Feng Feng's expression was calm. It was just a few 9th level warriors and a master. He could handle it. According to his estimation, the support from the war god team of the martial god and Tong Yuer's grandfather's Qin family should be arriving soon. First, resolve the immediate crisis. Feng Feng's entire aura erupted, and the 9th grade technique Thunderbolt formula was activated. In an instant, a surge of spiritual energy poured out from his dantian, and the long spear continuously gathered light, the spear's radiance converging. The perfected 9th grade martial skill, the breaking army spear, directly clashed with the sword strike of the 9th level mercenary, with the power of thunder and lightning added, and Feng Feng's attributes already comparable to a 9th level 6 stage. This terrifying spear instantly shattered the sword strike of the 9th level mercenary. The 9th level mercenary was sent flying, crashing hard to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Not bad. Seeing the 9th level mercenary being knocked away by a single spear, the master of the mercenary group said coldly, Feng Feng, at the 5th stage of the 8th level, actually possessed such terrifying strength. That spear just now had already reached the peak of 9th grade martial skills, not to be underestimated. Surround him, the master mercenary ordered. A 9th level mercenary, barehanded, charged at Feng Feng, flames burning on his fists, seemingly a formidable martial skill belonging to the 9th grade. Feng Feng snorted coldly, unleashing all his momentum, spiritual energy swirling around him, as if a deity had descended, displaying terrifying speed, so fast it was unbelievable. In an instant, he was before the 9th level mercenary. The long spear swept out, directly knocking the 9th level mercenary away, a massive wound appearing on his chest, deep enough to see the bones inside, and he crashed to the ground, dead. Seeking death. The master mercenary saw this and said, You all step back, let me handle this. Then, his terrifying aura erupted, preparing to charge at Feng Feng. I'm afraid of you. Feng Feng also snorted coldly, his entire aura erupting, the Thunder Extreme body activating, the divine ability Thunder summoning spell beginning to prepare. In the sky, thunder and lightning flashed, the surging power of thunder and lightning converging, ready to unleash the divine ability at any moment. At that moment, 2 loud shouts came from afar, the voices of powerful emperors. Then, the leader of the war god corps, Gong Meng, and the head of the Chen family arrived simultaneously. Hearing the voices of the 2 powerful emperors, the master mercenary was puzzled and looked into the distance. What was going on? Why had the leader of the war god corps and the head of the Chen family personally come? Then, he saw behind him tens of thousands of members of the war god corps, along with several Qin family emperors and thousands of Qin family personnel, rushing this way. 5 emperors, over 100 battle kings, hundreds of martial kings, and thousands of supreme masters, tens of thousands of 9th level martial artists, were closing in. The master mercenary of the Black Gold Mercenary Corps was terrified. He hadn't seen such a formation in a long time. He felt immense fear. At the same time, he cursed in his heart, which blind force had provoked the entire imperial family and the war god corps to mobilize? Did they not want to live anymore? Then, he witnessed this scene. The leader of the war god corps, Gong Meng, and the head of the Chen family descended from the sky, landing beside Feng Feng and Tong Yuer. The tens of thousands of war god corps members and thousands of Chen family experts landed neatly behind Feng Feng and Tong Yuer. Grandpa, Tong Yuer joyfully rushed into the arms of the head of the Chen family, saying, You came so quickly, I missed you. As soon as I received your mother's call, I brought all the experts from the Chen family here. Fortunately, you are safe, otherwise, even if I ground the enemy to dust, I wouldn't be able to make up for it, the head of the Chen family said. Yes, it's good that you arrived in time, the leader of the war god corps, Gong Meng, said. I received a call from the martial god and rushed over immediately. Thankfully, Miss Yuer is fine. If the martial god's disciple had an accident on my territory, I really wouldn't know how to explain it to the Martial God. The 4 members of the Black Gold Mercenary Corps across from them were directly dumbfounded. Grandpa. The martial god's disciple, Yuer. The martial god only had one disciple, and that was Tong Yuer, the precious granddaughter of the Tong family, one of the top 10 families in the imperial capital, and the darling of the Chen family. And they, the Black Gold Mercenary Corps, had just been attacking Tong Yuer. It was only now that he understood. The person they have been trying so hard to deal with is the strongest in the world, the only disciple of the martial god. Now, the 4 of them have to face tens of thousands of elite warriors from the War God Corps and the Chun family. The 4 mercenaries were stunned. It's nothing. Just a feeling, quite sudden. Just. Gong Meng looked at Feng Feng beside Tong Yuer, his gaze fixed. This should be the air that the war god mentioned. Gong Meng said. Brother, are you alright? What should I call you? I'm fine, Feng Feng replied. Feng Feng, thank you for coming to support. No need to be polite, Gong Meng smiled. Then, Gong Meng looked ahead at several mercenaries and said lightly, how do you want to die? The people from the war god team behind him all looked coldly at the mercenaries. The experts from the Chen family also turned their attention to the few in front. The mercenaries, filled with fear, began to retreat step by step. Feng Feng said, just kill them, their main force is outside the hotel. Gong Meng nodded and ordered, do it. As soon as he finished speaking, the war god team behind him all raised their energy guns. No! The master mercenary's face turned pale as he continued to retreat. Tat 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 tat. A barrage of energy bullets swept through. Several level 9 mercenaries were hit, their bodies riddled with large holes, bright red blood flowing out from the wounds and pooling on the ground. The master mercenary had a protective shield formed by spiritual energy, so the level 9 energy guns couldn't harm him at all. Feng Feng snorted coldly, waved his hand, signaling the war god team to stop. Then, Feng Feng charged forward, activating his Thunder Extreme body. The thunder patterns began to mend, and he unleashed the secret technique Soul-Piercing Spike. His soul power erupted instantly, transforming into 6 invisible spikes, aimed at the master mercenary's mind. Puff, struck by the soul-piercing spike, the master mercenary bled from his mouth and nose. Feng Feng sneered, activating the divine ability Thunder Summoning Spell, and in an instant, the sky darkened with flashes of lightning, the surging power of thunder drawn down by Feng Feng. In an instant, the terrifying lightning gathered into 6 heavenly bolts, crashing down towards the master mercenary. Bang! The master mercenary's body was enveloped in lightning, convulsing violently. Severely injured. The pedestrians around the street were shocked at this scene. The war god team and the Chun family mobilized so many people just to deal with the Black Gold mercenary group. Behind Feng Feng, countless people supported him. His gun spirit radiated a dazzling light, and a towering divine spear's phantom appeared, with endless gun energy spreading from his gun spirit. Feng Feng entered the state of unity between man and gun. With a spear thrust from the sky, he executed. Puff blood splattered as Feng Feng pierced the master mercenary's throat with his spear, blood staining the ground, and the master mercenary was killed on the spot by Feng Feng. Gun spirit, the realm of unity between man and gun. Gong Meng and the head of the Chen family suddenly looked at Feng Feng, utterly shot. Feng Feng was only an 8th level 5-stage martial artist, yet he awakened his gun spirit and entered the realm of unity between man and gun. What a terrifying talent this was. Ordinary masters found it hard to achieve this. No wonder he was chosen as the heir by the war god. The lightning technique Feng Feng just executed, combined with the direct attack on the soul, was simply devastating. The 2 moves combined, along with the ultimate move of unity between man and gun, directly killed a master. This allowed Feng Feng, at level 8-5 stage, to possess the combat power to kill a master beyond his level. Not bad, not bad. The head of the Chen family praised. Then he asked Tong Yuer, is this the future son-in-law your mother mentioned? Tong Yuer nodded shyly. The head of the Chen family looked at Feng Feng with admiration. At such a young age, he had such abilities. No wonder he gained the recognition of Tong Yuan and his daughter. As a 9th grade emperor, Tong Yuan had high standards, but this child was truly outstanding. Grandpa, once we finish here, let's hurry to the hotel. The main force of this mercenary group is over there, Tong Yuer said. Alright, the head of the Chen family nodded. A group of tens of thousands rushed towards the hotel. At this moment, outside the hotel, the Black Gold Mercenary Corps had gathered 80% of their personnel, nearly 1,000 people, exuding a fierce aura. Feng Feng and his group had no choice but to return. The hotel manager and the staff trembled as they retreated into the hotel lobby, not daring to come out. The streets on both sides of the hotel were crowded with onlookers, all curious about what kind of blind person inside the hotel had angered the Black Gold Mercenary Corps, leading to such a large-scale mobilization. The leader of the Black Gold Mercenary Corps, Tu Wanhui, was very pleased with this effect, this feeling of being the center of attention. Tonight, he wanted the world to remember the name of the Black Gold Mercenary Corps once again. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from the street to the east of the hotel. Su Xiaoyu, don't panic, I am a friend of your grandfather, the War Emperor, and I am here to save you. Following that, the crowd surrounding the hotel saw a powerful War Emperor accompanied by several martial kings, dozens of supremes and masters, flying in from afar and landing outside the hotel. Masters above level 9 could already fly, but they usually preferred not to unless in an emergency. People were puzzled. Why had this War Emperor, one of the 8 War Emperors from a War Emperor family in Tianguang City, suddenly come to the hotel? And who was this Su Xiaoyu he mentioned? Then everyone saw a young man walk out of the hotel and approach the War Emperor, saying, I am Su Lei, are you Grandpa Xin? Yes, it's me. Little Lei, don't be afraid. As long as I am here today, no one can touch you. As he spoke, Grandpa Qin cast a cold glance at the leader of the Black Gold Mercenary Corps. Su Lei was one of the members of the student delegation from Shenlong University, and this Grandpa Qin was a close friend of his War Emperor grandfather in Tianguang City. When an old friend's grandson was in trouble, he, as an elder, naturally would not stand by idly. Others feared the Black Gold Mercenary Corps, but the Qin family did not. The Qin family was among the top War Emperor families in Tianguang City, with 8 War Emperors in the family. The strongest head of the family was already a 9th grade War Emperor, ready to challenge the Emperor at any time. The Black Gold Mercenary Corps only had 1 War Emperor, would he be afraid? Seeing the War Emperor from the Qin family suddenly bringing people over, the leader of the Black Gold Mercenary Corps was somewhat puzzled, as the gaze of the Qin family War Emperor towards him seemed filled with hostility. What was going on? It was baffling. At that moment. And Shu, don't be afraid. I am a friend of your father's War Emperor, and as long as I am here today, no one can touch you. Another voice of a War Emperor came from afar. Then, people saw a War Emperor accompanied by a group of martial kings, supremes, and masters rushing over. People were confused. Another War Emperor was coming with people, and from his tone, it seemed he was there to protect someone inside the hotel. And Shu from the student delegation of Shenlong University walked out of the hotel and said, fortunately, Uncle arrived in time, the enemy hasn't made a move yet, or the consequences would be unimaginable. It's okay, kid. As long as your uncle is here today, who dares to touch you? Kill without mercy. The newly arrived War Emperor's aura erupted as he looked at the leader of the Black Gold Mercenary Corps, Tu Wanhui. The leader of the Black Gold Mercenary Corps? Why are you looking at me? How ridiculous. We are not here to deal with him. They were here to deal with Feng. He was very clear that Inshu and Su Lei in front of him were not Feng. The hotel manager saw Su Lei and Inshu come out of the hotel and bring 2 War Emperors along with so many helpers. Damn! The hotel manager suddenly remembered that Inshu and Su Lei were among the members he had just notified. They were the accomplices of the one who killed the Black Gold Mercenary Corps, and he had notified over 100 people similar to Su Lei and In Chang. If these hundreds of people are also called for help, wouldn't that be something? The hotel manager felt a chill run down his spine at this thought. This was serious. It turned out that the real big shots in the hotel were these people. Thinking of the bewildered leader of the Black Gold Mercenary Corps outside the hotel manager sighed. It seemed the Black Gold Mercenary Corps was doomed. The hotel manager looked outside, and at that moment, another voice came. Duanzi, don't be afraid, your grandpa Zhong is here. Back in the day, I fought alongside your grandfather on the beast battlefields, defeating all the War Emperors. A terrifying aura approached rapidly, arriving at the hotel entrance. It was none other than Old Man Zhua, one of the top War Emperors in Tianguang City. Old Man Zhua, a 9th grade War Emperor, was just one step away from breaking into the Emperor level, but unfortunately, that step was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Could it be that Old Man Zhua was also here to protect someone at the hotel? My goodness! What on earth happened at the hotel tonight? First, the Black Gold Mercenary Corps surrounded the hotel, and now so many experts were gathering. Everyone saw a member of the Shenlong University cheerleading team walk out of the hotel. Grandpa Zhua, you finally made it. If you hadn't come, I was afraid I would only see Zier's corpse, said Duanzi, a member of the Shenlong team. What are you talking about, silly child? If anyone dares to touch you, Grandpa Zua will definitely twist their head off and kick it like a ball. As he spoke, Old Man Zua cast a glance at Tu Wanhui, the leader of the Black Gold Mercenary Corps, who looked utterly bewildered and felt a deep sense of malice, sensing that all these incoming waves of people were targeting him. Suddenly, Li Yunling, don't be afraid, your Grandpa Lu is here. Although I am only a 9th grade martial king, I've brought a group of martial king brothers, all of whom were once your grandfather's comrades. With us here today, no one can touch you. A group of martial kings flew in from afar, landing at the hotel entrance, numbering at least 20 or 30. A student from Shunlong University named Lu Yun came out to greet them. Ai Jishan, don't be afraid, your Uncle Long is here. Although your father is not in Tianguang City, I still have some power here, commanding a troop. I rushed over with just a few elite teams. A helicopter appeared above the hotel, and a war emperor officer jumped down, followed by several martial kings leading a special forces team composed of masters and grandmasters, landing at the hotel entrance. A cheerleader member named Ai Jishan came out to welcome them. The people around were stunned. Now even the military had mobilized, and it was a special forces unit. What on earth happened tonight that so many powerful figures had arrived? Then, dozens more waves of strong individuals rushed over, all stopping at the hotel entrance, where young boys and girls came out to receive them. People began to understand that all these individuals were called in by the young boys and girls in the hotel for help. This group of young boys and girls didn't seem to be from Tianguang City, they had just encountered trouble after arriving and sought protection. Now, thousands of strong individuals had gathered at the hotel entrance, with more than half being masters. What on earth did these people want from each other? This was terrifying. This scene made the earlier gathering of the Black Gold Mercenary Corps look like a joke. At that moment, a deep, resonant roar echoed, shaking the heavens. An emperor-level powerhouse had arrived. Meng Meng, don't be afraid, your Uncle Gao is here. Your father made it clear over the phone that if he couldn't protect you, then he wouldn't recognize me as a brother anymore. Uncle Gao wants to see who dares to touch you on my turf. The emperor-level powerhouse Gao Yuanhong landed outside the hotel. Gao Yuanhong, one of the emperor-level powerhouses in Tianguang City, belonged to the very top tier of people. His arrival undoubtedly made everyone take a deep breath. Even an emperor-level powerhouse had come, indicating that the situation had escalated. Inside the hotel, Rui Meng Meng, the captain of the cheerleading team at Shunlong University, walked out of the hotel and said to Gao Yuanhong, Uncle Gao, it's good that you arrived in time. As for who wants to deal with me, Rui Meng Meng looked at the hotel manager and said, come here and tell me who wants to deal with us. At the same time, the students from Shunlong University who had come to help looked at the hotel manager. The hotel manager was being watched by a group of big shots. Weak, pitiful, and helpless. The hotel manager trembled as he walked out of the hotel lobby. All eyes were on him. Outside the hotel, the street had gathered countless people, ordinary onlookers, and numerous martial artists. Some were disciples from the martial arts families of Tianguang City, here to watch the excitement. Some were official powerhouses, there to maintain order. They also wanted to know who today was going to deal with these boys and girls, prompting this group of youths to call for so many helpers. 2 emperors had been invited. The crowd's gaze fixed on the hotel manager, who raised his hand and slowly pointed at the leader of the Black Gold Mercenary Corps, Tu Wanhui. Shock appeared on everyone's faces. It turned out these people had come to deal with the Black Gold Mercenary Corps. Were they surrounding the hotel to target this group of boys and girls? But it seemed not to be the case. Everyone looked at the leader of the Black Gold Mercenary Corps, who appeared utterly confused. Tu Wanhui. What the hell, what's going on? Don't point at me like that, I'll sue you for defamation, I'll sue you for defamation. He's slandering me. I didn't do anything. The members of the Black Gold Mercenary Corps, seeing this, roared in anger, raising their energy guns at the hotel manager, saying, you dog, do you want to die? When did we ever say we would harm them? Don't point randomly, or we'll kill you. The hotel manager, scolded, suddenly felt a surge of unnamed anger. He looked at the helpers called by his classmates from Shunlong University. The powerful Emperor Gao Yuanhong spoke up. You just say it, no matter the outcome, I guarantee that if anything happens to you afterward, I will annihilate the entire Black Gold Mercenary Corps. This was said with great authority. Representing the will of the emperor-level powerhouses, the hotel manager immediately gained confidence and said, just now, your leader said he would wipe out everyone in this team to avenge your Black Gold Mercenary Corps members. You bastard, stop talking nonsense. The brother of the leader of the Black Gold Mercenary Corps, who had previously tried to take Tong Yuan away at the food street, cursed, "We don't even know these students, why would we want to kill them for no reason? You just said that this group of students' classmates killed your Black Gold Mercenary Corps members, that is, the corpse over there." The hotel manager pointed to the corpse of the black bear on the ground and said, "These people are the classmates of the one who killed your Black Gold Mercenary Corps members. You said you wanted to wipe out his accomplices. The students from Shunlong University and the helpers they called." All looked at the members of the Black Gold Mercenary Corps. The leader of the Black Gold Mercenary Corps, furious, directly stomped on the ground, saying, "The accomplice I mentioned is that girl, the one next to the murderer, not these students. Are you out of your mind? These students have no grievances with my Black Gold Mercenary Corps, why would we want to kill them?" The leader of the Black Gold Mercenary Corps took out a photo, which was indeed a picture of Fong, saying, "What our Black Gold Mercenary Corps is looking for is this person and his accomplice, the woman next to him. If we wanted to target these students, we would have acted long ago, why wait until now?" The people around looked at the photo held by the leader of the Black Gold Mercenary Corps and realized it was indeed not the group of students outside the hotel. Suddenly, they understood. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. The hotel manager had made a mistake, it was a misunderstanding. The tense atmosphere around relaxed a bit, and the group of helpers called by Shenlong University immediately withdrew their momentum. Since it was a mistake, they said nothing. They were just fulfilling a friend's request to look after their descendants, as for others, they didn't care. The leader of the Black Gold Mercenary Corps, seeing the misunderstanding cleared up, breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Everyone, rest assured, today we will only kill the person in this photo and his accomplices, we will not touch the others." The people around turned their gazes to the photo on the smartphone screen held by the leader of the Black Gold Mercenary Corps. It was indeed a scene of Fong killing the Black Gold Mercenary member, Black Bear. "This person killed a member of my Black Gold Mercenary Corps, a crime deserving of death 1,000 times over. We will not only take him down but also his family, so he knows the power of the Black Gold Mercenary Corps," the leader of the Black Gold Mercenary Corps shouted. He had just lost face and now needed to regain it. At that moment, a voice responded. To the leader of the Black Gold Mercenary Corps, it was Feng's voice. Then, the sound of a well-organized troop approaching from afar could be heard, and the crowd on the opposite side of the street parted to make way. Tong Yuan, the head of the Chen family, several other powerful members of the Chen family, and the leader of the War God Corps, Gong Meng, stepped forward. Behind Feng and the others were tens of thousands of War God Corps members and thousands of Chen family experts, their momentum overwhelming. War God Corps. The Imperial family, the Chen family. The people around the street were shocked. What was happening? These two superpowers had gathered so many experts, and the War God Corps was mobilizing as a whole. This display was far more terrifying than the group of students who had called for help earlier. They were on completely different levels. The War God Corps was directly under the martial god, and no one but the martial god had the authority to mobilize them. Clearly, the War God Corps had acted collectively on the martial god's orders. So, who was the martial god targeting? People looked at the few leading figures in front of the War God Corps and the Chen family experts, one of whom seemed to be the person in the photo held by the leader of the Black Gold Mercenary Corps. That was the murderer who had killed a member of the Black Gold Mercenary Corps, the very person the leader of the Black Gold Mercenary Corps had just vowed to annihilate along with his entire family. Hiss, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Tong Yuan, Gong Meng, and the head of the Chen family arrived in front of the leader of the Black Gold Mercenary Corps. Did you just say you wanted to wipe out my entire family? Fong looked at the leader of the Black Gold Mercenary Corps. The leader of the Black Gold Mercenary Corps, Tu Wanhui, was speechless. At this moment, in the hotel, the mentor team from Shunlong University also stepped out, with Fang Yi leading several war emperors and a dozen martial kings to stand before Gong Meng and the head of the Chen family. Leader Gong, head of the Chen family, Fang Yi greeted them. Principal Fang, Gong Meng and the head of the Chen family responded politely. They were all powerful figures, so respect was due. Moreover, Fang Yi was the vice president of Shunlong University, so it was natural to build good relations. Which family didn't have juniors entering Shunlong University? Principal Fang brought the students of Shunlong University to Tian Guang City, and I didn't have time to prepare, causing this incident where my niece was provoked by the mercenary corps, and my niece's husband had to intervene, leading to threats against their family. This is my oversight, the head of the Chen family said, casting a cold glance at the leader of the Black Gold Mercenary Corps. Upon hearing this, everyone around exploded with shock. The Shenlong University team, the principal of Shenlong University, the head of the Chen family's niece and her husband. People suddenly connected the dots to one person, the only female disciple of the martial god, who was none other than the head of the Chen family's niece. No wonder the War God Corps was mobilized. Members of the Black Gold Mercenary Corps had provoked a disciple of the martial god, and the boyfriend of the martial god's disciple had retaliated, leading the Black Gold Mercenary Corps to mobilize against him. In the end, the War God Corps and the imperial family, the Chen family, acted together. Everyone looked at the leader of the Black Gold Mercenary Corps. At this moment, the entire Black Gold Mercenary Corps of 1,000 people had been surrounded by tens of thousands from the War God Corps, with the Chen family's several thousand masters exuding a fierce aura. In front, the leader of the Black Gold Mercenary Corps. It felt utterly helpless. Who am I? I am here, as if in a dream. Weak and pitiful. The head of the Chen family scanned the leader of the Black Gold Mercenary Corps. For many years, no one had dared to touch anyone from the Chen family. The Black Gold Mercenary Corps was the first. The leader of the Black Gold Mercenary Corps trembled under the gaze. People around the street all watched as the War God Corps surrounded the Black Gold Mercenary Corps, waiting to see how it would be handled next. Feng Feng said, "Kill them. Today, the Black Gold Mercenary Corps will cease to exist." Gong Meng signaled the experts of the War God Corps surrounding the Black Gold Mercenary Corps. 5 minutes later, over 1,000 corpses lay on the street, and everyone from the Black Gold Mercenary Corps left peacefully. Feng Feng was not a soft-hearted person. If it weren't for his and Tong Yuer's backgrounds, they might have been the ones to die today. Given the character of the young master of the Black Gold Mercenary Corps, if Tong Yuer had been taken by him today, she would have likely been tortured to the point of wishing for death. Half an hour later, the crowd gathered around the hotel gradually dispersed, and the reinforcements called by the students of Shenlong University also began to leave. Gong Meng, the leader of the War God Corps, said, "Now that the matter is resolved, we should leave." Vice President Fang Yi of Shenlong University said, "Thank you for your trouble, Gong Corps leader." "Not at all." Gong Meng left with the members of the War God Corps. "Grandfather should also leave now," the head of the Chen family said. "Yuer, do you and your friend want to stay at the Chen family? We can send you both to the competition tomorrow morning." "No need, grandfather. I'm the captain, so I should stay with everyone. It will be easier to arrange work that way," Tong Yuer replied. "All right." The head of the Chen family said, "If you need anything, just let me know. After the competition, you can stay at the Chen family for 2 days before leaving." "That works." Tong Yuer nodded. The head of the Chen family said, "Tomorrow, I'll have Hao Hua accompany you for the competition." Chen Hao Hua, the eldest grandson of the Chen family, had just graduated from university and already possessed the cultivation of a martial king. He was Tong Yuer's cousin. "Okay, I haven't seen cousin Hao Hua in a long time," Tong Yuer nodded. The head of the Chen family left with the members of the Chen family. The team from Shenlong University also returned to the hotel to rest and prepare for the competition tomorrow, and everything returned to calm. However, tonight's events would be remembered in Tianguang City. Because tonight, the Black Gold Mercenary Corps committed a major offense, teasing the disciples of the martial god and threatening to kill the entire family of the martial god's disciple's boyfriend, prompting the martial god to personally order the War God Corps to take action. The imperial family, the Chen family, even brought thousands of strong fighters to help. The Black Gold Mercenary Corps became a part of history. However, they died with a sense of purpose, as being personally exterminated by the War God Corps would ensure that many in Tianguang City remembered them. The next day, the sky was filled with brilliant light. In the first square of Tianguang City, countless people gathered: warriors, ordinary people, members of noble families, law enforcement soldiers, and officials. The annual National College Martial Arts Competition was about to be held here. This year's competition was different from previous years. The rules had changed. In previous years, the champions and runners-up of the National College Martial Arts Competition were all taken by Shenlong University and Yenhuang University. In terms of the strength of participating teams, among over 1,000 colleges nationwide, none could compete with these two super universities. Therefore, this year, aside from the two super universities, the remaining colleges adopted a model of 5 universities combining to compete. This year, it would no longer be a clash of individual university teams, but rather a clash of teams formed by the remaining universities in conjunction with the two super universities. In previous years, a single university would select 10 members to form a team for the competition. But this year, aside from Shunlong University and Yanhuan University, which could only select their own members to form teams, all the other over 1,000 colleges would adopt a joint approach, with 5 universities collectively selecting 10 members to form the competition team. It can be said that this year's competition is more exciting than in previous years. In the past, when it came to individual universities, in one-on-one matchups, Shunlong University was the strongest, lacking any suspense. Overall, Shunlong University is undoubtedly the strongest. However, this year, if it's 1 against 5, it's different, because each university might have 1 or 2 exceptional talents. And when combined, they form a formidable team. Perhaps they could even bring Shunlong University down. For example, not long ago, the 5 major universities from the East challenged Shunlong University. Although the overall student strength within the school was lacking, each school selected their strongest 9th-level prodigy to form a team, which could at least put up a fight against Shunlong University. It was no longer the one-sided crushing of previous years. According to rumors, the 3rd-ranked Zhejiang University, along with the 5th-ranked Tongyuan University and the 7th, 10th, and 12th-ranked universities, have already formed a powerful team. It is said that the 10 selected members have attributes no lower than 9th-level 6 Dan. The 2 strongest among them are rumored to have reached the 2nd-grade master realm. This team gathers the top prodigies from the top 12 universities in the country, significantly stronger than in previous years. Some boldly speculate that they might defeat Shunlong University. Additionally, there is another formidable team formed by the 4th-ranked Canning University along with the 6th, 8th, 9th, and 11th-ranked universities. Among the 10 members of this team, 3 have reached the 1st-grade master realm, while the weakest among the remaining 7 have attributes of 9th-level 6 Dan. They are not weaker than the 2 super universities of previous years. Then there's Shunlong University's old rival, the equally prestigious Yanhuan University. This year, Yanhuan University's team is also very strong, with 5 official members composed of 1 2nd-grade master, 1 1st-grade master, 2 9th-level 7 Dan, and 2 9th-level 6 Dan. Currently, only Shunlong University's team attributes have not been disclosed, leaving uncertainty about whether they can compete with these 3 major teams. However, as the reigning champion, Shunlong University's team strength is beyond doubt. People are speculating what lineup they will use to face this competition. Recently, the Shunlong team sent out 1 member and easily crushed the united front of the 5 Eastern schools, defeating 3 opponents with ease. People are very much looking forward to the Shunlong team's lineup. Can they win the championship again this year? Just then, a bus arrived and stopped at the entrance of the square, which was the exclusive shuttle for Shunlong University students. As soon as the bus arrived, reporters rushed over to ask questions. One reporter pointed a camera and microphone at Principal Fang Yi and said, "Principal Fang, the National Martial Arts Competition has not yet started, and Yanhuang University, along with the teams led by Canning University and Zhejiang University, all have warriors surpassing 9th level and masters. What do you think about the strength of the Shunlong team?" Fang Yi looked at the reporter and said, "The attributes of our official team members have reached the 3rd-grade master level." What? The reporter was taken aback. The captain of the Shunlong team has actually reached the 3rd-grade master level. It should be noted that the strongest members of the other 3 teams are only 2nd-grade masters. Indeed, the Shunlong team remains the Shunlong team, still able to maintain an absolute advantage in this year's competition among schools. Principal Fang Yi, leading Shunlong University, has even revealed his own information, clearly showing confidence in his team members. People are eagerly anticipating the performance of the Shunlong team in this competition. There will be 2 more updates later. Looking at the comments, many people say I'm dragging the plot, but that's not the case. A truly exciting novel elevates a plot to perfection. If I didn't want to write it seriously and perfectly, I could just gloss over it, but that wouldn't be satisfying for you. The participating teams entered one after another. Although it was called the National University Martial Arts Competition, only the top 100 universities dared to participate. There are over 1,000 martial arts universities in Huaxia. However, universities ranked beyond the top 100 basically do not dare to join. Because among their new students, the strongest might only be 4th or 5th level martial artists, with a few at 6th or 7th level. Participating would just be seeking humiliation. Some martial arts universities ranked at the very end, their top freshman has just become a 1st level martial artist. How could they compete? Would they just come to cheer for the other teams? Therefore, this year's competition teams consist of only 20, made up of universities ranked in the top 100 nationwide. The first square is very spacious. Each school has its own area. The area for Shenlong University. In previous years, your seniors have won countless championships with their strength. This honor in your generation must be upheld no matter what. Fang Yi said sharply, looking at the 10 members of the Shenlong team seriously. Yes, the 10 members of the Shenlong team replied in unison. Good, Fang Yi said. At this moment, Shenjia's heir, Chen Haohua, who was also Tang Yuer's cousin, arrived at the square and found the area for Shenlong University, where he saw Tang Yuer and Feng Feng. Cousin, brother-in-law, Chen Haohua called out. Cousin, Tang Yuer came to Chen Haohua and said, Cousin is here. Cousin, Feng Feng also called out with Tang Yuer. I'm here to watch your competition, Chen Haohua said. Good luck to you. Tang Yuer and Feng Feng nodded. At this moment, the competition had already begun. The first team to compete was the representative team led by Zhejiang University against the Northeast 5 Schools representative team. The battle was one-sided. The Zhejiang University representative team won in a crushing manner. In the second match, the Kainan University representative faced the Northwest 5 Schools representative team. Just like the previous match, it was one-sided. Kainan University achieved a decisive victory. In the third match, it was finally Shenlong University's turn to compete. Shenlong University's opponent was the Southwest 5 Schools representative team. Shenlong University sent Feng Feng to take action. Upon seeing Feng Feng, the Southwest 5 Schools looked serious. Feng Feng was the fierce one who had once taken on the entire Eastern 5 Schools team by himself, and they could not afford to be careless. As Shenlong University took the stage, the crowd began to boil with excitement. The champion team from previous years was finally going to make their move, and everyone's eyes were fixed on Feng Feng. A girl from Shenlong University shouted, Feng Feng, I love you. Feng Feng, my idol. Feng Feng, my male god, I want you to defeat him with one move. Seeing the rising cheers for Feng Feng from the audience, the Southwest 5 Schools representative team couldn't help but feel a bit disgruntled. The member they sent this time was a 9th level, 4th stage martial artist named Hua Xiao. Hua Xiao looked coldly at Feng Feng. Was Shenlong University really that impressive? He would soon let everyone know that he was the focus and deserved their attention. Hua Xiao approached Feng Feng and said, although Shenlong University is the champion from previous years, that glory belongs to the past and has nothing to do with you. If you want to continue this glory, you must defeat me. Then let's defeat you. Feng Feng scoffed, his face full of disdain. Very well, very arrogant. Hua Xiao clenched his fists. Today, I will personally make you in this glory. Are you done? Feng Feng said lightly. It's just a few moves, don't drag it out. You. Hua Xiao snorted coldly, and the two stepped back as the battle was about to begin. Below, the 20 university teams and countless spectators watched this battle. Fang Yi, Chen Haohua, Tang Yuer, Rui Mengmeng, and countless students from Shenlong University cheered from the sidelines. Brother-in-law, go for it, Chen Haohua said. Watch out, Hua Xiao shouted, moving his feet and charging towards Feng Feng. Feng Feng did not hesitate, using the 9 shadow body technique, suddenly bursting forth like a cannonball, shooting towards Hua Xiao. Hua Xiao charged forward, unleashing all his momentum, his fists clenched, spiritual energy swirling around him as he executed a 9th grade martial skill, striking at Feng Feng. To participate in the National College Martial Artist Competition, he underwent hellish training, having perfected this 9th grade martial skill all to stand out in the competition. Feng Feng suddenly became calm, executing his fist technique, purple lightning swirling around his fist, as if the surrounding air was roaring with thunder, colliding with Hua Xiao's punch. The two sides clashed, and the air was shattered. Boom! A loud sound erupted, and a terrifying force rebounded towards both of them. Feng Feng remained motionless, while Hua Xiao spat blood and flew backward, directly knocked away by Feng Feng's terrifying defense. Feng Feng, my idol is so amazing. Feng Feng, I love you. Countless girls in the audience screamed. Such strong defense. The principal leading the team from Yanhuan University spoke. He was a powerful emperor. As soon as Feng Feng made his move, he had already noticed some clues about him. Feng Feng's defensive power was very strong. Hua Xiao's punch had struck Feng Feng, but it was completely rebounded by his defense. This is too terrifying. This defense is probably comparable to that of a supreme being. There are very few members who can pose a threat to him. This person is not easy to deal with. Fang Yi smiled, appearing quite justified. In front of the members of the Divine Dragon team, the top talents from the 5 schools in the Southwest were just a joke. The leaders of the 5 Southwest schools had extremely grim Expressions, not expecting that the first person dispatched from Divine Dragon University would have such strong combat power. Defeating Huashao without any ability to fight back. Huashao has been defeated, but we have someone stronger than him. Everyone. Do not lose confidence, said the leader of the 5 Southwest schools. Next, I will send our top talent from Tianqi University, Zhang Jiang, to the stage. Zhang Jiang. The top talent of the first year at Tianqi University, his combat power was higher than Hua Zhao's, and his attributes had now reached level 9, stage 6. He was on par with Feng Feng. Moreover, he had mastered a systematic 9th grade martial skill, and he would surely be able to suppress Feng Feng. Zhang Jiang slowly stepped onto the stage. Upon seeing Zhang Jiang take the stage, the students from the 5 Southwest schools began to feel hopeful. The cheerleaders started dancing, and the girls shouted Zhang Jiang's name. Zhang Jiang, defeat him, avenge Huashao. He is too arrogant, let him know the power of our 5 Southwest schools. Zhang Jiang arrived on stage, raising his hand to signal the students from the 5 Southwest schools to quiet down. Zhang Jiang looked at Feng Feng and said, your attributes are 2 stages higher than Hua Zhao's. It's not surprising that you can defeat him, but encountering me is your misfortune. Before Feng Feng could respond, the students from Divine Dragon University began to roar in anger. Feng Feng, crush him, let him know who is unfortunate. Yes, let him know your strength. On stage, Feng Feng signaled for everyone to stop, then locked eyes with Zhang. Zhang. One move, Feng Feng said. The implication was simple, defeating Zhang Jiang would only take 1 move. Very well. Zhang Jiang replied, his eyes cold. This was completely looking down on him. Since that was the case, he would let Feng Feng know his own strength. The two stepped back. Zhang Jiang's level 9, stage 6 attributes erupted as he charged towards Feng Feng. Feng Feng stood still, too lazy to move. He decided to use the thunder summoning technique to resolve the battle from a distance. Feng Feng's momentum erupted, and the technique thunder summoning spell suddenly activated. In the sky, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and the surging power of lightning was drawn down by Feng Feng. Go! Feng Feng shouted, and in an instant, 5 terrifying heavenly thunders struck towards Zhang Jiang. Zhang Jiang was in a diving state, unable to dodge in time. He could only cross his arms to protect his head, channeling the surrounding spiritual energy to form a shield, trying to resist the thunder. But the heavenly thunder from Feng Feng was not so easily withstood. Even a master would be severely injured by it. Boom! Zhang Jiang's body was hit by the lightning, purple arcs of electricity tormented him, and his hair stood on end. As the lightning dissipated, bang! Zhang Jiang was sent flying, crashing to the ground, spitting out a puff of white smoke, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, his body convulsing, losing his combat ability. Feng Feng wins. The audience erupted in cheers. Zhang Jiang looked unwillingly at Feng Feng, who was the center of attention on the stage. Feng Feng ignored him. If it weren't for his mercy, Zhang Jiang would already be dead. But in such a competition, there was no need to kill. At the direction of Shenlong University, all the students shouted loudly. Tang Yue revealed a smile. This was how it should be, a direct crush. The first battle must showcase the momentum of Shenlong University. Below the stage, a large group of reporters surrounded Vice President Fang Yi of Shenlong University. Principal Fang, your school has such a strong presence right from the start. I wonder where this student Feng Feng ranks in terms of attributes among your Shenlong University team, a reporter asked. 4th, I believe. The 5th has the same attributes as him, Fang Yi replied, unable to hide his satisfaction with Feng Feng's performance. Don't get too proud, we still have stronger people who haven't made their move, the leaders of the Southwest 5 schools said coldly, seeing Fang Yi surrounded by reporters. Is that so? Then I look forward to your next performance, Fang Yi responded lightly. On the stage, Feng Feng noticed the conversation between the leaders of the Southwest 5 schools and Fang Yi, and directly said, Principal Feng, since they are so confident, there's no need to trouble ourselves. Let their remaining official team members come up together. Upon hearing this, the crowd below erupted completely. Feng Feng wanted to fight against the remaining 3 from the Southwest 5 schools, 1 against 3. What kind of strength did it take to have such courage and spirit? Indeed, the rumors from last time were true. When facing other universities, especially the Eastern 5 schools' provocation, Feng Feng had once fought 1 against 3 and crushed them. Feng Feng is awesome. Breaking voice, my brother Chen is awesome. Breaking voice, the students of Shenlong University shouted excitedly. It was so exhilarating. Once again, he was going to fight 1 against 3, this time at the National University Martial Arts Conference. In front of everyone in Huaxia. They, as students of Shenlong University, felt a sense of pride. Meanwhile, the area of the Southwest 5 schools was filled with anger, feeling utterly disrespected. Even Shunlan University shouldn't act this way. Too much bullying. The men of the Southwest 5 schools should stand strong, knock him down. You students of Shunlan University look down on others so much, although you have some skills, isn't it too arrogant? Do you think our Southwest 5 schools are made of mud? The leaders of the Southwest 5 schools said coldly. At the National University Martial Arts Conference, this was a blatant insult. How could Shunlan University be so arrogant as to fight 1 against 3? If he backed down, it would disgrace the reputation of the Southwest 5 schools. Shangron, Wenhan, Jiangjin, the 3 of you go up together, don't hold back. You represent not just your personal honor and disgrace, but all the universities in the Southwest. I want you 3 to defeat him in front of all the universities. The remaining 3 members of the official team from the Southwest 5 schools, Shangron, Wenhan, and Jiangjin nodded and slowly stepped onto the stage. The 3 of them were all powerful beings who had reached level 9, especially Shangron, whose attributes had terrifyingly reached level 9, segment 8. The other 2 were both level 9, segment 7. The 3 joined forces to take down Feng. Feng looked at the 3 who had come up on stage, his expression still one of disdain. He had seen this kind of lineup before. Attack directly, use your strongest moves, and defeat him head-on, Shangron shouted. Jiang and Wenhan nodded, and the 3 figures moved quickly, so fast that they became blurry, making it impossible for the students below to catch their movement as they charged towards Feng. The 3 had been fighting desperately from the very beginning. If they were defeated in front of so many people, the reputation of the 5 schools in the Southwest would be ruined. They not only wanted to win, but they wanted to win beautifully. From the front, the 3 combined their strength to strike down Feng. Jiangjin and Wenhan approached Feng from his left and right sides, while Shangron charged from the front, forming a triangle as they attacked Feng. Watch my fist. Shangron appeared in front of Feng, unleashing his 9th level 8th stage cultivation, and struck a punch towards Feng. I'll make you pay for your arrogance. Wenhan's face twisted in rage as he launched a punch from the right, unleashing all his power. The punch directly hit Feng's temple. Jiangjin's body radiated a cold light, icy energy surging forth as he condensed his fist with frost, aiming directly for Feng's temple from the left. Humph. Feng snorted coldly, unleashing the power of the thunder extreme body, surrounded by lightning like a thunder god, his momentum pressing against the masters. His copper skin and iron bones activated, his body shimmering, and the defensive power of the 7th grade supreme level was in full effect, creating a protective shield around him. Boom! The terrifying power of the 3 punches struck directly against the shield, sending powerful shockwaves soaring into the sky, spreading outwards. A terrifying backlash force emanated from Feng crashing into the 3, sending them flying backward for over 10 meters before they stabilized themselves. The defensive power of the 7th grade supreme level, enhanced by the thunder extreme body and copper skin and iron bones, had reached a level where even being besieged by 3 9th level martial artists could not break through his defenses. Feng sneered, unleashing his soul attack, the soul-piercing spike. As his soul power transformed into 6 invisible spikes, dividing into 3 groups, with 2 spikes each, simultaneously flying towards 3 directions, continuously stabbing at the brains of the 3. The 3 were taken aback. With their cultivation reaching the 9th level, they could sense the power of the soul, and they felt the soul attack coming, but they could not defend against it. Shangron, directly in front, was the first to be hit, immediately bleeding from his mouth and nose, his mind dazed. Feng's entire aura erupted, and the divine ability Thunder summoning spell suddenly activated, as the surging power of thunder was drawn down from the sky by Feng, crashing towards Shangron. In an instant, it struck Shangron, who was in a daze. Shangron's body was hit by the lightning, purple arcs of electricity torturing him as he fell to the ground, convulsing. 1 down. The thunder summoning spell continued to operate, and in the sky, lightning flashed and thunder roared, as 6 bolts of heavenly thunder were summoned down by Feng. Go! The 6 bolts of heavenly thunder split into 2, striking towards the last 2. The 2 were hit by the lightning, their bodies sent flying backward, crashing hard to the ground, spitting out blood, their bodies surrounded by arcs of electricity, convulsing from the shock. All defeated. Feng looked towards the direction of the 5 schools in the southwest and said, "Do the remaining 5 reserve team members want to come up?" The area of students from the 5 schools in the southwest fell silent. The remaining 5 reserve team members were all below the 4th stage of the 9th level. How could they fight? They would be directly eliminated by Feng Feng. The headmaster of the 5 schools in the southwest looked extremely grim. They had lost, utterly and completely. "Brother-in-law is amazing," shouted Chen Haohua, the heir of the Chen family, from the stands. Tong Yuer and Rui Mengmeng and their group were also cheering for Feng Feng. In this match, Shenlong University emerged victorious. The competition continued. The following matches were held in full swing. By the end of the morning, 10 matches had been completed. The 4 strongest representative teams had all advanced. Additionally, 6 lucky representative teams had also advanced. In the afternoon matches, the 10 winning teams from the morning faced off against the 10 losing teams. After lunch, the competition continued. The first match of the afternoon. The Shenlong University representative team faced off against the 5-school combination team led by Canaan University. The atmosphere was electric from the start. Finally, a clash of experts. The previous encounters had been minor skirmishes. After all, the 4 strongest teams had not faced each other, resulting in one-sided crushes. But this time was different. The Canaan University representative team boasted 3 members who had reached the first-grade master level. Composed of 5 universities ranked in the top 11 nationwide, making their combat strength formidable. The tension between the 2 sides was palpable. The reporter announced, "Next up is the much-anticipated showdown for a spot in the top 4. One side is the reigning champion team, while the other is a super-strong combination team formed after the rule changes, rumored to have 3 powerful members at the first-grade master level. How will the outcome unfold?" The players from both teams took the stage. This time, Shenlong University sent not Feng Feng, but another official team member who had reached the 9th level in 6th segment, Xia Xian, with a cultivation level of 8th grade in 9th segment, and attributes at 9th level in 6th segment. He had mastered a systematic 9th grade martial skill, making him extremely powerful. Shenlong University chose not to send Feng Feng, considering the team dynamics. If they kept sending Feng Feng, it would give the impression that no one else in the Shenlong University team could fight. This was something Shenlong University did not want to see. Thus, Xia Xian took the stage. As he appeared, the crowd erupted in cheers. Shenlong University's popularity had peaked thanks to Feng Feng, and people had high hopes for him. On the other side, Canaan University fielded their top talent, Jia Gong, from the 11th ranked university. Jia Gong had a sinister look and approached Xia Xian, saying, "Is the cheer so high? Aren't you afraid of not being able to hold your head up if you lose later? You have a lot of confidence in yourself?" Xia Xian retorted, his face full of disdain. This was the confidence born from being at Shenlong University. "Very well." Jia Gong sneered, "I just want to tell you, the higher you stand, the harder you fall. Please enlighten me." Xia Xian replied calmly. He was confident and did not believe he would lose. "Please enlighten me," Jia Gong said coldly. The 2 stepped back, and the battle was about to begin. The cheerleaders on both sides shouted encouragement, eager to see who would emerge victorious in this clash of the top 4. Xia Xian unleashed his full momentum, fists clenched, black spiritual energy swirling around him as he executed a 9th grade martial skill aimed at Jia Gong's face. Jia Gong smirked, performing the same fist technique, red spiritual flames swirling around his fist, as if the sound of raging fire roared around them, colliding his fist against Xia Xian's. The impact shattered the air. Boom! A loud explosion echoed, and a terrifying force rebounded towards both of them, causing Jia Gong and Xia Xian to stagger back. Their strengths seemed not to have been fully displayed from that one punch. "Jia Gong, go for it. Defeat him. Jia Gong, if you beat the Shenlong University guy, I'll be your girlfriend." Countless cheerleading girls from Canaan University screamed. "Use your trump card, don't hold back," Jia Gong's mentor from his university shouted from the sidelines. This was the first battle, and they had to win to boost morale. Jia Gong possessed a fire spirit physique, which, once activated, would double his combat strength. If he could defeat Shenlong University in this first battle, it would surely boost their morale significantly. "Not bad, Xia Xian." From Shenlong University thought, his expression serious now, no longer careless. He unleashed his momentum and charged at Jia Gong. The real show is just beginning. Jia Gong was surrounded by red light, activating his fire spirit physique, and his momentum suddenly surged by 5 segments. Instantly, he elevated his attributes to the first-grade master level. Fire spirit physique. The principal of Shenlong University, Fang Yi, was taken aback. The kid opposite them actually had a fire spirit physique. The stakes of this battle had just risen. The president of Canaan University sneered, "This is quite a grand gift prepared for Shenlong University. If they lose the first match against us, it will surely be quite a spectacle." Xia Xian's expression twisted in rage, his eyes bloodshot. He realized that Jia Gong had activated his physique, enhancing his combat power. But he couldn't afford to lose. If he lost, the accumulation of victories for Shenlong University would become history. Xia Xian charged towards Jia Gong, delivering a punch that was at the 9th rank, its power several times greater than before, aimed directly at Jia Gong's face. Jia Gong did not dodge or evade, standing his ground as the air in front of him exploded, showcasing the force of Xia Xian's punch. Everyone in the audience was stunned. Was Jia Gong being a bit too arrogant? However, with his spirit body activated, Jia Gong seemed to be on another level, his aura comparable to a master. He raised his hand, channeling fiery spiritual energy, and forcefully caught Xia Xian's punch. Xia Xian was instantly immobilized, unable to advance a single step. The undefeated myth of Shenlong University will become history, Jia Gong said coldly, resembling an ancient fire god, like an insurmountable mountain. Jia Gong unleashed his 9th rank martial technique, 9 Fire Fist. The flames blazed, and 9 shadowy fists flickered in and out of view, carrying the weight of 9 fiery punches, directly crashing towards Xia Xian. 9th rank perfected martial technique. Xia Xian's face turned ashen. He knew he was about to lose this punch. Bang! With a loud crash, Jia Gong's punch shattered Xia Xian's protective spiritual energy, and then the full force of the punch struck Xia Xian. Xia Xian was sent flying off the stage, crashing heavily to the ground, defeated. Jia Gong won. Well done. In the student area of the 5 universities of Canaan, countless students were elated. So what? If you, Xia Xian, are from the Shenlong team? In front of our Jia Gong, you are nothing. Just moments ago, Shenlong University was so arrogant, sweeping through 5 opponents, leaving the 5 universities of the Southwest without a chance to fight back. And now, the president of Canaan University laughed as he looked at Fang Yi. The undefeated myth of the Shenlong team had been shattered. Shenlong team member Xia Xian was forcefully suppressed by the representative team of Canaan University, who had activated their fire spirit body. Below the stage, Xia Xian's mouth bled continuously, his eyes bloodshot. He had lost. Lost thoroughly. Jia Gong had activated his spirit body, his combat power nearing that of a master. He was no match for Jia Gong's punch. He lost not only for himself but also for the glory of Shenlong University. Although one battle could not represent the whole, the record of consecutive victories had been broken, which felt worse than death. Feng Feng and others hurried to the stage, lifting Xia Xian to rest. I'm sorry, everyone, I lost everyone's glory. Xia Xian clutched his forehead in pain, unable to face the members of the Shenlong team. He had lost everyone's glory. He wept bitterly. He didn't want this. He would rather die than face this. The cheerleaders and student representatives of Shenlong University looked at Xia Xian with pity. No one wanted to see this situation. They hadn't expected the 5 universities of Canaan to send out such a trump card right from the start. It's not your fault. Feng Feng held his hand and said, "You have already done your best. From now on, it's up to all of us." The group helped Xia Xian towards the Shenlong University area. Fang Yi's expression was as cold as ice. He hadn't expected Jia Gong's combat power to be so strong, possessing a fire spirit physique, rendering Xia Xian utterly defenseless. The undefeated myth had been broken. Now, only by dispatching strong fighters could they forcefully suppress the team from the 5 universities of Canaan, regaining the advantage and rebuilding confidence. Principal Feng, in previous years, your Shenlong University not only won championships but also maintained a streak of victories without defeat. Now, encountering us, you were defeated in the first match and forcefully suppressed. How does it feel? The president of Canaan University said lightly, his tone filled with glee. You have merely defeated our classmate Xia Xian. You might be a bit too proud too soon. Fang Yi snorted coldly and said, although Xia Xian is formidable, he is not the strongest in our team. Let's continue the match. It's your turn, Fang Yi said. Go and crush him. Fang Yi directly sent Tong Yuer up, intending to suppress the opponent with overwhelming force. He wanted the other side to understand what cruelty meant. Seeing Tong Yuer step forward, she walked directly towards Jia Gong on the stage. The crowd below erupted in excitement. Tong Yuer, a disciple of the martial god, captain of the Divine Dragon team, was personally stepping in to deal with Jia Gong. It seemed that the Divine Dragon University was furious. The consequences would be severe. Canaan University direction. The team leader, the principal, had an extremely indifferent expression. Tong Yuer took the stage. And Jia Gong was on edge. Tong Yuer stepped onto the platform. Countless students from Shunlong University shouted her name. Go for it, blow him up. Captain, go for it. Tong Yuer looked at Jia Gong and said, make your move. The two did not directly create distance. Red light surrounded Jia Gong, the fire spirit body activated, and his momentum suddenly surged by 5 levels. Facing Tong Yuer, he did not dare to be arrogant. The captain of the Shunlong team was certainly not someone to be underestimated. Far beyond what Xie Xian could compare to. Even the fire spirit body must kneel. Principal Fang Yi of Shunlong University said. Coldly. Facing Tong Yuer, this kid with the fire spirit body must kneel. Seeing this, Tong Yuer's expression was extremely indifferent. The scene of Xie Xian being beaten until blood flowed from his mouth and nose, crying over losing the honor of Shunlong University, was vivid in her mind. Now, she wanted everyone to know. Although Xie Xian lost, the accumulation of victories for Shunlong University was not broken. Shunlong University absolutely did not lose. She would let Jia Gong know what the honor of Shunlong University was. Tong Yuer charged in front of Jia Gong, her momentum exploding, the pressure of a third-grade master directly bearing down on Jia Gong. Ice surrounded her, an endless cold aura spreading outwards, the temperature dropping significantly. She unleashed a punch, this time a 9th-grade fist technique, with endless cold air swirling, directly striking towards Jia Gong. Even with the fire spirit body activated, Jia Gong's attributes were still slightly lower than Tong Yuer's. He could not evade and could only take it head-on, standing his ground, feeling the air ahead condensing with coldness, indicating that Tong Yuer's punch had already gathered the essence of ice. Everyone in the audience was stunned. This Tong Yuer was too strong, an ordinary punch had such power. With the fire spirit activated, Jia Gong's momentum was comparable to a master, but it was uncertain whether he could withstand it. Jia Gong gathered all his fire spirit energy, condensing it in his fist, and struck out. The surrounding fire spirit energy formed a fist, colliding hard with Tong Yuer's punch. Boom, flames scattered, and Tong Yuer's punch forcefully shattered Jia Gong's punch, sending him flying backward. The myth of Shunlong University's invincibility still stands. Tong Yuer shouted, resembling a celestial being as she looked at Jia Gong. Jia Gong steadied himself and unleashed the 9th-grade martial technique, 9 Fire Fist. The firelight was dazzling, and 9 fist shadows flickered, carrying the power of 9 flaming fists, directly striking towards Tong Yuer. Poof! Seeing this, Tong Yuer gathered endless cold air, condensing it in her fist, activating the Ice Ancestor inheritance, and punched out. Her momentum suddenly surged, gathering the great force of heavenly ice. Everyone in the audience was stunned. With this punch, Jia Gong was about to lose. Bang! A loud sound echoed as Jia Gong's punch was shattered by Tong Yuer's punch. Then, Tong Yuer's punch struck Jia Gong, directly shattering his protective fire spirit energy, and all the punch force hit Jia Gong's body. Jia Gong was sent flying off the stage, crashing heavily to the ground, blood continuously oozing from the corner of his mouth, and then he fainted. He lost. This time, he not only lost, but he also could not participate in the upcoming battles. Tong Yuer's punch was extremely heavy, injuring his internal organs, leaving him unable to recover for a short time. By the time he recovered, would the match be over? Jia Gong activated his spirit body, his combat power nearing that of a master, yet he was still no match for Tong Yuer. The audience fell silent. Strong. That was their only evaluation of Tong Yuer. The pride of Shunlong University, the honor of Shunlong University, she would not allow anyone to infringe upon it. Principal Kanan's expression was as dark as it could be. He never expected that Tong Yuer would strike so ruthlessly, directly injuring Jia Gong severely. Jia Gong possessed a fire spirit body, and he would still have a role to play in the subsequent matches. Now, having been directly injured by Tong Yuer, he would be completely unable to take action in the upcoming competitions. Shunlong University, isn't your attack a bit too heavy? Principal Kanan said coldly. Heavy? You're telling me about heavy now? Fang Yi retorted sharply, just now, our classmate Xie Xian was knocked off the stage, bleeding from his mouth and nose. Why didn't you say anything about that being heavy? If you have the ability, you can strike hard too, Fang Yi said coldly. Around the square, countless spectators were watching the 5 schools of Canaan, wondering who they would send next. Do they have anyone who can stand against Tong Yuer from Shunlong University? Although Jia Gong has a spirit body, he is not the strongest among our 5 schools. Principal Kanan snorted and said, Dongxian, you go. Lin Dongxian The top student of Canaan University in his first year, he was a college entrance examination champion, with combat power significantly higher than Jia Gong, and his attributes had already reached the level of a first-grade master. Moreover, he had mastered secret techniques and was also the captain of the competition team, surely capable of suppressing Tong Yuer. Lin Dongxian was tall and handsome, and he slowly stepped onto the stage. Upon seeing Lin Dongxian take the stage, the students of the 5 schools of Canaan erupted in excitement. The cheerleaders began to dance, and the girls shouted Lin Dongxian's name. At Canaan University, he was the idol of countless girls. Lin Dongxian, defeat her, avenge Jia Gong. She's too arrogant. She directly crippled Jia Gong, let her know the power of Canaan University. Lin Dongxian arrived on the stage and raised his hand to signal the students of the 5 schools to quiet down. Lin Dongxian looked at Tong Yuer, his expression calm, and said, I've long heard of the great name of the martial god's disciple. And I've always wanted to battle with you. Unfortunately, I never had the chance. Today, it seems my wish is fulfilled. Countless people below were fully focused on Lin Dongxian's words. Next, it was king against king. Rui Mengmeng hesitated for a moment as if making a decision and shouted, if you defeat him, I won't compete with you for Fenggage, crush him. Tong Yuer was speechless, she needed to let it go. On the stage, Tong Yuer and Lin Dongxian locked eyes. Lin Dongxian said lightly, let's begin. The two stepped back. Lin Dongxian's first-grade master attributes erupted as he charged towards Tong Yuer. Tong Yuer stood still, her momentum surging, and she unleashed her divine power, transforming the power of time into invisible chains that wrapped around Lin Dongxian. The power of time, once used, could kill the enemy without a trace. Lin Dongxian was affected by the invisible power of time, and his speed immediately slowed down. Tong Yuer's momentum exploded as she suddenly activated it. Countless ice spikes condensed in the sky, and the surging power of cold ice gathered from above, transforming into sharp ice spikes. Go! Tong Yuer shouted, and in an instant, countless terrifying ice spikes shot towards Lin Dongxian, aiming to turn him into a beehive. She not only wanted to win but also to win beautifully, in a crushing manner. She used her time divine power to greatly reduce Lin Dongxian's speed, making it impossible for him to dodge. Lin Dongxian's body was struck by dozens of ice spikes, the blue cold air torturing him, creating dozens of large holes. Before the blood could flow out, it was already frozen. Bang! Lin Dongxian fell on the stage, his body frozen, losing his combat ability. Tong Yuer wins. Good, Captain Tong is invincible. The students from Shunlong University shouted loudly. This battle was simply without suspense. Tong Yuer won in a crushing manner. Now, Captain Lin Dongxian has been defeated. Is there still hope for the 5 schools of Canaan? On the stage, Tong Yuer spoke directly, all of you remaining formal team members, come up together. She was losing patience. The matter with Xie Xian made it impossible for her to let go of the 5 schools of Canaan. The crowd in the square erupted completely. A blatant provocation, a slap in the face. The 5 schools of Canaan are not the 5 schools of Southwest, they are 5 of the top 11 universities. Now they are being provoked like this by Tong Yuer. Tong Yuer wants to fight the remaining members of the top 11 universities by herself. The president of Canaan University said, you chose this yourself, don't blame others. Dai Zhong, Jiang Han, you. Xin, all 3 of you go up, hold nothing back, said the president of Canaan University. Their total combat power can rank in the top 4, with 3 formal members, 1 master at the 9th level, 9th stage, and 1 at the 9th level, 6th stage. Now, the remaining Dai Zhong, Jiang Han, and Xin are 2 masters and 1 at the 9th level, 9th stage. The 3 slowly stepped onto the stage. Together, they are definitely not comparable to the 5 schools of Southwest. Shunlong University has been a bit too arrogant. Tong Yuer looked at the 3 who came up, her expression disdainful. Make your move, Dai Zhong shouted. You. Xin and Jiang Han nodded, and the 3 wasted no time, their figures moving quickly, the students below unable to catch their movement trajectories at all. The 2 masters, Xin and Jiang Han, circled behind Tong Yuer, while Dai Zhong attacked from the front. Heavenly Thunder Fist. Dai Zhong appeared, his 9th level, 9th stage cultivation erupting, a punch aimed at Tong Yuer. Tong Yuer sneered, her entire aura exploding, the Ice Ancestor's inheritance suddenly activating, the power of ice gathering from above to form a shield around her. Dai Zhong's punch directly struck the shield. Then, from behind, Jiang Han and Xin simultaneously unleashed their master powers, striking the shield with a palm. Boom! The terrifying attack power of the 3, attacking from both front and back, seemed to want to blast Tong Yuer apart. But unfortunately, the shield Tong Yuer had condensed was indestructible, showing no signs of breaking. A terrifying rebound force from the shield struck back at the three, directly sending them flying back. Tong Yuer's attributes were comparable to a third-grade master, with the Ice Ancestor's inheritance. Activated, the defense of the shield was further enhanced, naturally able to withstand the attacks of two first-grade masters and one at the 9th level, 9th stage. Then, Tong Yuer moved, using a 9th-grade body technique, agilely repositioning, condensing an ice sword in her hand, and thrusting it forward, the power of ice wrapping around the sword tip. The 9th-grade sword technique was unleashed. A sword struck towards Dai Zhong, who was at the 9th level, 9th stage. Dai Zhong suddenly erupted with terrifying speed, endless lightning swirling around him. Thunder flash step. Dai Zhong used his footwork, quickly dodging Tong Yuer's sword. Tong Yuer sneered, where could he escape? Sun and moon rotation, stars shift. Tong Yuer shouted, then unleashed a divine ability, instantly transforming endless power of time into a vortex, enveloping Dai Zhong. Enveloped by the time vortex, Dai Zhong found himself seemingly frozen, his speed of movement slowing down. Just now, Tong Yuer had used this move to freeze Lin Dongxian and defeat him. Whoosh! Dai Zhong was struck by the sword and sent flying, directly falling off the stage, a huge wound appearing on his chest. He could no longer participate in the subsequent battle. Tong Yuer sneered, turning to look at the two behind her. Cultivation reached its peak, the power of ice began to spread, and endless power of ice gathered from above onto the long sword. It's over! Tong Yuer shouted, the ice sword in her hand slashing down from the air like a heavenly sword. As Tong Yuer's sword struck, the two were filled with despair, for they were surrounded by the shifting of time, a small-scale control of time that they could not change. This sword was undoubtedly destined to defeat them. Blood splattered as the two were sent flying off the stage by Tong Yuer's strike. Tong Yuer won. Moreover, not only did she win, but she also severely crippled the team from Canaan University, leaving them to compete with only reserve players. This was the consequence of provoking Shenlong University. Canaan University was not weak, but Shenlong University was too strong. Duan Yang was defeated, breaking the myth of Shenlong University's consecutive victories. Shenlong University directly sent Tong Yuer into the fray, defeating all 5 members of Canaan University. She showcased her formidable strength. Whether in one-on-one or group fights, she was invincible. If no one from the upcoming teams could contend with her, Shenlong University would undoubtedly be the champion of this national college martial arts competition. The competition continued. Soon, 4 matches were completed. Aside from the initial encounter between Shenlong University and Canaan University, the next 4 matches did not feature the 2 strongest teams, Yanhuan University and Zhejiang University. The 4 strongest representative teams, except for Canaan University, all advanced. The competition continued. The 5 victorious teams drew lots, with one team getting a bye while the other 4 faced off. The draw concluded. Yanhuan University received a bye. Shenlong University drew Zhejiang University. This match sent the crowd into a frenzy once again. It was time for the experts to clash. Aside from the 4 top teams, the other matchups were mere skirmishes. After all, any of the 4 strongest teams could easily crush the others. Only clashes between the strong were worth watching. The Zhejiang University representative team had 2 members who had reached the master level, one a second-tier master and the other a first-tier master. They were composed of 5 universities, ranked among the top 12 in the nation, making their combat strength formidable. A reporter stated, next up is the match between the Zhejiang University representative team and Shenlong University. Previously, Canaan University was defeated. How will the outcome be this time? The teams took the stage. This time, Shenlong University sent not Tong Yuer, but another official team member who had reached the master level. Duan Yang. With a cultivation level of 9th rank, 3rd stage, and a first-tier master attribute, he had undergone rigorous training, making his combat power formidable. Shenlong University could not allow Tong Yuer to fight alone continuously. She was the anchor, and if she fought all the time, the competition would lose its meaning. They might as well not have the team compete and let Tong Yuer fight alone. Duan Yang took the stage. The crowd erupted in cheers. He was the 2nd member of the team to reach the master level, and everyone was highly supportive. On the other side, Zhejiang University sent out their 2nd-ranked expert, Bu Si. Bu Si also had a first-tier master attribute, and Zhejiang University's decision to send him was well considered. Since Shenlong University did not send Tong Yuer, they naturally could not send their strongest member, and everyone maintained a tacit understanding and stubbornness. Please enlighten me. Duan Yang said. Please enlighten me. Bu Si responded. The two stepped back. And the battle was about to begin. The cheerleaders on both sides shouted encouragement, eager to see who would emerge victorious. From their clash, Duan Yang unleashed all his momentum, a whirlwind of spiritual energy raging, with countless wind blades swirling around, controlling the storm of wind blades as they flew towards Bu Si. Bu Si also unleashed his master-level aura, drawing his long knife from his waist, and the air around him seemed to roar with knife energy as he slashed at the storm of wind blades. The two attacks collided in the center, the air being shredded apart. Boom! A loud explosion echoed, and terrifying power spread outwards. The blade energy dissipated, and the wind blades erupted like a storm. In this move, neither side gained an advantage. The two retreated. Maintaining a certain distance, after testing the waters with their first strike, they both understood that the opponent was quite formidable. This was because both possessed long-range attack capabilities. Duan Yang stood still, gathering the spiritual energy around him, preparing to condense the might of the wind blades. It seemed that Duan Yang had a deep understanding of the wind blade technique. Bu Si's eyes flickered. With caution, this opponent was very strong. Bu Si's momentum erupted as he suddenly leaped forward, sharp blade energy swirling around him. Unleashing a 9th-grade martial skill, the 9 lines 1 blade aimed at Duan Yang. He practiced the 9 lines blade technique, and this 9 lines 1 blade could inflict damage beyond his level, making it extremely terrifying. Duan Yang snorted coldly, gathering the power of the wind blades around him into 9 storms, as if the air was filled with the roar of sharp blades, clashing against Bu Si's 9 lines 1 blade. Boom! A loud crash echoed as the two collided, the space trembled, and the terrifying storm crushed the 9 lines 1 blade like a tide, sending Bu Si flying backward until he steadied himself at the edge of the arena. Duan Yang comes from a prestigious imperial family with an extremely rich foundation. Just look at how he just condensed the wind blade's might. He has probably begun to condense the soul of the wind blade, Tong Yuer said lightly. In this round, we should not lose. Feng Feng nodded. The 9 storms that Duan Yang had just unleashed indeed represented the soul of the wind blade, just like his gun soul. Once unleashed, their power greatly increased. Duan Yang's talent probably reached the low-grade heavenly level. The leaders of the 5 schools of Zhetian nearby had grim expressions, not expecting Bu Si to be at a disadvantage. Watch the blade, Bu Si shouted, then charged at Duan Yang. This time, blood-colored spiritual energy surrounded Bu Si, and his cultivation level instantly rose by 1 rank. He used the blood-burning secret technique to temporarily boost his cultivation, but after using this secret technique, he probably wouldn't be able to participate in the subsequent battles. However, he couldn't care less about that now. In this first battle, he had to win at all costs. The 5 schools of Zhetian were the most likely to defeat Shenlong University, and he absolutely could not hold the team back. If he could take down Duan Yang this time, even if he couldn't continue, the rest of the Shenlong University team would have someone to deal with. Bu Si unleashed his blood energy, flashing to the front of Duan Yang and slashed down, aiming directly for Duan Yang's neck. This time, the blade energy was several times stronger than before. Duan Yang narrowed his eyes, seeking death. He quickly gathered the surrounding wind blades to defend while simultaneously dodging. The wind blades he had just condensed were instantly sliced apart by the strike, annihilated into nothingness, showcasing the power of Bu Si's blow. It's my turn now. Duan Yang snorted coldly, then suddenly leaped up, condensing endless wind blades. The 9 great storms flickered in and out of visibility, and at the center of the storm, a force of divine soul transformed into the soul of the wind blade, directly attacking Bu Si. 9 blades in a line converge. Bu Si shouted, and in an instant, 9 beams of blade light connected into a line, gathering together to slash at the 9 great storms. Boom! A loud explosion sounded as Duan Yang's 9 great storms clashed with Bu Si's blade strike once more. This time, Duan Yang's 9 great storms contained divine soul energy, and after shredding Bu Si's blade energy, the 9 wind blade souls transformed into 9 wind blades, all striking Bu Si. They directly sent Bu Si flying, crashing to the ground. Bu Si lay on the ground, 9 wounds appearing on his body, deep enough to see bone, continuously bleeding, rendering him completely unable to fight. Shenlong University wins. Bu Si lay on the ground, his eyes blankly staring at the sky. He had lost. The first match of the 5 schools of Zhetian had ended in defeat. No one expected Duan Yang to possess such terrifying talent, capable of comprehending the power of the condensing soul realm. Reaching the realm of a master allows one to give birth to a primordial spirit, connecting with the great forces of heaven and earth, and cultivating the power of intent. The power of intent is divided into soul condensation, unity, momentum gathering, transformation, and domain formation. Soul condensation, in simple terms, is the gathering of the soul. For example, in the cultivation of the spear path, sword path, or knife path, what is condensed is the spear soul, sword soul, or knife soul. Once the intent condenses the soul, the lethality multiplies. This realm can only be reached by a master. The second realm is unity. In the spear path, it is the unity of man and spear. In the sword path, it is the unity of man and sword. In the knife path, it is the unity of man and knife. This realm can only be reached by a supreme being. Once one achieves unity with the intent, they can unleash the ability to challenge beyond their level. The third realm is momentum gathering. The spear path gathers spear momentum, the sword path gathers sword momentum, and the knife path gathers knife momentum. Once the power of momentum is unleashed, the great forces of heaven and earth follow. This realm can only be achieved by a martial king. When a martial king is enraged, the great forces follow. The fourth realm is transformation. The spear path transforms spear momentum into spear realm, the sword path transforms sword momentum into sword realm, and the knife path transforms knife momentum into knife realm. The power of the realm can only be achieved by a battle emperor. Once the power of the realm is unleashed, within the area, one is invincible. The final realm is domain formation. The spear path forms a spear domain, the sword path forms a sword domain, and the power of the domain within the domain can destroy heaven and earth, unmatched. This can only be achieved by a martial emperor. Bu Si, having reached the first grade master level, can already attempt to cultivate soul gathering. If he condenses the knife soul, he would not have just defeated Duan Yang in this battle. Bu Si, the leader of Bu Si's university, came to him, helped him up, and gave him a pill to stabilize his injuries. Then he spoke, "Medical personnel, hurry and treat Bu Si's injuries." Bu Si had 9 major wounds on his body, and blood was still flowing continuously. Medical personnel quickly entered the arena to treat Bu Si's wounds. Bu Si took the pill, his injuries barely stabilized, and the bleeding quickly stopped. However, he forcibly burned his vital energy to temporarily enhance his cultivation, which would likely take a long time to recover from. He could no longer participate in the upcoming battles. The principal of Bu Si's university, with an extremely cold expression, looked at Fang Yi from Shenlong University and said, "In the competition, the battle should be stopped at the right moment. Why did your Shenlong University have to be so heavy-handed and seriously injure our Bu Si?" Everyone from Shenlong University had indifferent expressions. Heavy-handed. In that situation just now, if Duan Yang had not gone all out, he would have been the one to lose. In martial arts battles, it is all about fighting for a slim chance of survival. How can you say it was heavy-handed? Fang Yi looked at the other side and coldly snorted. "Our student Duan Yang has already shown mercy twice. Your student, not knowing what is good for him, burned his vital energy and forcibly enhanced his cultivation. Being aggressive, he brought this upon himself, so he has no one to blame." Aggressive! Principal Bu Si shouted. "Duan Yang has already reached the soul-gathering realm. Among peers, who can match him? He could easily defeat Bu Si, yet he chose to seriously injure him. Such cruelty, even if he achieves something in the future, he will be a great villain. If you are not convinced, come out and let's practice. Let's see if I can handle you," Fang Yi coldly replied. A dignified elder, so slanderous towards Duan Yang, truly treating him as if he did not exist. For those who want to smear and insult his student, "Let's see if I can handle you." All the reporters and martial artists around showed expressions of anticipation. Is it going to be a fight between the students, and now the teachers are going to get involved? I won't argue with you. Principal Bu Si clearly showed weakness facing the powerful emperor, Fang Yi, the vice principal of Shenlong University. He knew he could not win. "If you are afraid, then don't make noise." Fang Yi coldly snorted. The competition continues. The principal of Zhejiang University narrowed his eyes and looked at the captain of the participating team beside him, Chang Tang, and said, "You go ahead and drive him back." "Yes, principal." Chang Tang nodded, stepped forward, and walked towards the arena. Chang Tang, the top expert among the new students at Zhejiang University. Zhejiang University, ranked 3rd in Huaxia, is a prestigious institution, second only to 2 super universities. Chang Tang is an incredibly talented genius, born into an imperial family, with a heavenly-level talent and a second-grade master attribute. Moreover, he has already gathered his soul. He practices swordsmanship, condensing a sword soul, and when the sword soul emerges, countless sword energies follow. Upon seeing Chang Tang take the stage, the Audience erupted in excitement. He is particularly popular within the school, and now, he is set to suppress Shenlong University. Tong Yuer, come up and take a beating. Chang Tang said with a teasing smile. With a figure like yours, a slap on the butt should feel pretty good, right? Chang Tang boldly insulted Tong Yuer without a hint of restraint. The students from Zhejiang University echoed his words. That's right, Captain Tang, you must experience it well. Yeah, who knows, maybe she'll give up right after you touch her. The atmosphere was extremely arrogant. Seeing Chang Tang insult Tong Yuer on stage, Fang Yi looked at Tong Yuer, preparing to send her up. Since the opponents sent their captain to battle, they should respond in kind, and with such personal attacks, she was probably furious, wanting nothing more than to rush up and tear Chang Tang apart. However, just as Fang Yi was about to call Tong Yuer up, Feng stepped forward and said, Principal Feng, let me take this match. Tong Yuer, his person, was insulted like this. If he didn't step up, it would be hard to justify. Feng, you? Feng Yi hesitated. Chang Tang was currently a second-grade master, and he had condensed a sword soul. Could Feng really defeat him? You are not qualified. Chang Tang said lightly from the stage. If you come up, it will only result in another loss for your Shenlong University. I disdain such a victory. Of course, since Tong Yuer is your girlfriend, if she comes up, I will treat her well. That big, perky butt, a slap on it must be incredible, huh? Chang Tang continued. Feng Feng's eyes flashed with killing intent as he looked at Fang Yi, waiting for his approval. Beside him, Tong Yuer said, Principal Feng, let Xiao Chunchen go. She was clearly furious at being insulted like this, but being perceptive, she understood that. From her boyfriend's perspective, hearing someone say such things about his girlfriend would surely make Feng even angrier. Let him go. She had confidence in Feng. Alright, Fang Yi nodded in agreement. This battle was of great significance. By allowing Feng to fight, he was also choosing to trust him. He hoped Feng wouldn't let him down. Fang Yi did not stop Feng from entering the battle, and Chang Tang felt a surge of joy in his heart. He had deliberately insulted Tong Yuer to provoke Feng, hoping he would step up so he could defeat him again. Zhejiang University had long since gathered information on Shenlong University, including that fact that Feng and Tong Yuer were a couple. He could use this relationship to secure another victory for his side. By insulting Tong Yuer, Feng, as her boyfriend, would be unable to stand by and would request a fight. If he defeated Feng, it would equalize the loss just suffered by Bu Si. As for his disdain for defeating Feng, that was all just to provoke him. As for whether he could defeat Feng once he stepped onto the stage, he was confident in his second-grade master attribute. Feng and Chang Tang arrived at the arena, quickly distancing themselves from each other as the battle began. To show off for a beautiful confidant is your biggest mistake, and your Shenlong University will pay for it, Chang Tang said calmly. Your cultivation is at level 8. Stage 5, and your attribute is at level 9, Stage 6. Next, I will let you understand the gap between level 9, Stage 6, and a second-grade master. It is an insurmountable chasm. I will kill you, Feng replied coldly. Then, the Thunder Extreme Body erupted, unleashing its full combat power, the momentum rising to that of a master, as its body swiftly moved towards Chang Tang. From the moment he insulted Tong Yuer, he was already on Feng's kill list. Thunder Attribute Physique. Chang Tang was slightly surprised. No wonder he was so confident. It turned out he possessed a physique. However, in front of him, it was still not enough to see. Feng had opened his physique, elevating his attributes to a first-grade master, which still left a gap between them. Feng charged towards Chang Tang. The soul-piercing spike was unleashed, and 6 soul-piercing spikes shot towards Chang Tang in an instant, followed by the Thunder God technique. Preparing to give Chang Tang a greeting gift. Just as the soul-piercing spikes were about to hit Chang Tang, suddenly, a protective shield instantly popped out from Chang Tang's body, a shield capable of resisting mental attacks. Feng's 6 soul-piercing spikes collided with the protective shield, instantly shattering and dissipating. Chang Tang's protective shield could defend against mental attacks below the supreme level, and at critical moments, it could automatically pop out to resist mental attacks. Born into a great emperor's family, he naturally possessed such treasures. Mental attacks, such despicable means are useless against me, Chang Tang snorted coldly. He unleashed a 9th-grade sword technique, directly slashing towards Feng. Evil breaking sword technique. Chang Tang shouted as the two closed the distance, both diving forward. As the sword came down, Feng wanted to dodge but was unable to react in time and could only resist with all his might. Feng transformed. The gathered lightning into a lightning divine whip, striking towards Chang Teng. Boom, the lightning crackled, and Chang Teng's sword struck. The lightning divine whip, sword energy boiling, lightning raging, and both were sent flying back. Chang Teng fell to the ground, a trace of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. This kid is strong. Meanwhile, Feng Feng relied on his defensive power to withstand the blow. Chang Teng was greatly shocked to see Feng Feng land there as if nothing had happened. What kind of monstrous defense was this? He had taken Chang Teng's full-powered sword strike and was completely unscathed. He had been hit by Feng Feng's lightning attack and spat out blood. Feng Feng squinted his eyes, looking towards Chang Teng in the distance. The mental attack was ineffective, and since the opponent had condensed a sword soul, it was time for him to unleash his full power. The gun ancestor's inheritance activated. Feng Feng's thunder extreme body erupted, and at the same time, the gun soul awakened, with endless gun intent converging around him as the realm of man and gun unity erupted. It was as if he had transformed into a divine gun that could shake the heavens. A sharp aura spread outwards, and suddenly, a fierce wind arose in the square, a whirlwind sweeping up, soaring into the clouds. Gun soul, realm of man and gun unity. Fang Yi and the president of Zhejiang University suddenly looked at Feng Feng, shocked beyond measure. Feng Feng had actually condensed a gun soul and had even cultivated the gun path to the realm of man and gun unity. Man and gun unity was a realm that only the Supreme could reach. Seeing this, Chang Teng was also shocked. This kid's talent was simply terrifying. As a master-level powerhouse, condensing a gun soul was already a genius among geniuses. Feng Feng had actually cultivated the power of the gun path to the realm of unity. Chang Teng charged towards Feng Feng, who had now opened man and gun unity, gathering great momentum. The longer he prepared, the stronger the power would become. Chang Teng rushed to Feng Feng's front, stepping on the ground, suddenly leaping up. A terrifying spiritual energy erupting, the sword soul activating, thousands of sword energies converging on his long sword as if endless sword energy was pressing down on Feng Feng. A sword descended from the sky, slashing towards Feng Feng. Behind Feng Feng, the gun soul radiated dazzling light. A towering divine gun phantom appeared, with endless gun energy spreading from his gun soul. Feng Feng's body floated, completely entering the state of man and gun unity. The first move of heaven-shocking 9 styles, the gun shoots from the 9 heavens, was unleashed. In an instant, the endless gun intent around Feng Feng transformed into a divine gun, piercing through space, killing towards Chang Teng in the air. In this collision, neither of them dodged. Either he dies, or Chang Teng dies. The 4th chapter ends, and tomorrow's excitement continues. The wind sealed, opening the thunder extreme body, its attributes already catching up to Chang Teng. As the gun soul awakened, merging man and gun, its lethality was already comparable to that of a 9th rank master, and when the ancestral gun technique was unleashed, its power far surpassed Chang Teng's sword soul. It was no longer something Chang Teng could compare to. The gun of Feng Feng shot out from the 9 heavens, carrying an invincible might. It directly shattered Chang Teng's sword strike and then, with the power to annihilate worlds, charged towards Chang Teng. "Don't!" Chang Teng exclaimed, in shock, filled with immense fear. He felt that under this shot he would die. Moreover, Feng Feng opposite him showed no intention of letting him go. It seemed that what Feng Feng had just said was about to be fulfilled. Because he had insulted Tong Yuer, Feng Feng had said he would kill him, and now Feng Feng was ready to strike. Suddenly, a figure appeared between Feng Feng and Chang Teng. The person was filled with terrifying spiritual energy, and the might of heaven and earth followed him. He was a powerful emperor. With one hand, he stirred the spiritual energy, destroying Feng Feng's divine gun. It was none other than the president of Zhejiang University. "The match ends here. You win," the president of Zhejiang University said. At this point, he had to intervene. From the moment Feng Feng merged man and gun, the outcome was destined. If he did not step in to stop it, Chang Teng would likely die under Feng Feng's shot. The Chang family was a family of emperors. If Feng Feng killed Chang Teng, it would be a huge problem. He would not be able to face the Chang family upon returning. Cold sweat dripped from Chang Teng's forehead. He truly felt the threat of death from that shot. If it weren't for the president's intervention, he would have been finished. Seeing this, Feng Feng looked at the president of Zhejiang University with icy eyes, saying nothing. With the other party intervening, he had no chance left. Chang Teng had just insulted Tong Yuer, and Feng Feng had ignored it, but now he stopped him from striking, revealing his intentions. Now, he lacked the strength to do anything about it. He would settle the score once his strength increased. At this moment, the Zhejiang University team had already lost 2 matches, with only 3 official members remaining. Unable to strike at Chang Tang Feng prepared to vent his anger on the remaining three. He wanted the Zhejiang University team to suffer a complete defeat. Feng looked at the Zhejiang University team and directly said, "The rest of you, come at me together. It's not that I look down on you, your captain is trash, and so are you, all of you are trash?" Feng directly insulted them, using their own methods against them. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in an uproar. They naturally knew that Feng was retaliating against Changteng for just having teased Tong Yuer on stage. Now, Feng's provocation was even more direct. Feng wanted to take on the remaining three from Zhejiang's 5 major universities, 1 against 3. Just like he had dealt with the Southwest 5 universities earlier. Shenlong University had already contacted him about 1 against 5. The Southwest 5 universities might not think much of being taken on 1 against 5, everyone felt it was to be expected. But for the 5 major universities ranked in the top 10, especially Zhejiang University, which was ranked 3rd, being taken on 1 against 5 would be the biggest joke of the year. Shenlong University had become so powerful that even if all major universities united, they could still dominate. Feng, well done. They are all trash, crush them all. My brother Chen is invincible, let's avenge Captain Tong. The students of Shenlong University shouted, furious at Changteng for insulting Tong Yuer just moments ago. Now, Feng was going to take on 4, 1 against 3, crushing Zhejiang's 5 major universities and forcing them to accept the humiliation of a complete defeat. Too much bullying. Go, even if we can't win, we must fight. Do they think Zhejiang's 5 major universities are made of clay? The leaders of the 5 major universities of Zhejiang said coldly. At the National Martial Arts Conference, this was a blatant insult. Zhejiang University ranked 3rd, not much worse than Shenlong University. If they back down, it would tarnish the reputation of the 5 major universities of Zhejiang. The remaining 3, come at me together. Regardless of success or failure, you are all good sons of Zhejiang University, the president of Zhejiang University declared. The remaining 3 members of the official team from the 5 schools of Zhejiang nodded and slowly stepped onto the stage. The 3 of them were all-powerful beings who had reached level 9, with 1 at level 9, 9th stage, and the other 2 at level 9, 6th stage. They understood that in the face of Feng, who had awakened the unity of man and gun, they had no hope, but they had to fight. If they showed cowardice, the Zhejiang 5 schools would become a laughingstock. Feng looked at the 3 who had come up on stage, his expression extremely cold, showing no mercy whatsoever. Go, the leader at level 9, 9th stage shouted. The other 2 at level 9, 6th stage nodded, and the 3 figures quickly moved, charging towards Feng. Phantom Palm. The leader at level 9, 9th stage unleashed his power, striking towards Feng with a palm flying extreme kick. The level 9, 6th stage individual jumped up, launching a flying kick from the right towards Feng, unleashing all their strength. It directly aimed at Feng's lower ribs. The remaining person was surrounded by golden light, with a diamond-like aura emanating, their fist condensing into a diamond, crashing towards Feng's temple from the left. Humph. Feng snorted coldly, the thunder extreme body erupted, with lightning swirling around him, resembling a thunder god, his momentum pressing directly against the master level. His copper skin and iron bones activated, his body shimmering with light, the defense of a 7th grade supreme being in operation, and a protective shield appeared around him. Boom! The terrifying power of the 3's fists directly struck the shield, sending a powerful shockwave soaring into the sky, spreading outwards. A terrifying backlash force emanated from Feng, crashing into the 3, sending them flying back. It was just like when he had defeated the Southwest 5 schools before. Feng sneered, unleashing the soul attack, the soul-piercing spike, transforming his soul power into 6 invisible spikes. Dividing into 3 groups, with 2 in each group, simultaneously flying towards 3 directions, continuously stabbing at the brains of the 3. In the face of a group attack, this move was the most effective. The 3 had no time to react before the soul attack arrived, with the level 9, 9th stage individual in front being the first to be hit, immediately bleeding from the mouth and nose, his mind dazed. Feng's entire aura erupted, the divine ability Thunder God incantation suddenly activated, and the surging power of lightning from the sky was drawn down by Feng, crashing towards him, instantly hitting the level 9, 9th stage individual who was in a daze. That person's body was struck by lightning, purple arcs of electricity torturing him as he flew off the stage, continuously sparking, his body charred and smoking. KO. Feng continued to operate the Thunder God incantation, and in the sky, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The surging 6 paths of heavenly thunder were drawn down by Feng. Go! The 6 paths of heavenly thunder split into 2, crashing towards the last 2 individuals. The last 2 were struck by lightning, their bodies sent flying, crashing heavily onto the ground outside the stage, spitting out a mouthful of blood, arcs of electricity surrounding them. All lost their combat ability, defeated. A crushing defeat. The entire Zhetian 5 schools team was utterly defeated. Feng Feng looked towards the Zhetian 5 schools direction and said, "It was your captain who brought this upon himself. Those who insult others will always be insulted." In the student area of the Zhetian 5 schools, there was complete silence. Their captain, Chang Tong, had insulted the captain of Shenlong University, Tong Yuer, in a disgusting manner, and now he was forcefully suppressed by Tong Yuer's boyfriend, Feng Feng. Could they blame Feng Feng? In front of so many people. Insulting Tong Yuer like that, it was only right that her boyfriend would retaliate. Chang Tong, the leader of the Zhetian 5 schools, had an extremely ugly expression. They had lost, thoroughly defeated. In terms of popularity and reputation, he had lost the match and the hearts of the people. "Brother-in-law is awesome, Chen Ji is heir, Chen." Hao shouted from the audience. "Xiao Chen, I love you," Tong Yuer shouted, her happiness evident. This was the first time she had said "I love you" to Feng Feng. She had never said it before, nor had Feng Feng said it to her. The way Tong Yuer and Feng Feng interacted was uniquely special. In this match, Shenlong University emerged victorious. The competition continued. Now, only one team remained. Yanhuan University. As long as Shenlong University defeated them, they would win the championship of this competition. Yanhuan University, the old rival of Shenlong University. For hundreds of years, they have loved and fought against each other. Their relationship is as opposing as water and fire. Now, in the end, it is still a clash between the two universities. In this competition, whoever wins will be the final champion. There are doubts about whether Yanhuan University can choke Shenlong University. This is because the Shenlong University team is simply too strong. Feng Feng and Tong Yuer have already surpassed their peers by a large margin. Feng Feng possesses a lightning attribute physique, comparable to a master, and has awakened the gun spirit, achieving a terrifying unity of man and gun. Tong Yuer, a 3rd grade master, is the strongest in the field, with her ice sword spirit and the bizarre time manipulation ability that slows down attacks, making it impossible for anyone to resist. What can Yanhuan University do to deal with the two? The collision between both sides begins. The president of Yanhuan University says, "Principal Feng, every year, the final clash with Shenlong University ends up with us colliding. In the past years, we have always lost, but this year, we must win at least once. Let's let our strength speak." Principal Tan Feng Yi replies. The president of Yanhuan University, Tan Ling, responds, "Of course." The atmosphere between both sides is tense. A reporter steps forward and announces, "Next up is the final match." Both sides are super universities, and this victory or defeat will be crucial. Let's see how it ends, please stay tuned. The players from both teams take the stage. In this final match, both sides maintain a tacit understanding and do not send out their strongest players. Shenlong University's representative is Yun Fei, who has never appeared among the official team members before. The official team of Shenlong consists of 5 members: Captain Tong Yuer, Duan Yang, Yun Fei, Feng Feng, and Xian. Yun Fei is stronger than Xian but weaker than Duan Yang, ranking 3rd. His attributes are level 9, stage 7, having mastered the perfect 9th grade martial arts, with a strong physique and combat power, capable of challenging opponents of higher levels. This is the final battle, and naturally, all team members must take the stage at least once. Thus, Yun Fei appears. On the other side, Yanhuan University sends out a similarly gifted individual with level 9, stage 7 attributes, Ouyang Kai. Both sides seem to have reached a tacit agreement. Shenlong University does not send out top-tier characters like Tong Yuer or Feng Feng. They will not let their strongest players take action either. As super universities, they still hold on to this pride. In a confrontation of the same attributes, whoever wins is impressive. Ouyang Kai stands before Yun Fei and says, "This is the final showdown. You were born in the Northern Yin family, and I hear you have awakened your physique, making you a formidable opponent, but I am not afraid of you. You have a lot of confidence in yourself?" Yun Fei replies calmly. This is his own confidence. "Yes." Ouyang Kai says, "You will understand what I mean soon. I'm always ready." Yun Fei responds coolly, "Please enlighten me." Ouyang Kai bows. The two step back, and the battle is about to begin. The cheerleaders on both sides shout and cheer, the final stand is upon them, and the atmosphere is electric. Yunfei instantly unleashes all his momentum, his body swirling like a whirlwind, surrounded by azure spiritual energy, moving towards Ouyang Kai with a punch aimed directly at his face. The speed is astonishing. Ouyang Kai throws a punch and it seems as if the roar of a fierce beast echoes around them, colliding with Yunfei's punch. The impact shatters the air. Boom! A loud sound erupts, and a terrifying force rebounds towards both of them, causing Ouyang Kai and Yunfei to stagger back simultaneously. You do have some skill, Ouyang Kai remarks, but if that's all you've got, you will lose. He possesses the beastly physique, which, once activated, doubles his combat power. If Yunfei's strength is only at this level, then he will lose. You're not that impressive either, Yunfei replies with a steady gaze. Is that so? Ouyang Kai's body is surrounded by black light as he activates his beastly physique, his momentum suddenly surging. In an instant, his attributes rise to the first-grade master level. Beastly physique. The crowd gasps in shock. Ouyang Kai from Yanhuang University actually possesses the beastly physique. The beastly physique, like the fire spirit physique and thunder attribute physique, is a special physique that, once activated, can enhance combat power. It is unexpected that Yanhuang University has such a presence. In battles of the same level, if one side possesses a physique, the other side is almost guaranteed to lose, unless the other person also has a physique. Or, like Feng Feng, can condense a gun soul, perhaps giving them a fighting chance. Seeing this, Yunfei remains unfazed. A storm begins to swirl around him, and the surrounding spiritual energy is drawn back towards him, making him the center of the storm. Yunfei's cultivation also begins to rise, quickly reaching the first-grade master level, on par with Ouyang Kai. Clearly, Yunfei also possesses a physique. On the stage, everyone was in an uproar. Both fighters had special physiques, and they could see that Yunfei had activated his physique, boosting his combat power to a level not inferior to Ouyang Kai. It was so intense. Compared to a one-sided crushing, this evenly matched battle was perhaps more thrilling. You really have a special physique. Good, let's fight fairly, Ouyang Kai said. This battle would continue until death. Ha ha ha. Yunfei laughed heartily, activating his whirlwind physique, with whirlwinds surrounding him, his speed reaching its peak as he suddenly charged in front of Ouyang Kai, delivering a powerful punch. The 9th-grade perfected fist technique was extremely powerful, aimed directly at Ouyang Kai's face. The speed was too fast, Ouyang Kai couldn't dodge at all, and the air in front of him instantly exploded. Boom! A punch landed squarely on Ouyang Kai's face, splitting his skin. Everyone below was stunned. This blow would surely be hard for Ouyang Kai to endure. Ah! Ouyang Kai roared, raising his hand and channeling his violent energy to withstand Yunfei's punch. Ouyang Kai unleashed his 9th-grade fist technique. The spiritual energy surged, carrying a violent force, directly smashing towards Yunfei, who was within arm's reach. Seeing this, Yunfei quickly activated the whirlwind power to block Ouyang Kai's punch as much as possible. He possessed the whirlwind spirit body, able to control the whirlwind to resist the opponent's punch force. With the whirlwind storm for defense, when Ouyang Kai's punch finally hit him, it only had 7 parts of its original lethality. Boom! A loud sound echoed as Ouyang Kai's punch smashed Yunfei's face, splitting his skin. Ah! After taking a punch, Yunfei suddenly swung his fist, striking back at Ouyang Kai. Ouyang Kai had no way to defend and could only take it head-on, enduring the full force of the attack. Then he swung his fist back at Yunfei, but due to the whirlwind's resistance, it could only exert 7 parts of its lethality. Yunfei retaliated again. The two exchanged blows, each punch landing hard. In the final punch, Ouyang Kai was sent flying to the edge of the stage, crashing heavily to the ground, his face a mess of cuts and blood flowing freely. Yunfei won. But it was a Pyrrhic victory. Yunfei also had numerous cuts on his face, blood dripping to the ground. They both relied entirely on their willpower to achieve victory. They had given their all. Kid, well done, shouted Fan Yi, the president of Shenlong University. In the student area of Shenlong University, countless students felt heavy-hearted. Although Yunfei had won, he was also severely injured. Yet in their hearts, Yunfei was undoubtedly a true tough guy, a real man. On the stage, Ouyang Kai lay on the ground, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, his eyes bloodshot. He was unwilling, trying to struggle to stand up, but he couldn't. He had lost. He had activated the beastly body, a terrifying physical form, with combat power nearing that of a master, yet he still lost. He lost not only for himself but also for the honor of Yanhuang University. This was a completely fair battle. Both had comparable attributes and possessed spirit bodies, but why was he the one who lost? In the end, The people from Yanhuan University hurried to the stage, looking at the fallen Ouyang Kai. I'm sorry, Captain, I lost. Ouyang. Kai said to the captain of the Yanhuan University team, filled with self-reproach. It's okay, we still have us, the captain of the Yanhuan University team comforted him. Although Ouyang Kai had lost, he had given his all. No one blamed him. The cheerleaders and student representatives of Yanhuan University looked at Ouyang Kai, feeling a pang of sympathy. Although he had lost, he had done well. The Yanhuan University team on the stage glared angrily at Yunfei. At this moment, Yunfei was also on the verge of collapse, holding on. Only by sheer will, he could not fall or he would lose. Feng Feng, Tong Yuer, and Duan Yang rushed onto the stage, saying, What do you want to do? Duan Yang supported Yunfei. Tong Yuer looked at the captain of the Yanhuan University team. What do you want, the captain of the Yanhuan University team said, to take revenge. Both sides glared at each other, ready to fight at the slightest disagreement.